As a homebody who loves playing PUBG, I never expected to transmigrate into the anti-Japanese war era, and worse, into a rearguard unit surrounded by Japanese soldiers. Yet, looking at the battle-worn soldiers around me, I felt no panic, convinced I could lead them to victory, because in my mind, a battlefield map had appeared, giving me complete control over the terrain within a 10-mile radius. Watching the varying shades of red dots slowly closing in on the map, I couldn't help but exclaim with delight, our supplies are secured. However, taking down this group of Japanese soldiers wouldn't be easy. After all, my battalion had endured relentless battles, leaving only 40+ wounded soldiers standing. Thinking this, I immediately ordered, though we're only at the outskirts of the Savage Mountain, our rations won't last 3 more days. We have no choice, we must eliminate the Japanese troops behind us. First, to cut off their pursuit, second, to seize their supplies. Hearing my words, the ragged and exhausted soldiers showed no fear at the prospect of an offensive. Instead, their fighting spirit ignited. Let's do it. At worst, it's just death. I've already killed my fair share. Commander, just give the order, roared Company Commander Lee. Seeing their eagerness, I knew my provocation had worked. After tallying our numbers and ammunition, I laid out an ambush plan. Our firepower is limited, especially lacking artillery. A direct confrontation would likely yield no advantage. To defeat the Japanese devils, we must rely on favorable terrain. The soldiers all turned their gaze toward the valley I pointed to. Each of them was an elite handpicked from various nationalist army units. With that single gesture, they almost instantly grasped my intention to set up an ambush. However, the Japanese devils aren't fools either. They wouldn't fall for it so easily. For this, I already had a plan. I proceeded to assign tactical deployments one by one, and the soldiers promptly agreed in unison. But will the Japanese devils come? Deputy Company Commander Lee immediately asked. They will. I'll personally lure them here, I replied. Battalion Commander, how can you go? You're still injured. Deputy Company Commander Lee stepped forward at once. Let me go instead. Who among us wasn't injured? I immediately dismissed the idea. I was only knocked unconscious for a moment. My injuries are the lightest. No more arguments. This is a military order. We'd be better off using this time to complete the ambush preparations. As I left with my rifle, the remaining 3 squads swiftly maneuvered through the jungle. In just over 20 minutes, the battalion's surviving soldiers had all completed their preparations, lying in wait silently in the valley for the Japanese devils' arrival. By then, I had stealthily advanced to within 100 meters of the Japanese troops, taking cover under a large tree. With a single shot, 1 Japanese soldier fell. Instantly, the enemy camp erupted into chaos. The Japanese soldiers quickly regrouped in small clusters, covering each other. Remarkably, they pinpointed my location based solely on the gunshot. Soon after, artillery shells came whistling down, slamming into the area I had just occupied. Fortunately, anticipating this, I had already relocated to another sniper position and continued firing to draw their attention. Coincidentally, I always remained just outside the range of Japanese firepower, which was undoubtedly thanks to the effectiveness of that map. Step by step, I successfully led the Japanese troops to the predetermined area outside the valley. Spotting me and a group of Japanese soldiers from afar, Deputy Company Commander Lee, the highest-ranking officer on the scene, didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately issued orders to his troops. The Japanese advance appeared cautious yet carried an air of arrogance, as if they completely disregarded the danger ahead. Finally, when the Japanese soldiers stepped slightly deeper into the valley's entrance and spotted the faintly visible grenades in the minefield, they finally grew wary. At that moment, platoon leader Zhao suddenly opened fire from both hillsides. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the Japanese soldiers scrambled for cover in disarray, but they soon realized the nationalist forces' firepower wasn't intense, and their terrified expressions instantly turned to rage, immediately launching a counterattack against Deputy Company Commander Lee's unit. Seeing this, platoon leader Zhao and I followed the plan and retreated toward the valley. Witnessing how weak the nationalist forces appeared, the Japanese soldiers' anger quickly gave way to wild excitement. With shouts of charge ringing out, they launched a fierce assault on platoon leader Zhao's retreating unit. Naturally, the Japanese assault formation became both chaotic and concentrated. Step by step, the pursuing Japanese troops walked right into our trap. When most of them had entered the narrowest part of the valley, I'd now safely positioned, shouted, "Pull!" Soldiers hidden in the bushes yanked the ropes, and dozens of grenades on both sides exploded simultaneously. The entire valley trembled violently, as if struck by a massive bomb. The Japanese soldiers caught in the trap were blown to pieces, their agonized screams echoing incessantly. Meanwhile, I wasn't idle on the hillside either. As I pulled the trigger, I issued the attack command, "Fire!" The nationalist soldiers under Deputy Company Commander Lee on the slope also opened fire. The 3 machine guns fired in controlled bursts, raining bullets down on the Japanese troops like a downpour. The remaining Japanese soldiers were instantly disoriented by the sudden ambush. scrambling for cover in a frantic attempt to counterattack, but there was no way I'd give them that chance. From my elevated position, I immediately locked onto the Japanese commander. With a bang, the bullet struck the officer squarely in the head. However, these Japanese troops were after all a well-trained force. In just a short time, they quickly regained their composure from the chaos. Under the command of their sergeant, they even launched a fierce assault up the hillside once more. The last two grenade launchers began suppressing the nationalist forces' firepower. Bullets and shrapnel whizzed past me, tearing through branches and leaves around me. One bullet even grazed my arm, leaving a bloody gash. Blood trickled down my arm, dripping onto the grass and staining a patch of it red. I've never underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Japanese army, but for them to organize an effective counterattack after suffering over 50% casualties and losing their commander, that genuinely surprised me. Fortunately, the Japanese troops were formidable, but the soldiers of the 200th Division by my side were no pushovers. Facing the enemy's firepower, the warriors of the 200th Division showed no intention of retreating. Brothers, concentrate your fire on their left flank. Take out their grenade launchers first. I immediately shouted the order. Upon hearing my command, the soldiers quickly adjusted their firing angles and poured concentrated fire onto the Japanese left flank. The intense barrage forced the enemy soldiers on the left to keep their heads down, while the two grenade launchers scrambled to find new firing positions in panic. Seizing the moment, I raised my rifle again and aimed at one of the grenade launcher operators. With a loud bang, the grenade launcher operator fell to the ground, and the launcher itself toppled over. At the same time, the other grenade launcher operator was hit by our soldiers' bullets and lost the ability to fight. Without the threat of grenade launchers, the Japanese forces could no longer pose a danger to the nationalist troops' firepower. The nationalist soldiers, positioned high on the hillside, freely vented their fury, as if releasing all the pent-up frustration from their retreats from Toungoo to Mandalay and then to Lashio onto this group of Japanese soldiers. There was no other way. The 5th Army, especially the 200th Division, had fought under immense hardship. It would have been one thing if they had simply been outmatched by the Japanese, but the 200th Division had fought valiantly, holding off the pincer attack of two Japanese divisions with fewer than 10,000 men at Toungoo. If only the British had been slightly more competent, the Japanese might very well have been driven back to Rangoon. Yet, the British on the left flank withdrew without even a word of notice, completely exposing Toungoo's flank to the Japanese and rendering the 200th Division's 10-day bloody stand at Toungoo utterly futile. Soon, as time passed, the firefight between the two sides escalated into a fierce battle. Although Japanese casualties mounted, they continued to rely on their tenacious fighting spirit, launching small-scale countercharges under the leadership of their sergeants. Watching these Japanese assaults being ruthlessly repelled by the nationalist soldiers did not ease my tension. In my mind, a cluster of red dots was rapidly closing in on our position, now only a few miles away from the valley where the battle had begun. Lin Yu knew that he had to speed up, otherwise if he let the Japanese reinforcements arrive, this would be completely reversed. Not to mention, Lin Yu still needed to clean up the battlefield and gather supplies after the battle was over. In this way, there was even less time left for Lin Yu and his troops. Wanting to end the battle as quickly as possible, Lin Yu knew that the only way to do so was to rush up and start a physical battle. It was just that, with the current military quality of the Japanese army, casualties were almost unavoidable, and even that was clearly a lose-lose decision. Without much time to think, Lin Yu immediately hung bayonets on his own rifles, and then he also spoke, "Brothers, bayonets, quick battle." As the words fell, except for the 3 light machine guns, the rest of the fighters were putting bayonets on their rifles. "Charge with me." With another roar, Lin Yu also rushed down the hill in anger, and towards the left flank, which was under his key care, he rushed down. Seeing this, the rest of the fighters also shouted and followed Lin Yu, rushing towards the Japanese troops like a tiger descending from the mountain. This sudden charge instantly disorganized the remaining brats. Several of the little devils who were hiding behind the bunker had no time to react, and were nailed to death by the warriors who rushed down. In the fierce firefight at close range, the Japanese gradually could not withstand it and the defense line began to collapse. The only remaining 10 or so little devils, seeing that the bunker can no longer protect themselves, immediately rushed out from the bunker, began to rely on each other in 2s and 3s to prepare for a physical battle. A little kid hissed, and with his bayonet, he stabbed at Lin Yu who was at the front. The sharp edge of the cold light flashing directly pushed Lin Yu's chest. Seeing this, Lin Yu's eyes flinched, his footsteps quickly flashed to the left, at the same time, his waist exerted force, and with the help of the inertia of the side, he threw the rifle in his hand fiercely out horizontally. The butt of the rifle smashed heavily on the wrist of the Japanese soldier. Chapter 005, The Green Hills are fortunate to burial of loyal bones. Only heard a click, the kid's wrist came from the fracture of the crunch, under the pain, the kid is also subconsciously let go, the rifle then fell. Not waiting for the little kid to react, Lin Yu has already taken advantage of the situation to bully up, the bayonet in his hand accurately and precisely stabbed into the chest of the Japanese army, blood sprayed out like a spring, splashing Lin Yu's face. Damn, brat, blood stinks. Casually wiping a handful of blood from his face, Lin Yu's gaze was however locked onto his next target. And at the same time, Wang Ernio, who was as good as his name, also brandished his bayonet and came to Lin Yu's side. A short Japanese soldier still wants to rely on his flexibility to find Lin Yu's trouble, not waiting for him to get close to Lin Yu. Wang Ernio was a loud roar, hastily sticking out the bayonet in his hand, and directly that little kid is stabbed through and his heart. But the soldiers of the 200th Division have firmness and fearlessness in their eyes, and they have only one belief in their hearts: to kill all these brats and avenge their compatriots and comrades. The good thing is that although the Japanese army is elite, the soldiers of the 200th Division are also good. Several years of military service has long ago transformed them into elite soldiers. When cooperating in 3s and 2s, they were not at all weak against the Japanese. Especially platoon leader Zhao, who came from the Northwest Army, didn't use a bayonet, but the large sword he always carried behind his back. When the knife light flies, the little kid is not an enemy. Soon, under the crushing force of the troops, the only remaining 10 or so little devils were also all chopped to the ground. Looking at the devastated battlefield, the soldiers of the 200th Division also finally revealed a smile. 1. A warrior asked somewhat incredulously. Victory! A powerful cheer then resounded above the battlefield. Victory! We won! A crowd of warriors also raised their hands in joy, wantonly embracing their comrades around them, and the warriors on top of the hillside even shook the tattered blue sky and white sun flag in their hands, as if announcing to heaven and earth and the whole world, their victory, this hard-won victory. Only, compared to the warriors' jubilation, Lin Yu remained absolutely calm even though he was also jubilant. There was no way around it, they were far from safe. However, Lin Yu also knew that the warriors had waited too long for this moment of victory. Especially on the long road to the temple, they also really need a victory celebration to rebuild the heart and confidence of the army. Seeing that the red dot on the map in his mind was still far away, Lin Yu did not interrupt the crowd's celebration at the first opportunity. Only after the crowd's emotions had eased a bit did Lin Yu command, clean up the battlefield, gather supplies, and bury the bodies of friendly troops. Yes. The warriors who were in a good mood also immediately responded in unison. Soon, a group of warriors also began to act according to Lin Yu's instructions. After more than 10 minutes had passed, the piles of loot had been gathered up. And Deputy Company Commander Li came to Lin Yu with a thin piece of paper. Battalion Commander, the casualty statistics are out. As soon as these words came out, the warriors who had just finished gathering their supplies also gathered towards Lin Yu. Speak. Seeing this, Lin Yu but directly commanded. Yes. Deputy Company Commander Li, who was holding the list, then also opened his mouth. In this battle, a total of 37 Japanese invaders were eliminated, including one squad leader, and we sacrificed a total of 10 people, 1 was seriously wounded, and 3 were lightly wounded. A 3-to-1 battle loss ratio should, by all accounts, be a very acceptable battle result. However, Lin Yu, who heard this number, did not see any joy. Nothing more. On top of this paper they were just a simple name, a dispensable number. But in every family, they can be the backbone of existence. 10 sacrifices mean 10 families come crashing down. What about first name and surname? Lin Yu then continued to ask. Shi Hui, a native of Yan, Sichuan, his elder brother died in battle in Fuji County, and he still has his mother at home. He said that if he had the chance, he would return home to fulfill his filial piety. Li Yutian, a native of Sili, Hunan Province, is the only one left in his family. As his name suggests, he wants to have his own acreage someday, and it would be even better if he could marry another daughter-in-law. Nyo, a northeasterner, the warriors no longer remember his last name, only that he said that the old ancestral land is gone. Where is the face to inherit the old ancestral name? In an undulating voice, an inch of river and mountain, an inch of blood, seemed to have materialized at this moment. However, Lin Yu does not want them to become nameless martyrs for their country. And so, while Deputy Company Commander Li was speaking, he took out the book he was carrying close to him, and Lin Yu recorded their names one by one in a single stroke. Looking at the page full of names, Lin Yu's heart was also saddened. He knew that these 10 people should all be the result of the final physical battle. However, facing this list, Lin Yu did not regret it. Even if he did it again, Lin Yu would still make this choice. Are they all buried? Lin Yu then asked as well. Well, they've all been buried, it's just that time is running out to beat the coffins. Deputy Company Commander Lee, who was in charge of statistics at the side, also answered immediately. Then plant a few trees. Lin Yu then spoke, but choked up a bit. The Green Hills are fortunate enough to bury the bones of the faithful, so when the trees grow up and the war is won, we'll come back to take them home. Good. Deputy Company Commander Lee replied, also a little choked up. Just that the tree could grow, could this war really be won? Deputy Company Commander Lee's heart was filled with skepticism. Seemingly seeing the hesitation in Deputy Company Commander Lee's heart, Lin Yu then also spoke again, don't worry, we can win, since ancient times, evil cannot defeat good. Today we were able to destroy a squad of little devils, tomorrow, I will also be able to lead you to trample on Tokyo. Chapter 006 Unplanned Friendly Forces. When these words came out, the hearts of the group of warriors were also warmed. People, they often have to have a thought. Even if the thought is impractical, it can make a person explode with unimaginable power at a critical time. Without a doubt, Lin Yu was the one who had quietly planted that seed in the hearts of a group of warriors. At that moment, Deputy Company Commander Lee also led a few people to the generals' graves. And at the same time, Zhao Platoon Leader's side had finally cleaned up all the harvest and came to Lin Yu's side as well. Only, looking at Platoon Leader Zhao's face, it seemed to be a few points more ugly than the crowd of warriors. And after casually receiving the list from Platoon Leader Zhao's hands, Lin Yu's brows were tightly furrowed. No matter what, this battle, the captured supplies are pitifully small, ammunition is not bad, enough to arm the remnants of their troops. The problem was that the Japanese troops were carrying only enough food to last a day or two, and medicine was even scarcer. Lin Yu knew that from where they were now, it would take at least half a month or more to get out of the savage mountain. This bit of stuff in front of them was simply a drop in the bucket for the difficult journey ahead of them. It's a man-eating primeval forest. Even if they were well supplied, they might not be able to do well, not to mention them, who were extremely poorly supplied. Especially under the hands of dozens of people, almost everyone with injuries, some skin injuries even if, a few serious injuries, if you cannot get treatment, not half a day's time, I am afraid that the forest will be completely left behind. Looking up at the dense, impenetrable woods, Lin Yu only felt the dimness of the road ahead. Looking at the supplies in front of him, Lin Yu seemed to have found another solution. No guns and no cannons, the enemy builds them for us. Immediately, Lin Yu also immersed himself into the system in his mind once again. Soon, from the system, Lin Yu found several red dots scattered within a 3-kilometer radius, just like they were all Japanese search teams. And the closest one was even less than 2 kilometers away from them. Deputy Battalion Commander, someone has fainted. Suddenly a voice as hoarse as sandpaper also came, it's old Wang of the second company, he ate poisonous mushrooms yesterday. Lin Yu clenched his fists, his nails pinched deep into his palms. He knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer, whether it was the friendly troops being pursued or themselves. Instantly, Lin Yu also made a decision in his mind, battle. This is not a hot-blooded impulse, but the final choice after careful consideration. The reason was simple, although it was indeed risky to attack the Japanese again, without enough supplies, eventually, the savage mountain would eat itself. Instead of starving to death in the savage mountains, it would be better to take advantage of this to put up a fight. Immediately, Lin Yu also commanded, first, distribute half of the captured supplies in accordance with each meal ration, there can be no more non-combat attrition. Yes. Li Ting, who had just conducted a report at the side, also immediately agreed. Taking advantage of the time when the fighters were eating, Lin Yu also continued to explore the system's map. Which little kid search team should he go after? Suddenly, the edge of the map was a flash of ghostly blue, a color Lin Yu had never seen before. With that, he focused his attention over, only to find that it was a moving blue dot followed closely by a dozen red dots. And based on the highly irregular movement trajectory of the blue dots, they were clearly being pursued. Friendly forces? A possibility instantly came to Lin Yu's mind. Immediately afterward, a rather bold plan was also rapidly forming in Lin Yu's mind. However, this was not the time to act. Only after the crowd had had a full meal did Lin Yu start moving with his troops. Of course, this time, the direction of Lin Yu's actions was no longer due west, but had turned to the southwest. The fighters were a bit surprised by the change in direction, but no one objected. For one thing, in this primitive forest, there weren't many people who could tell their bearings. For another, Lin Yun had also completely established his absolute authority in this group of routed soldiers through the battle he had just fought. And while moving, Lin Yu had also arranged 2 scouts to the southwest. Obviously, Lin Yu's purpose was to cause a chance encounter with friendly troops. Lin Yu could of course directly rush to where the friendly forces were with his troops, but that would inevitably be noticed by someone with an axe to grind. With this scout scouting the way, everything can seem logical. Sure enough, less than an hour later, one of the scouts who had explored the road returned to Lin Yu's side. Battalion Commander, there's movement 3 kilometers to the southeast. Deputy Company Commander Li Ting's voice came from the bushes. The Deputy Company Commander, a scout by trade, always managed to hide the sound of footsteps and the rustling of falling leaves, like a small unit on the move. Lin Yu, who heard the words, didn't even look up. The system had already been called out by him at some point, and at this moment Lin Yu was staring at the translucent system map without looking up, especially the slowly creeping scarlet spots of light that represented the Japanese army. In just under an hour, the distance between the blue spot of light and the red spot of light had shortened quite a bit more. Lin Yu knew that there was not much time left for him and the friendly forces. Picking apart the vines with his bayonet, Li Ting also came to Lin Yu and said, "It should be the remnants of the supplementary regiment, about 20 or so people, being chased by the ghosts. There's about half an hour left before they reach the valley in front." Hearing Li Ting's further description, Lin Yu's knuckles dug deep into the mud. The supplementary regiment, those student soldiers who came back from the South Seas and were heard to be waving goodbye to their parents at the Singapore docks last month, are now thrown into this cannibalistic devil's den. The blue dot on the map flickered, like a candle in the wind, ready to be swallowed by the red tide. To save or not to save? Li Ting also asked dryly. Although Li Ting was asking whether to save or not, Lin Yu understood that Li Ting's thoughts were that he didn't want to save, otherwise, he should have asked how to save, not whether to save or not. Of course, Lin Yu understood his concerns. They were, after all, only 37 men left, and although they had been resupplied after some time, they were extremely limited. Hunger and disease were eating away at the fighting strength of this group little by little, and it would be extremely unwise to waste precious ammunition in time for the sake of this friendly army. It's selfish, sure, but in the midst of this desperate situation, selfishness doesn't seem like such a big deal anymore. After all, only by getting out of this man-eating mountain range alive would one be qualified to judge the character of others. And seeing Lin Yu's silence, Li Ting was also a bit anxious, and immediately said bluntly, "Battalion Commander, why don't we take a detour?" As soon as these words came out, the people beside him were also ready to respond. However, Lin Yu shook his head calmly and then ordered, "Prepare for battle." Chapter 007, Waiting Patiently in the Jungle. As the words fell, everyone except Li Ting unanimously checked their weapons and then made preparations for battle. Instead, Li Ting opened his mouth wide and said, "But, Battalion Commander, we are the National Army, they are fellow soldiers. Since we have encountered them, there is no reason to stand by and do nothing." Without waiting for Li Ting to finish, Lin Yu then also explained, "Moreover, just relying on the immediate supplies is not enough to support our army to get out of the savage mountain. We still have to hit the idea on the brats. Saving them is saving ourselves." "Yes, I understand." Listening to Lin Yu's explanation, Li Ting also immediately understood. With that, Li Ting no longer hesitated and immediately started checking his guns and ammunition like the other soldiers, preparing for battle. It had to be said that the soldiers of the 5th Army were worthy of being the strongest elite of the National Army. Rather than being in such a situation, he still adjusted himself quickly after hearing the order. Watching the ragged but resolute-eyed warriors around him move swiftly like the wind one by one, Lin Yu's heart also gained a lot of confidence in vain. What a fighter! Dare to fight, do not fear life and death. Military literacy is also very good. Even if you look around the world, I am afraid that you cannot find a better soldier. But to the contrary, the National Army with 100,000 such elite soldiers was defeated like this? Defeated in a mess, defeated inexplicably. Defeated, even if, the only remaining elite, but also driven into this cannibalistic savage mountain, and ultimately 10 does not survive 3. It can be said that it was this battle that made the 5th Army, which had been famous for a long time, go completely downhill. Unfortunately, Lin Yu was only a small deputy battalion commander, a man of few words, and was also simply powerless to undo this landslide-like defeat. The only thing he could do was to take the warriors in front of him and bring them back to the motherland and to their loved ones. Looking at that sheet of lienpa, which was darkened by the battle, and looking at that pair of eyes that were tired but blazing and rolling with desire for victory, Lin Yu also swore secretly in his heart, he must bring them back, surely. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu also continued to speak, "Brothers, listen to me carefully. Once we start fighting here, there will definitely be other directions of the brats surrounding us, therefore, we must be quick in this battle. After eliminating the brats, immediately seize all of their supplies and retreat immediately. Understand?" Understood. The crowd of warriors who had checked their weapons also responded. Nodding their heads, the warriors moved quickly according to Lin Yu's instructions, taking up positions concealed in the bushes on both sides of the path the Japanese army must have traveled. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was staring intently at the system map in his mind. As the scarlet spots of the Japanese army and the ghostly blue spots of the friendly army were approaching on that translucent map, Lin Yu's heartbeat steeply accelerated, as if there was an urgent war drum beating in his chest. There's no way out of this battle. Compared to the previous battle, although Lin Yu's men had enough weapons, they had also lost enough terrain. Surprise was almost Lin Yu's only means of victory. Time also becomes the greatest opportunity. Every second is a matter of life and death. There must not be the slightest error. Any one of the links out of order may lead to the total destruction of the army. However, as time passed, Lin Yu's mood was surprisingly stabilized. Since the heavens had allowed him to cross over here and endowed him with the system, he would definitely be able to lead these warriors to live. Immediately, according to the lines of travel of both sides, Lin Yu was also scrambling to accurately distribute the light and heavy firepower. The 3 light machine guns were deployed by him in excellent positions on both sides of the road where the ground was high and the view was wide open, to form a crossfire and thus suppress the main Japanese fire points. Lin Yu even personally came to the side of the machine gunner Lao Chen, who was responsible for meeting the enemy head-on. But see the old Chen crouch down, hands skillfully on the machine gun, quickly check the parts. To confirm that there is no malfunction, Lin Yu gently patted the old Chen's shoulder, whispered instructions. Old Chen, rely on you this machine gun suppression of the ghost's firepower. We cannot win, you here is the key. Upon hearing this, machine gunner Lao Chen nodded heavily with unprecedented determination in his eyes. Don't worry, battalion commander, I promise to complete the mission. While speaking, Lao Chen's hands had already tightly gripped the handle of the machine gun, his finger gently resting on the trigger, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the front like an old monk in meditation. In his eyeballs, it was as if he had seen the Japanese troops who were about to be pinned down by their own firepower. The rest of the riflemen were scattered around the machine gun by Lin Yu like beans. Utilizing the cover of the dense bushes, it was impossible for the outside world to detect their presence until they opened fire. Of course, their arrangement was also extremely elaborate. The semicircular position ensured the striking surface of the firepower, and the tight and sparse arrangement that varied according to the terrain also ensured that none of the firepower points would be wasted. Just like that, Lin Yu had already laid out a big pocket for the Japanese army. Let's just say that it's a real treat to be able to start a fight. The National Army soldiers hiding among them, one by one, gripped their weapons tightly in their hands, their fingers on the triggers, ready to give the Japanese a fatal blow at any time. And with the passage of time, only 1 year of age of the new recruits Xiaolu were slightly nervous, tongue licked the dry cracked lips again and again nervously, hands also gradually produced a lot of sweat. Luckily, Lin Yu, who was on his rounds, was also in time to notice the new recruit's abnormality. At that moment, gently held the hand of Xiaolu holding the rifle, and gently took the rifle out of its hand. Then also said in a low voice, "Kid, don't panic, first rest, calm down, don't be nervous. Later on, just listen to the order to shoot, surely there is no problem." Yes. Looking at Lin Yu's calm eyes, Xiaolu took a deep breath and then also nodded vigorously, quickly and really calming down. That's how people are, a lot of the time. Nervousness can be contagious, in the same way that calmness can be contagious. After pacifying the recruits, Lin Yu also began his final rounds and instructions. Remember, no one is allowed to shoot without my orders. The warriors who heard the order also nodded and whispered in response. By the time Lin Yu had resumed his command position, the blue and red dots on the map were already close to them. Seemingly sensing the coming of a great battle, for a moment, the air around seemed to freeze, only a few occasional insect chirps came, but added to the. It was also Lin Yu's renewed instructions, but it made the warriors all settle down. At this moment, Lin Yu, however, was staring at the entrance to the road with his eyes tightly fixed. The rifle in his hand had been loaded at some point and the bullets were already in place, ready to signal an attack at any time. Finally, a group of disheveled soldiers appeared at the end of the road, and by looking at their costumes, they knew that they were the remnants of the supplementary regiment being pursued by the Japanese. However, they saw that the group of soldiers were all as pale as paper, staggering in their footsteps, obviously having gone through a long period of fighting and fleeing. Their physical strength was nearly exhausted, and every step was like stepping on cotton, being weak and feeble. Their clothes were also long torn, some with bloodstains, and exhaustion and fear were written all over their faces. And behind them, less than 200 meters away, a group of Japanese soldiers with guns were in hot pursuit, with bursts of growls coming out of their mouths from time to time, the hideous faces and frantic shouts as if they wanted to devour everything in front of them. Just by looking at their arrogance, it seems that for this group of Japanese soldiers, this is not a grueling battle, but a game-like hunt. Seeing such a situation, the anger in the hearts of the warriors lurking within the bushes rose. As the fighters of the supplementary regiment hurriedly swept past them, the Japanese bullets began to uncontrollably graze past the fighters of Lin Yu's section. However, for the sudden stray bullets, the warriors of Lin Yu's department were all immobile as if they were mountains. Soon, there were unlucky people who were injured in the scattered stray bullets. Blood almost instantly stained the torn clothing red, and the warrior, apart from shoving a wooden stick into his mouth, did not move again. Everyone knew that they must not reveal their whereabouts until they were ordered to do so. Not even if they were shot. Watching the bullet-ridden warrior struggle to hold on, Lin Yu also had his teeth clenched. God knows how much perseverance it takes to endure such pain without uttering a single sound. Luckily, the soldiers' hard work was not in vain, and the Japanese pursuing troops rushed into the ambush unsuspectingly. Prepare. Lin Yu's low and calm voice then sounded. And his finger was gently squeezing on the trigger at that moment, his eyes locked on the Japanese advance guard, like an eagle keeping a close eye on its prey. While staring at the Japanese army, Lin Yu's mind was still silently calculating the timing for the enemy to enter the ambush circle. Until most of the Japanese troops had also stepped into the ambush circle, Lin Yu also pulled the trigger violently and shouted with all his strength, "Fight!" Immediately afterward, gunfire erupted on both sides of the road, and dense bullets poured down on the Japanese like rain. In an instant, the Japanese troops were caught off guard by this sudden attack, and several soldiers walking in front of them were immediately knocked to the ground, their bodies falling heavily to the ground like puppets with broken strings, blood gushing out from their bodies and staining the ground around them red. The soldiers at the back were also panicking and looking for cover. Some of them plunged headlong into the bushes, oblivious to the fact that their faces had been cut by sharp branches and leaves, leaving a trail of blood on their faces. Others hid behind the big trees, their hands holding their rifles, trembling slightly out of fear. For a moment, the Japanese pursuit force was also in disarray. The soldiers of the supplementary regiment also subconsciously looked back when they heard the gunshots. Instead, they saw an equally tattered National Army unit attacking the Japanese, and they could not help but feel guilty. And the flame of hope was rekindled in the originally dull eyes because of this trace of shame, and the originally exhausted face was refilled with fighting spirit and determination, as if all the strength had been recovered in an instant. Without even needing an order from the officer leading the group, the soldiers of the supplementary regiment, one by one, had already turned around, raised the weapons in their hands, and killed toward the Japanese army. Charge! Kill the devils! A soldier from a supplementary regiment shouted and charged at the Japanese troops with his Chinese army. That hoarse shout was full of anger and resentment. He had wanted to shout "Kill the devils" for too long. The other soldiers, hearing the cry of "Kill the devils," also responded as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, and followed the warriors, forming a vector formation, and then charged toward the Japanese army. For a while, shouts of killing and gunfire were intertwined, and the entire valley seemed to have turned into a sea of fire, with smoke and fire, and the pungent smell of nitrous smoke filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. Only, after all, the Japanese were well-trained troops, and after a brief moment of panic, they quickly adjusted their tactics. But see the little kid 3x3 to form a combat group, cover each other alternately shooting, surprisingly is beginning to Lin Yu's troops to start counterattacks. Soon, the little kid's crooked machine gun was also set up, toward the side of the valley of the National Army position is crazy strafing. The bullets hit the surrounding branches and leaves, and some of the soldiers were cut on their faces by the flying branches and leaves, and blood slid down their cheeks. For a while, the National Army soldiers were so suppressed that they couldn't lift their heads up, and could only lie on the ground, looking for any available cover. Bullets whizzed by above their heads, beating the ground with dust and making it even more frightening. Seeing this, Lin Yu's heart was burning with anxiety. They could not afford to spend against. At that moment, Lin Yu also stood up violently and shifted behind a large tree in a few prancing movements. It was also during this vacillation that Lin Yu also locked onto the position of the Japanese machine gunner. Without any hesitation, Lin Yu quickly raised the rifle in his hand and aimed at the Japanese machine gunner, taking a deep breath and trying to keep his hand steady. "Don't miss, this shot is about the direction of the battle," he prayed silently in his heart. Unable to help it, Lin Yu's heartbeat also accelerated rapidly, as if there was a war drum beating frantically in his chest. It was too late to calm down his agitated mind, and just in the instant he inhaled a mouthful of air, and with the help of a brief pause in his heartbeat, Lin Yu also violently pulled the trigger. Only heard a bang sound, the bullet accurately hit the Japanese machine gunner's head, the machine gunner fell to the ground, and the crooked machine gun was also mute. Sharpshooter. Battalion commander, it's battalion commander. The soldiers beside them also shouted when they saw the scene, and the National Army's morale rose again. Lin Yu, who had been praised, however, did not pause for a moment and continued to observe the battlefield situation, even utilizing the system map to look for the weak points of the Japanese army. Soon, with the help of the system, Lin Yu has also found that the left flank of the Japanese army has a few lonely points assembled, but there is no action. Needless to say, this group of Japanese must be forming a bombardier position. Chapter 009, Time is running out, then around the back. This Lin Yu couldn't let them do what they wanted. Once he let them put together a bomb thrower, he was afraid that this ambush of his would end in failure. Immediately, Lin Yu also ordered loudly, "Concentrate your firepower and attack the Japanese left flank." Hearing the order, the National Army soldiers quickly adjusted their firing angle and concentrated their firepower to pour down on the Japanese left flank. Dense bullets hit the Japanese left flank of the soldiers could not raise their heads, behind them too late to react to the bombardier is immediately killed at point-blank range. With the deaths of the bombardiers, the Japanese defense line finally began to loosen. Some of the Japanese soldiers were knocked back and staggered, their faces filled with terror. Others hid behind cover, not daring to show their heads easily again. And with the remnants of the supplementary regiment also joining the fray, it can be said that the balance of victory on the battlefield was also completely tipped in favor of the National Army. But in the face of such a situation, Lin Yu did not look half as pleased. Although as long as they continued to fight, without any surprises, they would definitely be able to eliminate this group of brats. But the problem was that the surrounding brats would not give Lin Yu and the others much time. From the system's map, it appeared that several piles of red dots had begun to gather up in their direction at this moment. As for the group of Japanese troops in front of them, although the defense line had been loosened, they were still resisting the attack of Lin Yu's troops to the death with their tenacious will to fight. Despite the fact that Lin Yu's troops had the advantage in firepower, the battle remained at a stalemate. Even Lin Yu's side began to have warriors fall. This was not a good sign. Lin Yu realized that this was not the way to go on. He had to break the stalemate as soon as possible, otherwise when the Japanese reinforcements arrived, everything would be over. Trying to calm his anxious feelings, Lin Yu commanded the battle while constantly observing the battlefield situation, trying to find a way to break the situation. Soon, Lin Yu was also noticing that because he had put enough pressure on himself, almost all of these dozen or so remaining little devils were facing towards him for a parry. If, at this point, a team could get around to the rear of the Japanese army, it would be able to take them by surprise. Saying that he would do it, Lin Yu quickly calculated the selection of personnel and the distribution of troops in his mind. In order to ensure firepower on the front battlefield, he couldn't take too many men with him, so the ones taken had to be the best of the best. As Lin Yu's gaze traveled amongst the warriors, each person's characteristics and fighting abilities quickly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. It is also thanks to the fact that the troops under his hand are all brought over by Lin Yu, and for the characteristics of each person, Lin Yu also knows them like the back of his hand. Li Dali, as his name suggests, this stout man, highlighting the strength, from the Northwest Army, he also carries a large knife behind him, spelling bayonet that can be said to be almost unbeatable. He always rushed to the front in the previous battles, and, because of his strength, when it came to throwing grenades, even though his accuracy was poor, he was the one who threw them the farthest in the entire battalion. Obviously, regardless of whether it was a long-distance battle or a melee battle, Li Dali was Lin Yu's first choice. And then there was Zhao Xiuhu, a young warrior who was not tall but was agile and moved like an ape, specializing in weaving through complex terrain. Moreover, he has a calm personality and always stays calm at critical moments, making him the perfect candidate for a raid mission. Wang Chao, he is a seasoned veteran with precise marksmanship and far and accurate grenade throwing. In previous battles, he has dealt major blows to the enemy many times with his excellent throwing skills. Almost immediately, Lin Yu locked onto the above three people. Immediately, Lin Yu also ran while shouting, "Li Dali, Zhao Xiuhu, Wang Chao, bring enough grenades and follow me." Deputy Company Commander Zhao takes over command. Yes. The few people who heard their names also agreed. Soon, the four-man squad was assembled on one side of the battlefield. Because Lin Yu had selected people who were armed with rifles, it did not have much impact on the entire field of fire, and naturally did not attract the attention of the Japanese army. And after the personnel arrived, Lin Yu also drove the road while explaining the situation to the crowd. "Brothers, we can't afford to delay this battle, now the brats are being pushed into a dead end, but if they want to take it down completely, it will still take quite a bit of time, and it's highly likely that the reinforcements from the brats will bite the dust. Therefore, we must go and break this stalemate." Yes. The remaining three agreed right away, almost in unison. What we have to do now is to go around the back of the Japanese army and give them a surprise attack with grenades. It's a hard battle and a dangerous one, but I believe we can definitely succeed. Lin Yu then also added again. And the only response he got was a crisp yes. Without more nonsense, Lin Yu's four quickly formed a squad 2 by 2, with one side opening the way and the other preparing grenades. In a matter of moments, Lin Yu and the others had already disappeared into the dense woods. Lee Dolly, you take the lead, throw the grenades in your hand and block the back road, never let a little kid go. With all your strength, you must show the little devils a good time. Zhao Xiaohu, you're quick and responsible for harassing the enemy on the left flank and attracting their attention. Watch your timing and don't let the ghosts figure out your routine. Wang Chao, you can have most of the grenades from Xiaohu and I. You have to throw your grenades accurately for me, and blow up their commanders and ammo boxes and heavy weapons first. This is the key to disrupting their formation. With a command and a yes, Lin Yu's 4 men circled around to the rear of the Japanese army. At this time, the battlefield was still fierce. The Japanese were still concentrating their firepower to fight against the national army in the front, not realizing the danger in the rear. Seeing that the brats were oblivious, Lin Yu immediately ordered the same, now. As the words fell, the 4 of them threw the grenades with the caps unscrewed in their hands towards the Japanese position. Boom, 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 a few loud bangs, grenades exploded in the Japanese army. The Japanese army was in chaos. Taking advantage of the confusion of the Japanese army, Lin Yu and Zhao Xiaohu started to move and shoot at the Japanese army. Of course, progress is hard to guarantee in such a shooting state. However, the goal of the 2 men was not to cause much damage to the Japanese by means of the 2 rifles, but more, the 2 men were there to catch the attention of the Japanese with the sound of gunfire and moving figures, thus gaining time and space for Li Dali and Wang Chao's grenade throws from the rear. Needless to say also no, this is simply a tiger's mouth to pull the teeth of the general danger. To know, the little kid's 3/8 big cap is not generally accurate. Chapter 010 Wipe out the Japanese army and evacuate immediately. Even with the cover of the tree barriers, the danger of facing the Japanese troops in close proximity does not in any way diminish much. However, there is no way, in order to take down this group of brats as soon as possible, this risk Lin Yu must take. As Lin Yu ran and fired ahead of the others, the eyes of the Japanese troops were indeed immediately drawn to them. Immediately afterward, Zhao Xiaohu also began to weave in and out of the left flank without any reluctance. Under the attraction of Lin Yu and Zhao Xiaohu's successive gunshots and movements, coupled with the pressure from the front, the Japanese army really and as grenade after grenade exploded, and head after head of little devils were sent to meet their Amaterasu Amikami, the only remaining devils were finally tense. At that moment, the 3/8 big cap, staggering to escape, the slightest bit of arrogance and domineering when previously chasing the supplementary regiment is gone. Unfortunately, how could the calculating Lin Yu be given the runaround by them? Li Dali, who had already quickly thrown all the grenades, was already holding his machete with both hands, waiting on top of the little kid's retreat. The 2 little devils saw only one person in the rear, immediately also formed a team to Li vigorously pounced over one person bayonet upwards straight to Li vigorously face, the other person bayonet down to specialize in attacking Li vigorously the lower 3 roads. I have to say, the little kid's skill in spelling bayonets is not really a blow. If it were any other National Army soldier, he might have suffered a great loss at the hands of the brats. But what kind of person is Li Dali? That is the existence of the little ghosts in the Zaifenku spelled bayonet, not to mention 2 short ghosts, even if 3 or 4 come, cannot get close to him. Only to see Li vigorously step out horizontally, a knife will slash on top of the upward stabbing bayonet, directly shaking the little kid with the knife back several steps. Without waiting for the other down stabbing brat to react, Li vigorously a turn, the big knife turned horizontally but straight to the brat's neck. Of course, the little kid can continue to stab down, but at most, it will only stab to Li Li's thigh, while Li Li's knife, but directly can make the little kid's body head separated. Of course, the life-thirsty little kid refused to exchange his life for a wound, and immediately changed his rifle into a block, trying to block Li Li's knife. Unfortunately, the little kid still somewhat underestimated Li Dali's powerful sword. Only heard a bang sound, the big knife and rifle collided with a full, but the momentum does not slow down, continue to fall hard on the shoulders of the little kid. Immediately in the eyes of the little kid in the unbelievable, Li vigorously smooth a draw, in the recovery of the big knife at the same time, has cut the little kid's throat. Another bang sound, the little kid's entire body will be like a deflated ball of leather generally smashed to the ground. On the other side of the small kid who was just forced back by Li Dali saw this, or still dare to fight with Li Dali, at once, with the 3/8 big cap wants to break out from the other direction. It's not too late where this is concerned. Seeing that the Japanese army had already been in a big mess, Zhao Company commander had already rushed up with his troops, and after taking care of the several little devils stranded on the battlefield, he immediately crashed into this last little devil who was panicking. Without any hesitation, Zhao Company commander raised his rifle and hit the kid's brow. As this last little kid fell to the ground, this fierce battle also ended with the total annihilation of the Japanese army. For this reason, Lin Yu's troops had also paid for the lives of 2 warriors, and the supplemental regiment on their part had been lucky enough not to be killed in this battle. Regardless, the regiment's destruction of an elite Japanese search detachment at the cost of a mere 2 men was a huge victory any way you look at it. And looking at the battlefield strewn with ghost corpses, a group of complementary regiment of soldiers can no longer hide the excitement in their hearts, and immediately also excitedly shouted, "We won! Victory!" Only, in the midst of that heavy cheering, there was a hidden hint of sad wailing. There was no way that the soldiers of the 5th Army, or rather the supplementary regiment, were too stifled and too soon to taste victory. From Tonkudeo to Pingmana, from Pingmana to Mandalay and then to Lashio. The generals of the 5th Army had fought too many bitter and vicious battles, and clearly had countless chances to win, but the victorious clan room slipped through the hands of the generals of the 5th Army in all sorts of comical ways. Take the most famous Battle of Tonggu as an example. The 5th Army 200 Division, with their own less than 10,000 troops, including the Japanese 55th Division followed by 56th Division to join more than 20,000 people up to 12 days, and with a district of 2,000 casualties hard to change, the 55th Division casualties of nearly 5,000, can be said to be a serious setback to the Japanese army. Just waiting for the arrival of the 38th Division and the follow-on units, it would be possible to counterattack the Japanese and make them pay a huge price, or even drive them back to Rangoon in one fell swoop. But just when the situation was so favorable, the British troops in charge of the flanks of the 200th Division retreated, which instantly led to the opening of the entire front. To avoid being outflanked, the 200th Division had to retreat overnight. Overnight, the 200th Division's war machine, created with the lives of countless officers and men, was also reduced to nothing. The same thing happened, almost over and over again, on the battlefields of Burma. Rather than coming to open the Yunnan-Burma highway, the 100,000-strong expeditionary force of the National Army came to hold the back for the British retreat. After all, the Chinese expeditionary force had reached its darkest hour, the defeat at Savage Mountain. The months of pent-up frustration that had finally been cathartic in this battle was considered normal, and Lin Yu could naturally understand it. But the problem was that the generals of the National Army were able to be understanding and tolerant, and the little devils on the other side were not. Seeing that the fighters of the supplemental regiment were still hugging and celebrating, Lin Yu also hurriedly gave orders to his own troops, quickly clean up the battlefield, and after 5 minutes, evacuate immediately. Yes. The crowd, including Deputy Company Commander Zhao, immediately stood up and agreed as well. As Lin Yu gave the order, the group of supplementary regiment fighters were somewhat at a loss for words. It was not that they did not understand in their hearts. In fact, the moment the order was exported, the soldiers of the supplementary regiment already understood that this moment was not the time to celebrate, and also understood that this was still the outskirts of the Savage Mountain, and at any time, they might encounter the Japanese attack. But after thinking about this, a group of warriors from the supplementary regiment still did not move well. Chapter 011. There was no other way. This battle, although they did participate, the role they played could only be described as minimal. If you join the sequence of cleaning up the battlefield at this time, you let the opposite side of the benefactor of life, how to think, will not feel that these people have robbed the spoils of war, the suspicion of revenge. Therefore, staying frozen in place was perhaps their best and only option. Fortunately, the Japanese army had a small number of people in this squad, and the supplies were not too much, so under the sweep of Lin Yu's command, all the supplies and ammunition were soon collected. Slightly looking at the system's map, you don't say that there are really 2 Japanese troops, one on the left and one on the right, which are already less than a mile away from their location. Lin Yu immediately didn't dare to delay and commanded his troops to start retreating according to the established route. Of course, when passing by the supplemental regiment, Lin Yu also said to its commander, "Keep up." With these words from Lin Yu, Company Commander Liao of the supplementary regiment was also extremely excited and immediately commanded his troops and followed Lin Yu. This run, Lin Yu was leading his troops directly to dusk and sunset. It was only after the red speck in his mind was 3 to 5 miles away from him that Lin Yu called a halt to the escape. With that, Lin Yu also ordered Company Commander Zhao to start distributing the food, and naturally the soldiers of the supplementary regiment that followed him were likewise given a small piece of food. Although Company Commander Zhao was very reluctant to give up. After all, the supplies collected from the little devils this time were still not much, just to see if it was enough for 3 or 5 days of rations for their 30 or so people. This is still a goal that can only be achieved with frugality. There was no way that the Japanese army would not carry too many rations in order to lighten their load. The Japanese search team was only half the size of Lin Yu's team. Naturally, the supplies that could be gathered were extremely limited. However, since Lin Yu had given the order, Company Commander Zhao naturally didn't dare to disobey it. And in the face of this hard-won food, although it was only half of the ration, the soldiers of the supplementary regiment cherished it extraordinarily. After all, they hadn't eaten for 2 days and 2 nights, and with the long hours of fighting and fleeing for their lives, they were already famished. More importantly, of course, through this simple distribution of food, it was also a way for the soldiers of the supplementary regiment to get new ideas. Perhaps they could follow the group of friendlies in front of them as they climbed cross-country Man Mountain. Immediately, egged on by the warriors, Company Commander Liao of the supplementary regiment also took the initiative to come to Lin Yu's side. After solemnly saluting a military salute, Liao Company Commander also opened his mouth and said, "I am Liao Xiang, the commander of the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion of the 5th Army Direct Supplementary Regiment. Thank you for the rescue of your colleagues. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would have been all finished today." Lin Yu immediately returned a military salute as well, and then introduced himself. "I am the Deputy Commander of the 1st Battalion of the 5986th Regiment of the 200th Division, Lin Yu." Putting down his hand, Lin Yu also smiled and said, "We are all fellow soldiers, what are you polite about? It's good that everyone is fine. Come, sit down and chat." With that, Lin Yu also waved his hand, and was the first to sit down. With the simple self-introductions over, the crowd sat around, but the atmosphere gradually became somewhat subtle. Still, Company Commander Liao was the first to break the silence, his tone tinged with a bit of eagerness and confusion. "Sir, I wonder what your ministry is going to do next?" "As ordered." Lin Yu instantly said in a simple and clear manner as well, "Go over the Savage Mountain and return to the country." In fact, Lin Yu knew that he had another way out, which was to exit the Savage Mountains, divert to the northwest, and follow the trail of the new 38th Division over the Jaeligang Mountains to India. It should be said that with the system map in his head, this path was undoubtedly 1,000 times better than going over Savage Mountain. After all, the system could only hint at where the Japanese were, while the things that could kill people in the Savage Mountains verified 1,000 things. Only, go to India, life can be left behind, and even Lin Yu can receive the best and most advanced American weapons, but the honor of the soldier, but always admonished himself, never go to India, become a mercenary of the United States. You know, the first thing that happened to the generals of the new 38th and 22nd Divisions when they went to India was that their weapons were collected and then they were stripped naked. No matter what the reason was, the mere fact that the foreigners were made to surrender their weapons was something that Lin Yu could not possibly agree to. Of course, on the other hand, Lin Yu is the direct line of the 5th Army's direct line of the 200th Division. As long as he can return to the country, not to say that he will immediately soar, but also at least have a very good security, and if he wants to lead his troops into the battlefield again, it is also almost a nail in the coffin. But if Lin Yu disobeyed orders and went to India, that was a different story. The new 38th and 22nd Divisions will not have a place for themselves there, and if they want to go back to the 5th Army, will not agree. That would be a real one-track mind turning into a two-track mind. Therefore, based on the above considerations, no matter how difficult and dangerous the Savage Mountain was, Lin Yu could only walk to the Black on a road from the ancient Huashan. And listening to Lin Yu's dry words, Company Commander Liao of the Supplementary Regiment was also delighted, and then he also continued, "Battalion Commander Lin, do you think that these dozens of brothers of our Supplementary Regiment are not to be temporarily merged into your department? So that we can return to the country together with you?" While speaking, Company Commander Liao's voice was getting smaller and smaller. The reason was simple: after these few days of trial and error at the edge of the Savage Mountain, Liao Company Commander certainly knew how terrifying an existence the Savage Mountain was. And the Lin Battalion Commander in front of him didn't have many supplies in his hands at all, and to be honest he should be satisfied if he could give him a meal. Now that Lin Yu was asked to take more than 30 of them with him, this was really a bit difficult for Lin Yu. After all, every additional mouth consumes an unknown amount of food and reduces the chances of getting out of the Savage Mountains by an unknown amount. At least if he were to change himself, there was no way Liao Company Commander would agree to this request. However, for the sake of his men's survival, Company Commander Liao was forced to brazenly make this extraordinary request. And as Company Commander Liao said this, the soldiers of the Supplementary Regiment all cast expectant gazes, waiting for his response. Also casting their gazes at Lin Yu were a group of soldiers from the 598th Regiment, including Company Commander Li Ting. Especially Company Commander Li Ting, after hearing Company Commander Liao's words, he immediately said angrily, "Company Commander Liao, this is a bit unorthodox of you. As you can see, our battalion has only these men left. The supplies are all obtained from the battle, and we can't even protect ourselves, so how can we have extra food and medicine to give to you?" Li Ting also pointed to the depths of the pitch-black jungle, and then continued, "This is just the periphery of the Savage Mountain, how difficult it is to walk inside. I think Liao Lianjin, you also have a number in your heart. We at least saved you guys like this will revenge, want to drag us also die, appropriate? Chapter 012 Problems with Supplies. As soon as these words were uttered, the faces of the soldiers of the supplementary regiment instantly became ugly, some even clenched their fists, their eyes filled with stifled anger. But on the contrary, for Li Ting's words, the crowd really couldn't refute a single point. Everyone understood how difficult the road ahead was. Especially in the case of limited resources, one more mouth means one more point of consumption, and one more point of consumption means one less point of hope to get out of the savage mountain. Liao Company Commander, who knew that he was being unreasonable, also sighed softly. Why didn't he know that his request was a bit excessive? But, for the sake of the warriors behind him, he had to fight hard for one or two. Seeing Li Ting's attitude, Company Commander Liao didn't dare to say anything more, and then he stood up to leave the place. Right at this moment, Lin Yu was slightly raising his hand to stop Company Commander Liao, who was about to leave. Greeting Liao Company Commander's hopeful gaze, Lin Yu also opened his mouth and said, "Brothers, don't get excited. We all came to this point today in order to fight the little devils. Since we have already saved you, there is no reason to leave you behind again." Upon hearing this, Li Ting, who was on the side, immediately became anxious. "Battalion Commander, our supplies are already pitifully low, and if we bring them along, we won't last long enough to get out of the savage mountain." Lin Yu looked at Li Ting, but his gaze was firm as never before. "First, even if there are no brothers from the supplementary corps, the supply is not enough for all of us to get out of the savage mountain. Why, halfway, if the supply is not enough, are you still prepared to lose a few brothers?" A simple rhetorical question, but directly let Li Ting speechless up. Half a day also just spit out a few words. "No, can? But..." Slightly waving his hand, Lin Yu also continued, "I know that supplying is a problem. But we are all at the same end of the world, we can't see death and save them. If we don't save the brothers of the supplementary regiment today, tomorrow it will be our turn to abandon our own brothers. This wind must not grow, and such things as abandoning our brethren must not happen in my unit." When these words came out, the hearts of all the warriors present were in awe. Immediately, Lin Yu's with its also eased down slightly and said, "Today, with more than 30 people, we were able to rob 2 Japanese armies. Once we unite and have more troops, there will only be more things we can do. In a word, as long as we stay together and work together, we can definitely find a way out." Upon hearing this, Li Ting and the others nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Li Ting, the number 2 figure, nodding his head, Lin Yu also turned his head to look at Liao Company Commander of the supplementary regiment, who was so excited that he didn't even know how. With that, Lin Yu also patted Company Commander Liao's shoulder and said, "Think about it." As soon as these words came out, Company Commander Liao immediately also stood up, and then looked around at his subordinates. He stood at attention and said, "Battalion Commander, don't worry, the supplementary regiment, from my humble servant on down, will definitely look up to Battalion Commander. Even if Battalion Commander wants us to jump off a cliff, we won't have the slightest hesitation. Only the Battalion Commander's head." The rest of the supplemental regiment's warriors responded in unison. Seeing this, Lin Yu also finally nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, for the sake of the convenience of subsequent command, Lin Yu also directly downsized the 2 groups of men into 2 platoons. Li Ting became the platoon leader of the first platoon without a second thought, while Liao Shang naturally became the platoon leader of Lin Yu's second platoon. In just one afternoon, the strength in Lin Yu's hands had also skyrocketed by a factor of 2, finally living up to the calculations made along the way. Of course, Lin Yu's heart knows very well. I am afraid that it will take time to polish it if he really wants the generals of the second platoon to return to their hearts. However, after a short period of joy, the reality of the dilemma is like a big mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of the people. Nonetheless, second platoon can only be described as bad as it gets. Almost every one of the 34 men, including platoon leader Liao, was wounded, and most of their wounds had not received timely and effective treatment, and had already begun to turn pus and become infected, emitting a foul odor. Their clothing was in tatters, hardly any of it intact, and each of them was thin and bony, with exhaustion and hunger written all over their faces. Moreover, they were deprived of supplies to the extreme, with few guns and ammunition left, and not a grain of dry food left. Even if Lin Yu had already fought 2 ambushes, the supplies he had obtained spread evenly over the heads of these 60 people would only be enough for 3 to 5 days at most. However, despite knowing that the supplies were scarce, Lin Yu still did not skimp. He then took out the medicines and started treating the wounds of the various warriors. The onlookers were not clear, but Lin Yu understood that the only way to survive in this primitive forest was to have enough viable forces. While he hadn't yet entered the interior of the forest and wasn't yet bothered by the heat and miasma, Lin Yu had to take advantage of this time to take care of everyone's injuries as best as he could. Of course, Lin Yu had actually thought of a way to deal with the issue of material things. That's a big job. Obviously, since the brat search party dared to head toward the primeval forest with only 3 or 2 days worth of food, it meant that, behind them, there must be a mobile supply depot that could quickly replenish them. According to the algorithm of 1 day to go, 1 day to return, and 1 day to prepare, this supply depot is at most 1 day's journey from the Japanese departure point. And Lin Yu's goal was to completely take down this Japanese supply depot. In this way, they were able to delay the Japanese search teams and replenish themselves with a sufficiently large amount of supplies. Of course, it didn't take much thought to realize that this plan, compared to the previous ambush, wasn't even remotely in the same order of magnitude. It was also comparable to Li Yunlong's frontal defeat of Sakata's coalition by a single regiment. It's simple to see that even if this supply depot was only set up by the weakest packhorse squadron in the Japanese army, then there would be at least 100 heads of brats stationed in it. Using 70 defeated soldiers to storm a supply depot with more than 100 men is something that no one can believe. But then again, this might indeed be an impossible event for other people, but for Lin Yu, it really wasn't impossible. As long as one could make good use of the map in his head to find out when and where the Japanese were weakest so that he could launch a surprise attack, nothing was impossible under the cover of this jungle and night. Thinking about this, Lin Yu immediately also called Li Ting, Liao Shang, and a few other platoon commanders and vice platoon commanders together and started discussing. What about the situation? Everyone is clear about it. Lin Yu was the first to speak and also went straight to the point, saying, without continuing to obtain supplies, we definitely won't be able to turn over this savage mountain. Therefore, Lin Yu looked around at a few people also then said, continuing to rob the Japanese supply wagons is our only option. Chapter 013. 2 departments combined their forces in one place. At those words, the crowd also nodded. After all, the lack of supplies was almost obvious, especially with the addition of personnel from the supplementary corps. Although the term robbing Japanese supply wagons is a bit of a niche, but considering that Lin Yu's side has already had 2 successful experiences, the people of the supplementary corps did not have any problem with it. Only, whether it was Lin Yu's old subordinates or the soldiers of the supplementary regiment, it was obvious that neither of them had anticipated that Lin Yu's appetite would be that big. What Lin Yu wanted to eat this time was no longer an ordinary Japanese search party. Yes, what Lin Yu wanted to rob at the moment was a Japanese supply depot, one that had at least 1 squad stationed there. However, for the sake of stabilizing the military, Lin Yu did not tell the crowd about his idea of robbing the Japanese supply depot for the time being. There was no way, not everyone could have a big heart like Lin Yu. As a matter of fact, if Lin Yu did not have the added power of the system, but he did not dare to easily move the brains of the Japanese supply depot. Of course, more importantly, the team at this moment was far from blindly obeying Lin Yu, the commander. Instead of talking about it and making everyone worry, it would be better to just get it over with in a quiet way. Most of the Japanese troops are pursuing from the west and south. Lin Yu then also proceeded to open his mouth and commanded, let's rest tonight and we'll move tomorrow. Yes. The several squad leaders also responded immediately. Consider the combat power of the 2 platoons. During the day, the 1st platoon will take on more pointman and exploratory duties. At night, will rely mainly on the 2nd platoon. Any questions? Lin Yu then also went on to ask. No problem. Now the 2nd platoon's Liao platoon commander, the original Liao company commander of the supplementary regiment, immediately just replied. No problem. Li Ting then nodded in agreement as well. Good. Lin Yu nodded his head in satisfaction, and then he also commanded, today, 1st, platoon leader Liao and I will rotate the night duty, and the rest of the personnel will rest as soon as possible. Battalion commander. Platoon leader Liao immediately wanted to say something else. However, Lin Yu waved his hand to stop it and said, that's it, obey the order, I'll be on duty for the first half of the night. Yes. Upon hearing this, platoon leader Liao could only nod helplessly in agreement. The night was silent, and it was only when the first rays of the morning sun fought to penetrate the thick, ink-like night that savage mountain slowly awoke, as if reluctantly, from its slumber. The morning fog, coerced by a sickening miasma, swirled freely among the mountains, shrouding the rolling peaks, revealing only some vague outlines. Under the shroud of miasma, the entire savage mountain was eerie as if it were a bizarre painting that would devour everything at any time. The trees in the mountain stood twisted and turned, their leaves covered in heavy dew, glistening coldly in the faint caress of the morning light, and close enough to smell a damp, decaying odor. Occasionally, a strong wind with the smell of rotting leaves whistled past, the thick branches creaked, the large dew crackling and rolling down, smashed in the layers of rotting leaves, the dull sound, as if it was the sound of this primitive forest sigh. Welcome the heavy sigh of the forest, the birds also from time to time issued sharp cries, and unknown small insects issued a subtle squeak sound, a pass for the remnants of Lin Yu's troops sang a wake-up horn. Soon, Lin Yu's ministry also woke up from their sleep along with the forest peas. Luckily, nowadays, it was still only on the outskirts of the Savage Mountain, and the Savage Mountain hadn't really shown his ability to eat people without spitting out bones. With the awakening of the crowd, the remnants of the 70-odd people were led by Lin Yu towards the outskirts of Savage Mountain. In order to avoid unnecessary complications as much as possible, Lin Yu also relied on the system and led the crowd to avoid the Japanese search squads. Also, therefore, the whole morning walking down, but the crowd still did not find the traces of the brats. Just as Li Ting was hesitating to intensify his reconnaissance, the scouts sent out finally responded. At the sound of Bugu-Bugu's signal, a scout also stumbled into the bushes where the team was hidden and came in front of Lin Yu and Li Ting. But he saw that the sweat had already soaked through his shirt, sticking to his skin, and even his military cap was soaked with a circle of sweat. Not bothering to wipe the sweat dripping from his forehead, the scout panted heavily, his words carrying an uncontrollable excitement, saying, "Battalion Commander, Platoon Commander." Directly south of the front, about 2 miles away, found a Japanese patrol, about 20 people, and carrying a lot of supplies. Let's do it or not. Lin Yu heard, originally calm face instantly tense, sword eyebrow tightly twisted into a Chuan word, deep eyes flashed through a trace of imperceptible thinking. Obviously, Lin Yu did not want to make a move, an ordinary Japanese patrol squad, although the number of people is not large, but the same its ability to provide it with supplies, compared with the supply station, is really far from it. What's more, even if the enemy is successfully eliminated, it is just a drop in the bucket for the whole battle plan, but maybe like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up ripples, startling the sleeping beast at the supply depot, and bringing the follow-up action to a stalemate. And the only thing that made it difficult for Lin Yu was how to convince the warriors around him. Knowing that the surrounding warriors have been hibernating in the hot and humid jungle for a long time, the mosquito bites and long-distance trekking have made their hearts hungry and thirsty, and now that the opportunity to fight is right in front of them, how are they willing to let go of it easily? Sure enough, without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, a soldier spoke up, "Battalion Commander, this is a perfect opportunity." Right. As one of the fighters spoke up, a soldier immediately continued, "We have more than 70 people, so we can deal with these 20 or so devils, can't we handle them easily?" Perhaps because of too much excitement, his voice was vaguely trembling slightly, and his hand holding the gun was also unconsciously clenched. Lin Yu's gaze slowly swept over a young and eager face. He understood the mood of the warriors too well. Marching through such a sweltering primitive forest, they had long since built up too much fighting spirit and anger, longing for a good fight to vent it. But Lin Yu's heart knew that the more at such a time, the more he had to remain calm. Sweeping his gaze coldly over the people beside him, Lin Yu's words then also became even colder. "How about you guys take command?" When these words came out, the crowd instantly froze in place. Li Ting, who was on the side, immediately also gave a kick to each of the two people who spoke out, saying, "Still don't apologize." "I'm sorry, Battalion Commander, it's because we were in too much of a hurry." The two instantly realized their trespass and immediately apologized to Lin Yu as well. With that, the two of them retreated to the side along with the crowd, quietly waiting for Lin Yu's order. And with that, Lin Yu also spoke, "Order the forward scouts to bypass this group of Japanese troops and turn to head due west. The entire army will stop resting and turn to the west, staggering with this group of Japanese troops." "Battalion Commander, this." Li Ting, who was at the side, immediately looked at Lin Yu with some difficulty. "Do as I say." Lin Yu also knew that it wasn't good to explain, so he simply didn't explain. Chapter 014 The Supply Depot is the goal. Upon hearing this, Li Ting and the scouts on the side also immediately agreed, yes. Soon, under Lin Yu's orders, the remnants of the 200th Division also quickly adjusted their marching direction and quickly jumped to the rear of the Japanese army. Just after Lin Yu's department completely got rid of this group of Japanese troops, the scouts came back with the news, behind that small group of Japanese troops, there are still 2 squads of little devils hidden behind them. If this is according to yesterday's tactics head-on, at this moment I am afraid that Lin Yu's department has been completely surrounded by the brats. Apparently, after yesterday's battle, the little devils, who had lost 2 search parties in succession, had also realized that on the edge of this savage mountain there already existed a unit of the National Army that dared to counterattack. That search team that looked just as tantalizing with only 20 or so people was just like the bait used to fish for Lin Yu's unit. Favorably skewed, Lin Yu spared this Japanese army. I have to say that luck is also a form of strength. The soldiers beside him, including the 1st platoon leader Li Ting, after hearing the scout's report, they all looked at Lin Yu with a shocked face. But Lin Yu was silent and only kept leading the crowd into the gaps of the little devils. Although Lin Yu didn't say anything, the more he did, the more he gave off the feeling that everything was under control. Unable to help it, the crowd also admired Lin Yu even more. Therefore, in the subsequent paths, wherever Lin Yu pointed, no one raised any more doubts. And once that was gone, it was another day or so. It wasn't until late afternoon the next day that the scouts also replied again, a Japanese stronghold, well, a supply point, had been found. Lin Yu had of course discovered the existence of this supply point a long time ago, and in fact, it was Lin Yu who kept correcting the route and guiding the scouts to discover this supply point. And to Lin Yu's surprise, there were quite a few dense blue spots within this supply point. Based on the process of rescuing the supplemental regiment, Lin Yu could easily conclude that this Japanese supply point was feared to still have National Army prisoners in it. And this strengthened Lin Yu's determination to take this place. However, this determination of Lin Yu had never been revealed in front of anyone. Therefore, everyone subconsciously assumed that Lin Yu would order an immediate detour around this place after hearing the words. It was Lin Yu's old subordinate, the original deputy company commander, and now platoon leader Li Ting, who took the lead and said, "Battalion commander, after all, that's a Japanese supply depot. The defense is bound to be strict, we only have 70 or so men, can we do it?" With Li Ting's words, there were other squad leaders who immediately continued, "Right, battalion commander, this is too risky. You have to know that there are Japanese troops stationed in Japanese supply depots at all times. Although there are no permanent buildings, it's much harder to fight than an ambush. According to the intelligence, the Japanese army among them all have at least hundreds of people, how can we be able to with only a few dozen of us?" Immediately, a few squad leaders spoke up, almost instantly dismissing the idea of taking the supply depot. And in the face of the crowd's voices of opposition, Lin Yu was not amused. It wasn't until everyone had fully expressed their opinions that Lin Yu also spoke. "Firstly, as you all saw earlier, the Japanese army has realized the existence of our army and has already attempted to use fishing tactics to find us. Therefore, ambushing Japanese troops is not necessarily safer than raiding a supply depot. Moreover, if we continue to rely on ambushing the Japanese, we will have to ambush at least 3 to 4 waves of Japanese if we want to get enough to support our troops over Savage Mountain. And, also, ambushes must be made continuously, not too long apart. The difficulty as well as the danger of this is even several times higher than attacking a Japanese supply depot. On the contrary, attacking and capturing the Japanese supply depot, although the danger is not small, the gain is the greatest. As long as we can succeed, our army will no longer need to worry about supplies, and even if our numbers are doubled or tripled, we will be able to go over Savage Mountain with ease." Under a comparison of danger and gain, the crowd was also shaken. In addition, seeing that the crowd's mentality had been shaken, Lin Yu also continued, "Attacking a Japanese supply depot may seem dangerous, but in fact, it is not. Take the situation at hand as an example, although at the moment the Japanese troops stationed in it still have nearly 100 men. But, for one thing, the troops that stayed behind were second-tier Japanese units, and their fighting strength was considerably weaker than that of the search party. Secondly, many of these troops, having only just sent supplies to the search parties on the front line, were in desperate need of rest. Thirdly, this is almost considered a rear for the Japanese army, whose soldiers are far less alert than those on the front line. Therefore, I can conclude that, if we fight quickly enough, the number of troops and the fighting strength of the Japanese who can really resist is actually very limited. That said, taking the supply depot is not out of the question." When these words came out, a glint of brilliance clearly flashed in the eyes of several squad leaders. Obviously, after Lin Yu's detailed discussion on the necessity and possibility of capturing the Japanese supply depot, the crowd had been convinced. Immediately, Li Ting and Liao Shang looked at each other, and then they also both said, "Battalion commander, you give the order." Hearing the 2 platoon commanders say this, the other squad commanders also took a fervent stand and said, "Battalion commander, just give the order." Seeing this, Lin Yu also finally put his heart down. Immediately, striking while the iron was hot, Lin Yu also quickly began the layout of the battle mission. Chapter 015, Quietly Breaking into the Supply Depot. Platoon Leader Li. Lin Yu then named him. 2. First Platoon Leader Li Ting immediately nodded in agreement. "You take 20 men with heavy firepower and take charge of the frontal feint. Once you open fire, make sure you don't save bullets for me. The barrels and grenades should all fire at the first opportunity to create the illusion of a large-scale attack and draw the Ghost's main force and firepower over." Lin Yu then also commanded. "Yes." First Platoon Leader Li Ting immediately responded again, "Guarantee to complete the mission." Platoon Leader Liao. Lin Yu then continued to command, "You guys will detour from the flanks and cut in from the left and right flanks respectively. make sure to cut off the retreat of the ghosts at the first opportunity. At the same time, cooperate with the frontal attacking platoon and winnow down the Japanese troops in the front. Yes. Platoon leader Liao also immediately led the order. Li Dali, Zhao Xiaowu, Wang Chao, and the platoon other than the wounded soldiers, follow me and launch a surprise attack from the rear of the Japanese army, straight to the core of the supply depot. Lin Yu then continued to order as well. Yes. Li Dali's few people also immediately agreed. Emphasize one point. Lin Yu then continued to command. The most crucial aspect of this battle is whether the third group of personnel can silently enter within the Japanese position and eliminate the Japanese army in their sleep as much as possible. Therefore, everyone advancing with me must remain absolutely silent. Yes. Li Dali and the others also agreed once again. In addition, before the sound of gunfire, no matter if it's the first platoon on the front or the second platoon on the flanks, they are never allowed to expose their position, much less fire. Lin Yu once again instructed. Yes. The two platoon commanders, Li Ting and Liao Shang, also immediately nodded their heads in response. Good. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu once again said, from now on, everyone is not allowed to move on a wide scale. After dinner, and after nightfall, the ministries will then move quietly. I emphasize again, it can be slow, but it must not be exposed. Yes. The crowd also agreed once again. Soon, amidst the people's answering yes, Lin Yu's ministry also entered the preparations in silence. Some of the worn guns were carefully maintained, carefully scraping the blood off the bayonet to make sure it would be most useful in a pinch, and some of the fighters were making improvised weapons, wolfsbane sticks made from sharp stones tied to sticks, ready to be used in close combat. As the warriors were busy, the night came on as expected, without them realizing it. The moonlight was like water, spilling through the dense branches and leaves onto the damp ground, creating a patchwork of light and shadow. Lin Yu took the lead in leading the smallest unit yet the most elite team, weaving through the jungle like a ghost. Under Lin Yu's reminder, each warrior's footsteps were so light that they could barely be heard, and each step was taken carefully for fear of stepping on a dead branch or startling a falling leaf. The stifling air was filled with damp vapor and the unknown smell of rotting leaves that made breathing oppressive. Not long after, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd platoons, who were responsible for the frontal feints and flanking attacks, set off immediately afterward. The same caution, the same slow walk, even, in order to prevent themselves from making noise to disturb the Japanese soldiers, the soldiers even one in the mouth to bite a wooden stick. However, the caution of Lin Yu's ministry was actually somewhat unnecessary. The reason was simple, just as Lin Yu had said earlier, the Japanese army at this moment was at a time of arrogance. Even though he knew that he already had 2 units unaccounted for and most likely wiped out, he still only thought that it was just a counterattack by that national army before it died, and didn't think for a second that there was that national army that still dared to come back to hit their supply depot. Thus, even the sentries, not to mention the troops patrolling the night, were already half asleep. And Lin Yu, who had a system map, quickly led his men to touch the weakest side of the Japanese army. After a little preparation, after estimating that Li Ting and Liao Shang's troops were already in place, Lin Yu also bowed and said to the warriors behind him, "Wait for my signal." Saying that, Lin Yu had already disappeared into the dark forest. After a rustling sound, silence soon fell around them again. Everyone's eyes were also focused on the only bright light in this forest besides the moon. By the light of the lamp, 2 Japanese sentries were standing boldly in the doorway of the supply depot, their silhouettes stretched out in the moonlight. Suddenly, a ghostly figure parted in the lamplight. Too late to react, a sharp dagger has pierced the throat of the left side of the sentry. Not waiting for the left side of the sentry fell, slightly leaning it against the doorframe to slow down the force of its fall. The ghostly figure is already floating to the other side of the sentry. The Japanese sentry on the right seemed to sense something, and subconsciously also looked toward the left, only to see his companion fall like a limp noodle. At once, the Japanese sentry was also awakened, and immediately wanted to pull over the rifle behind him to fire a warning shot. Just in the nick of time, the ghostly figure appeared abruptly. Covering the sentry's mouth with his left hand, the dagger in his right hand precisely slashed across the opponent's throat, crimson blood instantly bursting out. The 2 Japanese sentries had not even had time to utter a single cry before they had slowly collapsed. And with the fall of the Japanese sentry, the crowd also finally saw from the lights that ghostly figure is not exactly their deputy battalion commander Lin Yu. Slightly wiping the blood off the dagger, Lin Yu also waved his left hand towards the darkness. In the next moment, more than 10 National Army elites were also fishtailing in with Lin Yu. Until Lin Yu led the team in, the supply station remained silent, with only a few dim lights swaying in the breeze. With the red spot situation in his mind, Lin Yu also immediately led his men straight to the Japanese barracks. Soon, amidst thunderous snores, the National Army also came to a barracks. Gently pushing open the door of the room, a strong odor of sweat and acid hit his face. Through the faint light, he saw that the two bunked brats in the room were sleeping soundly, making snoring noises one after another. With a wave of his hand, the team members behind him also pulled out their bayonets and daggers, and then they quickly rushed in. Along with the few short muffled grunts, the dozen or so brats on the bunks were well on their way to ending their lives in their sleep. From the time they entered the room, to the time they finished off the gang of brats, the team didn't even take 3 minutes, much less cause any commotion. Looking at the blood that flowed all over the place, the warriors couldn't believe that the battle could be so easy. Seeing that the brats had all been squared away, Lin Yu immediately ordered, "Next room." Without any stops, the group also immediately exited the room, and the last soldier even thoughtfully closed the door for the dead bodies. Chapter 016 Triple Attack. In the second room, it was still the same recipe. In less than 3 minutes, another dozen or so brats went to meet their Amaterasu Amikami, followed by a third and fourth room. In a short while, there were already nearly 50 brats that died in the hands of the National Army fighters. In other words, nearly half of the brats in the supply depot had been completely annihilated by Lin Yu and the others. And from the beginning to the end, Lin Yu's ministry had not suffered any losses. And just when everyone thought the battle would end so smoothly, a kid who had risen for the night came out of the corner of one of the barracks. Yawning brats keenly smelled the smell of blood, opened sleepy eyes, but suddenly saw as leading the team from the house to kill the dog and out of the ministry of Lin Yu. Then in the dim light, the little kid clearly saw that the dagger was dripping blood downward. Instantly, the little kid's eyes widened, panic written all over his face. Almost out of instinct, the little kid also shouted at the top of his voice, saying, "Enemy attack!" At the same time, Lin Yu also saw this little kid who should not have appeared, and subconsciously, Lin Yu had thrown out the dagger in his hand. The dagger drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then it also accurately disappeared into the little kid's throat. It was a pity that it took time for the dagger to shoot out after all, and it didn't stop the subconscious cries of the little kid after all. With the cry of enemy attack, the entire supply depot was instantly set ablaze. Lin Yu could almost hear, among the neighboring barracks, the sound of the little devils getting up and taking their guns in preparation for battle. "Change guns." Lin Yu then immediately shouted as well. "Seal off the camp gates and throw grenades." The brief order was then given as well. When it was too late, the two crooked guns immediately blocked the door of the two barracks, and one by one, the little devils with the 3/8 dagas had only just rushed out, when they had already been beaten into a sieve. Then the gap of the gate opening, behind several National Army soldiers, also immediately pulled out a grenade, pulled open the fuse, then threw to the barracks. The sound of explosions quickly overshadowed the wailing of the barracks. "Forward!" Lin Yu then continued to order as well. It was too late to determine if the brats had all been killed. Lin Yu had already commanded the assault squad to continue moving forward towards the next barracks attack. At the same time, upon hearing the gunfire, the faint group on the front moved in immediately and began their attack on the Japanese supply depot. Bomb throwers, grenades, and light and heavy machine guns don't need money to play the Japanese camp greeted. The Japanese army was awakened by this sudden attack. The sleepers rushed out of their tents in a panic, and some even before they had time to put on their shoes, hastily pick up their weapons to counterattack. Of course, because the fighting on the front line was so fierce, almost everyone headed in the direction of the front of the first platoon. The commanders of the Little Devils, in particular, were waving their command swords and roaring loudly as they tried to organize an effective defense. For a while, the fire around the supply depot was sky high, and the sounds of shouting, killing, and gunfire were intertwined, completely shattering the tranquility of the night. On the front battlefield, Japanese searchlights were then also turned on and swept back and forth in the darkness, trying to locate the attackers. Between this, Zhao, who led the frontal feint group, constantly changing the shooting position, while shouting loudly, deliberately creating the illusion of a large-scale attack, but let the Japanese more certain that the sound of gunfire from the frontal attack. Immediately, the already small number of Japanese troops also all gathered to the front. You also do not say, the Japanese fighting strength is really not cover, just a few dozen people configuration, in the absence of mortars, no bombardment, but hard to suppress Li Ting's troops. Just as Li Ting's troops were caught in a stalemate and the situation was at a stalemate, a burst of hurried and disorganized footsteps and loud shouts suddenly came from the direction of the flanks. It turned out that Liao Shang's troops arrived in time, as if they were divine soldiers. Kill the ghosts. With a roar, dozens of National Army fighters also rushed into the battlefield like tigers descending from a mountain. The sound of the clattering machine guns, like an incredibly sharp blade, plunged without hesitation right into the Japanese flanking defenses. The Japanese army simply did not expect such a swift attack on their flanks, and were instantly disorganized. The soldiers panicked, their eyes full of fear and confusion, fleeing in all directions. Soon, the Japanese troops that were still gathering were immediately killed by Liu Shang's troops, and no matter how much the Japanese commanders shouted, they failed to regroup the Japanese troops. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, the Japanese commander knew that if this continued, he would be completely finished. With the last vestige of hope, the Japanese commander also immediately shouted, "Quickly, have the artillery open up and blow up all these Chinese troops for me." Not a single one left. But the communication soldier on the side looked at the Japanese soldiers who were fighting with the national army and said with some difficulty, "There's no buts, fire quickly, or we're all dead and dying." Seeing this, the Japanese commander immediately also slapped the communication soldier's face. Feeling the fiery pain on his face, the communicator, however, didn't dare to snap at all. Instead, he bowed his head and responded, "Hi." It should be said that this commander of the brats is not really wrong. At this point, if you still can't spare these short Japanese soldiers, you are looking for death on your own. However, he had never expected that the artillery he wanted to rely on had already been slaughtered by Lin Yu's assault squad from the very beginning. Even at this moment, Lin Yu's department has already completed the cleaning of his backyard with the cooperation of Liu Shang, and is preparing to come with support. So, when the Japanese communications soldier managed to get through the many obstacles and arrived in the middle of the backyard, what awaited him were several blackened muzzles. You understand that kind of desperation. Well, Lin Yu wasn't prepared to let the Japanese army despair for long. Bang, another gunshot. The ghost's communications soldier also went to meet his Amaterasu Amikami. Immediately afterward, the Japanese army, which had been delayed in receiving support, was also quickly defeated after Lin Yu's arrival. Before and after just 1 hour, Lin Yu was with his 70 people, and up with more than 100 Japanese troops stationed at the supply depot. Piggybacking on this, Lin Yu had also rescued more than 100 of his friendly brethren who had been imprisoned in the supply depot. Yes, just as the battle entered a white-hot stage, with Li Ting in front leading the fighters to fight the Japanese, Lin Yu in the rear was suddenly hearing a noisy and fervent, yet somewhat feeble, cry coming from inside the supply depot, "It's one of our own. Come and save us." Chapter 017, People and Wealth in Two Ways. Lin Yu, who had already paid attention to the blue spots within the supply station, was not surprised, but only waited for the warrior's emotions to gradually stabilize before Lin Yu led the way to the hidden barracks. Just as soon as the camp door was opened, a strong and pungent stench came rushing in, instantly drilling into the nasal passages, causing people to nearly suffocate. The stench was a combination of the rusty smell of blood, the sour smell of rotting meat, and the pungent odor of excrement, like the devil's tentacles, tightly wrapping around everyone who stepped into this place. Looking up, towering fences stood all around, with layers and layers of sharp barbed wire on the walls, glittering with a cold and chilling light under the gray sky, like a huge and hideous beast net, trapping the prisoners of war in this dark and sunless human purgatory. Inside the camp, the ground was pitted and full of sticky mud, and in the murky stagnant water, patches of dark red blood could be clearly seen, like the earth's hideous wounds. Those dilapidated barracks, standing crookedly on one side, by a few pieces of rotting nearly broken planks barely put together, in the howling cold wind shaking, but also issued a creaking sad sound, seems to be for the prisoners of war and the tragic fate of the whimpering. Hundreds of POWs struggled to stand up, each one of them was skinny and bony, and the clothes on their bodies were even broken into strips and strands, barely able to cover the skinny bodies. There were also a number of unattended sick and wounded whose wounds had begun to fester with pus, earning a putrid stench, and swarms of flies buzzed greedily above the wounds, biting them indiscriminately. Apparently, this group of National Army generals was in a much worse situation than even the fighters of the supplementary regiment of that day. However, they were obviously also their father's children, their mother's babies, and a few months ago, they were even the pride of their parents, the resounding elites of the National Army. "Brothers, we've come to save you." Lin Yu couldn't help but call out as well. The words fell, and instantly there was an excited whimper and cheer in the barracks as well. Of course, in order not to cause unnecessary losses, even though this group of National Army generals had wanted to join the Japanese siege, however, Lin Yu did not agree. After all, their bodies were really not too optimistic, and on the other hand, the battle had come to an end. As expected, the subsequent battles were soon over. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu, who had reaped a good harvest, also immediately handed out the food and medicines that the group of National Army soldiers needed the most. Needless to ask, regaining freedom, this group of a full 100 people of the National Army team naturally also joined Lin Yu's team. As a result, the team of 2 reinforced platoons was instantly expanded into 2 companies, and the Li platoon commander and Liao platoon commander, who were originally called strangely, also became company commanders again, After settling the wounded soldiers, Lin Yu also started counting the supplies with several company platoon commanders. The good news is, the place is extremely well stocked. Not only are weapons and ammunition piled high, but guns and grenades of all types are neatly arranged, enough for them to arm a powerful force. Meanwhile, there was enough food and medicine to sustain the team for a long time: rice, canned food, and other food enough to feed their team of less than 200 men hard for a month. As for medicines, there are all kinds of anti-inflammatories, bandages and fever reducers. In a word, even when Lin Yu was still in the 200th Division, he hadn't been this rich. Obviously, looking at these supplies, everyone understood that as long as there were no major accidents, it was no longer a problem for them to get out of the savage mountain. The only thing that made Lin Yu a little irritated was that on these rare supplies, it was written not in the usual Japanese language of partials, but in English. And, surprisingly, a significant portion of the piles of weapons were U.S. ordnance. This, of course, was not provided by the U.S. Army to the Japanese, but was a supply that the U.S. commissioned the British Army to pass on to the Chinese Expeditionary Force. With the surprise attack on Lashio by the Japanese, the British troops fled without a fight, and naturally these supplies fell into the hands of the Japanese. What's here, perhaps, is still just a very small batch. In other words, the Japanese took supplies and weapons that belonged to China and turned after the Chinese army. Undoubtedly, it's more or less ironic to think of it that way, but after the irony, it's incredibly sad. It was too late for more sadness, and Lin Yu knew that it wasn't time for them to completely relax. There was no way around it. The battle seemed to be as easy as it could be, but in reality it was like pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth, and it was believed that, very soon, the Japanese would find out about the fact that the supply depot had been attacked. And with the supply depot taken, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and a host of Japanese troops would surely chase themselves like mad dogs. Pass on my order: immediately change all of your personnel into American armor, then bring all the supplies that you can take with you in a hurry. We need to move immediately. Lin Yu then ordered as well. Yes. The warriors beside them were obviously aware of the dangers of this place, and thus, although they were exhausted, they responded. Immediately, the warriors also acted quickly. Bring lots of dry food and meat and medicine. Ammunition is enough for just one base. While making his rounds, Lin Yu was also commanding the warriors continuously. It can't be helped, the soldiers of the National Army are also used to living a hard life. It's not easy to get rich. Naturally they want to move all the good stuff. If Lin Yu hadn't been there to stop them, they'd have had to hang all over themselves before they'd given up. Put down all the mortars. You won't need them if you bring them into Savage Mountain. Put them down. Seeing that several soldiers were actually dismantling the mortars, Lin Yu also immediately stopped them. Lin Yu knew very well that their only goal for the next few days was to run. The faster he ran, the better. He didn't even want a heavy machine gun, let alone a mortar. But the soldiers looked at the 90% new mortar and couldn't walk away from it as if they had seen a beautiful woman. One soldier even objected in a rare moment: "Battalion commander, just let us take it with us. This stuff is really great. Look at all the new ones." No way. Lin Yu dismissed it almost without hesitation. There's the Savage Mountain ahead. What's the use of this thing if it soaks in the muddy water for a few days? Other than delaying the trip, it has no meaning. With that, Lin Yu also patted the warrior's shoulder and said, "Listen to me, as long as you return home alive, I will definitely get you better artillery." "Thank you, battalion commander." The warrior immediately thanked. Then he touched the 90% new mortar and asked, "So, battalion chief, what about this thing? Do you still need me to teach you this?" Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, and then he also ordered, "Remove and destroy the cannon mirror, then make this mortar into a trick mine, stack all the shells together, and when it's time to go, just blow it up all together." "Yes." The warrior's eyes instantly lit up, and he immediately agreed as well. Nodding his head, Lin Yu then also said to the others, "Everyone else listen up, take away those that can be taken away, and those that can't be taken away, blow them up if they need to be blown up, burn them if they need to be burned. In a word, never allow them to be left to the Japanese army." Chapter 018, Temporarily Safe. The reason for this was not just because Lin Yu did not want to capitalize on the enemy, but more importantly, Lin Yu needed to use the lack of weapons and supplies to delay the Japanese pursuit. Yes. The crowd that heard Lin Yu's order also agreed without hesitation. Within just an hour, the fighters had packed all the important supplies. By the way, the fighters also pumped out the excess gasoline and diesel fuel and poured it on every corner of the supply station. Taking one last look at the supply station, Lin Yu then waved his hand and said, "Depart." As the words fell, a team of over 180 people resumed their march towards the depths of the jungle in great numbers. And just after the troops all drove into the darkness, Li Ting, who was at the rear of the temple, also lit several fuses with the torches in his hands. Only to hear a miso sound, a huge flame instantly rose up in the air, quickly illuminating Li Ting and the others on their way back. Not being able to think too much, Li Ting and the others also ran quickly in the direction of Lin Yu's ministry. And not long after Li Ting and the others had left, violent explosions rang out one after another throughout the supply depot. The flames quickly licked every corner of the supply station, and the wooden shelves crackled and turned into ashes. And what was even more terrifying was that the weapons and ammunition that had been hoarded in the station began to get restless under the scorching heat. First, there were a few sporadic gunshots, which were bullets fired indiscriminately as the guns were detonated by the heat. Immediately afterward, there was a loud boom as a grenade exploded, sending everything around it flying with a powerful wave of air. Then, the chain reaction began, all kinds of ammunition exploded one after another, and the whole supply depot seemed to have turned into a huge powder keg. The explosions were deafening, and the firelight illuminated the night sky as if it were day. Rolling smoke, mixed with fragments of metal, burning wood pieces splashed around, and the surrounding trees were set on fire, creating a sea of flames. And Lin Yu, who had already walked out hundreds of meters, couldn't help but look back, but he only saw a reddish color. Luckily, there is no such thing as setting fire to the mountains and sitting in jail in this era, otherwise. That's okay, after all, it shouldn't be considered domestic yet, haha. While he was thinking about it, above the map in Lin Yu's mind, the red dots, which were originally stationary, finally began to move. And looking at the direction of their movements, without exception, it was obvious that it was all running towards this burning supply depot. Lin Yu knew that the time left for him would not be long. When the Japanese army realized that the supply depot had been burned, they would definitely pursue them. And as their own men were now quite heavily laden and weighed down by the wounded, the only way to have a chance of survival was to pull away before the Japanese could react to the incident. Unable to help it, Lin Yu also accelerated his pace again, and at the same time, he also couldn't stop urging the soldiers to speed up, never let the ghosts catch up. At this moment, in fact, the National Army's greatest fear is not other than running head-on into a Japanese army. Even if it was just a search party of a dozen people, even if Lin Yu's department took care of it as fast as they could, that would be enough to destroy their hopes of escaping. The reason was simple: the direction in which they fled would be completely exposed due to such a battle. The good thing was that Lin Yu had a map in his head. At this moment, facing the final difficulty, Lin Yu could not care about anything else at all, and immediately went to the forefront, utilizing the system's map to start constantly correcting the marching route, thus avoiding any possible contact with the Japanese army. Under the system's reinforcement, Lin Yu also hardened himself and scurried out of the Japanese army's closing encirclement. And with the night's run, Lin Yu was finally able to shake off the Japanese army to his own rear. Looking at the red dot with no more Japanese troops ahead, Lin Yu was able to put his heart down a little. Although there were still red dots at the back constantly searching for advancement, and the troops were not yet completely safe, but after looking at the sky that had already brightened up greatly, and looking at the legs of the warriors one by one as if they were filled with lead, Lin Yu also decided to take a short rest in the nearby valley. With Lin Yu's order to rest on the spot, the soldiers collapsed on the ground. There was no way, after several hours of forced marching, even this group of National Army elites could not stand it, not to mention the rest of the National Army soldiers who had just been rescued. Looking at the exhausted warriors, his heart was filled with heartache, but Lin Yu could not do anything about it. He didn't dare to let the warriors rest for too long. After all, as long as they got rid of the Japanese army behind them, they would be able to walk out of the savage mountain smoothly. Even if they were bitter and tired, Lin Yu had to grit his teeth. Pull the legs off each other. The bindings don't come loose. The cooking class distributes dried meat. We can only stay for half an hour and have to continue on our way. Don't be afraid of hard work. As long as we can get rid of the Japanese behind us, we can go all the way home behind us. While patrolling the position, Lin Yu was also rambling and giving orders to his warriors. And because of the constant victories, the warriors had long since taken Lin Yu's commands as holy orders, and even though all of them were exhausted, they still listened and memorized Lin Yu's series of commands attentively. Even the warriors who had just entered the collective were listening intently to Lin Yu's commands in a similar manner. It was also in Lin Yu's ramblings that half an hour passed quickly. Estimating that the time difference was good, Lin Yu also immediately ordered that he should continue to advance. Immediately, the warriors, one by one, although still tired, helped each other to climb up again. Slightly checked the progress of the Japanese search. Fortunately, the Japanese army, after a night of pursuit, apparently also has been tired. At the moment the speed of the pursuit has also been reduced a lot. Thus, even the nearest Japanese troops were still some distance away. However, as long as he didn't completely pull away, Lin Yu couldn't rest assured. Immediately, taking the compass, Lin Yu also pretended to check his bearings. Well, it wasn't bad, because it was only on the edge of the savage mountain. This compass hadn't failed. It saved Lin Yu the trouble of pretending to utilize the sun and moonlight to distinguish directions. This way. After determining his bearings, Lin Yu immediately led the way for the army as well. Immediately afterward, more than 180 people behind them also followed. In this way, Lin Yu led the people for another full day, seeing the Japanese army being thrown farther and farther away by himself, and it was only until the Japanese army had no hope of pursuing them and started to turn around and go away, that Lin Yu finally put down his heart completely. Actually, it wasn't really that the Japanese didn't want to chase them down. It was just that, after losing their supply station, the food and medicine they had on hand was really limited, and if they continued to chase after them, they were afraid that the harsh environment of the savage mountain would be able to swallow them completely. Chapter 019 Deep into the Savage Mountains. The Japanese had no choice but to return home. Of course, this, however, did not mean that the Japanese army had given up their pursuit of Lin Yu. Not to mention, in addition to this group of Japanese troops, there were actually more Japanese troops chasing other troops that had entered the depths of Savage Mountain. However, most of those Japanese search parties entered them in detachments, or even smaller. It might be possible to deal with the remnants of the army that had lost their heart and fighting ability, but it was almost impossible to deal with Lin Yu's group of more than 180 people and the national army that had sufficient supplies. Therefore, it can be said that at this moment Lin Yu has successfully brought his brethren to jump out of the Japanese siege. As a result, the main contradiction Lin Yu faced shifted from the pursuit of the Japanese army to the Savage Mountain. In order to be able to make the fighters understand the change in the situation, Lin Yu also gathered up all the fighters that night and told them in a high-profile manner that the pursuit of the Japanese army could no longer help them. The only thing they had to do now was to follow the team closely or return to the motherland. When these words came out, a cheer went up in the forest. Immediately, Lin Yu also publicly announced a series of military orders after entering the depths of the Savage Mountain. The first and foremost rule is that all raw water, whether from the sky or the ground, is not allowed to be consumed without being boiled. There was no way, in this primitive forest, the seemingly clear and unrivaled news might harbor some kind of germs. Even the rain that fell from the sky, after coming into contact with the trees, often possessed a considerable amount of toxicity. Ensuring that you don't drink raw water is almost the first priority for survival. In addition to this article, Lin Yu is also a special emphasis to do all the food rain, mold measures. The moisture in the primitive forest will be the biggest enemy of the food. The only good news is that these foods from the good old US of A are not only high in calories, they are also well sealed and preserved, and in a short period of time, even if they get a little more humid, they won't spoil easily. The best part is that these American-made rations also provide the most calories for the warrior in a very small amount. It's a slight shame that their flavors are, more often than not as delicious as Chinese cuisine. This, however, did not in any way prevent the NRA from enjoying them. Seeing that the atmosphere was cordial, Lin Yu also immediately decided to take out the few canned goods he had to celebrate with the warriors. The night's revelry quickly passed, and when he got up during the day, Lin Yu also took the warriors, who had already been divided into teams, and continued to embark on the journey into the Savage Mountains. And compared to yesterday's mad dash, at this moment the speed of the National Army's march has been significantly reduced. On the one hand, naturally, because the Japanese had been thrown off, the National Army could march more comfortably. On the other hand, it was also because Lin Yu's group had actually begun to penetrate deeper into the interior of the Savage Mountain, and the primeval forest was beginning to show his might, forcing this Lin Yu and his warriors to advance with caution. The greenish-gray morning mist wandered through the forest, and when the bayonet picked through the drooping vines, the condensed water droplets rustled on the steel helmets. The scout at the front suddenly raised his hand in a half-crouch, and the whole group froze in the mossy, rotting wood as if they had been cast under a fixation spell. Fall the wood. The horse command was passed backward along the line. The 3-foot-tall red juniper stretched out in front of them, the coarse bark was covered with dark green lichen, and a honeycomb of rotten wood was exposed at the brakes. The soldiers took off their rifles and threw them behind their backs, digging their fingers into the cracks of the bark to climb upward. The cuts of the straps rubbed out the midges that had risen in clusters, weaving them into a golden fog in the columns of light leaking from the sun. The smell of humus grew heavier, and the sucking sound of rubber shoes sinking into the muck rose and fell. The young soldier walking in the third column stumbled suddenly, the crunch of his army canteen against the rocks startling the hornbills among the canopy. He scrambled to grab the armed belt of the squad leader in front of him and felt slippery moss all over his hand. The man's back had long been soaked with sweat and dew. "Beware the dry leech!" A suppressed cry of alarm came from the rear. The soldiers unanimously accelerated their pace, but as a result, they stepped on and collapsed the anthills hidden under the fallen leaves. Thumb-sized marching ants crawled up the pants, and in the gap between the steel helmet and the collar, there were constantly black and red poisonous moths fluttering and crashing against the sweaty necks. 2 hours later, they finally crossed this depression filled with slattern trees. The stretcher-bearer walking at the end of the line suddenly realized that the original dark brown strapping cloth had turned dark green, the marks of repeated soakings of moss, sap, and mud. The oldest machine gunner sat paralyzed on an aerial route, and when he pulled back his collar he brought down a dead leaf stuck to his skin, with translucent slugs writhing between the veins. And when the warriors gradually adapted to the harsh environment of the primitive forest, plucking away yet another string of vines, a tragic scene, but as a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing the hearts of the crowd. The first thing that caught his eye was several abandoned tanks, lying alone on their sides in the mire, their massive bodies already covered in green vines. The tank's barrel was blown open from the interruption and tilted helplessly to the side, as if it were an indomitable warrior still fighting at the last moment, but finally collapsed from exhaustion. Its tracks were even broken into several pieces and scattered in the mud around it, like torn sinews, feebly announcing its scrapping. Pushing aside the vines, the dark green paint and white numbering marks did not even peel off, but flat armor, moreover, told of their former glory, and the bright blue and white mark on the side was a silent statement of their identity. Yes, they were the tank units that the Fifth Army had once been most proud of. They should have been galloping and crushing the Japanese on the home front with abandon. But now, it is by their own people helplessly thrown in the savage mountain, let the vines entangled, wild beasts as a nest. Instead, under the vines, in one corner of the tank, a National Army soldier wearing the rank of major was leaning disheveledly against the hub. Take a closer look. Under that uniform, his skin and flesh had long been eaten by the primitive forest, and on the almost intact skeleton, there was a huge hole in the position of the temple of his head. Apparently, the officer died by suicide. You know, this is a major of armor. It's no exaggeration to say that it's an officer with a promising future. What kind of desperation should make the Fifth Army's pride of nature give up his life? Farther on were several heavy guns, their wheels sunk in the mud, their hulls tilted, and their precious barrels likewise blown right through, like a tattered flower. And on top of the cannon, the inscription is still clearly visible. Fine as it was the 155 howitzer that the troops in the country had dreamed of owning. And mortars, armored cars, trucks, heavy machine guns. Chapter 020: The Mechanical Grave. Countless mechanized equipment that you can't even see in the country, and all of them are still 90% new or even brand new, have been casually discarded in this savage mountain. For a time, this primeval forest has become a mechanized tomb. Unable to help it, looking at the mountains of weapons and equipment, even Lin Yu, who was prepared in his heart, violently stopped in his tracks, and the whole person was like being struck by lightning. Looking at these steel guys abandoned in a foreign primitive forest, they had been the equipment that many troops in the country could only dream of, but now they were here rotting and rusting, and uncontrollable suffocation welled up in Lin Yu's chest. You know, the country is in a difficult time of strategic confrontation, every gun, every shell is precious, countless soldiers with rudimentary weapons to fight the enemy, just looking forward to better equipment. But who would have thought that the best weapon in all of China would be mercilessly thrown away in this savage mountain? Take that most worthless heavy machine gun, even in the Central Army, it takes a battalion to have that one. In the Battle of Wuhan, platoons and platoons of soldiers fell in the charge to retrieve this rare heavy firepower. In the Battle of Changsha, if there were a few more of these heavy machine guns, his company, too, would not have to pay the 80% casualty ratio. Thinking about this, Lin Yu also clenched his fists fiercely, his joints whitening as he roared in his heart, "What is all this?" Helplessness and resignation overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Lin Yu looked at these silent weapons, his eyes reddened. He knew that behind this is certainly a complex battle and helpless choice. He could not blame his fellow soldiers of the Fifth Army. In order to live, these weapons, they must give up. But he just couldn't accept such a waste. Sweeping his eyes over a gun whose barrel had been deformed, it was as if he saw again the tragic sight of his own fighters charging forward clutching explosive packages as they faced the enemy tanks at home. If these weapons could be returned to the country, how many lives of warriors could be saved and how many more battles could be won? Lin Yu muttered, his voice filled with bitterness and helplessness. Tilting his head back to look at the sky, Lin Yu also took a deep breath, trying to suppress the emotions in his heart, but the stifling couldn't be dispersed, weighing heavily on his heart. In fact, not only Lin Yu, the other warriors present were not grieving in their hearts. It was a pity that no matter if it was Ling Yu or the other warriors, they were powerless to change anything, even if they had enough supplies in their hands. But even if these iron guys weren't completely destroyed, they were doomed to not walk out of this mechanized grave. Sighing lightly, Company Commander Li Ting also held Lin Yu at one side and said, "Battalion Commander, I'm fine." Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Lin Yu knew that sentimentality was meaningless, and that there was only a future if he led his troops out of the savage mountains. Immediately, Lin Yu also choked up and ordered, "Leave 2 people behind to lay a grave for that major. The rest of you continue on." "Yes." Li Ting immediately agreed as well. Soon, as Lin Yu's orders were given, his troops quickly passed through this section of abandoned mechanized wreckage. It was just that, apart from Lin Yu, everyone hadn't expected that this mechanized wreckage was still just the first appetizer that Savage Mountain had served to the crowd. As they went deeper, after less than 2 or 3 hours or so, a tattered set of remains came into view. These bodies, once alive, are now white bones, scattered messily over every inch of Savage Mountain. Even many of the remains remained in a fighting stance, with their ribs exposed in front of their chest cavities, and their arm bones still tightly gripping their rusty guns, as if they were still shooting hateful bullets at the enemy in the last moments of their lives. Only, from the empty eye sockets of their skulls, it was vaguely evident that they longed for life and feared war. The surrounding land was drenched in blood, and although it had long since dried up, the dark red traces were still clearly visible, like a wound that the earth could never heal. Broken helmets, rotting ammunition boxes, broken bayonets, and all sorts of war relics whose purpose had long been unrecognizable were scattered everywhere, intertwining with the barren grass and rotting leaves to create a chilling picture. Unconsciously, Lin Yu also slowly squatted down, trembling his hands and gently cupped a skull. The jawbone on the skull was already missing, and the empty eye sockets looked straight up at the sky, as if silently accusing the cruelty of the war. Upon inspection, there were injuries on this body, but none of them were fatal. Looking at the other bodies, the situation was mostly the same. Obviously, the great probability is that these people died of starvation and disease alive in this place. Unable to help it, Lin Yu's eyes were once again filled with tears, and his hands were slightly trembling as an unspeakable grief surged in his heart. This savage mountain, after all, has buried the lives of too many expeditionary army soldiers. With full of blood and loyalty to the motherland, they left their hometowns and set foot on this foreign land, thinking that they would be able to fight the Japanese invaders and defend the dignity of the motherland. However, their return is so tragic. If I were to die in battle, it would be alright. But it's just that they can't even die in battle, and their deaths are of no value at all. You know, they are the elite warriors chosen from the millions of troops in the country. In the country, they can even not the slightest bit of weakness to fight with the brats one-on-one without losing, but also with the strength of one army, hard against the Japanese army several divisions surrounded and stood firm. They should have had a greater role, but they were buried in this nameless mountain, savages by despicable hands from home. It can only be said that the selfishness and cowardice of the British Army is simply rare in the world. Chapter 021 Meeting a Lieutenant Colonel of the National Army on the road. But the bias, what about the National Army? It's eaten one time after another, and when it's the same, it's still not over. The reason for this has nothing to do with Stilwell, the nominal chief of staff and the de facto emperor. From the beginning of the Tonggu, the British were cheating, but with Stilwell's good offices, or threats, the Chinese army could only wipe up the mess left by the British over and over again. It wasn't until the British pulled out of Burma completely that Stilwell patted himself on the back and slipped away, even becoming an American hero for going over the Goliath Mountains. What hero? A bear is more like it. There is not the slightest bit of gold in his medals, there is just the blood of the National Army soldiers. However, the biggest problem, to put it mildly, is not the self-same national government. However, if the national government can give a little more power, without the threat of Stilwell's US aid, or more autonomy and self-confidence, the battlefield will have a huge improvement. At least, the Expeditionary Army 100,000 troops do not have to go over the savage mountain to return home. Thinking about this, Lin Yu slammed his fist hard into the ground again. After venting fiercely, Lin Yu also stood up again, looking at the land in front of him, which was full of suffering and sadness. The grief and anger in his heart burned like a blazing fire. The eyes were also revealing a firm determination. He was going to lead these warriors out of the savage mountains, he was going to let the spirits of those fallen comrades rest in peace, and he was going to let everyone know that the valor and sacrifices of the expeditionary forces must not be forgotten. Pass the order to bury the skeletons of the friendly troops on the spot. Lin Yu then ordered as well. But, Company Commander Liao, who was on the side, was a bit worried. Don't worry, our supplies are sufficient. Lin Yu of course knew what he was worried about, and then also said, "One day, when you and I die in battle, even if we can't return to our hometowns, we always hope that we can be buried in peace." With these words, what else could Company Commander Liao say? Immediately, he also began to bury the large group of National Army soldiers together with the soldiers. Soon, a large area was cleared and hundreds of graves rose up. A burst of gunfire, and a sort of fellow Fifth Army member, gave their comrades the subsequent ride. Naturally, as the gunshots fell, the morale of Lin Yu's troops became more and more demoralized. And sensing the low mood among the troops, Lin Yu suddenly shouted, "Brethren!" At those words, the warriors then stopped and looked in Lin Yu's direction. Standing on a rock, Lin Yu also slowly looked at the crowd and said, "Remember this place. It was the brats who drove us here. It was the British who tricked us into coming here. Remember them too. Our comrades, they are dead, but we are alive. We will not only live, but we will take their lives with us. Live to see the motherland. Live to counterattack. I promise you, in my lifetime, I will bring you soldiers to point to Fuji and trample on Tokyo. Soldiers point to Fuji, horses trample on Tokyo. Soldiers point to Fuji, horses trample on Tokyo." Immediately, the crowd of warriors also roared. In an instant, just the pathos is swept away, and then filled with warriors in the heart, all only the hatred of the Japanese army, as well as unlimited hope for the future. Even the warriors who had just entered Lin Yu's ministry were wailing and looking at him. Obviously, Lin Yu, although it was a momentary statement of intent, had invariably solved one of the big problems in the team, the problem of faith. Any army, in order to truly become an elite that cannot be dragged down or beaten, will inevitably need a spirit of refinement injected into it, and even more so need a far-reaching belief to remotely control them. For example, the Cannon Fodder Corps after losing their veterinarian, or Lin Yu's troops, who have now regained their target. Immediately, under Lin Yu's leadership, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion also buried the skeletons of the expeditionary force along the way. At the same time, if there were still National Army generals who were not dead through, they were naturally absorbed into the ranks one by Lin Yu. In the short span of 5 days, Lin Yu's department had already picked up more than 10 sick and wounded. And the vast majority of them were caused by hunger. Fortunately, Lin Yu was now so broad-minded that even with a dozen more mouths to feed, the problem remained small. But even with sufficient supplies, it was still not an easy task to advance through the primitive forest. Lin Yu still walks in the forefront of the team, leading the troops to move forward with difficulty. The feet of the mire from time to time issued a plopping sound, as if whispering the sad song of this difficult trek. "Battalion commander, there seems to be a person in front." Suddenly, a sharp-eyed soldier beside him suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was not surprised. After all, such things had happened countless times. However, following the soldier's finger, Lin Yu frowned slightly. Nonetheless, there was indeed an officer leaning under that big tree. But to Lin Yu's surprise, looking at the attire on that officer, it was clearly an officer of school rank or above. You know, although there were quite a few dead fighters along the way, except for the tanker major who committed suicide, there were never any more corpses of officers above the rank of colonel. After all, school-level officers, even in the 5th Army, have absolutely belonged to the mainstay. Generally will not die easily. Even if they die, there will be its subordinates, for its rise a simple grave. The tank is that major's grave. It's not often that a colonel falls so silently to the side of the road. And what was even more puzzling to Lin Yu was that this school official was facing towards himself, not towards the direction of his motherland in the east. Unless they had lost their bearings, no National Army general would face west. But obviously the trees here weren't too dense, and judging the east-west direction from the rising and setting of the sun was still easy. Therefore, all signs point to the fact that this colonel is definitely not ordinary. At that moment, Lin Yu also raised his spirit, stopped the people beside him, and then quickly stepped forward to personally check it out. Only after determining that there were no trick mines or anything like that did Lin Yu signal the crowd to come forward. Only to see a ragged lieutenant colonel officer leaning against a tree trunk by the roadside, his face as white as paper, his lips dry and cracked and peeling, and blood seeping out from his multiple wounds, coloring the surrounding land a dark red. His eyes were hollow yet with a hint of obsession, looking straight in the direction Lin Yu and the others had come from. Lin Yu quickly squatted down and tested the carotid artery, and it was still beating. Immediately, Lin Yu also gave up his position to the medic on the side. While briefly checking the officer's injuries and treating his wounds a bit, another soldier was feeding the officer a few mouthfuls of nectar. Chapter 022, The Dilemma of Choosing. Perhaps it was because he was moisturized by the nectar, the lieutenant colonel officer also regained some consciousness. In a daze, he distinctly saw the silhouettes in front of him. At that moment, the officer also struggled to open his eyes. What was in front of him instantly also made the officer happy. With that, the officer also weakly asked, You guys are? We are from the 1st Battalion of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division in the rear. The soldier feeding the honey water on the side immediately replied. 598th Regiment. The lieutenant colonel muttered, and then the lieutenant colonel's eyes also swept eagerly over the faces of the crowd, his voice weak but firm. Quick, I want to see your battalion commander. Lin Yu, who was right beside him, frowned slightly, then he also squatted down and responded to the look softly, saying, The battalion commander was killed in action on the road. I'm the deputy commander of the 1st Battalion, Lin Yu, and the highest commander of this unit at the moment, so if you have any matters, just talk to me directly. Good. Hearing this, the officer's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope, then he looked at the crowd around him but quickly became wary. Taking a slight breath, the lieutenant colonel also continued in his weak but determined tone, There's a mission, and I can only tell you there's one. As he did so, the lieutenant colonel struggled to sit up in his stance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart suddenly fluttered. Obviously, Lin Yu didn't want to accept this one's mission, no matter what the mission style was. But after looking at the lieutenant colonel who had been heading west until his death, Lin Yu still couldn't bear to reject him outright. Sighing lightly, Lin Yu also waved his hand at the soldiers, signaling them to retreat a certain distance away. After the soldiers were standing still, the officer came close to Lin Yu and said in a lowered voice, I am Lu Ji, attached to the Guard Regiment directly under the command of the Expeditionary Army, personally assigned by General Du Yuming to lead a team to come and search for the secret telegraphic division of the command's intelligence office that was intercepted by the Japanese. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yu's heart instantly thumped again. He knew that he shouldn't have listened to this story. But obviously, this lieutenant colonel does not want to lose Lin Yu this last hope, and then also continued to say, Unfortunately, my department, on the way to rescue, because of accidentally eating unclean water, in addition to me, all have died. At this point, the officer's voice choked and tears came to his eyes. Lin Yu's face became grave with it, and he was just about to open his mouth to inquire, when the officer violently grabbed his arm with surprising strength. Battalion Commander Lin, please make sure to take over my department and search for the secret telegraph department. Sure enough, Lin Yu said in his heart. Immediately, Lin Yu also said dryly, My department is responsible for the rear guard, and came all the way from the outskirts of Savage Mountain, and didn't find any of the commanding officer's personnel, and there are almost no other troops left in the rear. Therefore, I'm afraid that the secret telegraph has not already met an untimely end. Lin Yu's meaning is very clear, I'm already the back of the temple, there's no one along the way, so you shouldn't look for it, just report it as a death in action. However, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lieutenant Colonel Lu shook his head without hesitation. The mission I was given is to live and die. In particular, the director of secret telegraphy among them, Director Su, must never fall into the hands of the Japanese. In her head, there are several sets of codes from our army. Once these fall into the enemy's hands, not only the Expeditionary Army, but the entire domestic war situation will be plunged into ruin. What? Lin Yu almost jumped up immediately. It can't be helped, and it's a travesty that someone so important can be left behind. Not to mention why there is no specialized protection for such a talent? Even if you really can't carry them, it's better to just shoot them than leave them behind. Hearing Lin Yu's shocked anger, the lieutenant colonel also lowered his head in some embarrassment. Obviously, he also knew that this was definitely a huge mistake during the evacuation. It was for this reason that the commanding general had sent him, the regimental attaché, to personally lead the solution to the problem. It's just a pity that one still underestimated this abominable primitive forest a bit. However, immediately afterward, Lu Tuan attachment also raised his head once again and looked at Lin Yu with a hopeful look. It couldn't be helped, all he could rely on right now was the Lin Yu Lin battalion commander in front of him. Moreover, vaguely, Lu Tuan Sui was also sensing that perhaps it was only this deputy battalion commander Lin in front of him who could find the secret telegraph department for himself. After all, this deputy battalion commander was in existence that was able to catch up with so many troops even after completing the rearguard mission. Meanwhile, at this moment, Lin Yu was caught in a huge contradiction. On the one hand, Lin Yu was very clear about the harmful power that this secret telegraph department, especially this Director Su, could bring. You know, pretender in the grand so-called between the dead plan, sacrifice so many senior agents, even a Japanese senior spy at the expense of exposure to complete, but only to send a set of fake code to the Japanese army. And it's amazing how many sets of passwords like that this Director Su would have in his head. Once Director Su was captured by the Japanese, Lin Yu simply couldn't believe what kind of collapsing war situation it would bring to the national army. Perhaps the so-called Shangxi debacle later in history had a reason for this. What? Can't we just abolish all the passwords that Director Su knows? Passwords are not as many as you want. Moreover, once more codes were mastered, it was highly likely that the Japanese army would be able to decipher the laws of formulation in the national army's codes. Not to mention, who knows how many passwords Director Su has memorized, he can't change them all from start to finish. Therefore, for the sake of the state and national plan, Lin Yu must find this Director Su no matter what, and live to see a man, die to see a corpse. But on the other hand, Lin Yu had put his best foot forward to bring his troops here. This is if you go back to find, is bound to delay the event of several days, although Lin Yu of the Japanese supply station is also considered to have obtained sufficient supplies, but cannot withstand so built a. Once he turned back, the entire 200 men under his command were dragged back to the possibility of the savage mountains. This, however, was something Lin Yu could never accept. Therefore, for the sake of his own and his men's safety, Lin Yu's best option was to pretend he hadn't heard of this matter and leave straight away with his troops. After all, it wasn't supposed to be his mission either, and a regimental attaché to a commanding officer had no right to order him to do anything at all. However, if Lin Yu really wanted to let this go, that would not be Lin Yu. After thinking about it for a while, in a faint sigh, Lin Yu finally asked, "Where is the last location of the secret telegraph unit?" Hearing Lin Yu's question, Lu Tuan attachment also slightly revealed a smile. He knew that he had gambled right. Inside pocket. Lu Tuan attached then also spoke, "There's a map." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also immediately undid the clothes attached to Lu Tuan, and then, from the inner pocket of his jacket, he found a map. Chapter 023, A Trust Before Dying. After spreading it out, a simple map jumped out in front of Lin Yu's eyes. Looking at the references around it, Lin Yu quickly judged that this should be the edge of the savage mountain. Due west, a hidden cave. Lu Tuan attached a slight swallow, and then also added intermittently, "This is the last message from the secret telegraph department." With the direction guide attached to Lu Tuan, coupled with the system's map guide, it is not to say that we can definitely find this group of secret telegraph department, but Lin Yu Xiaobao has also already had a 7-point grasp of the situation. The only question was whether Lin Yu wanted to get into this mess or not. It was important to know that at this moment, Lin Yu's location was already deep in the savage mountain, and it wouldn't take more than 10 days for Lin Yu to be certain that he would be able to take his troops and get out of this damn savage mountain. At this moment, returning to the edge of the savage mountain was no different from committing suicide. Savage Mountain is not the kind of tourist play that is the real primitive forest, even with full experience of wild survival, and have sufficient supplies of explorers do not dare to say that can be too consecutively unharmed through it. Not to mention today's Lin Yu's ministry. Can go in one piece to the present, Lin Yu's department has been a fluke of luck, and then again, even with the aid of the system, Lin Yu is not at all sure. Not to mention, the supplies in Lin Yu's hands nowadays were running low. According to Lin Yu's estimation, if he really returned to the edge, the supplies in his hands must not be enough. Do we have to rob the Japanese supply depot again? Not to mention that after several days, are there still Japanese troops searching and pursuing or not? Even if there are, after the last attack, won't the Japanese troops strengthen their vigilance? Putting all your hopes on the enemy's negligence is not what a competent commander should do. Therefore, from the standpoint of Lin Yu or the warriors of the 598th Regiment, this was a mission that they should never take over. After all, it wasn't their mission in the first place. But then again, Lin Yu was inclined to know that they might already be the last troops of the entire Fifth Army, and the last hope of that secret department. So, holding this map, Lin Yu as if he had gotten a hot potato, for a moment actually some should not know what to do. Seemingly reading the struggle in Lin Yu's eyes, Lu Tuan attached also struggled to grip Lin Yu's hand tightly, and then also once again pleadingly said, "Battalion Commander Lin, I know that this is a bit difficult, but the secret telegraph department is too important. The people in it are all rare talents, especially Director Su. Even in the whole country he is one of the most talented people, so please, Battalion Commander Lin must save it. Buddy, please. I thank you on behalf of the 5th Army and the generals of the Expeditionary Army." With that, Lu Tuanxian was about to get up and kowtow to Lin Yu. It should be said that this Lu Tuan attached is still very good at reading people. Obviously, Lu Tuan attached is eaten to recognize Lin Yu as a soft but not hard master, which has led to this scene of moving people with love. You really don't say, Lin Yu really does eat this. If this Lu Tuan attached to his military position to force, Lin Yu must ignore, immediately with the troops will continue to go south, but Lu Tuan attached to the military justice to kidnap Lin Yu, but let Lin Yu had to compromise. All right. Lin Yu nodded slightly, and then also said, tell me all the messages you know, including the code word for the joint, and the main person's physical features and so on. Good, good. Lu Tuan attachment immediately nodded excitedly as well. At that time, in order to ensure the security of the secret telegraph department, the guard regiment also left a squad of soldiers for protection. By the way, Director Su of the Cipher Department is... Immediately, Lu Tuan attachment also explained what he knew to Lin Yu one by one. Unfortunately, after listening to Lu Tuan attached, Lin Yu was not only not happy, but instead, he became even more grave. No other reason, because according to Lu Tuan attached, it is highly probable that this secret telegraph department, because of its protection, did not remain where it was all the time, but was also on the way to the march. This might greatly shorten Lin Yu's search path, but more likely, it would cause great trouble for Lin Yu's search. After all, finding a specific location in a vast mountain of savages can be much easier than searching for a few active people. It was just that Lin Yu had already promised to attach Lu Tuan, but it was not good enough to go back on his promise. After a little thought, Lin Yu also said truthfully, if they stay where they are all the time, I can guarantee that I will see them alive and dead. But once they leave, I'm afraid this is not something I can guarantee. This is something I hope you can understand. Yes, I know. Lu Tuan attachment immediately nodded his head as well. By the way, the ones left behind for protection were also all once troops of the 5th Army, and along the way they should also leave behind the 5th Army's secret mark. With that, Lu Tuan Sui also immediately added. Hearing this, Lin Yu also nodded slightly and said, if there was a secret mark, things would have been better. However, Lin Yu then also spoke again, you also understand that in this savage mountain, there are really too many accidents. I can only say that I will try my best to find it, and as for what the final result will be, I can only look to the will of heaven. Although Lin Yu's words were telling Lu Tuan Sui not to hold out too much hope, this did not sound like that at all to Lu Tuan Sui. It's like a drowning man, even if you tell him clearly that he's only pulling on a straw, he'll still think it's his only hope and hold on for dear life. Even, perhaps because of too much excitement, Lu Tuan Sui was so excited that he coughed again and again while saying good. He hastily covered his mouth and nose with his hand, but the red blood still flowed out from his fingers. Medic! Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately and anxiously shouted towards the side. The medic who heard the order immediately ran to Lin Yu's side, and when he saw Lu Tuan attached who was coughing up blood he also immediately examined him. Soon, the paramedics were coming to the same conclusion. It should have been poisoned by mistake. The medic then reported as well. Is there medicine? Lin Yu immediately asked. Heard the medic but just helplessly shook his head. Obviously, this poison has long invaded the lungs of Lu Tuan attached, able to persist until now. The medic feels that this is a miracle. Lin Yu instantly understood that it was the obsession of searching for the secret telegraph department in the heart of Lu Tuan attached that had kept him going until now. Unable to help it, Lin Yu was even a little glad that he had not refused Lu Regiment attachment's wishes. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this strong regimental attaché would inevitably have to leave this world with infinite regrets. As for Lu Tuan attachment, he had obviously also sensed the passing of his life force, and at that moment, he also struggled to reach out his hand to Lin Yu. Tuan Lu. Lin Yu also hurriedly squatted down to put his hand into Lu Tuan's attached blood-filled hand. Battalion Commander Lin. Holding Lin Yu's hand tightly, Lu Tuan attachment also said earnestly once again, everything, just please. Chapter 024, How Can I Refuse a Dying Promise? Feeling the warmth in his palm and meeting Lu Tuan's attached pleading gaze, what else could Lin Yu say? 1,000 words could only be reduced to a firm, good. Hearing this short answer, Lu Tuan Sui was finally relieved, and then crimson blood once again slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth, and Lu Tuan Sui's entire body also gradually fell backward powerlessly. The medic rushed forward and took over Lu Tuan Sui from Lin Yu's hands, trying to extend some more time for Lu Tuan Sui from the hands of the god of death. While looking at the busy medics, Lin Yu quietly returned to the resting brigade. Immediately, several company platoon commanders also gathered towards Lin Yu. Obviously, just by looking at Lin Yu's face, he knew that their battalion seat must have encountered another difficult situation. After a little contemplation, Lin Yu also spoke to the crowd about the task that Lu Tuan had attached to him. Instead, upon hearing that Lin Yu had decided to take over this burden and return to the Savage Mountains to receive the secret telegraph department, Li Lianshan was the one who stood up violently. Absolutely not. Li Ting, with round eyes, stared straight at Lin Yu. His tone was unprecedentedly grave, saying, the supplies we have left nowadays are not much, it's already not easy to support us out of the Savage Mountain rescue, what if we return to the edge of the Savage Mountain? This go is simply there is no return, is purely the brothers to the desperate road to force off. Perhaps because of too much excitement, always calm company commander Li Ting, his voice is actually some slight trembling, forehead veins rippled, faces written with determination and worry. This was really no fault of company commander Li, as the company commander who had killed alongside Lin Yu, he knew too well how difficult this journey had been. Not to mention, from the Battle of Lashio after the 1st Battalion still has nearly 400 people, but now, after receiving several batches of personnel, the 1st Battalion is only to see more than 200 people, while from the old 1st Battalion of the personnel, but it is already less than 100 people. While much of this was the problem of the brats, there was no doubt that this same damn savage mountain was a nightmare place to eat. Li Ting really didn't want to recall this pain-filled journey, much less go through it again. As Li Company Commander's words fell, Lin Yu's other right-hand man, Liao Company Commander, then chimed in, Battalion Commander, what Li Company Commander said makes sense. We have personally experienced the dangers of the savage mountain. We've been lucky that we haven't caused more casualties, but once the supplies can't keep up, the situation will be complicated. Yes. As the two company commanders took a stand, the following platoon leader also continued, in addition, we've already entered Savage Mountain for not too long. Who knows what the situation is at the edge of Savage Mountain? In case the brats are still searching, this time we go back, aren't we sheep in the tiger's mouth? Yeah. More to the point, where is this secret telegraph department? We don't even know whether it still exists or not, so it's not a smart enough decision to return in such a situation. As the crowd spoke to each other, the discussion became more and more heated. Only, it was almost all of them that were vehemently opposed to the proposal to return in search of the secret department. The air was then also lighted by this tension, and anxiety and uneasiness were on every face. And as the discussion continued, the gazes of the crowd fell on Lin Yu in unison, waiting for his response. Lin Yu stood there silently, his expression calm yet with an unshakable firmness. Waiting for everyone's voices to die down, Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly spoke, I completely understand everyone's concerns, with insufficient supplies, returning to the edge of the savage mountain is bound to be dangerous. But before looking around the crowd, Lin Yu also stood up, before continuing to speak, let's not forget that we are soldiers. Let's not forget even more, you and I, why we came to this foreign land. We're here to kill the brats. Was the Battle of Songhu difficult? Was the Battle of Taerzwang and the Battle of Wuhan difficult? Was the Battle of Kunlun Pass difficult? Saying this, Lin Yu was also getting more and more agitated. Difficult, of course it's difficult. Difficult to a platoon under my command, even cannot hold out 10 minutes to rotate down. But is it difficult, and we are backing out? No. Lin Yu then also looked at his beloved Li Ting, and then continued, Li Ting, in Tonggu, you had also led the troops and hardened yourself against a Japanese squadron's attack, and in the end, your platoon fought to the point where there were only 3 people left. At that time, why don't you talk about the danger and difficulties? Battalion Commander, I. Li Ting was a bit speechless. Yes, it was fighting the brats then. Even if it's a fight to the death, we have to do it. Without waiting for Li Ting to speak, Lin Yu said what was on his mind, but who told you that going back to rescue the secret telegraph department is not fighting the devils? Do I need to explain how important the group army's secret telegraph department is? Once it falls into the hands of the enemy, the entire battle situation could change as a result. This is not only about the success or failure of our mission this time, but also about the life and death of countless comrades. Lin Yu once again roared, not to mention our mere 200 miscellaneous soldiers, if necessary, in order to keep the secret telegraph department, even if we fill in a regiment or a brigade, it's all worth it. Under Lin Yu's words, the crowd was also instantly silent as if they were chilling. Seeing that the crowd was silent, seeing that his purpose of hammering had been achieved, Lin Yu's attitude had softened. Sighing lightly, Lin Yu then also sat down and said, I know that asking everyone to put their lives on the line to find a secret telegraph department that may not have survived is more or less a bit difficult for you. But if it wasn't for the importance of this secret telegraph department, the command wouldn't have let the deputy head of the immediate regiment to personally lead the team. And after a slight pause, Lin Yu also turned back to look at Lu Tuan Sui, who was already lifeless under the tree, and then he also continued, Lu Tuan Sui, he entrusted us with his death. Even if it is just for the sake of fellow soldiers, how can we bear to refuse? When these words came out, the crowd also instantly looked at Lin Yu in surprise. Obviously, everyone only thought that Lu regiment attached is only wounded, but did not think that regiment attached is actually already. Battalion Commander. Company Commander Li Ting asked with a bit of a stutter, Captain Lu, him? Nodding slightly, Lin Yu also said truthfully, it should be because of hunger and eating the fruits in the forest, resulting in collective poisoning. Only the head of the group, Lu, has survived until now, all by sheer willpower. After handing over the mission, it was. As he spoke, Lin Yu also let out another long sigh. And as Lin Yu said this, the crowd also unconsciously looked in the direction of Lu Tuan attached to. Chapter 025, Lindao dividing the army. The crowd turned their heads to look, but they saw that the medic had already greeted two soldiers who were digging up a burial pit for Lu Tuan Sui at the moment. In an instant, everyone understood that their battalion commander had not lied to them, and without being able to help it, the people also took off their military hats one by one in the direction attached to Lu Tuan. This is also the highest respect for this Lu Tuan who has not had any dealings with him. Of course, Lu Tuan attached also definitely deserves this respect. How strong the perseverance should be to persist until now. At the same time, a breath of air was clogging up everyone's heart in a raw way. The mission that the brother troops fought to the death to accomplish, but he himself backed down because of the difficulty. Is he still a soldier? Or is he still a member of the 200th Division, which is known as the first division in the world? At that moment, Li Ting also spoke again. Battalion commander, you give the order. No matter what, we can't let our brethren die in vain, and even more so, we can't let Captain Lu die without resting in peace. Right. Battalion commander, just give the order. At that moment, a group of warriors also had to phase Lin Yu to ask for help. Seeing that the heart of the army was available, Lin Yu nodded slightly, and then also spoke. In this case, the personnel who raided the Japanese supply depot with me in front, return with me to the edge of Savage Mountain to look for the secret telegraph department, and the rest of the personnel, led by Company Commander Li and Company Commander Liao, will continue to the west. At these words, the scene instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at Lin Yu incredulously, as if they were recognizing him for the first time. This is not to blame for the crowd. Lin Yu this paved the way for a whole scene. Everyone has decided to go through fire with Lin Yu, but now Lin Yu said that he only needs a dozen or so people to act with him, and also excluded most of the people here. How can the crowd accept this? At that moment, the acute Li Ting also stood up again and said, Battalion commander, how can this be done? You're going to the edge of Savage Mountain, there are bound to be little devils still active. How can you bring only this many men? It's precisely because of the activities of the little devils that I can't bring too many people with me. Having more people is not conducive to hiding. Lin Yu then also shook his head in negation. But? Hearing Lin Yu's words, not only did Li Ting not agree, he instead frowned even deeper. That won't do. Li Ting, who couldn't think of a reason for a moment, also said dryly and forcefully, anyway, battalion commander, wherever you are, I'll be there. Listening to Li Ting's almost roguish words, Lin Yu was also somewhat unable to cry or laugh. Originally, he could have just taken a dozen or so people on the road, and the reason why he had to open such a meeting was of course that Li Ting wanted to unify the thoughts of the people, thus laying the foundation for the formation of the team after his return. Even more, it is not simply a matter of gathering hearts and minds, it is a process of shaping the soul of the military. There is nothing like the choice between life and death to transform people's minds. In order to instill the military spirit of don't give up into all people's minds, it is necessary to set an example for them in the face of life and death. Just did not expect, now seems, Lin Yu seems to be a little too much force, and even make a mistake up. The crowd is not abandon and not give up, but it is a little bit not distinguish the occasion up. We can only say that the road is long and the thorough shaping of the military soul will take time to sharpen. But in any case, Lin Yu had made a good start. Returning to the scene, Company Commander Liao, who was on the side, saw the situation and then also opened his mouth to express his position. Battalion commander, you let us follow. To be honest, if you don't have your command, even if our supplies are still sufficient, there is no certainty that we will be able to get out of this Savage Mountain at all. These words had caused Lin Yu to think seriously. Just as Liao Shang said, at this moment, although they have already traveled over half of the journey of the Savage Mountain, but the further back, the more difficult the road is actually. Without the command of Lin Yu, who has experience in the latter part of the world, it is possible that the troops would have had some accidents in them. The troops attached to Lu Tuan are the best example. Moreover, after getting out of the Savage Mountains, there was still a distance to go to reach the national border, and without the help of Lin Yu's system, it was impossible to guarantee that they would encounter Japanese troops again. With the fighting strength of today's crowd, even if they only encountered a squad of Japanese troops, I'm afraid that they would all suffer a great loss. However, to retrace one side of the Savage Mountain with so many people, not to mention how much it would add to the consumption, just in terms of time, the secret department over there can't wait. Just as Lin Yu was in a state of hesitation, another platoon leader spoke up, Battalion commander, just let us follow you. As for the issue of supplies, we now have 2 companies of troops. The big deal is that we'll just sneak attack a Japanese supply depot, and everything will be solved. Hearing the platoon leader's words, Lin Yu also immediately shook his head and said, sneak attack warfare cannot be repeated. The last sneak attack was that the Japanese were unprepared, but if the Japanese were prepared, not to mention our 2 remnants of the company, even if it was a whole battalion, we would not be able to easily break through the Japanese supply station. The fighting strength of the Japanese army is not something to brag about. Immediately, Lin Yu also looked seriously at the crowd and said, if we underestimate the Japanese army, I'm afraid that our army will be in danger of being completely annihilated. Isn't the previous lesson in the country deep enough? Yes, battalion commander, I was wrong, I shouldn't have belittled the Japanese army. The platoon leader who had just spoken immediately also nodded his head and admitted his mistake. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu also spoke, the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy is in dire need of rescue. If we were to set off en masse, firstly, it would be easy to be exposed, secondly, it would be too slow, and thirdly, it would be a waste of too many supplies, which is indeed not desirable. Li Ting, who had heard the words, still wanted to argue, but was directly interrupted by Lin Yu. In this case, I will take a platoon of troops and go forward to look for the secret telegraph department, while the rest of the personnel wait on the spot. Saying that, Lin Yu also looked at the 2 company commanders, Li Ting and Liao Shang. I think it's fine. Liao Shang was the first to voice his support. By waiting on the spot, we can also conserve our strength and reduce our consumption as much as possible. I'll return to Savage Mountain with the battalion commander. Li Ting then took a stand as well. Obviously, Li Ting didn't care what the other people did, he himself was bound to be with Lin Yu, even if he knew that returning to the Savage Mountain was a path of 9 deaths. For such a loyal Li Ting, Lin Yu was also both happy and somewhat helpless. With that, he could only nod his head in agreement. And with the 2 company commanders taking a stand, the rest of the platoon commanders naturally stopped objecting. Lin Yu then also spoke, in that case, it's settled. The remaining personnel will also only stay for a period of 5 days. If I'm not back within the 5-day period, Company Commander Liao, you will immediately organize the troops to go west out of Savage Mountain. Ha! This. Liao Shang obviously did not expect Lin Yu's offer to be followed by additional conditions, and for a moment, he was also somewhat at a loss for words. On the contrary, Li Ting, who was on the side, was incredibly happy with his decision. Chapter 026 Going South in Search of Friendly Forces. Seeing that Company Commander Liao was still somewhat hesitant, Lin Yu also spoke again, Company Commander Liao, this is already a military order. Upon hearing this, Company Commander Liao didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and then also nodded his head and responded, yes, humble servant obeys the order. Good. Seeing Liao Sheng agree, Lin Yu also finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then also continued to command, Li Company Commander to arrange for the return of personnel and supplies to the Savage Mountain, Liao Company Commander to organize the camping on the spot, each of you arrange to go. Yes. The crowd then also rose in unison and agreed. Soon, after burying Lutuan attachment, Li Ting also came to Lin Yu's side with more than 20 people. Adding the last handful of soil for Lutuan attached, and slapping the wooden tombstone into the soil, Lin Yu who put down the shovel also said to the grave, Lutuan leader, this is the only way. When the little devils are defeated, we will come back and erect a monument for you, for all the expeditionary army soldiers. Set up a monument 3 feet high. Bowing deeply to the grave, Lin Yu then also turned to look at Li Ting, who had similarly finished his bow at the side, and said, all ready? Well, it's all ready. Li Ting immediately nodded as well, considering the fact that the secret telegraph department might not have any supplies, I brought an extra 30%. That's enough, any more and we won't be able to take it. Lin Yu immediately nodded his head as well. Then he looked around the crowd that had been selected by Li Ting, and sure enough, Li Dali and the others were among them. Lin Yu then also spoke, what are you going to do this time? Company Commander Li has told you all. Yes. The crowd then replied in unison. Good. Lin Yu nodded and also continued, however, I still have to tell everyone that even I don't have too much confidence in returning to the Savage Mountain this time, and to say that it's a 9 deaths and 1 life is a bit of an overestimation. Therefore, if anyone has any thoughts in their mind, they can stay as long as they want. With that, Lin Yu also looked at the crowd once again. When they met Lin Yu's gaze, the eyes of the crowd were unprecedentedly determined. Li Dali, who was standing in the front row, even laughed nervously and said, Battalion Commander, don't waste your breath, just now, in order to fight for the spot to go with you, this group of brats were on the verge of fighting. How is it possible for you to ask them to quit now? As the words fell, the crowd of warriors laughed. Seeing this, Lin Yu also finally revealed a hint of a smile. Lin Yu knew that if there was a threat of life for himself in this return to the Savage Mountain, that threat of life must be given by the group of generals under his hands. At that moment, knowing the hearts of the crowd, Lin Yu also stopped talking nonsense, and with a wave of his hand, he announced, "Depart." As the words fell, Lin Yu was leading the way towards the jungle to the south. The sky was overcast, and the dark clouds seemed to be within reach, and seemed to be coloring the parting with a tinge of gravity. I do not know when, Liao Company Commander has led the main force neatly arranged on both sides of the road. Their uniforms are full of traces of dust and smoke, but their posture is incomparable straight. Walking past the group of comrades, Lin Yu's pace was still so firm and calm. "Salute!" With a stern shout, the warriors standing on the sides raised their hands in salute, and in their eyes, there was worry, admiration, and even more, a firm belief in victory. Lin Yu then also raised his right hand to salute the crowd in return, but his pace remained without the slightest pause. He knew that between this line and this walk, a kind of military spirit called "do not abandon, do not give up" is quietly coalescing in this team of more than 200 people. By now, everyone understands that people live, not just for the sake of living. Being soldiers, they also have far more important things than life. Battalion Commander. Looking at the voice of Lin Yu, who was about to be far away, Company Commander Liao was unable to hold back any longer, and instantly shouted loudly as well, "Battalion Commander, you must come back alive. We are all here waiting for your return." At those words, Lin Yu also slightly paused in his steps, but in the end, Lin Yu only raised his right hand and slightly shook it towards the crowd at the back, but his body remained upright as he advanced. "Since we have chosen a faraway place, we have to travel through thick and thin." Between voices of care, Lin Yu still led the team towards the south of the Savage Mountain. Only Liao Company Commander and the soldiers were left standing by the roadside for a long time, watching Lin Yu's figure gradually disappearing into the mist in the distance. A gust of wind over, tattered military flag hunting military flag, seems to record the sad and great expedition. As the troops stepped once again into the primeval forests of the Savage Mountains, it was as if they had plunged headlong into the chaotic world of the distant past. The dense and impenetrable sky-high gigantic trees around them grew unchecked, and thick vines twisted around each other like pythons, drooping down from the branches and intertwining into a natural barrier, blocking their steps forward. There is a fundamental difference between marching with over 200 men and marching with only 30. Not to mention other things, just the physical exertion, the two are not of the same magnitude. And as the battalion commander leading the group, Lin Yu was always at the front of the group to clear the way for the group. The saber in his hand kept swinging and chopping at those entangled vines, and soon his hands were sore, and the sweat was even more quickly soaked through his shirt, and with the dust on his face, leaving another mud scar on his dark face, as if it were a gully on that black soil. And for all of this, Lin Yu was oblivious. His eyes were glued to the ground and the trunks of the trees around him, not missing any place where he might leave a mark. Although it was only a day's time away from the large army, and by all accounts there was still a long distance to where the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy was located, for some reason Lin Yu always felt that the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy would not just sit back and wait for death. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Yu seemed to be careful with every step, fearing that he would miss the mark of a friendly army. As for the 20-odd troops behind Lin Yu, all of them had tired yet focused faces. Their footsteps were heavy, and each step was like stepping in a muddy swamp, sinking deep and pulling out with difficulty. Some of the soldiers with one hand on a simple wooden stick, one hand plucked away the branches and leaves in front of them. Some of them looked up from time to time to the heights of the trees, expecting to find a little clue. "Everyone be careful, maybe the brothers are not far ahead." Lin Yu's voice echoed in the silent forest, with a hint of hoarseness but full of inspiring power. The warriors nodded silently and continued to trudge on. They know that every extra step is one step closer to the trapped comrades. Every early discovery mark a moment, there is more hope for a successful rescue. In this way, Lin Yu's ministry traveled all the way through the thorns and struggled on the slippery ground, but never stopped and firmly marched towards the unknown depths. "Battalion Commander, look! Look!" Suddenly, a surprised and eager voice also broke the silent marching sequence again. Chapter 027 Meeting Platoon Commander Zhang on the road. Hearing the warrior's call, Lin Yu immediately ran over. "Battalion Commander, look!" Seeing Lin Yu come over, the warrior then also pointed to a tree he had found. But see, a moment in the sky above the tree, one person high places being ruthless scraped off a large piece of bark, bare trunk above, but also engraved with the 5th Army only have the secret mark. This bright, dark mark was just carved there, as if it was afraid that the onlookers would not see it. Needless to say, the person who carved the secret mark was afraid that he had already reached the end of his rope and would be so reckless. Although he wasn't sure if it was someone from the secret telegraph department, Lin Yu decided to find out about this group of friendlies. Immediately, Lin Yu also stretched out his finger to the position marked by the secret mark and ordered, along this direction, pursue in a fan shape. 2 by 2, one report in a quarter of an hour, with an interval of no more than 200 meters, using the sound of the whistle as a signal. Yes. The soldiers, including Company Commander Li Ting, immediately agreed in unison. As Lin Yu's order was given, more than 20 elite warriors also acted swiftly and quickly jumped in the direction Lin Yu pointed out. Under the carpet search of the fighters, in less than an hour, the fighters found the figure of a ragged National Army officer under a large tree no more than 2 miles from the dark mark. The 2 fighters who spotted the friendlies rushed forward, and one probed their noses and said, "There's still breath." The other person this is directly reached to the National Army officer's jacket pocket, and then a document was also taken in its hands. Flipping it over, the warrior also immediately nodded, "That's right, it's someone from the command." The other man understood and immediately took the pigeon whistle from his neck. Do! Do! The mournful sound of a pigeon whistle then resounded throughout the jungle. Found it! Hearing the sound, Lin Yu was instantly overjoyed, and then also commanded, "Quickly, lean over." Soon, after some trekking, the crowds that had scattered in search of friendlies were also gathering under the big tree. Battalion Commander. Seeing Lin Yu come over, the soldier who first spotted the friendlies also immediately stepped forward and handed over the documents he had searched for, saying, "They're from the Commanding General's Guard Regiment, and they should be the guard platoon leaders escorting the secret telegraph department. How is the human situation?" Lin Yu then took the documents and while looking at them, he also asked. The medic who had already been examining the situation also said immediately, "The situation is not too good, I should say it's very bad, the people are already skeleton-like highly exhausted plus starving, although there is barely a breath left in their mouths, but..." "Are there any other discoveries around?" Lin Yu continued to ask. "No more." Li Ting, who was at the side, also answered immediately, "I conducted an inspection, and besides our traces, there are only traces of this one person, and there are no more traces of other people within a radius of 200 meters. Initially, he should be a single person." When these words came out, Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but sink as well. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. 1, the secret telegraph department, including the protected squad, has been completely wiped out, leaving only the platoon leader to walk here. The other, the platoon leader came out alone to look for reception and food, but starved to death on the roadside. But in either case, things must not be looking good for the secret service. Especially the former type, which meant that Lin Yu was going to do nothing this time. And to know how the specifics were, it was obvious that the platoon leader with the surname Zheng in front of him was the only breakthrough. No matter what, save the person first. Lin Yu then also looked at the medic and said, "Understood." The medic immediately nodded in response as well. "Give him some honey water first." Turning his head, the medic spoke up even as he took out a syringe from his own medicine cabinet. And as he picked up the shot of adrenaline, the medic was clearly having a moment. There were only 2 of these in his hands. This was something that could save lives, but now it was to be used on such a half-dead man. The medic was naturally a bit reluctant. Compared to that, the bowl of honey water with white sugar that made many warriors lick the corners of their mouths was nothing. However, he also knew that the person in front of him was the key to rescuing the secret telegraph department, so even if he couldn't give it up anymore, he still had to give it up. Seeing that most of the bowl of nectar had been poured into the officer's mouth, and waiting for a good 5 minutes so that the nectar could be partially absorbed, the medic was able to get that adrenaline going with a clench of his teeth and a stomp of his foot. Withdrawing the medicine and injecting it into a blood vessel, the medic quickly and nimbly completed his task. "Keep feeding him honey water." The medic then ordered again as well. The warrior on the side did not dare to be slow, and immediately took the bowl again and gave that Zheng officer a mouthful. I don't know if it was the adrenaline that had just been injected that did the trick, or if this mouthful of nectar was too much, but the paralyzed officer miraculously awoke and coughed. As the officer was revived, another spot was finally lit up in Lin Yu's system map. This also confirmed one of Lin Yu's guesses: the system could only detect living things, or enemy personnel who still had the ability to act. In that case, it was only to be hoped that the personnel of the secret telegraph department would still have enough mobility. Otherwise, without the aid of the system, it would be even more difficult to locate them, I was afraid. Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing today is to get more information from the officer in front of him. Immediately, Lin Yu also immediately squatted down when he saw this. And before Lin Yu could say anything, the the medic on the side said quietly in Lin Yu's ear, "Battalion commander, the adrenaline I used, the medication won't be effective for too long." At those words, Lin Yu was also slightly stunned, and then he also immediately understood. Nodding slightly to show that he understood, Lin Yu then also looked at the platoon leader surnamed Zhang once again. "Platoon leader Zhang, hello." Lin Yu then spoke. Seeing that platoon leader Zhang still wanted to get up, Lin Yu also immediately stopped him from wasting his physical strength and said, "Don't move yet, listen to me. I know that you're the platoon leader of the commanding general's guard regiment, and at the same time, I also know that your mission is to be responsible for protecting the commanding general's secret telegraph department." Lin Yu then also opened the door. Hearing the three words secret telegraph department, platoon leader Zhang was obviously a bit emotional. And Lin Yu also hurriedly pulled out his credentials and placed them in front of platoon leader Zhang, saying, "I'm the deputy battalion commander of the 1st Battalion of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division, and I was at the end of the line because I was ordered to follow the rear guard, and after entering the Savage Mountains, I encountered Lu Regiment Detachment of the Guard Regiment, who had come to look for the secret telegraph department. This is Lu Tuan Sui's identification and orders." Saying that, Lin Yu also once again took out the token attached by Lu Tuan from his pocket and spread it out in front of platoon leader Zhang's eyes. Looking at the documents in front of him, platoon leader Zhang's eyes obviously eased up a lot. Chapter 028 The Department of Secret Telegraphy finally appears. Only after he had read the documents one by one did Lin Yu continue. "Unfortunately, because of the poisonous food that was mistakenly eaten, Lu Tuan Sui and the cadre of personnel who took over have all been sacrificed halfway. My department was ordered to take over from Lu Tuanxian and come to meet him." With that, Lin Yu also leaned down to Zhang platoon leader's ear and whispered the code word for the joint with him. Hearing this code word that had flashed through his mind countless times, platoon leader Zhang also finally let go of all his wariness. Seeing this, Lin Yu also spoke once more, "So now, platoon leader Zhang, I need the exact location of the secret telegraph department as well as the exact situation." Looking at Lin Yu's sincere eyes, platoon leader Zhang also finally nodded. Immediately, Zhang platoon leader but Zia crowd of puzzled and shocked in the eyes, from his own pants waistband touched out a note, then handed to Lin Yu's face. "This is?" With doubts, Lin Yu also took the note in platoon leader Zhang's hand. What came into the eyes was a twisting and turning dark red line. It was a marching roadmap drawn in blood. In order to make it readable, in the lower right corner, there was even a thoughtful arrow pointing south. Instantly, Lin Yu also looked at platoon leader Zhang's right hand. Sure enough, on his right index finger, there was a scar of varying depths right there. Immediately, Lin Yu also understood that this was a clue that platoon leader Zhang had left behind for the receiving friendly troops just in case. What kind of perseverance should one have to bite through one's own finger to leave such a clue to friendly forces even in the middle of one's life? The existence of this roadmap not only greatly reduces the searching difficulties of Lin Yu's ministry, but also gives Lin Yu a clear indication, at least for now, the secret telegraph department should still be safe. For these two messages alone, this precious adrenaline was not used in vain, if at all. With that, Lin Yu, who had learned that the secret telegraph department was temporarily safe, relaxed a little. For a moment, thousands of emotions accumulated in Lin Yu's heart, but they could only be transformed into a cry, "Thanks a lot." However, the ensuing words of platoon leader Zhang were what caused Lin Yu to fall into a state of anxiety once again. Because of the lack of food, the secret telegraph department was temporarily left in the cave by me. The weak Zhang platoon leader also spoke with difficulty. According to this road map, it shouldn't be too hard to find. However, there should still be a group of Japanese troops searching in the periphery, and another half of my troops were eaten by this group of Japanese troops, so please be careful, Battalion Commander Lin. Japanese army? Lin Yu's heart sank, and he also went on to ask, about how many people are there? Can they ever be equipped with heavy weapons? There are no heavy weapons. Platoon leader Zhang shook his head and also continued, "It's probably a squad size, but I don't know if there are any reinforcements." Troop reinforcements? Lin Yu frowned slightly and also asked once again, "The Japanese army has discovered the existence of the secret telegraph department?" That's not necessarily true. Platoon leader Zhang took a slight breath, his voice noticeably lowering a few more degrees, and said, "It should be the presence of the female soldiers that attracted the attention of the Japanese." Female soldiers? Lin Yu's frown tightened. No matter what, with the beastly nature of the brats, learning of the existence of female soldiers, I am afraid that there is a real possibility of reinforcement. Even if this is already considered the interior of the Savage Mountain. And if this group of female soldiers fell into the hands of the brats, no need to think about it to know what kind of inhuman abuse they would encounter. Exhaling slightly, Lin Yu knew that he had to leave as soon as possible. Every minute later was one more minute of danger for the secret telegraph department and the female soldiers in it. The kids' search forces are no slouches. Immediately, Lin Yu also nodded to platoon leader Zhang and said, "It's not too late, platoon leader Zhang, you rest first. I'll bring someone to meet the secret telegraph department right now." Without waiting for platoon leader Zhang to agree, Lin Yu also looked at Li Ting and instructed, "Arrange for 2 people to immediately escort platoon leader Zhang to head off to meet up with the larger force." "Yes." Li Ting immediately agreed as well. Before Li Ting could arrange for the 2 soldiers, the medic on the side was violently lowering his body, and then he was sticking to Zhang platoon leader's chest. Following the voice, "Just now there is some human color Zhang platoon leader, but at this time the face is as white as paper, dried lips are even more bloodless, weak breathing like at any time will stop." Visible to the naked eye, platoon leader Zhang's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and his pulse was fading. In this regard, the medic, although that had been expected, but really at this time, watching his comrades in their own hands passing away life, the medic's hands still cannot help but tremble. Immediately afterward, the paramedic, who was used to seeing death and was always calm, was panicking and rummaging through the medical kit, trying to find something more that could save lives. But everything, in the end, was in vain. When the last signs of life disappeared from platoon leader Zhang, the medic also sat paralyzed on the ground, and tears came out of his eyes. Looking at this appearance of the medic, how could Lin Yu not know what situation had arisen? Looking at platoon leader Zhang, who had already closed his eyes, Lin Yu's heart was also indescribable. From Tuan Lu attached to platoon leader Zhang to the soldiers who died along the way, too many good soldiers have been sacrificed for the sake of the secret telegraph department. But clearly, such an omission shouldn't have existed, and they didn't even need to be sacrificed like that. Only, Lin Yu's heart also understood, things had come to this point, there was no point in thinking about it more. Especially as the military chief officer, there were still too many things that awaited him. Sighing slightly, Lin Yu also patted the medic's shoulder and said, "The dead are dead, and picking up the secret department as soon as possible is what we need to do." "Yes." The medic wiped away his tears and then agreed. "Come a few people, dig a grave for platoon leader Zhang." Lin Yu then also ordered, "The rest of you rest on the spot, in 15 minutes, set off." "Yes." The crowd that heard the words then agreed in unison as well. 15 minutes of what time flew by, bidding farewell to the mound where Zhang platoon leader was buried. Lin Yu also led the troops to continue on the road to the south to receive. And with platoon leader Zhang's road map, the rest of the way was made much easier. Even, according to the map and the system in his head, Lin Yu was able to take shortcuts to catch up. Thus, after several hours of hasty marching, a long-lost blue spot also finally appeared in Lin Yu's system map. Obviously, this close, Lin Yu could almost conclude that this group of blue specks was the secret electricity department he was looking for. And it also signaled that the Secret Service personnel were, at least for the time being, still safe and still able to act again. Thinking about this, Lin Yu was also slightly more at ease. This trip hadn't been in vain after all. However, before Lin Yu could be happy for long, the strange movements on the system map made Lin Yu's heart hang again. Chapter 029 Marching in the Night, Difficulties aplenty. Yes, not far from the blue spots, Lin Yu clearly saw dozens of dazzling red spots. It was clear from the numbers that this was a not-so-unorganized Japanese squad. However, even if they were not organized, it was still more than 30 brats. While Lin Yu's side was only a mere 24 people. Even if Lin Yu with the troops are all elite in the elite, but they are at the moment, after all, has been a tired army, and the whole team, only 2 light machine guns. Lin Yu encountered a squad of brats, even Lin Yu was really not too sure. To add insult to injury, judging from the system map, the group of brats was very close to the blue spot. Lin Yu slightly estimated that this group of Japanese troops was at most only a mile away from where the secret telegraph department was located. Of course, a mile was still going to take some time in the pristine forest. But the problem was that Lin Yu himself was nevertheless at least 3 or 4 miles away from the secret telegraph department. The only redeeming factor was that at the moment the Japanese seemed to have gradually slowed down their search. Moreover, looking at the trajectory of its movements, it is probably a little more likely that it is searching for a suitable camp for stationing. Looking up at the sky, through the ancient trees in the sky, Lin Yu could clearly see that the sky was already crimson. The sun would soon be going down. Lin Yu knew that tonight, this might be his last chance. Immediately, Lin Yu also whispered an order to the warriors behind him, "We're going to move all night tonight, so we'll eat something while walking now." "Yes." The warriors behind him also immediately agreed. With that, the warrior also passed down Lin Yu's orders over and over again. Soon, the soldiers also took out dry food from their respective backpacks and ate it in big bites. And while eating dry rations, Company Commander Li Ting came to Lin Yu's side and said, "Battalion Commander, isn't it too dangerous to march in the forest at night?" Of course Lin Yu knew the dangers of marching at night, but there was no way around it. Once they waited until dawn, they were afraid that the Japanese would rush ahead of them to discover the existence of the secret telegraph department. By that time, Lin Yu's trip would truly be considered a wasted one. Therefore, even if the primitive forest at night was even more dangerous, Lin Yu could only advance with his teeth clenched. But the problem was, Lin Yu couldn't tell Li Ting this reason. After a little thought, Lin Yu also opened his mouth to explain, "It can't be helped, the distance to the destination is already very close, we're striving to get there tonight, and we'll be able to turn back before dawn tomorrow. If we wait until dawn, by the time we reach our destination, I'm afraid it will already be afternoon. I'm afraid this delay will be a whole day. We cannot afford to wait." Obviously, at this stage, time is the best way to explain it as well. And listening to Lin Yu's explanation, Li Ting nodded and responded, "Yes." Then, "Battalion Commander, I'll go to the back and press the line to prevent anyone in the group from falling out." Then, seemingly remembering something, Li Ting also spoke again. Obviously, Li Ting also wanted to share some of Lin Yu's pressure. In fact, because there is a system map in place, Lin Yu is not afraid of someone falling behind, but Li Ting is willing to take the initiative to take on this task and reduce his own pressure. Lin Yu is naturally also happy to do so. This would also allow him to focus more on the road ahead. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu agreed, "Okay, whistle contact." "Yes." Li Ting immediately responded as well. With that, Lin Yu's rescue squad gradually stepped into the night while eating dry food. The night was heavy, like a heavy sheet of lead, deadening above the jungle of Savage Mountain. Lin Yu was staring at the system map. The good thing was that the red dot representing the Japanese army stopped advancing after the sun had set over the mountains. It was only during this last period that the Japanese, however, moved a short distance further in the direction of the Ministry of the Secret Telegraph. Lin Yu was even a little worried that if the Secret Telegraph Department at this moment suddenly sent out any movement, he was afraid that it would disturb this group of brats. After taking a look at the distance between himself and the Secret Telegraph Department, Lin Yu knew that they had to pick up the pace. They had to get to the cave where the Secret Telegraph Department was located as soon as possible and put some distance between them and the Japanese before dawn, otherwise things were bound to become uncontrollable when the Japanese woke up. Immediately, Lin Yu was about to give the order to accelerate, but, through the sporadic moonlight, looking at the warriors beside him, Lin Yu's heart was a bit intolerant again. Under the continuous hasty march, the warriors were already full of fatigue, their steps were even weak, and every step was laborious. After many days of difficult trekking, their clothes were torn and tattered by thorns, and their bodies were full of red and swollen lumps from mosquito bites and bloody marks from tree branches, so their physical strength was almost at its limit. But there was no way around it. In order not to give up on their previous endeavors, even if it was difficult, Lin Yu and his men all had to persevere. "Brothers, we have to speed up." Lin Yu pressed his voice. The voice that came from his voice that hadn't been in water for a long time was hoarse but firm. While saying that, Lin Yu also took the lead and accelerated his pace up. And upon hearing Lin Yu's order, the warriors, despite being very tired, steeled themselves, gripped the weapons in their hands, and gritted their teeth to follow Lin Yu's footsteps. "Battalion Commander, can we really make it?" A young warrior's voice carried a hint of trembling. His eyes were bloodshot, with heavy black circles under his eyes, and his entire body looked like it would collapse at any moment. Lin Yu patted his shoulder, his gaze firm and blazing. "It must work. The comrades of the Secret Telegraph Department are still waiting for us. If we arrive 1 minute earlier, they will have one more chance of survival." As he said that, Lin Yu's gaze also looked in the direction where the Secret Electricity Department was located, as if he could penetrate the darkness and see those eager figures. In the silence, the rescue team also silently accelerated their steps and continued to travel through this dark night full of unknowns and fears. Only, as the moon rose above the willow, the primitive forest of Savage Mountain was also finally showing his fangs. A thick fog filled the jungle, so thick that you couldn't see out of sight, and every breath carried the stench of rotting leaves and miasma that made you want to vomit. The land under the feet is muddy, a footstep down, the muddy water will quickly knot over the ankle, a little carelessness, the whole person will slip and fall. If the rescue is not as good as, or even directly swallowed by this muddy water is not impossible. It is in this difficult environment, the soldiers' deep and shallow feet difficult to move forward, each step is like a fight to the death with the earth, legs as if they were filled with lead, heavy and difficult to lift. Lin Yu was still walking at the front of the group, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, the gun in his hand ready to deal with unexpected situations. Although he had the aid of the map, Lin Yu's ears were still perked up high. Trying to catch every tiny ringing sound in the jungle, even the fluttering of a leaf could make him instantly alert. Chapter 030, Final Meeting with the Ministry of the Secret Telegraph. The moonlight spilled mottled light through the dense branches and leaves, forming a bizarre pattern on the ground, as if it was some kind of mysterious and dangerous signal. Occasionally, a few fireflies flickered with a faint glow, but they could not dispel the heavy darkness at all, and instead made the whole jungle seem even more eerie. As the squad continued to advance, its distance from its destination was getting closer and closer, while Lin Yu's heart was getting more and more nervous. There was no way around it. The closer it was to the secret telegraph department also meant the closer it was to the Japanese, and any big noise could attract the attention of the Japanese. It's not a success until you've traveled 100 miles and picked up the Ministry of Intelligence and Telecommunications silently. Immediately, Lin Yu also whispered to the warriors behind him and instructed, "We're close to the location of the secret telegraph department. There may be Japanese troops present. Make sure to keep quiet during the rest of the march." "Yes." The warrior who heard the order also immediately agreed softly. Soon, Lin Yu's orders were also conveyed in the formation. Subsequently, the warriors acted with more caution as well. It's just that the more one fears what will happen, the more it tends to happen. While the rescue team was cautiously advancing towards the target, one of the fighters accidentally stepped on a dead branch, and with a click, a large part of the branch fell down from the tree. The good news is that the fighters reacted in time and were not smashed. The bad news was that the loud noise was also extraordinarily harsh in the stillness of the night. Unable to help themselves, everyone stopped instantly, held their breath, looked around nervously, and raised their guns to be on the alert for any creatures that might appear around them as well as Japanese soldiers. While Lin Yu, who was at the forefront, had his heart violently tightened, he also quickly crouched down and made a guard position, but his gaze was tightly fixed on the system's map. It was as if time had frozen at this moment, and every second seemed so long. After a long time, after confirming that there were no abnormalities in the Japanese army in the map, Lin Yu said in a low voice, "Everyone, be careful and keep moving." With a wave of his hand, Lin Yu also once again led the crowd to continue on their journey. And with the previous experience, the warriors had become more cautious. Each step was like walking on thin ice, afraid of making a single movement again. Suddenly, behind Lin Yu, there was another bang sound. "What a situation!" Lin Yu then asked in a low voice. As soon as the words fell, a familiar face came up to Lin Yu immediately after the rustling sound. Battalion Commander Li Dali, who was located in the team, also came to Lin Yu's side, and then reported, "Air Dog's stamina is not enough and he fell down. Take me to take a look." Lin Yu immediately commanded as well. Soon, under the leadership of Li Dali, Lin Yu also came to the side of the young warrior named Air Dogzi. Then the moonlight, Lin Yu clearly saw that the two dogs' legs were involuntarily trembling, how they could not stand up, and their eyes were even more filled with despair and guilt. Lin Yu knew that this was the physiological limit that had been reached. "Platoon leader, I just can't walk anymore. Sorry." The second dog said with a sobbing tone in his voice, "Battalion Commander, you guys go first." "Nonsense." Lin Yu immediately also unclipped his weapon belt from the warrior's body, and then took his gun into his hands, saying, "In our first battalion, we don't have the tradition of leaving our own people behind." "Dali." Lin Yu then also looked at Li Dali on the side and said, "Give me the ammo box you're carrying, and carry Air Dogzi on your back." "Yes." Without saying a word, Li Dali put down the ammunition box he was carrying, and then he directly carried Air Dogzi on his back. No way." The second dog was still trying to struggle, but he was held down by the other warriors. The other fighters who gathered around also helped to share the equipment in the hands of that fighter and Lin Yu, with some taking over Vigor's gun and others carrying his backpack. Soon, with the warriors supporting each other, the squad was also struggling to move forward through the darkness once again. The savage mountain at night not only has a harsh natural environment, but also a variety of unknown beasts. From time to time, the sounds of wild beasts screamed, which seemed particularly frightening and creepy in the stillness of the night. The warriors' nerves were always taut, and the weapons in their hands were gripped tighter, always ready to deal with possible dangers. Exhaustion and fear were written all over their faces, but there was determination and indomitability in their eyes. The whistle fell, and almost instantly, a black hand ruffled the thatch, and then a female soldier with a face full of dirt appeared in front of the crowd. "You are?" the female soldier asked since she was excited and a little nervous. "I'm Lin Yu, the deputy commander of the 1st Battalion of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division, and I've been ordered to come and meet the secret telegraph department. Would you please take me to see your director, Sue?" Lin Yu then also opened his mouth to respond. As the words fell, the visitor looked Lin Yu up and down again before saying, "You come with me." After saying that, the man looked at the warriors behind Lin Yu, then but added, "One person came." Hearing the attitude and demands of the visitor, Lin Yu also frowned slightly. He and the others were the ones who saved them, not to say that they should be grateful to themselves, but at least there should be respect, right? Is that how this man treats their savior? Only, considering the identity of the female soldier on the opposite side, Lin Yu didn't bother to count too much. Turning around, Lin Yu also instructed Li Ting, arrange for the personnel to set up a defense position on the spot to replenish their strength. Also send 2 scouts to map out the surroundings. Be sure to be careful of the Japanese presence. Yes. Company Commander Li Ting, who had heard the words, also immediately agreed. Chapter 031, The Miserable Department of Secret Telegraphy. After instructing Li Ting, Lin Yu then also set aside the thatch again with the female soldier leading the way, and then entered the cave. Just after stepping into the cave, a damp and decaying smell came over him, as if he had stepped into a dusty ancient tomb for a long time. The walls of the cave were covered with wet moss that glinted eerily in the dull light. There were drops of water falling from the roof of the cave, and the sound of dripping echoed in the empty cave, adding a bit of eeriness. The temperature inside the cave was extremely low, and even though Lin Yu had already dressed thickly enough, under the blowing of the cold wind, the chills pierced the bones and made people shiver. With a miso sound, the torch was lit, and the scene in the cave appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. However, in the cave, which was only about 10 square meters in size, there were all female soldiers lying all over the place. Perhaps because of the long journey, their clothes were worn out and torn, with holes everywhere, and even some of the clothes could no longer be called clothes, but just a few strips of cloth, clinging to their skinny and bony bodies. You know, this is not the latter day to whole as the beauty of the era, but any girl, I am afraid that cannot accept their own so-and-so look. It's just a shame that at this point, the women soldiers obviously couldn't care less about the externals. Originally beautiful hair, but now messy tangled together, but also stained with leaves and dust, like a lifeless mass of dead grass. Originally should be clear face, at this moment is also covered with dirt, dry cracked lips peeled and rolled, seeping the slightest trace of blood, that is the manifestation of extreme dehydration. And because of the chronic lack of food, their cheeks are sunken, their cheekbones are high, their eyes are deep set, and their eyes are tired and weak. The female soldiers, or leaning against the cave wall, gasped feebly, each breath seeming hard and heavy, as if they were on the verge of exhausting even their strength to sustain life. Or hands on knees, body shivering slightly, a reaction brought on by the interplay of hunger and cold. Obviously, the long run combined with the harsh conditions of existence, made their bodies weak to the extreme. Every move seems to be unusually strenuous, but even so, they are still strong, guarding their mission and companions. What made Lin Yu the most intolerable was still those pairs of empty eyes full of despair for the future, but with a hint of stubbornness vaguely flickering. Even so, each of their hands are just holding a grenade, and even all the grenades have been unscrewed, the other end of the zipper, but also in their hands. Apparently, they were ready to die with the enemy at any time. And after seeing Lin Yu under the light of the torches, the faces of the female soldiers clearly blossomed with joy, and the despair and fear of being besieged for many days seemed to have found an outlet at this moment. Looking at these emaciated and weak female soldiers within the cave, Lin Yu's heart felt like it was being pounded by a heavy hammer. At the age of flowers, they should have been in the back of peace, receiving this education in a bright classroom, running free in the boundless spring and fall colors. But now, because of this cruel war, they were forced to come to this deserted savage mountain, suffering from hunger, cold and fear, and became inhuman, ghost-like. That skinny, bony body, dry and cracked lips, messy hair, every detail stung Lin Yu's eyes. What is even more rare is that even in such an environment, they are still tenacious and persevering, and this tenacity alone is enough to make people's hearts ache. Lin Yu, who hadn't cried at the loss of more than half of his own men, couldn't help but redden his eyes at this moment. These girls, they shouldn't have suffered these sins in the first place. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart as well. And thinking about this, Lin Yu's heart surged with an uncontrollable anger. Damn the Expeditionary Command, damn the British Army, damn Stilwell. After a bout of cursing in his heart, Lin Yu also secretly vowed he must bring the female soldiers in front of him out of the savage mountain alive. Just as Lin Yu was about to say something to comfort this group of female soldiers, Lin Yu suddenly felt 2 guns against his back. It turned out that right at the entrance of the cave, there were still 2 female soldiers hiding, but while Lin Yu was observing the cave, he silently circled around behind him and pressed his gun against his waist. Feeling the muzzle of the gun against Lin Yu, subconsciously ready to resist, but the body's adrenaline has just erupted at the time, Lin Yu is born to stop their own outbreak. It couldn't be helped, and just for a moment, the grueling look of these female soldiers who had been trapped for so many days came to his mind. The haggard but wary faces made his heart ache. Lin Yu knew that once he resisted, the two female soldiers behind him would definitely be no match and injuries would be inevitable. While at this moment, Lin Yu really couldn't afford to let these poor female soldiers get hurt again. Moreover, after being left in the cave for so long, it seemed normal to be skeptical when they suddenly said that someone had come to pick them up. Immediately, Lin Yu also controlled his hands that were about to grab towards the back, and hardened his impulse to resist. "What are you guys doing?" Lin Yu tried to keep his voice as calm as possible, without the slightest hint of anger or threat. "Speak!" The female soldier who had just led the way then also walked up to Lin Yu and said, "Who the hell are you?" "Didn't I say so?" "I'm Lin Yu, Deputy Commander of the 1st Battalion of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division." Lin Yu immediately also explained again, "If you don't believe me, in the left pocket of my jacket, there is my ID." At those words, the female soldier leading the way also nodded towards Lin Yu's left side. Immediately a small handful of dirt also reached out to Lin Yu's chest, and then a fierce voice also rang out from Lin Yu's left rear side, "Don't play tricks." Hearing this milky voice, Lin Yu was also speechless for a while. "If it wasn't for the fear of hurting you guys, do you really think that you, with your thin arms and legs, can carry your own movements?" With that, Lin Yu also explained slightly, "If I were to play tricks, I wouldn't have come in with you guys alone." Just as Lin Yu was speaking, that small hand had already pulled out Lin Yu's documents and handed them to the female soldier leading the way. Obviously, the size of this female soldier leading the way should be ahead. In fact, just as Lin Yu was observing the female soldier leading the way was also carefully observing Lin Yu. The scene of Lin Yu guarding his rippling muscles raw was also seen by the lead female soldier. As a result, the female soldier had a few points of faith in Lin Yu's identity, otherwise, she wouldn't have given Lin Yu a chance to defend himself. "Are you really from the 598th Regiment?" After looking at Lin Yu's documents, the female soldier leading the way also asked again. Chapter 032 Successful Contacts. As good as fake. Lin Yu also nodded sincerely and said, "If you don't believe me, ask about our 200th Division's personnel structure or something." Once these words came out, the female soldier leading the way also believed in Lin Yu once again for a few points, but it was just a bit of a pity that this female soldier leading the way didn't know much about the 200th Division. Having no choice, the female soldier then proceeded to ask as well, "But why are you here?" "Didn't I tell you this as well, ordered to pick up your secret telegraph department?" Lin Yu replied once again. To be honest, Lin Yu was in a slight hurry. "You know, outside the cave, but gradually will be dawn. In other words, the brats may act at any time. If the standoff goes on like this, it will be a lost cause." "Nonsense." And seeing that Lin Yu was a bit impatient, the female soldier leading the way then also frowned and said, "If you were ordered to come here, how could you not recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was also slightly stunned, then he also understood and said, "Your director, Su?" The female soldier leading the way, however, didn't answer, but instead nervously touched her waist. It was as if Lin Yu was about to shoot him with a single shot if he made the slightest mistake. And when Lin Yu saw this, he finally realized why he had been misunderstood. But no one had told Lin Yu that Director Su, who lived to see a man and died to see a corpse, would be a female soldier. Figuring out the reason for the misunderstanding, Lin Yu also immediately spoke. "The reason is simple, I didn't receive the assignment from the command, so naturally I haven't seen your picture. My department was ordered to hold the rear for the entire army, and thus walked at the end." Lin Yu then continued to explain, "On the way through the Savage Mountains, we encountered Lu Tuan Sui of the Commanding General's Guard Regiment who had come to meet you, and because of food poisoning, Lu Tuan Sui and his men were unable to come to meet you, and it was only then that our ministry was ordered to come to meet you in the face of danger. Also, on the way to the pickup, we met Platoon Leader Zhang, who was protecting you, and we found this place based on Platoon Leader Zhang's roadmap. The documents attached to Lu Tuan and Platoon Leader Zhang, as well as the roadmap, are all in the right pocket of my jacket." Upon hearing this, Director Su couldn't care less, and immediately also rushed to Lin Yu's front, pulling out all of his documents from his jacket pocket. Looking at the familiar face on the documents and the orders and tokens from the command, Director Su also finally believed Lin Yu's words. With a wave of his hand, the two female soldiers standing behind Lin Yu also lowered their guns in unison. And as the female soldiers lowered their guns in their hands, a different kind of excitement visibly glowed among the group of female soldiers in the cave. "I'm sorry, Handing all the documents back to Lin Yu, Director Su also said with some embarrassment. "It's fine, I can understand." Lin Yu immediately nodded his head as well. "I wonder if Tuan Lu attached and Platoon Leader Zhang are now." Director Su then also asked. Hey. Putting the documents back into his pocket, Lin Yu also sighed lightly, but did not say anything more. Although Lin Yu didn't say the results, but combined with the 2 documents that were worn by Lin Yu, where was Director Su not to understand? Unable to help it, Director Su's heart also became more and more self-condemning. If it weren't for them, the National Army soldiers such as Lu Tuan Sui and Zhang Platoon Commander wouldn't have. Not waiting for Director Su to get sentimental, Lin Yu also looked around at the female soldiers lying in the cave and asked, Director Su, how many of you are there in total? Can there be anyone else out there? All of them are here, including me, a total of 15 people. Director Su also answered immediately. Where are the others? Lin Yu then also frowned slightly. After all, from the message attached by Lu Tuan, there should be 20 to 30 people in the secret telecommunications department. Also, it's so weird that this secret service is all female. At those words, Director Su's heart was again pained, and then his voice also took on a sobbing tone as he said, because of insufficient supplies, the male soldiers, all of them went out to look for roads and food. Seemingly afraid that Lin Yu would misunderstand, Director Su also choked and added, just like platoon leader Zhang and the others, they all only brought their weapons. Once these words came out, Lin Yu was also silent once again. Lin Yu knew that to put it nicely, it was that they were there to find their way and find food, but in reality, these male soldiers were actively going out to seek death. No one will be unaware of this. What would be the consequences of not having supplies in this savage mountain that eats people without spitting bones? However, the men went out like this, leaving all the hope of survival to the women. What, the male soldiers abandoned the female soldiers? If they were truly abandoned, the male soldiers wouldn't leave all the food for the female soldiers. To be able to show such a self-sacrificing spirit in such a desperate situation, Lin Yu had to sigh, it was truly a miracle. You know, in the historically authentic retreat from Savage Mountain, there were no shortage of officers, taking advantage of the opportunity to make a national fortune a small potato for a small yellowtail, and even more for a yellowtail. Human nature, never the most tested thing. Whether it was Director Su or Lin Yu, the troops escorting the Ministry of Secret Telegraph could have such military discipline, they should all be grateful. Of course, perhaps, there was also a story in there that Lin Yu didn't know about. However, this was not the time to lament so much. Lin Yu knew that what he had to do now was to leave this place immediately. Only, thinking about the shaky female soldiers, I'm afraid it's not that easy to get them to act at this point. Director Su, please come out with these 2 with me. Lin Yu then also spoke. Saying that, Lin Yu had already walked towards the outside of the cave. The unknown Director Su then also greeted the 2 of them to follow. Lin Yu, who walked out of the cave, then also instructed the warriors outside the cave, come 14 people, take off your shirts. As he spoke, the dozen or so warriors approaching Lin Yu also immediately took off their outer garments. And Lin Yu also said to Director Su and the 2 female soldiers on the side, Director Su, platoon leader Zhang informed before he died that there are still little devils sweeping this side, so it's not a good idea to wait, we have to get going. Give me another 15 portions of food. Lin Yu then turned his head and also ordered again. After saying that, the warriors also took out dry food from their own arms and placed it in front of Lin Yu. This way. Lin Yu then also instructed, first, take the clothes and blackout food in, so that the female soldiers can pad their stomachs and change into their clothes, then I'll arrange for people to go in, and one person will support the other, and eat while they walk. Director Su, do you think it's okay? Director Su obviously didn't expect Lin Yu to even think of such details as changing clothes, and immediately said with some emotion and a blush, listen to Battalion Commander Lin. Good. Lin Yu then also handed over all the clothes to Director Su. Director Su was not ambiguous, and immediately took the clothes into the cave with the other 2 female soldiers. Chapter 033, 2x2, Speedy Evacuation. Just in the time it took for the female soldiers to change into their clothes, Company Commander Li Ting was the one who hurriedly ran to Lin Yu's side. Battalion Commander. Lowering his voice, Li Ting also spoke with a slight nervousness, about a mile to the south, we found the camp of the Little Devils, and judging from the number of rifles there should be more than 30 people. At this, Lin Yu was obviously not surprised, after all, the system had already marked the Japanese army long ago. However, in order to avoid misunderstandings, Lin Yu still asked with a slight frown, it didn't disturb the Little Devils, did it? Don't worry, Battalion, I didn't disturb the brats. I pulled back carefully as soon as I realized it. The Japanese troops are still resting. Li Ting immediately replied as well. Good. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu also spoke. There are still 15 female soldiers left in the secret telegraph department. In this way, arrange for 15 warriors, and when the female soldiers have changed their clothes, one of them will escort one of them, and will set off immediately. Yes. Li Ting immediately agreed. Immediately afterward, Li Ting also went to arrange for manpower and left. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was crouched in place immersed in the system's map. As he had nearly doubled the number of people, he had to choose the fastest route back to the main group. It was also in the midst of Lin Yu's ponderings that the female soldiers in the cave, who had been starving for a long time, saw the arrival of food, and the female soldier's eyes instantly lit up. Almost trembling, he took the food with both hands, his dry, cracked lips slightly parted, and a dry swallowing sound came from his throat. Before Director Su, who was distributing the food, could say anything, the female soldiers couldn't wait to stuff the food into their mouths. A female soldier took a bite of a large piece, cheeks bulging high, because swallowing too quickly, choked and coughed, but still cannot stop, a little gasp and then continue to eat. Other female soldiers used their hands to break the dry rations into small pieces, but because their hands were shaking so much, the crumbs of the dry rations fell off one after another, and they hurriedly stooped down to pick them up, with their eyes full of heartache, as if those falling crumbs were not crumbs, but precious treasures. Having already been hungry for several days, they couldn't talk about eating elegantly, and were even a bit messy, but the good thing was, there was no one else at all beside them either. Of course, even if there were people, no one would have any ridicule at all, there would only be heartache. But regardless, by having the warriors wait outside the cave, Lin Yu did his best to give the female soldiers respect and decency. Needless to say, Director Su obviously felt this respect. Unable to help it, under the light of the fire, a pair of bright eyes also crossed a trace of emotion. Soon, 15 servings of food were also wiped out by the female soldiers in the cave. Even, many of them were still a bit unfulfilled. And as the food went down, the female soldiers looked significantly better, and with that, Director Su also distributed the soldiers' clothes. Naturally, Lin Yu's piece of Major's uniform was cheap for Director Su himself. Immediately, after just 5 minutes, Director Su, who was wearing Major Lin Yu's uniform, also reappeared at the entrance of the cave. Company Commander Li Ting, who was waiting outside, then arranged for the personnel to enter the cave and help the female soldiers out one by one. As the personnel arrived, Lin Yu also stood up from the ground. One foot grazed the roadmap that had just been drawn, and Lin Yu also came to the mouth of the hungry cave, saying, "Are all the people here?" "All here." Director Su immediately nodded. "Is there any other equipment that needs to be moved?" Lin Yu then continued to ask. "There's no need for that, all the radios and secret message books have been destroyed." Director Su immediately replied as well. "All right." Lin Yu nodded, then also turned his head to Li Ting and said, "I'll lead in front, you take 3 warriors to the rear, firstly to prevent anyone from falling behind, and secondly to monitor the actions of the little devils in the rear, and once there is any abnormality immediately report it to me." "Yes." Li Ting immediately agreed as well. "We have just received a normal report that the Japanese are less than a mile away. Therefore, tell your soldiers to be careful in their movements, not to make loud noises. At the same time, the next march, the road will be difficult and there are no stops. Once you can't take it anymore, make sure to tell the soldiers around you in time." Turning his head, Lin Yu also instructed Director Su, "Understand? Battalion Commander Lin, just don't worry, my people aren't vulnerable to that point." Director Su immediately said somewhat unconvincingly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu did not say any more, and with a wave of his hand, he took the lead and rushed towards the forest. The warriors behind them also followed quickly in groups of 2 with the female soldiers. The primitive forest of the Savage Mountain was like a huge green maze, with lush branches and leaves covering the sky, making the light only able to pass through the layers of branches and leaves with great difficulty, and shedding starry spots of light on the ground. Under the feet is thick rotting leaves, a footstep down, soft, accompanied by a pungent putrid odor, let a person want to nausea. The disjointed roots of the trees were like traps hidden in the shadows, and if you weren't paying attention, you would trip and fall, and the bodies of the soldiers and female soldiers had long been covered with bruises and abrasions from the fall. The female soldiers' clothes had long been soaked through with sweat and rain, clinging tightly to their bodies, their hair sticking messily to their cheeks, the wet strands covering their exhausted eyes. Their eyes were full of fatigue, and every breath was heavy and difficult, as if they were trying to suck the oppressive air into their lungs. But even so, they still braced themselves to keep up with the group, and none of them had half a word of complaint. Moreover, because of Lin Yu's reminder, the group of warriors traveled through the dense jungle without making any noise as much as possible. Thanks to the carefulness of the soldiers, the sleeping Japanese army also did not notice any abnormality at all. It wasn't until daylight that the Japanese woke up from. At this time, Lin Yu's squad, however, had already pulled away from the Japanese army by more than 4 or 5 miles. However, Lin Yu knew that they were far from being completely safe. It couldn't be helped, considering the physical strength of the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department. Lin Yu's pace slowed down a lot even though his mouth said merciless words. In such a case, once the Japanese discovered the National Army's trail and gave chase, it was an easy way to shorten the distance. What kills me is that the scriptwriter of history is always so mischievous. The more you are afraid and don't want something to happen, the more he will make it happen. As the day dawned, the Japanese red dots were unsurprisingly on the move. And in less than 2.5 hours, the Japanese search force was able to discover the caves where the Ministry of Intelligence had been last night. Unable to help it, Lin Yu was a bit thankful that they had gone out of their way to arrive at the cave in time last night. If they had really waited until today to take action, I'm afraid that it would be too late to even collect the corpses of the female soldiers of the secret. You don't say. There's some good chasers in this gang of brats. Of course, it wouldn't have been possible to find the secret department's hideout so quickly without an expert. In just 10 minutes or so, the little devils had already discovered the direction Lin Yu's troops had fled. Without any hesitation, the only 30 remaining little devils also immediately chased after Lin Yu in his direction. To say the least, the kiddies were still arrogant as hell, and the ones in pursuit came forward almost regardless. Looking at the red dot on the system map that was constantly approaching, Lin Yu's heart was gradually getting nervous. Lin Yu understood very well that at this moment, with the female soldiers dragging them down, once they were caught up by the Japanese, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that the Japanese army was following their route all the way north, Lin Yu knew that time no longer allowed him to do too much thinking, and he had to increase the speed of his march. Immediately, Lin Yu also began to slowly accelerate. The warriors under his command were fine after all. Last night's hasty march had been much harder than it was now. But the female soldiers could not, and soon their breathing became heavy and rapid. Every inhalation felt like it was tearing at the lungs with force, the legs felt heavy as if they were filled with lead, and every step seemed to take all the strength in the body. Many female soldiers, in order to keep up with the team, gritted their teeth, lips were bitten out of blood. Fortunately, there are soldiers beside, physical strength seriously overdrawn female soldiers, staggering, but also do not care about so much, reached out to grab the arm of the comrades beside them, and then also in the male soldiers' support to continue to move forward. Of course, there were strong female soldiers who never refused to ask the male soldiers for help. It was only a pity that there was a price to pay for the strong suit. As her foot slipped, her entire body lunged forward, her knee knocking heavily on a sharp stone, blood instantly staining her pants leg. The intense pain instantly caused tears to well up in her eyes. Only, the tears didn't fall after all, and after simply wiping her wounds with the corner of her tattered coat, the female soldier quickly got up, limping after the group as she did so. This was true for the female soldiers, and it wasn't really easy for the other male soldiers either. They had only been running for a day and a night, their shoulders were sore and numb from carrying heavy equipment for a long time, and the muscles in their arms were trembling from constantly plucking away the branches in their way. But with a beautiful woman right beside them, how could they possibly hold back in the slightest? Not only did they not flinch, the male soldiers even encouraged the female soldiers on the side. Only, listening to the male soldiers' encouragement, the female soldiers were not at all happy. There was no other reason. They could clearly sense that Lin Yu, who was leading the group, had once again quickened his pace. It couldn't be helped, as he watched the red dot representing the Japanese army on the system map getting closer and closer, Lin Yu's heartbeat also accelerated dramatically, and then he was also forced to keep speeding up his footsteps. And as Lin Yu quickened his pace once more, his already heavy footsteps became even more hurried. Even Director Su, who had the best physical strength among the female soldiers, her legs were like lead, every step she took required a huge effort, and sweat kept sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the rotting leaves under her feet. However, as a commander, Director Su did not show a single trace of pain. Even, Director Su just kept cheering himself up in his mind, absolutely can't stop, it can work, I will be able to hold on. Perhaps sensing Director Su's spirit, a group of female soldiers continued to grit their teeth and follow the group closely even though their bodies were exhausted to the point of exhaustion. It's just that the power of the spirit is ultimately limited. A little girl called Yuchin was finally unable to endure this long and rapid march. Breathing then became abnormally heavy, each inhalation seemed to be tearing at her lungs with force, and heavy shadows even began to appear in front of her eyes. Spara thought as she told this to herself over and over again, I can't fall, everyone is fighting for their lives, I'm going to live with them. But in the end, in a stumble, she flopped to the ground and was unable to regain her footing for a long time. Seeing this, Li Dali, who was on the side, already did not need Lin Yu's order, and immediately distributed his equipment to the other soldiers, and then without saying a word, a hand was the female soldier called Yuchin to carry up. In a flash, Yuchin only felt appalled. On the side, the two dogs who have recovered also took over the rifle in Li Dali's hand, and even comforted the frightened female soldier, saying, "It's okay, you rest on Dali's shoulder first, and then come down when you're rested up. I couldn't hold on last night, and it was Dali who carried me. Our 1st Battalion will never leave any of our comrades behind." Listening to Erdog's words, for some reason Yachin's mind miraculously settled down. After a small interlude, Lin Yu's squad also continued on their way. This walk was another several hours. Soon, the time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was also at this moment that Li Ting, who was responsible for the rear guard and surveillance, caught the trace of danger between the airtight branches and leaves. His heart shrunk violently, and an ominous premonition surged through his mind. Fixed eyes to see carefully, a burst of smoke is curling up in the forest. Apparently, it was the Japanese making their dinner. Silently estimating the distance, Li Ting's heart also thumped. It was less than 2 miles away. Not daring to have the slightest delay, Li Ting immediately explained that a few warriors would continue to monitor the situation, and then, with a cat's waist, he darted through the intricate roots and rotting leaves, and ran wildly toward the team in front of him. Sweat quickly drenched his shirt, and he couldn't tell if it was sweat on his face or beads of water slipping off the branches and leaves. Not bothering to wipe the water droplets on his face, at this moment Li Ting only wanted to bring the news of the Japanese army to his battalion commander as soon as possible. Battalion commander. Running furiously all the way, Li Ting finally arrived in front of Lin Yu. Propping his hands on his knees and breathing heavily, Li Ting's face was filled with anxiety and nervousness. Fortunately, Li Ting still kept his cool, and after looking at the warriors in the rear, he also lowered his voice and said, "The Japanese army is catching up, right behind them, less than 2 miles away. It's resting now. What to do?" Chapter 035 Gecko Breaks Tail, Who's Coming? Hearing Li Ting's report, Lin Yu was not particularly nervous. There was no other way, he had long seen every move of the Japanese army in the system's map. Rest in place. Eat some dry food and replenish your strength. After a little thought, Lin Yu turned his head and instructed the crowd behind him, and then he also pulled Li Ting aside. For the sake of unnecessary panic, Lin Yu wasn't prepared to publicize the situation to everyone. And after pulling Li Ting aside, Lin Yu was slow to speak. It couldn't be helped, but Lin Yu hadn't really thought about exactly what to do. While it was true that the Japanese were getting closer, it was equally true that they were getting closer to where the larger forces were gathering. According to Lin Yu's estimation, if he hurried through the night, he would be able to join up with the large force by noon tomorrow at the most. And now the question was, at the speed of the Japanese, would they catch up with themselves before they could join up with the main body? Although, as things stood, as long as the Japanese continued to rest in place as they had done last night, then they themselves would be able to rejoin the main force in peace. However, the Japanese army had now discovered the trail of the Ministry of the Secret Telegraph, and it was highly probable that a pursuit would be made through the night. That would make things a lot worse. Staking the safety of the entire crew on the Japanese army stopping for a rest on their own, Lin Yu obviously didn't dare to gamble, nor could he. Since we can't pin our hopes on the Japanese, we're on our own. On their own, there are only two ways to do this, either speed up the advance, or arrange for blocking personnel to stop the Japanese and induce them to deviate from their original path. Glancing behind him at the female soldiers of the Secret Telegraph Department, Lin Yu knew that their physical strength had almost reached its limit. It would be almost impossible to speed up again. Even at night, their speed would drop drastically. Therefore, the only feasible way to get rid of the Japanese troops before Lin Yu was to arrange for a breakaway unit. Thinking about this, Lin Yu's heart had a plan. However, before Lin Yu could open his mouth, Li Ting, who was on the side, took the initiative to say, "Battalion commander, let me stay and block the Japanese." As soon as these words came out, Lin Yu also looked at Li Ting with surprise. However, Li Ting's eyes were unexpectedly calm, and even vaguely, there was a trace of determination to die. Apparently, Li Ting also realized that it was almost impossible for the troops to outrun the Japanese just by running, with this group of dragons. The only way for the large force and the secret team to have a shot at survival is if the gecko breaks its tail. Of course, Li Ting, who understood that the gecko must break its tail, naturally knew better what would be the end of this broken tail. Sacrifice, almost a given. But Li Ting still did not hesitate to ask Lin Yu for help. There was no way around it. Among the entire squad, the one who had the ability to stay behind and block the Japanese army was Lin Yu, apart from Li Ting. Needless to say, Li Ting was using this life of his to exchange for Lin Yu's safety. Seemingly afraid that Lin Yu wouldn't agree, Li Ting then also added again, "I'm a good shot and can buy more time for everyone." Looking at Li Ting's sincere eyes, a wave of emotion named moving also flowed in Lin Yu's heart. To have his men love him so much, it was considered that Lin Yu hadn't come to this crossing in vain. However, with such a good subordinate, how could Lin Yu let him go and fight the thunder for himself? Patting Li Ting's shoulder, Lin Yu then also spoke, "Don't worry, the situation hasn't gotten this bad yet. Moreover, even if I have to stay, it will be me who will stay." "How can this be?" Li Ting was instantly anxious. Apparently, Li Ting didn't think the situation wasn't bad enough at the moment. And it was even more unlikely that Li Ting would let Lin Yu take the risk. "Listen to me." As soon as he grabbed Li Ting, who was about to storm off, Lin Yu also went on to speak. "Firstly, I already have a full plan. If you follow what I say, you will definitely win. Secondly, since I dare to stay, I can naturally have a way to retreat in one piece." But Li Ting instantly had to fight for it. But before the words came out, they were interrupted by Lin Yu, who said, "There's no need to argue, I understand all your thoughts. But time is running out, now is not the time to argue. Do as I order and everyone will survive, well." Li Ting, who had always obeyed orders, was frowning deeply at the moment, refusing to agree to Lin Yu's words in any way. Obviously, he also didn't think that Lin Yu would be able to work another miracle under such dire circumstances. Seeing this, Lin Yu was no longer polite, and then he also said seriously, "This isn't seeking your opinion, it's an order." Hearing Lin Yu's tone turn cold, although Li Ting was unwilling, he could only let out a slight sigh in his heart, and then he helplessly nodded his head and said, "Yes, I'll obey the order." Nodding slightly, Lin Yu also continued, "Next, you take over from me and open the way for the troops. The large troop should be northwest of us right now, and continuing along this road, we should be able to arrive before noon tomorrow." "Yes." Li Ting still agreed with some reluctance. Lin Yu didn't care about that, and immediately also ordered again, "The 2 scouts in the back, arrange for someone to notify them to follow them immediately." "How can this work?" Li Ting immediately became anxious again. It is no wonder that Li Ting is so anxious. The mission of the rear guard is a life-threatening one. Lin Yu also rushed back the few 2 assistants, even to single-handedly go to face more than 30 heads of brats, which called Li Ting how to be able to rest assured. "Don't worry, with my body strength, leaving 2 people behind will only hinder me." Lin Yu then also explained, "Their stamina is better. When they follow the troops, they can let them, and Li Dali and a few others, all carry a female soldier on their backs. In this way, they might be able to speed up a bit." "That's a solution, but you there?" Li Ting nodded thoughtfully, but his eyes were still endlessly worried. Seeing this, Lin Yu also laughed once more. "Don't worry, the sooner you guys join up with the larger group, the safer I'll be." "Yes." Li Ting also nodded in agreement. "In addition to bringing the troops to the rendezvous, you should also arrange for a fast-footed one to report immediately to the main force so that Liao Company Commander can prepare in advance and set up an ambush on the spot. Tell Company Commander Liao that I will roughly arrive at the rendezvous location 1 to 1.5 hours later than you." Lin Yu then also commanded again. As soon as these words came out, Li Ting's eyes were instantly filled with the color of surprise. Obviously, Li Ting hadn't expected that Lin Yu was actually really confident that he could drag the Japanese army away. Even the time of arrival at the destination has been determined. Unable to help it, Li Ting also looked at Lin Yu with admiration and said, "Battalion Commander, what do you mean?" Chapter 036, Breaking the Back and Setting a Trap. Lin Yu actually had the certainty of escaping in the hands of more than 30 Japanese soldiers, which was really a bit out of Li Ting's expectation. In fact, Lin Yu hadn't really lied to him. It's deep into the savage mountains, dense primeval forests that have never been a hotbed of guerrilla warfare. Not to mention the fact that after nightfall, the Japanese were practically blind. Lin Yu, on the other hand, has the assistance of the system, coupled with Lin Yu's hands. Not to say that all of these 30-odd brats will be eliminated, but at least slipping and playing with them can still be easily done. This was also the reason why Lin Yu dared to have his large force prepare for an ambush rather than immediately start. And looking at the surprised and incredulous Li Ting, Lin Yu also laughed. "What, you think I'm lying to you? Having said that I will definitely come back alive, I will definitely come back alive. When have I ever lied to you guys? No, I just..." Li Ting was also excited at that moment. "All right." Lin Yu casually waved his hand, interrupting Li Ting's narration, and said, "Also, you lead the men, and after you pass by the large troop, don't stop, continue on, and make sure to ensure the safety of the personnel of the secret telegraph department. After walking out about 2 miles, then stop to repair and wait for our arrival. Understand?" "Yes." Li Ting immediately and painfully agreed. Seeing that Li Ting agreed painfully, Lin Yu immediately also instructed once again, "Don't take it lightly, these secret telegraph operators are our army's treasures. If they have any accidents in your hands, humph. In a cold snort, it was the one that caused Li Ting to instantly sweat. Immediately, Li Ting also stood at attention and said, "Don't worry, battalion commander, even if I die, I won't let any accidents happen to the secret telegraph department." Seeing this, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, get ready, and after you've eaten your dry food, you'll set off immediately." Lin Yu then ordered as well. "Yes." Li Ting then agreed. After instructing Li Ting, Lin Yu then also organized his traveling clothes. Tonight was a big job, and Lin Yu had to be prepared for it. For this reason, Lin Yu had almost also loaded all of his body with all of the things that he could use. And as Li Ting left with the large force, Lin Yu then also began to set up the battlefield on the spot. If the Japanese had continued their pursuit, it would have been night by the time they arrived here. And this will be the beginning of a nightmare for the Japanese. Time passed by, and the Japanese troops did not stay overnight to rest as yesterday, but after a short stay to rest and recuperate, they once again set off on the road in pursuit. What's worse, the speed at which the brats were marching was obviously faster than the speed at which Li Ting's men were moving. Not only fast, this group of brats ing Dognose is also smart, all the way to the pursuit, almost never take any fork in the road. At this rate, Lin Yu judged that the Japanese army would catch up with Li Ting's troops before dawn tomorrow. Assuming, of course, that Lin Yu is good at everything. Damn brats, really not afraid to die. Looking at the ever-approaching little devils on the system map, Lin Yu also couldn't help but spit slightly in his heart. However, spitting was spitting, but the work in Lin Yu's hands didn't stop in the slightest. In the middle of the forest, poisonous thorns, wooden stakes and even a quagmire had become sharp weapons under Lin Yu. With the gradual descent of the night, a slaughterhouse full of all kinds of traps was born in Lin Yu's hands, just waiting for the Japanese army to run headlong into it. The hot and humid night breeze wrapped around the scent of rotting leaves, and Li Ting sprinkled sulfur powder delicately along the edge of his combat boots. The index finger of his left hand traced over the aerial roots that entwined the strangling banyan, and the 3 strands of hair beneath the humus tensed into deadly strings in the moonlight. It was still borrowed by Lin Yu specifically from Director Su, who had the longest hair. It even caused Director Su to blush for a while because of this, which caused Lin Yu to be somewhat at a loss for words. Hair strands connected to the vines in the back, then converged on the fallen trunk of the lobelia incense tree 30 meters away, where 7 poisoned bamboo thorns were waiting for their prey, and the pheasant plume at the end of the arrow shaft quivered slightly in the night dew. Just waiting for the little kids to make a mistake, they can easily take their lives. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, casting mottled silver streaks on the dirt floor. 15 meters away the stream whimpered among the rocks, wrapping vapor from rotting roots across the hem of his uniform. Lin Yu withdrew the magazine of the .38 large cap for inspection, and the copper shells of 5 6.5 mm Tomosaka rifle rounds glowed coldly in his palm. In the middle of this jungle, the more penetrating .38 large cap was obviously more useful than that neutralizer. Of course, Lin Yu would be more than happy to have a Thompson. However, seeing this, Lin Yu was carrying the .38 large cap behind his back and instead placed the improvised crossbow into his hands. In the silence of the night, the sound of gunfire was too easy to reveal the location. On the contrary, this crossbow, although the range is only a short 20 to 30 meters, but with the poisoned bamboo arrows, but also can see blood to seal the throat. Soon, at 0:47, when the moon was in the sky, 37 black shadows cut into the jungle in a wedge formation and appeared in front of Lin Yu's eyes, and Lin Yu, who was hiding in the jungle, also instantly held his breath. It seemed that he had also sensed Lin Yu's presence. The military officer at the head of the group suddenly raised his white-gloved right fist, and the inertia created by the sudden stop of the group caused the second soldier to crash into the former's back. This sudden pause also caused Lin Yu, who was curled up between the canopy of the tree infused with the vines, to frown slightly. But soon, Lin Yu's brows also stretched slightly. As it turned out, the Japanese army officer had discovered the strands of hair in the moonlight, but the officer, who lacked experience in jungle combat, had gone so far as to use his bayonet directly to pick apart his deliberately slack string trap. Chapter 037 Attack and Kill in the Darkness of the Night. In an instant, 7 poison arrows instantly killed the ghost sergeant and a little kid behind him on the ground. Especially the little brat's military attaché, his head was shot into a hedgehog, not to mention that he kept his sword raised to the point of death, with half of a broken string hanging from the tip of his bayonet. The moonlight penetrated through the beads of blood on the bamboo thorns, casting fine red spots on the humus layer. Enemy attack. Disperse. The Japanese lieutenant located in the middle of the group watched the fall of the military advisor, and then also hissed in horror. However, this roar, while waking up a crowd of Japanese troops, also completely exposed the position of the Japanese commander. And this was the moment Lin Yu was waiting for. Li Ting's index finger flicked on the crossbow's trigger guard, and the ghost officer who was hissing more than 30 meters away suddenly froze as well. The sharpened bamboo arrow penetrated 3 inches below the collarbone, and the arrow poisoned wood sap that coated the arrowhead caused the ghost lieutenant's face to rapidly turn purple, and there was no way out of it, and the lieutenant clawed desperately at his throat. Soon, in the constant struggle, the ghost lieutenant also lost his breath of life. And at the same time, Ling Yu grasped the vines with his left hand, stomped on the bumps of the tree trunk with his right foot, and in a single jump, his entire body had slid to the other end of the battlefield. All that remained was the rustle of a leather belt rubbing against the bark of a tree, blending perfectly with the cries of wild monkeys in the forest. Just as the Japanese troops in front of them were still in a state of confusion due to the death of their commander, they didn't want to realize that their opponent, Lin Yu, had already quietly touched behind them. What does it mean to be a great artist? This is what it means to be a great artist. Of course, there's no way around it. After all, Lin Yu was only one person, and he had to take advantage of the initial confusion of the Japanese army to take care of the personnel who posed the greatest threat to him. And in the middle of this jungle, apart from the Japanese commander, the greatest threat to Lin Yu was undoubtedly the heavy machine gunners and the bomb throwers. Borrowing the occasional moonlight cast down from the forest, Lin Yu soon also came to the rear section of the Bratz group, the position where the heavy machine guns and bombardiers were marching. The crunching sound of ta, the sound of military boots breaking a dead branch, instantly made the little kid machine gunner turn around sharply. Under the bright moonlight, the Japanese army but saw a ghostly face coated with mud. Without waiting for the little kid to scream out, the bayonet of the .38 large cap in Lin Yu's hand had already pierced the heart of the Japanese soldier. In an instant, crimson blood was spilled all over the heat sink of the Type 92 heavy machine gun. Not waiting for the surrounding Japanese troops to react, Lin Yu had already drawn his bayonet and stabbed the little kid on the other side. Without any suspense, the Japanese who were caught off guard also fell into a pool of blood again. Only, under the continuous stabbing, the little kid was also finally reacting. It was a pity that the reaction of the Bratz was not slow, but Lin Yu's actions were faster. Turning his gun, Lin Yu immediately just backed up while firing at the Japanese bombardier. The muffled sound of the .38's cap shooting against the shoulder and skull cracking sound at the same time, 6.5mm bullets easily lifted off the back edge of the kid's steel helmet, red and white mixture instantly burst out, in the moonlight, but it is exceptionally horrific. And after firing all 5 rounds of the .38 large cap in his hand, Lin Yu did not reload, but instead discarded it directly. Then, he grabbed a rattan and was hiding towards the depths of the woods. Before leaving, Lin Yu also used a dagger to cut off a tree vine on the side, weighing dozens of pounds of stone, then fell down with a bang, but it was exactly on the cluster grenade that Lin Yu had long been arranged. The force weighing tens of pounds instantly pulled the grenade's drawstring apart, and bared blue smoke instantly rose. It was a pity that in such a chaotic situation, and still at night, the kiddies apparently did not notice the grenades. A few seconds later, only to hear rumbling a loud noise, the last barrel thrower with the pursuit of a little kid instantly blown to pieces. At the same time, Lin Yu was forced to fall off the tree vine under the tremendous impact. Fortunately, there is a thick thatch below, but did not hurt the bones. But the face and palms of these exposed positions, but inevitably there are several wounds. At this moment, Lin Yu obviously couldn't care less about this small wound. Quickly climbing up from the pile of thatch, Lin Yu was also counting silently in his heart, there are still 29 left. Although Lin Yu had killed several brats in a row with the traps he had set in advance, they were all still high-value targets. But the little kid in the end is not made of clay. After a short period of confusion, its sub-captain is also quickly take over the command. The little kid is also then restored to its rightful combat power. Immediately, the Japanese army began to also implement the standard counter-sniper tactics, but see the Japanese army group of 3 people back against a huge tree, with the .38 rifles in the direction of Lin Yu retreated, began to suppress the shooting. A series of 6.5mm slugs kept chiseling into the tree trunk where Li Ting was hiding, and in the midst of the flurry of wood chips he pulled out his pocket watch and glanced at it. 9:59, time to change positions. Because of the fact that his position had been largely locked, Lin Yu had to place his steel helmet on top of a tree branch and subsequently use its reflection in the moonlight to lure the Japanese troops into a firefight. As several rifles were pointed at the pseudo-target at the same time, Li Ting flanked the captured Type 97 grenades. The salty taste of the safety pin biting between his teeth hadn't dissipated yet, and the blast of air had already lifted 3 soldiers off their feet. Unfortunately, although the explosion was powerful, because of the angle, only the closest person was directly cut off by the shrapnel in the femoral artery, and fell directly into a pool of his own blood. The remaining 2, however, were wobbling back to their feet after a brief period of unconsciousness. The good thing was that, taking advantage of the gap between the Japanese being knocked out by the bombing, Li Ting also finished shifting his position. At 1 o'clock and 6 minutes, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly engulfed the moonlight, and the primitive forest at night was then plunged into darkness. By now, the Japanese army had also completely lost Lin Yu's bearings. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Yu then also inserted the dagger back into the short holster at his waist, and at the same time, a barge pistol also appeared in Lin Yu's hand. The Mauser Model 1896 pistol, also known as the mirror box or barge gun, has always been a favorite of NRA battalion and company-level officers. Its 7.63mm bullet, with an initial velocity of more than 400 meters per second, and its stopping power and lethality are simply not comparable to other weapons. Even after hitting the holster and firing it against the shoulder, the barge can be decently accurate. Moreover, the short body of the gun gives the user extreme maneuverability in this jungle warfare. It may be said that the Mauser barge, with the exception of the Thompson and the shotgun, is almost the most suitable weapon for jungle warfare at the moment. While suiting the gun to the handle, Lin Yu then also flashed behind an ancient tree once again. Chapter 038, Walking Ghosts in the Savage Mountains. Slightly adjusting his breathing, the holster against his shoulder, Lin Yu behind the tree also slowly pulled the trigger again. The 7.63mm bullet then shot out, instantly penetrating the shoulder blade of the soldier who was reloading. Wailing, a second round had shattered his knee joint. As the wounded soldier fell to the ground and groaned, the little kid beside him was quick to approach and try to check his injuries. Also at this time, a round grenade but quietly fell to the side of the ghost. Only heard a loud boom, was wounded by the little kid, along with the nearby two little kids are all blown away. This time, the brats weren't so lucky. After the three brats fell to the ground, one brat directly lost his breath, while the other two wailed in pain. Apparently, the grenade's fragments had sunk deep into their bodies. What's worse, because of their encounter, the other Japanese soldiers around them didn't dare to get close at all, for fear that another grenade would emerge from some nook or cranny. And so, a crowd of little devils, almost as if they were watching their two companions roll and wail on the ground. Of course, the other brats weren't idle either, and then they also fired a volley of shots at the place where Lin Yu had just been. Unfortunately, as early as in the wailing of the brats, Lin Yu was once again ghostly and quietly disappeared in the jungle. Silently, Lin Yu will once again around to the back of the Japanese army, dodging close to the corner of a single small kid, sharp dagger then from its fourth rib gap into the blade then rotated 90 degrees, raw will be the heart of the small kid crushed. The dagger was drawn, and hot blood in the mid-30s instantly burst forth. The spattering of blood is to startle the tree as resting on the giant lizard, feel the warmth of the blood, this 2-meter-long reptile is also instantly frightened, and then also crazy scurrying toward the Japanese team. With that, the Japanese formation was once again in disarray. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Ting once again sprinted to the front of a Japanese soldier, hand up and down, the dagger has penetrated the throat of the soldier who was changing magazines, the tip of the knife precise pick off the carotid artery. Warm blood sprayed on the ground. The giant lizard seemed to have sensed the scent of blood and crawled over following the smell. And in its wake were the pursuing Japanese bullets. Bang 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 in the fire, but the little kid was blessed to find the figure of Lin Yu. Immediately, the Japanese army also abandoned the giant lizard, which had already been beaten into a sieve, and instead began to launch an attack on Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu knew that it was time to shift the battlefield. It was too late to raise his hand to look at the time. Braving the Japanese fire suppression, Lin Yu turned around and was drilling deeper into the jungle. Of course, the direction Lin Yu escaped from was also a good 10 degrees away from the direction that Li Ting's army had left. This Japanese army were willing to let go of Lin Yu, to know, just such a small amount of effort, but Lin Yu has already killed and wounded them more than 10 people. Seeing Lin Yu trying to escape, the sub-captain in the Japanese army who had taken over command also ordered a pursuit. And in order to avoid being divided and killed by Lin Yu again, the Japanese sub-captain also asked everyone to work in groups of 2 to 3. You don't say, under such a 2x2 embrace of the Japanese army, Lin Yu is really not good enough to continue. It wasn't that Lin Yu couldn't lay his hands on him, it was just that after doing so, Lin Yu was having trouble escaping. Solely, Lin Yu's goal was never to wipe out this group of Japanese troops either, and being able to guide the Japanese troops away from the main line had already achieved its goal. In this way, Lin Yu led the Japanese army in circles around the jungle as well. It might not be too apt to say that it was going in a circle, after all, the Japanese army had never returned to the same place either. Perhaps it would be more apt to describe it as taking an S-curve to describe Lin Yu's actions today. Under Lin Yu's hold, in the system's map, almost visible to the naked eye, the dozens of red dots of Li Ting's ministry were also getting farther and farther away from themselves. Just accordingly, the Japanese army is the distance from Linyu, but it is getting closer and closer. There were even 5 Japanese soldiers who had circled around to the flanks in preparation for a siege on Linyu. If it had been anyone else, one slip-up might have really been surrounded by Japanese troops. But on the contrary, Linyu had a map in his mind, and the brat's every move was almost entirely under Linyu's surveillance. Seeing that the Japanese army still wanted to surround themselves, Linyu twisted his body and ran towards the other side. And as Linyu deviated from the intended path, the Japanese troops circling back naturally floundered. But even though they were thwarted again, the Japanese army still refused to let Linyu go. The 2 crooked-handled light machine guns then fired in Linyu's direction, trying to force Linyu back to his original path. "If you guys are looking for death, then it's not my fault." Linyu, who had been suppressed by the machine gunner, leaned his back against a large tree, and while repressing bullets into his barge gun, he also said hatefully. 20 rounds of ammunition were repressed into the chamber. Linyu let out a deep breath and immediately made a faith shot from the left side. After more than 10 rounds, the Japanese machine guns were all attracted to the left side. At this moment, Linyu suddenly came out from the right side, the butt of the gun against his shoulder, his left hand holding the magazine of the barge, his right hand gently pulling the trigger. In 3 seconds' time, the few remaining bullets were all fired by Linyu as well. And the 2 ghost machine gunners over there also instantly fell into a pool of blood. There was no time to replace the bullets, and while the machine gunner was killed and the Japanese firepower was greatly reduced, Linyu carried his own barge gun and ran toward the front. Because of the lack of sufficient firepower suppression, the Japanese could almost only watch as Linyu ran further and further away. The Japanese commander was furious. It was obvious that he was just a little bit close to finishing off that damnable Chinaman army, but it was just, every time he was just a little bit close. In fact, this little kid's commander obviously do not know, often seem to be just a small gap from the target. In fact, this little gap, but more chasm is no difference. It's like Boss Chow of the 3 Kingdoms. Yuan Shao and Wu Maru have fought all these deadly battles, and they are just one tiny Jiangdong away from unifying the world. No one would believe that just this district's bullet-ridden area could stop Boss Chow's great cause of unification. However, Sun and Lu did just that, and even shook the entire foundation of Chow Wei's rule. And the Japanese army is now more than a little bit worse. What appeared to be always close at hand was actually the result of Linyu's intentional control of the tempo. In fact, if it wasn't for the sake of stalling the Japanese army, Linyu, who had the map in his head, could have gotten rid of this group of Japanese army, and wouldn't have plunged himself into such a dangerous situation at all. Chapter 039. When the day breaks, the battle continues. It was a pity that at this moment, the little devils had apparently completely lost their minds amidst the huge casualties and fierce battles. Seeing that Linyu was about to run out of sight again, the Japanese sub-captain ordered the pursuit to continue regardless. With a roar of kill give, the only remaining 20 or so little devils were once again divided into several teams, chasing and killing towards Linyu. Looking back slightly, the whistling sound instantly resounded in Linyu's ears. Immediately afterward, Linyu only felt a heat in his cheeks, and crimson blood then warmed his entire face. That was the color that the rapidly flying bullets had hung on Linyu. He touched the warmth of his face, and between his sticky touch, Linyu's heart tightened. He knew that this was more of a warning from the heavens. Any bullet could easily take his life, and he was far from safe. Taking a deep breath, Linyu also collected his contemptuous mindset, and then he also immediately ran wildly towards the depths of the forest again in a zigzag formation. This run went on for another hour or so. In order to maintain the distance from the Japanese army, Linyu was also running and resting at the same time, but he was not too tired. On the contrary, the Japanese army, being walked like a dog by Linyu, must also be constantly on guard against Linyu's sudden attacks. In just over an hour's time, many of the Japanese troops were already panting. Seeing this, Linyu knew that he had to give them a break to rest, otherwise, this group of Japanese soldiers might not give up on their pursuit. Of course, it's not a bad thing to give up on your own pursuit, but it's a lot of work to get the Japanese to calm down and think. The little devils are not little darlings. Must be able to guess that he must be so entangled with them to cover more troops. And once the little devils have realized this, it is highly probable that they will directly abandon themselves and turn to pursue Li Ting's division in front. Although in the system map, Li Ting's troops had already pulled away from Linyu and the Japanese army at a sufficient distance, they had not yet reached the point of absolute safety. Linyu knew that he had to stop and continue to provoke the little brats into a fight. Immediately, Linyu also quickly found a large tree as a cover. After skillfully pressing the bullet to load, Linyu also can only be on the ground to start shooting up against the Japanese army. Needless to say, Linyu's time to stop for this stay was just right. Because at this moment, the Japanese army really couldn't hold on any longer, and seeing that Lin Yu had also stopped. Almost all of the Japanese troops thought that Lin Yu could not hold on any longer, and at that moment, these little devils also surrounded towards Lin Yu as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. In the bang, bang, bang of the gunfight, the barrel of Lin Yu's barge gun glowed cold blue in the moonlight. That was the precursor of the gun barrel about to overload, but unfortunately, Lin Yu couldn't care less, quickly finished shooting the last bullet and turned around. Lin Yu was also just pasting his back to the trunk of the tree to fill up the bullets again. In just this moment's effort, 3 6.5mm March 8 bullets chiseled into the bark of the tree, and wood shavings even splattered on Lin Yu's blood-stained collar. Adjusting his breathing, Lin Yu once again fired a pike against the Japanese. And taking advantage of the lull in reloading, Lin Yu distinctly saw that there was a rustling sound on both the left and right flanks. Looking at the map, sure enough, several Japanese troops had circled their flank and were preparing to surround them. Not caring about the hot barrel of the barge, Lin Yu immediately clamped it under his armpit, then took out 2 grenades, pulled the safety off and threw them towards the left and right flanks. Immediately afterward, before the sound of the explosion could be heard, Lin Yu had already continued to carry the barge gun that had been cooled down by the flesh and plunged into the bushes. A rumbling sound soon came from the rear. However, Lin Yu, who had climbed up from the bushes, continued to run towards the front without looking back. A real man never looks back at an explosion. And the explosion, though it failed to kill the little kid, succeeded in stopping the Japanese advance. With his keen sense of smell and the reminder of the system map, Lin Yu also narrowly avoided yet another danger. Scenes like this happen almost every 30 to 40 minutes. The moonlight shattered into ice on Lin Yu's barrel, and Lin Yu danced on the blade with every step back. The 20-round magazines of the original German barges were emptied and refilled, fingertips blistered by the hot shells, but they also had to keep a constant eye on the Japanese movements in between changes. He was hanging upside down among the vines as the column of Japanese flashlights swept through the canopy, the crunch of bullets penetrating his steel helmet mixing with the wails of the night lords in a concerto of death, a rhythm that belonged uniquely to the hunters of the night. Hours and hours of bloody long runs where he milked himself into a broken killing machine. Even when his heart rate spiked to 190 beats per minute, Lin Yu still didn't stop his running, and even still managed to accurately extinguish the torches 50 meters away. Running over and over again, even when his lungs burned like hell, he still forced himself to set up guile. And in order to distance himself from the Japanese army, Lin Yu even brought the Japanese army into the swamp. Letting the putrid water of the swamp fill his boots, Lin Yu also continued to drag his pursuers and sink them into the mire until the Japanese army completely gagged, and only then did Lin Yu emerge from the water. It could be said that in the seemingly thrilling battle, Lin Yu was actually gambling with his life with every step he took. And under Lin Yu's fearless spirit, even the natural environment became his accomplice. Broken branches were rattling arrows to lure the enemy, mud puddles inhabited by crocodiles were living meat grinders, and the reflection of moonlight on steel helmets became beacons of doom. This race to death ended with Lin Yu's victory. When the dawn ripped through the night, Lin Yu's uniform had become a rag soaked in blood and sweat, while Lin Yu's face, neck, including hands, feet and body, almost everywhere visible a trail of blood. So, what's the cost? The price was the tragic Japanese search party behind him. The pursuing force of 37 men 6 hours ago was now down to only 20 men. In a sense, dawn even saved the few Japanese troops. If Lin Yu was given another night's time, it might not be impossible to completely wipe out this group of Japanese troops. It was a pity that as the sky gradually brightened, Lin Yu was easily exposed to the Japanese army's vision despite the cover of the trees. And under the absolute firepower suppression, Lin Yu's rolling around was also greatly restricted. Obviously, if he continued to wear out, not only would Lin Yu be unable to continue to inflict more kills on the Japanese army, he would also be completely surrounded by the Japanese army. Looking at the system's map again, Li Ting's section was already a sufficient distance away from himself. And a large pile of blue dots was not far in front of Li Ting. Amidst the clutter, Lin Yu distinctly heard the sound of gurgling water. Subconsciously, Lin Yu was walking towards the sound of the gurgling water. But see the bottom of the clear but rather turbulent creek. A deadwood coincidentally fell on it, but the natural formation of a log bridge. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately rushed onto the bridge, but unfortunately, this wooden bridge had already decayed under the erosion of the years, and now by the pressure of Lin Yu's weight, it was instantly under Lin Yu's feet and issued an unbearable groan. However, at this moment, Lin Yu obviously couldn't care less, and boldly rushed across the log bridge. Right at the last moment when the deadwood snapped, Lin Yu did make a jump and managed to pounce onto the bank. Looking back, the deadwood formed a one-tree bridge, but it was heading downstream. Even if you know that there are accompanying hair rays here, it is very difficult to find them. Liao Company Commander prepared 4 or 5 such areas, which was a full expression of its respect for the Japanese army. Of course, in order to avoid accidental injuries, Company Commander Liao had also prepared a 2-man-wide passageway so that friendly troops could pass through smoothly. The safe passage was also well marked by Liao Company Commander, which Lin Yu could understand at a glance. And in order to prevent the brats from finding this safe passage as well, at the end of this passage, Company Commander Liao also directly arranged enough 2 light machine guns and 4 rifles, enough to block this passage to death. And it's natural to have fire suppression after a minefield. Fully 2 platoons of soldiers were arranged by Company Commander Liao to huddle into the grooves of the slab roots of the lobelia tree. These slabs of roots were more than just barricades, they were natural cover for the fighters. Although the Japanese Army's 38 Daga has a strong penetrating power, it can't penetrate the roots of this tree, which is hundreds or thousands of years old. The soldiers of the National Army, however, were able to easily shoot at the Japanese in the midst of them. While that wasn't as comfortable as a trench, it was as good as it was going to get in this very short period of time. Of course, the roots of the tree Lian Long have been utilized, the crown of the tree naturally cannot be spared. Enough 4 light machine guns were arranged by Liao Company Commander on the horizontal branches of the 30-meter-high sky viewing tree, and the crossfire they formed could even directly control the front battlefield of hundreds of meters in front of them. Of course, the heavy machine gun was not left behind by Company Commander Liao. Further away, several sky-high trees were also sawed right through by Liao Company Commander. The thick stumps became the best positions for heavy machine guns, while the thick trunks, once lowered and slightly repaired, became natural cover for the fighters. In order not to be discovered by the Japanese troops, Liao Company Commander did not dare to cut down too much. Therefore, more soldiers, but can only hide in the bushes and thatched bushes everywhere. Because of the local conditions, but just 3 or 2 hours, under the personal command of Liao Company Commander, this set of 3-dimensional ambush system is also quickly built. It should be said that Company Commander Liao really gave this group of Japanese soldiers great respect. To know, at this moment, the National Army's large forces full of more than 200 people, facing only more than 30 people Liao Company Commander, they do not know Lin Yu has eliminated more than a dozen people of the little ghosts. Such a vigorous and heavy arrangement, more or less is a bit of the meaning of killing a chicken with a bullseye sword. But that's just looking at it from God's point of view. Standing from the perspective of a veteran who has fought all the way from the Songhu battlefield, the Battle of Nanking, the Battle of Wuhan, and the Battle of Changsha, it is impossible to give any more importance to the Japanese army. You know, back in the day, a single brigade of ghosts in the Japanese sector could even chase after a division of National Army troops. In the Battle of Zhongqiao Mountain, which took place in May 41, the Nationalist Army even hit a shocking battle loss ratio of 1 to 50. According to the Japanese statistics, this battle, the Nationalist Army was captured about 35,000 people, 42,000 soldiers killed in action, the total loss of more than 100,000 people. The Japanese Army killed 673 people, wounded 2,292 people. Therefore, the ratio of battle losses was 1 to 50. If we go by this ratio, the National Army is even still in a weak position at this moment. Of course, the middle stripes is just the exception to the rule. But in any case, in front of the Japanese Army, the National Army has never said waste of force. Of course, in the process of setting up the ambush position, Company Commander Liao didn't forget to send people forward to meet Li Ting and the others. After all, if they let their own people enter the thunder formation, it would be too late to even cry. Soon, as the ambush position was set up, Li Ting and the others appeared in front of Company Commander Liao. Chapter 041, A Tidbit of Women. It was too late to catch up, and in a single exchange of glances, both sides had already understood each other's meaning. Hastily bidding farewell to the large troop, Li Ting also followed Lin Yu's orders and continued traveling east. However, as Li Ting's troops once again moved away from the main force and did not have the slightest intention of stopping, dissatisfaction erupted among the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department. After all, they had been marching continuously for a day and a night, and despite the help of the male soldiers, their already weak bodies could not support them anymore. Now it is difficult to join the army, but they have to continue to go. This is anyone who cannot stand it off. Immediately, the women of the secret telegraph department approached Company Commander Li Ting, who was leading the group, and asked to rest on the spot, even if it was just for a while. Unsurprisingly, such a request was naturally dismissed by Li Ting without hesitation. Only, like all women, the female soldiers of the secret department, who already felt themselves safe, were roguishly reluctant to advance. This really pissed off Company Commander Li Ting. At that moment, with a click, Li Ting was loading his .38 large cap, while the muzzle was pressed against the female soldier who refused to walk. I'll count to 3, if you still refuse to get up, I'll shoot you on the spot according to battlefield disobedience. Li Ting, who was holding his .38 large cap in his hand, had a voice that had never been colder. This really cannot blame Li Ting. If not for this group of people, why would they risk returning to the Savage Mountain? If not for this group of people, why would his battalion cede alone to face dozens of little devils? All the women who had put their lives on the line to rescue them actually played up their missy temper at this critical juncture. How could Li Ting tolerate this? No, I'm not your subordinate, you can't. The female soldier sitting on the ground immediately said as she struggled as well. Instead, she was responded to with only one cold word, one. Hearing this figure, the female soldier was also completely flustered. Obviously, he had realized that the grim-faced company commander in front of him was not joking with her. Seeing that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction, Director Su also immediately rushed to the front of the female soldier and pressed his body against Li Ting's gun. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Director Su then said eagerly as well. However, Li Ting on the opposite side was not the least bit moved, but said coldly, too. Even if he killed this Director Su, he would never have thought that this big-headed soldier on the opposite side of the room would be so disrespectful to himself. Realizing that the situation was not good, Director Su, who knew that Li Ting could not be persuaded, immediately turned around and then helped the female soldier up from the ground. And at this time, Director Su only that female soldier actually do not know when he's peed his pants. Fortunately, because of the long journey, almost everyone's legs are full of mud, and the ground is full of thatch, if not close to sea, but really cannot be seen. However, Director Su, who smelled the urine, obviously knew what was going on. And for that reason, Director Su also frowned. Although the female soldier in front of her was female, she was even more of a soldier. Just facing the muzzle of a gun and pulling her crotch like that, this was obviously not the mental quality that a soldier should have. Director Su even doubted that if there was no rescue from the 598th Regiment, and it really came down to the last moment, this female soldier would dare to pull her own grenade. However, annoyed as she was, this was still a soldier under her after all. Trying to take off his own clothes to cover her for a moment or two, he realized that the clothes he was draped in were still those of the battalion commander. Unable to help it, Director Su also stopped his hand movements. And seeing that the female soldier had already gotten up, Li Ting didn't make things more difficult. Then withdrawing the bullet from the chamber, he spoke, "Continue to depart." Also at this moment, Director Su was stopping Li Ting, and then he also opened his mouth and asked, "Company Commander Li, we've already converged on the main force, why can't we take a break? I hope you can give me an explanation." Explain? Li Ting frowned slightly. He really didn't want to deal with these pussies, but there was no way around it. The Director Su in front of him was, after all, a lieutenant colonel in rank, and in a sense, her position was even higher than his own battalion seat. Li Ting could not give a damn about the other female soldiers, but he could not answer Director Su's question. The reason is simple, this place is about to become a battlefield. In order to ensure your safety, I must take you away from this area. Li Ting immediately replied as well. Battlefield? Director Su asked with some confusion, didn't the Japanese not come after us this way? Why is there still a battle? Humph. Li Ting grunted helplessly, who said no brats came after us, if it wasn't for the battalion commander giving us a rear guard, the brats would have already caught up with us. What? Director Su was instantly shocked as well, you're saying that yesterday, Battalion Commander Lin's departure was not to scout the way for us, but to give us the rear guard? Nonsense. You think those brats give up that easily? Li Ting said impatiently even as he bristled. A person? Director Su obviously did not sense Li Ting's impatience, and then also pursued the question again. Or what? You go help our battalion seat? Li Ting, who was already tired of being asked, immediately choked as well. As he said this, Li Ting didn't forget to poo-poo the ground. Obviously, Li Ting was declaring the dissatisfaction in his heart as well as the unworthiness of the battalion commander for doing so. Immediately, without waiting for Director Su to continue to inquire, Li Ting said with a big hand, "Depart immediately." At the sound of his voice, Li Ting commanded the crowd to continue on the eastbound road, carrying the 3/8 large cap. While passing by Director Su, Li Ting was once again stopping, and then also glanced at the female soldier who was already somewhat demented, and said to Director Su, "Mind your people, there is no next time." At those words, Director Su, however, did not reply. Her eyes had been set on the way they. Hearing Director Su's words, the hearts of the crowd of female soldiers were also aghast, and immediately they also agreed in unison, yes. With the strong appearance of Director Su of the Ministry of Secret Telegraph, a small episode was also over, and Li Ting and his group of dozens of people soon set out on the road to the east again. Just as Li Ting's section continued to move, Lin Yu, who had finally been able to catch his breath through the Deadwood Bridge, also subconsciously swept a glance at the system's map, but saw that Li Ting's portion of the blue dots, however, was right in the middle of converging with a large strand of blue dots. Immediately, Lin Yu was also excited once again. And as the small group of blue dots passed through the confluence area and continued to the east, Lin Yu also instantly realized that Liao Shang's side should already be ready. Slightly estimating the distance to reach the ambush site, Lin Yu also slightly slowed down his pace. Walking 100 miles is half of 90, Lin Yu must make sure that the Japanese army can keep up with his footsteps. For this reason, Lin Yu even kept shooting to the rear as he traveled. This kind of moving fire of course cannot hurt the Japanese, but the sound of the shooting is to continue to provoke the Japanese, more can guide the direction of the Japanese search. And to further guide the Japanese, Lin Yu even hangs his blood-stained bindings between the bushes as an eye-catching signpost. You do not say, in Lin Yu's efforts, behind the Japanese search team is simply like a leech sniffing the smell of blood all the way to Lin Yu is to continue to wildly chase up. Apparently, this group of Japanese soldiers did not realize in the slightest that they had stepped into the spider web of death carefully woven by the National Army fighters. After another full hour or so of trekking, Lin Yu was also finally leading the Little Devils to Liao Company Commander's ambush site. And through the system map in his mind, Lin Yu was able to see clearly the series of arrangements made by Liao Company Commander. Although Lin Yu couldn't see the trip mines buried in the front position, he knew from the half-moon arrangement of the fighters that there must be something in the area in front of them. And just as Lin Yu was thinking about how to get through this area safely, Lin Yu clearly saw the red cloth strips tied to two shrubs that were a few meters apart. Needless to say, this must have been a marking left for himself: 2 dots, 1 line, follow the line connecting the 2 red strips of cloth, and that's the safe passage. Immediately, Lin Yu also carefully walked up. Sure enough, there was no abnormality in the shrubs at all, but on the contrary, Lin Yu vaguely saw the presence of grenades in the thatch pile on one side. After determining that he hadn't chosen the wrong path, Lin Yu also immediately accelerated his pace. Soon, Lin Yu, who had passed through the safe passage, also rushed all the way to the heavy machine guns of the second line of defense before stopping. Battalion Commander. The heavy machine gunner looked at Lin Yu with a grin on his face. Before Lin Yu could reply, he only heard a boom. A loud bang came from the back. Turning his head to look, the way he came was already a mist of blood. A full 3 Japanese soldiers were lifted into the air by a buried Type 97 grenade. Because it was detonated at close range, its tremendous power even directly tore the stomach of the ghosts. White intestines were then also hanging on the aerial roots of the strangler banyan wobbling, and several steel helmets were even spinning in the air, and then smashed into the faces of the soldiers in the rear. The Japanese sub-captain's command sword was still raised in mid-air. Another mine exploded in the center of the group, countless pieces of broken accompanied by large and small stones in a radial splash out. The muffled sound of penetrating steel helmets is just like a rainstorm hitting the tin roof. Baka! The blood-covered Japanese military chow also hissed and pointed in Lin Yu's direction. Immediately afterward, the remaining brats surprisingly continued to charge at Lin Yu in a brazen manner. Obviously, at this moment, the little devils still only thought that this was Lin Yu's masterpiece alone, and they wanted to catch up with Lin Yu and break him into pieces. Just as the Japanese launched their charge, Company Commander Liao, who was hiding in the thatched bushes, also immediately roared, "Fight!" As the words fell, the barge gun in its hand also sparked instantly. Immediately after that, without waiting for the Japanese to react, Czech light machine guns spewed out their tongues of fire at the same time from the 30-meter-high lookout tree. The 7.92mm bullets penetrated the morning mist, pinning the 3 Japanese soldiers at the front of the line into twitching, bloody gourds. The moment the bullet chiseled into their helmets, a flock of hornbills rose up from the canopy and flew on their wings, the sound of their feathers flapping perfectly masking the metallic crunch of the bullet change. Seeing this, the remaining Japanese troops also quickly searched the ground and began to look for cover. There was no doubt that the huge lobelia tree also instantly became the best cover in the eyes of the Japanese army. Immediately, several little devils were rushing towards the dragon's brain fragrance tree. But before the brats could reach the tree, blackened muzzles protruded from the folds of the 1,000-year-old tree. National Army fighters hiding behind natural cover fired almost against the enemy's head, 7.92mm bullets shattering steel helmets at a distance of 10 meters, and bursting brains congealing into white and red totems on the roots of trees. The little kid's chow also wanted to use a grenade to open the way. This side only just touched the grenade, was stabbed through the throat by the bayonet stabbed out of the slit of the board root, and the undrawn ring of the Type 97 grenade rolled to the ground, being stepped on by the Japanese troops who followed up the charge and made a clattering sound. Well, that's one of the unfortunate things about the brats. However, although his own grenade did not explode, Company Commander Liao was obviously not prepared to let this group of brats go. Seal the exit. Liao Company Commander, who saw that the Japanese army was already in chaos, immediately also gave orders again. Immediately, the heavy machine gun beside Lin Yu also immediately roared, and in the water-cooled sleeve steaming white mist, the chain of 7.7mm bullets cut off the little devils trying to retreat. And the ghost sub-captain, who had been broken in two, even crawled forward 3 meters, dragging out his intestines to make shocking blood marks on the moss. Watching the misery of their companions, the last 5 Japanese soldiers also huddled in their craters, trying to escape the storm of metal. Unfortunately, 30 meters up in the trees, the National Army soldiers were taking in every move on the battlefield. Seeing the little kid curled up and pretending to be dead, the National Army soldiers on the tree are not polite, turn over the muzzle of the gun to the crater where the little kid is, a burst of frantic strafing. In the sound of gunfire, a few brats were instantly shot into rags, their backs exploded into bloody holes that could fit into their fists. In only a few short seconds, the last of the brats went to meet their Amaterasu Amikami together. And from the time Lin Yu walked through the safe passage and the Japanese army entered the position, to the time when all the little devils were wiped out in a hurry, a total of less than 5 minutes had passed. Looking at the devastated scene in front of him, even Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. What a ing loser. But I love it. Chapter 043 Injured Lin Yu. Seeing the last brat fall in a pool of blood, Company Commander Liao then shouted loudly, "Stop firing." The words fell, and the cacophony of gunfire came to an abrupt end. With the crunching sound of a dead branch breaking, one after another, the National Army fighters also finally slowly walked out from their respective shelters. Along with a few fighters in the tops of a few trees, they also quickly slid down the trees with machine guns on their backs. Unexpectedly, all the soldiers, including Company Commander Liao, also looked at the position of the heavy machine gun in unison. There, Lin Yu, their battalion commander, who had been away for 4 days, was standing there naively. But see, his uniform has been broken into strips of cloth hanging on the body, almost naked upper body, the right arm is tied with a stick as a splint, festering wounds can be seen in the white stubble. The left shoulder to the ribs diagonally across the bayonet slit, rolled flesh stained with red mud, like a ragbag torn by wild dogs. And the lower half of his trouser legs had long since been stained with blood-colored dirt, and the sun's rays had actually dried them out completely. That face, which had been suitably handsome, was now so full of scars either grazed by bullets or hung by branches that it was almost impossible to find an intact area. There was only one pair of eyes that showed a familiar sparkle. It could be said that Lin Yu's body was covered with the hardships and dangers of last night. Battalion Commander. Machine gunner Wang Taizhu threw away the ammunition box in his hand, and cannonball-like, he rushed up towards Lin Yu. Before he could rush forward, Company Commander Liao and the medic were the ones who arrived in front of Lin Yu before them. With that, a crowd of warriors practically surrounded Lin Yu. Battalion Commander. You're okay. A cry that simply overwhelmed Lin Yu. Looking at the eager warriors, Lin Yu's heart naturally rejoiced. It wasn't just the joy of the aftermath, it was the pride of being a soldier. After all, which officer didn't want to be loved by his generals? Apparently, Lin Yu had done it. There was no doubt that after this battle, Lin Yu's status in the hearts of the warriors had been viciously raised by more than one notch. Immediately, Lin Yu also smiled and said, "If you guys keep squeezing like this, I'm afraid I'm going to suffocate." As the words fell, the medic also said immediately, "Quickly, make way for the light, I want to check the battalion commander's injuries." Company Commander Liao, who was on the side, saw this and immediately ordered, "Go, all of you, go and clean up the battlefield first." Upon hearing this, the group of warriors also helplessly took 1 step and 3 turns back to lead the way. Be careful. Watching the warriors leave, Lin Yu also once again instructed, no matter if they are dead or alive, first give a bayonet before approaching, in addition to being careful that the brats don't have grenades hidden in their arms. Yes. Hearing Lin Yu's instructions, the warriors also agreed. Seeing the warriors busy one by one, Lin Yu, who had put down the big stone in his heart, then actually lost some strength. This was normal, since the night before, Lin Yu had spent almost all of his time without sleep. It wasn't just staying up all night, it was high-intensity fighting. To be able to hold on until now, Lin Yu's body had actually been overwhelmed long ago, and it was only a mere hint of obsession that had allowed him to hold on until now. Fortunately, the Liao Company commander and the medic on the side were quick, and held Lin Yu up with one hand. With that, Lin Yu was also assisted by the 2 men and sat on top of the stump where the heavy machine gun was located. The medic didn't stay idle, and immediately took out scissors and began to cut open Lin Yu's torn clothes so that he could treat his wounds. But the medic with the scissors looked at Lin Yu's front and back, but for a moment he didn't know where to start. It couldn't be helped, a wound had long since scabbed over, and even worse, the broken clothes had long since adhered to these scabs, so if the clothes were to be disposed of, they would inevitably need to be cut away along with these scabs. In other words, in order to treat the wounds, the medic was the one who needed to tear through all the wounds on Lin Yu's body. The pain, just talking about it, could already make your scalp tingle. And seeing that the medic was slow to make a move, Lin Yu also looked at the medic with some surprise and said, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Hearing the battalion commander's inquiry, the medic almost cried out, "Battalion commander, I have no anesthetic." Hearing the cries of the medic, Lin Yu's heart also trembled. Of course he knows what his wounds are, some situation. This is no anesthetic, raw stripped of clothes. This is no different from 1,000 cuts of their own, right? Not to mention Lin Yu, even the Liao Company commander on the side of the room's heart went cold when he heard the medic's words. You know, this is in the middle of a virgin forest. If the wound is not treated in time, I'm afraid that in less than half a day, the wound will turn into pus, and Lin Yu's life will have to be accounted for here. Thinking about this, Lin Yu was smiling faintly and said, "Don't worry about doing it, this pain, I can still endure it." At that, the medic was also slightly stunned. "Don't worry about it, it'll hurt a little, are these human words?" With that, the medic realized that the battalion commander was being comforting. Yes. Gratefully glancing at Lin Yu, the medic also spoke with difficulty, "Battalion commander, then bear with me for a bit." With that, and a deep breath, the medic picked up the scissors and acted, gently but with unquestionable decisiveness. Only, the high level of tension still made his hands shake slightly. Slowly, he extended the scissors to the edge of Lin Yu's clothes. With the opening and closing of the scissors, there was a soft click, and the fabric near the wound was cut off. Gently pulling up one end of the fabric, the medic also gently peeled it away from the wound. Just as the medic's hand skimmed over the wound, too, the scab was brought down with the fabric, and blood then poured out of the wound. The prepared medics also immediately administered medicine to stop Lin Yu's bleeding. After a simple operation, at this moment, Lin Yu's eyebrows had already twisted into a Chuan character, and the muscles on his face were slightly twitching due to the pain. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his lips were white from his biting. Not waiting for the beads of sweat to fall, the medic had already started on the next wound. Even though the medic's movements were already very, very light, every time he moved it was like he was tearing at his nerves, and the excruciating pain almost made Lin Yu wish he could pass out immediately. But on the contrary, Lin Yu was unable to do so, and even, Lin Yu had to put on a calm demeanor. Otherwise, how dare you tell the medic to continue? Lin Yu could not help but admire Marshal Lu in the same time and space. That is the master who can cure the eyes without anesthesia. Compared to him, this injury on Lin Yu's body is nothing at all. Well, not to be outdone, the founder of the Egg-Touching Conference. Chapter 044 Repetition of the Supply Problem. Thinking about the great achievements of the founder of the Egg-Touching Conference, Lin Yu gradually calmed down, and even the pain coming from his wounds became lighter. Only, while Lin Yu was calm, the medic's forehead couldn't stop a fine bead of sweat from breaking out. Even so, the medic didn't stop moving his hands. While tearing at the rags, the medic also whispered soothingly, "Just hold on a little longer, it'll be over soon." The comfort seemed to be spoken more to himself, however. As the clothes were cut open a little, looking at the rags infiltrated with blood all over the ground, Liao Company commander only felt as if there was a big invisible hand that gripped his heart so hard that he couldn't breathe. Thinking back to the battle, Liao Company commander was full of self-blame. This mission should have been his own if he hadn't objected so strenuously. The battalion commander would have been able to take more men to meet them, and wouldn't have needed to worry about this unit of brats at all, much less a lone army to stop the enemy. In that case, the battalion's seat would not have been seriously injured, much less have to suffer the pain it is in today. Looking at Lin Yu's blood-stained body, Company Commander Liao's heart was filled with guilt, hating that it was he who was injured. Just as Company Commander Liao was feeling guilty, Lin Yu then also grinned his parched lips and asked, "Have all the personnel of the secret telegraph department been safely relocated?" "Yes." Company Commander Liao immediately replied, "Company Commander Li is already waiting 2 miles away with personnel from the secret telegraph department." Nodding slightly, Lin Yu then also commanded, "Arrange for 2 people to go and report a message to Li Ting and tell them to wait on the spot." "Yes." Company Commander Liao immediately agreed. "What's wrong? Did you find anything wrong?" Lin Yu then also asked in a small voice. "Battalion Commander, the battlefield has just been cleaned up, the situation is too unpromising." Company Commander Liao then also replied in a low voice, "The supplies of the little devils are pitifully small, full, just enough for them to use themselves for a day or two. Are more than 200 people a point? I'm afraid to hold out for half a day is enough." Hearing these words, Lin Yu's face, which was already somewhat pale due to his injuries, became more and more ugly. It is important to realize that the entire 1st Battalion had also been waiting in place for a full 4 days because of the rescue of the secret department. This resulted in the battalion's originally quite sufficient supplies becoming severely insufficient, and with the addition of a dozen or so men from the secret telegraph department, the battalion simply didn't have enough food for the fighters to get out of the savage mountains at the moment. And this group of Japanese search party was undoubtedly the key for Lin Yu to lead his men out of the savage mountain. This is also the main reason why Lin Yu must lure the Japanese into stepping into the encirclement, rather than shaking them off halfway. But now, Company Commander Liao told Lin Yu that this group of brats didn't have much in the way of supplies at all. How did this make Lin Yu want to believe? How could this happen? Immediately, Lin Yu also muttered. However, soon Lin Yu realized his scene, and then he also raised his head and said, "Company Commander Liao, this isn't right." Saying that, Lin Yu also looked at the dense woods around him and said, "This place is already considered the depths of the savage mountain. No matter if we go forward or backward, it will take at least 5 or 6 days. What makes the Japanese think they can get out of this savage mountain if they have only a day or two of food? Are they so sure they can get supplies from us? But that's not right either. It was the Ministry of Information and Communication that they were chasing, wasn't it? If the Ministry of Information and Communication had been well supplied, it would not have stayed in place to provide assistance at all. There's no way the Japanese can't know this before they do." At these words, Company Commander Liao also frowned, then said, "This is something I don't quite understand what the Japanese army was thinking, but I've already arranged for people to search the surrounding hundreds of meters, and they've all come up empty-handed. It's also obvious that the Japanese army couldn't have gotten ahead of themselves and discarded all the supplies to do so. Could it be that this group of Japanese troops is running to die with our troops?" Company Commander Liao then also speculated. "There is this possibility, but not much." Lin Yu shook his head and said, "Even if the little devils know that what they are pursuing is the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy, if they cannot bring back the codebooks or personnel of the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy, it is simply not of much value to the Japanese army. The little devils also simply won't risk their lives just for a few of our soldiers. Unless, of course, the Japanese can find supplies in the forest." Company Commander Liao then also picked up the conversation. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. "Supplies." Lin Yu muttered and repeated while also looking around. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a large, sky-high tree with dense underbrush. Even if Lin Yu had the aid of the system and memories from his later life, he simply did not dare to say that he could obtain food in such an environment, let alone the Japanese army. Lin Yu didn't believe that there would be a wilderness survival master in the brats just by coincidence. Moreover, based on Lin Yu's experience from watching survival in the wilderness many times, even a wilderness survival master would have a difficult time trying to live in such a primitive forest, not to mention, being responsible for the food of dozens of people. This may not be a sure thing even if you call master pay. Unable to help it, the more Lin Yu thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was too strange. Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, a warrior came to Lin Yu's side with a shirt. "Battalion Commander, here." A light call heaved, and the warrior also handed Lin Yu the shirt in his hand. "This is?" Lin Yu looked at the shirt in the warrior's hand with some surprise. Chapter 045, Shortage of Food, What to Do? "Oh, this is what we stripped off from the little devils." The warrior was a little embarrassed, but then said with incomparable seriousness, "Battalion Commander, don't worry, I checked them all, and apart from some dirt, they haven't been splattered by the blood of the little devils. You can rest assured to wear it." At those words, Lin Yu also looked down at his bandaged body, and then he also understood what the warrior meant. Receiving the shirt in the warrior's hands with both hands, Lin Yu also smiled and said, "Thank you very much." He. Hearing Lin Yu's praise, the warrior also scratched his head in embarrassment. Immediately, seeing that Lin Yu had already accepted the shirt look, the little warrior also consciously retreated, giving space to Lin Yu and Liao Company Commander. And as the warrior left, Lin Yu did die staring at the shirt in his hand. If they had no clothes to wear, the soldiers would strip them from the corpses of the Japanese and give them to themselves, and what if the Japanese ran out of food? What will they do? Lin Yu was simply a little afraid to continue thinking about it. Or, in fact, Lin Yu already had an answer in his mind. "What else can we do?" There can only be one truth: these bottomless animals, of course, would not hesitate to use human flesh as food. This explains why the Japanese were in hot pursuit of themselves, even though they had obviously taken huge casualties. Because, the brats have made their own group their rations. The little devils knew very well that if they could not catch up with the national army in front of them, none of them would survive. Understanding this, Lin Yu only felt his stomach lurch. Only the damn brats would have such a perverted idea, actually relying on eating human flesh to achieve the goal of the pursuit. After a moment of churning, Lin Yu's heart felt a hint of admiration again. Soldiers in the end is different from ordinary people. To achieve the goal by any means necessary, in the ordinary people may be synonymous with despicable, but in the military here, it is a kind of honor. There is no other, behind the soldier, not personal self-interest, but the survival of the state and the nation. There is nothing that cannot be sacrificed for the sake of the country, for the sake of the nation, even if it results in notoriety. How can today's infamy not be the merit of 1,000 years from now? Thinking about this, a realistic question also emerged: what was Lin Yu going to do next? One must realize that it was not this group of dead devils that lacked food today, but Lin Yu himself. Whether to hold out and see if pie will fall from the sky, or to do whatever it takes to win is a real dilemma. That's human flesh. Not to mention prion and the like. Once the news of Lin Yu eating human flesh got out, what kind of result would happen, Lin Yu himself couldn't even dare to imagine. Even the national army, up and down the country, would think of themselves as a demonic figure. Not to mention the future, it's good enough not to send yourself to war as cannon fodder. But even though Lin Yu was aware of the heavy consequences of eating human flesh, the three words eating human flesh could no longer be forgotten once they entered Lin Yu's mind. For the sake of the state, for the sake of the nation. Or perhaps, just to live. Only those who are alive have a future. Only those who are alive are qualified to talk about anything else. Thinking about this, a flash of fortitude flashed under Lin Yu's eyes. It was just that this matter was different from others in the end, and even Lin Yu, however, did not have the certainty that he was doing the right thing or not. He needed to find someone to discuss it with. Or rather, Lin Yu needed someone to support and thus convince himself. With that, Lin Yu also looked at Company Commander Liao and said, two things. Yes. Company Commander Liao, who was also in the middle of his thoughts, also immediately came back to his senses and agreed. First, immediately arrange for someone to go and call Li Ting back. Just let him come alone. Lin Yu then ordered as well. Yes. Company Commander Liao also immediately agreed. Second. Lin Yu then also continued calmly, arrange for warriors to take the corpses of the Japanese troops and yard them all together. Battalion Commander, this is still yard together. Why? This day is dark, not a night, even a bone cannot be found. Liao Company Commander immediately asked with some surprise. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu didn't explain, but merely ordered, whatever you're told to do, you do it. Yes. Seeing Lin Yu's tough demeanor, Company Commander Liao didn't dare to disobey and immediately agreed and headed off to make arrangements. Soon, as the corpses of the Japanese army were grouped together, Li Ting also jogged to Lin Yu's side. Battalion Commander. Before he could catch his breath, Li Ting asked with concern, are you alright? Not much of a problem. Looking at the corpses that were being carried, Lin Yu was somewhat distracted as he replied. It wasn't Lin Yu's fault, the decision was just too difficult to make. With a long sigh, Lin Yu then also called Liao Shang along with him. Looking at his right-hand man, Lin Yu also finally spoke in a small voice, Company Commander Liao, tell us about the existing supply situation of our army. Yes. Although Company Commander Liao didn't know what medicine Lin Yu was selling in this gourd, he immediately followed Lin Yu's request and explained the current food supply situation one by one. With the words, the current food, at most can last 2.5 days, Li Company Commander also finally changed his face. Obviously, he who had followed Lin Yu all the way into this savage mountain knew all too well what the outcome would be in this savage mountain after having no supplies. Immediately, Li Ting also asked after him, are there no supplies replenished on the Japanese? Hearing Li Ting's question, Company Commander Liao also sighed softly and said, the supplies on the Japanese army are only enough for themselves for 2 days, and allocating them to our 200 men can only be described as a drop in the bucket. But that's not right. That's all the food the little devils have, how are they going to get back? Li Ting then also grasped the crux of the problem. And in the face of this problem, Company Commander Liao was obviously at his wit's end, and immediately looked helplessly at Lin Yu. Naturally, Li Ting followed Company Commander Liao's gaze to similarly look at Lin Yu. Facing the inquiring gazes of Company Commander Liao and Li Ting, Lin Yu also sighed slightly in his heart before saying, "It's very simple, in the eyes of the Japanese army, we, or the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy, are the rations they go back to." When these words came out, the two of them were first confused, and then a wave of coolness also went straight to their heads. Obviously, cannibalism is unacceptable to anyone with basic morals. However, it turned out that now Lin Yu wanted them to make a decision. I have to say, this is really a bit cruel. But this is war, the war that forces you to be less than human, less than a ghost. And after understanding the intentions of the Japanese army, the hearts of the two men were suddenly filled with righteous indignation against the Japanese army. But before the two men could swear out, they reacted in unison. Why did the battalion commander ask them to talk about this? Chapter 046 Man-made disasters just stopped, natural disasters arrive again. Soon, however, the two men were guessing at some possibility. Was the battalion commander trying to emulate the behavior of the brats? And without waiting for the two to inquire, Lin Yu spoke again. The situation, you all know about it. Even at the most optimistic estimate, to get out of Savage Mountain, we would have to travel at least another 10 days or so. Obviously, with the supplies we have, it will not be enough to last until our troops leave Savage Mountain. Even in a normal place, starving for 7 or 8 days would be enough to kill you. Not to mention, now we are in the primitive forest. By my estimation, 3 to 4 days at the most after being deprived of food, one would have to starve to death alive in the Savage Mountains. Saying that, Lin Yu also looked seriously at the two men, and finally said in a graphic manner, "Therefore, the only way now is..." Just when Lin Yu was about to say those 3 most important words, Liao Company Commander, who had already completely understood on the side, was the one who spoke first. "Battalion Commander, let's try hunting. In this forest, there are still quite a few wild beasts." The reason why he had grabbed the words was that it really wasn't because Liao Liancheng didn't respect Lin Yu. On the contrary, Company Commander Liao had done this entirely for Lin Yu's sake. Some things were just wrong when they were said. Before Lin Yu could reject it, Li Ting spoke against it. "This idea, we thought about it when we first entered the Savage Mountain. But the animals in this forest have all become fertilized, and after exerting a lot of effort, we couldn't hit many things, and even because of this matter, a few warriors have fallen in the swamp and lost their lives. What about wild fruits?" Company Commander Liao, who still refused to be willing, also suggested again, "We can eat wild fruits to fulfill our hunger." Liao Company Commander is afraid that he has forgotten how Lu Regiment attachment was lost. Li Ting said another sentence, directly choking Liao Company Commander. Yes, it was because Lu Tuansui and his subordinates mistakenly ingested the poison, which caused the evil consequence of the whole army being wiped out. Now he himself has to fill his hunger with wild fruits. Isn't that looking for death? However, to take this path, Liao Company Commander was still a bit terrified. Is there really no other way? Company Commander Liao looked at Lin Yu with almost pleading eyes. In fact, but where there was still a hint of possibility, Lin Yu would not have hit the idea of the little brats. But there's no way around it. Either you eat meat or you die. Die, it's okay. But who will avenge the expeditionary force? The Secret Service. Who's going to deliver it? In fact, the words have come to this point, including Liao Company Commander, including the 3 people also understand that this seems to have to choose the choice of questions, in fact, never gave them the opportunity to choose a. Looking at the Japanese corpses that had been neatly arranged, the 3 of them also fell silent. It's just a matter of a strong man starving for the flesh of his captors and laughing about drinking the blood of the Huns. After just over an hour, the ground full of corpses had become dead bones, while the warriors' backpacks were stuffed to the brim. With that, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion were quick to rejoin the waiting rescue team and the secret telegraph team. After a round of hugs and celebrating the aftermath of the robbery, the warriors then also embarked on their journey once again. Lin. The soldiers who got the order to rest and reorganize were like deflated balls, leaning on each other in groups of 3 to 5 to keep warm. The warriors had already rested, but Lin Yu was still dragging his heavy body, and only returned to the command headquarters after carefully checking around to make sure nothing was missing. While he was returning, Company Commander Liao was already leading a few warriors to build a makeshift shed with banana leaves. Although this broken shed cannot cover the wind, but is able to block the rain, but also has a place to stay. Seeing Lin Yu return, Company Commander Liao also immediately greeted him and said, "Battalion Commander, quickly, hurry into the shed. Don't ever catch a cold." Hearing Liao Company Commander's concerned words, Lin Yu was awakened. It's not the second thing that this heavy rain is blocking the road. If the soldiers catch a cold, things will be bad. In this primitive forest where there is a lack of medicine, even a small cold can lead to various complications, and it is not impossible to even fall ill directly. Immediately, Lin Yu also hurriedly ordered that the wounded be moved to the shed first, while he himself stood back into the pouring rain. Lin Yu had apparently forgotten that he was the one who was the most injured in the entire 1st Battalion today. It was too late to think that much. Lin Yu then also gathered Li Ting and Liao Lianchang to ask if there was any way to drive away the cold. In the supplies, there seems to be a few old ginger. Li Ting, who was in charge of logistics, then replied loudly as well. There was no way around it. The pouring rain was so full of the sound of rain hitting the leaves that even talking was a special effort. Quick, fetch them all. Just as the words left his mouth, Lin Yu changed his words and said, it's better to fetch half of it first and boil 2 pots of ginger water. Be sure that each person can share at least 1 porcelain jar. Yes. Li Ting wiped the rainwater from his face and also immediately agreed. And, not waiting for Li Ting to leave, Lin Yu also once again loudly instructed, prioritize supplying the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out. Yes. Li Ting nodded in agreement once again. Turning his head, Lin Yu also looked at Company Commander Liao on the side, then pointing to the shed on the side, he ordered, arrange for the soldiers to build the shed according to this. It's still a priority to build it for the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department. Yes, understood. Company Commander Liao then agreed loudly as well. Soon several bonfires crept up in the cracks of the boulders, and a shed was quickly built. In less than 20 or so minutes, Li Ting had already arrived at Lin Yu's side with a jar of ginger water. Seemingly worried that Lin Yu wouldn't drink this hot ginger water first, Li Ting handed over the hot ginger water while also saying, Battalion Commander, the secret telegraph department have all drunk it. While Lin Yu, who had heard the words, still did not take the ginger water in Li Ting's hand. For no other reason, Lin Yu knew that the wounded and ordinary soldiers next to him hadn't received hot ginger water yet. Chapter 047 Warmth in a Rainstorm. Looking at the warriors behind him who were all still empty-handed, Lin Yu also immediately ordered, pass on my order, the wounded drink first, then the soldiers, and finally the officers. Upon hearing this, Li Ting also had a bitter smile on his face. Obviously, this result, he had already guessed. But the problem was, Lin Yu, he himself was the wounded and was probably the one who had been injured the most in the entire battalion. But looking at Lin Yu's greenish-white lips and resolute look, Li Ting's mouth, which had just opened, quickly closed again. Instead of trying to find a way to convince Lin Yu, who was impossible to convince, it would be better to hurry up and cook more ginger water. Soon, according to Lin Yu's order, a vat of hot ginger water was also delivered to the warriors. After receiving the scalding teapot and drinking the warm ginger water, the warriors' faces were visibly better. And it was only after all the warriors had drunk the ginger water that Lin Yu took the ginger water that Li Ting handed over again. However, because of the many times of boiling, the flavor of ginger water has obviously been much more diluted, can play a role that is also gradually thinned out a lot. It could even be said that by the time the ginger soup was finally delivered to Lin Yu, this jar of so-called ginger soup was practically just a jar of ordinary hot water. However, even so, Lin Yu continued to take small sips as if he had been given a treasure. I don't know if it was the ginger water that worked, but as a hot stream of water went down, a trace of redness finally appeared on Lin Yu's face. However, looking at the heavy rain that didn't want to stop in the slightest, Lin Yu's brows were still tightly locked. Alas! This night is destined to be difficult to sleep. Lin Yu then also sighed secretly in his heart, once this rain comes, the temperature of the woods will be much lower at night. If there's no food to bottom out, I'm afraid that I can just freeze to death. Has the food been sent over to the secret telegraph department? Lin Yu then continued to ask as well. According to your instructions, at a ration of 70% per person, it was sent over to Director Su and the girls. Li Ting immediately replied as well. Yes, Lin Yu didn't let the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department join them, but left the few precious foodstuffs for them. There is no way, although Lin Yu does not agree with the war, let the women go away, but if there is a chance, Lin Yu will do his best to make the female soldiers suffer less from the brutality of war. Nodding silently, Lin Yu then also instructed, tell the warriors to be careful when they eat, so they don't let the people from the secret telegraph department find out. Find what? Not waiting for Li Ting to agree, a doubtful voice was ringing in Lin Yu's ears. Looking up, a miserable but delicate face also appeared openly in front of Lin Yu. If it's not Director Su of the secret telegraph department, who else is it? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Yu also immediately said, it's nothing. Does Director Su have something? Lin Yu then proceeded to ask as well, not giving Director Su the slightest opportunity to continue his inquiry. Seeing how Lin Yu was behaving, although Director Su hadn't heard all the words, he immediately understood that the Lin Yu in front of him must be hiding something. However, since Lin Yu refused to say anything, Director Su naturally couldn't pursue anything. After all, at the moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a parasite. At that moment, Director Su slightly adjusted his mindset and was saying, "I'm here to thank Battalion Commander Lin and the soldiers of the 1st Battalion on behalf of the soldiers of the Secret Telegraph Department." Although Director Su wasn't sure about the 1st Battalion supply situation, but this was such an environment that could still provide them with so much food, in all reason, she should express her gratitude to Li Ting. Saying that, Director Su also stood upright and saluted Lin Yu. Due to the heavy rain pouring down all the way, the coat Lin Yu had lent to Director Su had long been soaked through by the rain and was currently clinging to her body. Drops of rain dripped down the ends of her hair, glinting faintly in the moonlight. The night breeze brushed by with a damp coolness, and the surrounding trees swayed gently in the wind, making a rustling sound. Under the hazy moonlight, Director Su, who stood straight, appeared to have a particularly exquisite posture. Her concave and convex silhouette was outlined by the moonlight to create a soft silhouette, as if it was a quiet painting. This, coupled with an unearthly face and subdued demeanor, added a bit more of a cool temperament to her. Unable to help it, Lin Yu was also a little mesmerized by what he was looking at, and it was actually difficult to move his gaze away. Even the torrential rain was no longer annoying, instead it added another quiet mood between the two. This scene, if replaced in the hands of later generations of directors, at least the front, side by side to give a full 5 minutes of close-ups. It's just a shame that this is Savage Mountain, and it's more of a battlefield. Soon, Lin Yu also came back to his senses. Realizing that he was out of line, Lin Yu coughed lightly in an attempt to break the delicate atmosphere. However, for Director Su to thank him like this, Lin Yu felt that it was completely unnecessary. After all, to be truly thankful, what Lin Yu had done was not something that could be offset by a simple military salute. However, a lieutenant colonel of the National Army saluting her, a tiny major of the National Army, Lin Yu naturally could not. As for saying that for the sake of the big picture in the battlefield, but it was a bit too blunt and unsympathetic, People's Director Su came to thank himself in the end. Therefore, it is obviously a good choice to blame everything on the attachment of Lu Tuan. At least, in this way, Lin Yu was neither considered to have refuted Director Su's face, but also still occupied the absolute initiative. However, Director Su, being as smart as she is, naturally understood that the attachment of Lu Tuan was nothing more than an excuse for Lin Yu. However, no matter what, to be able to obtain Lin Yu's reassurance again, Director Su was already satisfied. Immediately, Director Su also happily opened his mouth and promised, "Then thank you, Battalion Commander Lin. When we return home, I will definitely personally ask for credit for Battalion Commander Lin and the soldiers of the 1st Battalion." That's a big thank you to Director Su. Lin Yu immediately laughed as well. But it was clear that Lin Yu didn't take Director Su's words to heart. Although Director Su was the director of the Secret Telegraph Department, and perhaps knew a number of high-ranking generals, it would be almost impossible to interfere with combat troops. Therefore, Lin Yu only took it as some politeness from Director Su. However, it was because of Director Su's existence that Lin Yu was given tremendous help in the future. It could even be said that it was Director Su who gave Lin Yu the opportunity to ride Burma again. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Chapter 048, Advancing Through Hardship. Thereupon, after each had eaten his food, all but the necessary sentries fell into a deep sleep. Even Lin Yu fell back to sleep after patrolling one side of the team. It couldn't be helped, the continuous rushing plus the all-night battle had long since exhausted Lin Yu's physical strength, coupled with the injuries all over his body. Being able to hold on until now could only be said to be Lin Yu's strong will. And as the night passed, Lin Yu was yet again the first to wake up. After a night's rest, Lin Yu's strength and energy were pretty much restored. Only, looking at the heavy rain that was not the slightest bit smaller, Lin Yu's mood was once again low. Obviously, it is not only difficult to continue in such a situation, but I am afraid that my life may be in danger if I am not careful. This was also the root cause of Lin Yu's order to stop advancing immediately after dusk yesterday. However, it's not a good idea to keep waiting. Not to mention other things, just the food issue, Lin Yu couldn't continue to wait. If he waited for that batch of food to be consumed again, Lin Yu would really be unable to return. Silently checking the system's map, Lin Yu also quickly made a decision. He couldn't wait any longer today, he had to keep going. Since he had made up his mind, Lin Yu also acted quickly. One by one, the warriors were also quickly awakened by Lin Yu. The order "prepare to depart" was also quickly passed on to every warrior's ears. Without any hesitation, the soldiers also packed their bags quickly. Even the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department were ready in just 10 minutes' time. Needless to say, after that scare from Li Ting, the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department were much more honest. Seeing that the troops had been prepared, Lin Yu also raised his head once again to look at the sky. Only the rain, unfortunately, continued to fall heavily. Without much time to think, Lin Yu's troops also set off on their journey once again with a wave of his hand. Having only just gotten on the road, Lin Yu knew that he had still somewhat underestimated the power of the forest in this heavy rain. The dirt underfoot had long since been soaked and loosened by the rain, sinking half a foot in with each step. And when you look up, it's a gray, impenetrable curtain of rain that makes it almost impossible to see the road ahead. There was no other way. Lin Yu could only have the warriors advance hand in hand to avoid dropping out halfway. "Keep up! All of you, keep up!" he shouted back, but his voice was mostly swallowed by the rain. Even the elite of the 1st Battalion had a tough time marching in such conditions, not to mention the women of the Secret Service. For this reason, Lin Yu had also arranged them especially in the middle of the group so that the male soldiers could help them, and, saying that, Li Ting also wiped a handful of rainwater from his own face and said, "These brown men of ours are fine, but I'm afraid those female soldiers won't be able to hold out for long. Even Director Su, I just almost fell down." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also couldn't help but look at Director Su of the Secret Telegraph Department. However, he saw that she was leaning against a tree, her eyes tightly closed, and her chest was rising and falling violently. "Pass the order down." Seeing this, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and also ordered, after resting, the male soldiers will take turns carrying the female soldiers. He knew, of course, that it was difficult for the male soldiers to walk by themselves in such an environment, and then to carry a female soldier on their backs. But there was no way around it. In order to bring everyone out of the savage mountain, this was the best Lin Yu could think of. And upon hearing this order from Lin Yu, Li Ting first hesitated, but then nodded his head in agreement and said, "Yes." With that, Li Ting wanted to go and inform the warriors to go. But not waiting for Li Ting to leave, Lin Yu was pulling him back, said, "Pick the young and strong, tell them, all give me a good performance." On weekdays, these secret telegraph department of the machine ladies, that can be high above the stars, you cannot even look at the kind of look. Now's a good time. When a red face is in distress, it is the most important time to need a hero, and it is also the most easy to create a sense of dependence, so let the brethren care more about the care and help, and it is not possible to say, who will be able to hold a beautiful woman. Upon hearing this, Li Ting was immediately delighted and quietly gave Lin Yu a thumbs up, before hurriedly conveying the order and leaving. With that, Lin Yu's order was quickly spread throughout the entire team. Hearing the benefits of holding a beautiful woman, this group of livestock is not waist pain, legs are not tired. Not waiting for Lin Yu announced to continue to move forward, the warriors have squatted down, waiting for the goddess to visit. Even, over the question of who would carry the female soldier first, the Iron Brothers were actually red-eyed. It's true that women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet. Well, however, the interpretation of the saying is, whoever wears my clothes I will cut his hands and feet, whoever cuts my hands and feet I will wear his clothes, 2 for a brother, and 2 for a woman for a brother. However, in the face of the overzealousness of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, the female soldiers of the Secret Telegraph Department instinctively shrugged it off. But with Lin Yu's order, the female soldiers could only climb onto the warriors' backs with red eyes. Of course, Lin Yu wasn't idle, and straight away he also carried Director Su. "I can still walk." Director Su still wanted to struggle a bit, but the pain in her legs coupled with Lin Yu's color then made her obediently shut her mouth. "Alright, it's better than having someone else carry you." Director Su tried hard to comfort herself in her mind, and then she also obediently lay on Lin Yu's back. Between the front and back touch, Lin Yu only felt a piece of soft, very moist. Chapter 049. After the rain, the sky clears up. What made Lin Yu slightly surprised was that Director Su's rather plump-looking figure wasn't too heavy to carry. It was just that in this muddy forest, even if it was just but 100 pounds, it was enough to make every step Lin Yu took incredibly difficult. Lin Yu could feel his thigh muscles protesting, and every time he lifted his leg it was like there were countless needles sticking in it. Sweat mixed with rainwater flowed into his eyes, hot and painful. Battalion Commander Lin. Director Su on his back also seemed to feel the strain on Lin Yu's body, and after walking out a distance, he also spoke, "Why don't you let me down? I can do it." "What do you mean you can?" "That means, I can't." Lin Yu immediately and silently spat in his heart. This, of course, was something he couldn't say directly to a girl. Moreover, he who was under tremendous pressure simply didn't have that much breath to argue with Director Su about anything. "Shut up. While breathing heavily, Lin Yu said, "Save your strength." Just then, a cry of alarm came from the front. A warrior had stepped into the swamp, and the mud had not reached his knees. He tried to struggle, but fell deeper and deeper. "Nobody move." Lin Yu immediately took 2 quick steps to the front, then ordered loudly, "Pass the gun over." As the words fell, several warriors hurriedly stretched their guns over, and then it also took a lot of effort to pull that warrior out. After this robbery, everyone, including the warrior who stepped into the swamp, also broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Yu could even feel Director Su on his back shivering, but stubbornly didn't say a word. It couldn't be helped, her cold jade hands, but they were tightly wrapped around his neck. "Hang in there," Lin Yu said to Director Su with rare gentleness. After a small episode, Lin Yu also continued to carry Director Su forward. However, perhaps because with the action of just wringing their necks tightly, the atmosphere between the two of them was becoming subtle. In order to break this awkwardness, Lin Yu was also out of words. "Director Su, I've always called you Director Su, I don't even know what your name is yet." The moment this simple question was uttered, it was what made the strong woman on Lin Yu's back instantly redden her face. The reason is simple: asking a girl's name is nothing at all in the modern world, but in ancient times, a girl's name was not something that could be told easily. Even though the Republic of China has already put forward the slogan of emancipation of women, very often, many people, especially those big girls, still retain many traditional rules. Just like a girl's name, for example, is easily not told to others. Needless to say, this Director Su, who could hang the rank of lieutenant colonel at such a young age, was none other than the legendary lady of the house. Therefore, hearing Lin Yu ask such a reckless question, his heart naturally jolted. Of course, Director Su could completely refuse to answer this question, and if he considered Lin Yu's face, it wasn't impossible to pretend that he hadn't heard it, thus avoiding the question. But Director Su, who was blushing red, after a slight hesitation, was lying beside Lin Yu's ear, and with a voice that only 2 people could hear, said, "My name is Su Chongyun." "Whom?" Lin Yu sniffed and also muttered, repeating, "Su Chongyun, good name." Saying that, Lin Yu even heatedly laughed out loud. Amidst Lin Yu's laughter, this Director Su, who had never been cold-hearted, was blushing more and more. A pretty face was almost about to hide into Lin Yu's back. Along the way, after learning Director Su's name, Lin Yu also chatted warmly with Director Su. Of course, more than anything, it was still Lin Yu talking while Director Su was listening. And every now and then, a big smile appeared unobtrusively on Director Su's face. This would have made the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department drop their jaws if they had seen it. You know, even when Commander Luo Zhuoying or Commander Du Yuming was current, they had never seen their director have such a smiling face. Not only Lin Yu and Director Su who were in the front, but the other female soldiers had also established an emotional connection with the male soldiers who were carrying them on their backs along the way. Perhaps the male soldiers' ridges were not exactly wide, and even a little choked from long hours of malnutrition, but they were the best thing to rely on for these tired and breathless female soldiers. There was no way, at the most vulnerable time for these female soldiers, it was the group of male soldiers under Lin Yu who extended their hands, and the drama of heroes rescuing beauties still had a huge market even in the modern world, not to mention in this time of the Republic of China. It's just a shame that happy times are always short-lived. The heavens didn't seem to want Lin Yu to indulge in childish love, or perhaps, the heavens were moved by the resilient courage of the warriors. Between continuing on, Lin Yu helped the slippery vines up, and through the layers of foliage, he could clearly see the cumulonimbus clouds in the sky fading at a speed visible to the naked eye from leaden gray to pale green, and finally turning into a shattered glazed dome. At the same time, the force of the rain whip hitting the top of his head suddenly became much lighter. Wiping away the rainwater that muddied his vision, Lin Yu suddenly realized that the rooted silver arrows that had bent the ferns were rapidly degrading into broken pearls. Once again looked up, the sky is the sound of the clouds tearing the silk cracks, a strand of golden veil then down the cracks, the millions of falling raindrops strung into a swaying celluloid. In an instant, the layers of rain curtains then transformed into transparent veils, and the entire rainforest glowed. The last dark cloud reflection in the puddle was mercilessly trampled by Lin Yu, but the spider web above his head suddenly shone brightly. The raindrops trapped in the silk threads were breaking down the sunlight into colorful stars, sprinkling them with the wind into the delicate hands of Su Chungyun stretched out on his back. Dots of raindrops passed through the forest gap, and then also weaved several miniature rainbows in front of everyone. Soon, the last cumulonimbus cloud in the sky was also under the scorching heat of the sun and dissipated into a roiling dandelion. In just a few breaths, the pouring rain that had enveloped Lin Yu's head had actually turned into a sky full of young light. The rain has stopped. The sky is clear. A loud cheer followed from behind. Looking at the golden light cast from the gaps in the leaves, Lin Yu's face revealed a smile. Only, for some reason, there was a hint of regret in this smile that should have been bright. But regardless, the clearing of the skies was certainly wonderful news for the entire team. Battalion Commander Lin, the sky is clearing up, let me down. With that, a gnat-like voice then also sounded in Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu's heart immediately tightened, and despite not being able to let go of that softness, Lin Yu immediately released Director Su behind him. With that, turning his head, Lin Yu also ordered the warriors behind him, rest on the spot for half an hour. Yes. The warriors bathed in dots of golden sunlight also agreed. Chapter 050 Love grows and conflicts arise. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu looked at Li Ting on the side again and whispered, distribute things to the warriors, eat while you bake your clothes dry, don't catch a cold. Yes. Li Ting, who was in charge of munitions, also immediately agreed. Soon, the food was also distributed by Li Ting himself. Of course, what was given to the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department was still white rice, while what was given to the soldiers of the first was, naturally, a different kind. Looking at the lively scene over there, Lin Yu's heart was not on fire, but it was a pity that because of the impact of the heavy rain, he himself had to remake a new program of marching route as soon as possible, but he did not have the time to participate in it at all. The helpless Lin Yu could only viciously complain in his heart, this group of animals who forget their friends when they see color. Only, what no one knew was that just as the relationship between the two forces was heating up dramatically, conflicts were being quietly buried. And just at this moment, Director Su walked straight to Lin Yu's side, bypassing the area where the crowd had gathered. Battalion Commander Lin. A crisp call then woke Lin Yu up. Caught off guard, Lin Yu also hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth, then said with some surprise, Director Su, why are you here? Although Lin Yu's speed was fast, Director Su still sensed something unusual. What Lin Yu had just eaten shouldn't have been a rice ball? Could it be the rhizome of some plant? Of course, Director Su actually had no right to ask what Lin Yu ate at all. After all the food for the female soldiers came from the 1st Battalion, and to have rice for porridge, Director Su and her female soldiers were already satisfied. The reason why he felt abnormal, Director Su wasn't worried that Lin Yu would be shabby. On the contrary, Director Su was worried that Lin Yu had eaten something unclean. After all, the Lutuan attachment who had come to look for himself had perished halfway because he had mistakenly eaten something poisonous. However, after a little thought, Director Su still didn't ask his question out loud. After all, if one were to say who in the entire camp had the most experience in wilderness survival, it would have to be none other than the Lin Yu in front of them. It was really a bit absurd for one to go worrying about Lin Yu eating the wrong thing. At that moment, Director Su, also no longer entangled, and then also sat down next to Lin Yu, said, Lin Battalion Commander, is so, I want to come to ask, how long will it be? Without waiting for Director Su to finish her message, a scream of "ah" came from the gathering of male soldiers behind her. The screams of the female soldiers came out from within the gathering of male soldiers, and the two of them, Lin Yu and Director Su, instantly changed their faces. Director Su, needless to say, was naturally worried that his female soldiers would be harmed in some way. And Lin Yu was even more nervous than Director Su, for no other reason than the fact that men and women were mixing, and the thing that he was most afraid of was something happening between men and women. Although Lin Yu does not expect his troops can be like the People's Liberation Army that really become the people's sons and daughters of the army, but at least freezing to death does not demolish the house, starving to death does not captivate the looters, or to do. In particular, insulting women is an absolute taboo in the military. Lin Yu's heart is very clear. Once the troops are contaminated with the problem of insulting women, it can be said that the troops are basically useless. As a result, Lin Yu's speed of standing up was even a few points faster than Director Su's. When they looked at each other, the two of them quickly followed the sound and ran quickly. Fortunately, the 1st Battalion of soldiers is not a large gathering place, but in a few moments of effort, the two came to the point of origin. And with the arrival of the two of them, a female soldier instantly just jumped into Director Su's arms, while the other few male soldiers were awkwardly packing something in place. Looking at the neat clothes of the female soldiers and the performance of the warriors, Lin Yu's heart is also half down. It should not be the worst result that he thought, at least it is not related to insulting women. However, in order to give an explanation to the female soldiers, as well as to Director Su, Lin Yu angrily asked the several male soldiers, "What's going on?" Upon hearing this, the few warriors present, however, looked at each other in dismay, and for a while, they didn't know how to answer. This side of the male soldiers do not know what to do, the other side of the female soldiers who jumped in the arms of Director Su was crying and crying, "Director, they." With that, the female soldier actually whimpered again. Under this cry, Lin Yu immediately is also more angry, immediately also walked to the front of a few warriors, without saying a word. One person gave a foot, and then also said angrily, "In the end, what is going on?" A few soldiers were dared to dodge. Ra is subjected to Lin Yu a kick. Looking at each other, finally there is a veteran soldier came to Lin Yu's side, whispered muttering about what just happened. Listening to the warrior's description, Lin Yu was also quite helpless. It seemed that this being on good terms with the female soldiers was not all good. No, what everyone was doing their best to hide was just discovered by the female soldier who came along. Lin Yu certainly knew what this meant. In fact, when making that decision, Lin Yu had already thought of all its consequences. It was just that, between his personal honor and his military mission, Lin Yu decisively chose the latter. And also at the same time that the warriors of the 1st Battalion whispered to Lin Yu about what had happened, Director Su also learned about the general situation from the female soldier's gnat-like voice. Immediately, Director Su's brain felt like it had exploded, and then his eyes turned to Lin Yu and became complicated. First it was horrified, and then it turned into anger. Forcing down the nausea in his heart, Director Su also stared viciously at Lin Yu, as if his eyes were saying, "Battalion Commander Lin, you must give me an explanation." Looking at Director Su's eyes, Lin Yu naturally read the meaning. Just what could he give Director Su? Kill all the exposed soldiers, or put yourself, the initiator, on the spot. Director Su didn't even think about it, but if he had any little bit of a way out, would he as much as let his soldiers go and eat that? Unfortunately, just as Emperor Hui of Jin would only ask why not eat meatloaf, this Director Su obviously does not care about why. After a little hesitation, Lin Yu knew that, for the sake of peace, he could only temporarily entrust those few warriors. Chapter 051 Ghosts or People too? Immediately, Lin Yu kicked hard at those few warriors who didn't know what to do, saying, "Damn, when we get out of the Savage Mountain, let's see how I'm going to clean you up." "I'm sorry, Battalion Commander." A few warriors didn't dare to dodge at all, and after receiving another hard kick from Lin Yu, they were also getting more and more rattled. The meaning of Lin Yu's words is already very clear: things have gone wrong, and I also admit my mistakes and admit punishment, but these things, or wait until we get out of the Savage Mountain to say. Obviously, here, there is a cover-up, but it is still barely reasonable. After all, what's the point of punishment if you don't even make it out of Savage Mountain? Only, while Lin Yu wanted to trivialize the matter, Director Su on the side did not want to be fooled just like that. Wait! Just as Lin Yu was about to disperse the crowd that had gathered around him, Director Su's cool voice suddenly appeared to interrupt Lin Yu's behavior. Turning her head, an angry, showy face was staring fiercely at Lin Yu. Instantly, Lin Yu knew that this matter could not be settled, I'm afraid. Secretly sighed in his heart, Lin Yu turned around and also still adhered to the idea of peace is precious, looked at Director Su with a smile on his face and said, "Director Su, this is just a misunderstanding." Unfortunately, in the face of Lin Yu's smiling face, this Director Su did not give any bit of face. "Battalion Commander Lin." Director Su then also said with an iron face, "Do you know that your behavior like this is anti-social and anti-humanitarian, and will be tried by a military court?" Hearing Su Chungyun's unflinching words, Lin Yu also frowned slightly. Obviously, Su Chungyun's words like this had really annoyed Lin Yu a bit. Not to mention the rest, talking to the kiddies about humanity is a travesty in itself. However, considering that Su Chungyun was after all a woman, Lin Yu still tried to suppress the anger in his heart and did not directly break out into a conflict with Director Su. Immediately, Lin Yu also laughed again. "Director Su, you're overstating it. It's not that serious, we just ate some Eastern pigs." "It's not that serious?" Hearing Lin Yu's words, Director Su was simply infuriated. "You guys know what that is?" "Ah." Seemingly afraid that Lin Yu was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter, Director Su also roared again and emphasized, "This is to be tried by an international military tribunal, and even more so, it is to be spurned by all civilized nations." Hearing Su Chongyun's roar, Lin Yu finally laughed back in anger. Director Su, didn't even think about it? Is that stuff tasty? If it wasn't for finding them as a group, if it wasn't for supplying them with enough supplies, how would the soldiers of the 1st Battalion have been reduced to such a state? It could be said that even if everyone was qualified to spit on Lin Yu and his warriors, only the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department were not. And, using the so-called international to press me, can you press it? At that moment, Lin Yu also took a deep breath, and he said with full output, "Really? International Military Tribunal, what a big hat. I, Lin Yu, a small battalion commander, am also worthy of an international military tribunal, and of being spurned by civilized nations?" Do not wait for Su director to speak it. Lin Yu was a mouthful of thick spit on the ground, and then more viciously said, from 31 years 918 counting, the brats have invaded my China for 10 years, 10 years, the Japanese army invaded my country, bullying my father and mother, insulting my sisters. You said the International Military Tribunal in the do? When the brats massacred 300,000 of my soldiers and civilians in Nanking, and when the brats carried out the kill all, loot all, burn all policy in North China, what was your International Military Tribunal doing? In Suwa, Wuxiang, Yichang, Taerzwang, Langfang. The little devils use chemical warfare agents, biological and chemical weapons with impunity. What happened to your so-called civilized countries and military tribunals? The series of rhetorical questions also directly confused Su Qingyun, a great lady. While Lin Yu's output continued, and do you know that right now, the Brats Unit 731 in the northeast is still taking Chinese people all over the streets for their live bacteria experiments. And we, the Chinese, are even called by them as Maru-di. As far as these brats are concerned, they can be considered human beings. To say they're Eastern pigs is an insult to pigs. But Director Su wanted to say something else, but was once again interrupted by Lin Yu. Lest to me to mention what the dog days of the League of Nations, back then, if it is not to wait for the so-called League of Nations mediation, Laozi in the Songhu battlefield, has driven the brats into the sea, but also let them rampant. Lin Yu once again said viciously. You have to remember. Saying this, Lin Yu even looked at everyone present and said, you all have to remember for me that in this world, the weak and the strong have never been like this. There is only peace within the cannons, and there is only peace within the barrel of a gun. Without waiting for Director Su to say anything, the warriors of the 1st Battalion on the side were the ones who agreed with their heads held high, yes. The loud roar instantly shook the hearts of the group of female soldiers, including Director Su. Perhaps, only at this time, a group of female soldiers understand the national hatred in the hearts of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, and also understand that they are in the end why they are fighting. Listening to the soldiers neatly hissing, looking at the soldiers standing straight in front of him, Lin Yu's heart is also quite pleased. To have such a group of warriors living and dying together is really his honor. More China's luck. Director Su. Looking at Director Su on the side, Lin Yu also spoke again. Any other questions? Looking at the serious-looking Lin Yu, for some reason, Director Su couldn't say anything for a moment. Well. Lin Yu then also opened his mouth again. I see that everyone has also recovered almost, all in all, set off. Yes. The warriors of the 1st Battalion also agreed in unison. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yu also led a battalion of warriors to embark on the journey to the Savage Mountain again, but left all the personnel of the secret telegraph department behind. Battalion commander, it's all right to leave them behind like this, isn't it? Before he could walk out far, Li Ting came to Lin Yu's side and asked. What, you haven't memorized it yet? Lin Yu then disliked back. No, no. Li Ting instantly turned a little red in the face and hastily defended, it's not that I'm afraid we'll save it for nothing. Don't worry. Lin Yu helplessly patted this subordinate of his on the shoulder, then he also seriously educated, the sky has cleared up, they will naturally be able to follow. The road ahead is still long, some things can spoil them, but some things must adhere to the principle. Women, the soft time is soft, the hard time must be hard. Understand? Chapter 052 Aggrieved Director Su. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Li Ting also pondered. Yes, what Lin Yu said was not just about today's events, but also about years of mastering his wife. Just in the end, Li Ting can understand a few points, it depends on his destiny. However, looking at this worried look without taking a few steps, it was inevitable that he would become a rake in the future. To think that someone who was so fierce and decisive on the battlefield would actually be a rakier, Lin Yu's mouth couldn't help but curve up in an arc. Well, of course, all this assumes that they can get out of this damn Savage Mountain. At that moment, Lin Yu also checked his system's map again. The situation was still not optimistic. After the day's torrential rain, they were already slightly behind schedule. Only, things had come to this, even Lin Yu could only take one step at a time. While Lin Yu was teaching his beloved company commander Li Ting his life experience, the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department behind him were also looking at their Director Su with bated breath. After a while, finally a bold female soldier still spoke up and asked, Director, we? Seeing that the warriors of the 1st Battalion were about to walk away, Director Su also silently sighed in his heart. It couldn't be helped, although she didn't recognize what Lin Yu said, Director Su knew that without Lin Yu and his warriors, it wouldn't take more than half a day for her and her sisters in the secret telegraph department to be eaten to the bone by this primitive forest that was dangerous everywhere. One had to bow his head under the roof, and at that moment, Director Su also spoke, "Follow me." As the words fell, a group of female soldiers from the secret telegraph department also packed their bags and quickly hurried in the direction that the 1st Battalion had left. Lin Yu also intentionally slowed down his pace, which also allowed the female soldiers to quickly catch up. This time, however, there were no more boys to carry their packages for them, much less to support or carry them. The forest after this rain, however, was like a huge quagmire trap, with every inch of the ground exuding a damp and dangerous aura, as if it were ready to devour the group of female soldiers at any moment. Despite the fact that the soldiers of the 1st Battalion were starting then to open the way, the march of the female soldiers was still very difficult. On the winding mountain road, the raindrops left on the branches of the trees from time to time fell on the body of the female soldiers, and the clothes that had just been baked and dried up, but in a few moments, they were splashed with mud and water from the forest and the falling raindrops. With that, the soaked clothes were also tightly attached to their bodies, but it outlined their slender figures. It's a pity that even a slimmer figure won't get more than a glance from the warriors of the 1st Battalion in front of them. Ebony hair was soaked by the rain, and strands of it stuck to their cheeks. Some female soldiers had their hair loose, but they didn't have time to organize it, just casually pinned it behind their ears, and then plunged back into the difficult march. It wasn't long before their faces were slightly pale from exhaustion as a result of the difficult trek. Especially Director Su, who was walking at the very front of the women's troop, was already panting without realizing it. In addition to the rain in her hair, her boots were so deep in the mud that every step she took was accompanied by a puffing sound. Only, these difficulties could not stop her determination to move forward at all. Just raising her hand and wiping the rainwater on her face, Director Su's eyes were looking ahead with more and more determination. Apparently, up to this point, Su Director has not realized his own mistake. She should vent the object, never should not be these soldiers to rescue her, but the brats, is that group of profit for getting justice, fear of life and death of the British, is the front is tight, the rear of the tight to eat. The government officials, but also this abominable world. It's just a shame that people, can never see how much gray there is in the back of their heads. And it was naturally impossible for Director Su, who had always been strong, to pull down his face and seek Lin Yu's help. Therefore, this difficult path can only be traveled alone. And, as a commander, not only did she need to walk her own path, but she also had to keep an eye on her subordinates, which undoubtedly added to the difficult path. Even so, Director Su was still gritting her teeth. Even, at occasional intervals, she reminded her subordinates, "Everyone pay attention to your feet, and pay attention to the spacing between each other." I have to say, the slightly gasping voice, in this quiet forest, to the point of looking exceptionally clear. It's just a shame that her physical condition is nowhere near as hardened as her mouth. Soon, following the footsteps of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, the female soldiers also came to a small stream. Because of the previous rain, the shallow creek was also becoming a bit turbulent. There was no way around it, and Director Su could only lead the female soldiers to cross the river by dribbling carefully. Icy cold stream water did not pass the ankle, piercing coldness instantly attacked. The first to go into the water, Director Su instantly is a shiver. Almost gritting his teeth, Director Su was still the first to reach the other end of the stream. But just as Director Su had stepped onto the other side of the bank, and was about to remind the female soldiers behind her to pay attention to their feet, Director Su herself slipped, and her whole body then flung itself toward the front. Seeing that the cold mud all over the ground was right in front of him, subconsciously, Director Su stretched out his hand to try to support the ground. However, at this moment, a big hand was about to come into close contact with the ground when she was about to, in time to grasp her thin waist. "Is everything all right?" A familiar voice then sounded beside Director Su's ears. Looking up, who else would it be if not Lin Yu? It turned out that Lin Yu, who was late in seeing the female soldiers cross the river, was actually worried and looked for them. It was a pity that, in the face of Lin Yu, at the moment, Su Qingyun did not show a joyful expression. On the contrary, looking at his palms that were already covered in mud, thinking of his waist and cold feet that were wrapped away, a nameless aggression also instantly surged to his heart. In an instant, Director Su's two big watery eyes had filled with tears. What cadre can withstand such a test? Even if Lin Yu had been a man for 2 lifetimes, when faced with the tearful eyes of such a purely natural beauty, he would only be able to surrender. Immediately, Lin Yu only felt his cheeks heat up. Luckily, right at this moment, a few cries of alarm also managed to wake Lin Yu up. It turned out to be a thinner female soldier who had entered the stream and, irritated by the cold water, panicked and almost unsteady on her feet, and was almost about to be swept downstream by the stream. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the rope tied around her waist pulled her in time, but not without her whole body falling into the water. At the same time, the originally fairly tight EQ instantly became flustered. Not caring about that much, after Lin Yu helped Director Su up, he also immediately rushed into the creek and pulled the female soldier who had slipped on the bottom of her foot back up. Quickly rescuing the female soldier, Lin Yu then also shouted angrily at the 1st Battalion soldiers on the shore, "Damn, do you know what it means to be compassionate? Still not quick to get into the water to help." Chapter 053 Director Su, you need to apologize. As the words fell, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion instantly jumped into the water with excitement, and then one of them quickly rushed across the creek with a female soldier on his back. That speed was so fast that Lin Yu, who was still in the stream, found it unbelievable. It's not fast enough, there are only a dozen female soldiers, and with so many wolves and so little meat, even if you were just a few steps behind, you won't be able to get half a cup of the pie. And looking at the female soldiers who were all carried to the shore in a short period of time, Lin Yu also silently cursed in his heart, this group of livestock. Don't carry it on your back once you cross the river, just take a load of luggage. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu, who had also gone ashore, also instructed the warriors of the 1st Battalion. Several soldiers who were still carrying female soldiers instantly also reddened, and immediately put down the female soldiers on their backs, but then immediately grabbed the luggage in the hands of the female soldiers. Looking at this situation, Lin Yu was still quite knowledgeable about compassion. However, it's one thing to say it's another when it really comes down to it. No, Lin Yu, who had only just relieved the young boys and girls in front of him, had a stiff upper lip when he arrived at Director Su. Don't get me wrong, it's just that you guys are walking too slowly. Seemingly afraid that Director Su wouldn't believe that he was only doing it because they were walking too slowly, Lin Yu added lustily, the road ahead is still far away, we need to speed up our pace a bit. Looking at the slightly rushed Lin Yu in front of him, Director Su really felt angry and laughable. Can't you say something nice in your mouth? Won't you give in to softness? However, without waiting for Director Su to react, Lin Yu had already waved his hand and continued to rush off with his people. This nerd! Stomping the dirt on his feet, Director Su also let out a low angry scolding, and then also chased after him with the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department. And with the male soldiers escorting them, the female soldiers were obviously much more relaxed. The lightness of the hand is only the most basic, and more importantly, they can safely and boldly step in the footprints that the male soldiers have just walked in without worrying about getting bogged down in the mire, and even less about a snake coming out of nowhere. Naturally, the women soldiers grew closer to the soldiers of the 1st Battalion. In this way, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion and the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department, just like this, men and women were paired together, and the journey, too, was rare and smooth. And as the troops continued to advance, a female soldier was quietly coming to Director Su's side. Director! A low voice rang out, and Su Chongyun also immediately turned her head to look, saying, What is it? Director, I think that it might be necessary for you to apologize to Battalion Commander Lin and the girls. The female soldier tried to build up her courage and said to Director Su. Apologize? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyun was also stunned, and between her willow brows knitting lightly she also asked in return. However, very quickly, Su Qingyun also understood what the female soldier was talking about. Except, she didn't think she was at fault even if the brats weren't human, that didn't excuse it. And upon hearing Director Su's rhetorical question, the female soldier didn't flinch, but instead went on to say, Director Su, in fact, Battalion Commander Lin and the others have enough food. If it wasn't for the fact that the 1st Battalion's arrival to rescue us was delayed for several days and gave us most of the food, they wouldn't have needed to do that at all. And... Gnashing her teeth lightly, the female soldier also continued, Director, Battalion Commander Lin is from the 200th Division, not the commanding general's troops, and even though he met Lu Tuansui doesn't have the right to order them at all. In other words, Battalion Commander Lin and the others can completely and ignore us. If that's the case. Eyes surrendering to Lin Yu, who was driving the road ahead, the female soldier also continued, maybe, at this moment, they've all already gotten out of the savage mountains and returned to the country. When these words came out, Director Su only felt that the softest part of his heart had been touched fiercely. Yes. If it wasn't for them, Lin Yu and the others would have already gotten out of the savage mountains, so how would they need to do something like that? And even if it was even more difficult, Lin Yu never complained even half a sentence in front of himself and the others, and even the last of the food was given to Lin Yu. In such a situation, one is actually on the moral high ground to bash them one's saviors. Unable to help it, Su Qingyun was also secretly asking herself in the bottom of her heart, what in the world have she done? Instantly, a strong sense of shame and apology also surged from the bottom of Su Qingyun's heart. Looking at Lin Yu, who was still clearing the way for himself in the distance, Su Qingyun knew that she had to do something. It was also while Su Qingyun was still pondering over the wording that Lin Yu also announced a temporary break of half an hour. Immediately, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion who had received the order were also paralyzed as if they had been pardoned. There was no way around it, and while walking with the female soldiers was certainly mentally pleasurable, the physical load was real. Unlike the warriors, at this moment, Lin Yu had gathered the 2 company commanders, Li Ting and Liao Shang. There was no other way, the meat was at the bottom of the barrel, and at the current rate of progress, I was afraid it would be hard to hold out until we got out of the savage mountains. We'll have to find some food from the forest. Lin Yu immediately spoke up as well. I estimate that we still have at least 2 to 3 days of food shortage. But the living creatures in this forest are all as if they become spirits, so it's simply impossible to catch them. Company Commander Liao scratched his head and said with some difficulty, if we want to fight live animals, we can basically only fight for luck. It's been many days now, and the ones that have hit the brothers' hands are only 2 pheasants, not enough for the brothers to stuff their teeth with. Aha! Lin Yu nodded and also continued, in this primitive forest, animals have learned to avoid harm. If we want to get food from animals, we basically can't count on it, we can still only do it from plants. In this dense forest, there are indeed many plants, but I am afraid. Li Ting on the side also sighed, I'm afraid that, like the people attached to the Lutuan, that would be bad, and the suffering along the way would be in vain. Or else, it's better to let the brethren endure for a while. Liao Shang then also spoke up, 2 or 3 days should not kill them. In case we're lucky, there might even be animals that don't know how to die and run over to send them to their deaths. Well, Battalion Commander, I also think that it's better to be cautious. Li Ting also nodded and said, also, the female soldiers there, if they can be downsized a bit, maybe. No. No problem. 2 decisive words rang out almost simultaneously. Looking around, he saw that at some point, Director Su of the Secret Telegraph Department was already standing beside the trio. Director Su. The 2 company commanders, Li Ting and Liao Shang, also nodded their heads in greeting in unison. And Lin Yu did frown slightly and said, why are you here? Chapter 054, Reconciling as if it were the first time to overcome difficulties. In the end, he was worthy of being a straight man of steel, and he almost disliked Director Su just as soon as he opened his mouth. What do you mean, why are you here? Director Su is at least the director of the Secret Telegraph Department, and his rank is still above yours, so he can't come? Listening to Lin Yu's words, not to mention Director Su, even the other straight man of steel, Li Ting, frowned slightly. Even, without being able to help it, Li Ting was also skeptical about whether or not he should continue to listen to the battalion seat's so-called love treasures anymore. Or the side of Liao Shang slightly some eyesight, see the Director Su a moment eyes are red, Liao Shang is also immediately said, Battalion Commander, you first communicate with the Director Su, I and Li Company Commander go to check the stock of food. With that said, Liao Shang also pulled Li Ting and then walked towards the back. While walking, Liao Shang also instructed the soldiers next to him not to let anyone disturb the Battalion Commander and Director Su. And with the departure of Company Commander Liao and Company Commander Li, Lin Yu also spoke again with some urgency, saying, this, I don't mean that. Looking at Lin Yu's hand-wringing appearance, who would have thought how formidable he was when he faced the ghosts on the battlefield? When she thought of the contrasting contrast between the two, Su Chungyun almost laughed out loud as well. Slightly stabilizing her mind, Su Chungyun then also organized her thoughts and spoke, first of all, I came to apologize to you. What happened before, it was me who did not clarify the situation and put all the blame on you. I solemnly apologize to you and the soldiers of the 1st Battalion. Saying that, Director Su also made a bow to the ground. Looking at this appearance of Su Chungyun, to be honest, Lin Yu was a bit surprised. In his opinion, like Su Qingyun, such a big girl, is simply unable to understand their group of mudlegs, the heart of the vulgar and simple idea of fighting ghosts. There was even a moment when Lin Yu had to wonder if this Grand Director Su had some kind of conspiracy. But no matter what, it was rare for someone as high and mighty as Director Su to apologize to himself and his brethren. Immediately, Lin Yu also said in response, we're all in the same boat, some of my words before were too heavy, please don't mind Director Su. How about this? Lin Yu also continued to speak, Director Su, how about we just call it even? Good. Director Su, who had heard the words, also immediately agreed with alacrity. With that, Director Su also stretched out her delicate hand to Lin Yu's face. Slightly stunned, Lin Yu then also reacted and hurriedly also wiped his right hand towards the clothes on his body before he held Director Su's small hand of friendship. You don't say, despite having been in the savage mountains for so many days, Director Su's hands are still so soft and gentle. Well, except for the knuckles of the index and middle fingers. It was a merit badge left over from Su Qingyun's years of work in sending and deciphering secret telegrams, just like the calluses on a warrior's tiger's mouth. Obviously, Su Qingyun was able to sit in the position of the director of the middle school at a young age, based on more than just her background and beauty. Unable to help it, Lin Yu also had a new and deeper understanding of this director Su in front of him. And with the two shaking hands, Su Qingyun also immediately said, "Just now I heard that there seems to be a bit of a shortage of food. I hope to be able to take the initiative to reduce the supplies for the personnel of the secret telegraph department." Upon hearing this request from Su Qingyun, Lin Yu however shook his head without hesitation and said, "The usual 70% of food is already the limit in such an environment. Any less and I'm afraid that these female soldiers won't be able to last. Moreover, how many of you are there in total? Even if you save, how much can you save? If people starve because of this, it would be troublesome instead." To say the least, this really wasn't Lin Yu's machismo kicking in. On the contrary, Lin Yu's considerations were still very reasonable. In fact, even if all 15 female soldiers in the secret department stopped eating and drinking, they simply couldn't spare half a day's worth of food for the 1st Battalion. On the contrary, the female soldiers were almost in a delicate balance at this point, and if they reduced their food intake, it was highly likely that they would faint. That would be even more of a burden for the soldiers. Therefore, rationally speaking, reducing the supply of female soldiers can be said to be more costly than it is worth. However, this was only from Lin Yu's point of view, or looking at it from the perspective of the big picture insanity, but looking at the issue from the perspective of Director Su and the remaining 10 or so female soldiers of the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy and Communication, it was not the same thing. It was very simple. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion had completely cut off their food, and even had to risk eating wild vegetables and gnawing on tree barks, so how could you tell Su Qingyun and a group of female soldiers to still be able to eat with peace of mind? Immediately, Su Qingyun also spoke up, "Battalion Commander Lin, you just said that we are all on the same boat now. Please also give me and the soldiers of the secret telegraph department a little chance to work hard for this ship?" Hearing Su Qingyun's words, Lin Yu also immediately realized that he seemed to have somewhat neglected the heart thoughts of the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department. The reason for this is probably the famous saying, "War, keep the women away." As Su Qingyun had emphasized, she and the female soldiers under her command were warriors first and female warriors second, and it was clear that, at least before, Lin Yu hadn't treated them as warriors in general. Realizing his mistake, Lin Yu was also slightly in deep thought. But soon, Lin Yu also raised his head again and looked rather seriously at Su Qingyun, saying, "First of all, I apologize for not seeing you as warriors before." Saying that, Lin Yu also gave Su Qingyun a military salute. After a slight pause, Lin Yu then continued, "Secondly, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Although your rank is higher than mine, at least until we return to the national border, I need your absolute obedience to me. Of course, any doubts can be raised, but regarding this matter of food rationing, I am certain that not reducing your food supply is the best option at this time. This is something I hope you will understand, and even if you can't, I hope you will carry it out." But Su Qingyun immediately wanted to retort, but was directly interrupted by Lin Yu. Finally, Lin Yu then also continued, "In order to appease the female soldiers, I will arrange for some tasks to be given to you that are within my power. This is the only compromise I can make. Can I ask what kind of mission?" Su Qingyun was obviously a bit uneasy, and immediately followed up with a question as well. "Subsequently, we are bound to use wild vegetables to fill up our hunger. Girls heart fine writing, I will teach you how to recognize poisonous and non-poisonous. After the warriors who go out pick back, you come to put the first pass, and then send it to me to confirm, in order to reduce my workload." Lin Yu immediately is replied. Chapter 055 Preparations before returning home. It can be. Hearing that Lin Yu did indeed have arrangements for his subordinates, Su Qingyun also put her heart down, and then also continued, "Perhaps the task of cooking vegetables can also be given to us. We should be able to accomplish this task better than you male soldiers." Seeing Su Qingyun take the initiative to ask for help, Lin Yu naturally didn't make it difficult and then also nodded his head in agreement, saying, "Yes." Immediately, Su Qingyun, who had received Lin Yu's affirmative reply, was also smiling, and then, with a straight face, she saluted Lin Yu, "Thank you, Battalion Commander Lin." Looking at the valiant Su Qingyun, Lin Yu was half numb again. And without waiting for Lin Yu, the nerd, to react, Su Qingyun turned around and headed towards the female soldiers' camp. As Su Qingyun left, the two of them, Li Ting and Liao Shang, quickly returned to Lin Yu's side. "Battalion Commander." The two men calling out in unison also interrupted Lin Yu, who was in the middle of his thoughts. "Come, sit down and talk." Seeing the visitor, Lin Yu also immediately waved his hand. When the two of them sat down, Lin Yu also spoke. There are a total of 3 things, you guys take notes. Yes. Li Ting and Liao Shang also immediately agreed. The first is the matter of scaling down the food for the female soldiers. After that, don't mention it again. Lin Yu then also commanded, people from our 200th division, even if we starve to death, we can't put our hands in the hands of our own family members. Yes, Lin Yu did not convince the two with the same reasons he used to convince Su Cheng-yun. Instead, he admonished the two with the honor of a soldier. The reason for this was simple. Using the same reason that he used to convince Su Cheng-yun to convince the two, Lin Yu would only reap a team full of people who were calculating. Instead, by convincing the two with a soldier's sense of honor, Lin Yu would reap the rewards of a majestic army of iron will. As expected, upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, the two of them immediately felt guilty as well. Immediately, they also both agreed, yes. Seeing this, Lin Yu also nodded his head in satisfaction, and then also continued, the second thing is still the issue of food. In this way, later on, while everyone is still resting, find a few resourceful ones to go pick wild vegetables with me. I'll try to find out to focus on easily recognizable edible wild vegetables, and then during the subsequent rest, arrange for the warriors to take turns to go out and dig up wild vegetables according to the map to feed their hunger. Listening to the second thing Lin Yu commanded, Li and Liao did not agree at first. Between glances at each other, Li Ting also spoke up, Battalion Commander, digging up wild vegetables to feed the hungry, but it's possible, but it's still a bit risky. However, Company Commander Liao and I also discussed it and both agreed that if it's only 2 or 3 days, our soldiers should all be able to carry through. Is it possible not to take that risk? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also frowned and said, did you guys think that as long as you got out of the savage mountain, everything would be fine? No, isn't it? Liao Shang asked in a bit of a panic. It's also my fault for not telling you guys clearly. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Yu also picked up a branch and drew it on the ground. Where we are now is the Savage Mountain, also known as the Jeollagong Mountain on the Burmese side. After we cross over, we are not even out of Myanmar's national border yet. It's only after we cross the new river that we can be considered to have returned to the country. From the Savage Mountains to the new river, there are still at least 2 days of traveling. Then it should still be too late to look for food when we get out of this damn Savage Mountain, right? Li Ting then asked as well. If everything goes well, of course. Lin Yu nodded, but then shook his head, I'm afraid, we don't have such good luck. Saying that, Lin Yu then also drew another horizontal line on the ground, then added a curve next to it, saying, remember, why did we go into Savage Mountain? All the other roads back to the country are blocked by the brats. Liao Shang immediately replied as well. Right, Savage Mountain is a primitive forest, the little devils can't set up defenses, that's why tens of thousands of troops from my expeditionary force had to choose to return home from this road. Lin Yu pointed to another curve under his own drawing, but then said, but the little devils don't need to go over the Savage Mountain at all to reach the border of the two countries. The simplest, from Lashio, it won't take more than a few days, the brats will be able to arrive along the new river. Battalion Commander, what do you mean? Li Ting was finally a bit terrified. Right. Lin Yu nodded, then said, the brats should have already set up a formation along the new river waiting for us. On the side of the command and military headquarters, there are enough personnel that the brats may not dare to move small units like ours, especially those that have lost contact with the headquarters, must be the key focus of the Japanese army. Listening to Lin Yu's words and looking at the two routes on the ground, the two of them, Liao Shang and Li Ting, had obviously become somewhat pessimistic. Of course, it really couldn't be more different. After all, having suffered so much, and seeing that it is so easy to get through it, you tell me that there is still a huge difficulty waiting for you behind, or the kind of 9 deaths in one life. That's no way for anyone to be optimistic. It's like when you're so close to going to college to go, only to be told that there's another placement test when you get into college. Can you stand this? It is not impossible to be pessimistic to the point of self-destruction as a result of this, let alone whether or not you can stand it. Of course, Lin Yu naturally couldn't let such a thing happen. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also looked at the two of them and said in a slightly teasing manner, what? Scared? It's not that I'm afraid, it's just, somewhat. Li Ting scratched his head and also said honestly, not easy. Yes, it's not easy. Liao Shang also nodded in agreement with a frown. Looking at the two people who were slightly annoyed, Lin Yu seemed to see himself in his last life even after using all his strength, it was still difficult to see a good hope. However, compared to this life, this bit of pain from the previous life was more than a mention in Lin Yu's eyes. In this world, easy things are not our turn. Patting the shoulders of the two people, Lin Yu was quite serious and said, "It was not agreed that we will also trample on Tokyo. If this difficulty can't be overcome, what else can we talk about?" "Yes, battalion commander. What do you say? All listen to you." Li Ting, who had heard the words Mata Tokyo, was instantly revitalized as well. "Battalion commander, all listen to you." Liao Shang also immediately took a stand. Seeing this, Lin Yu finally nodded his head in satisfaction. If he didn't even have the confidence and determination to fight, this trip to the Savage Mountains would be considered a wasted trip. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu but smiled and said, "In fact, you do not need to worry too much. The new river along dozens of miles, the brat's troop strength is limited, simply cannot control all of the waters. Therefore, with our such a small volume, the possibility of the brat's deployment of the gaps to penetrate through the past will be more than the possibility of encountering the Japanese army directly most of the time." Chapter 056 Foraging for Food in the Savage Mountains. This really isn't Lin Yu bragging. After all, with the system map in hand, not to say that he can fight all the way back to the national border, at least quietly sneaking back is still a sure thing. The prerequisite for reaching this goal is that the soldiers of the 1st Battalion continue to come and fight as if they were at arm's length. And if he wanted the warriors of the 1st Battalion to maintain their fighting strength, food had become a problem that Lin Yu had to solve at the moment. Although the chances of meeting the Japanese army are not that great, however, just in case. Lin Yu then also continued, "We must still ensure a good food supply for the soldiers. Even if it means risking a certain amount of money for it." "Yes, I understand." Li Ting immediately also looked at each other with Liao Shang once again, and then also agreed in unison. "Third thing." Lin Yu then also went on to say, "Girls, be more careful. The wild vegetables that will be picked back later will be given to the female soldiers to differentiate once, and then I will pick them once to make sure that there are no toxins in the wild vegetables. There's also the task of cooking the vegetables, all of which will be given to the female soldiers as well." The two of them didn't have any opinions on this point, and immediately agreed, yes. Soon after arranging for the two, Lin Yu was hurriedly heading towards the surrounding forests with a few warriors in search of edible wild vegetables. "You don't say. This virgin forest is a treasure. Especially after the rains, the forest is full of goodies just waiting to be picked by those who are lucky enough to be there. Of course, if you're not the one with the destiny, you'll naturally suffer the backlash of the primordial forest." The good thing was that even though Lin Yu couldn't recognize all of these things, finding a few that he could eat was still a no-brainer. Soon, Lin Yu also dug up a lot of wild vegetables in the forest, and after a few people following the line explained in detail, a few people were also busy. Of course, those few people would seek confirmation from Lin Yu almost every time they grabbed a handful, and only then would they put it inside their own basket. This of course led to inefficiency, but fortunately, most of the soldiers were born in the countryside, and after 3 or 2 times, they quickly grasped the essence, and no longer needed Lin Yu's help. Lin Yu, on the other hand, harvested the gift of nature after the rain mushrooms. This stuff can be much more delicious than wild vegetables, with high nutritional value, and also tops the hunger, so it can be said that it is the most suitable thing for a camp at this moment. What? Why don't you ask the soldiers to pick with you? The reason for this is simple. As good as mushrooms are, they are also mostly more toxic than wild vegetables. Messy digging up wild vegetables, mostly just a handful of diarrhea, but if you mess with the mushrooms, easily have to lie bored. Also, mushrooms are much more difficult to identify than wild vegetables. Take, for example, the gooseberry and straw mushroom, which are similar in appearance when immature and extremely easy to confuse. While the straw mushroom is a common edible mushroom, the gooseberry, also known as the death cap, is one of the most poisonous mushrooms in the world. It contains deadly toxins, such as goitrogens, which can lead to severe liver and kidney failure and even death after consumption. It was Lin Yu himself who had to be careful to distinguish in order to judge, not to mention the novices. Of course, poisonous or not poisonous can also be confirmed by Lin Yu. Final, the most important, or the problem of efficiency, there is this point to pick up mushrooms time. They could have dug a basket full of wild vegetables. For more than half an hour, Lin Yu and his group also returned to the camp with a full harvest. At this time, Director Su's female soldiers were scattered across the squad platoons and, with the help of the male soldiers, had built a fire. Immediately, Lin Yu also handed over all the mushrooms to Li Ting. As for the wild vegetables, the warriors who dug them were brought back to the various squads, and in addition to cooking the vegetables, they needed to take this opportunity to teach the skill of how to distinguish the wild vegetables. Soon the whole camp was buzzing with activity as the warriors descended on individual squad platoons with wild vegetables. Driven by curiosity, the warriors also took the wild vegetables and looked left and right, and what's more, after a little cleaning, they took a bite. A tanned face then turned into a word embarrassed. So bitter. Sticking out his tongue, the warrior was also depressed. I told you to move around. The warrior picking the wild greens said in an ungracious manner, this is called bitter greens, although you can eat it raw, it tastes extremely bitter, and it's only after it's cooked that the bitterness goes down a bit, and it's also better for the mouth. Upon hearing this, the gluttonous warrior also silently memorized the shape of the bitter vegetable in his head, but his mouth was not idle, and straight away, he swallowed the strangely bitter vegetable. Yes, as bitter as it was, the warrior swallowed that bitter vegetable without hesitation. And the other soldiers who watched the warrior gulp down the bitter dish didn't feel the least bit surprised. This is simply too normal. In this day and age, no one will not cherish food, even if it is just plain wild vegetables. Of course, in the midst of this savage mountain environment, there's even less of a chance that anyone will spit out their wild greens. And as the warrior swallowed the bitter greens, the warrior digging up the wild greens went on to introduce the others. This is wild onion, much better than that bitter vegetable. The battalion chief said that this one, however, should be cooked before eating. Finally, after 10 minutes or so of training, the warriors were able to learn a little bit about wild vegetables. Immediately afterward, baskets of washed wild vegetables were also poured into the boiling water. Instantly, a fresh scent of grass and trees also hit his nose. At the same time, Li Ting had arranged for the warriors to distribute the mushrooms that Lin Yu had found. Because Lin Yu was the only one picking, although it was also a full basket, but divided into the mouths of 200 people, each person was basically just a chopstick. Therefore, while distributing the mushrooms, Lin Yu also specifically asked the distributing warriors to emphasize to the rest of the warriors, quite a few mushrooms look the same, but in reality, they can be highly poisonous, and they are never allowed to pick mushrooms privately. At first, the soldiers didn't understand why the battalion commander would want to emphasize this point in particular, and it was only when the first slice of mushroom went into their stomachs that all of them finally understood the battalion commander's good intentions. If there was no special order from the battalion commander, the soldiers would have wanted to rush into the jungle and dig up all the mushrooms at this moment. No way, you have to know, even in the modern era of extremely rich material conditions, people simply cannot resist the temptation of wild mushrooms. Every year in Yunnan eating mushrooms eat into the hospitalization of people, do not know how many. Not to mention the current situation. Although there is no meat oil to stimulate the most thorough freshness of the mushrooms, just the smooth, crunchy texture, the unique and rich grassy aroma, and the freshness of the flavorful substances glutamic acid and nucleotides that are released during the cooking process itself, are enough to make the warriors, who haven't been full in a long time, crave for more. Not to mention, the accompaniment of wild greens, mainly bitter greens, on the side. One word, one bite, and the fighters are literally swallowing their tongues. Chapter 057, Storming the Savage Mountains. After a hearty dinner, the soldiers fell asleep around the campfire. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was arranging the scheduling of the picking team with both Li Ting and Liao Shang, and then patrolled the camp once more before he went to sleep at ease. Perhaps it was a half-full feeling that had not been experienced for a long time, and this sleep, the warriors slept extraordinarily well. Woke up to another sunny day. It seems that everything is looking up. However, Lin Yu did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He knew very well in his heart that although the appearance of wild vegetables had temporarily solved the problem of food, it would not do to eat that for a long time. Moreover, it wasn't every time that one was so lucky to collect so many wild vegetables. It can be said that the entire force is now practically walking a tightrope on a 10,000-foot-high building, but any breeze may cause everyone to fall into the abyss. Not to mention the rest, just one more rainstorm from the thieving gods would douse their hopes of getting out of the savage mountains. Therefore, Lin Yu must hurry up and dry the straw while the sun is shining. Soon, the soldiers were also woken up one by Lin Yu. Naturally, the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department were no exception. Fortunately, over these days, the female soldiers had long since gotten used to this kind of life, and there wasn't much of a wake-up call. What's more, after a good night's sleep, everyone's spirits were also much better. Even the soldiers who quickly packed themselves up and retraced their steps were initially talking and laughing, and those who didn't know better would have thought it was a simple camping trip. Unfortunately, everyone's good mood was quickly consumed during the difficult and long trek. There was no way around it. Today's Lin Yu was rushing forward obsessively and quickly as if he was mad. If it weren't for the help of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, I'm afraid the women of the secret department would soon not be able to hold out. In the face of Lin Yu storming, even the male soldiers couldn't stand it anymore. But Lin Yu didn't have the slightest intention of stopping for a moment. 1 hour, 2 hours. Most of the day passed quickly, the sun had moved right above everyone, and Lin Yu still didn't have any intention of ordering a rest. This was certainly not Lin Yu making things difficult for the crowd. It was true that they had already been delayed too long, especially since they had lost another 2 hours or so yesterday trying to dig up the wild greens and familiarize everyone with them. Coupled with the previous delay of the rainy day, it could be said that at this moment, Lin Yu's ministry was already greatly behind the original progress. Thus, taking advantage of the right time and place, Lin Yu had to squeeze the limits out of everyone, thus catching up with the progress as much as possible. Only in this way is completely bitter a group of warriors looking at the eyes of this damn primitive forest, everywhere difficult not to mention, but also as if there is no end. What's worse, there's almost no way out at all in the dense shrubbery, yet it seems like there's a road everywhere. But when you do get off your feet, you are often greeted, not by soft meadows, but by man-eating swamps. It could be said that the journey was excruciatingly painful for the warriors, and coupled with the elongated timeline, it simply tormented the 1st Battalion's warriors. However, in truth, they should be thankful that it was Lin Yu they were following and not the large force of the expeditionary army. Because of the existence of the system, except for a period of backtracking when rescuing the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy, for the rest of the time, Lin Yu had almost never taken them on a wrong path. Thanks to this, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion had only been in the Savage Mountains for less than 20 days from the beginning until now. The main force of the expeditionary force that was ahead of them, on the other hand, had been stumbling through the primitive forests of the Savage Mountains for more than a full month because of the lack of accurate routes. Lacking food and medicine, tens of thousands of the National Army's elite and countless fine weapons were left behind in this forest. And now as Lin Yu's ministry gradually approached the edge of the Savage Mountain, the final routes of the two parties were finally overlapping again. Thus, while the warriors were troubled by the blazing sun overhead and the long march, a mangled body was quietly appearing in their path. Looking at the piles of skeletons under the trees, for a moment, the warriors only felt that they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was also at this point that the warriors remembered that they were still in the Savage Mountains, never far from danger. Especially those female soldiers, even though they had already been warned by the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, they still couldn't help but let out shrill cries. Listening to the shouts from the rear, Lin Yu's brows were also deeply wrinkled, both for the female soldiers at the rear who were devoid of any military bearing, and even more so in front of his eyes which while looking at more and more corpses. It was as if Lin Yu was also seeing the main force of the expeditionary force that had walked through this place, the main force of the expeditionary force that was so tattered that it was as if it was a callow. Unable to help it, Lin Yu was also wondering if Vice Commander-in-Chief Du would have led the main force of the expeditionary army to embark on this path of no return if he knew that entering the Savage Mountain would have such an outcome. Alternatively, he would have concentrated all the forces he could mobilize and killed his way straight back into the country from Lashio at any cost. At the very least, the Japanese with less than one division at Lashio alone could never have inflicted such heavy losses on the expeditionary force. It was only a pity that Lin Yu had crossed over still a little too late. Of course, perhaps even if Lin Yu had traveled back before the expeditionary force set foot on Savage Mountain, I'm afraid it wouldn't have helped. After all, he was only a tiny battalion commander of the 200th Division, or a deputy. His words couldn't even reach the ears of the division head, Dianlan, let alone the deputy commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force. When he thought of this master seat of his own, Lin Yu's heart was even more sad. If I remember correctly, at this moment, I am afraid that the division commander has already been seriously injured, or even has already died heroically as the division commander of the only mechanized division of the National Army. He is only 38 years old now. Gubika's bayonet red bloodbath, just a small test of the Frontierswang battle. He even led his troops to continuously hit the Japanese army, and took the order of the Baoding for himself Shujo battle. He also led his troops in the middle of the Ai mountain, and the Japanese army fought for 4 days and nights, although seriously wounded not to retreat a bit. Wuhan battle. He was again the group of army to remember the great merit once. Then came the Battle of Suizhou, the defense of Changsha, and then the most famous Battle of Kunlun Pass, where Dianlan's name appeared in almost every difficult battle. Also because of his great military service, and even more so at the age of 35, he took over the 200th Division of the Ace main force. And when the 200th Division was ordered to enter Burma, under the leadership of Dianlan, it also dealt heavy blows to the Japanese in the Battle of Tonggu and the Battle of Tongyi in succession. Clearly, he deserves a brighter future. Clearly, he should have flown to a wider sky. But still he fell, just 30 or 40 miles from the state line. A generation of famous generals fell. How can not call people sad? Chapter 058, The Miserable Expeditionary Force. Of course, generals are inevitably killed in battle. If it is just a normal battlefield death, it is also considered that General Dai's death is justified. But the thing is, he clearly didn't have to die, and the expedition didn't have to lose at all. Naturally, Du's indecisiveness was one of the reasons for this. But the finger-pointing of the Yankee Stewie is also, no doubt, one of the culprits. If not for this damned Yankee using the US military aid as a threat, how would Vice Commander Do have thrown in the towel? What? The Americans are here to help us. The Yankees are here to help us? Stop it, do you see the Yanks helping Irma now? What America has extended a hand of justice for China? Where was the damn hand of justice 10 years earlier? Where was this damn hand of justice when the little devils invaded our northeast, attacked us in Songhu, and occupied our Nanking? Where were the righteous American adults when the Nanking tragedy broke out? You have to realize that just as China and the brats are fighting to the death, the US is still exporting tons of oil, rubber, and other strategic materials to the brats. Is this what is called justice? Is this what is called reaching out for help? The reason for the current military aid is simple: the war has reached America's own house. In order to trap the little devils in Asia, and to minimize the sacrifice of American youth, this led to the Lend-Lease of Aid to China Act. And, as far as this bill is concerned, do you think it's gratuitous? You're overthinking it too. Look at Irma, can you renege on the Eagle Sauce loan? Borrowed $300 billion, arrived at $1,500, but have to pay back $500 billion, online lending do not dare to be so ruthless Similarly, in order to obtain this valuable military aid, the state government is also paying a huge price: tungsten sand in Jiangxi, Guizhou tung oil in Hunan bristle, and so on the strategic materials, almost a ship to the United States It could be argued that Stilwell was threatening the generals of the NRA with what was supposed to be the NRA's own. This shows how disgusting this person is. And if Stewie is something disgusting, the Brits are even less so. Had it not been for the Brits repeatedly leaving their national generals behind and fleeing alone, the war in Burma would not have been such a scenario at all. Especially the last time, it lied to the Joint Command about the presence of Japanese troops in Chakpadang in order to secure the back roads. It is important to realize that Chakpadang was not that far from Maemyo, the location of the command at the time, and with the footwork of the Japanese, it would not have taken half a day's effort to reach it. So panicked, the command also immediately drew the nearest 200 Division 10 million Chakpadang to block the Japanese. Faithfully, at this moment the 200th Division was stationed at Tangi, the eastern gateway to the entire expeditionary force. Despite strong arguments from Vice Commander Do down to General Dai, the Joint Command gave the 200th Division the order to turn in. There was nothing for it but for General Dai to lead his troops day and night to Chakpadong. But when the 200th Division arrived at Chakpadong, what it saw, instead of Japanese troops, were Brits who were unhurriedly withdrawing backward. Yes, the Brits are the ones who got the 200th Division, the strongest fighting force in the National Army, to act as a bodyguard for them. And also shortly after the 200th Division withdrew from Tangi, the Japanese 56th Division took advantage of the situation and captured Tangi. Although the 200th Division had returned 1,000 miles to recapture Tangi once again, a part of the 56th Division had already crossed Tangi and was headed straight for Lashio and Myakina, the rear material bases of the expeditionary force. A great rout that could have been avoided was born. Looking at the white bones in front of him, and looking at the warriors behind him who were like beggars, a nameless fire also rose up in Lin Yu's heart. It's still up to you. Otherwise, such tragedies will, as usual, keep on happening. Unable to help it, a plan was also slowly forming in Lin Yu's mind. It was also time to plan for the future after all. Getting out of the savage mountains was just a matter of days away. And also just as Lin Yu looked at the friendly armies began to plan his own future, at the edge of the savage mountain, Du Yuming, who was pale from illness, was looking up to the sky and sighing. Even when facing the warm sun, Du still felt very cold looking at the sparse warriors beside him. He was really regretting something. Of course, he regretted why he hadn't concentrated his forces and fought back from Lashio and Myakina with determination, not why he hadn't diverted to India as had the 38th Division. In any case, Chinese, even in death, the head is turned toward the country. It was a pity that regret was obviously pointless now, and how to bring the remaining tens of thousands of people out of the savage mountains was what Du desperately wanted to do. Struggling to sit up, Du also spoke with difficulty. Has the radio been able to make contact? Is there any news from the secret department that dropped out? At that, Chief of Staff Luo Yuelowen also gently shook his head and said, the spare diodes are all burned, and I'm afraid I can't even contact them when I find the spare duty. As for the secret telegraph department. Talking softly, the Chief of Staff also went on to say, a company of the Guard Regiment that was sent out to look for the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy has also been without any news, so I'm afraid it's a close call. Hearing this news suddenly, Du also immediately coughed violently. The Secret Telegraph Department. That's a secret telegraph department that was set up at great expense. Moreover, Director Su is also a math genius who returned from studying in the United States. What's more, he's also. Thinking about this, Du Yuming even had the heart to shoot the chief of the guard regiment who took advantage of his unconsciousness to drop the secret telegraph department. What, and it's already been shot? Then drag it out and shoot it 10 more times. Also, while Du Yuming was still immersed in the pain of losing the secret telegraph department, Luo Yuluan, the chief of staff on the side, also carefully bent down and came to Du Yuming's side, saying, "Generalissimo, in addition, the troops have been out of food for 2 days. If this continues, I'm afraid that the fighters won't be able to last until they return to the country at all." At that, Du was silent again. Although at this moment, they have basically gone out of the range of the Savage Mountains and are not too far away from the national border, but because the radio was destroyed, there is no way to get in touch with the country. Or rather, contact can only be made by the messenger sent out. This also meant that there was no telling when the army would be resupplied. After thinking for a long time, Du also sighed slightly and then ordered, "Let each company kill a horse. Also, mobilize everyone to look for wild vegetables and anything edible. Tell the soldiers that the national border is just around the corner. Persistence is victory." The uneasy Du also continued to instruct. Yes. Chief of Staff Luo Yueluan also immediately agreed. Yes, the elite of the national army is reduced to killing horses for food. It can't be helped, apart from the war horses, Du can't really think of anything else in the army that can still be eaten. We can't learn from the ancient people who ate their children easily. Chapter 059, Two Armies in the Same Savage Mountains. You know, Du Yuming's men weren't hundreds or thousands of men, and it would be impossible to try to satisfy their hunger by digging up wild vegetables, just like Lin Yu's troops. Therefore, it can be said that killing horses for food is almost the most direct and effective way for Du to solve the problem of lack of food for the main force of the expeditionary force under his command. It was just that Du had apparently somewhat underestimated the omnipotence of his men's fighters at the limit. The already hungry soldiers were not bothered by the order to kill only one horse when they heard about the Shu Xiao that killed the horses. Almost all the companies were put to 2 or even 3 horses at once, and with that, another large amount of equipment was simply abandoned. There was no way they could move the equipment without the hump of a warhorse. But even though the company had spiked Du's orders, there were still soldiers who were slow to get started who also ended up with nothing but guts and bones. And as the scent of meat wafted up in gusts, a warhorse's wail resounded throughout the jungle, seemingly wailing for the loss of their companions, or as if crying for the loss of some kind of military soul. Horses, especially warhorses that live and die with their warriors, have never been more humane. And amidst the guttural wails of the surviving warhorses, some of the National Army soldiers wailed. How could they not know that the warhorse was their best companion for a long time? But where they had a shred of a way out, how could they have hit on their former partner? But despite the weeping, a piece of horsemeat went into the warrior's stomach. Instead, he ate not only a piece of horsemeat, but also the essence of the National Army. A force that can kill friendly troops in order to survive is, in fact, at the end of its road. Historically, the Fifth Army was never the same again, and that may have had something to do with the horsemeat incident. But what kills me is that even after paying such a big price, it is still just treating the symptoms. If we eat a warhorse today, what about tomorrow? In all, there were only so many warhorses in a company that flocked to transport supplies. Relying only on warhorses, how long can these tens of thousands of men last? So, looking at the soldiers who were devouring the horsemeat, a sad and desperate emotion also hit Du's heart. In fact, Du is not the only one who is desperate. The talented Fifth Army, naturally many people see the situation today. It's just a shame that, as soldiers, they can't do anything about it. Seeing their proud Fifth Army slowly sinking like this, everyone's hearts couldn't be more tormented. Unlike the torment Du and the Expeditionary Army were feeling at this time, Lin Yu, who had not yet stepped out of the Savage Mountains, was, on the contrary, much more relaxed. It turned out that after a day of chasing, it really did allow Lin Yu to recover quite a bit of distance. According to Lin Yu's silent estimation, if the next few days were to be so sunny, it was highly likely that they could get out of this savage mountain before they completely ran out of food according to today's speed. Although it was unavoidable that he still had to look at God's face, at least, Lin Yu had seen hope not. As the sky gradually dimmed, the teams that had taken turns digging for wild vegetables returned in droves. The fighters continued to have good luck and remained loaded. And after double confirmation from the female soldier in Lin Yu, the large handful of wild vegetables were thrown into the pot. The only proper meal of the day was hastily eaten, and the warriors were soon drifting off to sleep. There's no way around it, they're just too tired. In the next few days, Lin Yu and his warriors also repeated this day of intense marching. And it was during the second day's march that the stockpile of jerky was depleted during this intense march. In other words, from now on, all the soldiers of the 1st Battalion would have to rely on wild vegetables and fruits, as well as a very small amount of food. The only good news was that the warriors had been pretty lucky the last 2 days, and had managed to stock up on a lot more wild vegetables. It's just that, with this stuff, it doesn't hold up to hunger. But looking at those fellow soldiers who starved to death on the roadside, where did all of them have half a complaint? However, looking at the 1st Battalion of warriors of the clear and shining rice soup and wild vegetable porridge, the female soldiers of the secret telegraph department cannot sit still. A female soldier in the secret telegraph department quietly made a rice ball out of her own day's share of food and quietly gave it to a squad leader who usually took care of her. But as it turned out, the squad leader's eyes glared and he turned around and threw the rice balls the girls had been saving for the whole day into the cauldron. And seeing this situation, that female soldier's eyes instantly red, fluttering big eyes, full of aggression and incomprehension, tears are even in the next moment to flow out. It was also coincidental that Lin Yu happened to take in this scene. Immediately after, Lin Yu also walked forward and ruthlessly gave that unappreciative squad leader a kick, and then fished out the rice balls from the pot. Only, after so much cooking, the original fist-sized rice ball was less than the size of an egg. Looking at the egg-sized rice ball in his hand, and looking at the tearful female soldier on the side, Lin Yu also sighed, and then put the rice ball into the hands of that squad leader. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also said to that squad leader in a hateful manner, "How did I bring you to be such a stupid fool, so?" While saying that, 2 red clouds also crept onto the female soldier's face. Listening to the words of his own female soldier and looking at her like this, Director Su only felt a pang in his heart. Obviously, this treasure of his own family was considered to have been completely taken down by that Wang Banzai. Unable to help it, Director Su, who was the eldest of the family, also had the general feeling of pain of an old father whose own flowers had been picked. Immediately, I don't know why, but Lin Yu's knife-like face also appeared in Su Chengyun's mind. Yes, how could he be a big pig's hoof? He is clearly the best of the best. Unconsciously, Su Chengyun's pretty face was also translucent red. Chapter 060 Out of the Savage Mountains at last. After a small episode, Lin Yu also continued to lead his troops through the primitive forests of Savage Mountain. The good news was that, perhaps by the grace of God, apart from a few occasional light showers along the way, Lin Yu's troops almost never encountered another torrential downpour capable of blocking their progress. So, just like this, all the way smoothly, Lin Yu's department was also a little bit close to the edge of the Savage Mountain. Although through the system map, Lin Yu already knew that his troops were about to get out of this damn Savage Mountain, but when Lin Yu really felt the changes in the surrounding situation, Lin Yu still could not hide the excitement in his heart. It couldn't be helped, they had really been trudging through the primitive forest of the seemingly endless Savage Mountain for far, far too long. Every step since stepping into this area was like a fight to the death against this ancient and cruel jungle. Even as powerful as Lin Yu, his heart had long been exhausted. Looking at the giant trees beside the sky gradually thinned out, feel the original dense forest, was a pair of invisible hands quietly pull open the mold, to meet the head of the sun shed more and more light, stepping on more and more solid ground. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth also finally involuntarily curled up, and along with it, his footsteps became lighter and lighter. And it seemed that they had also sensed the change in Lin Yu's aura, or perhaps they had likewise noticed the change in their surroundings. A group of warriors, too, were pondering. Only, no one said what was on their mind. For no other reason than that the crowd was too afraid of being disappointed again. Just like that, in an eerie silence, Lin Yu's group also continued to walk forward. And the further they went, the more the surroundings changed. Those dense, low shrubs that always hindered forward progress began to become sparse, and even the path that was originally obscured by layers of shrubs gradually became wider. The warriors' steps are no longer held back as often, and they can take each step more smoothly without worrying about the presence of a quagmire in front of them. Unable to help themselves, the warriors' gazes were also like that of a newly born baby, and they began to look around at the scene before them, as if everything had never been seen before. And as he watched the gradually opening space, a hint of ineffable anticipation welled up in the warrior's heart. Even, many of the female soldiers' heartbeats went up a few notches faster. The party continued on, the border of the forest getting closer and closer. Finally, a blinding golden light poured down as the warriors held their breath in anticipation. Immediately afterward, the faint outline of hills in the distance, and a not too large plain in the near distance, finally appeared openly in front of everyone. The flat and open earth, like a huge green velvet blanket, extends infinitely into the distance. On the plains, the grass gently swayed in the breeze, sending gusts of fresh air. Slowly, everyone including Lin Yu involuntarily stopped their steps, and there was even a look of disbelief in their eyes. From the impermeable primeval forest to these rolling hills and plains, the huge contrast really made everyone freeze in place. Everyone had their mouths slightly open, as if they wanted to say something, but were too stunned by the sudden sight to speak. Even Lin Yu stretched out his own hand, pointing in the direction of the hills, feeling the wash of the wind and the sun and the breath of freedom. And after a brief silence, the team then erupted into a cheer. One by one, the warriors all rushed forward with impatience, opening their arms wide to embrace this long-lost openness. Quite a few of the warriors were even lying directly on the grass, looking at the blue sky and letting the tears flow freely. No way, they in this primitive forest really experienced too many difficulties and dangers, but also in the edge of life and death hovering for too long, and now this plain, as if it has become their newborn place. Cheers, the soldiers are more wantonly running, shouting up, to release the joy and excitement in their hearts. After a quarter of an hour or so, the warriors who had finished venting gradually calmed down. There was no way, everyone understood that although they had left the man-eating devil's cave of Savage Mountain and were temporarily free from the safety of their lives, they had not returned to the motherland after all. Of course, Lin Yu, as the commander, knew better. In fact, they couldn't even say they were temporarily safe. It can even be said that they want to return home safely and have to work hard. Yes, right at the same time Lin Yu had led his people out of the Savage Mountains, Lin Yu had already seen the starry red marks on their way back home in his system's map. That's right, the brats have blockaded the Gaoligong Mountains as a whole, and have placed troops at various passes along the route, specifically to intercept small units of the national army like Lin Yu. Although the number of Japanese troops in each pass was not large because of the lack of Japanese troops themselves. But even if it is just a small detachment of Japanese troops, for a small unit of the national army like Lin Yu, it is a nightmare survival. It couldn't be helped that after experiencing the Savage Mountain, even the main force under Army Commander Du was already exhausted, not to mention the other troops that had fallen behind. Even many of the national army units, the formation has long been broken up, and even the weapons have long been discarded, not to mention the bloody battle with the Japanese out. And a unit like Lin Yu's, which not only maintained its establishment, but even retained a certain combat capability, could almost be said to be unique. Of course, even so, without the system's support, a bloody battle was still inevitable. But for the enlightened Lin Yu, with the help of the system map, he could completely take his troops and avoid meeting with most of the Japanese army, thus returning to the country at minimal cost, or even no cost at all. As a matter of fact, Lin Yu had played exactly this idea. It wasn't that Lin Yu was afraid of the fight, it was also true that their situation wasn't actually optimistic. The long-term consumption of wild vegetables, although it allowed them to escape starvation, also caused their physical fitness to decline drastically. At the same time, their weapons, ravaged by the harsh environment of the primitive forest, coupled with the lack of necessary maintenance, had reached a horrific damage rate of 50%. In other words, at this moment, Lin Yu's 2 companies of troops under his command were afraid that their fighting strength could not even make up 2 platoons. In such a situation, go hard with the brats, that's not bravery, but stupidity. Not to mention, Lin Yu had the important task of escorting the Ministry of Secret Telecommunications. Based on the above considerations, Lin Yu also decided to take the most prudent route, minimizing and avoiding frontal encounters with the Japanese as much as possible. It's a pity that Lin Yu's calculations were smart, but in the end, they were not as good as that history's scriptwriter's calculations. And the writers of history, it seems, don't want Lin Yu to return home so easily. Chapter 061, The Road Back to the Country has another wave of ripples. Immediately, under Lin Yu's command, the troops were also regrouped, and then they continued to advance in the southeast direction. And behind them, the primeval forest of Savage Mountain stood silent, like a defeated demon king, silently watching the departure of the group of warriors who had defeated it. Under Lin Yu's leadership, the troops also traveled extremely smoothly this way, and almost never encountered any Japanese obstruction. Occasionally, they encountered Japanese patrols, and Lin Yu always found areas of concealment for all of them. Of course, in order to avoid having his secret discovered, Lin Yu had also sent out scouts immediately after leaving the Savage Mountain. Only, Lin Yu hadn't thought that it was this move of his that had brought him a huge problem. Just as Lin Yu led his troops to a river, fishing for food and resting, one of the scouts he had sent out was returning. The problem is, not only did the scouts bring back the latest news about the Japanese troops in the neighborhood, but they also brought Lin Yu back an old Chinese? The old Chinese then also brought the shocking news that the Japanese army had gone so far as to open a comfort station on the China-Burma border with captured Chinese female soldiers and women captured nearby. Even more unfortunate is that the granddaughter of the old overseas Chinese was also taken captive by this group of brats last night. Not waiting for Lin Yu to think about it, only to hear a thud, the old Huaqiao is kneeling beside Lin Yu, and then embraced Lin Yu's thighs, is crying and requesting Lin Yu must save his granddaughter. While hearing the words of the old overseas Chinese, Lin Yu was silent for a while. As a matter of fact, Lin Yu was aware of this comfort station on the border. For no other reason, in the war history of China and Burma, there had been a stroke or two about this comfort station. Moreover, Lin Yu also knew that this comfort station that the old overseas Chinese was talking about was not the only one. Historically, because the Japanese army was permanently stationed on the China-Burma border, in order to solve the physiological needs of those animals, the Japanese army not only captured women soldiers in villages along the border, but even drove trucks and transported comfort women in batches to the border from inside Burma. At its peak, there were comfort women on the border, even up to thousands. There is no doubt that what the old Chinese are talking about is one of the many comfort stations that are being built. And with that, from the map and the system, Lin Yu almost quickly determined the location of that comfort station. After all, so many red dots and gray neither enemy nor friend dots clustered together, and there was only one such spot for miles around. But the problem was that locking the location was simple, but the question of whether to save it or not was difficult for Lin Yu. After all, the national border was already right in front of them, and according to the current marching speed, it wouldn't take more than 2 or 3 days for them to return to the country, and going to the rescue at this moment would undoubtedly slow down their own return to the country. Of course, that's not the main thing. Most of all, even Lin Yu was not sure enough at this moment to be able to take down this comfort station and save the women in it. As stated earlier, the 1st Battalion at this moment, both in terms of the fighting strength of the fighters and the equipment of the weapons, belonged to a state of strained shortage. With a full count, Lin Yu was only able to put together 2 platoons, 50 or less than 60 troops. And according to the system map, the comfort station was clearly stationed with a remnant squad of ghosts of full 40 to 50 people. It was not easy to attack a Japanese squad with 50 or 60 men, or on the premise that the other side had building fortifications. Well, even if one step back, Lin Yu did lead the team to do it, the loss of troops was put to one side, and their small unit would be completely exposed to the Japanese army as a result. If several squads of the Japanese army came to surround him in unison, Lin Yu might not be able to escape successfully even with the help of the system. Not to mention, Lin Yu had the task of escorting the Ministry of Secret Telecommunications. Seems to be able to see Lin Yu's difficulties, the old overseas Chinese head is hard to knock to the ground, mouth is unable to stop pleading, said, "Military master, save my granddaughter, my poor granddaughter oh." As the old overseas Chinese raised his head again, Lin Yu could clearly see that his forehead was already blue and purple. Unable to help it, Lin Yu's heart felt as if it had been gripped by something. The surrounding warriors were also coincidentally casting their gazes at the hesitant Lin Yu, even Su Qingyun was looking at Lin Yu with a burning gaze. Needless to say, everyone was waiting for Lin Yu's decision to rescue. Feeling the gazes around him, Lin Yu hated that he couldn't ruthlessly slap himself twice. Lin Yu, ah Lin Yu. When did you learn to preserve your strength as well? What did you work so hard to bring your troops out of the savage mountain for? Is it for that one position? Or to be a warlord? Isn't it to take revenge on the little devils and to defend the people and the country to come out of the savage mountains against all odds? Now that the country is there watching, and the people are at stake, what are you hesitating for? Immediately, Lin Yu also immediately helped the old Huaqiao up, and then he also promised in a single breath, "Don't worry, old man, I will definitely save your granddaughter." Upon hearing this, the old overseas Chinese immediately fell to his knees again. And the crowd of warriors couldn't help but have delighted smiles on their faces. Having experienced life and death on Savage Mountain, the warriors had long ago thought of themselves as a dead man. The only thought in this life is to fight the ghosts and avenge the death of his comrades and fellow soldiers. Now seeing the brats bullying their compatriots again, how can you tell the soldiers to hold their breath? Fortunately, Lin Yu didn't end up disappointing the warriors who embraced him. And having easily persuaded the old overseas Chinese away, Lin Yu then also called his inner circle, Li Ting and Liao Shang, as well as Director Su. Although he had promised the old Chinese, war was no joke, much less a matter of whim. How to take this comfort station, Lin Yu had to go through meticulous arrangements. Li Ting. After slightly ventriloquizing, Lin Yu also spoke. 2. Li Tingli, who had been named, even answered. Pick the 60 people with the best physical strength from the 2 companies, form 2 platoons and move with me. Lin Yu then also continued to order weapons and ammunitions, likewise select them within the entire battalion, make sure to check them before departing. Yes. Li Ting immediately agreed. Liao Shang. Lin Yu then looked at another of his inner circle and said. 2. Company Commander Liao also replied immediately. You take the rest of your men, escort the Secret Service, and move east along the river at once. Tonight enter the valley ahead and stand by. If you don't see the men I've sent coming in the morning, move immediately, follow the valley, and continue southeast. It shouldn't take more than 3 days to return to the country. Lin Yu then also continued to command. Chapter 062 The Last Battle Before Returning Home. Lin Yu's thoughts were simple and direct. He himself could go and fight for his life, but this precious group of people from the secret telegraph department could not have any accidents. And listening to Lin Yu's order, Director Su on the side also wanted to speak. Of course she was not happy with Lin Yu's attitude of wanting their female soldiers to go away, but on the contrary, he also knew that the group of female soldiers under his command really couldn't help much on the battlefield either, and would even become a burden to Lin Yu. Therefore, even with all the displeasure in his heart, Director Su could only swallow his breath. One day, I will fight side by side with you in a bright and honorable manner. And while swallowing this mouthful of pent-up anger, Director Su also viciously swore in his heart. Just as Director Su frowned but did not say a word, Company Commander Liao on the side opened his mouth. Battalion Commander, last time it was Li Ting who went with you to pick up the Ministry of Secret Telegraph. This time, how come it must be my turn, right? Old Liao, what do you mean by that? Li Ting couldn't sit still when he heard this. However, before Li Ting could say anything in rebuttal, Lin Yu spoke. Liao Shang, don't worry, I have no intention of favoring Li Ting. Obviously, you are more suited to sit at the rear and arrange the troops. The ambush in the jungle last time was a good illustration of this. As for Li Ting, he has a higher level of technical and tactical skills, and is also more suitable to accompany me on the raid. Therefore, for this raid on the Japanese army, it is still necessary for Li Ting to go. But Liao Shang, who had heard the words, was still a bit reluctant. Don't worry. Again, not waiting for Liao Shang to finish, Lin Yu patted Liao Shang's shoulder and interrupted. There will be a long time to come, there will be a place for you. The battalion seat had said so, what else could that Liao Shang say? Then he also agreed, yes. But then Liao Shang seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, Battalion Commander, if you only bring 2 platoons, will the number of people be too small? Maybe there will be a squad of Japanese soldiers stationed in the comfort center. There is this possibility. Lin Yu nodded, and then also said, first, even if the Japanese army is a squad formation, having 60 people is enough. Second, having more people is rather not conducive to concealment and receiving the enemy. Third, according to my estimation, those of us who can still have a fighting chance now, including good weapons, are only about 60 or 70 people. This. Liao Shang sighed with some surprise and concern. Don't worry, old Liao, with me here, I will never let the battalion seat drop a hair. Seeing Liao Shang in such a state, Li Ting on the side also patted his chest and assured. Hearing Li Ting's assurance, Liao Shang could only burst into a bitter smile. Not only Liao Shang, Lin Yu on the side also shook his head helplessly and then also ordered, all right, enough with the small talk, prepare to go immediately. Yes. The 3 of them then agreed in unison as well. While waiting for Li Ting and Liao Shang to convey their respective orders and go, Su Chongyun walked over to Lin Yu's side and whispered, come back alive. I'll be waiting for you. Listening to Su Chengyun's voice, which was as thin as a gnat, Lin Yu was a little confused for a moment. But before Lin Yu could figure out the situation, Su Chengyun had already floated away like a gust of wind. Without time to savor the tenderness in his ears, Lin Yu turned his head and sank down to check his weapon. At the moment, however, it is not the time to wind down, and there is only a story to be told if you survive. Taking out the barge gun from the holster he had with him, Lin Yu quickly and skillfully disassembled it. To say that the things of the Germans are really good, even after the ravages of the primitive forest, Lin Yu's barge gun is still as bright as new. Of course, this may not have anything to do with the fact that it has been in a wooden holster. After some simple tending, Lin Yu also adjusted it to its best condition. And considering the intensity of tonight's battle, Lin Yu also once again asked for a 38 large cap. Remove the machine bracket, gently wipe off the surface rust, and use the cloth wrapped in bamboo to clean the barrel a little bit. Not much time. A 3/8 cap was also cleaned up by Lin Yu. The rifle rested on his shoulder, and Lin Yu then adjusted the rifle's scale as well. Also at this moment, Li Ting came to Lin Yu's side with quick steps. Battalion Commander. The slightly impatient Li Ting also immediately reported, the situation is not too optimistic, only 2 light machine guns are left that can still be used, and there are only 3 bomb throwers that can still be used. I'm afraid the firepower will be insufficient. Where are the grenades? Lin Yu did not respond directly to Li Ting, but continued to ask. The grenades are quite plentiful, 60 men, each of them can share at least 5. Tell the warriors to be alert during the operation and try not to accidentally injure the hostages. Lin Yu then also commanded again. Yes. Li Ting then immediately agreed as well. Also, while the fighters left behind were busy clearing their guns, Liao Shang and Director Su took the remaining fighters as well as the personnel of the secret telegraph department a step ahead. Looking at the fellow soldiers who stayed by the river, thousands of words were blocked in the hearts of the departing warriors, unable to speak. In the end, it can only be translated into a take care. And with the departure of Liao Shang and the others, not long after, Lin Yu's troops who had finished organizing their equipment were also ready for battle. Immediately afterward, 4 horizontal rows of 60 warriors also stood neatly in front of Lin Yu. Chapter 063 Temple? Comfort House. Brothers, this is our last battle before we return home. Do you all have the confidence to fight this battle well? Carrying a 38 daga on his back and a barge gun, standing in front of the 60 warriors, Lin Yu also opened his mouth and asked. Yes. The warriors immediately agreed in unison as well. Good. Lin Yu nodded and also raised the barge gun in his hand high, saying, Kill the devils and save our compatriots. Kill the devils and save your compatriots. The warriors also shouted in unison once again. After a brief mobilization, the 60 warriors were led by scouts to the comfort stations of the brats quietly. After a full 2 hours of trekking, Lin Yu's department had also finally arrived at a hillside less than a mile away from the brats' comfort station. Pulling out his binoculars, Lin Yu also began to observe the Ghost Comfort Center from a distance. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, but when he did, Lin Yu's frown deepened. It turns out that the comfort stations of the Little Devils have been converted from Burmese temples built on the hills. Burmese temples, you know what I'm talking about. In addition to its opulence, it is also characterized by its solidity and durability. Well, to be precise, it should be easy to defend. Perhaps it's also because of the opulence that it's going to be easy to defend. But whether or not there is any connection between the two, it has to be recognized that the place chosen by the brats does count militarily. There was no doubt that the immediate site of the comfort station had been chosen, and this made Lin Yu's attack more difficult. Of course, in fact, the brats really do not see the temple's military easy to defend and difficult to attack characteristics. After all, at the moment, the brats had just won a big victory in the Battle of Burma, and they didn't think anyone else could threaten them. The reason for choosing this temple, apart from its opulent decorations and the stunning view from above, is perhaps also to mentally destroy and enslave the Burmese people. Imagine the temples, sacred temples in the hearts of the Burmese, being used by the Little Devils for that kind of thing. How could the Burmese stand it? Those who dared to resist were naturally executed without hesitation. The rest, the cowardly ones, naturally had to accept the mental castration of the brats. In this way, it won't take more than a generation or two for these Burmese to forget the existence of that temple, and will only remember that, on that hill, there is a place where they can have a quickie. I have to say, this set of tactics of the little kid is really killing people. However, Lin Yu couldn't afford to sympathize with these Burmese people. For the simple reason that the Burmese at this time did not think that the arrival of the National Army was meant to help them. On the contrary, they all thought that the brats were the ones who would come to liberate them. The Burmese acted as the vanguard of the Japanese in many battles, including Tongu, Swa, and Tongi. Even the Japanese were able to easily weave in and out of the National Army's rear, right up to Lashio and Myatkina, where the Burmese led the way. For this reason, Lin Yu could not afford any sympathy for the Burmese who had led the wolves into the house. But then again, from another perspective, Lin Yu was able to understand these Burmese people. After all, during the reign of the British, their life was by no means good. Therefore, they naturally did not have much goodwill towards the National Army soldiers who came with the British. It seems understandable, those damn Brits. But, alas, the Burmese have chosen the wrong people after all. The British lords don't treat them like human beings, but the problem is that the little kids themselves are not human beings. The Brits exploited and squeezed Burma, but at least there was a hint of a British lordship's bottom line, but with the brats, there was no bottom line at all. Thus, before the people of Burma even had time to cheer after driving out the limeys, the little kid turned his head and flashed his bayonet at his former ally. So, the whole of Burma is also in a state of chaos. Countless temples were ransacked, countless men were enlisted in the army, and countless women were raped. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a purgatory on earth. All of this is almost in stark contrast to the generals of the National Army, who are in the autumn of their lives. And it was not until such a situation that the people of Burma realized who really came to their rescue. Unfortunately, the saviors of the National Army have already been pushed into the savage mountains, and it's too late to say anything. Of course, all of this is in the past. And what Lin Yu was facing in front of him was a real difficulty. I'll have to feel my way over to investigate. Putting down the binoculars, Lin Yu raised his head to look at the sun that was already gradually dipping in the west, and then he also murmured. Battalion commander, I'll go with you. Li Ting, who was at the side, almost immediately took the initiative to ask for orders. Upon hearing Li Ting's request for help, Lin Yu, however, shook his head slightly and said, "You stay behind and organize the personnel to police the area." This? Li Ting frowned slightly. He knew, of course, that there had to be an officer here to run the show after the battalion commander left, and he himself was almost the obvious choice. But, apparently, he still wanted to be with his battalion seat more than organizing a defense. However, with Lin Yu's slight sideways glance, even before Li Ting could see Lin Yu's eyes, he immediately agreed, yes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. After dark, you guys will move again. Lifting his wrist, Lin Yu also continued, before 9 o'clock, arrive at the foot of that mountain and wait for the rendezvous. Yes. Li Ting then also agreed once again. Zhao Xiaohu, Wang Chao. Turning his head, Lin Yu also waved his hand at the crouching warriors behind him. The two people whose names were named were instantly delighted, and then they also replied in a whisper while catapulting their bodies and quickly coming to Lin Yu's side. You two, follow me up to feel out the situation of the little devils. Lin Yu then continued to order as well. The reason why these two were chosen was also very simple. In several battles, Zhao Xiaohu and Wang Chao, as well as Li Dali, were almost the three best performing fighters. However, Li Dali's size was really not suitable for scouting, so naturally this quota went to the other two. Moreover, one of these two people was flexible, and the other had a good hand at marksmanship, and when it mattered, this was all that could help Lin Yu. Of course, the two who were named were also naturally overjoyed, and immediately responded in a surprised whisper, yes. After arranging the accompanying personnel, Lin Yu then also looked at the remaining warriors behind him and commanded, "Attention everyone, be sure not to expose your whereabouts, and follow the command in all actions, understand?" Yes. Everyone who heard this immediately just agreed in a low voice. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu then also led Zhao and Wang into the woods. Chapter 064 Pre-War Scouting Angerborn. Because of the experience of hiking in the savage mountain, nowadays this forest couldn't stop Lin Yu's trio at all. The piles of rotting leaves became the best camouflage for Lin Yu's trio, and the stacks of shrubs that weren't too tall were enough to conceal the entirety of Lin Yu's several figures. Going around the mountain path, Lin Yu also quickly led the two to the foot of the mountain where the comfort station was located. Up close and through binoculars, he looked upward, but saw a full 3 layers of concertina wire wrapped around the outside of the brick fence of this Burmese temple, and on top of the half-collapsed pagoda, the barrels of 2 Type 92 heavy machine guns glowed with cold light. Obviously, although the Japanese army is arrogant, but the basic combat quality is still there, constructed fortifications are also noteworthy. Still, the almost non-existent patrols, and the heavy machine gunners half lying behind their heavy machine guns, spoke quietly of the scattered nature of the Japanese. Originally, the Japanese fortifications were not aimed at the regular troops of the National Army, but the Burmese. How could Burmese natives armed with Burmese swords deserve the attention of the Imperial Army of Japan? Only, this group of brats could never have imagined that they would eventually pay the price for their arrogance. With Lin Yu's line of sight down, but saw a scene that made his eyes wide open. 3 Japanese soldiers are dragging a cloaked woman to the woodshed, the woman's bare feet in the stone floor dragged out sinuous blood traces, and the ankle of the chain scraping sound across 100 meters away are still clearly audible. Lin Yu, who saw this scene, immediately wanted to rush forward and result in that 3 heads. However, reason told Lin Yu that he had to temporarily press down the anger in his heart. A little impatience can lead to a lot of trouble. In order to free more people, and for his own safety, he had to wait for the night to fall, wait for the arrival of Li Ting's men. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu then put his spirit into his system map. With that, the entire distribution of the Brat's personnel, even including the gathering point of the hostages, was completely exposed to Lin Yu's field of vision. The good news is that on the outskirts of the comfort stations, the Japanese did not place any patrols at all. Even the entire comfort station, the number of people who took on the task of vigilance was only a few. And judging from the behavior of the Japanese soldiers at the machine gun position in front of us, I am afraid that the Japanese soldiers at the other positions will not be as serious. The bad news was that the Japanese were not gathered together as in a supply depot, but had their own rooms in 2s and 3s. And from in the room where they were gathered, there was clearly 1 or even more gray dots. Without thinking, Lin Yu knew what this group of livestock was doing. But now was not the time to settle scores, and Lin Yu could only try to suppress the anger in his heart, and quickly memorized the general location of each house of the brats. Immediately afterward, with the assistance of the system, Lin Yu also quickly completed a general exploration of the interior of the comfort station. It seems that at least the problem of fighting your way in isn't very big. Lin Yu then murmured in his mind, the biggest problem is still what to do after we fight our way in? If this had been more than half a month ago, Lin Yu would not have been worried. But now it was different. Although the selection of the best had been carried out, Lin Yu himself was not completely sure of how much battle power these 60 people still had. Even the ammunition is a bit low. There was no way, in the primitive forest, unless the ammunition was sealed, it was extremely easy to get damp or even rusty. Even if the warrior maintains it at all times, it is inevitable. However, since he was already standing here, even with his bare hands, Lin Yu had to eliminate this group of brats. With that, while silently thinking about the method of attack, Lin Yu also took out his accompanying book and began to record the distribution of the Japanese army on it. After determining the situation inside, Lin Yu then also led his men to carefully start observing around this comfort station, trying to find the best way to break through. Just as Lin Yu's trio circled around to almost the halfway point, Wang Chao on the side was suddenly stopped, and then also carefully pulled Lin Yu, who had opened the way in front of him, and his finger pointed to the side of the temple at the same time, saying, "Battalion Commander, look at that. Radio?" Following Wang Chao's finger, Zhao Xiaohu on the side also immediately whispered. Lin Yu then also raised his binoculars and then looked towards which area. Sure enough, under that bamboo roof was standing a T-shaped antenna more than 2 meters high. Even, vaguely, Lin Yu could see 2 Japanese communication soldiers debugging equipment at the head of the room. Instantly, Lin Yu was also excited. It was important to realize that although Lin Yu and his men were just a step away from the national border, Lin Yu was practically in the dark as to where they were going to assemble after entering the national border. At the same time, the existence of the secret telegraph department added to Lin Yu's urgent need to contact his superiors. And the presence of a radio would certainly put these problems to rest. Immediately, Lin Yu was memorizing the location of the radio station in his mind. Just as Lin Yu was about to put down the binoculars in his hands and transcribe the location to the floor plan in his hands, a Japanese officer wearing a white coat and glasses reappeared in the binoculars. However, the white coat that should have been clean and white was stained with several pieces of bizarre dark red stains. And in the iron bucket carried in that person's hand, there was a greenish-purple severed finger. As the iron barrels were dumped, an even more terrifying and creepy scene appeared in front of Lin Yu. Borrowing the last trace of the afterglow of the setting sun, Lin Yu clearly saw the baby head that was floating in the bucket, and even that umbilical cord was still attached to the purple and black placenta. Damn this group of brats! Putting down his binoculars, Lin Yu also cursed viciously in his heart, really inhuman. Cursing, Lin Yu was already between the 2 eyebrows tightly knit, both fists are clenched to the bone white. On the side of Zhao Xiaohu and Wang Chao, although they didn't have binoculars, with their eyesight that surpassed normal people, they also saw the child's head that rolled down in that splash of crimson. Though the 2 were already considered veterans of the battlefield, and should have watched over life and death a long time ago. However, seeing that these brats actually didn't even spare the children, the 2 still broke their defenses a bit. Unconsciously, the 2 had clenched their fists, a monstrous anger then surged to their hearts, hating that they could not immediately rush forward and slaughter this head. Fortunately, Lin Yu, who was on the side, immediately noticed the abnormality of the 2 and stopped them in time. Not yet. Lin Yu, who had stopped the 2, also immediately whispered, "Don't worry, not a single one of this group of scum can escape." Hearing Lin Yu's words, the 2 of them calmed down a little. And with that, Lin Yu also made a note of the location of the radio station and the location of that spectacled officer on the floor plan he had drawn, and viciously put 2 crosses on it. Taking one last look at the crimson under the golden light, Lin Yu also squeezed out a word from between his teeth and said, "Withdraw." Chapter 065 Don't Take Prisoners Arrangement. With that, Lin Yu also took the lead and drilled into the woods on the side without saying a word. Despite the amount of unwillingness and anger in their hearts, the 2 could only follow Lin Yu and retreat first. In order to avoid being discovered by the Japanese army, Lin Yu's trio retreated very slowly. And by the time they finally retreated down to reach the intended call, the sky had long since dimmed. Of course, in reality, Lin Yu had returned much faster than expected. The reason was simple: Lin Yu also did not expect the Japanese defense to be so loose. He had already gotten all the information he wanted with little effort. With that, Lin Yu also immediately began to add to the temple's floor plan from memory. Also, just as Lin Yu was adding to the map, in a rustling sound, Li Ting was also leading the remaining warriors to the middle of the depression at the foot of the mountain. Battalion Commander. In a low call, Li Ting's familiar face also appeared in front of him. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu also spoke, "All squad leaders come over." As the words fell, more than a dozen heads surrounded Lin Yu and instantly surrounded him in an impenetrable manner. After reconnaissance, the brat's vigilance is low. However, to avoid a long night and unnecessary trouble, I've decided to set the time to strike at 8 o'clock this evening. 8 o'clock? The crowd murmured faintly. It's now 7:13 in the evening, there are still 47 minutes left. Lin Yu then also explained, the reason why we set this time, for one thing, the Japanese army has already relaxed their vigilance enough, and even if we wait until midnight, the Japanese army may not relax even more for another, we can wait, but the hostages inside, I'm afraid they can't wait. Immediately, without waiting for Lin Yu to prompt, Zhao Xiuhu on the side opened his mouth and took over the conversation. This group of little devils are simply not human. Wang Chao on the other side also narrated what they had seen on the mountainside to the crowd. Hearing that the brats, even infants, are not spared, a group of soldiers are also all righteous indignation, have to immediately kill to the top of the mountain, the brats a pot end. Seeing that the heart of the army was available, Lin Yu immediately ordered as well, before laying out specific tasks, I will first announce an order. Having looked around the crowd, Lin Yu then proceeded to command, in this battle, I don't want any prisoners, understand? Yes. The warriors immediately agreed with gritted teeth. After announcing the battlefield discipline, Lin Yu then also unfolded the map he had drawn, and then he started the battlefield arrangement. Li Ting, you take 1 platoon and 1 squad and start from the southwest corner. Lin Yu pointed at one of the forks and said, main attack here, the number of Japanese troops inside should be small, but the Japanese radio is inside. Capturing the code book is of course the best, but at least ensure the safety of the radio. All battles will be based on the sound of your gun. Lin Yu then also added again, the radio is vital to our next search for the upper peak, make sure to take it in one fell swoop. Yes. Hearing that Lin Yu had given the most important task to himself, Li Ting was naturally overjoyed and immediately agreed. 2nd platoon, 4th squad. Lin Yu then also pointed to the other side of the opinion map and then spoke, your squad is responsible for jamming the eastern defile and sealing off any routes the Japanese might retreat with crossfire. Yes. The squad leader of the 4th class also immediately agreed. The 2nd and 3rd squads of the 1st platoon, as a feint, will make a frontal assault on the front of the comfort station. Lin Yu then also continued to instruct, once Li Ting's side makes a move, immediately draw fire on the Japanese troops. Yes. The 2nd and 3rd class squad leaders also immediately agreed. Class 5, Class 6. Lin Yu continued, follow me from the southeast corner and burst into it by blasting. Yes. The 2 squad leaders then agreed in unison as well. Looking at the crowd, Lin Yu also again added, the Japanese army periphery is very slack, our army into it should not be a problem, this war is to take advantage of the Japanese army to react less than the time, strangled all or most of its vital forces. For this reason, the Japanese 4 corners above the 4 machine guns is particularly important. As long as we can occupy them in the first place, not only can we make up for the lack of firepower of our troops, but we can also completely block the movement of the Japanese troops, making it possible for our troops to break them down, one by one. For this reason, after launching an attack, each department should send 2 to 3 fighters straight to the machine gun positions. The southwest corner, Li Ting's Class 1 is in charge of. Lin Yu continued to instruct, the southeast and northeast corners will be taken care of by squads 5 and 6, while the final northwest corner will be taken care of by squads 2 and 3. After seizing the machine gun position, immediately turn your guns around and block the internal roads of the comfort station. At the same time, squad 5 or 6 will be the forerunner and squad 2 or 3 will be the support, concentrating their firepower on advancing from east to west. Strangle all Japanese troops within the room. Yes. Hearing Lin Yu's command, the group of squad leaders also agreed in unison once again. In addition, I'll emphasize one more thing, it's inevitable that hostages will appear in the course of the battle, if they can be saved as much as possible, however, the battle must be resolved quickly. Lin Yu then also instructed again. Yes, Lin Yu's meaning was clear, although they were here to rescue the hostages, they could not delay the rescue of more hostages because of individual hostages. And the reason why he made such a decision, Lin Yu also had no choice. After all, the neighborhood here could be full of Japanese positions. If the battle could not be ended in a short period of time, it would be a big problem once the Japanese got caught up in it. You know, the Secret Service can still be waiting in the river valley not far away. When you make a decision, you make a decision. That's the kind of decision a commander should have. Of course, the crowd understood Lin Yu's meaning, and while their hearts flinched, they all replied in a low voice, yes. Immediately afterward, at Lin Yu's command, the 60 figures also began their final equipment check. As time ticked by, at 7:50, the fighters each ran to their assigned positions. Li Ting took the lead and led the first squad to sneak quietly to the southwest corner. All the soldiers are careful cat-waist, footsteps so light that almost do not make a sound, a pair of eyes are tightly staring at the front of the building with a dim light, do not dare to have the slightest carelessness. As the first team to launch the attack, Li Ting's shoulders can be considered a great responsibility. However, whenever any hint of an accident occurs to them, I am afraid that the entire layout will go irreparably wrong. Early hits are even the tiniest of issues. For this reason, Lin Yu also added Zhao Xiuhu and Li Dali, who had followed him to explore the path, and Li Dali, who had superb combat skills, all to the sequence of the first class as well. It had to be said that in order to infallibly take the machine gun position in the southwestern corner, as well as its coveted radio station, Lin Yu had also put in his blood. Chapter 066 Night Attack on the Comfort Center. At the same time that Li Ting's troops were advancing cautiously, the 4th squad of the 2nd platoon had already been properly ambushed in the eastern defile, and the machine gunners were steadily setting up their machine guns, with their eyes locked on the direction in which the Japanese were likely to retreat through their collimators. And after the machine gun position, the other fighters had each found a good cover position, guns loaded in their hands, just waiting for the battle to start. At 7:55, 2nd and 3rd squads of 1st platoon took cover and stood by at the front of the comfort station. The faces of all the warriors were covered in grass and dirt, also making them one with the night grass. And their eyes were fixed on the closed door, just waiting for the sound of gunfire, they would launch the fiercest attack. At the same time, Lin Yu led the 5th and 6th squads have also come to the southeast corner, and the blasters have even carefully placed the explosives on the wall, their fingertips gently resting on the detonation device, ready to blast the wall for the warriors to attack into it. Behind the blaster, Lin Yu and Wang Chao, however, were holding their rifles with their muzzles pointing directly at the 2 ghost machine gunners on the wall towers. Breathe out. Inhale. Lin Yu tried to adjust his breathing rate, the hand holding the gun handle was even a bit numb, but Lin Yu didn't dare to relax for a moment. There was no way around it, whether or not his shot could hit in one hit was almost directly related to whether or not the entire battle would go smoothly. The good news is that from the system's map, up to now, the Japanese army still has not shown any signs of mobilization or concentration, that is to say, until all of Lin Yu's troops are close to the target, the Japanese army in the comfort station still has no idea. Thinking of this, Lin Yu was also slightly more at ease. Finally, 8 o'clock sharp. Go! Li Ting kicked open the hidden wooden door, and the light machine gun in his hand spewed out a half-meter-long tongue of fire. 2 Japanese communications soldiers had just lifted the dust cover of the radio when they were riddled with 7.63mm bullets. The blood spray condensed into droplets on the vacuum tube of the transmitter. Sweep the battlefield. Seeing that the 2 Japanese soldiers had already appeared to be through and through, Li Ting also immediately ordered. Suddenly, in the middle of this roar, the sound of chains scraping the ground came from the next room. At that moment, the quick-witted Zhao Xiuhu immediately kicked off the side of the shifters, and the scene that came into view, but let everyone in the first-class pupils shrink. Instead, they saw 3 naked women hanging from the beams with iron hooks through their collarbones, festering wounds crawling with green flies. The young girl huddled in the corner had only a bloody hole in her left eye, and her right hand was already still clutching half a pencil with a red eye. In the dim light, the words "Kill all Japanese" were written in blood on the dirty wall. Your ancestors. Seeing this scene, Li Ting is also completely crazy. Holding a submachine gun to the corridor is a burst of crazy strafing, shells bouncing on the stone plate. 2 rushed to the support of the Japanese just showed their heads, was Li Ting's machine gun into a sieve. Just as Li Ting was pouring bullets in the corridor, Li Dali was carrying a .38 large cap and rushed up the tower. Just 1 bullet was all it took to kill the Japanese soldier who had just woken up. Immediately, Li Dali put the .38 large cap behind his back and ran toward the machine gun position. And before Li Dali, Lin Yu and Wang Chao both also sniped the still sleeping ghost machine gunner one by one. With that, the 5th squad's blaster pressed the hand button hard, only to hear a rumbling sound, and the wall in the southeast corner collapsed in response. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yu picked up his rifle and shouted, "Brothers, charge with me!" Before the words fell, Lin Yu, who was the battalion commander, was already the first to rush into the rain of bullets. Immediately, behind the 2 squads of warriors is also a herringbone follow Suba Lin Yu behind, from the blasting mouth is rushed into the position. Human ladder. Having just arrived at the gap, the 2 squad leaders who had prepared for this immediately ordered. Immediately, each of the 4 warriors quickly crouched down towards the sides, while the deputy squad leader also immediately stepped on the human ladder and climbed up the wall of the temple. Without any pause, the 2 deputy squad leaders also immediately headed for their chosen machine gun positions. Thanks to the fact that the machine gunner had already been killed, the 2 deputy squad commanders occupied the machine gun positions of the 2 towers without any obstacles, and then began to turn their guns around, ready to start massacring the Japanese soldiers inside the temple. And with the 2 deputy squad leaders and Lee Dali arriving at the position, the machine gun positions at the 3 vantage points had already been occupied by the National Army, and it seemed that everything was going as Lin Yu had expected. Just at this moment, Lin Yu, who was strangling the Japanese army house by house, was suddenly discovering that the machine gun position in the northwest corner, which was the responsibility of the 2nd and 3rd squads, did not seem to have been taken down. Not only that, even the attacks of the 2nd and 3rd squads were suppressed by that machine gun. Even that machine gun was able to turn its muzzle slightly and sweep up towards where Lin Yu was. The 7.7mm bullets sent wood shavings flying from the warp rack where Lin Yu was hiding. He tumbled against the wall, the bullets plowing furrows in the lapis lazuli, splashing debris across his cheeks. Lin Yu knew that he had to take down this machine gun immediately, or else he would let him work with the brats inside, and the battle would not be easy to fight. Wang Chao. Seeing that the 2nd and 3rd squads couldn't keep up with the rhythm, Lin Yu immediately also shouted to Wang Chao, the commander of the 5th squad beside him, "Take 2 men and climb up from the east to take down the Japanese machine gun position. I'll draw fire." Understood. The Sichuan men carrying large swords moved in response. The man who once carried the work at the Chongqing Wharf immediately took 2 agile warriors and climbed upward through the BAS reliefs on the outer wall of the stupa. The Japanese machine gunners were really quick to notice the abnormality, and the bullets began to pour towards where Wang Chao was. Under the heavy fire, even the veterans were helpless. Just at this time, Lin Yu was from the body of the little kid next to the body to take down a 97 type grenade. After a delay of 3 seconds is thrown to the Japanese northwest corner of the machine gun position. The smoke of the explosion has not yet dispersed. Lin Yu has already jumped out of the bunker. The hand barge gun is a burst of continuous point-blank shooting at the Japanese army. 7.63mm bullets hit the bulletproof steel plate as immediately sparks. Thus, Lin Yu is again successful in attracting the attention of the Japanese machine gunners. Just as the Japanese machine gunners turned their direction again and swept towards Lin Yu's end. Bang 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 machine gun sounds then rang in Lin Yu's ears. Even though Lin Yu had already ducked behind cover in advance, he was still cut in the face by the bursting debris. Just that, this injury was nothing to the present-day Fuing. While taking advantage of the Japanese firepower transfer, Wang Chao was grabbing the tower eaves of the flying rafters, followed by a Harrier flip leap onto the platform. Chapter 067 Comfort House? The Devil's Cave. The Japanese deputy shooter was just about to turn around when the bayonet in Wang Chao's hand had already stabbed into his heart vein. While the main shooter frantically pulls the trigger, the bullets hit the sky. The 2nd squad of fighters who carefully climbed up the tower are the ones who hold his waist from behind in a death grip. Go to hell! As soon as Wang Chao retrieved his bayonet, he then stabbed the Japanese machine gun main shooter's throat again. As the blood erupted, it was spilled right on top of the machine gun's holster. The already almost reddened barrel instantly vaporized the crimson blood, leaving only a smear of coke solidified on top of the sleeve. Turn the gun around. Wang Chao kicked away the Japanese corpses, and then he also aimed the Type 92 at the west wing. The 7.7mm bullets penetrated the concrete walls and instantly sifted the Japanese soldiers who tried to break through. And just as Lin Yu cooperated with Wang Chao to take down the last machine gun position, all of the little devils inside the comfort station were also finally all awakened. The good news is that the panicked brats did not rally together at the first opportunity to launch a counterattack against Lin Yu's ministry, nor did they try to reoccupy the high ground and thus salvage their defeat. The bad news is that almost all the little kids thought of running away at the first opportunity. Facing the super strong firepower from the south, there is no doubt that almost all the little devils subconsciously chose to break out from the northeast corner, which also happens to be the area where the 4th squad was ambushed. By all accounts, Lin Yu's hand was considered to be a godsend. Only, because of the mistakes of the 2nd and 3rd classes, it was a waste of precious time for Lin Yu's section. This also resulted in almost double the number of Japanese troops pouring into the 4th squad ambush point. Of course, after realizing this situation, Lin Yu also immediately led the warriors of Class 5 and Class 6 to reinforce them. However, even if Lin Yu had the added power of the system to skim over the houses that were already empty, even if Lin Yu's speed was fast, going through the layers of buildings would always take time. Therefore, in the end, whether or not to leave this cargo of brats, the pressure is also all to the body of the 4th class. And of this, the soldiers of the 4th squad knew nothing yet. At this moment, the commander of the 4th squad, Wang Taiju, was lying down behind a rock, and in front of him was the only Czech light machine gun of the whole squad. With a large group of little devils rushing out of the comfort center and running in their direction, Wang Taiju's eyes instantly lit up. Although the number of brats is a little too much, Wang Taiju is not the slightest flinch, but instead there is a hidden excitement. As a matter of fact, it was not only Wang Banchang, but the other soldiers of the 4th class were also excited in the face of such a scene. No Wei was assigned to intercept the task, although the 4th class of soldiers did not say anything on the mouth, but in the heart can all hold a breath it. After all, who wouldn't want to personally slaughter off a few of these heads? Therefore, after seeing the large number of oncoming brats, Wang Taiju also laughed out loud, "It's time we have to eat." The surrounding soldiers heard the squad leader's words, also issued a jia laughter. "Don't even save ammo for me, put the moves on me, if you let a little kid go, I won't spare you." And after hearing the laughter of his subordinates, Wang Banchang also immediately instructed. As soon as the words left his mouth, class leader Wang followed with another, "Fight." Immediately afterward, the check type in the hand of Wang's squad leader also instantly opened fire, while the soldiers around them also frantically pulled the trigger in the bolt. You don't say, under the frantic shooting of the fighters, a squad actually hit a platoon. The sound of bang 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 instantly caught the terrified little kid off guard. The fleeing Japanese fell in pieces like wheat cut down by a scythe. In just a few moments of effort, nearly a dozen little devils fell in a pool of blood. Seeing that there is a tiger in front of them and a wolf behind them, the little devils out of the comfort station don't even have a decent cover, so they can only huddle in place and use the difference in terrain to temporarily dodge bullets. But in their hearts, the little devils also know very well that if they continue, when the national army behind them arrives, sooner or later they will be one word dead. It was also at this moment that the little devils who ran out from the rear again were pushing a woman in front of them. And the woman's bulging abdomen was still stuck with a bayonet, blood dripping down the slot. "I'll day your grandma." Seeing this scene, class leader Wang also couldn't help but burst out. Even though Lin Yu had already had instructions before the battle, facing a woman who was being used as a shield, or a pregnant woman, it was really difficult for the soldiers of the 4th class to pull the trigger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the suppressed Japanese troops were instantly about to get back up and launch a charge. It was also at this moment that the pregnant woman who was being pushed looked at the national army generals in front of her who were gradually ceasing fire, and seemed to have realized something. At that moment, the pregnant woman also suddenly turned around, and her bite was on top of the throat of the little kid behind her. Under the pain, the little kid is also unable to care about other things, lifting up his own bayonet is subconsciously stabbed at the pregnant woman's chest. The fragile chest was instantly pierced, and the crimson blood even splattered the little kid's face. But the pregnant woman's mouth was tingling with a smile. "Kill! Kill the ghosts!" With a hoarse hiss, the pregnant woman also fell on her back. But the hiss of the "kill the devils" was clearly and unmistakably heard in the ears of every soldier of the 4th class. Naturally, the little kid hiding behind it was once again exposed to the firepower of the national army without any cover. "Kid, I'll you up. Kid, die for me." Sounding furious, the soldiers of the 4th squad also once again ruthlessly pulled the trigger. It seemed the only way to vent the anger in their hearts in the eventuality. Under the nearly frantic blockade of the 4th squad fighters, the brats clearly had the advantage of strength, but were still suppressed and unable to move. And just as the fighters of the 4th squad were blocking the fleeing Japanese troops, Lin Yu was also leading the main force, rapidly advancing towards the northeast. Soon, Lin Yu was leading his troops to another place he had drawn a fork in besides the location of the radio station. Kicking the door open, Lin Yu was the one who ran into the bloodiest scene of his life. Inside the dimly lit room, a sickening putrid odor permeated the room. The corpses of the 5 young girls were tightly bound by thick chains in a bizarre ring. Even though they were already dead, their faces were still twisted and distorted from shock. In the very center of their surroundings was a crude fire pit. A roaring fire burned in it, and a brazier, burned red all over, was stuck straight into the fire, emitting chilling heat, as if it would be used for cruel punishment at any moment. And on the mottled walls all around, there was a sheet of stripped human skin hanging. The texture and blood on the skin was clearly visible. Under the dim and dull light, it looked particularly eerie and horrible, as if the masters of these skins were letting out silent screams. The demon, however, was sitting in the center of the young girl wearing glasses and was hemming and hawing. Chapter 068, Wiping Out the Comfort Center Demons. Looking at the twisted and empty eyes of the young girl, Lin Yu's heart shrunk violently, as if it was being tightly clutched by an icy hand, and his breathing became rapid and heavy, each inhalation seeming to pull at his dry throat. Sighting down, the red-hot brazier in the fire emitted an eerie light, the heat seeming to cross space and sear his skin. And when Lin Yu's eyes touched the peeled-off human skin hanging on the wall, even though he had eaten meat, his stomach was turning over at the moment. But he couldn't throw up, even if his face was as white as paper and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. There was no way around it, he was Lin Yu, the soul of the entire unit. He can't go down. All the complicated emotions, when Lin Yu saw the devil still wearing a white coat and gold glasses, they all turned into endless anger. What kind of pervert can do such a thing that angers people? What kind of punishment should be used to do justice to the countless wronged souls who died under his hands? Unable to help it, Lin Yu also wanted to cut this demon in front of him into 1,000 pieces. Unfortunately, time was limited, and Lin Yu really didn't have time to waste on this demon. However, to kill this demon with a single shot, it would be difficult to eliminate the anger in Lin Yu's heart. Gripping the barge gun in his hand, Lin Yu then pulled the trigger on the demon. Bang! With the first shot, Lin Yu had dry-wasted the brat's cotyledon root. Instantly, the little kid was also wailing on the ground in pain. Listening to the wailing of the brats, the hatred in the hearts of Lin Yu and the group of warriors dissipated a little. Bang, bang, 2 shots, and then his legs were abolished. Immediately followed by hands, then shoulders, then stomach, chest. It wasn't until the last bullet that Lin Yu shot above that little kid's head, which was considered to have completely ended this demon's life. Looking at the demon that was dying like a maggot, the anger in Lin Yu's heart was finally slightly relieved by half. Kill all. Not a single one left. Lin Yu once again roared at all the warriors. Yes. The warriors on the side, who had long been dumbfounded, also woke up at Lin Yu's order, and then also agreed in unison. Slightly calming his mood, Lin Yu also beat his hands for a while, and then he was leading the main force also once again towards the northeastern corner. There, the soldiers of the 4th Squad were still waiting for their support. Only, what even Lin Yu didn't know was that the gruesome scenes he saw were not all that this comfort center had to offer. Right after Li Dali had occupied the machine gun position and Li Ting had seized the radio, the soldiers of the 1st Squad continued to advance deeper into the comfort station. And as Li Ting kicked open a room once more, the ghastly scene reappeared. A Japanese army sergeant is holding up his command knife to slash at a pregnant woman whose hands are suspended high in the air. As soon as it was too late, Li Ting pulled the trigger of the machine gun in his hand without even thinking about it. Bang! With a loud bang, a bloody hole was opened in the center of the ghost's eyebrow, and the splattered brains were smeared on the flag of long-lasting luck, which was very disgusting. After resolving the ghost cadet, the warrior beside him also hurriedly put down the pregnant woman. Unfortunately, the pregnant woman had already been tortured to the point where she was no longer alive. It's not a comfort center, it's a devil's den. Li Ting, such an Iron Man, also could not help but clench both fists. A pair of eyes are filled with infinite killing opportunities. Go, kill the ghosts and take revenge. Suddenly, Li Ting also shouted. It seemed to be the only way to hold back the tears that were about to fall from the corners of his sore eyes. Kill the ghosts. Go get your revenge. The fighters also rose, and between pulling the bolts of their rifles, all of them were ready to fight. It could be said that after seeing all the evil deeds within the comfort center, all the warriors, including Lin Yu, had been enraged. And such a heart fire can only be quenched by the blood of the brats. So the rest of the brats were out of luck. The 4 heavy machine guns on the high ground, after Lin Yu had finished his search, were all aimed at the escaping brats. Under a sweep of crossfire, the brats were instantly missing another 10 or so men. The only remaining dozen people also do not know where to find a white cloth, with the 38 big cap up, is to want to surrender with the National Army. Unfortunately, the warriors who had been given strict orders would not give these brats any chance to surrender. When they saw where the white cloth had been raised, the warriors swept in another volley. Immediately, rushed to the battlefield. Lin Yu, also no nonsense, took out just captured grenades as toward the gathering of small children threw over. Then, under the cover of the light and heavy machines, Lin Yu also rushed onto the battlefield with his barge gun. Thanks to the instructions of the system, Lin Yu was always able to quickly discover the location of the little kids, and under a flurry of point-blank shots, it was so that each and every one of the little kids went to see their Amaterasu Amikami. Soon, above the battlefield, there was no more sound from the little kids. And seeing that there was no hope of survival, there were even little kids who wanted to attempt to muddle through by pretending to be dead. It was a pity that under Lin Yu's system, it was almost clear whether one was dead or alive. Of course, in order not to expose the existence of his system, but also to let the fighters vent a little, Lin Yu also let all the fighters go forward and bayonet the heads of all the little devils. Soon, as the warriors stabbed down, there were no more red dots of brats in the entire comfort center. And from the launching of the attack to the total annihilation of this group of Japanese troops, it took a total of just over 20 minutes. It should be said that this time, Lin Yu was still relatively satisfied. However, at this moment, Lin Yu did not have the slightest bit of joy on his face. On the one hand, naturally, it was because what he had seen along the way really made Lin Yu unhappy, while on the other hand, it was because Lin Yu had discovered that the Japanese army several miles away in the vicinity had already made a move to gather. Apparently, there was not much time left for them. In fact, it was not only Lin Yu, even the other warriors. At this moment there was absolutely no pleasure from the previous days of slaughtering the Japanese invaders. Ultimately, it was the unpleasant scene in that devil's cave that the warriors still have trouble letting go of. But the good thing is, they finally avenged the girls. It was all they could do. Quickly clean up the battlefield, guns and ammunitions, bring as many as you can, those you can't, destroy them all on the spot. Lin Yu then also spoke, also pay attention to checking the cellar, there should still be a large number of women locked inside. Yes. The warriors then agreed in unison. In fact, Lin Yu had already known the location of those comfort women through the gray dots on the system map, and even the number of them. Also for this reason, when the warrior shouted that he had found it, Lin Yu acted reasonably sensible. However, when Lin Yu really walked to the cellar where the women were imprisoned, Lin Yu still could not help but feel a pang of heartache. Chapter 069 Comfort Women in the Cellar. The moment the bayonet picked open the cellar's cover, the stench of decay mixed with the smell of blood rushed straight to the warrior staggering back. Inside the cellar, the light was extremely dim, with only a few beams of shimmering light that squeezed through the doorway with difficulty, barely outlining the inside. The surrounding walls were wet and covered with dark green moss, with sewage flowing from the corners and garbage and debris strewn about indiscriminately. In the center of the cellar, there were several dilapidated wooden beds placed haphazardly. The bedding on them had long been soaked with blood and stains, emitting a sickening odor. Nearby, a young woman huddled in the corner of a bed, her body nearly naked, barely covered in key areas by a rag. Her skin was covered in dense bruises, new wounds layered over old ones in a shocking manner. Should be black and shiny hair is even more sticky into a ball, a strand of paste in the palest paper cheeks, eyes empty and desperate, dead staring at the ground, no reaction to everything around, as if the soul has long since withdrawn. A little farther away, a couple of stooped middle-aged women leaned against the wall, gasping weakly. And every one of them, they were thin and bony, the bones in their bodies seeming to break through the loose and scarred skin. While his eyes were lax, his mouth from time to time emitted weak, indistinct mutterings, as if he was painfully recalling those unbearable pasts, and as if he was praying for relief. As far as the eye could see, the women who had suffered the ordeal were scattered in all corners of the cellar. On to the hair-white old woman, down to just reach the maturity of the young girl, varying, roughly counted there are dozens of people to the most. They were either staring blankly ahead with dull eyes, or shivering and hugging themselves in an attempt to get a hint of warmth, or they were unconscious due to excessive weakness, their bodies limping lifelessly on the ground. But without exception, all of them were dressed in rags and broken clothes, obviously having suffered both physical and mental trauma. The scene before us was like that earthly purgatory. Those damn short hairs. Sins. These thousand dagger brats. Looking at the scene in the cellar, the warrior who opened the cellar couldn't help but sigh. Immediately afterward, the only hygienist also slid down the twine to the bottom of the cellar, with the warrior making his way. Only, as the hygienist leapt down, all the women all flinched in unison, as if they were some kind of ferocious man-eating beast. Needless to ask, all the women thought the hygienist was a brat. Seeing this, the hygienist could only say to the women in the broken Yunnan dialect he had just learned, "Don't be afraid, we are Chinese soldiers." The words came out, and the women froze at first, their eyes full of caution and hesitation. In the cellar, they suffered endless torture, which also made them afraid to easily believe what was in front of them. A young woman closest to her raised her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the cap badge, a faint glimmer of hope in her eyes, yet fearful that it was just an illusory dream. After a long time, the young teenage girl reached out with a trembling hand, but pointed to the hygienist's cap badge. National Army? Green Day and White Day? With a sobbing voice, the young girl also trembled and asked, "Really? Is one of our own?" Hearing the young girl's voice, the hygienist also immediately squatted down, and then even removed his own helmet and placed it in front of the young girl. Yes. Looking at the helmet in front of her and rubbing the cyanide insignia on it, the young girl burst into tears. "Yes, cyanide, it's our army." At these words, the women in the cellar all instantly opened their eyes. A woman with gray hair even cried out, "God, I can finally expect you to come." Immediately afterward, the women in the cellar helped each other and surged toward where the hygienist was. Despite their weakness, all of them struggled to get up, as if they were afraid that this only chance of survival would slip away. It was also at this moment that Lin Yu finally arrived at the mouth of the cellar. His eyes were filled with pity and indignation as he looked at the dozens of women who had suffered so much. Unable to help it, Lin Yu also frowned, both at the suffering the women had gone through and how to resettle them. Lin Yu knew in his heart that the placement of this team of dozens of women was by no means an easy task. This place is still some distance away from the safe area in the rear, and the transportation conditions are limited. If it is sent directly to the rear, the bumps along the way will most likely be fatal to these women who are extremely weak. And, on their own, they don't know where they're going to go next, let alone take these women with them. But if they were to stay here, not to mention whether their former families would be able to take them back, the remnants of the Japanese army in the neighborhood would not let them go. In a slight sigh, Lin Yu also checked the situation of the nearby Japanese army. Fortunately, the Japanese army is still in the midst of gathering. It is thought that this group of Japanese troops have been bearing the sun for a long time, and have long since lost enough vigilance and mobility. Seeing this, Lin also let go of his heart slightly. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also ordered the warriors around him, "Don't just stand there, save all the people first." Yes. The dozen or so warriors beside him immediately agreed. Soon, dozens of women were also pulled out of the cellar by the soldiers. And at the same time, Lin Yu had also thought of a plan to dispose of them. It's only a step in the right direction when it comes to programs. With a steady pace, Lin Yu also arrived in front of the women who had just been rescued. Looking at the miserable state of the women in front of him, Lin Yu's eyes were also filled with pain. If there was still time, Lin Yu would have given them a good bath and picked them up. It's just a pity that the brats won't give them that time. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu also said, "Sisters, I am Lin Yu, the deputy commander of the 1st Battalion of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division. I won't say any more nonsense. Although this group of brats have been wiped out by us, there are still a lot of brats in Burma. Right now, there is a group of brats coming this way. It is estimated that the brats will arrive before dawn." When these words came out, there was obviously some dissension among the crowd. It couldn't be helped, the Lin Yu in front of them could be said to be their only reliance, and listening to Lin Yu's words, it was highly likely that he was going to give up on them, so how could they not be worried? Everyone rest assured. Seemingly reading the worries of the crowd, Lin Yu immediately also spoke to calm them down. "We are the National Army, the Central Army, and will never leave you all alone." With Lin Yu's words, the crowd of women were slightly more at ease. "Now, I'll give you guys two options." Lin Yu then also continued to speak. "First, if you have a place to go on your own, I will give you a silver round for the journey and 3 days worth of dry food, so after you receive it, you can just leave." Chapter 070 Resettlement of Comfort Women. Without waiting for the women to speak, Lin Yu went on to say, "Secondly, if you have no place to go, come with us and we will take you back to China. However, we still have to return to build, so we will find a village at the border to drop you off. Of course, we will also leave you some silver money and dry food. As for the back, you still have to rely on yourselves. Forgive me, this is all we can do." As soon as the words left his mouth, a murmur of mingled voices rang out from the crowd. Soon, a thin, gaunt young woman looked up, tears glistening in her eyes, and whispered, "Sir, I want to. Without waiting for the girl to finish, Lin Yu waved his hand and interrupted, "I'm really sorry, time is precious, I don't have time to ask one by one. Those who want to make their own way, stand on my left-hand side, those who want to follow us, stand on my right-hand side." With that, Lin Yu also turned aside and said to Li Ting, "Carry out all the food for the little devils." "Yes." Li Ting, who was at the side, also immediately agreed. "Alright, sisters, please also make your choice quickly, whether it's to go with us or go on your own, you have to hurry before the little devils arrive." Lin Yu then also urged the women in front of him. "Oh." Lin Yu seemed to remember something and then asked, "Who is Sun Li Jun? Your grandfather is with us." "Me, it's me." The young girl who was holding the hygienist's steel helmet in her arms and refusing to let go of it also agreed immediately. "Good." Lin Yu nodded and also signaled the hygienist to come forward to protect this Sun Li Jun. As Sun Li Jun was led away from the group, the other women made their choices. What made Lin Yu somewhat surprised was that there were even more people who chose to make their own way than those who were willing to follow them. For such a situation to arise, Lin Yu also maintained a bashful attitude, and even begged for it after all. the fewer people who went with him, the less pressure Lin Yu would actually feel. And if you look closely, most of the people who are making their own way are from the Burmese side. Although they also spoke the Yunnan dialect, it was clear that they did not have a strong sense of belonging to China or the National Army. This, coupled with some of the actions at the border by the expeditionary force that had gotten out of the savage mountains before Lin Yu and the others, had also led to the fact that these women at the border didn't really trust Lin Yu's troops. Or, even if the unit in front of us is credible, it doesn't mean that the rest of the NRA unit is credible. They are so battered that they don't want to come out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair again. For this reason, they even risked falling into Japanese hands again. And from this, Lin Yu's heart is also born a worry. The attitude of the women who were saved by himself to the National Army is still so. The National Army wants to counterattack to get the support of the local people. I'm afraid it is a long way to go. But, sad as it was, that was behind us. Seeing that everyone had made their choices, Lin Yu also stopped talking nonsense and immediately also said to the women on his left, "Alright, come over here and collect your supplies. If the food isn't enough, tell my warriors." "Thank you, military master." The crowd of women also immediately kneeled down to Lin Yu. Lin Yu wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. With a wave of his hand, he asked the warriors on the side to lead them to collect food in silver money. What? Where did Lin Yu get the food in silver money? Don't you forget where we are. A comfort station, and a rather large one at that, or one that has been in existence for some time. How could it possibly lack these two things? In the process of searching for food, Lin Yu and Li Tingju found a large amount of money and goods. Especially the silver items found from the rooms of the ghost officers also instantly lined the pockets of the 1st Battalion. The best part is that the money, for the most part, is in hard currency such as silver coins and dollars. To put it politely, Lin Yu could have armed a battalion of his own with just this seizure. It can't be helped. Since the beginning of time, the only thing that can make more money than the skin business is the hook of a killer. However, although Lin Yu was rich, the money given to each of the women was still just enough to cover their travel expenses for only 3 to 5 days. And apart from leaving a portion of the silver money for resettling the women, most of the other money, Lin Yu also let Li Ting collect it at the first time. It really wasn't that Lin Yu was stingy. For one thing, giving these women too much money may not be helping them, and in this chaotic world, too much money may instead become a life-saving charm for them. Secondly, after returning to China, there will be a lot of money to use. After all, Lin Yu didn't want to spend his entire life as a tiny deputy battalion commander. It's not that Lin Yu is a fan of officials, just that Lin Yu knows that only when he is a big enough official and has enough power can he kill more ghosts. Although returning from the savage mountains and picking up the secret telegraph department, Lin Yu is already a great achievement. But the 200 division has collapsed, Du military commander has become a body of guilt. Lin Yu can be said to be almost empty behind the people, and then not flexible point run department money into, want to get a good job, or even just normal promotion. I'm afraid it is not easy. Li Ting. Looking at Li Ting, who had just finished moving a bunch of food, Lin Yu also opened his mouth and asked, "Did you find the secret telegraph book?" Upon hearing this, Li Ting was helplessly shaking his head. "I didn't see it, but I've already packed up all the books and papers with words inside." Good. Lin Yu also nodded slightly at his words. If we could find the kid's secret message book, even if the kid would change it afterward, even if it was only the lowest end secret message, it would be no small contribution to the establishment of the entire intelligence network. It's up to that director Su to find the kid's secret message book with his fiery eyes. The line of sight returned to the women on his right, and Lin Yu also continued to command, in this case, leave this place to Class 5 and Class 6, and you take the others and escort the radio and these girls, as well as the food, to meet up with Liao Sheng first. I'll catch up again when this site is done distributing. Yes. Li Ting then agreed. Remember, those things, don't let anyone else know. Lin Yu then commanded as well. Yes, humble servant understands. Li Ting immediately agreed again as well. You can give them something to eat first along the way. Looking at the bony women, Lin Yu once again instructed once more. Yes. Li Ting nodded along with him. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu also looked towards the 24 women who were at a loss for words. You will follow my company commander, Li Ting, and leave first. On the way, he will take care of you. Lin Yu then also spoke. Thank you, military master. The crowd of women also kneeled and saluted once again. As the words fell, Lin Yu also waved his hand towards Li Ting. Everyone, follow me. Li Ting would understand, and immediately took over the 24 people with his men as well. Soon, Li Ting was also on his way home with more than 40 soldiers and 24 women. The women were all protected by the warriors in the center, and an entire cart of silver money was mixed in with several carts of grain, quietly following behind. As the last carriage disappeared into the night, Lin Yu also let go of his heart a little. At the same time, the women who had already finished receiving their relief also bid farewell to Lin Yu one by one and began to leave in various directions. They had to get as far away from here as possible while it was dark. And it is also these women like heavenly maidens to leave, but also just can cover the real direction of Lin Yu's ministry, but also can be considered Lin Yu's unexpected joy. Chapter 071 Fiery Fire Burns the Devil's Cave. Watching the women leave one after another, Lin Yu also looked at the system's map again. Luckily, the brats, who are just now setting out, by the time they arrive here, the women, and themselves and others, will have long since disappeared into the night. And before they left, Lin Yu had one more thing to do, and that was to completely destroy this devil's cave. What better way to purify this stain of time than with a flame? The best part is that the last thing this temple-turned-comfort center needs is flammable wood. Together with the kerosene and gasoline hoarded by the brats, it is simply not too simple to light this fire of purification. As a matter of fact, while distributing the supplies to those women, Lin Yu had already had the warriors begin to gather up a variety of oils that could be burned. With all the women having left, the warriors, under Lin Yu's orders, were also recklessly splashing the gasoline in their hands. The moment the gasoline splashed on the wooden sliding door, the strong volatile odor irritated Lin Yu's nasal passages. Not caring about the discomfort of the nasal cavity, Lin Yu then single-handedly ripped off the Buddha hall-hanging long-lasting martial arts luck-flake streamer thrown into the oil drum. Instantly, the blood-red fabric is sucked full of the breath of death. Pour. At Lin Yu's command, the 10 or so soldiers who remained at the scene also each carried a bucket of oil and began to pour it into the various corners of the comfort center. A Guanxi soldier even intentionally poured gasoline on the memorial tablets of the Japanese soldiers enshrined in the Buddha Hall. Soon, the tablets with the words "Loyal souls will not be destroyed" were soon soaked with gasoline. All it takes is a little spark to get them to actually meet their Amaterasu Amikami. A few minutes later, as the soldiers exited the comfort station, gasoline and kerosene had coated the entire comfort station. Feeling the pungent odor inside and out, Lin Yu, standing outside the comfort station, then struck a captured Japanese match. The moment the match crossed the phosphorus surface, the blue flame jumped on the pages of the Japanese account book. The words April, Showa 17, 20 new women from Dutch China began to curl and blacken. Between Lin Yu's big hands, tongues of fire licked their way up the faded satin veil on the porch of the comfort house, all the way up to the tattered gilt dome of the pagoda. Burn! With Lin Yu's order, the torches in the hands of the warriors were thrown into the comfort center. A stream of flames then followed the oil trails and ran up the beams. Those wooden partitions carved with various intricate patterns soon twisted into countless struggling ghostly shadows in the heat. As the flames engulfed the remnants of the kimono obi on the tatami mats, the distinctive burnt smell of burning silk mixed with the scent of charred hair turned into a black dragon that shot up into the sky. Within the Buddha Hall, one by one, the little kid's spirit card then burst in flames, the Showa Emperor's imperial chrysanthemum coat of arms melted into gold water dripping down, and even branded the green stone plate snorting scorch marks. Soon, under the effect of the high temperature, the entire pagoda suddenly emitted a keening-like roar. The gilt dome finally softened and collapsed in the flames, and the bronze Brahma bell, weighing hundreds or thousands of pounds, crashed down, smashing the entrance to the cellar, which was filled with Japanese-style sake, to smithereens. Waves of blue-violet flame surged down the tunnels and into the underground cells, burning the rusted chains on the torture racks into crimson branding irons. The flag of the rising sun hanging from the main beam was dancing wildly in the fire. The scarlet center of the circle burned with charred black holes, like a demon with its eyes plucked out. Between the fire demon tumbling, the little kid's military flag fragments wrapped in fire rain streaking down, just like thousands of burning cherry blossoms falling into hell. In just a few moments, the entire comfort station had been turned into a giant fire cauldron, and the stone monument inscribed with the words "Recuperation Center for the Imperial Army" collapsed in the heat. Looking at the fire demon that was several feet tall, wantonly devouring this demonic cave from hell, Lin Yu's heart was finally slightly more enlightened. And not far above the trail, the women who had just left were turning back as if they had felt something. But he was seeing the scene where the fiery red flames climbed up to the last flying roof of the pagoda and engulfed the entire comfort center in it. In the darkness of the night, the fiery red looked like a Nirvana reborn red phoenix breaking through the sky, but the dance out of the most beautiful scenery in the heart of each comfort woman. A never-before-experienced feeling of euphoria also emerged from the women's hearts. Quite a few women, looking at the way the flames were raging, were actually giggling. And while they laughed and laughed, they cried again. Perhaps, from this moment on, the shackles and nightmares in their hearts will truly dissipate. There was no time for more sentimentality, and as the flames engulfed their former nightmare, the women wiped away their tears and set off on their distant journey once more. And as the fire raged on, Lin Yu waved his hand toward the warriors and said, "Retreat." As the words fell, Lin Yu took the lead and headed down the mountain. And at the same time, the little devils who came to reinforce from miles away also saw the rushing fire. Needless to say, they know what happened at the comfort station. However, for a while, a group of reinforcements came to the brats. Surprisingly, some do not know how to act next. Obviously, under such a big fire, not to mention reinforcements, even Collect the Body is afraid to receive only a handful of ashes. To take revenge, I'm afraid that by the time they arrived, they would have long since lost the sound of their enemy as well. Sensibly, the speed of their arrival was no longer helpful. This is not, in the little kid's entanglement, Lin Yu has led the warriors' movement to the bottom of the mountain, and then it is drilled into the woods, looking for Liao Shang and the secret telegraph department that left in advance and went. Before the entangled little devils arrived at the ruins of the comfort station, Lin Yu had already met up with the rest of the people in the established valley. Seeing the return of Lin Yu and the others, the crowd also immediately greeted them. Especially Su Qin-yun was the first to rush to the front of Lin Yu, but also in front of the crowd on the face to check up on Lin Yu has not been injured. There is no way, although just a short half a day to see, this for the cold Su director is already some tea and rice do not want to. And in the face of Director Su's enthusiasm, it made Lin Yu a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the appearance of the old overseas Chinese on the side sort of relieved Lin Yu. The old Chinese with white hair and beard knelt down without saying a word to Lin Yu and muttered, "Thank you, Captain Lin." The small young girl beside her, as well as the 20 or so women who had followed Li Ting back also fell to their knees. Seeing this, Lin Yu also said, "This is what soldiers of my generation should do," while hurriedly helping the old overseas Chinese and a group of women up. After a lot of effort, Lin Yu was able to pacify the crowd, including the old overseas Chinese. Looking at the women who had been placed aside, Lin Yu's heart warmed this was perhaps also the point of his crossing, or at least one of them. Chapter 072 The Last Road Home. Checking the system's map again, the Japanese troops had already arrived at the comfort station one after another. However, these Japanese soldiers apparently did not have the idea of searching overnight, and they all just set up camp on the spot near the comfort station. There were even a number of Japanese troops who simply beat a hasty retreat. From this, Lin Yu also came to the conclusion that the Japanese army here was not the same group of Japanese army that fought with him in Burma. It can even be said that there is a big difference between the Japanese army here and the one in Burma. The fighting strength, perhaps, is not quite clear, but at least in terms of the will to fight, the Japanese troops here are quite a bit worse than the Japanese troops in Burma. In fact, the truth was really as Lin Yu thought. With the defeat of the national army in Burma, the Japanese army finally decided on the national policy of going south. So, after it was determined that the national army had entered the savage mountains, the Japanese also began a blood-drawing operation against the Burmese side of the army. Hundreds of experienced Japanese elites were quietly moved to the west, ready to begin raiding India further west. Thus, today on the China-Burma border this group of Japanese troops is actually more of a temporary formation of defensive brigades or divisions. Its combat power compared to the 15th Army jurisdiction of the 15th, 31st and 33rd Divisions against Lin Yu is indeed to be quite a bit worse. This is, in fact, borne out by the late counteroffensive in western Yunnan. For example, at the Battle of Songshan, the prototype of my regiment, it was the Lamon Guard of the 113th Coalition of the Japanese 56th Division that guarded Songshan. The 56th Division, only the Japanese Army to the 12th Division Kurume Division of the remaining troops as the basis of the formation of a new division, belongs to the Security Division establishment, that is, the so-called C Division. Its status is only higher than the temporary cobbled-together D Division, the number of its division only 14,000 people. On the contrary, in the Japanese 15th Army, the 15th Division belonged to the A Division, with a full complement of as many as 25,000 men. Even the 31st and 33rd Divisions belonged to the B Division, with more than 18,000 men. It is clear that any of the divisions in the 15th Army had far more combat power than this 56th Division. Therefore, Lin Yu's feeling was also very correct. Of course, that's not to say that this group of brats is any better. Perhaps also knowing that their family was not thick, the 56th Division stood out as being a good earthworker. Not to mention the fact that a single battle of Songshan almost made the national army crumble its teeth. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. And seeing that the Japanese army had stopped moving, after pacifying the overseas Chinese and the women, Lin Yu also pulled Liao Shang, Li Ting and Director Su aside to discuss the next course of action. And as soon as Director Su opened his mouth, he brought good news to Lin Yu. Through the radio, I have contacted the Expeditionary Command. When these words came out, Lin Yu's eyes instantly lit up. You know, at this moment, the 1st Battalion, after taking the comfort station, is not short of money or food, the only thing missing is the direction. Immediately, Lin Yu also asked, what did the command say? Upon hearing this, Director Su also immediately replied, the commanding general ordered our division to cross the new river to the east, and thus proceed to Bashan, where the headquarters will arrange for personnel to meet us. At those words, Lin Yu instantly also brightened up. It is not just the name Bashan that is important, but also the word reception. Having someone to pick up the slack can mean so much. At the very least, Lin Yu wouldn't need to worry about traveling, living, eating, and drinking for the rest of the day. However, not waiting for Lin Yu to be happy, Director Su punctured his dream in one fell swoop, saying, in addition, there is a temporary shelter for the Expeditionary Army in Bashan City. After saying that, Director Su also gave Lin Yu a slightly embarrassed look. Lin Yu of course understood what the commanding general meant, the personnel who had come to receive the secret telegraph department. As for them, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, after arriving in Bashan to complete the handover, they were to head to the shelter. To be honest, Lin Yu had a problem with such an arrangement from the upper peak. Who doesn't know how hard it is to walk out of Savage Mountain, let alone with a dozen or so dragons in tow? This is not easy to bring out the Department of Secret Telegraph, not to mention the award of honors and awards, not even a minimum of reception and protection, but also to let themselves to go to the shelter, which is more or less some unloading. Not only Lin Yu, but Li Ting and Liao Sheng who were on the side were also a bit righteously angry when they heard this. After all, they couldn't be more aware of how much they had suffered in order to save the group of secret telegraphers. However, compared to the indignation of the two men, Lin Yu was quickly relieved. There's no way around it, who called them the 5th Army, or the 200th Division. And now the 5th Army, especially the 200th Division, can be described as a true grandma's and uncle's existence. For one thing, the 200th Division had been thoroughly wounded by the battle in Burma, with almost all of its heavy equipment lost in the Savage Hills, and was no longer the only mechanized division it had once been. Secondly, the division commander, Dai Anlin, also perished on his way home, which left the 200th Division even more leaderless. Add to this the self-interest of the old chief, Du Yuming, and the fate of the 200th Division was predictable. And people, well, they always like to see people fall from great heights, and they won't even hesitate to step on them twice. Well dead, today's 200th Division is a typical example of falling from the clouds. It can be said that once the 200th Division had how much splendor, at this time the 200th Division has how much downfall. Naturally, there are not a few people who want to put 2 feet on the half-dead body of the 200th Division. Therefore, it was quite understandable that Lin Yu and the others, as troops of the 200th Division, suffered such treatment. Sighing slightly, Lin Yu also said to Li Ting and Liao Sheng, nowadays, the 200th Division is not as good as it used to be, so when you return to the country, you must keep a low profile. Li Ting and Liao Sheng, who heard the words, were also slightly stunned. Obviously, they who didn't know that Master Teacher Dai had died in battle didn't quite understand the meaning of Lin Yu's words. But then, thinking of the fiasco of this expedition, the two men sighed helplessly and said, yes. After slightly pacifying, or rather exhorting, the two, Lin Yu also returned his attention to this final journey back home. With that, Lin Yu also spoke towards Li Ting, map. Hearing Lin Yu's greeting, Li Ting also spread out the map he had captured from the Japanese. Borrowing the candle flame in his hand, Lin Yu soon also found the location of Bashan, silently estimating his current location. Soon, several routes were also formed in Lin Yu's eyes. Taking a charcoal pencil, Lin Yu also briefly traced the map. Immediately afterward, a few road maps were displayed in front of the three of them under a few folded lines. By and large, the roads back to Bashan are the ones above this. Lin Yu then also spoke. Upon hearing this, the three of them also took a closer look towards the map in unison. Chapter 073 An Unexpected Surprise. Time was urgent, and Lin Yu didn't wait too long, so he immediately blurted out his thoughts. Our current location is roughly in this area. Lin Yu pointed at the map with a charcoal pencil while saying, my idea is to start from here, head all the way south, and after bypassing the Huitong Bridge, look for a ferry downstream of it to cross the Nujiang River and get back within the country's borders. Turning all the way southeast, after reaching the area of Renha Township in Shidian County, then turn northeast and enter Baoshan. As Lin Yu narrated, a dark and complete route was shown on top of the map. Battalion Commander. Looking at the road on the map that was obviously a bit too curved, Liao Sheng, who was on the side, also frowned slightly and said, why do we have to go around in such a big circle? Saying that, Liao Shang also pointed to the largest bridge on the new river, the Huitong Bridge, and then said, "Can't we just go straight across from the Huitong Bridge? There are quite a few women in the group, so I'm afraid it will be quite difficult if we wade through the water from the ferry." Indeed, if we were to take the Huitong Bridge, it would not only save time, but also unnecessary trouble. Lin Yu also explained, as a matter of fact, most of the troops returning home should choose to return to the country from the Huitong Bridge. But we can't. Slightly shaking his head, Lin Yu then continued, "Most of all, it's still the fact that we came back too late. There are still so many little devils all around us already, not to mention the Huitong Bridge, which is a must-pass road." Unsurprisingly, at this moment, I'm afraid there will be no less than a squadron of kiddies staring at the Wheatstone Bridge. Of course, if that were all, it would not be altogether impossible for us to cross by night. But, the personnel of the secret telegraph department are too important for us to take any chances, so wading across the river, though a little more troublesome, is safer. Then why are we looking for the ferry to the south of Huitong Bridge? Li Ting, who was on the side, also spoke up and asked while comparing the map, "We should be north of Huitong Bridge right now." "Not bad, we're north of the Huitong Bridge." Nodding, Lin Yu also continued to explain, "The reason why we went around farther is still to play it safe. After all, we've only just taken the comfort station, and the neighborhood brats are bound to be alerted. If we are discovered midway across the river, the situation will be troublesome. Therefore, I'd rather waste half a day to get to the south side of the Huitong Bridge and then search for a crossing to cross the river." Hearing this explanation from Lin Yu, Liao Shang and Li Ting both nodded in agreement. Just as Lin Yu was about to give orders on this, Su Chongyun, who had always had no opinion on the marching route, suddenly raised her right hand and weakly spoke, "Battalion Commander Lin." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also looked at Su Qingyun with some surprise. Although out of politeness, Lin Yu would usually call on Su Chongyun when deliberating on military matters, Lin Yu really didn't think that this Director Su would be able to give any advice. This violent interruption had really caught Lin Yu off guard. Of course, Lin Yu was also quick to adjust, and then also asked, "Does Director Su have any ideas?" "Battalion Commander Lin, it's like this, regarding the route before crossing the river, I don't have any objections." Director Su was not polite, and immediately spoke up and replied, "But after crossing the new river, why do we still have to travel southeast? Shouldn't we go directly to Baoshan? With this detour, I'm afraid we'll have to travel for several more days. About 2 days' journey." Lin Yu nodded and said, "But don't worry, from the comfort station standing, we obtained sufficient supplies. Right now, no matter if it's in terms of weapons and equipment, or food, it's all very sufficient. Therefore traveling 2 more days' journey will not be a problem." Obviously, Lin Yu was a bit mistaken, and he thought Director Su was worried about the issue of supplies. But apparently, Director Su, who had already seen the supplies that Li Ting had brought back, certainly wouldn't be knowingly worried about supplies. With that, Director Su also continued, "I'm not worried about the supplies. But obviously they can arrive faster, so why 2 days at night?" Yes, Director Su's concern was neither supplies nor labor, but time. But unfortunately, Lin Yu still seemed to have missed the point. Facing Director Su's doubts, Lin Yu also helplessly glanced back at the women who were resting before continuing. "The reason is simple, since we saved them, we can't just leave them halfway through. There are too many soldiers gathered in the Baoshan area today, and after passing through the Savage Mountains, I can't guarantee how the military discipline of even the 5th Army will be. Your secret telegraph department is fine, but once these women enter it, it's inevitable that the sheep will go into the tiger's mouth. Besides, we can't take them to the shelter too. Therefore, it's safer to put them in the south a bit. Looking around, Runha town is considered a big town, so they should be able to get them settled." It had to be said that Lin Yu was really responsible for this group of bitter women. And after hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Director Su first nodded in recognition, but then shook her head and spoke, "As a woman, I'm grateful that Battalion Commander Lin was able to put himself in these sisters' shoes. But as a soldier, I can't agree with Battalion Commander Lin's decision." "Reason?" Lin Yu also frowned gently. "Because of it." With that, Director Su also pulled out a small book from his own bosom and handed it to Lin Yu. Looking at the blood-stained book, Lin Yu had almost guessed what this thing was. Immediately, Lin Yu also looked at Director Su with both surprise and some excitement. And when Director Su saw this, he nodded his head straight and said, "That's right, this is what I found from the pile of books that Company Commander Lee brought back, the codebook. The Japanese codebook." Director Su then also made a point of emphasizing. After hearing Director Su say the words codebook, Lin Yu's entire body went numb. It had occurred to him that he would most likely seize the codebook after taking down the radio station, but when it really appeared in front of Lin Yu in a watery manner, Lin Yu was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. It couldn't be helped, as a latter-day person, there was no one who knew the importance of intelligence warfare better than Lin Yu. It was the deciphering of the Japanese codes and the learning of almost all Japanese movements that led to the Battle of Midway, which changed the landscape of the Pacific Theater. Because of the success in confusing the German intelligence agencies, so that the German decision-makers made the wrong decision, and the Normandy landings that turned the entire pattern of World War II. If the National Army is able to control the Japanese codes from now on, it will be a weighty bargaining chip, both for the war at home and for the future counter-offensive in Western Yunnan. Such a huge surprise was placed in front of Lin Yu. How could you tell Lin Yu not to be excited? Chapter 074, Turning the Road Straight to Baoshan. And compared to Lin Yu's excitement, Director Su on the side was instead much calmer. Battalion Commander Lin, you should know that for a codebook like this, the sooner it is handed over to the professionals, the greater its value. While saying this, Director Su also looked seriously at Lin Yu and said, not to mention 2 days' time, even if it's just an hour or two at night, its value could be greatly reduced. As if he was afraid that Lin Yu did not understand the importance of handing over the codebook in time, Director Su then also added again, if we can hand over the codebook before the Japanese change the code, the deciphering team will be able to take advantage of the opportunity to decipher the Japanese telegrams. With this decipherment, even if we didn't decipher the core secret, even if the Japanese changed the code afterward, we could find the pattern from this decipherment, so that we could better decipher the Japanese code afterward. On the contrary, if the codebook is turned in after the Japanese have changed it, the usefulness of this codebook can only be said to be better than nothing. With the words having come to this point, where could Lin Yu not understand anything? Throwing down the charcoal pencil, Lin Yu also immediately said, if I'd known this was there, I wouldn't have discussed a damn thing. Li Ting. Lin Yu then named him as well. 2. Li Ting immediately replied. Take a squad and start searching for available river crossing sites along the new river. Strive to complete the river crossing north of the Huitong Bridge. Lin Yu then ordered. Although Lin Yu's system map was able to detect the presence of the enemy, the system map was at its wit's end as to whether this location was suitable for crossing the river. Therefore, this reconnaissance is necessary, whether it is for the consideration of checking out the appropriate river crossing location, or for the consideration of hiding the existence of the system. Of course, Li Ting agreed without the slightest hesitation, yes. Liao Shang. Turning his head, Lin Yu continued to name names. 2. Liao Shang also immediately replied. After crossing the new river, you will take the troops that did not participate in the operation today and escort the secret department straight to Baoshan to complete the handover in person. Lin Yu then continued to order, I'll take the others around Renha and settle this group of women before heading north to converge, externally claiming that our troops are behind us to attract the Japanese and create conditions for your department to cross the river. Yes. Liao Shang also. Immediately afterward, more than 200 men and horses also presented 3 columns and began to advance all the way to the southeast. The male soldiers on the left and right flanked the MIT and the rescued women in a tightly guarded center. This is not only for their safety, but also for the convenience of taking care of them. In a word, anyone since Lin Yu had ordered that it should be delivered as fast as possible, there was no one who could delay the troops. There is no doubt that such a forced march would have been difficult for even the women of the Secret Service to sustain, let alone these poor women who had just been rescued from prison. Immediately, they could not come up for air, but these women still clenched their teeth and insisted. There is the intention of not stopping until the alveoli run out. None other than that, everyone knew that the farther away from that devil's cave, the safer they would be as well. It was in this spirit that a host of women also ran distances far beyond their physique. It was Lin Yu, who was still patrolling the ranks, who was the first to notice the women's abnormality. However, resting that was impossible to rest, even if he ran his own small group of people to death on the road, Lin Yu could not delay the speed of the secret telegraph book submission. Then there is only one way. Immediately, Lin Yu also ordered the male soldiers to take down the supplies from the wagons, and the women all traveled in the wagons. Think about what? In the savage mountains that was no way, and all warriors again, Lin Yu, that's why he let the male soldiers walk on the backs of the female soldiers. What's it like to do that when you're at the national border nowadays? Not to mention, these girls have only just been rescued. How could Lin Yu let the male soldiers have intimate contact with them, that was not rubbing salt into their wounds? Of course, if not for these carriages, perhaps Lin Yu could only take the next step. What? Why don't you just let the women ride in the carriage in the first place and save some time? The reason was simple. For one thing, if they were asked to sit directly, they might not be willing to do so. Secondly, Lin Yu also needed to let them know a little bit about the difficulty of marching. Although Lin Yu did not ask them to repay him, if he made them feel that saving them was an easy thing to do, that was obviously not what Lin Yu wanted to see either. After an agonizing trek, these two problems were solved. In this way, Lin Yu was also leading these 200 or so people all the way through the lofty mountains of the national border. Because of the system's protection, Lin Yu and his group's journey was quite smooth. After a whole day and night of running around, Li Ting, who was scouting ahead, also finally brought good news: they had found a suitable crossing for the river. Lin Yu immediately also settled down the crowd, and then he followed Li Ting to what he called a suitable ferry. With just one glance, Lin Yu had been dumbfounded. But see, the twilight of the Nujiang River is still like a violent bronze python, coerced by the Tibetan plateau of the snow spirit, with 6 meters per second to kill and tear the Hangwan mountain range. The river in the 1,000-foot wall between the wrestling and rushing, thunderous roar shook the cliffs shivering, turbid waves exploded 10 feet high. Splash, broken jade splash is now white bones that is torn by the reef of 1,000 years of ancient wood. The ochre-colored rock walls on both sides of the river are like bronze axes, with wild rhododendrons slanting out of the crisscrossing fissures. The eagle hovers as a black dot at a height of 400 meters, its whistling just touching the surface of the river before it is swallowed by the turbulence. Swirls of all sizes churned beneath the seemingly calm waters, like countless hungry mouths, yanking the falling yellow leaves into the underworld in an instant. In the vapor, it was like the war drums of the ancient river god rumbling and reverberating in the canyon. What a rippling beauty this is! It was a pity that it had appeared at a really bad time, especially in Lin Yu's eyes at the moment, which really didn't make him happy at all. Chapter 075: Armed Swimming Across the New River. With a hint of luck, Lin Yu also threw the wooden stick in his hand into the water. However, between the waves, but in the blink of an eye, the wooden stick had already appeared on the surface of the water more than 10 meters away, and then it was sucked into the bottom of the river by a whirlpool. It's a stick, but what if it's a person? Lin Yu simply couldn't dare to imagine, and then he also looked at Li Ting with an unbelievable face. The implication couldn't be clearer: this is the ferry you chose as being suitable for swimming across? The only good news, perhaps, was that through the system map, Lin Yu was also confirming that there were no traces of any Japanese troops within 2 or 3 kilometers nearby. Of course, Lin Yu did not beat Li Ting to death with a stick. After all, if the water level was low enough, even if the current was a little more rapid, it might not be too much of a problem for people. However, looking at the murky river water, how to look at the water does not look like it can be shallow. Immediately, for insurance purposes, Lin Yu also personally went down to the river to give a check. And the results are, sort of, mixed. The good news was that the deepest part of that river could already reach Lin Yu's waist, and most of the male soldiers should be able to swim across the river. The bad news was still that the deepest part of that river water could already reach Lin Yu's waist. In other words, for those girls, the water level was almost coming up to their chests, and even, for the individual shorter ones, they would even be directly submerged in their chests. Obviously, most girls who are familiar with the water just can't get across, at least not independently. Unable to help, back to the shore of the Lin Yu was also once again some grudgingly looked at Li Ting. Such a wide river, fast-flowing current, the water level is still very deep place, can also be considered suitable for swimming across? Sensing Lin Yu's skeptical gaze, Li Ting also immediately explained, "Battalion commander, it can't be helped, the upper reaches of the rainstorm, this is already the slowest section of this journey. If we want to look for it again, I'm afraid we'll have to go to the south of the Huitong Bridge. It'll be at least a day's delay, not to mention that, and with the upstream water level flooding, when we get downstream, the water level there might even be more rough than here." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was also a bit dumbfounded. Yes, nowadays it was the flood season, trying to find a place to cross the river where the water level was low and the flow of water was still slow, that was almost impossible. This is probably why the Japanese concentrated their main forces right at the Huitong Bridge. No matter what, Lin Yu knew that Li Ting had done his best. And looking at the yellowing waters of the Nujiang River, Lin Yu was also more than aware that if he didn't act, the situation would only get worse. Good. Lin Yu immediately nodded as well and said, "Right here. You lead the men and pull out 2 ropes on both sides of the river, I'll bring the men over." "Yes." Li Ting immediately agreed as well. Li Ting, who got the order, quickly took action, and 2 warriors who were good at water jumped into the water with the hemp rope. And at the same time, Lin Yu returned to the camp and brought the entire crew to the riverbank. Soon, with the establishment of the 2 ropes, Lin Yu also arrived at the bank of the river with all of his men. Looking at the raging and surging river in front of them, a group of warriors had the same expression as Lin Yu just now. Even quite a few of the soldiers were looking at Lin Yu, as if to say, "Battalion commander, is this the river crossing point you chose for your old man?" It can't be helped, with the torrential rains upstream and the flooding, this is already the best place to go. Going further south, when the next batch of rain comes down, I'm afraid it'll be even harder. Greeting the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu also explained a little. And after a little explanation, Lin Yu also began to set up. "All those who know water, stand to my left hand." Lin Yu then raised his left hand high and shouted, "Those who can't, stay put." As the words fell, a large group of warriors hooted and hollered and stood on Lin Yu's left-hand side. Slightly more, not a bad number, at least more than half of them know water. With this number, Lin Yu's bottom line was a few points higher. Immediately, Lin Yu also continued to order, everyone, in groups of 2 by 2, escort the supplies and female soldiers across the river first. Yes. The crowd of male soldiers also agreed. Soon the 2 columns were also lined up in front of the 2 ropes. The ones to take the lead were still Lin Yu and Li Ting, as the 2 who had checked out the river on the ground, they were also the right people to take the lead. Right behind them were veterans who knew water, such as Li Dali and Wang Chao. Between them, however, was Director Su of the Cipher Department and another female soldier from the Cipher Department. Further back, 2 more soldiers pinned a female soldier woman, and an improvised connection between the 3 was also made with vines, not enough ropes, while until all the women were in place, the remaining men, in teams of 2, were responsible for the carrying of the supplies. As for the rest of the male soldiers who couldn't water, they weren't treated so well, and only one of the men who could water guided him. The last remaining male soldiers of about a squad or so were guarding the surrounding area under Liao Shang's leadership. Well, although Lin Yu had already checked through the system that there were no Japanese troops nearby. But no matter what, as a soldier, it's never wrong to be on your guard at all times. Soon, with the sound of flop, Lin Yu and Li Ting were the first to step into the water with the rope. Compared to 20 minutes ago, the river was clearly several degrees colder again. Even though Lin Yu was already prepared, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he entered it. "The water is cold, be careful." Turning his head, Lin Yu also reminded the warriors behind him. This is really not Lin Yu superfluous, to know in the unprepared, by this cool water, people are very likely to miss. Immediately, under Lin Yu's reminder, Director Su and another female soldier behind him also clenched their teeth, and then they also jumped into the water. Even though the 2 female soldiers were already prepared, the penetrating coolness still made the 2 of them jolt, and even Director Su's side experienced a moment of stiffness. "Careful." With a soft call, Lin Yu also tightly grabbed Director Su's small hand, which prevented Director Su from being swept away by the turbulent river. Without waiting for Director Su to thank him, Lin Yu opened his voice and shouted to the warriors behind him, warriors in the front and back, "Be alert!" "Yes." The warriors also responded in unison. As the words fell, Lin Yu also continued to lead the way. As the soldiers jumped into the water one by one, without thinking, they followed their battalion commander into the swiftest part of the current. The rope, which was obviously as thick as an arm, looked so small above the wide river. And in the rope on top of a child, more like a sugar gourd strings in general, as if at any time will be the turbulent river to the rain and wind blow away. Good thing, on top of that rope, but there was a pair of big hands covered with calluses and veins. In the midst of that torrential river, there is even one that allows the river to beat hard time and time again but always motionless body. In this way, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion hard with a broad back for the female soldiers behind them to support a relatively peaceful shelter. Chapter 076 Waves rolling over and devouring people's souls. Icy cold stinging river water soon did not pass the waist and abdomen of the male soldiers, which also let the male soldiers every move a step, and that seems to drag people into the abyss of the powerful impact of the corner. Legs are as difficult as plunged into the mud. Despite having a male guard of honor, the female soldiers people behind them are not in a good position. Because of the shortness of the individuals, many of them had lost their chests to the river. Bone-chilling coldness came from all directions, freezing their teeth, but in a moment's time, many female soldiers' people lips have already flushed black and purple, the delicate body is in the water flow slightly shaking up. The male soldiers behind them keenly caught the discomfort of the female soldiers, and in the next second, someone quickly unzipped his jacket with one hand, and then gently draped the clothes, which were still warm with his own body temperature, over the shoulders of the female soldiers. Though the warmth didn't last long, and though it would leave them freezing and shivering and their teeth cackling, the male soldiers did it without hesitation. Then a voice shouted from the center of the river, "Sisters, don't be afraid. Stay close to the brothers, let's break through together. Soon, we'll be there." The firm, unmistakable voice traveled quickly to the ears of each of the female soldiers in the whistling river wind. Undoubtedly, this roar also stirred up the confidence of the crowd. Immediately afterward, the crowd also supported each other. You pull me a hand, I protect you a ride, step by step, in the cold and bone-chilling, surging and turbulent river water, stumbling forward towards the other bank. Just when everything is developing in a good direction, the upstream direction is suddenly came from the dull as a thunderous roar, as if 1,000 troops and horses rushing. Looking up, I saw the rolling river like a raging black beast, wrapped in mud, sand and boulders, sweeping down like the sky. The already turbulent current was instantly stirred up even more furiously, and the water level soared up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Steady! The big water is coming, everyone hold on to the rope, don't move. Lin Yu, who had already arrived at the opposite bank, obviously did not anticipate such a turn of events, and immediately also shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone, hold on to the rope." It was a pity that even though Lin Yu had already shouted at the top of his lungs, this bit of sound was not even worth mentioning in front of the monstrous river. At the time of this sudden change, a female soldier, under the sudden powerful impact, her hands slipped and let go of the tightly gripped rope, and the vines around her waist were immediately washed away, and her whole body was then like a kite with broken strings, instantly swept away by the current, and in a blink of an eye, she was nowhere to be seen in the waves. No! The old squad leader beside him was instantly also in a rage as he watched the scene of the female soldier being swept away. It was too late to think about it, the old squad leader roared, and then when the adrenaline surged, without the slightest hesitation was to let go of the rope that sustained his life in his hands, and then pounced towards the direction where the female soldiers disappeared like an arrow out of a string. The other warrior behind him had no time to stop him, and just as he said don't, the warrior was already fighting his way through the waves. Unfortunately, despite the old squad leader has been desperately fluttering, but every time he struggles to paddle, but the ruthless river water is ruthlessly slapped back, the river water into his mouth is choking him nearly suffocated. Despite this, the old squad leader's eyes remained locked onto the female soldier's figure, and even though his hands and feet were already sore, he still clenched his teeth. Finally, after a lot of effort, the old squad leader finally grabbed the female soldier's arm, and then he also exerted his force violently, trying to pull that female soldier back to his side. However, wave after wave of the ferocious river hit them again and again. The old squad leader knew that he was gradually running out of gas, and if he continued to fight the river, both of them would die. Looking at the close at hand, but like the end of the world female soldiers, the old squad leader's mouth is a smile. Daughter, if she is still alive, should also have been so big. Goddamn kitties. Can't think too much. Looking at the female soldier who was going to be far away, the old squad leader immediately sank into the dantian, and then used all the strength of the whole body, to the female soldier violently pushed the female soldier toward the direction of the comrades can reaches to strive to send out. Seeing this, the soldiers on the side also immediately extended their hands, and they took the female soldier into the group. The old squad leader himself, however, was completely engulfed by the torrent after this final thrust. When a wave hits, it disappears without a trace, leaving only a circle of fleeting ripples on the river. Witnessing this scene, the soldier's eyes were also instantly red, and tears mixed with the river water flowed freely. The only sound left is the hissing of the squad leader, echoing in the river for a long time. And Lin Yu, who was standing on the shore, was witnessing all of this happen. Unconsciously, Lin Yu has also clenched a pair of fists, long untrimmed nails are more deeply embedded in the flesh, crimson blood then flowed out. He promised the warriors that he would bring them back to the country without fail. But Lin Yu could not have imagined that there would be sacrifices when they had already arrived at the national border. Obviously, just one step away from returning to his country and his hometown. However, this angry river is to call them heaven and earth forever. Director Su, who was on the sidelines, saw this and also reddened his eyes again. What about her people, dragging him down once again? Wanting to comfort Lin Yu, Su Qingyun didn't know how to speak. It was Li Ting, who was still on the side, who slowly walked to Lin Yu's side and then spoke, "Battalion commander." Hearing Li Ting's call, Lin Yu also broke away from his sadness slightly. Slowly, he took out a book from his jacket pocket and spread it out. It was densely packed with the names of the 1st Battalion, including the soldiers who had joined the 1st Battalion halfway. Stretching out his right hand and slowly painting over Wu Ping's name with the blood from his fingertips, Lin Yu's eyes shrunk slightly once again. Nothing else, that Wu Ping's name, followed by the words Nanking. Lin Yu then also asked with the last glimmer of hope, "Is there anyone else in old Wu's family?" "No more, old Wu is from Nanking." Li Ting, who was at the side, also shook his head helplessly and replied, "Both his wife and daughter died in the bombing." The words fell, and there was another moment of silence between the two men. What a goddamned brat. It was also in the silence of the two that the raging water finally stopped his rampage, and the current became slightly more moderate. Only, because of the flow of this great water, the water level of the ferry has also risen a few more points without realizing it. For a few female soldiers who were lower in size, the water level was even close to their chins. Obviously, if there was another big flood like this, I am afraid that the water level line would not exceed the top of the female soldiers' heads. Everyone understood that there was not much time left for them. It was already too late to offer condolences to the old squad leader who disappeared into the waves, and the soldiers could only gather themselves together and accelerate once again towards the opposite shore. Chapter 077, Unwillingness to Part is Farewell. Finally, after more than an hour of difficult trekking, the entire 1st Battalion also finally boarded the east bank of the new river. There were no more losses, except the old squad leader, who was lost to the waves for rescuing the women. However, in the end, the river is dangerous, do not care to pay homage to the spirit of the old class leader, also do not have time to dry the soaked clothes. Lin Yu led the crowd toward the east bank of the valley. It was only after walking out for another half hour or so that Lin Yu ordered a break. The experienced veterans also immediately lit a campfire, and the warriors then also gathered in groups to roast and dry their clothes. Because the departure of the old squad leader was also a way to dilute the excitement of the soldiers returning home. Considering the fact that the warriors had been running continuously for a day and a night, Lin Yu also decided that they would rest and recuperate on the spot for the night. As the order to rest was given, within a few moments, the gathering place was filled with thunderous snoring. Instead, it was Director Su, whose large watery eyes were wide open, staring motionlessly in Lin Yu's direction. She knew that after dawn, it would be time to part ways. And it's a goodbye, so I really don't know when we'll see each other again. Thinking of this, tears were unknowingly flowing out of those big fluttering eyes. In fact, Director Su could have asked Lin Yu to escort him to Baoshan. This would at least delay the day of separation by a few days. But Director Su didn't do so. She knew that compared to herself, those poor women needed Lin Yu more. Only Lin Yu would be capable of properly arranging this group of poor women. Thinking about that group of women, Su Director's heart is not inevitably more and more emotional, if not Lin Yu's arrival, even if they do not become prisoners of the brats, I'm afraid that has long been killed in battle. Thinking back to the scene in the Savage Mountain, a red cloud also gradually climbed onto Su Chungyun's face. On the contrary, Lin Yu, who had just finished patrolling once, fell asleep. It couldn't be helped, Lin Yu was just too tired, the bystanders were just following him to raid the comfort station, and only God knew how many brain cells Lin Yu had used up in order to be able to successfully take down the comfort station. Coupled with this long trek, it was already considered Lin Yu's superb physique to not collapse. The night was silent, and as the sky gradually brightened, Lin Yu awoke. Looking at the already gray sky, Lin Yu also immediately urged the crowd to wake up. Soon, under the urging of the squad leader, a group of warriors were also quickly awakened. After a night of settling down, the sadness brought about by the old squad leader's passing had obviously dissipated a few points, while the excitement brought about by returning to his home country had slightly increased a few more points. After a flurry of cleanup, it was also time to part ways. Protect the secret telegraph department. Lin Yu then also instructed again. Yes, don't worry, battalion commander. Liao Shang then agreed. After saying that, Liao Shang was also sensible enough to arrange for the team to go, but left the precious alone time for Lin Yu and Su Chungyun. Even Li Ting, who was on the side, was dragged away by Liao Shang. And with the complete silence around him, Lin Yu also finally had the time and opportunity to take a good look at this Director Su in front of him, Su Chungyun. It had to be said that even in a dirty military uniform, it was still hard to hide Su Chungyun's concave and convex style. A pair of eyes bright and clear, more as if hiding the stars and the sea, even if the bottom of the eyes is a deep fatigue, but also difficult to hide the spirit and intelligence. Straight nose, the light pink lips are a kind of simple tenderness. With just the right amount of goose egg face and these delicate features, one can't help but feel the desire to protect. Even though Lin Yu had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had read countless movies, it was difficult to find a few comparable faces from his mind. Well, the Divine Sisters might be considered one. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't moved, especially after experiencing so much life and death. But Lin Yu is very clear, the reality of the chasm across the front, cold and insurmountable. At the end of the day, he's just a tiny battalion commander, or deputy. Even if one would gain a boost after this battle, it was ultimately limited. And the Su Chungyun in front of me, at a glance, I know is from a big family, a young age is already wearing the rank of lieutenant colonel, but also in the headquarters of the secret telegraph division such a key position. It can be said that the gap between the two men's statuses is like a rift. Understanding this, Lin Yu's heart gradually stilled. Some people are born not being able to be together, while others, by nature, belong on the battlefield. Obviously, Lin knew he was the latter. Now that he's in this time and place, horse treads Tokyo should be his dream. As for the rest? Women and all that would just affect the speed of the draw. Thinking about this, Lin Yu's heart seemed to be no longer entangled. Slightly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Yu also stretched out his right hand, and then also revealed a smile that he thought was still quite handsome, saying, "Director Su, take care." Hearing the three words Director Su, Su Qingyun's heart was also severely tugged. Looking up, Su Qingyun however saw a deep helplessness and loss behind that man's smile. Everything is already in the air. She understood his helplessness, and she knew better. So much for that. Stretching out her small hand and holding Lin Yu's big hand tightly, Su Qingyun didn't hypocritically say take care like Lin Yu did. Between smiles, Su Qingyun also spoke, "My name is Su Qingyun." Saying that, Su Qingyun also directly hugged Lin Yu. This hug directly stiffened Lin Yu. Su Qingyun, who was lying on Lin Yu's chest, said in a voice that only two people could hear, "The next time we meet, don't call me Director Su anymore." Before Lin Yu could react, Su Qingyun had already taken the initiative to leave that warm embrace. "Let's go." With one last look at Lin Yu, Su Qingyun had turned around and headed towards the large group. And no Su Qingyun has walked into the crowd, Li Ting have returned to their own side, Lin Yu has not yet woken up from the gentle land. Meet next time? Muttering and smacking Su Qingyun's words, Lin Yu finally shook his head helplessly, maybe. Just think of it as always believing that good things will always happen. Just as Lin Yu was thinking endlessly, a nasty voice did ring in Lin Yu's ears, "Battalion Commander, did you take it?" Turned his head to see, not his own beloved Li Ting more who. Viciously slapping Li Ting's brain, Lin Yu also said viciously, "Take your sister." "My sister?" Li Ting was slightly stunned, but then he shouted, "Battalion Commander, my sister is still young. If you really want it. Scram!" Without waiting for Li Ting to finish speaking, Lin Yu's nose was already on the verge of being askew, and he immediately also angrily rebuked, "Pack up your troops immediately and get ready to depart." "Yes." Seeing Lin Yu's anger, Li Ting immediately also stood upright and agreed. Not long after, as the sun rose, the two teams parted ways. When I turned back, under the hazy mist, for eyes relative to each other, good people, smiling face, still. Chapter 078, Meet the Heroes, Go Home. Let's not worry about Liaoshang leading the army all the way to the west. This side Lin Yu is also leading more than 80 people to embark on the journey to Renha town. Although it has entered the national border, but because Lin Yu's troops are almost the last batch of troops to arrive at the border of Yunnan, so along the way, but also did not meet a few friendly forces. And as Lin Yu's ministry stepped within the country's borders, the initial excitement as well as excitement quickly faded. In its place, there is nearness to home. Especially after passing through several deserted villages, this cowardice also evolved into deep self-blame. If they hadn't lost the war, this border wouldn't be so barren. And when they got slightly eastward, the white silk fluttering around made them even more afraid to go near any of the towns at all. It wasn't until the supplies taken from the Little Devils were about to be depleted that Lin Yu was forced to show up on top of the official road with his men. The tattered military flag was hunting in the autumn wind. Lin Yu looked at the hidden Taiping town in front of him, and the knots in his throat couldn't help rolling heavily. Yes, it was from here that their 200th Division assembled and set out over the Huitun Bridge and drove into Burma 110 days and nights ago, carrying the brand new blue sky and white sun flag. In a roundabout way, today, Lin Yu had brought his troops here again. And now, the blue sky and white sun flag, which once represented glory, has long since lost its luster of the day. The green sky has long turned gray and black, even the broken white sun above, still stained with blackened blood. The original high flagpole is broken into several cuts, the break can only be used to tie the leg of the cloth hastily wrapped. Just as Lin Yu hesitated to enter the town to rest and recuperate, a clamor of gongs and drums was what interrupted Lin Yu's thinking. Looking up, a huge crowd of people were blowing gongs and drums toward them, and there were even a few bare-bottomed children running back and forth holding paper-tied colorful flags. Seeing this, Lin Yu's knuckles were pinched white. How dare they beat the gongs and drums? Tens of thousands of brothers were buried in the savage mountain, and which of the 100 or so men he brought back were not hanging with rotting flesh and sores? Such was the case, but it was a triumphant song. Could it be that he came to humiliate himself? Yes, once I was so majestic, but today I was defeated and returned, so what can I do if I am humiliated? In the end, it was his own battle that he lost. Thinking about this, Lin Yu was somewhat frank and open to the upcoming humiliation. Only, the expected rotten eggs and rotten leaves didn't appear, and when he opened his eyes, a scholar squire in a long shirt with white hair and beard was standing in front of him with a bowl full of wine. Looking back, the old woman with the bamboo basket lifted the blue cloth, revealing neatly packed cooked eggs, and the girl with the green cloth wrapped head bit her lip and stuffed the embroidered "Return my river and mountain" handkerchief into the soldier's arms. This is. Lin Yu looked at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. All the townspeople of Taiping Town welcomed the heroes of the Expeditionary Army home. The old scholar squire with the bowl of wine seemed to have seen the embarrassment and incomprehension in Lin Yu's eyes, and then he also sang in a loud voice. "Welcome hero, home! Welcome hero, home!" The people behind them followed suit, shouting in unison. The voice of "Go home" hovered in the air, but Lin Yu's eyes were already filled with tears. Yeah, go home. Where is the mother who blames her son who was away for his lack of success? Just to be able to go home, safe and sound, was the greatest wish of my mother. But where does he call himself a hero? Where does he deserve the word hero? Looking at the crowd in front of him, the ashamed Lin Yu also held back the tears in his eyes, and then took the bowl of wine in the hands of the old scholar squire, and with a tilt of his neck he dried it all up. Slightly wiping the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, Lin Yu also ordered all of the 1st Battalion of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division, to the townspeople, salute. Lin Yu's slightly hoarse voice rang out, and dozens of warriors behind him raised their right hands in unison. Through the tattered sleeves, the people could clearly see that the right hand of that one was covered with scars from groping and fighting. God knows how much this group of generals who fought for the country suffered in these days, how much they suffered. Good. 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 It's good to be back. Erlangs of the 200th Division, come with us, go home. Seeing this, the old scholar squire also wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then holding Lin Yu's hand, he walked towards the town. Soon, Lin Yu and the rest of the group were swarmed into the town. Also at that moment, a cry with a sobbing voice pierced through the clamor. "Where is my tiger?" Looking around, Lin Yu distinctly saw an old white-haired man rampaging through the queue, his faded indigo shorts stained with wall dust. The old man's withered tree-like hands grasped the lapel of each soldier's coat, his cloudy eyes straining to reach the other's face for a closer look, then letting go in disappointment. And the crowd looked at the old man and sighed uncontrollably. Seeing this, how could Lin Yu not understand? The tiger in that old man's mouth, I'm afraid he has already died in battle, or even, more likely, disappeared in that damn savage mountain. Instantly, Lin Yu felt a bayonet stirring his internal organs. The scene that had been experienced in the savage mountain seemed like a movie playing in front of Lin Yu's eyes at the moment. The crooked turrets, the overturned tanks, and the endless, white bones that you couldn't even see the head of. How many former comrades and comrades, buried in which even the primitive forest, not even a collector of the body. And the tragedy of the white hair to send the black hair, and not only appeared in the tiger this family. A sound of exhorting the old man to go back, but suddenly there was a muffled sound of hitting the lapis lazuli. When he raised his eyes, it was actually Lin Yu kneeling heavily on the verdant street. Fathers and folks, Lin is incompetent. He rested his forehead against the ground, his nostrils filled with the fishy odor of western Hunan soil. The expedition to Burma returned in defeat, and 7 or 8 of the 10 elites under his command were lost. I can't apologize to you all. After saying that, Lin Yu gave another head and knocked it hard on the stone slab. Perhaps the action was too big, the blood beads on his forehead then dripped down his chin on the stone floor, blooming red plums. Immediately, the warriors of the 1st Battalion behind them were also kneeling down, kowtowing to the people of Taiping Town to thank them for their sins, as well as doing their filial piety on behalf of their comrades who had died in the battlefield. And as the warriors fell to their knees one by one, a suppressed cry erupted from the crowd, like the whimpering of a wounded beast. Obviously, what Lin Yu thought was not wrong. In this Taiping Town, the white-haired person sending the black-haired person away was far more than just the old man's family in front of him. In the midst of the whimpering cries, a pair of coarse hands was holding Lin Yu's arms. When he looked up, Lin Yu was the one who saw the guttering face of Tiger's father. The old man's cloudy eyes were mixed with tears, but he smiled and said, "Sir, you're back, my tiger didn't die in vain. Fighting the devils is not a wasted death." It's not. Chapter 079 Another Battlefield. Amidst the warm hospitality of the people of Taiping Town, Lin Yu and his troops also spent the happiest half-day since they entered the savage mountains. In passing, Lin Yu also proposed to the town mayor, the old squire just now, the idea of resettling the rescued comfort women in Taiping Town. The reason why they were prepared in advance to put them in Taiping Town instead of the established Renha Town was really not because Lin Yu was hiding from laziness. First of all, the economic conditions of Taiping Township are even better than Renha Township, or else the troops wouldn't have chosen to assemble in Taiping Township when they set out that day. More than 20 women is not really a burden for the huge town of Taiping. Of course, more importantly, the attitude of the people and gentry of Taiping Town towards the National Army allowed Lin Yu to feel comfortable handing over these bitter people. As expected, without any hesitation, the old mayor and a group of gentry agreed to Lin Yu's request. After handing over these 20 or so bitter people to Taiping Town, Lin Yu was finally at peace. And from this, Lin Yu's journey to the south drew to a halt. After a night of rest and recuperation, it was only just dawn when Lin Yu led his troops to bid farewell to the people of Taiping Town. As a soldier, he had to go to Bashan as soon as possible to stand by, not to mention, there was still Su Chungyun in Bashan. Because of the early end of the southbound trip, if he rushed fast, Lin Yu would have a chance to see Su Chungyun again. Although Lin Yu didn't know that seeing him again would change anything, he couldn't help it, but Lin Yu's heart wanted to go and see him again. Thus, with the people of Taiping Town full of blessings, and the unwillingness of the rescued women, Lin Yu and his group also set out on the road north once again. And without the drag of the women, coupled with Lin Yu's urgency, Lin Yu's speed of their march was also clearly on another level. The journey that should have taken 3 days was hard for Lin Yu to finish in 2 days. The moment he saw Baoshan City, Lin Yu's mood was slightly agitated. Was it because he finally saw the organization, or was it because he could see Su Chungyun again? To be honest, Lin Yu himself didn't know. However, the county town of Baoshan in front of us is very different from what it was already before. Because of the return of the expeditionary force, this place is already a soldier city, in and out, almost all of them are the generals of the National Army. Naturally, the return of Lin Yu and a few dozen others did not cause any splashes. After a little inquiring, Lin Yu also found the temporary quarters of the 200th Division. It was said to be the temporary quarters of the 200th Division, but in reality, apart from a few remaining personnel among them, it was only Liao Shang who was stationed there with his troops. The bulk of the 200th Division had returned to Kunming with the main body of the 5th Army a few days earlier. What was even more of a pity was that after rushing so hard and so slowly, Lin Yu was ultimately unable to see Director Su Chungyun one more time. It turned out that since Liao Shang had arrived in Baoshan County with the personnel of the Secret Telegraph Department, the Secret Telegraph Department and his team were immediately taken over by the personnel of the headquarters, and even arranged for a vehicle to leave Baoshan City in the same night. Only Liao Shang and the 110 men under his command were left behind and thrown into the temporary quarters of the 200th Division. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret not seeing Su Chungyun. However, Lin Yu didn't have too much sentimentality. After all, even if he saw it, it was just that. Moreover, a woman would only affect the speed at which a man could draw his sword. Now Lin Yu, there were even more important things to do. Although the battle with the little devils had come to an end, the battle with the state government's inner circle had just kicked off. And it was clear that this internal battle was perhaps even more difficult than the one with the brats. The good thing was that, having lived 2 lives, Lin Yu always had some advantages over others. At least, fort do not run not send, demoted use only run not send, level mobilization and run and send, promotion and reuse reasoning, Lin Yu already do not need others to teach. There is no way, in this damn Republic of China, Lin Yu and no deep background, if you do not move the brain, do not think of ways, this life, but also a battalion commander. Yes, don't look at Lin Yu in the process of the return of this army, and the rear guard, and rescue the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy, but also by the way to snatch the Japanese Army's secret telegraphy book, can be said to be highly meritorious. But barring that, while the credit is on the board, the promotion is not. If there's no one in the court to speak for you, you'll be rewarded with a Yunhui medal plus a battalion commander's post, and that'll be fine. But if someone in the dynasty says something at a critical time, maybe this battalion commander's position can be promoted to a regimental commander, or even higher. In fact, if it had been 200 divisions before the start of the war, there would have been no need for Lin Yu to use these brains at all. The 200th Division before the war started, that was the only mechanized division in the country, with the best equipment and training in the country, and the best treatment in the country, and the best resources in the country and the most attention from the commission. Just work hard to kill the enemy, the commissioner will be watching from behind, and there is no need for any other operation at all. As long as you get credit, promotion is almost a snap. And that's why everyone is cutting their teeth to get into the 200 Division. Not to mention, a number of brigade commanders were even willing to give up their brigade commander's position to become a regimental commander in the 200th Division, so you can see how much the 200th Division was once in demand. But the problem is that the 200th Division today is not the 200th Division that existed before the war. With the defeat in Burma, the 200th Division lost a large portion of its equipment, and with a few vicious battles and the mission of the rear guard, the 200th Division's elite veterans were also killed or wounded. It could be said that at this moment, the 200th Division was completely wounded. coupled with the unfortunate death of Division Commander Dianlan and the temporary retirement of Army Commander Du Yuming to the second line, the 200th Division has fallen into a situation where its grandma and uncle are in the same boat. This can be seen both in the detached and indifferent attitude of the headquarters personnel toward Liaoshang and the others, and in the remote quarters assigned to the 200th Division in Baoshan County. It could even be argued that, with the exception of the new 28th Division of the 66th Army, which was brought to justice, the 200th Division had been the worst unit in the entire expeditionary force. In such a situation, if Lin Yu didn't do anything, there was a real possibility that his credit would be coveted by someone else. In My Regiment Commander My Regiment, Long Wenjung's story is the best example. The merit of killing the enemy bravely in Burma has fulfilled the Yu family army, but only left Long Wenjang with a broken Sichuan army corps. Lin Yu didn't want to make a dragon article, and a mere battalion commander's position wouldn't satisfy Lin Yu. It wasn't that Lin Yu was officer obsessed, it was just that, if Lin Yu wanted to kill ghosts painfully, the regimental commander was almost the minimum standard. Only when he became the head of the group, or even a higher position, could Lin Yu have relative independence and truly utilize his strengths. Of course, for this reason, Lin Yu naturally already had a full plan. Chapter 080 Returning to Kunming by Military Train. As for the first step of this plan, it was to put himself on a bigger stage, thus letting more people, especially the bigwigs in Chongqing and Kunming, see and know his utilization value. Since it is destined to be a dragon article, Lin Yu also continues to hope that his superior will be Chen Shang, Wei Li Huang, such a big man, or at least it should also be Song Shilian, Zheng Donghua, such as the heart of the commission, rather than a small Yu Shaoqing. In a word, Lin Yu could put gold on the other party's face, but he couldn't be the other party's stepping stone. You really don't have to say that these thoughts of Lin Yu's weren't really unfounded. The sudden return of the secret department was a real surprise to many and disrupted many plans. It turned out that all in the expeditionary force, from Du Yuming on down, thought that the personnel of the secret telegraph department had died in the Savage Mountains. Therefore, after the return of the expeditionary force, Chongqing officials have caused a small earthquake. Even Du's dismissal and idleness had more or less something to do with it, and even a not inconsiderable amount of influence. It is important to realize that although the expeditionary force led by Du was defeated and returned home, everyone knew that it was not Du's pot. During the course of the war, Du's Fifth Army could be said to be the one that fought the fiercest and the best, whether it was the 200th Division's defense of Tonggu and counterattack of Tangji, or the new 22 ND Division's blockade of Svar. As for the process of retreat, Du Yuming even resisted the pressure and strictly followed the commissar's orders, which resulted in greater losses and casualties in his department, but finally brought all the main forces back to the country. Even in the process, Du and his chief of staff nearly died at Savage Mountain. Therefore, based on these 2 points alone, even if Chiang Kai-shek needed someone to be responsible for the defeat of the expeditionary force, it did not have to be Du Yuming. After all, the commander of the expeditionary force was never Du Yuming. To take a step back, even if you want to use Du Yuming to take the blame, it is not necessary to lay down such a harsh hand, dismissed and idle. But on the contrary, at this time, came the news that the Ministry of Secret Telegraph collectively killed the Savage Mountain, and this news is also instantly became the last straw that crushed Du Yuming. Of course, a mere secret telegraph department is not enough to weigh down the scales in the Commission's mind. But the problem is that this Director Su of the Secret Telegraph Department is the only granddaughter of Elder Su, the patriarch of the state government. In reason, Chiang Kai-shek must give an explanation to this patriarch of the League. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, Chiang Kai-shek could only push out Du Yuming, who was responsible for the retreat. It is important to realize that Du Yuming is more than just a person, he is a flag of the Fifth Army. With the dismissal of Du Yuming, the generals of the Fifth Army line under his command were all brought together to suffer a major blow. And with the suppression of the Fifth Army faction, it gave the other parties a chance to step in. In particular, the US side is preparing this new batch of military aid to be sent to China. So, in Kunming, in Chongqing, this is the moment when the storm clouds are stirring. Almost everyone was as close as a hungry wolf to the position left open by the retreating Fifth Army. At this critical juncture, the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy and the Heavenly Director Su returned miraculously, and naturally, this matter was also the focus of attention from all parties. After all, no one knows if the return of this Director Su will re-influence the Commission's decision and thus change the fate of Du and the Fifth Army. It was only that Lin Yu, an important participant and even arguably the biggest contributor, was deliberately ignored by all parties. Of course, it's not so much ignoring them as it is leaving them out to dry for the time being. It couldn't be helped, originally everyone thought that it was the Guard Corps that was sent out to retrieve the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy, who would have thought that it was the unheard of Lin Yu. No one knew who Lin Yu really was, and no one could be sure if there was anyone behind Lin Yu or not, or if there was a pit in this or not. Therefore, while the situation was unclear, the crowd could only adopt a wait-and-see attitude towards Lin Yu's side. However, watching and observing didn't mean that Lin Yu went unnoticed. As a matter of fact, from the time after the handover was completed last night and it was learned that it was Lin Yu who had escorted this Ministry of Secret telegraphs back, in just half a day's time, there were already countless people's gazes cast towards Baoshan City. And the resume of Lin Yu, this little man, was also copied in countless copies and placed on the desk of a group of bigwigs. Naturally, there were no shortage of bigwigs from the Fifth Army. This is somewhat in line with Lin Yu's idea of putting himself on the stage. So, before Lin Yu could report the situation to the 200th Division headquarters, a call from the 5th Army came to the 200th Division's detention office in Baoshan City and named Lin Yu to answer the phone. However, the content of the phone call, or the order, was very simple. Lin Yu's troops were asked to immediately set off and take the nearest military train to Kunming. Although the command was said to be simple, Lin Yu still heard a vague sense of agitation and excitement in the voice of the caller. Moreover, Lin Yu knew better that the resources that needed to be mobilized behind the seemingly simple 8 words, taking the military train and rushing to Kunming, could only be described as horrible. One must know that Lin Yu had more than 200 people here. It was not just a matter of stuffing them into any nook or cranny, but it required at least a whole train car. At this time, the Yunnan border is still in wartime. What and how much each carriage is loaded, and when each military train departs and arrives, all have strict requirements. In other words, behind these simple 8 words, the other party not only had to cancel a wagon load of goods for Lin Yu and the others, but also had to delay the train's departure time. The stakes are such that it takes a tremendous amount of energy. Not to mention, this was done in such a short period of time. Obviously, it would all have to be at least a warzone level high level behind this to be possible. And the other party paid such a huge price for the sole purpose of getting Lin Yu to Kunming as soon as possible? Thinking with his toes, he knew that the other party's intention was definitely not just that. However, for Lin Yu, this was definitely considered a good thing. After all, at this moment, Lin Yu wasn't afraid of being missed, he was afraid that the person who missed him wasn't of a high enough level. Now it seems that he is already at the center of the stage before he has even flexed his muscles. Unable to help it, Lin Yu was filled with longing for his trip to Kunming. However, it was a bit bitter for the warriors who followed Lin Yu, who had only rested for not more than half a day before they had to set off again. It can't be helped, who called them soldiers. Once the order is given, even if it is a mountain of daggers or a sea of fire, one can only rush forward without hesitation, not to mention just a small fatigue. Besides, this hard work is nothing compared to thinking about being in the savage mountains. Chapter 081 Arrival in Kunming. Immediately, Lin Yu, who had returned to his quarters, also gathered up the warriors of the 1st Battalion. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Lin Yu immediately relayed the same, receiving orders from the higher peaks. Our department will immediately take the train to Kunming to stand by at the refurbishment point. Without the slightest hesitation, only with a brush sound, the more than 200 people in the audience all stood at attention and replied, yes. Even though the crowd agreed painfully, Lin Yu still saw overwhelm and even uneasiness on their faces. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also opened his mouth and asked, "What's the problem?" This trip to Kunming, almost related to the fate of a lifetime after this, Lin Yu cannot dare and cannot take the problem on the road. Therefore, even if it was 1 o'clock at night, he had to solve the problem of the warriors within Baoshan. And hearing Lin Yu's question, the warriors also looked at their 2 company commanders in unison. Naturally, Lin Yu also looked at Liao Shang and Li Ting. The two looked at each other. Liao Shang then stood out, but unprecedentedly squirming, "Battalion commander, in fact, the brethren would like to ask, now that they have returned to the country, next." The words were on his lips, but Liao Shang was too embarrassed to say them. Still, Li Ting, who was on the side, couldn't stand to watch, and also stood out and said, "Battalion commander, the brethren would like to ask how you are going to resettle us next." Resettlement? Hearing Liao Shang and Li Ting's words, Lin Yu was also slightly stunned. But then, Lin Yu also finally reacted. Yes, the group of warriors of the battalion in front of us, in fact, the vast majority of them were picked up by Lin Yu from the various nooks and crannies of the savage mountain. Most of the soldiers, even, were not only not from the 1st Battalion of the 598th Regiment, but not even from the 5th Army. As a general rule, after returning to their home countries, they are to be returned to the building according to their original military status. However, it was obvious that after experiencing so much life and death, the warriors were simply unwilling to leave Lin Yu. However, the 5th Army or the 200th Division, although in the upper echelons of the decline, but in the eyes of these ordinary soldiers, but is still unattainable existence. Although they wanted to stay, they were afraid of causing trouble for Lin Yu, which was why Liao Shang was squirming and was too embarrassed to state it. Unfortunately, Lin Yu had previously been oblivious to this concern of the crowd. Of course, you couldn't blame Lin Yu for this. It was really because Lin Yu had never thought that he would let any of them go from the very beginning. There's also more than emotion at play here, it's a consideration of your future combat needs. You have to know that these 200 or so people in front of you have experienced the life and death test of Savage Mountain. During these 20 days of living and dying together, the warriors not only had an extremely high level of loyalty to Lin Yu, they had also established an extremely strong tacit understanding with each other. At the same time, in the midst of running all the way, the fighters' technical and tactical skills were greatly improved. These 3 points were always what a military commander could only dream of. These were also the 3 most crucial points for Lin Yu to deal with future battles with the brats. It could be said that these more than 200 people were almost the cornerstone of Lin Yu's future squad, and Lin Yu could not let any of them go. Thinking about this, Lin Yu also had another bitter smile in his heart. It seemed that there was one more reason for him to be promoted. It was also only after being promoted that he could keep them all. Of course, this demoralizing words Lin Yu could not say to the warriors since. Not only could he not say it, but Lin Yu also had to take this opportunity to completely dispel the warriors' doubts and rally the military's hearts. Greeting the gazes of the warriors, Lin Yu also fainted, "Damn, I managed to bring you bunch of dead ghost soldiers out of the Savage Mountain with great difficulty, and you all just want to leave, right? No way." Looking around at the crowd, Lin Yu once again spat wildly and said, "Damn, all of you remember, you were born as my people, and you died as my dead people. Even if you went to the netherworld and became ghosts, you were also the dead ghosts of my son, Lin Yu. Do you all hear me?" Lin Yu then roared again. This where there is nothing not to understand, this a number of angry scolding is really scolded to the heart of the warriors. No promises of peace and quiet are worth the fury of that. As Lin Yu's words fell, a group of warriors no longer had any doubts, and then all of them replied aloud with tears in their eyes, "Yes." Vocalized in response, even the warriors around him gave a start. It was also in this roar that the warriors of the 1st Battalion were also silently certain in their hearts that they would follow Lin Yu all the way. Seeing how moved the warriors looked, Lin Yu was also quite satisfied with the effect. Immediately, Lin Yu also ordered again, all of them. The words fell, and there was another neat sound of leaning feet. Lin Yu immediately ordered the same, target, Baoshan Station. Depart immediately. As the words fell out of their mouths, the 2 company commanders, Liao Shang and Li Ting, immediately began to give orders to their subordinates. Company 1, all of them, turn right and run for it. 2nd Company. Soon, under Lin Yu's leadership, more than 200 soldiers of the 1st Battalion also drove into the Baoshan railway station with a neat pace. As Lin Yu thought, inside the train station, the station master was also personally leading people to welcome the arrival of this Lin Yu and the others. Even the compartment that contained Lin Yu, although it was not equipped with beds or anything, it could be seen that it had just been cleaned up a bit. All sorts of clues indicate that behind this, there is bound to be a big brother pushing everything forward. However, Lin Yu didn't bother to blindly inquire about anything, since he had prepared so much. Sooner or later, this big man behind the scenes would stand in front of him, and to go overboard with his inquiries would instead fall into the wrong hands. Immediately, after thanking the station master, Lin Yu also commanded his troops to board the train. But in a moment's effort, more than 200 warriors also boarded the train in an orderly manner. The carriage is not wide, but it is just enough for the warriors to sit on the floor, and even Lin Yu has a special small room to rest. Needless to say, it's a piece of the webmaster's mind. After checking the number of people again, Lin Yu also nodded slightly, and Li Ting understood and also pulled the carriage door closed. Immediately, a whistling whistle sounded, and then, in the sound of eating wildly, the train began to accelerate away from Baoshan. From the time Lin Yu entered Baoshan County to the time he left Baoshan, it hadn't even been half a day. Needless to say, this really envied the soldiers of other troops. It was important to realize that some of the warriors had even been in the city of Baoshan for more than 10 days, but there was still no message about assembly or reorganization. But clearly, they also returned from a bloody battle all the way from Burma. There's no way around it, the world has never been all that fair. How much you're worth is how you're treated. It's never like this in the world. Chapter 082 Over Specification Reception. After a night of trekking, Lin Yu also arrived in Kunming as expected. May in Yunnan is the hottest time of the year. The closed train is suffocating unbearable. Because of the light control, all the way up, Lin Yu is also unable to open the door for air at all. After the train stopped, Lin Yu couldn't wait to pull open the door of the compartment. And as the door of the car was opened, the personnel of the 5th Army in charge of the reception was already waiting at the door early. "Is this battalion Commander Lin?" An officer with the rank of major also immediately greeted him, then saluted Lin Yu. "I am the 598th Regiment, 1st Battalion Deputy Commander Lin Yu." Lin Yu immediately saluted back. "Little brother is the 5th Army's Operations and Training Staff Officer, Tung Chang." Staff Officer Tung immediately introduced himself as well. Saying that, as if he was afraid that Lin Yu wouldn't trust him, at that moment the Staff Officer Deng also took out his officer's license, as well as the order issued by his superior, saying, "My little brother has come to greet your department by order of the Chief of Staff of the 5th Army." After receiving the seal of Staff Officer Deng, Lin Yu also looked at them one by one. "Battalion Commander Lin, if there are no problems, please have your troops follow me." Retrieving his credentials and orders, Staff Sergeant Tang also continued. To be honest, in Lin Yu's opinion, this Senator Deng was really a bit too polite. You know, he is the 5th Army's training staff, although also wear the rank of major, but its future, but not at all his own. This small deputy battalion commander can be compared. Being so polite made Lin Yu a little uncomfortable. However, it is as good as it gets. Lin Yu quickly adjusted his mindset, and then he also agreed and said, "Alright, Senator Deng will wait a moment." Saying that, Lin Yu also turned towards the carriage, and then also ordered, "All of you, get out of the car immediately and form 4 columns." Yes. The warriors in the carriage who were breathing in fresh air immediately agreed in unison as well. Soon, under the arrangement of their respective company and platoon commanders, more than 200 warriors also fishtailed out of the carriages in an organized manner. Although the clothes on their bodies weren't exactly clean, or even a bit ragged, their movements weren't affected by their clothes at all. The movements were neat and tidy, not to mention that there was not the slightest hint of procrastination. At the moment of landing, each person's feet even made a steady and powerful sound, like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, with a clear rhythm. In the blink of an eye, the warriors who had already leapt off the wagon also quickly dispersed, and then silently began to form up with astonishing speed. In just a short time of no more than 100 seconds, more than 200 warriors had already finished lining up in front of Lin Yu and Counselor Deng. Looking at this group of ragged but spirited warriors, Staff Officer Deng on the side couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. Was this still a troop that had just climbed out of the savage mountains? It was simply a tighter and more majestic 5th Army than the one that had just departed. Immediately, Staff Sergeant Tang also nodded his head in disbelief and exclaimed, "Battalion Commander Lin really does rule the army well." This is really not Deng's staff officer haphazard exclamation, to know, as the 5th Army training staff officer, Deng's staff officer is also eaten and seen, especially the 5th Army returned to each unit, Deng's staff officer is personally to check. Obviously, so far, the 5th Army, even among the other friendly armies included, did not have any unit that was as angry, energetic, and murderous as the one in front of them. There's no way, after experiencing a hell like Savage Mountain, it's a human being who's been tortured into a ghost. If he hadn't seen the ragged appearance of Lin Yu's men, Staff Officer Deng would have wondered if this unit had never entered the Savage Mountains. And this exclamation was the greatest affirmation of Lin Yu's commanding ability. "Staff Sergeant Deng is flattering," Lin Yu immediately said with a slight modesty as well. With Lin Yu's modesty, Staff Sergeant Deng also came back to his senses, and then he also spoke, "Well, Battalion Commander Lin, let's go this way." With that, Staff Sergeant Deng also led the crowd towards the exit. Outside the exit, a large number of trucks were already loaded and ready to go, and even at the head of the pack, there was a jeep. "Compromise Battalion Commander Lin to ride in a vehicle with me." Coming to the jeep change, Staff Sergeant Tang also spoke, "For the rest of the personnel, go in the truck, the station is still a bit of a long way away." Good. Lin Yu didn't push back and immediately agreed as well. Turning his head, Lin Yu also ordered the warriors, "Board the vehicle." As the words fell, the 2 company commanders also agreed in unison, "Yes." Immediately, the warrior who had already arrived in front of the vehicle immediately lowered the flap, and then the other 2 formed a ladder in front of the vehicle, hand in hand. "Go!" At the command of the platoon leader, the soldiers stepped on the hand ladder of their companions and boarded the truck. In less than 2 minutes, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion had finished boarding the vehicles. At the same time, Lin Yu had also gotten into the jeep with Staff Officer Deng. As the roar of the engine sounded, the convoy full of soldiers slowly drove out of the train station. And upon exiting the train station, what greeted us was not the beautiful scent of flowers that I remembered from Spring City, but a tense and silent air of death. As far as the eye can see, Kunming, a city full of relaxation and poetry in times of peace, is now mercilessly engulfed by war. The sky was no longer as blue as Lin Yu remembered, replaced by a grayish haze. And just a short distance away, there was rolling black smoke that was rising into the sky, almost blotting out the last of that sunlight. As his eyes fell to the streets, they were also in a state of disarray. Most of those streets that should have been bustling with activity had now collapsed, leaving only broken walls shaking in the wind. Broken boards and bricks and mortar were scattered all over the place, intertwined with the unextinguished fire and emitting a pungent, charred odor. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the ruins, and his memories drifted involuntarily to modern-day Kunming. At that time, the streets were full of traffic and people were smiling happily. The street-side food stalls exuded a tantalizing aroma, and a wide range of commodities filled the shelves, everywhere full of vitality and vigor. Unfortunately, under the ravages of war, Kunming lost the beautiful face it remembered. In the midst of his thoughts, the roar of an airplane engine interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. When he looked up, it was a few shark-like airplanes that were rapidly skimming over Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu knew that it was the Air Force for China that Chenault was forming. And Staff Officer Deng, who was on the side, seemed to be afraid that Lin Yu would be nervous, and then he also said, "That's our airplane." The Yankees supported it. At that, Lin Yu was also slightly stunned, and then it is in the heart of the helpless smile. The United States support aircraft, after all, is still the United States. Chapter 083 Plans Disrupted. Just as he was lamenting, the caravan was already miles away. With the sound of brakes, the two leaves of the one-person high iron gate were then left behind by Lin Yu. At Staff Sergeant Deng's pleas, Lin Yu stepped out of the jeep. As far as the eye can see, is a square and neat open field. Accommodate hundreds of people. Training is not a problem, and the ground has obviously been carefully swept. Do not see the slightest debris, only a few wisps of dust gently swept up by the breeze, in the air for a short period of time to whirl and dance. On the side of the open space, there are several rows of masonry bungalows composed of neat barracks, the grey paint brushed on the exterior walls, although slightly mottled due to the years, but still through the solemnity and simplicity. Though the doors of each barracks were closed, the panels were wiped clean, and the brass door rings on them shone with a warm luster in the daylight. The window glass, in particular, was so bright and clear that you could almost see the inside of the house clearly from the outside. With an order, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion also quickly got off their vehicles and finished assembling in front of the Yi barracks. Soon, under the leadership of Staff Sergeant Deng, Lin Yu and the warriors of the 1st Battalion were also officially settled into the barracks. After entering the barracks, the situation inside the barracks also surprised Lin Yu. The room is arranged in a simple but very orderly manner. Large bunks are neatly arranged along the wall, the army green bedding is folded squarely like a block of regular tofu, and the bedsheet is so flat that there is not a single wrinkle. Beside the bed, a pair of military boots and a set of new uniforms were neatly placed together. Apparently, these are for the soldiers of the 1st Battalion. And in one corner of the barracks, there was a long wooden table with the same well-organized items. Stacks of military water jugs were lined up in a row, their bodies as clean as new, and daily supplies such as wash basins and towels were also in abundance. And then to the most crucial kitchen, which was full of fruits and vegetables, and even had a few large pieces of fatty meat lying on the counter waiting for the warriors to make their move. That's a lot of treatment, to say the least. Even if Lin Yu was a full-fledged 200 division, he hadn't had such good treatment. Perhaps only the new 38th Division, based as far away as India, would have been so well treated. But it's a US military base there. The National Army enjoys the same treatment as the US military. And, to add to the fine print, the barracks in front of us clearly showed signs of having just been cleaned. In other words, it was most likely packed up temporarily on the way from Baoshan to Kunming by Lin Yu's troops. And such a high treatment had instantly bankrupted Lin Yu's original plan. Lin Yu originally thought that, according to the handover process recounted by Liao Shang, their 1st Battalion had been taken seriously at all, and naturally, after arriving at this backwater town of Kunming, the 1st Battalion would be just as neglected. Barracks, supplies, and things like that will definitely be lacking, and even medicine and pensions will be put on the back burner. So, according to Lin Yu's plan, he could brain the logistics department on the grounds that the hero was being treated unfairly. That way, the heads above were bound to take notice of his little battalion of one. Naturally, the credit for their work at Savage Mountain will be put on the table. At that time, although Lin Yu would inevitably be reprimanded, no matter whether it was the credit for rescuing the secret telegraph department or searching for the codebook, it was enough to make Lin Yu a target for all parties to compete for. In this way, Lin Yu would also be able to wait for the price and thus win what he wanted. Only, today, it seems that this option is out of the question. Even Lin Yu couldn't figure it out. Just after one night, how did it seem like everything had been turned upside down? Lin Yu knew that this must be something happening higher up that he couldn't understand. It's just that it's not a good feeling to be completely out of control like this. It was also while Lin Yu was secretly pondering in his mind where the crux of the problem lay, Staff Sergeant Deng on the side also asked with a smile, "Battalion Commander Lin, are you still satisfied with the situation of the battalion? If you have any needs, feel free to tell my little brother." "Very good." Lin Yu immediately and honestly said, "It's really good." Honestly, Staff Sergeant Deng, even back when the 200th Division was in intensive training, it didn't have such a good environment. Listening to Lin Yu's praise, Deng's staff officer has also slightly raised the corners of his mouth. "Cannot be good, this is he personally in accordance with the requirements of the Chief of Staff 1 to maneuver." And the reason why Lin Yu had given such a practical appraisal was for this proud smile of Staff Sergeant Deng. Only when they were proud could they let their guard down, and only when they let their guard down could they reveal more information to Lin Yu that they shouldn't have revealed. Immediately, Lin Yu touched the clean and tidy beds and began to test the waters. "Staff Sergeant Deng, is this really for us to live in? I'm afraid it's not giving us the officers' intensive training camp." "Don't worry, that's right, the Chief of Staff personally gave me the order, I single-handedly organized it." Staff Sergeant Deng immediately waved his hand as well and said. When these words came out, Lin Yu also instantly captured the keyword, Chief of Staff. Soon, this line was also strung together by Lin Yu, from being ordered to rush to Kunming, to the train deployment, to what he saw in Kunming. The driving force behind all of this was, without a doubt, this Chief of Staff of his own. It's also true that in the 5th Army, apart from Army Commander Du Yuming, this Chief of Staff is the only one who was so capable. But the question is, what is this Chief of Staff doing by paying so much attention, even ingratiating himself? Obviously, he was his subordinate, and the other bigwigs in the army might still need to curry favor with him, thus leaving a good impression on him, but the 5th Army didn't need it at all. After all, to put it mildly, one was part of the 5th Army. No matter where one went afterward, but at least there was still a share of the 5th Army for the previous credit. Unless. Lin Yu also seemed to have guessed some sort of possibility. Immediately, Lin Yu also turned his head towards Liao Shang and Li Ting behind him and gave them a look. The two men would understand and also quietly slowed their pace. Lin Yu, on the other hand, owed his body slightly and said, "So this was actually set up by Staff Sergeant Deng himself, this is really thanks to Staff Sergeant Deng." Staff Sergeant Deng, who was on the side, also hastened to support Lin Yu and said, "What is this nonsense, man?" Before the words were finished, a money bag filled with silver coins quietly fell into the hands of Senator Deng. Between the sinking of his hand, Senator Deng was slightly stunned, but asked, "Brother Lin, what are you?" Brother returned from the Wild Man Mountain, also in no other remaining food, only this few silver dollars left is still captured from the little ghosts, please Brother Deng do not mind." Lin Yu immediately also said with a smile. How can this be made possible?" Staff Sergeant Tang refused verbally while he was gripping the money bag in his hands, without the slightest intention of letting go. Chapter 084 Intelligence from Bribery. While it is true that General Du ruled the army rigorously, even in the 5th Army, it was impossible to eliminate the matter of corruption. There was no way that the 5th Army would be left alone against the backdrop of the prevailing corruption in the national government. Especially after the darkest moments of Savage Mountain, many people's desire for money is also on a new level. It was based on his basic knowledge of the national government and the national army that Lin Yu had taken the risk of making such a bold move. Facts proved, Lin Yu hadn't really guessed wrong. And it's only natural that when that adventure goes right, it's surprisingly rewarding. Seeing that Staff Sergeant Deng was still verbally excusing himself, Lin Yu immediately said as well, "Elder Brother Deng has set up such a good barracks for my battalion brethren, and it would be really unintelligent of a brother to show no sign of it. I'm also just following orders." The smile on Staff Sergeant Teng's face increased after he grabbed a money bag full of silver coins. No matter who explains it, it's the brother you give to do is. Moreover, brother just came to Kunming, life is not familiar, in the future rely on the old brother's place can be a lot. Lin Yu immediately also once again to find steps for Senator Deng said, "If you don't accept this, you are looking down on me." "Buddy Lin, you this." Staff Sergeant Teng's face was filled with a reluctant expression, but in the end, it turned into a cry, "AI, just as well. This will not be the next time." Lin Yu of course understood the meaning of this is not the next time, it is clearly the next time to continue Regardless of whether or not he would continue next time, right now, Lin Yu was trying to recover the interest. Immediately, Lin Yu also carefully poked around, "Don't worry, old brother Deng, as long as there is still a chance to go to war, there will definitely be no shortage of old brothers. Just. Hey. Lin Yu sighed slightly, and then he also went on to ask, I'm not hiding it from you, old brother. On the way I heard that our army commander Du has been dismissed from his post, and with this fall of the army commander, we don't know if we'll be able to go to war again. As he said that, Lin Yu also carefully observed Staff Officer Tang for fear of missing any hint of his expression. Battalion Commander Lin, you just put your heart in your stomach. Staff Sergeant Deng immediately also stuffed the money bag into his pocket, and then he was pointing out for Lin Yu, not to mention the relationship between our military seat and our principal, even if dismissed, it's only temporary. Moreover, the joy on our Chief of Staff's face has not ceased since we learned that you, brother, had returned with the secret telegraph section and the codebook. As I see it, it's quite possible that it won't be long before our military commander's dismissal comes to an end. Brother, don't joke about this, how can I have that kind of skill? Lin Yu immediately said with a look of trepidation as well. Buddy, you really don't believe it. Seeing Lin Yu's disbelieving face, Deng said seriously, our Chief of Staff is a person, a Major General of the National Army. But he specially arranged the barracks for you, and specially explained me to deal with it, and the deadline is 1 day to complete. This is a great honor, the average person would not dare to think. Yeah, I've been can and have been dreaming like a dream. Lin Yu continued naively. So old brother, just put your heart in your stomach. Patting Lin Yu's shoulder, Staff Sergeant Deng also said once again, you are unaware of how much credit you have. To tell you the truth old brother, just last night, I heard the Chief of Staff and the military commanders call, and they're going to prepare to give you credit. What medals and stuff, I won't say. Just 1 point. With that, Staff Sergeant Tang also looked around to make sure there was no one else before continuing, if nothing else, Battalion Commander Lin, I'll soon have to refer to you as Regimental Commander Lin. What? Lin Yu immediately dropped his jaw a bit in shock and said, Troop. Before the words were finished, Staff Sergeant Deng hurriedly also put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulders and eagerly said, Hush, this hasn't been finalized yet, don't go around talking about it. Good, good. Lin Yu also hurriedly nodded in agreement, I understand, I understand. Seeing this, Senator Deng then released Lin Yu's shoulders in satisfaction. All right. Looking at Lin Yu, who was still in shock, Staff Sergeant Tang also laughed, my mission is considered complete, if there are any more needs, just call the duty room and come to me directly. Fine, trouble dude. Lin Yu also thanked a little sluggishly once again. Upon hearing this, Staff Sergeant Deng also nodded slightly, and then he bid farewell to Lin Yu, got back into his jeep, and hurriedly headed to the military headquarters. Sitting in the jeep, touching the thick bag of money in his pocket, a smile of satisfaction also appeared at the corner of Staff Sergeant Deng's mouth. Needless to say, Senator Dunn was pleased with the labor of the trip. Although it took some effort, he not only got a kickback, but also took a considerable amount of money from the 1st Battalion at almost no cost. Let's just say, gorgeous. Meanwhile, as the other watchmen left in their trucks, the entire camp was completely taken over by the 1st Battalion, but Lin Yu did not recover from the shocked look he had first. A smile of almost the same arc also appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Obviously, for Lin Yu, the money was well spent as well. Whether or not to make friends was another matter, the information provided by Counselor Deng alone had made it worth Lin Yu's while. The first thing was the determination of the driving force behind the scenes. Lin Yu could almost conclude that behind everything that had happened since this day, it was the Chief of Staff of the 5th Army, or rather the military commander, who was driving the situation. And I'm afraid that its purpose, or the reason for valuing itself so highly, has nothing to do with the secret department and the codebook. Of course, the first 2 points are actually not difficult to guess, it won't take more than a few days. Lin Yu can also be informed from other clues, and even, the Chief of Staff himself, will also take the initiative to appear in front of Lin Yu. And the most valuable and important messages revealed by Senator Dunn are actually 2. First, his own cooperation was important to the Chief of Staff or the Army Chief. This gave Lin Yu more bargaining power. Secondly, this was the bargaining chip that the other side was prepared to exchange with themselves, the position of head of the regiment. And after learning his importance and his opponent's cards, Lin Yu could do much more. In fact, the position of a regimental leader had already reached Lin Yu's initial goal. But since his opponent had already come up with a position as head of the group, then Lin Yu had to wonder if he could fulfill some other requirements on top of that. Like, leave all the soldiers from today's 1st Battalion behind? Another example, giving yourself enough autonomy? Or, perhaps, a greater promise? Soon, a series of responses had been formed in Lin Yu's mind. And now all Lin Yu had to do was to quietly wait for the person to come and have a tense but not exciting negotiation so as to maximize the benefits for himself and the warriors of the 1st Battalion. Chapter 085, The Chairman of the Board of Commissioners makes a move. Compared to Lin Yu's wisdom, the other warriors were clearly stunned by this sudden happiness. The ordinary warriors were fine, but it was only the two men, Liao Shang and Li Ting, who visibly frowned as Staff Sergeant Tang left, only in the way of the warriors being present, but neither of them said anything. After arranging the generals under his command and ordering the cooking class to add more food, Lin Yu also took the two of them back to the barracks of the battalion. Battalion Commander. As soon as he entered, Li Ting said with some impatience, "This isn't right. Don't be in a hurry." Lin Yu waved his hand and also gestured for the two to sit down, saying, "Come, sit down and talk." "Yes." The two who had heard the words also both took their seats. Battalion Commander. Li Ting, who had just sat down, continued, "This treatment is almost a world away from when we were in Baoshan City. There must be something wrong here." "Oh, you can still use idioms," Lin Yu immediately said with a smile as well. "Battalion Commander, what time is it? Don't tease me." Li Ting immediately blushed a bit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also slightly collected his expression and then said, "Well, Liao Shang, what do you think?" After a slight meditation, Liao Shang also spoke, "I think, although our army is the rear guard, and will meet the Ministry of Secret Telegraph, is also considered to have made a merit. But can this merit allow our army to receive such courtesy?" "Keep talking." Lin Yu then encouraged as well. "Yes." Liao Shang nodded and also went on to say, "Even if it's because of the general background of the Expeditionary Army's great defeat, my department's merits are especially valuable, yet it's not so much that the Senate or even the military commander will personally arrange for us." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also nodded slightly. It should be said that the two still had some perception of their own value. And therein lies the paradox: why suffer when you know your worth? Immediately, Lin Yu also laughed. "So? What are you guys worried about?" Listening to Lin Yu's question, Liao Shang and Li Ting were also slightly stunned. Worried about what? Of course they were worried that they were being sold and still counting money for others. Obviously, both of them didn't understand what Lin Yu meant. Lin Yu immediately also patted the shoulders of the two men, and then looked up and down, said, "Why don't I take a scale to give you a young one? You guys think, how much money can you sell this one or two meat?" At those words, the two instantly froze again. But fortunately, this time, the two of them reacted very quickly. Yes, which one of them, including the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, was not a rotten life, and was also worth the thoughts of those big shots? If you really want to, just give them your life. After all, everyone had already earned it by being able to come out of Savage Mountain. That may be the advantage of going barefoot without shoes, and not having to worry at all about being missed. Thinking about this, the hearts of the two men were enlightened. Of course, Liao Shang and Li Ting didn't care about this, but Lin Yu, as the military chief, wanted to sell himself and the 200 or so men under his command as well as possible. It couldn't be helped, who called Lin Yu a traveler with more desires and ideas. Just as Lin Yu had convinced the two, a warrior had hurriedly run into the battalion headquarters. Battalion Commander. The panting warrior, trying to swallow a mouthful of water, also continued, "An officer has arrived, Colonel Sir." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, however, was shocked and frowned slightly, thinking, "This is too fast. Moreover, isn't it not quite enough for just a colonel to come?" Not being able to care about that much, Lin Yu immediately stood up as well and said, Go take a look." Soon, Lin Yu's few people also arrived at the gate, but they saw a colonel with a few lieutenants carrying gifts, waiting for them at the gate. Only, Lin Yu confirmed that he shouldn't recognize the person in front of him. Moreover, at the first sight of this person, Lin Yu had a vague feeling, this person should not be from the 5th Army. What? Reason? It's probably the temperament. The 5th Army, as the number one sequence among the National Army, had its own pride in its body. Although the arrogance had worn off a lot after the battle in Burma, it was vaguely, always visible. It was like the Staff Sergeant Deng who had just left. Although he was very respectful and money-grubbing, Lin Yu could still see that faint arrogance from his body. Of course, there was no exception on Lin Yu and the others. Maybe it's also called like-mindedness. In any case, since the other party came to the door, also hangs a colonel's shoulder badge, Lin Yu cannot be slow, immediately went forward to salute and asked, "Sir, my humble position is the 200 Division 598 Regiment, 1st Battalion Deputy Commander Lin Yu." "I don't know who you are, sir. What is your business here?" Obviously, Lin Yu treated the visitor far less cordially than Councillor Tang, and this business-like demeanor accentuated a sense of detachment. The reason was simple: Lin Yu was certain that the top management of the Fifth Army must have put down ice around himself. Every move he makes is sure to be reported to the higher-ups by the eyes. Lin Yu didn't want to get involved with anyone other than the Fifth Army to avoid any misunderstandings. At the very least, one must not show too much enthusiasm until he or she has explained the purpose of his or her visit. In the face of Lin Yu's inquiry, the colonel is also a slight smile, and then returned a military salute as said, "I am the 18th Army Political Department Director Lu Kishu. Heard that Lin Battalion Commander Hero returned. The 6th Warzone Chencheng Commander is not very happy, specially ordered my humble servant to come, a little prepared gifts, to come to visit." Hearing the words 18th Army, Lin Yu's heart instantly understood. There's no way around it, even in the latter days, this unit is as good as it gets. It is not that this unit in the course of the War of Resistance had valor, brilliant results. In fact, although this unit in the Songhu battlefield also had a generous song of sorrow, but after the results can only be said to be lackluster. It was famous, not because of anything else, but because of its main general, the famous Little Committee Chairman Chen Chang. Yes, the so-called Earth and Wood system, Earth that is, 11 divisions, Wood that is, 18 armies, precisely Chen Chang started the troops. This Colonel Lu Kexu Lu, although named the director of the political department of the 18th Army, is actually Chen Chang's senior staff, for whom he operates at the back of the national government. Therefore, rather than this Colonel Lu coming on behalf of the 18th Army, he was Chen Chang's special envoy. That was why Colonel Ryu claimed to have been commissioned by Commander Sir Chen. As for the purpose of its coming, it was naturally self-evident. After all, this Commander Chen, Sir, loved and excelled at annexing other troops and personnel. Only, Lin Yu also really did not expect. People are still in the 6th war zone. The small chairman of the committee's hand is already extended to Kunming. Chapter 086, in the midst of bargaining. Actually, it's quite normal. If not for such sensitivity and execution, this small chairman, how can stand out and create the famous civil engineering department, as the national army, the largest mountainate? Facing such a big brother, Lin Yu naturally roughly understood the intent of his arrival. However, changing to the 18th Army, Lin Yu does not have such an intention. After all, what he wants is not to soar, but to counterattack Western Yunnan. Of course, no matter what the final outcome of the negotiations would be, but at least the person in front of him, Lin Yu could not afford to offend. Naturally, in the face of the goodwill it released, Lin Yu didn't dare to take it lightly, and immediately said respectfully, "Thank you, Officer Chen, thank you, Director Lu." With that, Lin Yu also made way for the main road and made a gesture of respectful invitation, saying, "Director Lu, let's talk inside." Lu Kesa had come to draw Lin Yu in, so naturally he couldn't say something like that at. From this, Colonel Lu also understood that if he wanted to convince this battalion commander Lin, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy. Yes, convincing Lin Yu to switch to the 18th Army was just one of his tasks, but its primary goal was still to convince Lin Yu to take all the credit for the secret telegraph department and put it on the head of Lin Yu's 1st Battalion as much as possible. That's right, Lin Yu might be good enough, but he wasn't so good as to make today's Chen Cheng so attached. As far as possible to minimize the return of the Ministry of Secret Telegraph to Du Yuming's benefits, is what Chen Cheng wants to do. After all, a Du Yuming go down, Chen Cheng but can promote up do not know how many people. And so, very quickly, the two men, each with their own thoughts, also arrived in the middle of the battalion headquarters. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two men who gradually became familiar with each other tacitly dismissed their men. Immediately, this Director Lu also gave Lin Yu a slight glance before he then smiled and praised, "Battalion Commander Lin, I've heard that your department rescued the secret telegraph department in the Savage Mountains. Under such harsh conditions, you can still not forget to rescue friendly troops, truly a model in our army as well." Hearing Director Lu's sudden words of praise, Lin Yu's heart was also alarmed. There was actually a hidden secret in these seemingly complimentary words. Once Lin Yu admitted that he was rescuing friendly forces, it also meant that Lin Yu was not ordered to go to the rescue. And once Lin Yu was not ordered to go there, the return of the secret telegraph department was pure luck, but it had nothing to do with Du Yuming. In this way, it is only natural that Du can no longer use this to mitigate his guilt. The good thing was that Lin Yu heard the buried mines in it almost as soon as he heard it. At that moment, Lin Yu also spoke, "Director Lu is joking, this is the duty of our soldiers." The so-called duty of a soldier is of course to obey orders, but a soldier also has the duty to support friendly forces. Depending on what Director Lu thought, Lin Yu wasn't lying anyway. And the reason why Lin Yu had already guessed the purpose of the other party, but did not directly say that the death was the order of Du Yuming, the reason is also very simple. Lin Yu's hand is just such a card, and he still has to continue to play with the people of the military commander Du. If he were to say the words to death at this moment, there was no doubt that Lin Yu would lose his strongest card. Needless to say, Director Liu, as Chen Chang's senior staff, that mind is how meticulous, almost immediately is to detect the ambiguity in Lin Yu's words. Immediately, Director Liu also realized that the Lin Yu in front of him not only understood the buried mine in his own words, but also understood the intention of his visit, but also may be waiting for the price to sell. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Director Liu also began to re-examine the Lin Yu in front of him up and down. Can find his words in the buried mine and understand his intention to come, it is enough to show that this person's sensitivity and dare to sell in front of their own price, it is enough to see this person's bold and careful. Not to mention, the man was able to take his troops, along with dozens of mop-ups from the secret department, and kill his way out of the savage mountains the hard way. Such ability, heart and city, and is a rare talent. It had to be said that Director Ryu was really somewhat appreciating the tiny deputy battalion commander in front of him. After looking Lin Yu up and down some more, Director Liu was also moved to take down Lin Yu for the faction. Even more, Director Liu's heart was vaguely feeling that perhaps this Lin Yu in front of him would be more important than suppressing Du Yuming. Only, as soon as this idea appeared, it was ruthlessly suppressed by Director Liu. Thereupon, after a little contemplation, Director Liu also opened his mouth and threw out his price, saying, "Battalion Commander Lin, I wonder if you have any ideas for a change of scenery?" Director Liu's thoughts were simple: as long as he could abduct Lin Yu into his command, not only would he be able to harvest a talent, but he would also naturally be able to apportion the credit for rescuing the Ministry of Secret Telecommunications. Lin Yu naturally understood what he was thinking, but still pretended to be confused. A change of scenery? Yes. Director Liu immediately continued to explain as well. Times are different nowadays. The battle in Burma, the 200th Division, including the 5th Army, are all wounded. This is something that you should be aware of without me saying it. With such a talent as Battalion Commander Lin, it's really a bit of a condescension to stay here. If Battalion Commander Lin is interested. Director Liu then also continued to compel, I would like to sponsor Battalion Commander Lin to my 18th Army's 11th Division to take up the position of Deputy Commander of the main regiment. I wonder what Battalion Commander Lin would like to do. It should be said that this chip offered by Director Liu was still very tempting. It is important to realize that the 11th Division is the unit that Chen Cheng started with, and its status is again half a step higher than the others. And the main regiments of them were all large regiments of 3,000 men at full strength, with men and weapons being a priority supply presence. Of course, this was also Director Liu's temporary increase in code after knowing Lin Yu's value. At first, Director Liu even only intended for Lin Yu to head to one of the other ordinary divisions of the 18th Army, and at most, he would serve in the 11th Division's supplementary regiment. After all, it was a company jump from Deputy Battalion Commander to Deputy Regimental Commander. It was a pity that the conditions that seemed very generous to Director Liu were completely unappealing on Lin Yu's side. Immediately, Lin Yu also smiled and said, Director Liu is joking, how can I have such an honor? Why do you need to humble yourself, old brother Lin? Director Liu only thought that Lin Yu was being modest, and immediately also persuaded again, the fact that you were able to lead a group of stragglers to break through the Japanese blockade and get out of the savage mountain is a testament to your ability. Not to mention, you also saved the secret telegraph department, a deputy regiment commander of the main regiment. Lin old brother deserves it. Chapter 087 Maximum Sincerity. Hearing Director Liu's words, Lin Yu naturally knew that he had misunderstood himself. Immediately, Lin Yu also shook his head slightly and said, it's not that Lin has refuted Director Liu's Buddha face, it's really, hey. After a long sigh, Lin Yu also spoke again, there are some words that Lin Ma should not have said. However, Director Liu is not an outsider, so Lin Ma will simply say something straight. If of course in the Savage Mountain, the battalion seat can listen to Lin Ma straight talk, my battalion generals, not only come back to this people Listening to Lin Yu's words, this time it is also changed to the Director Liu confused, how to properly say back to the Savage Mountain. Moreover, this side is not discussing your retention? Why talk about your battalion commander? Could it be that he's complaining about his battalion commander and thus showing himself favor? Director Liu secretly thought in his mind, but this isn't right either. Looking at him, there's absolutely no intention to show goodwill. While looking at Director Liu's frowning and contemplative appearance, Lin Yu didn't continue to give out his request of not wanting to be a deputy anymore. Instead, he quietly waited for Director Liu's contemplation. He believes that to be able to achieve the director of the military political department, and still Chen Cheng's beloved, not so much that he cannot guess this little thought. Sure enough, after a little thought, Director Liu was also enlightened. This kid was not complaining about his battalion commander, but about the fact that there was a regimental commander on his head. But to go from being an assistant battalion commander to being the commander of a major regiment, or of the 11th Ace Division, that's just out of this world. Unable to help it, Director Liu also frowned slightly. Obviously, he thought that Lin Yu's appetite was really a bit too big. In fact, Lin Yu of course knew that his appetite was too big. Although rising 3 levels in a row was nothing in the National Army, it was for those who had power and influence. It would be wrong for something like that to happen to someone like yourself with no background. However, there was nothing Lin Yu could do about it. Now that it was already the second half of the 41st year, there wasn't much time left for him. And the opportunity that would allow him to rise to the top in a single step and grasp a certain amount of initiative was perhaps just this once. The regimental commander, almost the smallest of Lin Yu's conditions. Of course, Lin Yu wasn't actually prepared to obtain this position from the 18th Army or anywhere else. Lin Yu's heart knew very well that only the 5th Army, or Du Yuming, who was the deputy commander of the Expeditionary Army, could rightfully give himself the position of regimental commander. The reason why he expressed his willingness here in Director Liu was, in fact, just to raise the price. It was just that Director Liu had clearly taken Lin Yu's price hike seriously. And he was really thinking hard about the feasibility of this. Yes, after a short period of shock, Director Liu really felt that Lin Yu's ability was capable of taking on the position of head of the group, just in terms of operation, but it was not a good operation. After a little thought, Director Liu also spoke up. The 11th Division's 31st Regiment's regimental commander has been serving as a regimental commander for some years now, so I can suggest to the military seat that he be transferred to the division's deputy chief of staff, and you, who will be its only deputy regimental commander, will act as the regimental commander. Within half a year, I guarantee that I can have you officially take over the position of regimental commander. Elder brother Lin, do you think this arrangement is okay? Director Liu also asked again. Obviously, this Director Liu had also really taken out his sincerity, even going so far as to externalize a regimental chief for Lin Yu. Of course, as Chen Chang's senior staff, he definitely had the ability to do so. However, this was already his upper limit. After all, he was only holding the rank of a colonel. And a colonel can for a major to mobilize another colonel's position, enough to be called the rise of the army, of course, also can be seen to Lin Yu's and valued. It's just a pity that I had my heart set on the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the ditch. From the very beginning, the 18th Army was not a good person for Lin Yu, therefore, even though Director Liu had fully expressed his sincerity, he still could not impress Lin Yu. Immediately, Lin Yu also shook his head slightly and said, Director Liu, 10,000 years is too long to struggle. At those words, Director Liu also frowned once again. He really hadn't expected that he had been so sincere, yet he was still rejected. Battalion Commander Lin, you should be clear. Having been rejected several times in a row, Director Liu's face was no longer as warm as before, and then he also said, this is already a great deal of sincerity. I believe that no one else will ever have a higher sincerity. Looking at Director Liu's slightly sunken face, Lin Yu was also quite helpless. Of course he knew that the deputy head acting as the head of the regiment was already the greatest sincerity of this Director Liu. Only, this was not Chen Chang's greatest sincerity. To put it bluntly, still letting Director Liu, who only has the rank of colonel, come as Chen Chang's biggest failure. Shoguns are just shoguns in the end, perhaps not bad in terms of eyesight and ability, but still a bit poor in vigor. If Chen Chang personally arrived, directly threw out a mayor's position, even if it is only B division, Lin Yu may have already surrendered, where there are so many things. Of course, this was something that Lin Yu was unable to say to this Director Liu, otherwise, it would be completely offending him. Director Liu, calm down. Lin Yu then also smiled and said, this isn't just my little brother's wishful thinking. A beautiful dream, you always have to let little brother do it. Listening to Lin Yu's obviously self-moderating words, the anger in Director Liu's heart also subsided for the most part. Immediately, Lin Yu also added again, Director Liu, this matter is a big deal, you also allow me to think about it again. In addition, behind me, there are still more than 200 brothers, I also have to ask them what they think. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Director Liu's mood improved quite a bit. Immediately, Director Liu also nodded slightly and said, don't worry, as long as you're willing to come, the 18th Army will definitely not treat you and your brethren poorly. Many thanks to Director Liu for his generosity. Lin Yu immediately also thanked again. With those words, Director Liu naturally understood that this negotiation was over. Although he hadn't gotten a clear answer from Lin Yu, Director Liu was still quite satisfied with Lin Yu as a person, and of course, he was more than satisfied with this negotiation. And based on Lin Yu's final compromise, Director Liu was fairly confident that the next time he came, he would be able to come to terms with Lin Yu. Thinking of this, Director Liu also stood up and said, "In that case, I'll come back to bother Battalion Commander Lin on another day." "I wouldn't dare, the entire 1st Battalion is always welcome to visit and guide Director Liu." Lin Yu also immediately got up and replied. Just like that, after another bout of pleasantries, Director Ryu also left the 1st Battalion's quarters confidently. Of course, this confidence of Director Ryu was really not without reason. Chapter 088 Arrival of Chief of Staff Luo. As Director Ryu left, several more groups of people arrived one after another. Representatives from the Ministry of National Defense, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and even from various war zones warlords came to the 1st Battalion's quarters in the name of condolence. Of course, there were quite a lot of people who wanted to draw Lin Yu in, and there were certainly a lot of people who came to pry for information. Only, none of them had a higher position than Director Liu, and naturally none of them ever again offered more favorable conditions than the 18th Army. If everything continued as it was, I'm afraid Lin Yu would really have to consider joining the 11th Division. Fortunately, this worry of Lin Yu also dissipated with the arrival of Chief of Staff Luo in the evening. As soon as the 5th Army's Chief of Staff Luo's straight figure and dazzling gold star stepped into the 1st Battalion's camp, it instantly attracted all the attention of the soldiers. Behind him, however, was followed by a column of soldiers carrying large quantities of meat, and the white, fatty pork, under the light of the setting sun, was also glowing with a tantalizing luster, as if silently announcing an upcoming feast. Unable to help it, the warriors who hadn't eaten meat for a long time all gulped. With a simple sentence, the Chief of Staff not only recognized the merits of Lin Yu and the warriors of the 1st Battalion, but also instantly brought the relationship with Lin Yu and the warriors closer. Lin Yu was a little embarrassed by the sudden enthusiasm of the Chief of Staff and hurriedly said, "The Chief of Staff is too kind, it's all the duty of my humble servant and others." Listening to Lin Yu's modest words, the Chief of Staff, however, did not say any more instructions and patted Lin Yu's shoulder, but still held his hand tightly. Immediately afterward, looking towards the warriors of the 1st Battalion who had gathered around, the Chief of Staff also spoke once again, "Brethren, everyone has seen your valor in the savage mountains. Today, on behalf of the military department, and also on behalf of myself, I come to treat everyone. Today, just one sentence, don't get drunk and don't return." As the words fell, the warriors of the 1st Battalion instantly boiled over, cheers rose and fell, and their pristine faces instantly overflowed with excited smiles. Soldiers are like that, a piece of meat and a word of affirmation is enough to get them excited. Not to mention, the one who gave out this recognition was also the Chief of Staff of the Army, whom they had always respected. From this point of view, Chief of Staff Luo's segment was simply an unknown amount higher than the others. Looking at the smiling faces of the soldiers, Luo Chief of Staff also no nonsense, a wave of the hand, is to let follow the cooking class began to cook up. Without saying a word, the soldiers of the cooking class immediately set up a cauldron on the open ground, and then started a fire, and the whole fan of pork was skillfully cut into large pieces, and fell into the cauldron with a plop, plop. And at the same time, the Chief of Staff was smiling as he walked towards the middle of the fighters and affectionately shook hands with the cheering fighters. "You are Li Ting, right?" Forcefully patting Li Ting's shoulder beside Lin Yu, not needing Lin Yu's introduction at all, Chief of Staff Luo nodded his head and said, "In the savage mountains, you and your battalion commander were always at the forefront. I heard that your arm was injured, how's it?" "It doesn't affect it." While speaking, Chief of Staff Luo also checked up on Li Ting's arm. "It's fine." Li Ting immediately said naively, "I was bitten by a ghost's 3/8 cap, and now I'm all better." "It's like a cow." "Good boy." Chief of Staff Luo instantly slammed another fist into Li Ting's chest. With that, he turned his head, and Councillor Luo looked at Liao Shang on the side again, saying, "You're Liao Shang, aren't you?" "Senator." Liao Shang on the other side also immediately saluted. Not bad, the battle with Battalion Commander Lin was a good one. Chief of Staff Luo immediately complimented as well. "Thank you, Senator." Liao Shang also immediately saluted. Immediately afterward, Chief of Staff Luo was also shaking hands with Li Dali, Zhao Xiaowu, Wang Chao, and so on, Lin Yu's right-hand men one by one. Looking at the warriors who were all red-faced one by one, Lin Yu knew that his bottom card was disappearing little by little. Unable to help it, Lin Yu also thoroughly admired the Chief of Staff Luo in front of him. In the end, he was the one who followed Army Commander Du, and when he made a move, it was beyond the reach of the others. On the contrary, although Lin Yu was anxious in his heart, he still had to maintain a happy appearance on the surface. It couldn't be helped, but Staff Sergeant Luo had condescended to come to celebrate the 1st Battalion's success. And as Councillor Luo met with the warriors one by one, in the cauldron over there, the rich aroma of meat had already risen, causing the cravings in the bellies of the warriors to swirl. Smelling the aroma of meat, Chief of Staff Luo also said to the warriors at the right time, "Let's go, the meat is cooked, let's eat it." Saying that, Chief of Staff Luo also rolled up his sleeves without regard to his image, and then picked up the bowls and chopsticks on the side, and went to the cauldron. Looking at the boiling cauldron, he personally served up a large piece of meat to the warriors, and then he handed it to the warriors on the side. As he sang, Chief of Staff Luo nagged the soldiers, "How are things at home? How is your parents' health?" The fighters responded with a question and an answer, and the relationship between Chief of Staff Luo and the fighters. Soon, the 1st Battalion of 200 or so men was also serving up a big bowl full of meat to everyone. Of course, Chief of Staff Luo is no exception. "Come, today thanks to your blessings, I'll also have some meat." Licking the corners of his mouth, Chief of Staff Luo also sighed and said, "For more than a month in the Savage Mountain, drinking thin porridge that can shine through, you guys see, my belt has loosened up a big circle." AI. Chief of Staff Luo let out another sigh, "It's just a pity." If the army chief of staff next to him had said this, the soldiers would not have believed it. But facing the Chief of Staff Luo, who was clearly thinner than even himself, the soldiers really had to believe it. After all, they knew best how difficult the Savage Mountain was. Chapter 089, Straight Balls Chief. Only, the show of Senator Law, however, continues. Or perhaps it wasn't supposed to be a performance, but a genuine emotion. Hey, do not say. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Chief of Staff Luo also picked up the bowl once again, and said loudly towards the warriors, "Everyone eat, eat openly." Saying that, Chief of Staff Luo picked up a big piece of fat meat and put it into his mouth, chewing it while saying loudly, "Fragrant." For a while, the camp resounded with the sound of clattering bowls and chopsticks and the contented chewing of the warriors. Not long ago, the warrior is already eaten full of grease, but also did not forget to give a thumbs-up praise, "This meat, fragrant. It's so flavorful. The cook at the military headquarters is much better than old Lu in our battalion." "What did you say?" Old Lu too, who was holding the sliced meat, instantly killed him with a vicious look. "No, nothing," the warrior immediately said somewhat vainly. "Humph, in the Savage Mountain, when Laozi cooks porridge, you kid don't come to drink it." Old Lu too then also said indignantly. As the words fell, there was another burst of laughter from those present. And while all the soldiers were feasting on the playground, their laughter intertwining and echoing throughout the camp, Lin Yu and Chief of Staff Luo had quietly arrived in the battalion headquarters. Obviously, in order to come to the 1st Battalion to convince Lin Yu this time, this Chief of Staff Luo had also done his homework. Lin Yu even suspected that this Chief of Staff Luo had been spying on him since Baoshan. Moreover, this Chief of Staff Ro had apparently obtained a great deal of his own information from the Secret Service side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accurately name Li Ting, Liao Shang and the others. What? Why didn't you hear about it from a soldier in the 1st Battalion? Quite simply, Chief of Staff Luo's knowledge of Li Ting and Liao Shang was just scratching the surface. For example, he only knew that Li Ting had been fighting after Lin Yu, so he subconsciously assumed that Li Ting and Lin Yu had been charging at the forefront all along, but in reality, Li Dali, Zhao Xiaohu, and Wang Chao and the rest of the people were the ones who were charging with Lin Yu. Another example is that Chief of Staff Luo knew that Liao Shang had stayed behind to annihilate the pursuing brats, but subconsciously assumed that Liao Shang had conferred with Lin Yu. But in reality, the two in no way at all conferred. Obviously, if one of his own people had said it, Chief of Staff Luo could not have made so many low-level mistakes. Only fellow travelers, but poorly informed female soldiers of the secret telegraph department, could have caused such a misunderstanding to Chief of Staff Luo. And with all of this, coupled with Chief of Staff Luo's stance of rushing towards the warriors as soon as he arrived, how could Lin Yu not know his intentions? Similarly, after knowing that Lin Yu had ushered through so many superior officers, Chief of Staff Luo naturally roughly guessed Lin Yu's thoughts. So, looking at Lin Yu sitting across from him, Chief of Staff Luo also decided, single-handedly. Lin Yu. Chief of Staff Luo slowly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yu, then he opened the door and said, "This time, I'm afraid I'll have to aggrieve you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was not surprised, and then opened the paper, on which was clearly an order for the 1st Battalion to turn back and rescue the secret telegraph department. And the time on the order was, quite literally, most of a month ago. Seeing this, there was nothing Lin Yu didn't understand. As long as he acknowledged the existence of this order, the original behavior of Lin Yu's ministry of sacrificing himself for the sake of others would become an act of following orders. In this way, all the actions of the 1st Battalion, whether it be the rescue of the secret telegraph department or the seizure of the codebook, would then be the credit of the military seat. Well, at least most of the credit goes to the military seat. Naturally, the credit that should have belonged to Lin Yu had to be greatly reduced, and could even only be considered a credit for accomplishing the task. This is a world of difference from before. Needless to say, this is something that many bigwigs, including Director Ryu, do not want to see. Looking at the order in front of him, Lin Yu knew that the moment to decide the fate of himself and all the soldiers of the 1st Battalion had arrived. Exhaling deeply, Lin Yu also tried his best to calm his emotions, and then he also opened his innocent eyes wide and looked at Chief of Staff Luo, asking, "Senator, is this order important?" This was of course Lin Yu's test. If the Chief of Staff refused to be truthful, it would mean that the Chief of Staff did not consider Lin Yu as a rival in the deal at all, but just an ordinary subordinate. From this, it could also be basically concluded that apart from what he had prepared, he wouldn't give Lin Yu any other benefits either. Naturally, I'm afraid Lin Yu was going to have to go and think about casting his lot elsewhere. And if the Chief of Staff was willing to tell the truth, it would mean that the Chief of Staff was treating Lin Yu as an object of trade, or even a more trusting kind, and Lin Yu would have the basic space to bargain. Most likely, of course, it's still half said and half left. If this was the case, it meant that this Chief of Staff was considered to have completely taken Lin Yu as an opponent. Although Lin Yu also had some room to maneuver, he had to be careful step by step. At that moment, Lin Yu, who had finished speaking, also paid close attention to the opposite side of the room, Chief of Staff Luo. "Very important." Chief of Staff Luo replied with hardly any hesitation. Lin Yu, who had heard the words, also froze in place. Obviously, Lin Yu hadn't thought that Chief of Staff Luo's answer would actually be so direct and dry. And looking at the frozen Lin Yu, Chief of Staff Luo smiled slightly. Trying or not, really not understanding, Chief of Staff Luo's program has only one set of options, that is to be straightforward and as sincere as possible. Quite simply, from Chief of Staff Luo's point of view, he had to take down Lin Yu. There was no room for bargaining at all. To put it bluntly, as long as Lin Yu wasn't going to be the commander of the 5th Army, even if he wanted the position of Chief of Staff Luo, Chief of Staff Luo would have to find a way to get it done for Lin Yu. It couldn't be helped that behind Staff Sergeant Luo, it wasn't just Army Commander Duan himself, but a whole string of people. Chapter 090, Deputy Battalion Commander? Regimental Attachment. Of course, from what he had been observing all along, Chief of Staff Luo was almost certain Lin Yu was a smart man. Otherwise, that proud Director Luo of the Political Department of the 18th Army wouldn't have returned empty-handed. Yes, although Chief of Staff Luo didn't have a nail in the coffin here in the 1st Battalion, he still had some people inside the 6th War Area and the 18th Army. Therefore, after Director Lu went back, what he reported with Chen Chang also reached Chief of Staff Luo's ears in the first instance. And after learning of Lin Yu's near-dripping answers, Chief of Staff Luo was almost certain that Lin Yu would be the smart man he wanted. Once Chief of Staff Luo arrived at the 1st Battalion's camp, the feeling intensified. And Chief of Staff Luo understood in his heart that the best way to deal with a smart person like Lin Yu was not to be suspicious of each other, but to be straightforward, especially if he was still asking for something. Thus, looking at Lin Yu who was still frozen, Chief of Staff Luo was even still afraid that Lin Yu wouldn't understand the reason for this, and then he also continued to explain for Lin Yu, and I won't hide it from you, at this moment, Army Commander Du has already been relieved of all of his duties, and the 5th Army is facing a split as well. Even, there are already quite a few chief officers who have begun to look for their own way out. After a slight pause, Chief of Staff Luo also continued, of course, it may not be a bad thing for these people to leave. However, the tens of thousands of generals in the 5th Army, as well as thousands of officers, can't live without Army Commander Du. Immediately afterward, Chief of Staff Luo also looked seriously at Lin Yu and said, in fact, the loss of the secret telegraph department is precisely the important reason why Army Commander Du was dismissed. And as long as the actions of your department were commanded by Army Commander Du, the culpability on Army Commander Du will immediately be exempted for the most part. When I put it this way, you should understand the importance of this order. Listening to Chief of Staff Luo's description, Lin Yu's heart naturally understood everything. Before Lin Yu knew that all the people were running towards the credit he had made in the Savage Mountain, only, until now Lin Yu realized that this credit of his had become so valuable because it was directly related to Army Commander Du. From this, Lin Yu also came to a conclusion in his mind: this business, I'm afraid, can still only be done with the Chief of Staff Luo in front of him. The reason is simple: it's too risky to do it with someone else. Once the dust settled and Army Commander Du was successfully benched, after the 5th Army was then split up, it was highly likely that the other side would just throw themselves to the side. Lin Yu didn't think that among the people who came to see him today, there would be a few who truly valued his abilities. On the contrary, by doing this business with the Chief of Staff Luo in front of him, at least, he didn't have to worry about being thrown aside. After all, as long as he took the order, the entire Fifth Army would be considered to owe him a favor. As long as Chief of Staff Luo didn't want to be turned away from his family, this is a favor that he must bear. Thinking about this, Lin Yu's mood loosened up a bit. Obviously, without realizing it, Lin Yu also seemed to have fallen into the channel set up by this Chief of Staff Luo. This is what Chief of Staff Luo was trying to achieve by being forthright right off the bat. Perhaps infected by Chief of Staff Luo's candor, or perhaps knowing that the path he could actually take was also very limited, after a little contemplation, Lin Yu also smiled and folded the order, and then continued, I said that why so many big shots came to visit the 1st Battalion today, it turns out to be because of this reason. This is undoubtedly telling Chief of Staff Luo that I have thoroughly understood the reason for this. And understand the reason so many big names come to you. Now it's time for you to convince yourself with reasons. Immediately, Chief of Staff Luo also understood, and then he struck the iron while it was hot. Lin Yu, don't worry, this time, even though you were told to suffer a loss, the military commander and I have already thought of a plan to compensate you. Without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, Chief of Staff Luo spoke, the 200th Division has a strange shortage of officers nowadays, and the military seat has discussed with me that he's prepared to promote you as the leader of the 598th Regiment as compensation. Headmaster? Lin Yu said as he stood up in surprise. That's right, Chief. Chief of Staff Luo immediately nodded as well and said. But I'm only an assistant battalion commander now. If I'm directly promoted to regimental commander, that's more than even a 3-stage promotion. Lin Yu said with renewed surprise and even some concern. You don't say. This surprise of Lin Yu's was really true for a few moments. No matter what, the 598th Regiment is the absolute main force regiment of the 200th Division. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the 1st regiment in the 5th Army. If the 5th Army had fallen away from this, so be it. But obviously, Army Commander Du is making a comeback. And to give such an important position to Lin Yu. It's hard to explain this with a compensation line, it's got to be ing true love. Looking at Lin Yu's expression, Chief of Staff Luo naturally knew that Lin Yu wasn't being disingenuous with his words, but was genuinely surprised and worried. Immediately, Chief of Staff Luo also laughed. First, with your ability, you have long since reached the level that a regimental commander should be. This is well illustrated by the fact that after your regimental and battalion commanders were killed in action one after another, you were still able to lead the remnants of your troops to block the Japanese pursuit and successfully escape. Not to mention, in the Savage Mountains, you were able to use your limited force to destroy the Japanese and rescue friendly troops. Therefore, it is more than enough for you to be a chief of this regiment, which is the common opinion of the military seat in me. Secondly, as to whether this credit is worth it, to tell you the truth, it is absolutely worth it. Even, as far as the military seat is concerned, just being a regimental commander is still a bit of a loss for you. Not to mention the rest, this credit for rescuing the secret telegraph department alone is enough for the commission to receive you in person, and even honor you with a medal. In the face of the Chief of Staff's explanation, Lin Yu was still frowning slightly, saying, Senator, but even so, I'm only a deputy battalion commander today, so over the promotion, or more than 3 consecutive promotions, I'm afraid that the onlookers will talk about the military seat and the senator. Don't worry about that. Chief of Staff Luo then also laughed. Strictly speaking, this isn't even called a grade crossing promotion for you either. Hearing Chief of Staff Luo's words, Lin Yu was truly somewhat confused. At the time your battalion commander was killed in battle, your regimental commander had already promoted you in the line of fire as the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion to continue the battle to stop the Japanese army. Chief of Staff Luo then also spoke while pulling out a tattered piece of paper from the folder and placed it in front of Lin Yu, saying, Here is the order written by your regimental commander. With that, Chief of Staff Luo also continued to pull out the paper and continued, Subsequently, you met Lu Regimental Attachment, who was searching for the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy, on your way to retreat, and through him, you contacted the military headquarters, and at the same time, you received the order to be promoted to Regimental Attachment and to search for the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy. Then again, after your ministry was ordered to find the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy and bring it out safely. Hence. Putting down the folder and looking at Lin Yu, Chief of Staff Luo also smiled and said, Therefore, technically speaking, Lin Yu, you are now not the deputy battalion commander of the 1st Battalion of the 598th Regiment, but rather the regimental attaché of the 598th Regiment. Chapter 091, Continuing Negotiations. Listening to Chief of Staff Luo's pause, Lin Yu also opened his mouth wide, rather dumbfounded. It can still be played like this? Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but spit out. To be honest, Lin Yu had also thought that the 5th Army side would be able to solve the problem of a regimental commander for himself, but it was nothing more than an endorsement. The battalion commander of the 200th Division had the ability to be a regimental commander himself, or something like that. But it did not occur to me that a few simple and non-existent telegrams were a direct way to make himself lightspeed into a real regimental attachment. What's wrong with a regimental attaché of the 598th, promoted to regimental commander after a great service? Of course not, that's not a problem at all. It's just so logical that it's unbelievable. And, worst of all, it's all, pretty much, flawless. First of all, among the troops in the rear of the 598th Regiment's temple, there is only one officer above the battalion level left, Lin Yu, who was promoted to battalion commander in the line of fire, which is reasonable, and there is no evidence of death. Then, in order for Lin Yu to turn back and rescue the secret telegraph department, it was also very reasonable for the military department to promote Lin Yu as a deputy regimental commander. The order was given by the 5th Army, and if they wanted to check, the 5th Army was naturally not afraid at all. Of course, as a result, Lin Yu's credit for taking the initiative to rescue the friendly forces was also successfully shared by the military seat. And then, Lin Yu's credit for getting rid of the Japanese pursuers and bringing back the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy under immensely difficult circumstances, as well as destroying the Japanese comfort stations and bringing back the secret telegraphy book, could definitely be worth yet another promotion. What? The credit for bringing back the Secret Service has already been rewarded with a Vice Captain's Award? Silver dollars were given to the daredevils before the battle. Did they stop honoring them after the battle was won? Silver dollars, that's a pre-war incentive to reassure the daredevils that they're going to die, and they have to be paid just for going, win or not. The commendation, that is the settlement after the battle, is the recognition of the victory in the battle. And if they lost and died in battle, the army had to come up with a martyr's fee. It can be said that the two are complementary and not mutually exclusive at all. This is if anyone dares to say that with silver dollars there will be no more commendations or pensions. You'll see if anyone will still want to work with him. It had to be said that Chief of Staff Luo had really gone to great lengths to make Lin Yu's promotion sensible. It also shows the truth, as long as the top wants to promote you, there's no need to worry about rules and stuff, he can always come up with a reasonable plan for you. Again, if the brass doesn't want to promote you, they can always find something you don't qualify for. There's really not much new under the sun. Lin Yu is also considered to know what is called officialdom. And in the face of Lin Yu's shocked expression, Chief of Staff Luo was clearly satisfied. However, to Chief of Staff Luo's surprise, after a brief moment of shock, Lin Yu shook his head firmly and said, "Senator, I don't want to be the leader of the 598th Regiment." Yes, Lin Yu also seemed to have understood Senator Luo's style of play, and immediately drove a straight ball as well. It was just that the ball was really a bit out of Senator Luo's league. You know, this is the 598th Regiment, Chief Ah. Back then, how many brigade commanders and division chiefs of staff who hung a major general's sign abetted their heads and couldn't take the position, and now it was actually disliked by Lin Yu. Even if today's 5th Army is not the same as in the past, but the thin camel is bigger than a horse, the 200th Division is still the first-class attack army in the National Army sequence Ah. Moreover, as soon as Army Commander Du is unblocked, how bad can the 200th Division, which is his direct line, be? Not to mention, according to gossip, the US military aid is already about to arrive in Kunming. If we can let the military aid before the arrival of the commander of the reinstatement of the 200th Division can even be the first batch of US ordnance equipment. Its fighting power is even better than it was in the past. Therefore, after hearing Lin Yu's words, Chief of Staff Luo could hardly believe his ears, and then he also asked in surprise, "What did you say, what?" Yes. In the face of Chief of Staff Luo's questioning, Lin Yu, however, did not flinch, and immediately also affirmed once again, "I don't want to be the leader of the 598th Regiment." Are you worried about the 598th Regiment's current residual organization? Chief of Staff Luo had obviously gotten a little upset. After all, a subordinate who picks and chooses is not a good subordinate. Nonetheless, Chief of Staff Luo explained to Lin Yu, "You can rest assured of that." No. Before Chief of Staff Luo could finish his sentence, Lin Yu was quick to deny, "I know very well that with the Army Commander and the Senator, the 598th Regiment, as the premier main force regiment of the 200th Division, will definitely be prioritized to receive a full complement." Listening to Lin Yu's explanation, Chief of Staff Luo's mood was slightly better, but he was also more curious about the reason why Lin Yu refused to serve as the leader of the 598th Regiment. And after a slight pause, Lin Yu also continued to explain, "Precisely because the 598th Regiment is the heart of you and the military commander, and because you have experienced the battle at Savage Mountain, you will definitely love the 598th Regiment even more. In this way, you and the military seat, will definitely not let the 598th Regiment to the New River along the defense. But Lin Yu turned his head slightly, his eyes casting out the window into the night, before continuing, I have to go back to New Jiang. I have to be the front runner in the counterattack against Western Yunnan and Burma. In Burma, in the savage mountains. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu then continued, I still owe hundreds of lives. I promised them that I would definitely fight back, bury their bones and avenge them. Definitely. Once these words came out, the entire battalion headquarters was also completely quiet. Even Chief of Staff Luo's eyes had a hint of blood in them. Definitely fight back, this was Lin Yu's promise, and how is this not the long-cherished wish of Chief of Staff Luo and Army Commander Du? Even the reason why Army Commander Du was so eager to be reinstated was certainly due to many other reasons, but there was no doubt that revenge was the biggest reason. Exhaling a long, stuffy breath from his chest, Chief of Staff Luo also spoke slowly, saying, Your thoughts, I understand. However, Chief of Staff Luo shook his head slightly as he also continued, Where it can go, I need to confer with the military seat and can't give you an answer for now. What I can tell you is that although the 598th Regiment is the #1 main force of the 5th Army, as long as the war requires it, the military seat and I will still not hesitate to put it where it needs to be. Yes. Lin Yu immediately rose and saluted as well. With that, Chief of Staff Luo also stood up and said, Alright, that's it for today, I'll go back and confer with the military seat again. An answer will be given to you soon. Thank you, Counselor. Lin Yu immediately agreed again. Report the battle report as soon as possible. Patting Lin Yu on the shoulder, Chief of Staff Luo turned around while speaking and also headed outside the battalion headquarters. With that, surrounded by soldiers, Chief of Staff Luo also waved his hand and bid farewell to the 1st Battalion's camp. Chapter 092 Writing a War Report Overnight. After sending Chief of Staff Luo off, the group of warriors naturally returned to their barracks to prepare for rest, while Lin Yu returned to the battalion headquarters. Looking at the empty battalion headquarters, Lin Yu also gradually calmed down. With that, after calming down, Lin Yu also began to review this negotiation. It was fine if this was not reviewed, but once it was, Lin Yu hated that he couldn't slap himself. How could he let Chief of Staff Luo off the hook so easily? What about the bargaining that was promised? What about autonomy? What about the promise of armaments and equipment? What about the promised replenishment of soldiers? After reviewing the situation, Lin Yu also realized with a jolt, almost none of the ideas he had set before had been realized. It could be said that throughout the entire negotiation, Lin Yu had always been led by the nose by Chief of Staff Luo. However, since when did this negotiation, which should have been an even match, allow Chief of Staff Luo to take the absolute initiative? Did it start when Chief of Staff Luo put his own regimental commander on a first-name basis with a few orders? Or did it start when he directly offered himself as commander of the 598th Regiment? Or did it start when he directly recognized the importance of rescuing the secret department? Or maybe it started when he entered the battalion to mingle with the soldiers under his command? Or maybe, for a certain moment, Lin Yu even suspected that his every move and thought was under the watchful eye and forethought of this Chief of Staff Luo. Of course, Lin Yu could not be blamed for having such thoughts, it was really because Lin Yu had limited access to information. In fact, Lin Yu's response, from a third party's point of view, had been very good. The autonomy that Lin Yu wanted the most was not directly stated, but it was also expressed through the words of his unwillingness to serve as the leader of the 598th Regiment. Similarly, the American equipment that Lin Yu wanted didn't even require him to take the initiative to fight for it. In a situation where both Army Commander Du and Chief of Staff Luo were very optimistic about him, all of this was nothing more than standard, and taking the initiative to fight for it was instead falling into the lower echelons. In a word, Lin Yu's approach of considering himself as a member of the 5th Army was already the best option in today's situation. And Chief of Staff Luo also clearly sensed Lin Yu's heart toward the 5th Army from what he said and did. That's enough, isn't it? Of course, after this encounter, Lin Yu also sort of understood that he was simply not qualified if he wanted to fight with these old official greaseballs. Whether it was experience in the struggle or the chips in his hand, he was far from adequate. As a result, Lin Yu also decided, since he couldn't play with the other party, he would give up on the idea of playing politics with the other party and use his mind as much as possible in battle. The battlefield, after all, was where he would ultimately end up. Thinking about this, Lin Yu's mood brightened up. At that moment, Lin Yu also took out the paper and wrote up the battle report. Yes, since he had already decided to put his treasure on the 5th Army and Captain Du, Lin Yu naturally had to write the process of getting out of the savage mountains as Chief of Staff Luo had intended. This was also Lin Yu's way of showing some sincerity to Chief of Staff Luo. What? Chief of Staff Luo hasn't even agreed to it yet, so he just reported it, not afraid that in the end, Chief of Staff Luo won't recognize it? Not to mention, it had been said earlier that Lin Yu's move was meritorious to the entire Fifth Army, and Chief of Staff Luo, as the spokesperson for Army Commander Du, couldn't possibly disown it. Even if he took a step back and said that in the end, because of one reason or another, Chief of Staff Luo failed to fulfill his promise, Lin Yu would not be at a disadvantage at all. It was important to realize that as long as this battle report was sent up, Lin Yu would already be the ironclad vice commander of the 598th Regiment. This was almost the best treatment that anyone other than Director Lu could give. Even Director Lu, who represented the 18th Army, had only given the acting chief a big pie. It could be said that Lin Yu's handing in this battle report was definitely a sure thing. And, the sooner this war report is delivered, the better it will be. For this reason, Lin Yu also drafted this battle report overnight. As the ink flowed on the paper, the scene in the Savage Mountain also resurfaced in front of Lin Yu's eyes. Of course, in addition to fine-tuning the story according to Chief of Staff Luo's request, Lin Yu was also automatically blocking out some of the content that was unfavorable to him. And Lin Yu wrote this for one night. There's no way around it, it's not supposed to be that easy to round out the story. It was only until the sky outside the window gradually brightened that Lin Yu put down the pen in his hand. After gently blowing the ink dry and checking over it again, Lin Yu then walked out of the battalion headquarters and found the guard on duty, then spoke, "Go find the two company commanders, Liao Shang and Li Ting." Yes. The guards on duty also immediately agreed. Soon, with a burst of hurried footsteps, the two of them, Liao Shang and Li Ting, also stood in front of Lin Yu and said, "Battalion commander, sit down and talk." Lin Yu, who was sitting in his seat, also waved his hand and said, "Yes." The two then sat down as well. Take a look at this first. Lin Yu then pushed his overnight results in front of the two. Yes. Liao Shang received Lin Yu's manuscript and also looked at it with Li Ting at the side. Just after looking at it, Li Ting looked up and said, "Battalion commander, this is not right. Let's see it through." Lin Yu immediately waved his hand as well and said, "Yes." Li Ting immediately shut up and also honestly read all of Lin Yu's handwritten battle reports together with Liao Shang. Between glances at each other, Liao Shang also spoke, "Battalion commander, was it for this matter that the senator came to my camp yesterday?" Lin Yu immediately nodded as well and said, "Not only the senator, but also the big names in the daytime, almost all of them are here for what's going on here. Of course, they don't want us to write that. But, battalion commander." Liao Shang frowned slightly and also said, "If we take the initiative to rescue according to what's written here, it will become a mission." Aha! Lin Yu nodded calmly. On what grounds? Li Ting was immediately unconvinced. By virtue of the fact that the military seat needs this credit. Lin Yu continued, of course, also by virtue of the fact that the military seat has never treated us poorly. Upon hearing this, Li Ting and Liao Shang both fell silent as well. Indeed, as a man of the Fifth Army, Army Commander Du's prestige was really not comparable to that of the others. Lin Yu moved out to bring out Army Commander Du, which also made it impossible for the two to refute it. Don't have any grievances either. Lin Yu then also continued to explain, even if we report the situation as it was, we won't necessarily get a better result. Moreover, Chief of Staff Luo has promised that after this is accomplished, a regiment will be established on the basis of my department, with me as the regimental commander and all of you as battalion commanders. At those words, the two men were also ruthlessly moved. Although it was said that the two men did not join the National Army for the sake of promotion, but if they could be promoted to battalion commander, who would refuse? Chapter 093 Lin Yu's sincerity. However, after calming down a little, Liao Shang still asked with some concern, "I still feel that there is something wrong. After all, whether or not we have gotten the order, it is not just up to us. This is also the reason why I called you all here." Lin Yu then spoke, "Tell the brethren that from today onwards, externally, this is the only caliber." Yes. Li Ting and Liao Shang immediately led the way as well. However, our brethren are fine. Liao Shang then also continued to worry, over at the Ministry of Secret Telecommunications? It's out of our hands over there. Lin Yu immediately also waved his hand and said, "What's more, the Secret Telegraph Department can't control the internal matters of our Fifth Army." Yes. Liao Shang sniffed and also agreed once again. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu also went on to say, in addition to standardizing the tone, there are two other things. First, Lin Yu then stretched out his finger and said, "The current expansion of my department is a certainty. The two of you are naturally the unquestionable candidates for battalion commander. In addition to the grassroots officers, I intend to take as much as possible from the old brothers out of the Savage Mountain inside out. After you go down, make a list of those who performed well in your respective companies during this battle and give it to me." Yes. Liao Shang and Li Ting also immediately agreed. Second thing. Lin Yu continued, "Although I'm not sure how the establishment of this regiment will be in the end, I think that the military seat won't treat us poorly, so I don't think we can afford to hold up such a large spread just by relying on our 200 or so people. There are many brothers in our team who used to be in other units, so go and contact them, and those experienced wounded soldiers, as well as those disillusioned fighters and officers, try to contact them to see if they are willing to work with me. Yesterday, we did not collect a lot of things, what fruits, and so on, we keep it is also a waste, let the soldiers to dig to see the old folks, to see the former comrades in arms. When the order to expand comes down, I'll make a trip to the military seat and find a way to transfer them all as much as possible." Yes. Liao Shang and Li Ting also agreed once again. In addition to these three things, Lin Yu nodded and then also continued, "The team's training, starting in the morning, should be resumed. Even though we've only just withdrawn from the battlefield, we still have to be ready to go into battle again at any time." Yes. The two immediately continued to agree in unison. As the two agreed, Lin Yu waved his hand and was sending them away. And then, Lin Yu asked for the location of the 5th Army's military headquarters over the phone. After organizing the manuscript neatly and clipping it into a folder, Lin Yu also got into the jeep equipped for him to head to the military headquarters. Logically, Lin Yu's status as a deputy battalion commander would not be equipped with a jeep. However, nowadays, among the sequence of the 5th Army, Lin Yu was practically at the level of deputy regimental commander. Therefore, before he left last night, Chief of Staff Luo also purposely left a jeep for Lin Yu. I didn't realize that the jeep would come in handy after just one night. The military department is not too far from Lin Yu's battalion, plus now is just more than 5 o'clock, the streets of Kunming is also bustling, not many people, therefore, just with more than 40 minutes, the jeep is carrying Lin Yu came to the military department. After showing his credentials, Lin Yu was also brought to the reception room of the military department. And at the moment, Chief of Staff Law hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. It wasn't that Chief of Staff Luo was sleepy, it was really that Lin Yu had come too early, whereas he had deliberated with Army Commander Du last night until half the night. Hearing Lin Yu's arrival, Chief of Staff Luo also froze for a while, and he really didn't expect Lin Yu to arrive so soon. Even, Chief of Staff Luo thought that Lin Yu had something important to report. So, hastily dressed, Chief of Staff Luo also came to the reception room. It was only after receiving the battle report in Lin Yu's hands that Chief of Staff Luo realized Lin Yu's intentions. Looking at this as obviously just written the war report, Luo Chief of Staff's heart is also a burst of moving. They just casually said a sentence as soon as possible, but also really did not think that this child actually wrote all night. Who wouldn't like such obedient and action-oriented subordinates? Unable to help it, Chief of Staff Luo was also secretly admiring Military Commander Du's ability to recognize people in his heart. Just in yesterday's deliberation, in response to Lin Yu's arrangement, Military Commander Du was the one who proposed a program that surprised Chief of Staff Luo. Nodding slightly, Chief of Staff Luo also spoke, "Tough job." Seemingly feeling that these 3 words were too light and insufficient to express his feelings, Chief of Staff Luo immediately also continued, "Don't worry, your dedication, the military seat, and I have seen it in our eyes. You can rest assured that the military seat will never treat your own people poorly." Hearing this assurance from Chief of Staff Luo, Lin Yu's heart was simply sweeter than honey. He knew that this night had not been in vain. Immediately, Lin Yu also stood upright and replied, "Thank you, Counselor. Senator, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Lin Yu immediately also offered his farewells and said, "Good. Go back and wait for news." Chief of Staff Luo then nodded as well. Witnessing Lin Yu's departure, Chief of Staff Luo, who was holding the battle report in his hand, was also greatly settled in his heart. He knew that with this battle report, he believed that it wouldn't take long for the military seat to return. "Someone, contact the airport and ask if there are any sorties flying to Chongqing today." Slightly regaining his senses, Chief of Staff Luo immediately ordered as well, "If there is, set aside a spot for me. Be quick." Chief of Staff Luo then added, "The people under his hand are still in such a hurry to make the battle report even if they stay up all night, so naturally he himself, as the Chief of Staff, can't lag behind." Of course, the reason for such haste, Chief of Staff Luo, was not just so that Du could be restored to his military duties that much sooner. More importantly, the most important reason is that the credibility of the battle report sent up on the first day after Lin Yu's department arrived in Kunming, and the battle report made after it stayed for several days, cannot be in a dimension. Chief of Staff Luo was trying to give the people on the Chungking side a psychological hint. This was the battle report that Lin Yu had already written on the road, and there was no hint of falsehood. Seeing that Chief of Staff Luo was taking it so seriously, the staff officers on the side also immediately agreed, yes. Soon after, there was a reply from the airport. Without a second thought, Chief of Staff Luo, after informing Army Commander Du on the phone, organized all the evidence and rushed to the airport in a jeep. On the same day, Chief of Staff Luo landed at Chongqing Airport. The relevant evidence, including Lin Yu's handwritten war report, was also sent to Chiang Kai-shun's public house overnight. Chapter 094, Huangjiang, Reinstatement. I knew it, Huangjiang was wrongly accused. Soon, a voice with an extremely rich Jiangsu and Zhujiang accent also came out from the public house. Needless to say, this was exactly the final conclusion given by Chiang Kai-shun after he had read the evidence sent overnight by Chief of Staff Luo. Immediately, after looking over Lin Yu's handwritten letter once again, Chiang Kai-shun also gave his evaluation once again. Well, this Lin Yu, too, is a very good drop. No arrogance, no impatience, in and out, the seagull Dianlan really does lead the troops well. Needless to say, from this moment onwards, Lin Yu's name was considered to have officially entered Chiang Kai-shun's field of vision. Although it is not to directly let its splendor, but at least, the road ahead is considered to be smooth up. Only a gust of wind can be good with the wind to lend strength, send it to the clouds. And with that, another long sigh came from the public house. It's just a pity that the seagulls, however, are out of sight. However, Chiang Kai-shun soon broke from his grief as well. For the head of a country to have such a sigh of relief for General Dai, it was not in vain that General Dai fought to the death. Look into it. Chiang Kai-shun then commanded as well. Although Chiang Kai-shun did not say anything about checking, the staff officer at the side of the service room replied without hesitation, yes. And it wasn't long before the staff officer returned to Chiang Kai-shun holding a folder. Commissar. The attendant staff officer then inquired as he handed over the paper. Pinching the bridge of his nose, which was already a bit sore, Chiang Kai-shun then also picked up a side of warm baikai and said, "You read it?" "Yes." The attendant staff officer immediately agreed. As the staff officer turned over the document, Lin Yu's mugshot appeared in the eyes of the attendant staff officer. Yes, it was Lin Yu's information that Chiang Kai-shun wanted. And in fact, as soon as Chief of Staff Luo's evidence was delivered to the public house, the attendant staff officer ordered the information about Lin Yu to be transferred from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Lin Yu, male. The attendant staff officer then also opened his mouth. Hunan Daeung people, young with his parents to work in Guangzhou, then his parents died in the war, so he enlisted in the army, as a graduate of the 7th stage of Huangpu. Has participated in... Oh. Hearing the word Huangpu, Chiang Kai-shun also put down the water cup in his hand. There was no way that Chiang Kai-shun always had a special affection for the Huangpu students. Even though Lin Yu was no longer one of the top 6 cadets that he valued the most, the moment he heard that he was from Huangpu, Chiang Kai-shun was still unconsciously interested. The attendant staff officer also immediately and sensibly passed Lin Yu's information into Chiang Kai-shun's hands. Looking at the details handed over by the valet, Chiang Kai-shun soon also saw Lin Yu's report card from his time in Huangpu in it. Looking at almost half of the A characters, and his own signature, Chiang Kai-shun also laughed out loud. Indeed, it is my Huangpu Amen. Good. Very good. Chiang Kai-shun immediately said with excitement as well, the seagull's yellow springs have a spirit, and there is someone to follow in its footsteps. With these words, Lin Yu's promising runway was also completely cleared, just waiting for him to take off. Get me the light pavilion. While looking at the information after Lin Yu, Chiang Kai-shun also ordered. Yes. The attendant staff officer at the side also immediately agreed. However, a short while later, the attendant staff officer also came to Chiang Kai-shun's side once again, interrupting Chiang Kai-shun, who was looking at Lin Yu's resume mesmerized, in a low voice, and said, "Commissar, Chief Du's phone call has been connected." But it's not that the squire staff officer stuttered on purpose. Really, he didn't know how to address Du for a while. There was no way around it. At this moment Du had been relieved of all military duties, and it was clearly inappropriate to address either Commander Du or Army Commander Du. Of course, seeing that the commissioner had to talk to Du on the phone so late at night, even if he didn't know the content, he knew that Du was Jane's presence in the heart of the empire. Then it's even more inappropriate to just call Du. After thinking about it, it would be most appropriate to call out for a sir. And for this name, Chiang Kai-shun is not the slightest reaction, which is also a side effect of the attitude of up to Du Yumming. Aha! Chiang Kai-shek nodded slightly, but took Lin Yu's file and walked straight to the phone. I'm Chiang Kai-shek. Picking up the phone, Chiang Kai-shek also introduced himself. A loud foot tapping and a respectful principal greeting was immediately heard on the other end of the line. Kwangji Ong Ah. This time, you've been wronged. Chiang Kai-shek then appeased as well. There is no commission for a defeated general. The fact that the commissioner has ordered my humble servant to return home is already a heavenly grace. Du then also replied. Alright, Guang Ting, between you and me, teacher and student, there's no need to speak such words. Chiang Kai-shek then also said. Although Chiang Kai-shek's words were so, the smile at the corner of his mouth undoubtedly indicated that he actually enjoyed the deference. Yes, principal. And naturally, Du Ming on the opposite side of the table agreed immediately upon hearing this. I know that the fault for this battle in Burma does not lie with you. Chiang Kai-shek then also continued, because of Su Lao, I had to remove you from your post. This is also a form of protection for you, and I hope you can understand my bitterness. Yes, the student understands. If it wasn't for the principal, I'm afraid the student would have been eaten clean. Du also continued to follow Chiang Kai-shek's words. Alright, now the secret telegraph department is out. Moreover, through the battle report of that deputy regiment commander of the 598th Regiment, Lin Yu, it also proves that there is no problem with your command and judgment. Chiang Kai-shek then also continued, the state government is now at a time when it is in need of people. Since there are no more problems, I now announce to you by order of the Commander-in-Chief of the National Revolutionary Army, from this instant, you will be reinstated to your position as the commander of the 5th Army. Yes, thank you, Principal. Du immediately and excitedly stood at attention and saluted on the other end of the phone. Though Du had known for a long time that the moment would return sooner or later with the return of the secret department and especially with the evidence being sent to Chungking. But Du's heart was still very pleasantly surprised that he could be reinstated to his official position so quickly. What Du didn't realize was that an even bigger surprise was waiting for him in the back. Not waiting for Du Yuming to continue to say some words of thanks, the voice of Chiang Kai-shek continued to come from the phone, saying, in addition, it is expected that after 10 days, the first batch of American military aid will arrive in Kunming. More military aid will arrive in Kunming through the hump route. Kunming is about to become the distribution center for all American aid materials. I don't feel comfortable giving such an important place to someone else. Chiang Kai-shek then also continued, after thinking about it, there is only you, Du Guanting. Only by placing Kunming in your hands can I rest assured. Headmaster. Hearing Chiang Kai-shek's words, Du was practically in tears. How could he, Du Yuming, be unaware of the importance of Kunming? Chapter 095 Power over Kunming City. You know, when the Yunnan-Burma highway was still in place, a large number of China-aided materials, although they all have to pass through Yunnan, will also pass through Kunming, but not all of the materials will be in Kunming Transit, more in the western Yunnan province, it is directly to the direction of Chongqing Transit. But now the Yunnan-Burma highway has been completely cut off by the Japanese army, and the Yunnan-China-India highway is still under construction, and do not know when can pass. As a result, the just established hump route was almost the only channel for China to get foreign aid. And airplanes can't follow in the air like cars and turn to fly re. In other words, Kunming was a necessary stop for almost all of the original language materials. As a result, all future changes of armies to US ordnance will also all take place in Kunming. Here, the grease and the cat is too big. Including Chen Shang, He Yingqin, and so on a host of senior officials of the National Army, which is not staring at this piece of fat meat. Needless to say, those who could be sent to guard this place were bound to be the heart of Chiang Kai-shek's inner circle. And Du never expected that a defeated general like himself would be able to gain such trust from Chiang Kai-shek. Is this perhaps what is meant by the saying, a good thing comes after a bad thing? In fact, the reason why Du Yuming can stand out from the crowd of National Army bigwigs, by Chiang Kai-shek, in addition to its own ability in the National Army general officer is second to none, more importantly, or its loyalty. Not everyone will carry out the order to withdraw from Savage Mountain to the country without hesitation. Offhand, Du did just that, and did it as well as he could. The point is that after doing his best to do a good job, Du was forced to take the fall for Chiang Kai-shek. Even if you take the blame, Du didn't even complain a single word during this period. Just such a capable, loyal, able to do more to take care of the subordinates, in your place, you do not like? In fact, in real history, Du was similarly given such duties after being snowed in for over a year. It was only because of Lin Yu's arrival that it had brought all of this forward by more than a year. But the thing is, Du didn't know that. From Du's point of view, whether he was reinstated or given a heavy responsibility, Lin Yu can simply be said to have taken the credit. At that moment, Du Yuming's heart, in addition to being grateful for the principal's trust, was grateful for Lin Yu's dedication. Listening to the voice of the principal on the phone, which was obviously a bit choked, Chiang Kai-shek also took a sip of water with great satisfaction. Thereupon, Chiang Kai-shek also went on to say, "Tomorrow, the Ministry of Military Affairs will order that you be formally appointed as the deputy director of the Kunming camp. The director is the king of Yunnan, Long Yun, and the commander of the Kunming garrison police, to control all the national army units in Kunming. I hope you will refrain from arrogance and guard Kunming and Yunnan for me and for the party and the country." "Yes, don't worry, headmaster. The student will definitely bow and die." Du immediately, he also made a solemn statement. That being said, Du really didn't just say that out of the blue. In fact, at this moment, Du Yuming's heart is also quite an impulse to die for a friend. To put it mildly, even if Chiang Kai-shek wanted Du Yuming to recapture western Yunnan with his tattered Fifth Army by rushing back across the New River, Du would follow his orders without blinking. And that's exactly the effect Chiang Kai-shek wanted. "I don't want a dead Zhuge, I want a live Sude, understand?" Chiang Kai-shek immediately said with a smile as well. "Yes, headmaster. The student will definitely be the living Sude of the party state's expulsion of the Tartars." Du Yuming immediately said again as well. Listening to Du's words, Chiang Kai-shek also once again revealed a satisfied smile. "Also, this sub-commander called Lin Yu, do you know him?" After arranging the big event, Chiang Kai-shek then also picked up Lin Yu's file on the side. "Yes." Du immediately replied as well, "It's the student's elementary school brother. Why else would Du be able to win the old man's favor?" You see people's ability to grasp the main contradiction, not to mention Lin Yu's performance in the Savage Mountain, not to mention Lin Yu's credit for rescuing the Ministry of Secret Telegraphy, and just talk about Lin Yu's identity. Whampoa graduates. It's like scratching the old man specifically where he's most ticklish. This was not just to kiss the old man's ass. In fact, the reason why Du Yuming took the initiative to mention Lin Yu's identity as a Whampoa student was, more than anything else, for Lin Yu's sake. For no other reason, whether the performance of Savage Mountain or the credit for rescuing the secret telegraph department, the old man must have already learned about it through that battle report, and it would not make much sense for Du to mention it again. But Lin Yu Huangpu student's identity, the old man may not know. And whether or not it's a Whampoa man pretty much determines whether or not the old man will use, or reuse, that person. Therefore, at such a critical time, Du took the initiative to mention Lin Yu's identity naturally for the sake of Lin Yu's future. Only, what Du didn't know was that the old man was also holding Lin Yu's information at the moment. Not bad, it's from the 7th phase of Huangpu. Chiang Kai-shek immediately said with a smile as well, everyone says that the Whampoa soldiers are only in the 6th period, and this Lin Yu's appearance has ruthlessly slapped these people in the face. Thereupon, Chiang Kai-shek even said with some pride, I, Whampoa, have successors, and my Whampoa students, no matter which phase, are all models of the national army, and are all good. That's something that Chiang Kai-shek really didn't have a problem saying. Although the quality of teaching did decline a bit after Whampoa 6 for one reason or another, what remained unchanged was the patriotic heart of the Whampoa students. In the fierce anti-Japanese war, countless graduates of Whampoa have spread their blood on this hot land. There are data to prove it. By 1945, the Whampoa Military Academy, including branches in various places, had enrolled a total of about 23 terms, even counting the various combat and non-combat branches, totaling only about 230,000 graduates. And according to the record of loyal martyrs in the War of Resistance published by the national government in 1947, a total of 19,729 Whampoa graduates were officially recognized as killed in action, including martyrs posthumously recognized after their deaths, and if missing, seriously wounded and disabled, and those who were not recognized after the war are included. The total number of casualties, at a conservative estimate, would be 25,000-30,000 people. And that's the most conservative estimate. Because of the frequent integration of troops during the war and the large-scale destruction of information, there are still a large number of part of the fallen who have not been registered in time or have been left in the dust of history. According to the CCP History Research Office's projections based on wartime troop formations, the actual number of Whampoa graduates killed in action may have amounted to 35,000 people. To summarize, the Whampoa students' comprehensive casualty rate, even by the lowest official data, has reached 8.6%, if the highest estimate is more than 15%, while the same period of the United States West Point graduates of World War II casualty rate of about 3.5%, total graduates of 12,000, about 420 people killed in action. Therefore, you can say that Chiang Kai-shek is the captain of logistics, but the students of Whampoa, the patriotic spirit of Whampoa, is something that needs the least proof. Chapter 096 Lin Yu's Future Path. Hearing these words of praise for the Huangpu soldiers from Chiang Kai-shek, Du at the other end of the phone was also red-eyed. No other, his 5th Army, the grassroots squad, platoon, company, battalion and even regiment and division officers, almost 70% to 80% are graduates of Huangpu. And this defeat in Burma, and thousands of Whampoa students died in battle. How can he, a senior brother of the first phase of the Whampoa, not feel bad in his heart? What the principal said is true. Holding back the sadness in his heart, Du also went on to say, I, the Whampoa soldiers, have never taken defending my family and my country as my vocation. Well, very good. Chiang Kai-shek immediately nodded his head as well and said, regarding this Lin Yu, what are you going to arrange? Listening to Chiang Kai-shek's words, Du was also slightly stunned. Obviously, he did not expect, he just mentioned a mouth Lin Yu as the Whampoa. The principal actually want to personally ask a small deputy regimental commander of the future. But soon Du realized that it wasn't because he had mentioned that Lin Yu was a Whampoa student that the principal had inquired. Rather, it was because the principal had already decided to ask about it that he mentioned Lin Yu. Between the flashes of lightning, Du was also ready to tell the truth, saying, originally I was going to promote him to the head of the 598th Regiment, and it just so happens that today the 598th Regiment is also lacking in all of its chief officers at the rank and file. Originally? Chiang Kai-shek quickly grasped the point and said, yes. Du also continued, originally. Immediately afterward, Du Yuming also immediately explained, however, Chief of Staff Luo Yueluan went to console Lin Yu's headquarters on my behalf yesterday, and also informed Lin Yu of this idea. However, there was a slight pause before Du continued, but it was rejected by Lin Yu. Refused? Chiang Kai-shek frowned slightly. Could it be that he has found another place to go? Although Chiang Kai-shek's words remained calm, Du was clearly able to feel the fire carried within that calmness. Needless to say, Chiang Kai-shek was under the misunderstanding that Lin Yu wanted to climb another branch because of Du's dismissal. This, however, is the last thing Chiang Kai-shek, as a higher power, wants to see. Obviously, if this question is not answered well, the rising star of tomorrow will immediately crash to the ground. The good thing is, the opposite party, Du Yuming, is worried about how to put in a good word for Lin Yu. How can he let Lin Yu fall in this way? Immediately, Du Yuming also immediately explained, Principal, I started out questioning Chief of Staff Luo the same way. But, do you know what Chief of Staff Luo said? Listening to Du's explanation, Chiang Kai-shek's just risen fire immediately subsided. He knew that the people and things that could make this student of his so eager to explain. Immediately, Chiang Kai-shek was also even more curious about the reason why Lin Yu refused to take up his position. How so? Chiang Kai-shek then asked as well. Chief of Staff Luo said that Lin Yu knew that the 200th Division was the principal's heart, and that the 598th Regiment was the #1 main regiment, so it would definitely be prioritized for refurbishment. But because of this, he is unwilling to serve as the regiment's commander. It's because he's afraid that once he assumes command of the 598th Regiment, it will be difficult for him to be reassigned to the battlefield again. Du Yuming immediately continued as well. Lin Yu says he has to go back to Nujiang. He must be the front runner in the counterattack on western Yunnan and Burma. He also said after a slight pause, Du also changed to a slightly more serious tone and continued, that he still owes hundreds of lives in Burma and Savage Mountain. He promised the warriors that he would fight back, bury their bones, and avenge them. When the words came to an end, even the voice of Du, who was repeating them, had more than a hint of choking in it. And Chiang Kai-shek also sighed slightly and said, the son can be made, or can inherit the mantle of the seagull. Inheriting the mantle of the seagull, even if it's only the most superficially understood, that's the future division commander of the 200th Division. However, you have to realize that Chiang Kai-shek's expectation of Dai's division commander is more than just a division commander in the district. You know Liao Yaoshan, right? Well, it's the same one that was swept away by one of Ding Wei's divisions. He is now the commander of the new 22nd Division, and by the time of the decisive battle of the Liaoshan battle, he had already transformed himself into a renowned corps commander. Whether in terms of seniority, ability or status in the old man's mind, Dai was far above Liao Yaoshan. Dai was already the commander of the 200th Division in 39, while Liao was only the deputy commander of the new 22nd Division. It is conceivable that if he had lived to 45, he would have been at least at the level of a corps commander or even a theater commander. If he continued to think along this path, Lin Yu's future could only be described as predictable. Unable to help it, Du was also secretly calculating in his mind whether his use of Lin Yu was appropriate or not. Not waiting for Du to make a clear calculation, the old man asked, so what do you think now? Aha! Du Yuming immediately also spoke up and replied, "It's like this, the 200th Division has suffered severe losses, and is indeed not suitable to be placed along the New River for the time being. Therefore, I intend to have Lin Yu stationed along the east bank of the New River in the name of a military supplementary regiment." Supplementary regiment? Chiang Kai-shek frowned slightly. This is a bit of an aggravation for Lin Yu. He is now the deputy regimental commander of the 598th Regiment. This transfer to the supplementary regiment as a regimental commander, not to say that it's a demotion to use it, but it certainly doesn't match his merits. If this is to be said out, others will definitely say that you, a Shanxi man, has contracted the Shanxi problem. Chiang Kai-shek then also teased. What the principal said is true. Du immediately admitted his mistake as well. However, there's no way around it. Wanting to fulfill his idea of garrisoning the New River, this is almost the best option. In addition, not to hide it from the principal, I am also prepared to make up for it in terms of troop strength and weapons. After all, as you know, Headmaster, there is no clear establishment regulations on the side of the Ministry of Military Affairs for supplementary regiments. Rather, you've gotten the better of me. Chiang Kai-shek also smiled and said, however, this is only like a Shanxi man. With the old man's words, Du knew that he had done nothing wrong. Immediately, Du Yuming also continued, moreover, there is another benefit here. Although this regiment of Lin Yu's is only a supplementary regiment to the outside world, I intend to make him the strongest iron fist of the 5th Army. And if the little devils really think that this regiment is a supplementary regiment, then we'll have a good show. As he said that, the corner of Du's mouth couldn't help but reveal a curved smile as well. Obviously, Du was still very satisfied with this ploy to be able to shade a handful of little devils. Not only Du Yuming, even Chiang Kai-shek, who heard Du Yuming's intentions on the other end of the phone, likewise couldn't help but chuckle. After all, who could refuse to one of those damn brats? However, immediately afterward, Chiang Kai-shek was shaking his head. Your idea is very good. But well, with the prestige of your 5th Army, I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the brats to fall for it. Chapter 097, The Bitter Heart of the Commission. You really don't say that the Commission's words are true. After all, the performance of the 5th Army in the Battle of Burma can really be described as impressive to the Japanese. Its number 1 main division, the 200th Division, needless to say, Tonggu firm defense, counterattack Tainji, a defense and an attack, the 200th Division is almost positively backhanded to teach the Japanese Army tent. The youngest of the 3 divisions, the new 22nd Division, also blocked the attack of 2 Japanese divisions with 1 division in the blocking Battle of Spa, and created a battle-loss ratio of 2-1. The Japanese lost 4,000 soldiers, while our loss was less than 2,000, and Liao Yaoshan became famous in the battle as a result. Such a troop, one to let the little kid drop lightly, really is a little difficult. Even if it is in the name of a supplementary regiment, after all, the new 22 ND Division's number is not too far from a supplementary regiment in any case. According to reason, the old man's words were praising the 5th Army, but, when Du heard this, his heart couldn't help but thump. The old man wouldn't be trying to cross the line, would he? Du couldn't help but slander in his mind as well. Sure enough, before Du Yuming could react, the old man spoke up. Since we're going to cheat the Japanese army, we should just cheat them to the end. Let's do it this way, transfer this Lin Yu kid out of the 5th Army sequence. Principal, this. Du was in a hurry. Listen to me at ease. Chiang Kai-shek then also went on to say, the city of Bashan, adjacent to the New River, as a major town on the front line, currently does not have a specialized unit stationed there. My idea is to set up a Bashan garrison brigade, with Lin Yu as the colonel brigade commander, under the Kunming Line Battalion. In this way, Lin Yu is still your subordinate, and it will again fulfill his idea of being stationed at the front line. Chiang Kai-shek then also smiled and said, most importantly, it will also lower the Japanese army's vigilance. After all, a garrison brigade is much better to hold than your supplementary regiment sounds. It can be said to be 3 birds with 1 stone. To be honest, judging from the old man's words, his intentions towards Lin Yu could truly be described as heartfelt. You should know that since 38, the National Army has been eliminating brigades in order to shorten the chain of command. The 200th Division, for example, which was originally organized as the 4th Regiment of the 2nd Brigade, was reorganized as the 3rd Regiment. This was not to cut down on military power, but to adapt to the battlefield, which was one of the valuable lessons learned from the Songhu battlefield. As a result, by this moment mid-41 only in the local and some other factions of the army still retained the brigade-level establishment. In the sequence of the National Army Central Army, brigade level has been absolutely rare. And now, the old man had come up with a police brigade out of the blue, with the clear purpose of cramming the most troops and power into Lin Yu's hands with the least amount of influence. After all, the regimental establishment of the Ministry of Military Affairs has long had express provisions. Even if Du Yuming wants to drill a hole and create a reinforced regiment, 3,000 or 4,000 people is basically the limit. And if Lin Yu were to be directly promoted to division commander, even in the local army, it would be too obtrusive to go from deputy regimental commander to division commander. Moreover, there was currently no such thing as a so-called police division in the country, and it was just too easy to attract attention and opposition. The old man himself wasn't afraid, but he didn't want Lin Yu to become a target too soon. Therefore, the only thing that really suited Lin Yu was this long-absent police brigade. On the one hand, the brigade establishment is much more imaginative than the regiment, and no one can say anything about it as long as it does not exceed the number of B divisions. On the other hand, the span from deputy regimental commander to brigadier general was never too great. Especially, this brigade also carries the name of the local garrison brigade. From being a deputy regimental commander of the main regiment of the Central Army to being a brigade commander of a police brigade, in a sense, one could even say that he had been demoted. In this way, it will also be possible to block the yo-yo as much as possible. Of course, being a good student of the principal, Du understood almost immediately what the principal was thinking. Immediately, Du will also be open mouth, heart secretly, actually can still play like this? At this moment, just as Lin Yu heard Luo chief of staff step by step to bring up the appearance of the city deputy head. And after a brief moment of shock, Du was somewhat at a loss as to whether to oppose or favor it. From Du Yuming's point of view, he didn't really want Lin Yu to be the brigade commander of this whatever police brigade. After all, Du was also really appreciative and optimistic about Lin Yu, and naturally wanted this formidable general to be under his command. Despite the old man's good words, he still hangs under the Kunming camp and remains under his own ministry. But the troops under the Kunming camp, there are not hundreds or dozens, this so-called subordinates and the Fifth Army's full-fledged subordinates, that can be the same. Therefore, Du naturally did not want Lin Yu to leave. But if one were to look at it from Lin Yu's point of view, this was really a huge opportunity. Not to mention the rest, the position of brigade commander alone is a position that many people dream of. Of course, if it is an ordinary police brigade, it is true that it does not necessarily have the 598th Regiment's commander's real power and high status. But obviously, this Baoshan's police brigade, with the commission's personal attention, as well as his own deputy director of the Kunming camp care, that can still make the ordinary police brigade? Undoubtedly, this brigade, although it bore the name of police brigade, was in fact the main brigade of the Central Army without any doubt. Even this brigade can be used as a large half-division. You don't say. If the brats really think of this brigade as an ordinary police brigade, the brats are bound to suffer a great loss when they counterattack Burma. Thinking about this, Du's heart was also eager. Moreover, according to the present situation, Du knew that the probability was that he would not be able to lead another expedition to Burma. It seems as if, perhaps, it would be a good idea to let the boy go out on his own and then counterattack Burma on behalf of the Fifth Army. Immediately, Du Yuming also nodded and said, "Principal, I understand what you mean. I also support your idea. Letting Lin Yu go out on his own is indeed a good move. Whether it's a good move or not, it's still too early to say." Chiang Kai-shek then also continued, "This mainly still depends on whether Lin Yu can take up this responsibility. You know, being able to control a battalion or a regiment does not necessarily mean you can control a brigade." Yes, headmaster's high opinion. Du immediately continued to agree as well. This is also a test for Lin Yu. However, jade can't be made into a weapon unless it's cut. Du then said with another smile, "It seems like you have a lot of confidence in this elementary school brother." Chiang Kai-shek immediately laughed as well. "Principal, why don't you have confidence in this student of yours?" Du then returned the favor. Ha ha ha. Hearing Du's words, Chiang Kai-shek also laughed once again. Chapter 098 Causes of Defeat in Burma. Even if one is optimistic, the pressure that should be given must still be given. Only after a while did Chiang Kai-shek continue, "In your name, tell Lin Yu that he has half a year. After half a year, the Ministry of War and Politics will personally come to inspect him. If he succeeds, he will be the first batch of troops to counterattack Western Yunnan. If he fails, he will be kicked to become a real police brigade commander." Yes, the student will definitely bring the word. Du immediately said with a straight face as well. Aha! Nodding slightly, Chiang Kai-shek then also said, "Regarding the establishment of the police brigade, you will also communicate with the Ministry of Military Affairs as soon as possible, and issue the appointment as soon as possible." Yes. Du immediately agreed as well. Immediately afterward, Chiang Kai-shek focused on a few more instructions about the US military aid before hanging up the phone with a sense of humor. Chiang Kai-shek's side is unfulfilled, but Du's end, it's like a relief. Planning for a long time, finally got this higher level of results. Du Yuming's heart is not all the joy after the robbery, more or less with a few points of sadness. Lin Yu, ah Lin Yu. Looking at the knight in front of him, Du also murmured, the Fifth Army is relying on you to wipe out the previous shame. Don't let me down. The night passed quickly, and as the sun rose again, Du Yuming put on his lieutenant general's uniform again and stepped out of the apartment where he had been living at a snail's pace for several days. His first stop on his reinstatement, however, was not the higher status Kunming camp, but the Fifth Army headquarters. None other, Du was well aware that the Fifth Army was where his fundamentals lay. As Du Yuming, dressed in military attire, appeared at the Fifth Army's headquarters, a group of staff officers could hardly believe their eyes. However, after a brief silence, there was a cheer that would have brought the roof down. Du's prestige in the Fifth Army is thus evident. After a brief acquaintance with the military affairs and meeting with the important subordinates who had remained behind, Du traveled by automobile to his principal duty at the moment, the Kunming camp. In fact, this so-called line camp was originally set up to overhead Longyun Air. But with Kunming about to become the state government's great backyard and a distribution center for supplies, this organizational structure, which overrides the provincial government, has become instantly hot. Of course, Longyun still knew things well, and faced with the increasingly important Kunming and Kunming line camp, Longyun also decisively chose to give up. It can't be helped. Those who don't know any better won't live to see liberation. This side of Du Yuming is still in the Fifth Army. A group of people in the camp are already waiting outside the door early. When Du, who had left the Fifth Army, finally arrived at the line camp was once again a scene of flaming enthusiasm. Apparently, the failure of the first expedition to Burma seems to have been gently dismissed with Du's reinstatement. But clearly, it seems like just yesterday that Du returned to Kunming in ashes. Although the failure of the expedition cannot be completely blamed on the body of Du Yuming, but tens of thousands of soldiers died in battle, but only such an unsettled result, with Du Yuming may be lucky, but in the National Army, but not fortunate. It was a pity that Chiang Kai-shek would never hear such words, nor would he listen to them. And such things have become commonplace in the State House. It seems only natural that such a government would be rapidly defeated. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Just as the entire Fifth Army and the Kunming camp were bustling with activity, the 1st Battalion's camp was out in the cold. That's normal. After all, with Du Yuming's reappointment, Lin Yu and his battalion have also lost their role in the eyes of a group of bigwigs, so naturally, there will no longer be any more people to come. Lin Yu was obviously prepared for such an outcome. In fact, from the moment the battle report was delivered to Chief of Staff Luo, Lin Yu knew that all he could do was wait. And during this waiting time, Lin Yu was not idle. Because the troops were not replenished, Lin Yu could not practice on a large scale. The regular training again had Li Ting and Liao Shang both grasping at it, so Lin Yu was also completely idle. But on the contrary, Lin Yu was a master who couldn't stay idle. Immediately, Lin Yu also followed the example of the historical Liao Yaoxiang and began to put his attention to his desk work. Yes, Lin Yu is going to write a military treatise on the analysis of the reasons for the failure of the Battle of Burma. In his previous life, Lin Yu was surprised to find that the National Army side of the discussion of the huge failure of the first expedition could only be described by a brief. It seems that everyone in the National Army just wants the shadow of the failure of the expedition to leave as soon as possible. Surprisingly, there is no one to seriously think about the root causes of the failure of the expedition. What? The Ministry of War and Government has concluded that the expedition has failed? How much truth can there be, and how much sense can there be, in a conclusion that doesn't even contain half a word about Stilwell and the British Allied forces? That's right, Lin Yu, based on his memories of his 2 lives, Lin Yu analyzed the biggest reason for the failure of this expedition, not because the tactics are not as good as they should be, not because there are not enough weapons, and not because the generals of the National Army do not use their lives, but because the National Army wrongly relied on an unreliable ally. Obviously, but the National Army can come to their senses earlier and fully take over the battlefield in Burma. The result of this battle is by no means so tragic. These are words that the top brass who are part of the National Army either don't realize or realize but can't say. It was just as well that Lin Yu, as a small deputy head, didn't need to worry about so much. Of course, Lin Yu did not do this kind of thing is not because of simple check and fill in the gaps, nor is it just to vent his anger at the British. More importantly, Lin Yu has come to the conclusion that the war in Burma must be independent. That's right, Lin Yu's purpose for this tossing and analyzing was to prepare for the battles that would follow after he entered Burma later on. You know, historically, the counter-offensive against Burma, under the auspices of the Yanks, led by Stilwell, the National Army unsurprisingly suffered another loss. To put it simply, it is the National Army gnawing on the bones and the British Army eating the meat after the National Army wiped out the elite living forces of the Brats in the western Yunnan and northern Burma regions. It was the British Army that was allowed to continue to push southward and liberate the major cities in Burma, including Impol and Mandalay. At the Battle of Songsan alone, the National Army fell by thousands of its best men. The Brits, on the other hand, have met little decent resistance in southern Burma. Let's put it this way, I believe everyone knows how much the Indian Army pulls its weight. But the fact that the Indian Army, which is so crotch-pulling, can actually walk horizontally in the south of Burma, you know how much water is here. It is not enough for the National Army to gnaw on bones, but the British and the Yanks also describe such unfair cooperation as a mutually beneficial strategic cooperation. How could this Lin Yu allow it? Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu was trying to tear down the hypocritical and stupid veil of the Englishman. Chapter 099 Appeasing Apprehensive Subordinates. Lin Yu, as an officer who had climbed out of the savage mountains with great difficulty, and could also be said to be a representative of the middle-ranking officers of the National Army, his analysis still had a few points of credibility. I don't dare to say that this analysis can directly persuade the top management of the state government, but at least, it should let more National Army generals see the true face of the British Army clearly. Of course, it would naturally be best if the National Army could be allowed to independently undertake the subsequent counteroffensive. Even if he couldn't, with this analysis, Lin Yu would be able to do more in Myanmar. With such a purpose, Lin Yu was also fully committed to it. It took a full 4 days for Lin Yu to write out this analysis report. Well, it's not that Lin Yu is too slow, it's just that many of these things, even Lin Yu had to adopt some spring and autumn brushwork, and under repeated modifications, time passed quietly. However, what Lin Yu did not expect was that several days had already passed, but he still had not gotten a call from Army Commander Du or Chief of Staff Luo. Now, Lin Yu was really a bit flustered. In particular, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion who had gone out to look for their old townsmen and comrades had also brought Lin Yu the news that Army Commander Du seemed to have been reinstated in his official position, which added to some of Lin Yu's trepidation. Could it be that he really bet on the wrong treasure? Unable to help it, Lin Yu also asked himself in his mind. If Lin Yu was still like this, Li Ting and Liao Shang were even more apprehensive. Seeing that Lin Yu, who was immersed in his own little house, had finally come out, the two of them immediately greeted him. Battalion Commander. Battalion Commander. Perhaps because of the uncertainty in their hearts, the two men returned to their camp seats even as they addressed them. With just this sound of camp seat, Lin Yu had already guessed the apprehension in one's heart. Of course, it couldn't be more different. After all, looking at their own about to become a battalion commander, on the contrary, suddenly no news, in anyone else, will be apprehensive. And in the face of his already apprehensive subordinates, Lin Yu of course wouldn't tell them that he actually didn't have a bottom either. With a slight smile, Lin Yu also said to the two men, "Put your hearts in your stomachs, don't you know what kind of person the military seat is? Just wait patiently." For some reason, the reason given by Lin Yu was clearly not sufficient at all, but after hearing Lin Yu's words, the two of them really settled down. That, too, is perhaps trust. Seeing that the two of them had slightly settled down, Lin Yu also went on to ask, "How are the things you were asked to do? Anyone willing to follow us?" "Yes." Hearing Lin Yu's question, the two of them also immediately replied. "It's still quite a lot." Liao Shang then also replied, "Especially those from the newly organized 29th Division are all very willing when they hear that they are coming to the 200th Division. There are even battalion and company commanders who are willing to demote themselves to come over." "The new 29th Division?" Lin Yu, who heard the words, but frowned, "The 66th Army's new 29th Division." From the tone of his voice, he knew that Lin Yu was very slightly dissatisfied with this division. For no other reason than that this division, along with the new 28th, and the provisional 55th, were the three divisions severely disciplined in the first expeditionary campaign. And compared to the other two divisions, Lin Yu was also the most dissatisfied with this new 29th Division. The reason is very simple. The provisional 55th Division was responsible for defending the eastern front of Burma during the battle, but failed to effectively block the rapid advance of the Japanese 56th Division. After the Japanese broke through the defense line through a circuitous tactic, the provisional 55th Division was confused in its command and its troops were routed, which led to the opening of the gate of the Eastern Front and directly threatened the safety of the flanks of the Expeditionary Army. As a result, the whole of the provisional 55th Division was only disciplined, but it is clear that the main responsibility for this lies in the command failures at the top, e.g., Army Commander Gon Lichu's global deployment problems. As for the new 28th Division, it was slow in being ordered to reinforce the Burma battlefield and failed to arrive in time for key battles such as the Battle of Mandalay. But more than half of that pot was the Brits. After all, they were the ones who commandeered almost the entire train. As for the other small half of the pot, it was also mostly at the command level, but had little to do with the bottom fighters. Only the new 29th Division performed very poorly in the defense of Lashio. When the Japanese 56th Division attacked Lashio, the new 29th Division almost failed to organize any effective resistance and quickly retreated, resulting in the loss of Lashio in less than a few hours. It was also because of their route that the Japanese cut off the only way of retreat for the main force of the expeditionary force to withdraw to Yunnan in one fell swoop, with disastrous consequences. It can be said that had it not been for the defeat of this new 29th Division without a fight, the expeditionary force might not have been caught in such a desperate situation as the Savage Mountains. And it was clear that such a rout could be attributed to more than just one division commander. At least, none of the officers above the battalion level could escape. But where there was a battalion commander who was willing to stand firm, there would not have been an undefended situation. But where there was even one battalion stationed in the city, perhaps the situation would have been different. Of course, you can't kill all of them with one stick after all. The soldiers of the National Army are, more often than not, still very good. After a little contemplation, Lin Yu also gave a reply saying, the impact of the newly formed 29th Division fleeing without a fight is too bad. All officers above the battalion level are not wanted. After a slight pause, Lin Yu continued to add, the main military officer of a full company commander is also not wanted. Officers at the deputy company and platoon level can be demoted and used. As for the soldiers, as long as their tactical abilities and physical strength are up to standard, they can be accepted. Yes. Liao Shang then nodded and responded as well. Battalion Commander, what about the men of the provisional 55th Division and the newly formed 28th Division? Li Ting then proceeded to ask as well. With these two divisions, the main problem is still at the top. The generals below battalion level, as long as they are willing to come, I welcome them all. Lin Yu then replied as well. However, make it clear to the other party. Looking at the two people in front of him, Lin Yu also instructed once again, whether or not they can come in the end, and how much they can come, is still unknown. Yes, humble servant understands. The two immediately agreed in unison as well. Since the order won't come down for a while now, and you guys have already put the word out, don't continue to make contact during this next period of time. Lin Yu then also continued to command. Yes. The two continued to promise. However, if we don't have this to do, I'm afraid that the warriors' hearts will be a bit empty. Liao Shang then also spoke. That's not simple, just drill to death. Li Ting, who was on the side, also immediately gave a solution. I'm afraid this won't work. Lin Yu, however, was the first to shake his head. The warriors have gone through the Savage Mountain, and now their bodies are still recovering. A moderate amount of training is helpful for recovery, but adding more is not okay, it will wear their bodies out. This. Li Ting scratched his head also not without worry and asked, then what should we do? We can't let the warriors just huff and puff. If they don't suffocate and get sick, I'm afraid their bones will be lazy from sleeping. Chapter 100, Retreating to Fight for Establishment. It should be said that Li Ting's concern is not unreasonable. You know, a bunch of men gathered together is never the most dangerous thing. Using rigorous training to burn off excess energy is certainly the most energy-efficient way to go. But once you can't burn off the high energy with heavy training, it's very easy to get into trouble. Lin Yu naturally understood this, and after a little thought, he also spoke. In this case, while we have the time to spare, let's mobilize the soldiers to summarize the tactical experience of this expedition to Burma. Let's internally organize a competition to compare and see which squad came up with the most reasonable and effective experience. Good, this is a good solution. Li Ting was immediately clapping his hands. It will give the fighters something to do and also gain experience for future battles. Good idea. Liao Shang then chimed in. Don't be idle, you two. Whoever wins will be the future commander of the 1st Battalion. Looking at the two people in front of him who were still stroking their palms and shouting, Lin Yu immediately also added a little fire and said. Although, by definition, the 1st Battalion commander is on par with all the other battalion commanders. But you have to realize that in reality, 1st Battalion commanders tend to be half a rank above the rest of the battalion. In a very simple example, once all the regimental cadres were killed in action, the 1st Battalion commander would immediately take over command of the entire regiment. As a result, 1st Battalion commanders are often the most senior and capable battalion commanders. It is also for this reason that the 1st Battalion is superior to the other battalions, both in terms of equipment and the possibility of promotion. Needless to say, Li Ting and Liao Shang were both eyeing this position as well. Thus, after hearing Lin Yu's words, the two pulled apart almost instantly. "Battalion commander, I'll take my leave first." It was Li Ting who reacted faster and immediately offered his farewell to Lin Yu. Obviously, he can't wait to get back to conferring and refining his tactical experience. With that, Liao Shang also reacted and also immediately, "Battalion commander, I'll go back first as well." Looking at the two who couldn't wait, Lin Yu also almost laughed out loud, and then also waved his hand and said, "Go." Yes. The two of them immediately led the order in unison as well. Having finally dispatched the two, Lin Yu then resumed his silence. Although he acted calmly in front of Li Ting and Liao Shang, who knew that at this moment, he was similarly without any confidence. Moreover, unlike Li Ting and Liao Shang, they can at least look for Lin Yu to complain, think of solutions, and find comfort, but Lin Yu, he doesn't even have a person to talk to. All he could do was wait. However, in fact, Lin Yu didn't need to worry at all. As he had thought before, there was no way that General Du would forget him as a great contributor, and the 5th Army would not fail him as a great contributor. Not to mention, there was a Director Su from the secret telegraph department up there who was also keeping an eye on Lin Yu. In fact, the reason why Lin Yu's order was delayed was not because of anything else, it was just that the Ministry of Military Affairs and General Du's side were at loggerheads over this police brigade establishment of Lin Yu's. General Du's side of the report is 8 battalions plus several directly under the company's ultra-luxurious establishment, its number of people directly up to more than 7,000 people, from the lower limit of 8,000 people of the C Division. Although the 38 years Lushan meeting cancelled the brigade level of the establishment, but did not cancel the division of A, B, and C divisions, it is just a few hundred people of the difference between the gap. The Ministry of Military Affairs certainly did not approve of such a behemoth of a general establishment. After all, it did not need to be thought of to realize that this unit would be yet another one of Du's direct troops. And Du is now in charge of Kunming, indirectly controlling American. More, these 3,000 people is also a price, the so-called ask for the sky, on the ground to return the money. So, the two parties have also been consulting on this establishment issue. Coupled with the fact that Du had just taken up his new post and encountered the Humpra trial and many other things, he did not personally look after the matter. As a result, the progress of this consultation has been delayed. Well, with the success of the Humpra trial, Du Yuming also took advantage of this wind and gradually took control of the Kunming camp. Immediately afterward, in order to strengthen his control over the Kunming camp, Du Yuming also transferred Luo Yuluan, the chief of staff of his 5th Army, into the camp. And after Luo Yuluan arrived, it was only then that he realized that the Baoshan Police Brigade, which should have been finalized a long time ago, had not even been shadowed until now. Immediately, Luo Yuluan also hurriedly found Du Yuming to report the matter. Upon learning of this, Du was simply furious. This would not only make him lose credibility in front of his subordinates, but also make him lose points with the committee. No one knew better than Du Yuming how much the old man valued this Lin Yu. After all, the old man had even said the words to inherit the mantle of the seagull. So, in the presence of Luo Yueluan, Du also personally called Minister He of the Ministry of Military Affairs. However, to Luo Yuluan's surprise, Du Yuming not only did not forcefully ask Minister He to agree to his establishment, but also directly agreed to the 4 battalions of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Not only that, Du Yuming even took the initiative to request that this police brigade be downgraded to a police regiment. Even if the 4-battalion establishment does not meet the regimental requirements, he is willing to lower the 3-battalion establishment of Dao. At this moment, not to mention Luo Yueluan at the scene, even Minister He on the opposite side of the room was somewhat puzzled. Obviously, the fact that it could get Du, who is now a day-to-day man, to call personally shows the importance he attaches to the matter. But on the contrary, so much attention to this matter Du Yuming is not the slightest resistance, and even retreated again and again, which is very much to let Minister He surprised. Therefore, the more Du Yuming backed down so much, the more Minister He on the other side did not dare to agree so easily. Immediately, Minister He said that he did not know what had happened and that he would give him a reply after he had found out, and then he hung up the phone hastily. And with the sound of Minister He actively hanging up the phone, Luo Yuluan is also finally understand the wonders of this move of the Du military commander to retreat. You do not want to card my establishment? No problem, then simply report up a regiment establishment up, see what kind of reaction the old man will be. Chapter 101, Preparation for the Gradual Release. Military commander, hi. Watching Du Yuming put down the phone, Luo Yueluan instantly also slapped a horse's ass on it. Hi my ass, killing the enemy 800 and losing 1,000 is just that. Du then also shook his head and sighed. Indeed, if this matter really made a fuss to the old man, against his will-card establishment of minister he certainly cannot get any benefits, but likewise, Du I'm afraid that it is difficult to escape a crime of incompetence. Of course, Du still had faith in Minister He's ability. He knew that as long as Minister Ho was suspicious, he would be able to find out that this so-called police brigade was not actually his own idea, but the principal's intention. Naturally, Minister Ho will understand what to do. It was just that Luo Yueluan couldn't answer this. After all, if he could have discovered it earlier, or intervened earlier, things wouldn't have happened to this point. However, Du stopped dwelling on the matter, and then, seemingly remembering something, he asked again, "It's been several days now, and Lin Yu hasn't come to you?" Military commander, I hadn't realized it until you said it. Luo Yueluan then also reacted, this kid, ever since he handed over the battle report, he hasn't come to the military headquarters once. This kid is quite composed. Du then laughed as well. Apparently, Du was also quite satisfied that Lin Yu hadn't come looking for him even once. A good commander, first and foremost, is calm and collected. Only with enough patience can one wait for the opportunity to strike a blow. Yeah, I'm also curious, this kid's determination is actually this good? Luo Yueluan then couldn't help but lament, at least if it were me, I would have at least come to ask about it. It's good to be able to calm down. Du immediately nodded his head in praise as well. In that case, when the order comes down, have someone bring him here, I want to meet him in person. Du then commanded as well. Good. Luo Yueluan immediately nodded his head as well, what do you think this brat, these days, would be doing? Shaking his head, Du chimed in, they can't all be sleeping, can they? A rare promotion is just around the corner, if I can sleep, I'm convinced. Luo Yueluan then laughed as well. Alright, when the time comes, I'll ask you about it. Du then also said with a smile. Not waiting for Luo Yueluan to open his mouth again, the phone on Du Yuming's desk is ringing again. Chongqing, Minister He. Pointing to the phone on the table, Du also said with certainty. Can't be, so fast? Luo Yueluan said with some disbelief. You're still somewhat underestimating this Minister He of ours. Du then laughed as well. Bet 50 French dollars the French currency hadn't completely collapsed in 41, roughly equivalent to $120 or $30 today, not Minister Ho. Luo Yueluan held out 5 fingers, also smiling. Okay. $50 is $50, bet it's Minister He. Du Yuming looked like he was going out on a limb, as if he had made this decision for the sake of everyone's business. However, then Du said confidently, this call is not only Minister He, even, Minister He has even thought of the program. Good. Luo Yueluan also agreed with a smile. Seeing this, Du Yuming also grabbed the phone, and then he spoke, this is Du Yuming. A familiar voice then came out of the phone as well, older brother Guangting Ah. It's me. With these words, Luo Yueluan was also helpless as he started counting money out of his pocket. And when he heard the word brother, Du knew that the establishment was not far from the truth. Minister He. Du winked and extended his hand towards Luo Yueluan while also answering the phone in agreement. I've just understood everything. Minister He's voice then also continued to come out from the microphone, the people below don't know what they're doing, so please don't mind old brother Guangting. Du Yuming also then snorted and said, what Minister He said, it's all for the party in the country. Right on, right on. Serve the party state. Minister He then also continued, well, this matter, I see it like this. A force of 7,000 is about the same as SC division, it's just a bit too flashy. Well, compressing the establishment to 7 battalions, plus the brigade's direct troops, a total of about 5,000 men, what do you think? Minister He then also continued to speak. 5,000 men? Du repeated with a slight frown, obviously not very satisfied with this number. Older brother Guangting. Minister He then also continued to explain, you should also know that the reason why I chose the police brigade option was that I didn't want to be too flashy and pull the plug. 7,000 men is really a bit much, and will inevitably be criticized by those who have the intention to do so. 5,000 men, this number, should be just right. Minister He, you should also know that a supplemental regiment, if it's hard to stuff it, will be able to cram in about 4,000 men. That's if there are only 5,000 men. Just be afraid. After a slight pause, Du then continued, it would be unsatisfactory. Aha! Minister he also pondered slightly for a while, and then also said, let's do it this way, the main establishment of the 7 battalions will not be moved, and the brigade's direct troops will increase some of the technical troops, for a total strength of 5,500 men. This is already the limit for a police brigade. This. Although Du was still not quite satisfied with the figure of 5,500, Minister he had already taken a step back, so Du had no sense in biting hard on that 7,000 establishment. After a little thought, Du Yuming also went on to say, let's put it this way, after all, Lin Yu has more merits than faults, and it's only right to ensure his safety, and then add a guard company for him, making up 5,700 men. Minister he, do you think it's okay? Upon hearing this, Minister he also sighed lightly, and then also said, 5,700 is 5,700, but you can't add more. Okay, on behalf of Lin Yu, on behalf of the frontline generals, I'd like to thank Minister he. Du Yuming immediately agreed with a smile as well. Having an officer like Director Du is also a blessing for this Brigadier Lin. Minister he then said with a smile as well. Minister he is flattered. Du immediately also smiled again and returned the compliment. In addition, Minister he, I do not know when the document can come down. Du then also continued to ask, it's not that I'm in a hurry, I'm just afraid, it's not good to report upwards, this has been delayed for several days. Don't worry about this. Minister he naturally understood Du's meaning, and immediately agreed with a full reply, within today, the line will come down. However, in terms of troop replenishment, I'm afraid we still need to coordinate on Director Du's side. Chapter 102 Exchange of Benefits. Upon hearing this, Du Yuming was also slightly stunned. How come he had to think of a way to replenish the troops himself? And where could he find a way to do so? Is it possible to fill in the men of the 5th Army? But then, Du realized. It turned out that recently, at the request of the United States, the national government was about to send young soldiers to the Indian side to form an army in India. And this group of young generals is bound to transit through Kunming. In this way, in effect, as the de facto controller of Kunming, Du Yuming Du, the deputy director, is obviously more capable than Minister he, who is far away in Chongqing. I'm not hiding it from Guangdong. In recent days, the Ministry of Military Affairs has received an order from the Supreme Military Council that a large number of supplementary troops will be shipped to India for training. Seeing that Du Yuming didn't say anything, Minister he simply picked up on it as well, and all of these troops will pass through Kunming. Upon hearing this, Du immediately spoke up as well, alright, I understand. Thank you Minister he. However, for the corresponding formalities, I still hope that Minister he's side can be magnanimous. This, well said. Immediately, a cheerful laughter came from the other end of the phone as well. Immediately, not waiting for Du Yuming to speak it, Minister he is suddenly a turn of phrase, said, Quang Ting old brother, with the opening of the hump route, old brother here, need to trouble you with a lot of things can be. Older brother then cannot stand idly by When these words came out, Du of course understood what the other party was talking about. It is important to realize that the hump route, at this moment, is both the only way for the national government to obtain American military aid and almost the only channel of contact between China and the world. As a result, almost all tight cargoes need to be transshipped from the hump route through Kunming. As we all know, with all monopolies, there are inevitably huge benefits. Likewise, the monopolization of transportation channels. Not to mention anything else, just a box of stockings can make a fortune if it can be smuggled through the hump route to Kunming and then arrive in Chongqing. To put it politely, there have been countless pairs of eyes staring at this piece of fat meat since the beginning of the hump route trial. In fact, by the end of the war, more than 1/3 of the capacity of the hump route was no longer used to transport urgently needed materials for military or civilian purposes, but was turned into a tool of enrichment for certain people and certain families. And this, too, is the reason why Chiang Kai-shek must make Du Yuming the director of the Kunming camp. The biggest piece of fat meat in this feast must be his Chang family. Though, Du didn't want to be in the same boat. But Du also understood that there was nothing he could do to stop it, and even, in a way, he had to cover for a lot of people, including his principal. And with or without the matter of the police brigade, this trial by Minister Ho, Du simply could not refuse. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, Du also spoke up, Minister he, now that the hump route has just been tested, the situation is still unstable, and Du is really incapable of guaranteeing anything. Du Mao can only say that as long as it is for the sake of the party and the country, Du Mao will not stand idly by. Although he couldn't refuse outright, Du didn't agree directly, but gave an ambiguous answer. He will not stand idly by in the affairs of the party state. In other words, if it is a non-party state affair, he, Du, will naturally stay out of it. The meaning of this is already obvious. I can't help you with what you want to do, I can only promise not to stir up trouble for you. It should be said that Minister He was still satisfied with this answer from Du. After all, after so many years, Minister He naturally understands what kind of person Du is, and he is satisfied enough to let him stand by and watch. As a matter of fact, as long as Du Yuming, the Supreme Governor of Kunming, did not make things difficult for himself, as the Minister of Military Affairs, Minister He certainly had the means to get his own piece of meat in this feast. At that moment, Minister He also smiled and said, "Don't worry, Guang Ting, won't make it difficult for you, everything is for the party and the country." Upon hearing this, Du did not answer, but instead brought the topic back to the preparation of the police brigade, saying, "Well then, Minister He, I'll be waiting for your orders." "Don't worry, Guang Ting." Minister He then reassured again. "Thanks a lot." Du thanked while also hanging up the phone. And as both parties hung up the phone, a smile appeared at the corner of Minister He's mouth. It had to be said that obviously in this negotiation, at the very beginning, Minister He was in an absolutely bad position, but on the contrary, Minister He was using his experience and words to obtain benefits for himself in the midst of this disadvantage. From this point of view, although Deputy Director Du was long on military, in terms of politics, he really wasn't a match for a veteran like Minister He. Of course, if you look into it, it doesn't seem like Du paid anything. Not even a promise. And even if Minister Ho had not had this phone call with Du, his smuggling business would not have been affected in any way. From that point of view, Du doesn't seem to have much to lose. The only thing that has suffered is perhaps just party discipline. It's just that, in today's State House, how can anyone remember any party discipline or state law? Unlike Minister He's side, Du, who put down the phone, let out a long sigh. If before, Du had only speculated that the top brass in Chungking would hit the hump route, after this phone call, Du was almost certain that this would turn out to be true before long. But by the way, Du is still clueless about it. Fortunately, Du is not the kind of person who dwells on not letting go of the bull's eye. Slightly sighed, in fact, Du's heart also understands, since it is powerless to change, then do not think about him, will be limited energy, focus on their own ability to control things, is what they should do. Thinking about this, Du also gathered himself and raised his head. It was also at this moment that Chief of Staff Luo Yueluan, who was on the side, also handed over 50 French coins while spitting out, "This Minister He is really stingy. Does he have to cut down these 1,000 or so people? According to the establishment of 7,000 people, is it that difficult?" Upon hearing this, Du also took the 50 French francs, and then said, "This Minister He's concern has never been for this mere 1,000 men, and it can even be said that this police brigade is not in his eyes at all either." "Oh?" Luo Yuluan looked at Du Yuming with some doubt and asked, "Then why is he so desperate to compress our establishment?" "It's simple, he can't let us get what we want so easily." Du then also laughed helplessly. At the same time, he also wants to tell the people under his hand that he is the Minister of Military Affairs through this matter of compressing the establishment. At those words, Luo Yueluan didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 103, Picking up Lin Yu for an Interview. As a pure soldier, hearing his superior actually put the army establishment of such a relationship between the battlefield victory or defeat of life and death, as a tool to show off their authority, Luo Yueluan's heart is really some bad feelings. Though this is not the first time this has happened, long ago. But when confronted once again, Luo Yueluan still had some difficulty accepting it. Du Yuming naturally understands Luo Yueluan's mood at this moment, gently patted Luo Yueluan's shoulder, also opened his mouth to persuade, "The party and the country has been so, my generation can only do their own thing, no shame, try their best then." "Yes." Luo Yueluan also sighed and said, "Military commander, I understand." "Aha!" Nodding slightly, Du Yuming also instructed, "In this case, the order from the Ministry of Military Administration should be arriving soon, take advantage of today's free time, you go and call this Lin Yu kid. It's about to leave the 5th Army, I, the Army Commander, should always meet him." "Yes." Luo Yueluan immediately led the way as well. "By the way, the matter of the police brigade, don't tell him yet." Du then instructed, "I have to test this kid." This. After a slight pause, Luo Yueluan also agreed, "Alright, however, you can pay attention to your measurements. This kid is still young after all. Don't worry. With this determination alone, this kid can't be bad." Du then laughed as well. Upon hearing this, Luo Yueluan nodded slightly in agreement, then turned around and headed out of the office. To say that Minister He's speed is really fast, this side of the Chief of Staff Luo has not yet brought Lin Yu, and that side of the Chongqing order has already come down. Holding the freshly baked orders and establishment list in his hand, Du was also at last a little at ease. Meanwhile, our comrade Lin Yu, however, is sitting in Chief of Staff Luo's jeep apprehensively. There is no way, this suddenly summoned by the legendary Commander Du Sir, and any other person who would be numb for a while. Not to mention, at this moment, Lin Yu didn't know that his promotion to Brigadier General of the Police Brigade had been finalized. Therefore, in Lin Yu's view, this so-called meeting was undoubtedly an interview that concerned the future fate of himself and the hundreds of people under his command. Of course, it was actually correct for Lin Yu to think so. After all, if this meeting Lin Yu screwed up, so that the commander of this side of the heart of the dissatisfaction, even with the attention of the old man, Lin Yu want to realize their own again on the battlefield to kill the goal of the brats, but also is bound to be difficult. The county official is not as good as the current management well. And if Lin Yu can perform well in this interview and gain the favor of Army Commander Du, he will certainly get twice the result with half the effort. In such a situation, it was only natural for Lin Yu to be nervous. The Chief of Staff Luo, who was sitting on the side, obviously saw Lin Yu's nervousness, and immediately also joked, "Why, Lin Yu, you see me without any fear at all, how come when you take you to see the military seat, you're nervous like this?" At those words, a slight trace of embarrassment flashed across Lin Yu's face. Although Lin Yu knew that Chief of Staff Luo was well-intentioned to ease his nerves, this was a question that Lin Yu really couldn't answer. Immediately, Lin Yu also decided to be honest and said, "Senator, can that be the same? You came here to console us. This trip, it's not the same." Oh? Listening to Lin Yu's reply, Luo Yueluan also became interested, and then also went on to ask, "How is this trip different?" "Senator, isn't this obvious?" Lin Yu immediately also continued to reply, "Senator, you promised to fight for me to go to the front line, now your order didn't bring it, but it brought the news that the military seat wants to see me. Isn't it obvious that the military seat wants to interview me?" Interview? Luo Yueluan was a little less sure of this latter-day term. "It's just testing me in person." Lin Yu also immediately explained. "You kid is smart." Upon hearing this, Chief of Staff Luo also laughed. "However, a test is a test. The so-called real gold is not afraid of fire, what do you kid have to be afraid of?" It had to be said that Luo Yueluan was really somewhat optimistic and even liked Lin Yu. Between the lines, he was also describing Lin Yu as true gold that wasn't afraid of the fire. Hearing Chief of Staff Luo's words of praise, Lin Yu also hurriedly said modestly, "Senator, don't say that. I'm just lucky. Compared to the military commander in you, it's not even close, at most it's half a piece of scrap metal. At best, it's half a piece of scrap metal. I can only fight and hack at the little devils." Hearing Lin Yu's unforgettable desire to cut down the little devils, Chief of Staff Luo laughed out loud, "You kid." Seeing Luo Chief of Staff laugh happily, Lin Yu was also to pursue the victory, then is poking his head and asked in a low voice, "Senator, you give some guidance, this can after all related to me and more than 200 brethren's future. Listening to Lin Yu's request and looking at Lin Yu's serious look, the smile on Chief of Staff Luo's face increased. Without him, if before, Luo's Chief of Staff's appreciation of Lin Yu came more from Lin Yu's ability, then now, Luo's Chief of Staff's recognition of Lin Yu came more from this bare heart of Lin Yu. People, it's always the same. The more one lacks something, the more one finds something most valuable. Having just witnessed the deceitfulness and materialism of the upper echelons of the state government, and then seeing Lin Yu's truthfulness as well as his dedication to destroying the Japanese invaders, all 10 people would be moved. Not to mention, Chief of Staff Luo also saw the shadow of himself that he once was in Lin Yu's body. Yes, into the Whampoa Military Academy, once they were, which is not complacent patriotic youth out of the Whampoa, then they were, which is not determined to revitalize China, at the expense of life and death of the aspiring youth. Unfortunately, in the long river of this officialdom, this batch of them fell from the mountains of the material stone, but ultimately in the river's wash, lost the old angles, turned into a smooth pebble. Though they are no longer angular and primed, it is inevitable that they will be vicarious when they see their former selves again. At that moment, slightly moved the heart of love talent cherish talent Luo Chief of Staff has also opened his mouth, "Keep your current state on the line. In a word, what you should be, is what you are. This is very good." Hearing Chief of Staff Luo's instructions, Lin Yu also nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yes, humble servant understands." Just as Lin Yu promised, the jeep also slowed to a stop in front of a building. Councillor Luo and Lin Yu then also both crossed out of the jeep, and then they arrived before the building. The Kunming marching camp? Lin Yu looked at the sign in front of him with slight surprise and casually read it as well. "Well, I forgot to tell you." Councillor Luo then also spoke, "Army Commander Du has been made part-time deputy director of the Kunming camp, responsible for presiding over all major party, government, and military affairs within Kunming. Chapter 104 Meeting due for the first time. Lin Yu, who heard the words, also slightly opened his mouth wide. Needless to say, Lin Yu choked and died slightly shocked by the news. Previously, the news that the warriors had brought back to Lin Yu had only said that Army Commander Du seemed to have been reinstated and begun his activities, but he hadn't expected that not only had he been reinstated, but that he had gone 100 feet further. But you have to know that just a few days ago, this Army Commander Du was still a wearer of the sword and was relieved of his duties at home. And in just a few days, Army Commander Du not only resumed his position as commander of the 5th Army, but also became a big man with a scepter of power, mastered, or for the sake of China's resistance to the war's material base. Such drastic fluctuations, perhaps only the 21st century Big AK line, can be slightly comparable to it, which called Lin Yu how can not be surprised inexplicably. Of course, on top of being surprised, Lin Yu's heart was also vaguely happy. It wasn't the kind of happiness that one man gets a chicken and a dog, but Lin Yu knew that since the higher General Du was promoted, it also showed the importance of this credit of his. Lin Yu believed that even for the sake of the contributions he had made, Du would not make things difficult for himself. Immediately, Lin Yu's heart also gained a few points of confidence and courage. And Luo Yueluan, who was watching Lin Yu with his mouth slightly open, also smiled slightly and then said, "Don't freeze, the military seat is still waiting for us." Hearing this, Lin Yu also immediately nodded his head in agreement. However, having just raised his foot, Lin Yu stopped again and asked, "Senator, do we have to call the military seat director Du? You're the one who's smart." Luo Yueluan then said in a bad humor, "Try shouting at the principal's committee, and see if the principal still cares about you." Understood. Lin Yu immediately nodded thoughtfully in response as well. "Let's go." Patting Lin Yu on the shoulder, Luo Yueluan also said once again, "Yes." Lin Yu immediately agreed as well. Soon, under Luo Yueluan's leadership, Lin Yu also arrived inside Du Yuming's office. Reporting to Army Commander, Deputy Commander Lin Yu of the 522nd Regiment of the 200th Division, reporting as ordered. With a loud sound of leaning feet, Lin Yu also stood upright and saluted Du Yuming. Looking at Lin Yu in front of him, who had an upright figure and quite a military hot-blooded temperament, Du Yuming also nodded slightly. After returning a military salute, Du Yuming turned his head and made a wink to Luo Yueluan, who immediately understood and exited the office. With only Du Yuming and Lin Yu left in the office, seemingly moved by the apprehension in Lin Yu's heart, Du Yuming also spoke, "Good. Relax, I'm not a tiger. Come, sit down and talk." Pointing to a chair in front of his desk, Du also continued, "Thank you, military commander." Lin Yu immediately agreed. After saying that, Lin Yu also took the seat that Du Yuming pointed to, but of course, only a third of his but stayed on the seat. Seeing this, Du Yuming also extinguished have said something, then is straight to open the mouth to ask, "Know what to call you to do?" "I know." Lin Yu immediately also followed Chief of Staff Luo's reminder and replied, "Military Commander Du wants to personally inspect and examine my humble position." "Oh?" In the face of Lin Yu's blunt words, Du Yuming did look a little surprised. Originally, Du thought that Lin Yu would push back and say he didn't know. And being able to speak straight from the heart was a further indication of Lin Yu's loyalty. Du naturally couldn't help but like it. However, Lin Yu's persistent words had caused Du Yuming to be somewhat at a loss as to how to continue asking. After looking Lin Yu up and down again, Du Yuming also asked, "Then tell me, how should I examine you?" "Ah." This time it was sort of Lin Yu's turn to be dumbfounded. This testing of people, where does one let the person being tested come up with their own questions? Ah. Looking at the embarrassed Lin Yu, Du Yuming also laughed out loud, and then he also said, "Let's put it this way, since you've already thought that I'm going to test you, you should have some preparations, right? Just show what you've prepared." "Eh?" After a slight pause, Lin Yu also regained his composure. Although Du Yuming's move to turn passive into active has really hit himself by surprise, but after calming down, Lin Yu also realized that this is an excellent opportunity for self-presentation as long as he continues to be honest on the line. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu then also took out a piece of information from the document bag he was carrying. Military seat. While taking out the information, Lin Yu also explained, "Because the military seat came so suddenly, I didn't send to prepare something. However, I think that the military seat should not be worried about my tactical abilities. The only thing that the military seat would be worried about is nothing more than my humble servant's level of strategy. After all, going from a deputy battalion commander to a regimental commander requires more than just tactical ability, but also the ability to grasp the battlefield. Hence the words. After glancing at the military seat and seeing that it didn't have any reaction, Lin Yu then continued, I expect that the military seat will examine me in terms of the strategic battlefield. The simplest and most direct would be to ask my opinion on the gains and losses of this expedition. It just so happens that these days, I'm not doing much, so I took it upon myself to summarize it slightly. Saying that, Lin Yu also stood up and handed over the information to Du Yuming with both hands. Listening to Lin Yu's words and receiving the booklet that read analysis of the failure of the first expedition to Burma, to be honest, at this moment, Du Yuming was also a little confused. Without him, if Lin Yu had not come up and confessed that he had guessed that he had come to be examined, it was precisely his opinion of this expedition to Burma that Army Commander Du was going to ask at the outset. Guessing his own problem was enough to shock Army Commander Du. Of course, after this brief shock, more than anything else in Army Commander Du's mind was surprise. Lin Yu was actually studying and reflecting on the gains and losses of the expedition to Burma on his own. You know, Du never believed that reflection and summarization of the battlefield was never a sure way for a commander to excel. For no other reason than that Du, himself, has come to where he is today, step by step, from reflecting and summarizing his successes or failures over and over again. On the contrary, there are too few people in the National Army today who are willing to do such hard work. For them, instead of begging themselves, it was better to go to the Ministry of Military Affairs, to the rector, to look for people and to ask for favors in order to obtain more troops and better weapons. It's as if, with enough troops and weapons, you're sure to win. This is unavoidable in the 5th Army of Army Commander Du, not to mention the other troops. Even Du's personal requests to summarize the battles were often met with perfunctory responses. But now, Du Yuming has not even ordered, the Lin Yu in front of him is to make such a thick reflection and analysis. For that alone, before even looking over this analysis, Du knew that the kid in front of him had already met his requirements, a commander who could keep improving. How bad could it get any worse? Chapter 105, The Fledgling Has Grown. Although he had recognized Lin Yu in his mind, Du did not express it immediately. No other, at the moment Du's mind was soon also attracted by the volume in his hand, Analysis of the Failure of the First Expedition to Burma. There was no way around it, the title alone was right up Du's alley. It's not the word analyze that follows, but the word first at the beginning. Since it was the first time, there must be a second time. And after returning from Burma, Du Yuming hardly had a moment to think of a second expedition to Burma under the leadership of another army. There is no doubt that this first-time words simply poked Du Yuming's heart. Slightly waving his hand to signal Lin Yu to sit down, Du Yuming then also couldn't wait to flip through this analysis by Fuing. Kunming in June has long been no longer as hot as Burma, but looking at the analysis in his hands, Du's forehead is still involuntarily bursting with beads of sweat. For no other reason, Du's thoughts had followed Lin Yu's analysis report and drifted back to the time and space of Burma together. On March 27, the British Army withdrew from Prom, which exposed the flank of our 200th Division in Toungoo, and it had no choice but to retreat, and the battle raged for more than 10 days until Toungoo fell into the hands of the enemy. After the siege of Renanshan was lifted on April 15, more than 7,000 men of the British-Burmese Army's 1st Division withdrew westward without notification, resulting in our 113th Regiment of the new 38th Division facing the Japanese 33 RD Division's combined siege alone. On April 18, Young Jun forcibly drafted the 200th Division westward under the pretext that he had discovered Japanese troops at Chakpak Dang, resulting in the opening of the gateway to Tongji on the eastern front, and the Japanese 56th Division drove straight into the area and down to Lashio. The expeditionary force was then completely surrounded. Looking at one of the crimes of the British Army listed in the analysis, Du Yuming's eyes also surfaced the shameless faces of the British guys. Renanshan, the place where the world got to see the Chinese army. Obviously the generals of the National Army used their lives as a price to kill a way of life for those Englishmen, while British Lieutenant General Slim said frankly in front of countless reporters, "These lovely Chinese friends always think that we are preserving our strength, but I do not know that the gentlemen of the British Empire never give their backs to the yellow man." What a hateful and ridiculous thing to say, and yet, he was in the British and American newspapers like that. Mandalay, that's a battle that Du is confident in. In the Sva blockade, the new 22nd Division had managed to delay the Japanese 3 divisions, even to the point of greatly depleting their fighting strength and will to fight. The troops of the 5th and 6th Armies were also all in place, and it was only a matter of getting the British troops on the western flank into position to form an encirclement around the Japanese. Even the little cutie also know what a rare war machine this is. But the Yankee, Stillwell, was like a stubborn child, pointing at the battle map and growling, his strange accent mixed with flying spray in Du's face. "General Du, your detour program will destroy the entire Southeast Asian theater layout. Meanwhile, Alexander, the supreme commander of the British Army, was always tapping his ivory pipe on the desktop, as if this battle had nothing to do with their British Army. All the past events could not help but make Du's fists clench as well. Finally, this analysis of Lin Yu was flipped through. Du Yuming also could not help but lament in his heart, if it is not the constraints of the British alliance, how could our army be in such a situation? However, as the deputy director of the Kunming camp, Du Yuming is again shaking his head for a while. Today, the state government looks up to others, and is not only Burma has no autonomy? Independence. Looking at the 4 big red words on the last page, Du then also murmured again in his heart, no matter what happens elsewhere, on the battlefield, our army must be independent. Lifting his head, Du also looked at Lin Yu in front of him anew. Looking at Lin Yu, who was still seated, Du Yuming also had to admit that he had once again miscalculated. He originally thought that the Lin Yu in front of him was an eagle that still needed to be refined, but he didn't want to realize that Lin Yu was already an eagle that longed for the blue sky. So be it, then let him take a good flight, and let's see what he can break out of. With an idea in mind, Du then also closed the analysis, followed by but locked it into his drawer. Looking at Du's movements, Lin Yu was also surprised and even a little anxious. You know, this was an analysis that he had spent several days, combined with the memories of his previous life, and had written with his heart and soul. What do you mean you've locked it up without even evaluating it? Before Lin Yu could ask a question, Du Yuming spoke. Your analysis is very good and thorough, and it also provides practical suggestions for our army's next move. Listening to Du's comment, Lin Yu's heart was finally relieved. He knew that he had floated through this expedition with a high score. However, taking out this analysis, Lin Yu wanted more than just a high score in Army Chief Du's inspection. More importantly, Lin Yu still wants to use this analysis to wake up the senior management of the National Army, so that in the future counter-offensive in western Yunnan Burma, to avoid the historical National Army gnawing on bones, the British Army to eat meat scene. But, without waiting for Lin Yu to say anything, Du Yuming was slightly shaking his head and continued, at this moment, this analysis, however, cannot be made public. And I won't hide it from you, it won't be long before the American military aid arrives. Seemingly afraid of discouraging Lin Yu, Du Yuming then went on to explain, announcing it at this time as tantamount to slapping the faces of both Britain and the United States. At this juncture, whether it's Britain or the United States, we can't afford to be offended. Whether it is the state government or Kunming, we have to look at the big picture. Hearing this, Lin Yu also sighed slightly and said, yes, I understand. Just, in the coming year, our army counterattacked Burma. If we continue to be constrained with the British Army, I'm afraid. Don't worry about that. Du then also waved his hand and said, although this analysis should not be disclosed to the public, but internally, it can still be viewed. Tomorrow I'm going to make a trip to Chongqing, and this manuscript, I will personally hand over to the principal. I believe, such a loss, when counterattacking Burma, we won't eat it again. Really? Hearing Du Yuming's words, Lin Yu immediately stood up excitedly as well and said, really? When are we going to counterattack, military commander? Although Lin Yu is very clear that at this time it is impossible to immediately counterattack Burma, but from Du Yuming's mouth to hear the word counterattack, Lin Yu is still subconsciously excited. And so there was also this reckless question. In fact, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yu had already realized his mistake as a commander. He had always remained calm. The good thing was that Du did not blame Lin Yu for his presumptuousness. For no other reason, even Du Yuming himself, why would he not want to counterattack Burma faster, to avenge the death of those brothers who died in battle? Chapter 106, Surprise or Fright. Waving his hand once again to signal Lin Yu to sit down, Du Yuming also continued, there will be a counterattack, but it won't be too fast. Our army has only just returned from the Savage Mountains, and neither the state government nor the Kunming side is completely ready. And, are you ready yourself? This. Lin Yu, who had heard the words, also scratched his head in some embarrassment. All right. Du Yuming glared at Lin Yu, and then also continued, this expedition, count yourself as having passed. As the words fell, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a long breath. However, not waiting for Lin Yu to be happy for a while, Du Yuming went on to say, however, I see that you have more than just this one item in this bag, right? At those words, the smile that had just appeared froze on Lin Yu's face. If not for the fact that he was convinced that the person in front of him was Du, Lin Yu was going to think that it was someone who had come to set up the fruits of his labor. Since Du had already opened his mouth, Lin Yu naturally had no choice. Even if he didn't want to take it, he still had to take it. Immediately, Lin Yu also took out another copy of the information from his own document bag. And after taking out the information of that one, Lin Yu also deliberately shook the already empty file bag downwards. The meaning was simply too obvious, leader. It's gone. It's really gone. Looking at Lin Yu's shabby behavior, the corners of Du Yuming's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. At the same time, Du was getting more and more interested in this latter information. While handing over the information in his hand, Lin Yu also said, "Military commander, I thought that if the military commander did not ask about the previous battle, then he would definitely ask about what I am going to do next in terms of practicing my troops and so on. As it happens, my humble servant and the warriors under my command are also based on this battle in Burma, especially on the tactical use of jungle combat in the savage mountains." When these words came out, Du Yuming's face was even more joyful, and with an "oh" sound, he almost grabbed the booklet in Lin Yu's hand. It was really no wonder that Du was so excited, knowing that Lin Yu was practically the only officer who had come out of the savage mountains with a small unit only, and even got bigger and bigger. Its jungle combat tactics, it goes without saying, must be very popular. This, of course, is the basis for a future counter-offensive against Burma. However, seeing how excited Du Yuming was, Lin Yu also hurriedly added, "Military commander, that, because of the time, this information hasn't been organized yet, and a lot of details still need to be perfected." "It's fine." Listening to Lin Yu's explanation, Du was not at all surprised. Immediately afterward, he opened this booklet of jungle combat law and just quickly browsed through it. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that this time, the time it took Du to read the entire text was even quite a bit longer than the analysis he had just done. And when Du finally put down the manuscript, his eyes towards Lin Yu changed again and again. For a moment, Du Yuming was actually really seeing Dianlan's shadow in Lin Yu's body. The same passion, the same superb strategic vision, the same superb tactics, and the same humility. As the principal in Chongqing said, "Lin Yu, when you can inherit the mantle of seagulls." Unable to help it, Du Yuming is also once again admired the faraway in Chongqing Chiang Kai-shen's knowledge of people. After looking at Lin Yu for a whole while, looking straight at Lin Yu's heart was a bit hairy, only then did Du Yuming open his mouth again and said, "Give you 6,000 people. Do you have the certainty to bring good?" 6,000 people. Lin Yu stood up in shock. It wasn't that Lin Yu was shocked, it was just that the number was too shocking. It should be realized that in the sequence of the National Army, even the strongest air regiment has a total strength under its full complement of 3,200 to 3,500 men or so. Even, with the exception of the top mainstay like the 598th, even the other regiments, even the air regiments, would not be fully staffed, with a strength of at most 3,000 or less. The large-scale presence in the Central Army and the local army of the B Regiment, but also the full complement of only 2,000 people up and down. As for Li Yunlong, such so-called independent regiment black, in the absence of large-scale expansion, it is often only 1,000 people. In other words, these 6,000 soldiers are all at least 2 regiments. Even some divisions that are not fully organized, I'm afraid they don't even have 6,000 men. This was a far cry from the promise that Chief of Staff Luo had given Lin Yu earlier. Seeing how surprised Lin Yu was, Du Yuming also laughed out in satisfaction. There was no way around it. The person who gave the gift liked to see nothing more than the surprised expression of the person who received it. And as a matter of fact, ever since he fought for this establishment from Minister Du was looking forward to this scene. With that, Du also continued with a smile, 5,700 men, to be exact. With that, without waiting for Lin Yu to have more of a response, Du Yuming also stood up and took out the order he had just received from a drawer on the side, saying, "National Revolutionary Army, commissioned." At these words, Lin Yu also subconsciously stood upright. "I hereby appoint Lin Yu, former deputy commander of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division of the 5th Army, to the Pashan Police Brigade, Colonel Brigade Commander." This order. Du Yuming then also handed over the order in his hands. Hearing the order from Du's mouth, Lin Yu was also completely and somewhat dumbfounded. Brigade commander's appointment, even if, after just a few moments, Lin Yu felt still expected. After all, how can a regiment not fit so many people? But what the hell is this police brigade? His own good Central Army, full-fledged Central Army, how come he ran to be the brigadier general of some laborious police brigade? Let alone a police brigade, even if it was a police division, Lin Yu couldn't go. It is not that the local army is not a local army, the so-called police brigade, as the name suggests, is to police the local, which can be contrary to Lin Yu's original intention of wanting to re-enter the battlefield in Burma. At that moment, looking at the commission handed over by Du Yuming, Lin Yu really didn't want to take it off. However, looking at the 3 big words Zhang Zhongjing on the warrant, Lin Yu knows that this job, he can't help but take it. At this moment, there is really no one in the whole of China who dares to defy Chiang Kai-shen's official appointment. At least, no one would ever dare on the surface. Sighing lightly, Lin Yu also received the warrant with both hands and agreed breathlessly, yes. Du Yuming obviously saw Lin Yu's dilemma, and immediately said with a stifled smile, what, regretting that you won't take over as the 598th Regiment's leader? Aha! Lin Yu who heard the words, but it was as if he had seen a beam of light in the darkness, and at that moment he also asked with a hopeful look on his face, military commander, can it still be changed back? It's too late to come back. What did you do earlier? You think military orders are child's play? Du Yuming immediately continued to faint as well. At those words, Lin Yu instantly shriveled up like a frosted eggplant. Chapter 107, in the middle of a bargain. Seeing this, Du also prompted slightly, what, looking down on the local army? This is at least a large brigade of 5,700 men. Not looking down on the local army. Lin Yu shook his head, indeed staring at the commission in his hand, saying, it doesn't matter if the equipment is almost there, but the problem is that this police is to be stationed in Bashan. But you know, military seat, I want to counterattack Burma. Saying that, Lin Yu also lowered his head in resignation and said, even if you give me a different number. And after hearing that Lin Yu was having a hard time over not being able to fight again in front of him, Du Yuming burst out laughing, who told you that the police brigade must be stagnant in place and can't be used as an assault force? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also immediately raised his head in surprise and said, military command, what Du? Lin Yu of course knew that Du was unlikely to snub himself on such a matter. The reason why he said that, of course, Lin Yu wanted to take this opportunity to ask Du Yuming for something. He couldn't ask Du Yuming to just take something from himself and not return anything. Immediately, Lin Yu also glanced at Du Yuming, then muttered in a low voice, hard to say. Du Yuming, of course, heard Lin Yu's muttering immediately, and immediately also drew out from the desktop another establishment order that had just arrived from the Ministry of Military Affairs and threw it into Lin Yu's arms, saying, take a good look at it for me, is this the establishment of an ordinary police brigade? Seeing the paper thrown over, Lin Yu also immediately grabbed it. After quickly scanning through it, Lin Yu was also completely delighted. Only the establishment of this police brigade was clearly written on top of the order, not to mention the others, just the item of an artillery battalion equipped with field artillery and battle defense artillery was enough to make Lin Yu go crazy. Coupled with the wide array of light and heavy machine guns and mortars, it really dazzled Lin Yu a bit. To be honest, even the two 598th regiments didn't have such a good firepower configuration. Immediately, Lin Yu also put away this order from the Ministry of Military Administration properly while also standing at attention. Thank you, military commander. It was my humble servant who misunderstood the military commander. Looking at Lin Yu with a fawning smile on his face, Du Yuming's anger that he had managed to pick up with great difficulty dissipated into nothingness. Needless to say, you should also know how difficult it is to get such a brigade establishment from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Du Yuming looked at Lin Yu and also said rather seriously, nowadays, the position, the establishment, and the weapons, what I can give you, I've given you. If you can't lead this unit well, see how I'll punish you. Don't worry, military commander. I will definitely bring out an ironclad force. Lin Yu immediately also stated, if I can't lead it well, I won't need you to do it, I'll jump the new river myself. Looking at the determined Lin Yu, Du's heart was comforted. Half a year. Du Yuming immediately also gave an indicator, I can only give you half a year, after half a year, I will join the key officers of the military and political department to inspect your department, if it doesn't reach grade A, humph. At those words, Lin Yu also really felt the pressure. You know, it's really one of the rare jobs where the MI's point of view isn't a walk in the park. Throughout the entire period of the War of Resistance against Japan, the only units that could receive an A-class evaluation from the Ministry of Military Affairs were once the 5th Army, the 10th Army, the 18th Army, the 74th Army, and the future new 1st Army, the new 6th Army, and a few other units. Obviously, none of these units were the mainstay of the war against Japan. The 5th Army, needless to say, was sealed in the Battle of Kunlun Pass. The 10th Army, known as the Tarzan Army, fought the Battle of Changsha hard against 3 Japanese divisions with 1 army. The 18th Army is not only the unit that Chen Sheng started with, but the Battle of Shirpai, which he took charge of, is also known as the Battle of Stalingrad in the east. Then there's the 74th Army, which was a unit that fought almost the entire war against Japan. In the Battle of Wanjialing, the Battle of Shangdao, the Battle of Changsha, and other battles, he was the existence of the first-class commendation. Hubin and Exciting are the code names of the 2 divisions under his command 57 and 58, which shows his status in the National Army. As for India's new 1st Army and new 6th Army, there is no need to say that these two armies, which are fully equipped with American equipment and American training, not only dealt a heavy blow to the Japanese army during the counterattack on Burma, but also caused a lot of trouble for the People's Liberation Army PLA in the northeast, which is a clear indication of their strong combat power. For Lin Yu to train his troops to the extent of these troops above, it was still obviously difficult. Especially, Du was only given 6 months. Of course, if it wasn't difficult, it wouldn't be Lin Yu's turn. Therefore, in the face of Du Yuming's request, Lin Yu thought about it briefly and also replied, "Military commander, you know me, I won't talk big. It will be difficult to do so, but as long as the military seat can promise me 3 conditions, I will dare to make a military order." You do dare to open your mouth wide. Du naturally knew that half a year was indeed a bit tight, and then also asked, "Tell me, what conditions?" Firstly, I am not hiding it from the military seat. I left the warriors in the past few days, also contacted a group of wounded soldiers in Kunming as well as officers. Many of them are also willing to come to my command, but they are just afraid that the higher-ups won't let go. To be. Lin Yu immediately agreed. Ugly to say in front, people, you have to convince yourself, I here only give you to top the pressure from above, cannot force others. Du then also instructed? Yes, don't worry, military commander, it must be voluntary. Lin Yu immediately agreed as well. Continue. Du then also waved his hand and said. Second. Lin Yu immediately continued as well, I want the first batch to be equipped with American armor. Heh, you do know what's good. Du immediately teased as well. Didn't I fight with the British in Burma? They had a lot of American ordnance in their warehouse, and I even used it. Lin Yu immediately also bragged, that rifle seems to be called something like Garand, simply too good to use. 3 Garands, no less than a check type, also saves bullets. You want it. Before the frowning Lin Yu could finish his sentence, Du Yuming had already vetoed, my 5th Army is not even equipped with American ordnance yet, and you want American ordnance? Needless to say, Du was really a bit angry. After all, it was American ordnance. Others don't know the importance and scarcity of this American ordnance, Du will still not know. And this first batch of pitifully small American equipment had already been divided up among the various central armies. Even his 5th Army had been allocated just 2 regiments of equipment. Now Lin Yu actually wanted to take the American instruments in the first batch as well, which was only possible unless the old man nodded his head. Military commander, there is clearly American ordnance on this establishment. Lin Yu immediately had to turn over the list he had just put away. That would at least be after the 3rd or even 4th batch of American ordnance is in place. Du Yuming immediately also explained slightly, not to mention you, I'm afraid the 5th Army will have to have the 3rd batch before they can all be reloaded. I know. Lin Yu immediately nodded as well and said, however, Army Commander, I don't want too much of this first batch of American ordnance, even if it's just a battalion, no, a company, or even a platoon would be enough. Ha! Du then frowned slightly as well, what do you need such a small amount of American armor for? To look good? That's right. Lin Yu nodded again and said, it's just to look good. What? Du was a little confused for a moment. Military commander, think about it, you just gave me the name of a police brigade. Those who know, this is to confuse the brats, but those who don't, will only think that this is a local police brigade. Lin Yu immediately explained, how can you ask those officers and soldiers to follow me? What does this have to do with American armor? Du was still a little confused. It matters a lot. Lin Yu then continued, military commander, this first batch of ordnance isn't much. Of course. Du immediately nodded as well and said. The second batch, we don't know when it will arrive yet, right? Lin Yu continued to ask. Aha! Du nodded again as well. Therefore, this first batch of beautiful instruments must be very valuable as well. Lin Yu continued to follow the advice. This time, without waiting for Du Yuming to answer, Lin Yu went on to analyze, that is to say that those who can get the first batch of American equipment must be the best of the National Army, right? You mean? Du seemed to understand somewhat. He. Seeing this, Lin Yu also revealed a fawning smile and said, military commander, think about it, when those officers and veterans are hesitating, let's throw out a team of soldiers fully equipped with American armaments, how spectacular that scene would be. It would make their eyes straighten up. Are we still afraid that they won't follow us? You're trying to raise a big banner as a tiger. Du summarized succinctly at once as well. He, that's what it means. Lin Yu immediately said with a smile as well. But what if they go and realize that full is not so? Du then also asked. That's not simple. Lin Yu immediately also said with confidence, firstly, even the top troops like the Fifth Army are not fully equipped with American ordnance. How can we be fully equipped with American ordnance so quickly? Secondly, we've arrived in Baoshan, we can't let them run away. Of course, the most important is still the third. Lin Yu immediately had a look at Du Yuming, and then also once again fawned and said, there are military seats you, although this list is only half of the US armament, but at military seat, you can still lose us not. He. You're doing a good job with this math. Du shook his head helplessly and said, it looks like I won't be able to do anything if I don't agree. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu of course understood that this was the military commander having promised himself. Without a second thought, Lin Yu immediately stood at attention respectfully and said, thank you, military commander. Cut the crap and hurry up with your third request. Du immediately also said helplessly. Yes. Lin Yu immediately agreed, and then also continued, third, I would like to ask the military commander to find us a few American officers to help me train the troops. Why American officers? Du then asked, also frowning. Obviously, if the first two conditions were more or less understandable to Du Yuming, then this third request from Lin Yu was truly out of all of Du Yuming's expectations. After all, just now Lin Yu handed up the failure analysis, but also flagrantly demanded independence and autonomy. Now, Lin Yu is asking for officer training from the US Army, isn't that contradictory? Lin Yu obviously understood what Du Yuming was thinking in the back of his mind, and immediately explained as well, military commander, the reliance on usual training doesn't mean that we can't be independent and autonomous during wartime. Or rather, it is precisely for the sake of the battle, our army can be independent and autonomous. In the usual training, the more we have to rely on the American officers. Du was somewhat sidetracked by Lin Yu for a moment. The reasoning is simple. Lin Yu continued to explain, first of all, after our army changed to American ordnance, if we want to use these weapons as if they were in our hands and fully utilize their power, we can't do it without the training of the Americans. Secondly, we must recognize that there is a huge gap between the military quality and tactical level of our army and its tactical concepts compared with those of today's advanced countries, especially the United States. Not to mention the others, just one infantry gun synergy, among our army, there are very few grassroots commanders who can know about it, not to mention any infantry tank synergy. Therefore, to improve the fighting quality of our army in a short period of time, the introduction of US Army instructors is imperative. Chapter 109, Finalization of Details. Only when our army is able to fully utilize the power of American ordnance, will we not have to resort to the Americans on the battlefield, and we will also be able to truly be independent. Lin Yu once again added. Seeing Du Yuming has obviously some intention, Lin Yu immediately also proceeded to strike while the iron is hot, and I think that, between the current war, the National Army will sooner or later introduce the US military instructors. Instead of receiving passively afterward, it would be better to take the initiative and request it. In this way, it will serve as a benchmark for the National Army, and will be more likely to be recognized by the American instructors, who will also be able to start learning American ordnance as early as possible. It can be said to be a multi-purpose move. In fact, there is one thing that Lin Yu did not say, and that is that once recognized by the US Army, then it is also very likely to obtain more US equipment. After all, the Americans also have a big say in the distribution of military aid. If they could serve as their first trained National Army unit, they would, more or less, take advantage of the situation, provided they performed well. Not to mention, Lin Yu's hands were filled with a large amount of hard currency that he had gotten from the comfort center. Yankee, he's a human being. Being human, he cannot resist the temptation of these hard currency. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Yu to say this to Du Yuming. However, Du Yuming, that is what he is, Lin Yu played that little bit through the Yankees to get more equipment naturally also in his eyes. Only, although Du had seen through it, he wasn't going to say anything about it. After all, what's wrong with a commander who wants to improve the combat effectiveness of his troops and get better weapons for his troops? Of course it's true. If it's right, then why did Du say it's broken? Moreover, Du Yuming had obviously been somewhat convinced by Lin Yu, and even, Du Yuming was already considering in his mind if he wanted a group of American instructors to come to the Fifth Army as well. However, thinking about this group of proud soldiers under his command, and rashly getting them a group of American military instructors, Du was really afraid that something would happen. It's good to let Lin Yu explore first. Silently, Du also thought in his mind. With a decision in his heart, Du also looked up at Lin Yu and said, I can go and ask for you, but I can't guarantee it. Lin Yu, of course, knew that there was no way he could fail knowing that Du had struck. Therefore, Lin Yu immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Thank you, military commander." Waving his hand, Du Yuming was looking at Lin Yu more seriously and said, "I've given you everything you want. You are in Baoshan City, how to practice your troops. I will also completely delegate to you." Still the same sentence. "Within half a year, I want to see the results." "Yes, military seat." Lin Yu immediately also promised again, "Don't worry, military seat, I am confident that within half a year, I will return a strong brigade to the military seat." "Aha!" Nodding slightly, Du then proceeded to instruct, "After finishing the issue of training, I'm going to talk to you about the defense of Baoshan." "Yes." Lin Yu immediately agreed. "As you requested, I transferred you to the forefront of the new river." Du then also continued to speak. "Baoshan, connected to Huitong Bridge in the south and Tingchong and Longling in the west, is both the most central point in our new Jiang River defense line, as well as the western gate of my Kunming." Saying that, Du Yuming also picked up a cup on the desktop and continued, "Once Baoshan falls, our entire new Jiang River defense line are in danger of being counter-encircled. At the same time, the Japanese army can even move eastward from here, pushing straight to my Kunming Key land. This way, our army almost no longer have the strength to block. I don't think I need to tell you more about the importance of Kunming." Glancing at Lin Yu, Du then continued as well. "Yes, humble servant understands." Lin Yu also immediately nodded his head. "Aha!" Nodding, Du Yuming also continued, "In the next few hours, the redeployment of Kunming will be very frequent. Although the brats on the opposite side have temporarily laid down their arms, it's impossible to say when they'll make a comeback. This is something you must not be careless about. I don't care how many men the brats will send out." Du then slammed his cup hard on the tabletop again and said, "All of your police brigades must give me a dead hold on Baoshan. Even if the Japanese army comes out in full force, you must hold Baoshan for at least 5 to 10 days earlier to buy time for the mobilization of the army. That's why I promised to transfer veterans and officers to you, and when you arrive in Baoshan, the first thing you should do is to complete the change of defense, and make sure to form a fighting force in the shortest possible time, understand?" "Yes, don't worry, military commander." Lin Yu immediately nodded his head as well and said, "I will personally take over the position the first time after arriving at Baoshan, and I will definitely make Baoshan a fortress in the shortest possible time, and will never let a head of little devils take half a step beyond Baoshan." "Good." Hearing Lin Yu's response, Du nodded in satisfaction. And then, just as Du Yuming was about to send off his guests, Lin Yu was once again speaking, "That military commander." "Anything else?" Du frowned slightly. "That's right." Lin Yu said, slightly embarrassed, "If the little devils didn't come to attack, is it possible for me to head to the other side of the river with a small force? On the one hand, to explore the road to collect intelligence, for the future counterattack to lay a good foundation. On the other hand, can also borrow the hands of the brats, exercise troops." Upon hearing this plea from Lin Yu, Du Yuming's brows immediately stretched. After all, it was natural for him to be happy that the people under his hand could plan for future battles from the present, and to have such a big picture view. Immediately, Du Yuming also took a stand and said, "You just grasp it yourself. In a word, I only care that Baoshan must be firmly in my own hands." Hearing Du's reply, Lin Yu's heart burst with joy. Obviously, with this permission from Du, Lin Yu could do so much more. And Du did not expect that it was this permission of his that was to bring about a series of consequences. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Facing Du's permission, Lin Yu also immediately stood upright and agreed, "Yes." With Lin Yu's renewed promise, Du Yuming was all done with what he should have examined, what he should have explained, and what he should, or should not, have promised. At that moment, Du also spoke up, "Get lost, and for the follow-up matters, you can find Chief of Staff Luo to butt in." "Yes, thank you, military commander." Lin Yu immediately also stood upright and saluted once again. Putting his right hand down, Lin Yu also turned around and headed towards the door. And with Lin Yu's departure, Chief of Staff Luo returned to his office. "Military commander, how is it, Lin Yu? Not bad, right?" Heaving a smile, Chief of Staff Luo also sat down in front of Du Yuming. Du Yuming, who was writing something with a pen, also looked up at Chief of Staff Luo, and then he was revealing an intriguing smile. Chapter 110, Love from the Military Commander. Looking at Du Yuming's smile, a bad premonition also instantly surged into Chief of Staff Luo's heart. At that moment, Chief of Staff Luo was also a bit anxious and asked again, "It didn't pass? It shouldn't be. This brat, he's quite talkative." Saying that, the Chief of Staff Luo, who had a slight frown on his brow, glanced again at Du Yuming, who was still writing furiously, and then also suggested in a low voice, "Military commander, why don't you give this kid another chance? This kid is really a talent." It may be that today's sudden attack has made him a little nervous. It had to be said that to be able to speak for Lin Yu in such a way, this Luo Yueluan chief of staff really did like Lin Yu somewhat. If it wasn't for the fact that Du was well aware of this partner of his temperament, he would have thought that he was taking advantage of Lin Yu. Well, the 5th Army, up and down, had really taken advantage of Lin Yu. All right. Du then also interrupted Chief of Staff Luo's persuasion and said, "It's a talent. If it wasn't a talent, could you talk to me for so long?" Saying that, Du also quickly lowered his head to finish the last few strokes. And after hearing Du's comment, Chief of Staff Luo also put his heart down a little, and then he also leaned back in his chair and said, "Then what's the meaning of this weird smile of yours?" At that, Du was not answering. Drawing a period on the paper, Du also handed the several sheets of paper in front of him, to the Chief of Staff Luo in front of him, and said, "See, this is why I'm laughing." Staff Sergeant Luo was a bit puzzled, but still took the paper in Du's hand. In the eye, there is an order, to allocate 800 veterans and 80 officers below battalion level to the Baoshan Police Brigade, and the specific list of personnel will be reported by the Baoshan Police Brigade. With just this glance, Chief of Staff Luo stood up with a rub and said, "Military commander, what are you doing? It can't be helped, since I'm going to hand over Baoshan to him, I can't feel comfortable without giving some veterans." Army Commander Du then said somewhat helplessly. "But even if that's the case, it's just a matter of directly allocating it. It can't just be left to this brat Lin Yu to pick it out." Chief of Staff Luo said again, "There's no precedent for this either." Direct allocation? Army Commander Du shook his head and said, "If we allocate it as a whole, the soldiers will be fine, but the officers will be a big problem, and it will be easy to form cliques. Lin Yu's men are only more than 200 people, this if he gets him to go to a mountain in the past, behind this half a year, Lin Yu will not work, just to solve this mountain problem, it is enough for him to drink a pot. As for, drawing from various armies, it would be better to just let him go and pick them out for himself. But I'm afraid that Lin Yu has picked someone that people won't be willing to release." Chief of Staff Luo worried once again. "Don't worry." Du then also said with a smile, "I'm not the deputy director of the Kunming camp for nothing." At those words, Chief of Staff Luo also shook his head helplessly. Originally thought that he had been optimistic enough to appreciate this Lin Yu, but did not expect that, after a short meeting, Lin Yu was able to make the military seat protect his shortcomings to this point. "Alright, you're the deputy director, you have the final say." Staff Officer Luo also shook his head helplessly, "I'll just implement it." With that, Staff Officer Luo also put the first order on the back burner, and then he also continued to read the second one. And as the order was reflected in his eyes, Chief of Staff Luo's mouth grew once again. "But I saw the order, clearly written, allocate a battalion of American armament equipment to the Baoshan police." Instead, he only wanted 2 platoons of American ordnance. Hearing Chief of Staff Luo's words, Du Yuming, however, laughed, "It's for show, or to take those veterans and officers they want." Upon hearing this, Chief of Staff Luo naturally immediately understood Lin Yu's intention of pulling the tiger's skin by pulling a big flag. The brat is good at making demands. Immediately, Chief of Staff Luo also frowned and said, "Then let's just give him 2 platoons. 2 platoons is also too little, a company is less than that, it's also too easy to wear out." Du then also said, "I'm thinking of simply giving him a company." The words fell, but Chief of Staff Luo did not interrupt, still fixedly looking at Du Yuming, the meaning of which was as if to say, "This is also a company, how did it become a battalion?" Slightly raising his head to look at Chief of Staff Luo, Du Yuming also went on to say, "Later, I thought about it again, a company's firepower is really a bit insufficient within more than 5,000 people, and Lin Yu's side is bound to be badly distributed, and one has to go through the trouble of choosing among the many companies. Why don't you just give him a battalion when a company is given? In this way, Lin Yu can directly equip a main battalion, and his men can form combat power as soon as possible." Obviously, making Lin Yu's side better distributed was not the reason why Du was so generous. The deeper reason was simple, Du Yuming just wanted to use Lin Yu's troops to test whether the model of American ordnance plus American instructors worked or not. And with 1 company or less of US ordnance, Du was worried that it wouldn't be enough to see results. Of course, using his subordinate's small mind in this way, Du Yuming was not going to say anything to Chief of Staff Luo. And so, too, comes this slightly pale explanation. Only, this is bitter to Chief of Staff Luo. Listening to Du Yuming's explanation, Chief of Staff Luo was also speechless. Bad distribution, can that be considered a reason? Sighing lightly, Chief of Staff Luo also said helplessly, however, it would be fine if this was a company's weapons, but I'm afraid it's not very easy to squeeze out a battalion's firepower. How many people are eyeing these things? Don't worry. Du Yuming was confident about this, and then also said, I'll greet the old man about this, there shouldn't be any problems. Well, if it's really not possible, it'll come out of the 5th Army's share. Ha! Chief of Staff Luo's mouth also opened wider. Not to mention the question of whether or not to alarm the old man because of the equipment of a mere battalion. Where is the sense of emptying out one's own family for the sake of the girl one married off? But the problem is that Du Yuming, as the head of an army, has already said so, and what can he, a chief of staff, say? Seemingly seeing clearly the speechlessness in Chief of Staff Luo's mind, Du then also laughed, just be content, even I have to work for this brat. Chapter 111, The Linyu, the Sharp Blade. Said, against Chief of Staff Luo's astonished gaze, Du Yuming also continued, I still have to script him to find an American instructor. Ha! Chief of Staff Luo finally still couldn't help but scream out in surprise. Well, there's no need to make a fuss, everything, it's just about victory. Du immediately also said righteously. Upon hearing this, Chief of Staff Luo was frowning slightly and said, Military Commander, although I am also very optimistic about Linyu. But, raising the order in his hand, Chief of Staff Luo still couldn't help but speak, is it really necessary to favor him so much? Looking up at the serious face of Staff Sergeant Luo, Du knew that there was something really unexpected and unthinkable in the heart of this subordinate. Of course, this is not surprising, it is really because Du gave too much. Even if it were Du himself, without knowing the causes and consequences, I'm afraid that he would also think so. Quite simply, in Chief of Staff Luo's eyes, although Linyu had helped the 5th Army and Army Commander Du by coincidence, he was far from needing to go to the extent of going out of his way to forcefully promote him. This question, however, has a very different answer in Du's case. There was no other, only Du knew that Linyu's value was far more important than the contributions he made today. And in order to unify the thoughts of the Chief of Staff Luo in front of him, Du Yuming then also opened the drawer and handed the analysis of defeat and the jungle combat method, which Linyu had left behind, in front of Staff Officer Luo. The reasons you asked for are all inside. While pushing through the 2 pamphlets, Du also spoke. With a few doubts, a few inquiries, and a few apprehensions, Chief of Staff Luo also immediately picked up the 2 pamphlets and read them carefully. It didn't matter if he looked at it, soon Chief of Staff Luo was caught up in it. It was only after a while that Chief of Staff Luo raised his head again and said with a somewhat dry throat, Military Commander, is this something that brat Linyu made? Well, it's exactly Linyu's handiwork. Du immediately nodded his head as well, what do you think? Good. Chief of Staff Luo immediately replied, not to mention anything else, just the logic of this exposition, even a senior staff officer of the Ministry of Defense would be at this level. Nodding, Du was not denying it in the slightest. The old man said that this son might be able to follow in the mantle of the seagull. Du then also continued to speak, and I would say that Linyu is a sharp blade. Without waiting for Chief of Staff Luo to speak, Du Yuming continued, not to mention its future prospects, today, what I want is a sharp blade that can kill its way back to Burma. Linyu is almost the best, if not the only candidate. In that case, do you still think that we are paying too much? Okay. Chief of Staff Luo then also nodded solemnly, I understand what I have to do. Aha! Du then stood up as well and said, I'll make a trip back to Chungking soon and give these 2 items to the old man. The veterans and officers will be handled by you first. The first batch of American ordnance is expected to arrive tomorrow night. You take my orders and transfer a battalion of American ordnance from the direct warehouse and send it to Linyu first. If anyone asks, just say it's part of the 5th Army. Du then had added. Don't worry, Military Commander, I will definitely do it. Chief of Staff Luo also stood upright and promised. And, in addition to these 2 things, throttle a portion of the young troops gathered from all over the country and send them to Linyu. Try to pick the good ones, there is no reason to send all our best soldiers to India. Du then also went on to command, if the Indian side inquires, ignore him and let them come directly to me. Yes. Chief of Staff Luo continued to agree as well. In addition, next, as the hump route increases its transportation, I will also be busier. Du then also instructed again, Linyu's side of things, you need to watch over it more. If you can't solve it, let me know in time. The establishment jam can't happen again. Yes, don't worry, military seat. Counselor Luo immediately also led the order again. After a detailed explanation with Luo Yuluan, Du Yuming also immediately called his adjutant and began to arrange the journey back to Chungking this night. And just as the two bigwigs, Du Yuming and Luo Yuluan, were worrying about Lin Yu returned to the midst of the 1st Battalion's quarters with a letter of appointment and an order from the Ministry of Military Administration. Just after stepping into the camp, Lin Yu was surrounded by soldiers. Obviously, the warriors also guessed that Lin Yu was called away by the chief of staff at this time. It must be the issue of establishment that came down. And faced with the answer to their fate, even the warriors who had experienced life and death on Savage Mountain were not immune to excitement. Facing a face that was inexplicably excited, Lin Yu's heart was also happy. There's no way around it, but he's brought back more surprises than anyone expected. However, the more anxious the warriors were, the less anxious Lin Yu became. Let me have a drink first. Lin Yu then also complained slightly. Quickly! Pour water for the battalion commander. Li Ting, who was on the side, also immediately turned his head to the warriors behind him. Immediately, the two warriors who ran fast were killing the barracks like crazy. And at the same time, Lin Yu had brought the warriors to the drill ground. Since they were going to announce it, it would be better to announce it on the drill ground. Soon, this side of Lin Yu has not yet sat down it, the head of an urgent voice has already sounded, battalion seat, here. Immediately after that, a large water tank was also passed from the back all the way to Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu wasn't polite either, and picked up the water jar and dun. It couldn't be helped, at the military seat, Lin Yu hadn't spent much time spitting. And as they watched Lin Yu dun gulp down the water, many of the warriors also became thirsty. But even if they were thirsty, none of them were willing to leave at this moment. If they missed the battalion commander's announcement of the order, they would have to regret it all. Soon, a tank full of water was also wiped out by Lin Yu. Cool! Lin Yu then exclaimed loudly as well. Only, no one knew if the cool was because of the tank full of water or because it was about to be expanded into a brigade. Seeing Lin Yu finish his drink, the warrior with the kettle on the side also hurriedly came forward and asked, Battalion commander, do you still want more? You think I'm a water tank? Lin Yu immediately replied with a smile as well, and then also returned the water tank to the warrior. As Lin Yu put down the water tank, the gazes of the group of warriors were once again focused on Lin Yu. That look in his eyes was like he wanted to eat Lin Yu alive. Meeting this thirsty look, Lin Yu didn't delay any longer. Chapter 112, The Ups and Downs. At that moment, Lin Yu also looked at Li Ting and Liao Sheng in front of him and said with a smile, I congratulate the two of you, you're going to be battalion commanders. Battalion commander. Battalion commander. Both repeated in unison. Needless to say, the two were stoned by this sudden happiness. It was said to be sudden, but it wasn't too sudden. In fact, from the moment the battalion seat was promoted to deputy regimental commander, they knew that they would definitely be promoted and would most likely be promoted to battalion commander, but really, when this news came out of Lin Yu's mouth, the two were still excited. How can you not be excited? You know, just a month ago, the two of them were just a company commander and deputy company commander. In just under a month, they had both crossed several ranks and become battalion commanders. This promotion speed, even in the so-called the Son of God students in the first 6 Wampoa, is also considered to be the existence of the world of horror. And with that, something seemed to occur to both men. If they were both battalion commanders now, what about the battalion seat? That must be the headmaster. Immediately, the group of warriors, including Liao Sheng and Li Ting, also looked at Lin Yu with a hopeful expression. Greeting the gazes of the crowd, Lin Yu also nodded, but said an answer that was unexpected to everyone. Yes, according to the latest orders, we've expanded into a brigade. Looking around the crowd, Lin Yu also spoke slowly. The moment these words came out, the entire training ground was plunged into a silence. Apparently, everyone was a bit in disbelief of the words they were hearing. Brigade! How can it be a brigade? How can it be a brigade? It was Li Ting who interrupted the silence with his slightly stuttering voice. Battalion commander, are you saying that we've expanded into a brigade? 1 brigade, 2 regiments, that brigade? Nodding, Lin Yu also laughed. That's right, after, you guys will have to call me brigadier. Really? It's true? We're really expanding into a brigade. Brigade commander. The battalion commander has really become a brigade commander. Mother-er. We, the ragtag men in the rear of the temple, can be mixed into the main brigade? With Lin Yu's re-establishment, the fighters also cheered thoroughly, and even quite a few fighters from other troops who were responsible for the rear guard and were saved by Lin Yu, even wept with joy. There was no way around it, the battalion was upgraded to a brigade, and every one of them had to be promoted 1 or even more than 2 ranks at least. Although it was said that they went abroad to fight, not for the sake of promotion, but the so-called soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier, and in the face of this sudden promotion, it is a person who has to go crazy. Not to mention, they had been waiting for this day for far too long, from the time they stepped out of the savage mountains to the present day. While looking at the excited warriors in front of him, a smile was hanging on the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Yes, his surprise for the soldiers has not yet been served. Rather, it was Liao Sheng on the side, as a former company commander of the supplementary regiment, who seemed to have detected a hint of abnormality. Immediately, Liao Sheng also muttered in a low voice, "Not right." After the Lushan Conference in 38, the state government hasn't increased the brigade establishment much, and the 5th Army is an A army, so it's impossible to change the establishment easily, Although Liao Sheng's voice was not loud, it was still heard in the ears of the nearby warriors. Naturally, Lin Yu, who was just off to the side, had also heard it. At that moment, Lin Yu also smiled and pulled out the appointment letter from his arms, then handed it to Liao Sheng and said, "Read it to everyone." As Lin Yu's words left his mouth, the crowd of warriors in excitement instantly quieted down. And looking at the letter that was obviously a warrant, Liao Sheng also immediately threw his suspicions to the back of his mind, and then he also took the warrant, and was reading aloud, "National Revolutionary Army, Warrant. I hereby appoint Lin Yu, former deputy commander of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division of the 5th Army, as..." Right at this most crucial place, Liao Sheng's voice suddenly came to an abrupt end. The eyes of the crowd of warriors were also like blades of knives were cast towards Liao Sheng, who was holding the warrant. However, Liao Sheng looked at the warrant Bushan Police Brigade a few words, really some read Obviously, as a former company commander, Liao Sheng knew all too well the gap between the Central Army and the local army. Not to mention a laborious brigade commander, even a division commander of a local army would have to be honest when meeting the 200th Division's commander. Even in terms of combat power, it would be easy for the main regiment of the 200th Division to eat a local division. Obviously, in Liao Sheng's eyes, this is not a promotion, but a dispatch. Unable to help it, Liao Sheng also cast a searching gaze towards Lin Yu. While facing Liao Sheng's puzzled gaze, Lin Yu was as if he didn't realize it, still calmly looking ahead. On the side of Li Ting obviously also realized that things seemed to be a little wrong, plus he also simply cannot hold down his curious and excited heart, and then reached out his hand and then snatched the commission in the hands of Liao Sheng, said, "Liao, head of this is too excited to read out." Before he finished speaking, Li Ting also saw the 5 big words Bushan Police Brigade on the warrant. Instantly, Li Ting was similarly struck by lightning. "Battalion Commander, what is this situation?" Li Ting immediately asked. What situation?" Lin Yu pretended not to understand. "Keep reading." Hearing Lin Yu's order, Li Ting could only helplessly take over this hot job and continue to read. "I hereby appoint Lin Yu, the former deputy commander of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division of the 5th Army, as the Baoshan Police Brigade, Colonel Brigade Commander." This order. With Li Ting's pronouncement, the training ground once again fell completely silent. Only to hear a ding-dong sound, that is just to take the water warrior, accidentally let the water tank fell to the ground. With that, Li Dali, who was sitting in the front, was also a bit annoyed as he ripped open the collar button, revealing the bullet wound at his collarbone, saying, "Police Brigade, that doesn't become a security team that looks after warehouses for the bigwigs. Why, it's a police brigade. We're the 200th Division. What kind of person drives a main force out of the country? I also told my hometown that I would come over when we expand. How can I tell the old folks? I told my comrades to this. Alas." As Li Dali's whiny words came out, the rest of the warriors, too, complained. Of course, it's not so much a complaint as it is a disbelief. Beating them to death, they cannot think, well, a good main force, or a national army unit that has made great achievements for the national army, how did it become a third-rate police brigade? Unable to help it, the warriors also looked at Lin Yu, hoping that Lin Yu would give them an explanation. And looking at the gazes of the generals, Lin Yu was naturally not the least bit afraid, and then he also spoke. "What's wrong with the police brigade? The police brigade is not the national army sequence, the police brigade cannot fight the ghosts?" Saying that, Lin Yu's gaze also swept over the warriors in front of him one by one, trying to find the one who wanted to leave because of the establishment. Chapter 113, Huge Vigilante Brigade. Fortunately, while there was anger, disbelief, and even invective in the eyes of the warriors, the only thing that was missing was the kind of wryness that comes from thinking about one's own backroads, and even fewer offered to try to get out of one's way. Seeing this, Lin Yu also finally settled down. The 1,000 difficulties and dangers along the way in the savage mountains had not been in vain. The brethren under his hand were all fellow soldiers who had stood the test. With that, at this moment, Lin Yu, at last, also somewhat understood the actions of army commander Du in front of him. The time is just like this moment. He needed to find brothers who could live and die with him, and army commander Du needed a fighter who could charge to the front lines. Winning without pride and losing without discouragement is simple to say, but not easy to do. Especially in the case where one has clearly made a contribution, but is still being treated thinly. Only in such a situation, still maintaining the original heart, can truly become a fighter with ideals and beliefs, but also in the more difficult battles, to maintain the original color, leading the troops to victory. The good thing was that in the midst of this ordeal, Lin Yu and his men had passed through it perfectly. Battalion, Brigade Commander. Seeing Lin Yu getting angry, Liao Sheng on the side also hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Rest your anger. It's not that the brothers dislike the police brigade, but we still want to fight back to Burma and avenge our brothers' deaths. This is organized into a police brigade, how can we go back? Ah." Ha ha. Lin Yu finally laughed out loud. Laughing, the warriors were also getting more and more moony. "Brigade Commander, it can't be madness." Li Ting then also asked Liao Shang, who was at the side, in a low voice. "Scram!" Lin Yu immediately and angrily rebuked Li Ting. "Alright, no more teasing you guys." Lin Yu then also looked at the warriors on the opposite side once again and said, "Who told you that the police brigade can't be the main force?" Saying that, Lin Yu also pulled out another order from his bosom, and then with a light cough, he also continued, "Below, let me briefly introduce our Baoshan Police Brigade." Baoshan Police Brigade. Regardless of the soldiers' astonished looks, Lin Yu also continued, "First, the brigade's direct troops, with an artillery battalion of 12 75mm mountain guns and 12 82mm mortars, an engineer company, a communications platoon, a guard company, a heavy firepower company, and a supply company. Together with service and other personnel, it totaled 1,500 men. In addition, the brigade has 4 infantry battalions and 2 reinforced battalions, each of which has 3 infantry companies of about 600 men. Each battalion is reinforced with a heavy machine gun company in addition to an artillery battery with 4 82mm mortars, totaling between 800 and 900 men. The total number of men in the brigade, at 5,700. Yes, Du did not organize the police brigade into a 1 brigade and 2 regiments, but added 2 reinforced battalions to the normal 1 brigade and 4 battalions. The only reason for this is that Du also had the best of intentions. For one thing, the establishment of the 1st Brigade and 2nd Regiment belonged to the common establishment of the former 37 adjustment divisions. The German Arms Division was one of the first adjustment divisions, and it was inevitable that a hasty reactivation of it would cause the Japanese to become alarmed. Secondly, among Lin Yu's men, although he had the duo of Li Ting and Liao Shang. But both of them were only company-level cadres before, and were promoted to battalion commander, which was already the limit. If they were to be promoted directly to chief in one step, the 2 men, with only company experience, wouldn't be able to stomach it. And if 2 captains were transferred there from the outside, Lin Yu's authority would inevitably be affected. Therefore, eliminating the regimental establishment and direct command from brigade to battalion is almost always the best option. And so there is this, rather bizarre, establishment arrangement that exists today. Of course, this bitterness was clearly felt by Lin Yu. Therefore, it was only after getting this establishment that Lin Yu did not have the slightest opinion. As for the rest of the warriors, it was clear that they would not understand the deeper meaning in this establishment, and their attention, more often than not, was also drawn to numbers that were easier to memorize. For example, Li Ting, who was on the side, jumped up immediately after hearing Lin Yu's words, saying, 5,700 men. That's almost the strength of a C division. Liao Sheng on the other side is slightly more able to grasp the focus of some, and then is also slightly stuttering asked, "Brigade Commander, you mean, our police brigade, there are 8 mountain guns?" There was no way for Liao Sheng not to stutter. You know, that's a 75mm mountain gun. Not to mention the local army, even an ordinary division-level unit of the Central Army doesn't have such luxurious equipment. Not to mention, the 2 reinforced battalions under this jurisdiction were simply more horrifying than the Central Army's A-battalion establishment. Even the 598th Regiment at full strength is just that. Where is this what a police brigade should look like? Hearing Liao Shang's obviously somewhat stuttering voice, Lin Yu naturally understood that this beloved general of his had understood. Immediately, Lin Yu also nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, not only do we have mountain cannons, but the military commander also promised that he would give us a batch of American ordnance equipment. My department will also be one of the first units in the country to receive American ordnance equipment." Upon hearing Lin Yu's confirmation, the warriors immediately erupted once more as well. American equipment. Boy, that's an A battalion establishment, isn't it? Normal A battalions don't have that kind of firepower, do they? Grandma Bear ah. Is this still the TND police brigade? With this equipment, I'd die even if I had to die in the police brigade. There were even warriors who cautiously said, "Brigade commander, you're not lying to us." Listening to the chatter of the warriors, Lin Yu also opened his mouth once again. "Alright, let me tell you directly. Our police brigade, directly under the Kunming battalion, is fully responsible for the defense of the Baoshan area. The treatment of all officers and soldiers all followed that of the 200th Division. Therefore, to put it politely, this brigade of ours is the tentacle of the 200th Division or the 5th Army reaching out to Baoshan, to western Yunnan and even to Burma. As for, why is it a police brigade and not some other number?" Lin Yu then also narrowed his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the new river, saying, "Of course it's for the little devils on the other side of the river. If the little devils really think of us as a police brigade." Lin Yu then also revealed a cruel smile and said, "That would be something for the little devils to see. Openly repairing the inns, secretly doing it in the dark." Liao Sheng on the side had gotten excited. At the same time, after listening to Lin Yu and Liao Sheng's word, a group of warriors also then had their "yes." The warriors immediately exclaimed with great joy as well. "Brigade commander." At this moment, Wang Chao, who had been following Lin Yu in battle, raised his hand and said, "Are we using the police brigade's number externally? Do we need to keep the specific establishment a secret? If it's kept secret, those veterans and officers may not come." At those words, Lin Yu also hesitated slightly. Although Lin Yu knew that the situation of this police brigade of his own was not destined to be a secret in the higher echelons, it might not be in the lower echelons of the National Army. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to fool the Japanese on the other side of the river at all. The top brass knew, but didn't care about one brigade. Therefore, this problem that Wang Chao said is really a bit tricky. This would almost certainly give away the status of the home establishment if those people were informed. But if he didn't tell him, Lin Yu was really worried that not many people would be willing to come. Unable to help it, Lin Yu was also caught up in a good deal of thought. But in the end, Lin Yu decided that secrecy was important. The reason is very simple: if the number of people is not enough, Lin Yu can still let Luo Chief of Staff to think of a way, but if the secrets are leaked, it will be a bit disappointing to the military seat and the Senate of the good intentions of this. Therefore, after making a decision in his mind, Lin Yu also ordered decisively, "It cannot be said. No matter to whom, as long as they have not yet entered my police brigade, the establishment of our army shall be kept secret from them. Of course, you can tell them that we're the Baoshan Police Brigade, going to the new Jiang front. If you want to fight the devils and take revenge, come with us. They'll never regret going with us. Also, there's a slight hint to tell them that we can take care of their boss's problems if they give the nod." Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also added once again, in a word, "I'd rather have a few than a lot. The Baoshan Police Brigade, only need those who are sincere in fighting the devils." "Yes." Wang Chao and the crowd of warriors then agreed. With that, the group of warriors who had been ordered to do so dispersed. Lin Yu, on the other hand, brought both Li Ting and Liao Sheng inside the office. "The establishment of the police brigade is down." Lin Yu then also said, "You two, of course, are the perfect candidates for the two reinforced battalion commanders." "Thank you, Brigade Commander." Although they had already been told by Lin Yu, the two of them still couldn't contain their excitement when they heard the words, "Battalion Commander." Without moving, Lin Yu also continued, "Do you guys know the reason why the military commander only gave us an establishment of 6 battalions instead of 2 regiments? At those words, the two also looked at each other, but they both shook their heads. Lin Yu then also spoke, "It's very simple, now that 2 regiments have been established, can you two hold them?" "Ah, us?" Li Ting was instantly a bit surprised and said. Obviously, to be the battalion commander, Li Ting has been very surprised plus surprise. As for the headmaster, he didn't even think about it. "You two are the only ones under my hand, if I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to?" Lin Yu randomly said without any good humor as well. Liao Sheng on the side, in the end, was a high achiever who had returned from the South Seas, and listening to Lin Yu's words, he immediately understood. With that, a wave of excitement also instantly hit him. But soon, Liao Sheng calmed down again, and then also shook his head and replied, "We've only had company-level experience, so I'm afraid it won't work if we're promoted hastily until we're a regimental commander." Still somewhat self-aware, Lin Yu then laughed as well. "And I am not afraid to tell you that the structure of the 1st Brigade and the 6th Battalion is too flat and is not conducive to fighting. Therefore, sooner or later the regiment will have to be formed. Moreover, it has to be established before the counterattack on Western Yunnan." Lin Yu then also continued, "Therefore, the time left for you all is not much. You must familiarize yourselves with the new position as soon as possible, and also continue to broaden your horizons, in order to lay a good foundation for taking over the position of regimental commander." Lin Yu had already made his words so clear, so the two of them naturally immediately understood, and with that, the two of them also once again had a brilliant light in their eyes. After all, who has a desire to be a battalion commander when you can be a regimental commander? Immediately, the two looked at each other and also agreed in unison, yes. Looking at the ambition in the eyes of the two men, Lin Yu also revealed a satisfied smile. With ambition, there is motivation, and with motivation, you can kill more ghosts. However, what should be said, Lin Yu still had to say in place. Immediately, looking at the two, Lin Yu also said solemnly, "Don't agree so quickly. There are at least 4 more battalion commanders competing with you guys. This position of regimental commander, whether you can take it or not, yet it still depends on yourselves." Without waiting for the two to speak, Lin Yu continued, "Don't be too confident. Although you are a reinforced battalion, the other 4 are just ordinary infantry battalions. You only have a slight advantage. And this pluck is both a trust and a test, both for me and for you." Patting the shoulders of the two men, Lin Yu also continued to talk bitterly. "Being a battalion commander is not like being a company commander. The number of men under your hand is almost exponentially increased, and the difficulty of management is likewise exponentially increased. In particular, you still have 2 reinforced battalions in your hands, numbering nearly 1,000 men. In many local units, this is already a regiment. Thus, being able to be a good battalion commander is not an easy task." Needless to say, with this succession of Lin Yu's words, the two of them also felt a heavy burden on their shoulders. Taking a deep breath, the two of them immediately also agreed once again, "Yes, my humble servant will definitely do his best." Seemingly sensing the pressure in the hearts of the two, Lin Yu also continued, "Of course, you guys don't have to worry. After this period of time, you guys have actually already endured the exercise. With my presence or absence, things inside the battalion are in order, which is obviously all due to you guys. Therefore, I still have confidence in you all to be good commanders of this battalion." Hearing this simple compliment from Lin Yu, the two of them also finally revealed a long-lost smile. Unfortunately, not waiting for the two to be happy for long, Lin Yu continued, "However, from battalion commander to regimental commander, there is still a gap. And first of all, chest is the first thing. Although the other 4 battalion commanders have not yet been selected, it is clear that no matter if they were poached by us, or if they were assigned by the military seat, they will not be generalized. I hope that the first thing you, as the patriarchs of our army, will do well is to unite. Bottom line, you are both in competition and at the same time should be in a relationship where you can give your backs to each other. Understand?" Chapter 115, Selection of the Commander of the Artillery Battalion. Listening to Lin Yu's instructions, Liao Shang and Li Ting were also aghast in their hearts, and then they also agreed in unison, "Yes, Brigade Commander, we understand." Seeing this, Lin Yu also nodded slightly, and then he also instructed, "Alright, that's it. Next, the most important thing, is to help me set up the police brigade shelves." "Yes." The two of them then agreed as well. However, the commander of this artillery battalion was the most important of the several main battalions. You know, this artillery battalion, in addition to the usual mortars, Du Yuming had arranged for Lin Yu to have 12 mountain guns. Although it was only a small caliber of 75 mm, this firepower, at the division and brigade level, could be called a horrible existence. The weight of this battalion is thus evident. Moreover, artillery, this thing is not like infantry, it's a completely technical job, or the kind that Lin Yu can't even play with or at least learn. Mountain artillery, in particular, can be much more difficult than mortars. It is also because of the specialized nature of gun handling, which means the importance of its commander. You're welcome to say that a good artillery commander is just as important as even following a dozen or so mountain guns. Therefore, Lin Yu, who wanted to make his police brigade a first-class unit, naturally wanted to find a truly specialized artillery expert to sit for him. And therein lies the contradiction. On one hand, Lin Yu couldn't look at general artillery experts, on the other hand, Lin Yu couldn't find the right personnel. Thus, Lin Yu could only plan to let the military seat solve this problem. But the problem was, handing over such an important position to someone else to help him choose. Lin Yu's heart was always a bit uncomfortable. Not to mention whether or not the military commander's side could find a specialized artillery expert according to Lin Yu's wishes. And even if the military seat spent a great deal of effort and really found such a person for Lin Yu would still be a bit worried. Quite simply, where there are people, there is a jungle. And those who are delineated and recommended by the same military seat are bound to be naturally close, even embracing. Even if they didn't report to the regiment, the number of such people would undoubtedly weaken Lin Yu's degree of control over the police brigade. You know, in addition to the artillery battalion, the deputy brigade commander and chief of staff of the police brigade, but also have not yet been settled. And between these two positions, in order to reassure the military senator seat, in order to throw in the towel as well, Lin Yu was bound to give up at least one, if not two, for the military senator seat to arrange. Of course, a deputy brigade commander didn't matter, but a deputy brigade commander who controlled the only artillery unit was very important. Even to a certain extent, if one or two more infantry battalions were brought together, this force could already be separated from Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu was absolutely convinced that in most cases, the deputy brigade commander recommended by the military seat would never disobey his orders, things could be hard to say when it really came to a critical situation. Even if he wouldn't, Lin Yu really didn't want to waste his limited energy on this kind of personnel struggle. Therefore, after knowing that Liao Shang actually had a candidate recommendation for the artillery battalion commander, Lin Yu was naturally overjoyed. What? Aren't you afraid that Liao Shang will join the group? If he couldn't even trust Li Ting and Liao Shang, the two subordinates who had accompanied him all the way out from the savage mountains, Lin Yu wouldn't need to fight this battle anymore. Immediately, Lin Yu also opened his mouth and inquired, "You have a candidate?" Aha! Perhaps sensing Lin Yu's inner excitement, Liao Shang immediately also replied, "The commander of the artillery company of the supplementary regiment is called Gao Lin, and is also my brother when I was in the supplementary regiment. When he was in Burma, he had only 2 mortars in his hands, but he hardened them, and if it hadn't been for him and his artillery company, those of us in the supplementary regiment wouldn't have been able to break through the Japanese blockade. I thought he had been killed in Burma, but I didn't expect to see him in the hospital the day before yesterday. If the brigadier agrees, I can try to talk to him. After all, the complementary regiment is now facing a check-down in its establishment." Right. Seemingly afraid that Lin Yu was not too willing to accept a company commander of a supplementary regiment, Liao Shang immediately added again, "Before this, he once went to Germany to studying mechanics. Therefore, the artillery of our troops, whether it is mortars, mountain artillery, field artillery, he knows almost everything. Even the complex howitzers, he can operate. Supplemental corps, there's actually this treasure," Lin Yu immediately said with some excitement. Although Lin Yu was letting out an exclamation, in Liao Shang's ears, it was a skepticism of Gao Lin's ability. At that moment, Liao Shang slightly paused, and then also opened his mouth again to explain, "It's because after we joined the 5th Army, the troops were ordered to drive into the Burma battlefield. In order for the new officers and soldiers to affect the combat effectiveness of the various departments, the military seat is all of us into the army and division supplementary regiments." Hearing, Lin Yu was also suddenly realized in the drive into Burma before, the Department of Military Affairs is indeed to the 5th Army sent a number of young soldiers and student soldiers, because of the time, but the due military commander is not directly arranged to them to the various main regiments, just all transferred into the supplemental regiment, in front of the Liao Shang is also one of them. It can be said that among this group of young officers, there are really quite a few beautiful jades that have not yet been carved. Not to mention others, Liao Shang in front of him was the most obvious example with his ability. He was fully qualified to be the company commander of the 200th Division's strongest main force company. Needless to say, to be able to become friends with Liao Shang, and to receive such a high evaluation from Liao Shang, that one named Gao Lin must have 2 skills. Immediately, Lin Yu also pretended to be angry and hated. "Such an excellent talent, how can you say it only now? Brigade commander, you can't blame me for this." Liao Shang immediately also said helplessly, "There are specialties in the arts, we didn't know before that you would have an artillery battalion establishment, brigadier." At those words, Lin Yu could only laugh dumbly. There was no way, this establishment, not to mention the people underneath, even Lin Yu himself was surprised. With that, patting Liao Shang's shoulder, Lin Yu also spoke immediately, "Now, you have one task, dig this Gao Lin up for me." "Yes." Liao Shang immediately and happily led the order. Chapter 116, A surprise from a subordinate. "However, brigadier." Liao Shang then also scratched his head and said, "It's like this, although the supplementary regiment is no more, he is still the company commander of the 200th Division after all. Do you think it's possible for him to take up the position of Deputy Battalion Commander directly after he comes over? Deputy Battalion Commander? Lin Yu frowned slightly. Brigade Commander, don't worry, I dare to make a promise that Gao Lin is absolutely capable of taking on the position of Deputy Battalion Commander. Seemingly afraid of Lin Yu's refusal, Liao Shang immediately also patted his chest and said. Instantly, Lin Yu was aware that the two of them, himself and Liao Shang, had misunderstood. Obviously, in Liao Shang's opinion, the supplementary regiment could not have such credits as the 1st Battalion, and for Gao Lin to be promoted from company commander to Deputy Battalion Commander was already a special promotion. But such a talent, how could Lin Yu only give an assistant battalion commander What deputy battalion commander Lin Yu immediately also patted Liao Shang's shoulder and said, of course it's the battalion commander. Ha? Liao Shang was instantly somewhat baffled. What Lin Yu said helplessly, you yourself are the battalion commander of a reinforced battalion, and your men even have 800 or 900 run, how come, your brothers still can't be the battalion commander of an artillery battalion? Upon hearing this, Liao Shang nodded slightly, but then shook his head, but? There's nothing but. Lin Yu immediately waved his hand and said, as long as he does have the ability, he is the right choice for the commander of the artillery battalion. Hearing Lin Yu's promise, Liao Shang's heart was also warmed, and immediately he also replied, yes, I'm going to the hospital. Go find the cooking class and bring some fruit or something over. Lin Yu then also continued, make sure to take it down for me. In addition, anyone from Gao Lin's artillery company who is willing to come over will be promoted to the next level. Ha? Liao Shang was a bit dumbfounded. Dig a corner even if, brigade seat just want to even pot this 5th Army can promise. Liao Shang couldn't help but be a little worried as well. Seems to see the worry in Liao Shang's eyes, Lin Yu immediately said, the 5th Army is our mother's family, take our own things they're not afraid of. Besides, the military commander has promised to give me 80 officers. You can rest assured that you will be able to dig up people. Hearing Lin Yu say this, how could Liao Shang have any concerns? Immediately Liao Shang also stood upright and promised to complete the mission. With that, Liao Shang also turned around and headed to the hospital to dig in. Also at this time, Li Ting on the side but also looked at Lin Yu with a fawning smile on his face and said, Brigade Commander, I have several candidates here as well. Oh? Lin Yu looked at Li Ting with some surprise and said, you know artillery as well? Not artillery. Li Ting immediately waved his hand as well and said, it's infantry. Brigadier, you know me. Li Ting then also said, at the earliest, I was still Marshal Feng's soldier, and it was only later that I arrived at the Central Army and under you, Brigade Commander. Thus, in the 6th Army and also the 66th Army, there are quite a few of my brethren. Immediately, Lin Yu waved his hand and said, this matter, why are you still bothering me? As long as I can fight, I have more than enough here. Yes. Li Ting immediately also scratched his head, and then also continued, the others, I'll just recruit them directly. But there are 2 people, yet you still have to make the final decision, Brigadier General. Oh? Lin Yu was also interested and immediately asked, what's so special about it? Yes, Brigadier, yes. Li Ting immediately nodded and said, the first one is Han Yong, the battalion commander of the 66th Army's Provisional 28th Division, because their division commander was disposed of and their division is facing disbandment. I would like to introduce him to command an infantry battalion. After listening to Li Ting's introduction, Lin Yu was frowning slightly. While the Provisional 28th Division was not as big a problem as the Provisional 29th Division, the fact that it didn't arrive in time for a key battle was obviously no small problem. Lin Yu didn't want to have to worry about his men losing their dates in future battles. Seeing Lin Yu frowning, Li Ting naturally understood his own brigade commander's thoughts, and immediately explained as well, oh, he's very capable of fighting. In the Battle of Mandalay, the first to arrive at the battlefield was their battalion. Therefore, their battalion was also the one that suffered the greatest losses. Almost 2/3 of the troops were lost in one battle, and it can be said that more than half of the 28th Division's casualties and number of kills were created by Han Yong's. If that's the case, it's fine. Lin Yu then also nodded slightly. Not only that. Hearing that Lin Yu had already loosened up, Li Ting immediately also added, Battalion Commander Han was also the captain of the Great Sword team back then, with a great sword in his hand, even I couldn't beat him. It's in the battalion, but also with their own savings to form a big knife team, in addition to conventional weapons, are carrying a big knife. Kill ghosts is simply like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Somewhat interesting. Lin Yu sniffed and nodded, recruit. Not only him, the greatswords under his command, I want them too. I'm afraid this one won't work. Li Ting also sighed slightly at his words and said, in the Battle of Mandalay, because of the lack of follow-on reinforcements, under the superior firepower of the Japanese army, his greatswords were almost completely wiped out. Phew! Hearing this news, Lin Yu also let out a long sigh. After a slight contemplation, Lin Yu also spoke, tell Battalion Commander Han that as long as he is willing to come to my police brigade, I can't guarantee anything else, but a large sword for each hand is never a problem. Like this. Lin Yu said as he also took out a bunch of banknotes from the drawer and handed it to Li Ting, saying, take this money, go to the street and choose a good knife and send it to Battalion Commander Han along with my promise. Li Ting was also not the least bit squirmy, and immediately took Lin Yu's banknote, and just agreed, yes. Aha! Lin Yu then also continued to ask, didn't you say there was another one? Oh, right. Li Ting immediately nodded as well. There is another one, the company commander of the 66th Army's Communications Company, Zhen Qi. Communication Company commander? Lin Yu, who heard this, was once again confused. What he wanted were all the officers of the fighting forces. The communication company was really not within his consideration. And just as Lin Yu was about to veto away Li Ting's proposal, Li Ting was the one who opened his mouth once again, saying, he can ride a horse. Well, I should say, when he was in the Northwest Army in the past, he was the company commander of the cavalry company. Unfortunately, there were no more horses in the back, so he could only be an infantryman, and then later, because he could ride a horse, he was chosen to be the deputy company commander of the communications company, the company commander who was just promoted in front of the Intimane. Cavalry company? Without a doubt, Lin Yu was also ruthlessly moved once again. Although Myanmar is mountainous, there are large plains in Yangon, Mandalay, and other areas. And in these places, if one could have a cavalry in one's hands, it would be a descending blow to the Japanese army, which had no armored troops. Even if it is just one company, I am afraid that the strategic value it can bring out will not be less than that of a battalion. But, the problem is. Chapter 117 Arrival of the 1st Battalion Commander. But the problem was that the police brigade had neither a cavalry company nor horses available to form one. We can't use the mules and horses from the supply company to form a cavalry company, can we? No matter what, Li Ting said it all, regardless of whether he is useful or not, first receive it under your hand. Lin Yu then also thought in his mind. At that moment, after a little bit of thinking, Lin Yu also spoke, it can be done. However, I'm afraid that I'll have to commission him to only be the company commander of the supply company for the time being. Moreover, horses, I'm afraid that in a short period of time, I can't get them. No problem. Li Ting immediately replied as well, he'll only be worse off in the 66th Army. Good. Lin Yu immediately nodded his head as well. Still, as long as you have the ability, as long as you want to fight the devils, you're all welcome here. Yes. Li Ting immediately agreed as well. With that, Li Ting also turned around excitedly and headed out of the camp. Looking at Li Ting's back as he left, Lin Yu's heart was also incomparably happy. He also really didn't expect that these two company commanders under his command were so powerful. One of them had found himself a key artillery talent, and the other had also found him a rare battalion commander level talent, and even a cavalry talent. In comparison, Lin Yu himself, the supreme officer, was more or less humiliated. Of course, it wasn't as if Lin Yu hadn't been looking for it, and during the time when the warriors were all busy summarizing their jungle tactics, Lin Yu had also gone on quite a long hunt in the shelters and hospitals. It was just that, naturally, Lin Yu couldn't just ask for ordinary soldiers when he personally went looking for them. At least it has to be a battalion-level cadre to start, but the problem is that Lin Yu's previous position was still too low, and although there were some acquaintances at the battalion level, they had either died in battle in Burma or were about to be promoted high in the 200th Division. After days of searching, the candidates for Deputy Brigade Commander and Chief of Staff were a half dozen. With great difficulty, Lin Yu barely managed to find a company commander who had once cooperated in an operation together Kong Tao from the 600th Regiment next door. Fortunately, this company commander of the 600th Regiment first recognized the ones who knew what Lin Yu had done in the Savage Mountains. Thus, after Lin Yu had proposed that he wanted to invite him to his command, this Kong company commander had also immediately agreed. Counting carefully, with the addition of this Kong company commander, 5 of the 7 battalions including the artillery battalion under Lin Yu's command were already considered to have a master. Lin Yu knew that this was almost his limit. It was both the limit of his own contacts and the limit of the battalion cadre he could place. It would really be a bit unintelligent if we did have all 7 battalion commanders. Seeing that Liao Shang and Li Tingtian left one after another, Lin Yu also did not hesitate, and immediately also sought that Kong company commander and went. And when Lin Yu walked out of the battalion brigade headquarters, he realized that at this moment, there were not many people left in the camp. A bewildering number of 200 or so mouths, almost all of them scattered out to find their own countrymen and fellow soldiers. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Although the recommendation of such a township party was prone to forming cliques, there was no doubt that as long as Lin Yu controlled it properly, this would also be an extremely cohesive and offensive force. Thinking about this, Lin Yu also accelerated his pace and headed towards the 600th Regiment's quarters. Company Commander Kong had already returned from his injuries. I don't know if it was because the senator had already greeted him, but Lin Yu's actions in the 600th Regiment were still very smooth. Kong Tao, after learning that Lin Yu's upcoming appointment is with the police brigade and not the legendary Central Army, still holds fast to his promise and is willing to follow Lin Yu to continue to fight the little devils. This had saved Lin Yu a lot of talking. As for the commander of the 600th Regiment, not only did he not make things difficult for Lin Yu, he even encouraged Kong Company commander to do a good job even under Lin Yu's command, and then he even dragged Lin Yu to have a lunch at the regiment's headquarters no matter what. In fact, this was quite normal. If Lin Yu's actions in the Savage Mountain made him a benefactor of Army Commander Du, then Lin Yu was already a benefactor of the 200th Division, and even with the bottom generals of the 5th Army, before he entered the Savage Mountain. If it were not for Lin Yu's 598th Regiment's desperate blockade, the Japanese would have long since caught up with the remnants of the 200th Division and the 5th Army, and naturally there would not be this formed 600th Regiment today. Therefore, although the warriors did not say that on that mouth, but in their hearts, they remembered this piece by piece clearly. This was probably why when Company Commander Kong heard that Lin Yu wanted him to go to the 1st Battalion, he almost didn't even think about it before he agreed to it. And that, in turn, brought about the situation where the head of the 600th Regiment had to stay for a casual dinner with Lin Yu. There was no way, the hospitality was hard to resist, plus there was a request, Lin Yu also had to stay for a casual dinner. Of course, because of the new defeat of the expeditionary force, the 600th Regiment did not dare to be too extravagant. As for the wine, that naturally is even more afraid to go on the table. But the good thing is, both sides are blood and courageous warriors, big mouth to eat loud bragging, scolding the brats between. This meal is also considered to be the guests and hosts. With that, after bidding farewell to the commander of the 600th Regiment, Lin Yu also took Company Commander Kong back to the camp. Yes, perhaps this meal is too happy. 600 Regiment under the hand of the eldest, Kong Tao is also accompanied by Lin Yu back to the 1st Battalion of the Premises or a Family, the program behind the unified patches. This was certainly the head of the 600th Regiment being atmospheric and willing to give Lin Yu this face. On the other hand, this is actually a sign of the love that the commander of the 600th Regiment has for his subordinates. Since it had been decided that Kong Tao would go to Lin Yu's command, the sooner he returned to the camp with Lin Yu, and the sooner he built up a camaraderie with the previous warriors of the 1st Battalion, the more favorable it would be for Kong Tao's future work to unfold. Thus, with such thoughts, Kong Tao also followed Lin Yu to the camp. And as soon as he saw the camp of the 1st Battalion, Kong Tao was more and more satisfied with his decision. He knew that in Kunming today, such a large site with such neat rooms could not be given to a small police brigade. Unable to help, I'm afraid that also more and more look forward to his trip to Baoshan. It was also at the same time that Kong Tao was surveying the camp of the 1st Battalion. In the middle of the barracks, the gazes of a group of warriors were also looking in the direction of Lin Yu and Kong Tao. Battalion Commander Kong, it's considered to be home by this point. Lin Yu then also made a gesture of invitation and said, "Yes, Brigade Commander." Battalion Commander Kong also immediately agreed in a knowledgeable manner. Immediately, with Kong Tao in tow, Lin Yu also crossed the playground to the entrance of the brigade headquarters. Facing the soldiers gathered around, Lin Yu also announced, "This is Comrade Kong Tao. I dug him out from the friendly 600th Regiment. He will be the battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion of our police brigade." "Hello Battalion Commander Kong." "Hello Battalion Commander Kong." The crowd of warriors also saluted Kong Tao. Apparently, as the first external general to arrive, Kong Tao also undertook the extraordinary enthusiasm of the warriors. Facing the enthusiasm of the warriors, Kong Tao was not at all timid, and then he also returned the salute to the warriors with a smiling face. "Good day to all of you. I am Kong Tao, honored to join my department, willing to work with you to kill all Japanese invaders. Revenge." With a simple sentence, Kong Tao also gained the favor of a group of warriors. Needless to say, Lin Yu was also very satisfied with Kong Tao's performance in the face of unfamiliar surroundings and sudden enthusiasm. Being able to remain calm was already not easy, not to mention having an immediate response. The best part is that all of these behaviors are also qualities that a good officer needs to have. And with the recognition of Lin Yu and a group of warriors, Kong Tao is also considered to be slightly rooted under Lin Yu. Chapter 118 Uninvited Chiefs of Staff. With that, Kong Tao, who had met him, was also arranged to go down and familiarize himself with the camp, while Lin Yu returned to the brigade headquarters. Soon, the situation of other fighters digging for corners was also reported to Lin Yu here. Unfortunately, compared to Lin Yu's smooth sailing on this trip, the other warriors' digging operations were plagued with obstacles and few rewards. It wasn't so much that those people's superiors wouldn't let them go, but more so, it was that the people they were being persuaded didn't want to come. Yes, after hearing the words Baoshan Police Brigade, more than half of them shook their heads like a rattle. Even the soldiers of the new 29th Division, which is facing the abolition of its number, are reluctant to come to this laborious Baoshan Police Brigade. Of course, it's quite understandable. In present-day China, the treatment of the Central Army and the local army, or the miscellaneous army, can be described as worlds apart. This difference is not only in weaponry, but also in military pay, and also on the battlefield. In a word, the miscellaneous army is paid less than 1/3 of the salary of the Central Army, but it has to block the swords and cannons for the Central Army in the battlefield. That's not something anyone would want to do. Moreover, many of these fighters had been easily integrated into the Central Army from the miscellaneous army, and having felt the cruelty of the miscellaneous army, how could they possibly be willing to become a miscellaneous army again? However, Lin Yu's men cannot tell them directly. In fact, Baoshan Police Brigade is not a miscellaneous army, but the real Central Army, and the 200 Division, the same as the full-fledged troops. Well, even if they did, these people might not believe it. As a result, almost more than half of the warriors returned in defeat, and they could not help but be discouraged one by one. Lin Yu, however, acted calmly about it. Or rather, all of this had long been expected by Lin Yu. Even this threshold, it was deliberately placed by Lin Yu. After all, if Lin Yu wanted to, he could have asked the military commander and senator to keep the matter of the police brigade a secret for the time being, and then announce it after he had tricked the people into coming. By that time, firstly, with the American armaments sent by the military seat, and secondly, with the transfer order having been issued, there would naturally be far fewer people to backtrack. But by the way, Lin Yu didn't do that. The reason for this was simple. Lin Yu had held a belief from the beginning to the end that it was better to be lacking than to be in abundance. After all, the battles ahead would only become more grueling, and without a heart to fight the demons even against all odds, I'm afraid it would be difficult to persevere. In a sense, Lin Yu's so-called, but also in accordance with the greed for life and fear of death do not enter this door, promotion and wealth please go to other places Whampoa school motto. Of course, more importantly, these company platoon commanders and veterans, even if they didn't make up the numbers in the end, Lin Yu believed that the military seat would naturally make up the numbers for himself. Therefore, in the face of the soldiers' how-to-do inquiry, Lin Yu has also calmly said, "The sky will rain, the mother will marry, let them go." With Lin Yu, the brigade commander's calm reply, the other warriors naturally that were also at ease. However, don't look at Lin Yu who was still calm on the surface, but in reality, Lin Yu was also worried. Although Lin Yu could not worry about the grassroots officers and veterans, Lin Yu still cared about the battalion commander recommended by Liao Shang and Li Ting. Especially the commander of the artillery battalion, which is a rare talent. Just as Lin Yu was waiting apprehensively for Liao Shang and Li Ting's reply, a warrior was hurriedly running to Lin Yu. "Brigade Commander." Gulping, the warrior also said quickly, reporting to the brigade commander, "A guest has arrived." "Guests?" Lin Yu asked with a slight frown. This wasn't when he'd first come to Kunming. The dust had long since settled on Savage Mountain, so how could there still be guests? Regardless of what purpose the visitor actually had, a dignified colonel came to the door. Lin Yu's basic politeness was still necessary. Soon, the trotting Lin Yu also arrived before the guard post. "Brigadier Lin." Before Lin Yu could go forward to inquire, an officer wearing the rank of colonel took the initiative to salute Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also immediately stood still and returned a standard military salute, saying, "Director Zhao." While returning the military salute, Lin Yu also sized up this chief of staff of the operations section of the Provisional 55th Division. But see, the person should be just over the age of confusion, its face lines hard, but there is no common roundness of the same age. Although the wrinkles on his face were not dense, the few faint lines that still crept up on his forehead and at the corners of his eyes seemed to be silently telling of past experiences. And the dark complexion seemed to testify to what he had been through. A head of prematurely gray short hair, roots upright, like a snow-covered pine, striking in through the vicissitudes of life. A military uniform is also so flat that it is almost difficult to see a single wrinkle, and each button is even more buttoned up in a regular manner. Only, the threads that were inadvertently exposed behind his collar, and the slightly whitish color, were implicitly telling Lin Yu the embarrassment of the person in front of him. Obviously, with just this one glance, Lin Yu had arrived at the fact that this person was a strict, real soldier. There was no way that only a true and austere soldier would clean himself up so neatly, and only a true soldier would still live in dire straits even though he was clearly in a high position. Unable to help it, Lin Yu was also becoming more and more curious about the reason for the arrival of this Director Zhao in front of him. Without waiting for Lin Yu to ask, the Director Zhao on the other side spoke directly. "Brigadier Lin, this time I took the liberty of coming here, but I really have an unfeeling request." Once these words came out, Lin Yu was also more certain that this was a pure soldier, that mellow person would say something like this at the guard post. However, compared to those so-called people of harmony, Lin Yu is obviously willing to deal with such a straightforward soldier. However, this is not a place to discuss things on the main road. With that, Lin Yu also opened his mouth and interrupted, "Director Zhao, if there's anything, let's talk inside." As he spoke, Lin Yu also sidestepped, giving this Director Zhao a passage. "Director Zhao, please." Chapter 119, Active Job Seeking. Arriving at the brigade headquarters, Lin Yu also greeted this Director Zhao and sat down. And this Director Zhao Buotao Zhao, even after sitting down, still held his back straight. Unable to help it, Lin Yu also appreciated this uninvited guest even more. While such a maneuver could be considered commonplace in the latter-day PLA, you have to realize that today's national army is not the latter-day PLA. From top to bottom, not all of them are lazy, but not far from it. And this Director Zhao, apparently, still follows the tradition from his military school days. Of course, appreciation was appreciation. What Lin Yu had to do now was naturally still to figure out the intentions of this Director Zhao. Passing over a cup of water, Lin Yu then also sat down beside Zhao Buotao and said, "Director Zhao, now you can talk about the purpose of this trip." Yes, between Zhao Buotao's obviously hardcore military style, Lin Yu also had no intention of beating around the bush and directly asked about his intentions. And after Zhao Buotao had received the water tank and expressed his gratitude, he then replied, "It's like this. Brigadier Lin, I believe you are also aware that my provisional 55th Division is about to be abolished. I also have nowhere else to go, and I just happened to hear your men persuading my department to look for veterans and officers. Therefore..." After a slight pause and another sip of water, Zhao Buotao then summoned up the courage to continue, "Therefore, I would like to come to Brigadier Lin to try my luck, hoping that Brigadier Lin will take him in." Obviously, such an active job search, for Zhao Buotao such as military personnel, really needs some courage. For this reason, Lin Yu's heart was both astonished and somewhat surprised at the same time. Quite simply, the fact that his own police brigade was able to attract a talent like Zhao Buotao was an unexpected surprise in itself. However, surprise after surprise, whether this Director Zhao could stay or not, Lin Yu still needed to make sure. The reason was simple: this Director Zhao was already a regimental cadre in his own right, and the only ones in his own police brigade that could be worthy of a regimental cadre today were the two positions of Deputy Brigade Commander and Chief of Staff. It goes without saying that the importance of these two positions in the Vigilante Brigade. Therefore, even though Zhao Buotao had taken the initiative to come to his door, and even though Lin Yu had already admired him from his words and behavior, Lin Yu still did not dare to easily promise one of the two positions to this Director Zhao. At the very least, Lin Yu could not easily make a promise when his purpose and ability were not yet clear. After a little thought, Lin Yu still decided to give this Director Zhao in front of him a chance to prove his initial intentions and abilities. Immediately, Lin Yu then asked, "Does Director Zhao know that our army will soon be reorganized into a police brigade?" "I know." Zhao Buotao knew that his interview had begun, and immediately sat upright a few more times before answering, "It's the Baoshan Police Brigade. And it is responsible for the defense along the New River within its jurisdiction." Not waiting for Lin Yu to continue asking questions, Zhao Buotao then continued, "This is precisely one of the reasons why I want to come, to be able to stay on the first front line and kill the devils." Listening to Zhao Buotao's words, Lin Yu undoubtedly became more satisfied. And as if he was afraid that Lin Yu wouldn't believe in his determination to kill the devils, Zhao Buotao then also went on to say, "I am a native of Nanking." 6 simple words, but they had already made Lin Yu sit up a bit. No wonder, he wanted to stay at the front line. With the word Nanking out of his mouth, Zhao Buotao's eyes also clearly emerged from the blazing fire of anger, said, "Therefore, the only belief of my life is to kill all the little devils. The little devils will be driven out of China." Obviously, this kind of hatred, the bone marrow, that cannot. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart also became even more surprised. Wangpoa 5th period. That status alone is worth a Chief of Staff position. It was important to know that although Lin Yu didn't want to admit it, the first 6 phases of the Wanpoa were just a huge watershed from the trainees in the back. Not to say that there are no elites in the later Wanpoa students, but statistically speaking, the proportion of capable people among the first 6 is significantly higher than that of the later cadets. There are numerous reasons for this here, but there is no doubt that it is also clear from these simple statistics that the level of teaching in the first 6 periods is higher, if not much higher, than in the later periods. That is to say, the level of competence of the first 6 Wanpoa students is, relatively speaking, still very much guaranteed. At the same time, Zhao Buotao's idea of a pure soldier is also exactly what Lin Yu needs. After all, what Lin Yu wanted to create could be more than just a team that could fight, he also needed his subordinates to be absolutely obedient to him. Undoubtedly, for Lin Yu, compared to others, Zhao Buotao, who had no background or connections, but had the ability and faith killing ghosts was his faith, would be a very good choice. Having already determined Zhao Buotao's professional background and purpose of coming to the police brigade, it was also left to the test of ability. Immediately, Lin Yu also pulled out a map from his drawer, then spread it out in front of Zhao Buotao and said, "You now have 3 battalions with a total of 1,500 troops, and are responsible for the defense of this area along the New River. Please make a preliminary defense plan for me." Slightly raising his left hand, Lin Yu also said again, "You have 1 hour." Chapter 120, Desire for Admission, Multiple Requests for Evidence. It wasn't that Lin Yu wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Buotao. Although Zhao Buotao's own identity was very overpowered, there was no way that the status of a temporary 55th division was still pulling the crotch a bit. It can't be helped that as the only division to have its division commander removed by the Ministry of Military Affairs during this expedition, the performance of the provisional 55th division in Burma can only be described as poor. It was slightly better than the new 29th and 28th, I think, but not even close to the 200th and 22nd. Of course, Lin Yu knew that the most important thing here was still the issue of the military chief officer, that is, his division commander, and it shouldn't have much to do with Zhao Buotao, the chief of the combat staff. But, after all, he is also a person of the provisional 55th division. For the future of the police brigade or not, in order to block the mouth of the people, Lin Yu must be considered. In fact, when it was said to be a test, more than that, it was actually for Zhao Buotao to prove himself. And Lin Yu out of this topic is not out of thin air, it's exactly the focus of the next phase of the police brigade. As such, this was sort of Lin Yu's way of acclimatizing Zhao Buotao to the future of the police brigade in advance. In the face of Lin Yu's exam questions, Zhao Buotao was not the least bit fearful, and was even vaguely excited. He understood that as long as he could pass this hurdle of professional skills, he was considered to be secure. And battle planning and setup, that is exactly the strength of his own chief of combat staff. If this thing is not good, he has no face to come to this police brigade. Immediately, Zhao Buotao took the pen and paper and map from Lin Yu's hands. Yes. However, Zhao Buotao, who had agreed, did not directly put pen to paper. Instead, he continued to ask, "I need to know that I am equipped with firepower." Hearing Zhao Buotao's inquiry, Lin Yu knew that his person's professionalism was definitely too high. Just follow the conventional firepower configuration of the Central Army. Lin Yu immediately replied as well. "Is it equipped with regimental fire support?" Zhao Buotao continued to ask. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yu replied, "There is a mortar company with 482mm mortars that belongs to the 1st Battalion, and at the same time, for this battalion, there is an additional heavy machine gun company. The remaining 2 battalions are ordinary infantry battalions." Yes, what Lin Yu had given was exactly the configuration of a reinforced battalion plus 2 infantry battalions. And these were the very same troops that Lin Yu was going to put into the front line of the New River. Needless to say, Lin Yu's heart actually on the arrangement of troops, already have a general plan, depending on the immediate Zhao Buotao can heroes see the same. Good. And after hearing Lin Yu's addition, Zhao Buotao also immediately agreed, and then he plunged into reading the diagram. Seeing that Zhao Buotao had already entered the state, Lin Yu then also got up, leaving the entire desk to Zhao Buotao. Gently bringing the door with him, Lin Yu then also instructed the soldiers standing guard, "Don't let anyone go in and disturb them." Yes. The soldier also immediately agreed. Taking advantage of Zhao Buotao's efforts to answer the questions, Lin Yu was not idle, and then he arrived at the guard post. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu made a call to the military department. Chief of Staff Luo then picked up the phone and said, "I say Lin Yu why so indolent It's still less than a day, troops and weapons, have to give me some time to arrange Senator, it's not that." Lin Yu hurriedly explained. "Oh?" Chief of Staff Luo said with some surprise. "That's right." Lin Yu then proceeded to tell Chief of Staff Luo everything about Zhao Buotao's arrival. Hearing that there was actually a division chief of staff who took the initiative to find Lin Yu and wanted to join the police brigade, and that this person was also a fifth-year student at Huangpu, Chief of Staff Luo was also surprised. "What do you think?" Chief of Staff Luo then asked. "I think this person is usable." Lin Yu immediately was speaking out his opinion of Zhao Buotao, saying, "Judging from his words and actions, he is indeed a pure soldier and also wants to fight the devils. And the tactical ability is not weak either. If the test isn't bad, I'll consider making him the chief of staff of the police brigade." Well, a fifth-year student of Huangpu, and to be able to make it to division-level chief of staff, his ability should be good. Chief of Staff Luo immediately agreed, from Chief of Staff of the Central Army to Deputy Brigade Commander of the Police Brigade, it's not too bad. Then just accept it, and save me the trouble of having to go and find it for you. Chief of Staff Luo then also smiled and said, "Didn't the military commander say that it's fine to just sign up for the list directly, there's no need to ask us?" Hearing Chief of Staff Luo say this, Lin Yu was reassured and at the same time realized that the opposite party seemed to have misunderstood his thoughts somewhat. In making this call, he certainly had the idea of checking in with Chief of Staff Luo in the military seat in advance, but more than that, Lin Yu still wanted to learn more about Zhao Buotao's message through Chief of Staff Luo here. "Senator," Lin Yu hurriedly said, although the words are like this, but you know, the performance of the Provisional 55th Division in Burma this time is not even considered poor. I also know that the situation of the Provisional 55th Division actually shouldn't have much to do with this Director Zhao, but I'm still a little worried in my heart. Besides, Chief of Staff, this is one of the most important positions in the entire police brigade. Therefore, I still want to find more information about Zhao Buotao through you here, Senator, both as a confirmation of my judgment and as a piece of evidence to plug the long list of people. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Chief of Staff Luo thought briefly before speaking, "It's right to be cautious, especially since your police brigade is in its infancy, everything should be done with care. What information do you need?" "Objectively, I want Zhao Buotao and the Provisional 55th Division to draw up combat plans, especially during the Burma campaign." Lin Yu immediately said, "On the subjective side, I would like you to help me find out what others, especially his classmates and colleagues, think of him. It's not hard to evaluate, since he's from the 5th Whampoa, I can find out in 2 phone calls. I'm also familiar with both the Provisional 55th Division and the 6th Army." Chief of Staff Luo then also responded, "As for the battle plan, the Provisional 55th Division is also in Kunming nowadays, and it's now facing abolition. Therefore, according to the rules, its corresponding battle report should be temporarily retained in the higher military units. At this moment, there should also be a deposit in the line camp, but whether there is a specific battle plan or not, it is hard to say. In that case, I'll immediately arrange for personnel to look in the line camp archives." Chief of Staff Luo then continued, "There should be one, it would certainly be best if there was one, but if there really isn't one, I'll go back and ask someone from the 6th Army." "Many thanks, Senator, please Senator," Lin Yu immediately said gratefully. "Small things, you getting the police brigade going is more important than anything else." Hearing Lin Yu's words of gratitude, Chief of Staff Luo also smiled, "Also, it should be tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I still have a surprise for you." Chapter 121, half of the battalion commanders for the time being. "Surprise?" Lin Yu asked in surprise and disbelief. At this moment, Lin Yu also really couldn't think of anything else that could be called a surprise. After all, this police brigade establishment was undoubtedly already the biggest surprise. However, without waiting for Lin Yu to inquire a little, Chief of Staff Luo on the other end of the phone interrupted, "You'll know when the time comes." Hearing Chief of Staff Luo say this, naturally Lin Yu was not in a position to continue prying, and immediately agreed, "Yes, then humble servant will wait for your surprise, Senator." With that, the call ended on a friendly note. This kid, he can really find things for me. Chief of Staff Luo, who hung up the phone, also shook his head helplessly. Although Chief of Staff Luo spat at Lin Yu with his mouth, there was not the slightest hint of ambiguity in his actions. Immediately, Chief of Staff Luo sent his staff to the Kunming camp to look for the combat records of the Provisional 55th Division. Even he himself, then, also turned out a small notebook, began to contact the Huangpu schoolmates. It must be said that what Chief of Staff Luo did has long exceeded the boundaries of repaying kindness. Obviously, whether it was Du Yuming or Luo Yueluan, they both really saw Lin Yu as a real one of their own, or even their own sons and nephews' descendants, which is why they would be so eager and spare no effort to provide Lin Yu with all the help he needed. In this, Lin Yu's ability, character, understanding and his own charisma are certainly all important factors. But it also has to be admitted that there is another layer to it as well, and that is that both Du and Luo Yueluan see Lin Yu as an extension of themselves on the battlefield in Burma. Du Yuming and Luo Yuluan know very well that even if the responsibility for the defeat of this expedition to Burma does not lie with them, the next time they fight again in Burma, in terms of reason and situation, it is impossible for both of them to go to the battlefield again. Even the entire Fifth Army would be excluded from the expeditionary force sequence. And the only one who could take revenge in place of the two of them, by the looks of it, was Lin Yu alone. Therefore, helping Lin Yu was tantamount to helping himself. With this layer of logic in place, it was no wonder that Du Yuming and Luo Yuluan would go out of their way to fight for Lin Yu's interests and clear the way. On this side, Chief of Staff Luo was busy over Lin Yu's matter, but Lin Yu, who had also put down the phone over there, was a bit too idle to know what to do. After all, the brigade headquarters had been given over to Zhao Buotao, and Lin Yu didn't even have a place to sit and think. Well, just at this moment, Liao Shang and Li Ting, who went out, are both returning. Seeing the two, Lin Yu immediately greeted them. Brigade Commander. Seeing Lin Yu come out from the guard post, the two men thought that Lin Yu was specifically waiting for the two of them, and immediately saluted in unison as well. How's the situation? Hurriedly returning the salute, Lin Yu immediately asked with some urgency. Yes, the next veterans and officers do not want to come, Lin Yu cannot care, but these two battalion commanders and a company commander, but it is too important, even Lin Yu cannot be completely calm. The importance of the commander of the artillery battalion needs no explanation. Similarly, the two people recommended by Li Ting had a really not so light position in Lin Yu's mind. From the Northwest Army, specializing in making the big sword Hanyong, if you can come to the police brigade, is bound to greatly enhance the police brigade close combat fighting ability. And close combat fighting, in the mountainous Burmese theater, is simply too important. As for Zhang Qi, who was good at cavalry, if he could train a cavalry for Lin Yu, this could also definitely play a role in suppressing the Japanese army, which lacked tanks and armored soldiers. Of course, more importantly, once these three came to the police brigade, it would immediately strengthen the voice of Liao Shang and Li Ting, the two heartthrobs of Lin Yu. At the same time, Lin Yu himself had gotten Kong Tao to take charge of an ordinary infantry battalion. Together with the brigade's direct troops, Lin Yu had similarly decided that Wang Chao, Li Dali, and Zhao Xiuhu, who had come out of the savage mountain peace, would serve. Therefore, in fine, of the entire police brigade, Lin Yu almost directly controlled two reinforced battalions, an artillery battalion, and the corresponding units directly under the brigade. It could be said that Lin Yu had practically grasped more than half of the police brigade's power of speech. And that's not counting Zhao Buotao, who came over on his own accord and is set to be appointed chief of staff. From this, it could be seen that Lin Yu had in fact completed full control of the police brigade. Even if the final deputy brigade commander and the officers of the other three infantry battalions were all arranged by the military commander-senator, it would not shake Lin Yu's absolute voice in this police brigade in the slightest. In this way, Lin Yu was also considered to have constructed and completed the overall structural framework of the police brigade, a stable and practical, positive and aggressive power framework. With such thoughts in mind, it made perfect sense that Lin Yu was eager to know the outcome of the persuasion. And seeing that Lin Yu was so eager, the two of them, Liao Shang and Li Ting, naturally didn't have any reason to hide it. Liao Shang then took the lead and said, reporting to Brigade Commander, Gao Lin didn't have any difficulties when he heard that our department had been reorganized into a police brigade. He just said that as long as we can have artillery and a place for him to use it, he would be willing to come and serve in my police brigade. Very good. Lin Yu immediately applauded happily as well. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also looked at Li Ting on the side and asked, what about your side? I am the same. Li Ting immediately replied excitedly, Han Yong and Zhang Qi did not ask about the establishment, but only wanted to be able to go into battle and kill the enemy, and after determining that my department would be ordered to defend along the New River, they agreed to join our army without hesitation. Good, very good, very good. Lin Yu, who had heard two affirmative replies, could only use this method to vent the excitement in his heart. After a flurry of venting, Lin Yu also patted the shoulders of the two, and then also more and more affirmative, hard work, to recruit such talent for our army, you two cannot be faulted. The brigade seat is flattering. Liao Shang immediately bowed his head slightly as well. On the other hand, Li Ting, who was on the side, after hearing Lin Yu's compliments, was so happy that he hemmed and hawed and laughed straight away. Still, after hearing Liao Shang's reply, Li Tingjing remembered that he had to be a bit more modest, and then also added, brigade seat fallacious. Listening to the modest words of the two men, Lin Yu also smiled slightly, then he continued, turn around and list out the names and positions of these people. I can submit them to the line camp for coordination. Yes. The two then agreed in unison as well. And just as the two thought that Lin Yu was going to end this conversation, Lin Yu was once again speaking, after you two left, there was the Chief of Operations Staff of the Provisional 55th Division, who personally came to the door, wanting to join my department. Ha! Liao Shang and Li Ting both continued to ask in incomparable surprise. Even if they killed the two of them, they did not expect that the hallowed Chief of Staff would actually take the initiative to come to the door to join them? Chapter 122 The First Meeting of the Crowd. And without waiting for the two to think more, Lin Yu then spoke, let's go, and take a look together. Saying this, Lin Yu however turned his head to the soldier at the side and said, go, and call Battalion Commander Kong Tao over. Yes. The soldiers on the side immediately agreed. Kong Tao? Li Ting first muttered to himself, then even more surprised, he looked at Lin Yu and said, Brigade Commander, you scooped up Kong Tao of the 600th Regiment as well? Obviously, as Lin Yu's beloved subordinate, Li Ting also knew this Kong Tao from the 600th Regiment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu naturally smiled and nodded slightly, saying, that's right, I scooped that kid up as well. That's great. Li Ting immediately applauded as well. Listening to Lin Yu and Li Ting's 1-2 punch, Liao Shang on the side was dumbfounded. Needless to ask, as Liao Shang, who had just joined the 200th Division not long ago, did not know about Kong Tao's existence. Li Ting naturally saw the confusion in Liao Shang's eyes, and then he softly explained to Liao Shang, Kong Tao is also the company commander of our 200th Division. He used to work under the brigade commander, and he is a master of using explosives. In the Battle of Tonggu, he utilized the collapsed city wall to directly bury more than 10 brats. Listening to Li Ting's introduction, Liao Shang then also said in his heart, so that's it, no wonder he can get the favor of the brigade commander. Just as Li Ting and Liao Shang were talking, a running sound also came from the rear. Turning his head to look, it was Sun Tao who trotted to Lin Yu's side. Brigadier. After standing in front of Lin Yu, Sun Tao also immediately stood at attention and saluted. While returning a military salute to Sun Tao, Lin Yu also introduced, this is Liao Shang, who used to serve in the supplementary regiment and will soon become the commander of the 1st Battalion of my police brigade. Good day, Battalion Commander Liao. Li Ting immediately saluted Liao Shang, please take care of me in the future. Battalion Commander Sun is polite, work together, work together. Liao Shang also immediately returned the salute. This Li Ting Battalion Commander, there's no need for me to introduce him more. Lin Yu then continued. Yes. Sun Tao immediately nodded his head, and then he saluted Li Ting, good day, Battalion Commander Li. Ha, it's good to have you here, Sun Tao. Li Ting said as he returned the salute, this time I have to learn your technique of using explosives. You're not allowed to hide anything. At that, Sun Tao also froze, he used explosives which has no maneuver, at most, it is just a little more thought than others, which has nothing to hide. However, then Sun Tao realized, Li Ting wants to learn from himself as just a front, to let himself adapt to the Police Reserve Brigade as soon as possible, into the Police Reserve Brigade is the real. Immediately, Sun Tao also looked at Li Ting gratefully and said, I will definitely know everything. Saying that, Sun Tao also revealed a smiling face. Seeing that the three generals under his command were getting along well, Lin Yu was also more at ease. Following that, the few people chatted for a while about the planning afterward in the situation in Baoshan, and only then did Lin Yu raise his hand to look at his watch. It's almost time. Lin Yu then spoke. When these words came out, the three of them also looked at the sun that hadn't set yet in unison, and thought, it's not time for dinner either. Greeting the trio's puzzled gazes, Lin Yu also briefly explained the matter of leaving Zhao Buotao behind for the exam. Let's go, take you guys to meet our future chief of staff. Lin Yu then also spoke. Yes. Liao Shang and the other three also immediately agreed. Soon, Lin Yu and the other three also arrived in front of the brigade sector. After knocking slightly 3 times on the door, Lin Yu then slowly pushed the door in. However, he saw that Zhao Buotao in front of the desk had stopped writing and was sitting upright, seemingly waiting for Lin Yu to arrive. Sure enough, as the door to the brigade headquarters was pushed open, Zhao Buotao also immediately stood up from his position, then stood at attention and saluted in a single breath, saying, brigade seat. And Lin Yu, who saw this, smiled and returned a military salute before asking, is it done? Nodding, Zhao Buotao then picked up a document from the desk and handed it to Lin Yu, saying, please review it, Brigadier. Hearing Zhao Buotao's reply, a hint of surprise and approval flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. Originally, Lin Yu thought that Zhao Buotao would say something like time is short, if there is any inappropriateness, please criticize and correct the brigade seat and other modest words. But he didn't. This is certainly not conceit. If it were conceit, there would not be the word review. Obviously, the reason why there is no such modest words is simple. In Zhao Buotao's mind, this is already the best he can do within the time limit and according to the existing conditions. Therefore, he is also willing to take responsibility for the program, rather than attributing any possible problems to time constraints in advance. It had to be said that Zhao Buotao's answer, although only 5 simple words, had already reflected his usual serious and responsible attitude. There is no doubt that such an attitude is the most precious quality of a staff officer, especially a chief of staff. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart actually had an answer to Zhao Buotao's stay or departure. Good. Immediately, Lin Yu also nodded his head and took the proposal in Zhao Buotao's hands. While looking at the program in his hands, Lin Yu pointed at the 3 people behind him and said, "These 3 are our 3 future battalion commanders." Turning his head, Lin Yu also said to Liao Shang and the others, "Introduce yourselves." After saying that, Lin Yu was taking the program in his hand and sitting on top of his main seat. At the same time, Liao Shang was the first to salute, reporting to the senator, "I am Liao Shang, a former captain commander of the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion of the 200th Division Supplementary Regiment." Yes, Liao Shang directly called out Senator Zhao Buotao. On the one hand, Zhao Buotao was the Colonel Chief of Staff of the Provisional 55th Division, and the honorific title of senator was still considered reasonable. On the other hand, Liao Shang was also able to see that his own brigade seat was quite satisfied with this Director Zhao. In this way, it was more than logical to call the senator in advance. As for the reason why there is no current position, the reason is very simple. Liao Shang's appointment has not yet come down. Naturally, he can only report on his previous position. And immediately afterward, Li Ting, who was on the sidelines, also proceeded to salute in an exemplary manner, reporting to the senator, "I am Li Ting, a former captain's deputy company commander of the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division." Reporting to the senator, "I am Sun Tao, a former company commander of the 3rd Company of the 2nd Battalion of the 600th Regiment of the 200th Division." Sun Tao then followed suit and saluted. "I am Zhao Buotao." Seeing this, Zhao Buotao also understood that the 3 people in front of him would be the mainstay of the police brigade in the future, so he immediately returned the salute and said, "Nice to meet you all." As the introductions to each other were completed, the scene fell into a slightly awkward atmosphere. After all, the crowd really didn't know what to talk about. It was Lin Yu, who spoke up from the side, who relieved the situation and said, "All come over and sit down." Yes. When the slightly embarrassed crowd heard this, they immediately agreed in unison. Chapter 123 White Skin but Red Heart? As everyone took their seats, Lin Yu was immersed in the defense plan provided by Zhao Buotao. In fact, just by seeing Zhao Buotao's dense labeling on the map, Lin Yu was already thoroughly immersed. Yes, Zhao Buotao did not stop at the simple battalion and company level arrangement, but each squad and platoon are responsible for the arrangement of the area, especially for the heavy machine guns and artillery are all arranged. Even for the valuable artillery, Zhao Buotao set at least 2 alternate positions for its transfer. This meticulousness alone has surpassed an unknown number of staff officers. What? As an officer, you don't need to buckle down and be too meticulous and point fingers at heavy machine gun positions? That was for bigwigs like Chiang Kai-shek, and for officers and chiefs who were actually fighting on the front lines, even the arrangements could not be more meticulous. Not to mention, at this moment, Zhao Buotao's positioning was only a small brigade-level chief of staff or even regiment-level chief of staff, meticulousness, almost the most valuable trait. Of course, if it's just meticulous, that's certainly not enough either. Looking closely at Zhao Buotao's arrangement, one could easily realize that the various machine gun positions appeared to be scattered all over the place, but in reality they were able to easily form crossfire, almost bringing the fire suppression of each heavy machine gun to its limit. Looking at the overall layout again, the entire defense scheme presented a 3-dimensional arrangement, with the effect of layered and laddered configurations of firepower, which was exactly the effect Lin Yu wanted. Its ability to both ensure that adequate firepower is mobilized for suppression at the first sign of a Japanese attempt to cross the river. At the same time, in the event of a sneak attack by the Japanese, according to Zhao Buotao's arrangement, it would not lead to the collapse of the whole line just because of the loss of a defense line. From this, it is clear that this Director Zhao is extremely experienced in fighting the Japanese and is able to turn this experience into a program against the enemy. It is important to realize that the National Army has suffered countless losses on this in several years of fighting against Japan. Countless times, just because of a partial breakthrough, the entire position, or even the entire defense line, would be easily broken through by the Japanese. The reason for this is because the National Army concentrates its firepower too much on the front line. It can even be said that such an arrangement is almost the common knowledge of the vast majority of the National Army generals. At the earliest, such tactical thinking can even be traced back to the Battle of Songhu in 37. Of course, then again, such tactical thinking is not entirely without merit. The root cause of this fighting mentality was still a lack of firepower. Especially for many of the local armies, their firepower configuration was insufficient, and if they were not concentrated to be used together, it was likely that they would not be able to stop the Japanese attack at all. It was then that these local armies had no choice but to give up their second and third defenses and put all their family money on the first defense. But the worst thing is, because there have been several successful cases of holding out, such behavior, but it has become the guideline of defensive warfare, cannot be shaken. This really shouldn't be. Especially in the Central Army, which was better equipped by more than one grade, or even the King's Army, it was really quite undesirable to have such dull tactics. On the contrary, this is real and no one has even dared to deny it. And Zhao Buotao, able to get out of this rut, just this point, and to exceed an unknown number of other officers. With that, while comparing the map and looking at the description, Lin Yu quickly flipped to the last page. And looking at the various plans for possible emergencies on the last page, a smile then surfaced on Lin Yu's face once again. It's rare enough to be able to make your program real and detailed. Even rarer is to be able to analyze the risk points and pre-control measures in your own program. On a technical level, it's not just about familiarity with the tactics, it's about overall control of the battlefield. Of course, more importantly, it also requires more of a strong heart and a matter-of-fact attitude. Practicality. Lin Yu's heart fluttered at the thought of these 4 words. There's no way around it, but those 4 words are all too common and familiar in the future. Looking at the analysis of the plan in his hands, and then thinking about his own realistic assessment, as well as Zhao Buotao's behavior all along, Lin Yu could not help but raise his head and look at Zhao Buotao in front of him with a fixed gaze. Without any other reason, on Zhao Buotao's body, Lin Yu smelled a familiar yet unfamiliar aura, an aura that was somewhat out of place with all around him. This one, it can't be red? Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but guess. And as the idea entered his mind, the more Lin Yu thought about it, the more likely he felt the same cleanliness, the same competence, and also the same pragmatism. If it wasn't for having the same red heart, beating Lin Yu to death wouldn't have believed it. Lin Yu, who has seen countless spy war dramas, how to look at it, this Zhao Buotao looks like a person from our party. If it is the next person, there is a suspicion of Zhao Buotao's identity, not to say reported, but also destined not to absorb it, so as not to draw fire. But what kind of person was Lin Yu? That was someone who had traveled from the afterlife. Who did this world ultimately belong to, doesn't Lin Yu know yet? Although Lin Yu's mind only wanted to fight the brats, if he could get involved with Yenin in some way, Lin Yu naturally wouldn't refuse. Even, Lin Yu couldn't wait for Yenin to send more talents over. After all, history had already told Lin Yu that the runner's strict choice could be much more reliable than the Kaishin preferred choice. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's eyes looked at Zhao Buotao with a little more eagerness and desire. And while Lin Yu had such a look in his eyes, he was directly looking at Zhao Buotao's heart a little hairy. Slightly swallowing, Zhao Buotao then opened his mouth and asked, "Brigadier Lin, but there's something wrong with my proposal." Slightly shaking his head, Lin Yu still looked at Zhao Buotao and said, "This is what I've seen, the most exhaustive combat program. If it wasn't for you doing it in front of me, I really can't believe that it's the work you've accomplished in an hour standing." Reporting to Brigadier Lin. Zhao Buotao immediately rose and replied, "I don't dare to deceive the brigade commander. After returning to Kunming, because I had nothing to do, I had conducted some research on the defenses along the New River. Therefore, this mission, in fact, I have long had a draft in my mind." "So it is." Lin Yu immediately continued nodding to. Obviously, upon hearing Zhao Buotao's words, not only did Lin Yu not have any dissatisfaction, instead, he appreciated him even more. Not just because of his candor, but because, with nothing to do, he was thinking not about pandering, camping, and making a good future for himself, but about the defense of the New River. Needless to say, this is a soldier who has truly carved the defense of his country into his bones. And upon hearing Zhao Buotao explain in such a way, the 3 Liaoshengs on the side looked at Zhao Buotao with a little more admiration in their eyes. Chapter 124 Reply from Chief of Staff Luo. Immediately, even though he had yet to receive a message from Chief of Staff Luo, Lin Yu had already decided to admit Zhao Buotao into the police brigade. Just as Lin Yu was about to announce this news, a sound of footsteps came from outside the brigade headquarters. Immediately afterward, 2 soldiers appeared at the entrance of the brigade gate. "Brigade Commander." The soldier saluted Lin Yu and was saying, "Chief of Staff Luo sent someone to bring you something." With that, the officer behind him also saluted Lin Yu and said, "Brigadier Lin." With that, welcoming Lin Yu who came to him, the officer also handed out the small package in his hand. Receiving the package from the officer, Lin Yu then nodded and said, "Thank you." After sending the officer delivering the package away from the brigade headquarters, Lin Yu then took the package and returned to his position. Although he hadn't opened the package yet, Lin Yu already knew what was placed inside. Quickly opened to see, sure enough, the official Provisional 55 division of the military newspaper, which the most, but also by Zhao Buotao drafted the corresponding combat program. Immediately, Lin Yu quickly browsed through it. Sure enough, it's the same rigor, the same care, the same knowledge of the enemy as the program he just saw. Combined with the Provisional 55th Division's battle report afterwards, Lin Yu couldn't help but spit in his heart. This is simply a combat program formulated by a genius, but it was given to a fool to execute. Is there anything worse than having one's hard work made into a program and having it trashed by a bunch of amateurs and idiots? To be able to endure until now, Lin Yu somewhat admired Zhao Buotao's chest. Looking up towards Zhao Buotao once more, Lin Yu's eyes had a few more moments of sympathy in them. Secretly, Lin Yu was also telling himself in his mind that such a situation would never be allowed to happen amongst his own troops. Putting down the information in his hands, Lin Yu was then ready to announce his decision to admit Zhao Buotao. Just then, the phone on the side was ringing again at the right time. Without guessing, Lin Yu knew that the odds were that it would be a call from Chief of Staff Luo. Quickly standing up, with a single hand pressure to stop the others from answering the phone, Lin Yu quickly came to the phone and picked it up. I'm Lin Yu. Lin Yu opened his mouth and introduced himself. Just in time. I'm Luo Yueluan. A familiar voice then came from the phone. Senator. Lin Yu immediately said respectfully. The things you wanted to check have all been checked. The Chief of Staff Luo on the other end of the phone then continued, I've already had the information sent over, it should be arriving soon. In addition, from his classmates and superiors as well as subordinates and fellow officers, I've also inquired for you. Well, how can I put it? After a slight pause, Chief of Staff Luo then continued, taking it apart, in terms of military skills, no matter the level of tactics and strategy, at the divisional level, it's the existence of the best of the best. However, when it comes to people, he's a bit dull, and even a bit of a bullseye a lot of the time, making his superiors a bit bitter. This is also the reason why he is obviously good in all aspects, but never promoted. You can see what I mean, right? Chief of Staff Law then asked. Yes. Lin Yu immediately replied, simply put, this is a pure soldier. Yes, that's the word, pure soldier. Chief of Staff Luo then nodded, I should say that this person, when used well, will be a sharp knife to kill the devils, but if used poorly, he can easily hurt himself. After pausing for a few more breaths to let Lin Yu digest a little, Chief of Staff Luo then continued, as for whether or not to use it, it's still up to you. Well, if you don't have a suitable candidate on your side, I can also keep an eye out for you on my side. Yes, Chief of Staff Luo once again left the decision to Lin Yu. Lin Yu barely hesitated before speaking, thank you, Chief of Staff Luo. However, such a pure soldier is exactly what I want. He's the one, no more exchanges. Good. Chief of Staff Luo then also nodded, it's good that you've decided. Also, Senator. While Chief of Staff Luo had yet to hang up the phone, Lin Yu also spoke again. Something else? Chief of Staff Luo asked with some confusion. Regarding the candidates for the artillery and infantry battalion commanders, I've also found a few on my side. Lin Yu then continued to report. This military seat has promised you, just pull a list over. Chief of Staff Luo immediately agreed, you write a note, I'll arrange it from my side. Thank you, Counselor. Lin Yu continued, but there is still a candidate for a deputy brigade commander and 2 infantry battalion commanders that I really can't find. Can you, Senator, help me deploy them? The deputy brigade commander and 2 infantry battalions? Chief of Staff Luo seemed to have expected this. The reason why he said that he had expected it was because with Luo's Chief of Staff's understanding of Lin Yu, Luo's Chief of Staff had known it for a long time, that Lin Yu would inevitably specialize in setting aside a few positions for himself to deploy. It wasn't that Lin Yu couldn't find anyone, but it was a sign of respect for himself an army commander do, or rather, it was a sign of loyalty to himself an army commander do in disguise. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. You're good at your job. The opposite side's Chief of Staff Luo then laughed as well. He. Lin Yu's side also laughed, it can't be helped. I see that you have a lot of ways. Even Huangpu V has become a subordinate of you, a Huangpu 7. Chief of Staff Luo once again teased. Senator, you are joking, no matter how many phases of Whampoa, all of them are fighting for the country. Lin Yu immediately stated. Good, just based on your words of fighting for the country, I can't just stand by and watch. Chief of Staff Luo then nodded his head as well. Slightly contemplating, Staff Officer Luo also spoke. Wu Rui, the Deputy Commander of the Army Direct Armor Regiment, will be transferred to be your Deputy Brigade Commander. As for the battalion commanders, I'll transfer 2 Deputy Battalion Commanders from the 96th Division to you. Upon hearing Chief of Staff Luo's words, Lin Yu's heart, however, set off shockwaves. The 2 battalion commanders were nothing, but this Deputy Regiment Commander of the Armored Regiment had really surprised Lin Yu. There's no way around it, talent like that is just too scarce. Although the 5th Army had lost all of its armored tanks because of its passage through Savage Mountain, the Armored Regiment was temporarily dead in name only. But with Army Chief Du in the picture, and with US military aid already underway, equipment is clearly not an issue. And such a talent, where not to grab, how should not to their own police brigade is right, even if their own police brigade is also belong to the Central Direct Line troops. Unless, of course, one's own troops will be equipped with armored units as well. Otherwise, Lin Yu couldn't understand why Chief of Staff Luo had suddenly arranged for such a talent to be placed under him anyway. And as soon as he thought that his troops might be equipped with armored units, even if it was just simple armored vehicles and transport units, Lin Yu's heart had been unable to contain its ecstasy. Chapter 125, Accepting People, and even more so, Minds. As said before, Burma, although that is mountainous, there is still a not insignificant plain area in the big cities like Mandalay. Moreover, the road network in Burma was actually quite a bit better than in the country at this time, which is why the Japanese were able to quickly drive into Lashio after passing through Tongji. Likewise, the future battle against Burma is bound to be much better if there is an armored corps at hand. At that moment, Lin Yu also asked tentatively, Armored Regiment? Or a Deputy Regiment Commander? Yes, Deputy Chief of the Armored Regiment. Chief of Staff Luo continued with certainty. But, swallowing the saliva that was about to flow out, Lin Yu also went on to test, my police brigade is only an infantry brigade. With this Wu leader, I'm afraid that the specialty doesn't match. What kind of person was Chief of Staff Luo? Naturally he immediately understood the tentative intent in Lin Yu's words. Don't worry. Chief of Staff Luo then spoke, Wu Rui also had experience as an infantry commander before, and will never pull you back. No. Lin Yu hurriedly explained, I'm afraid that I don't have tanks and armored vehicles in this police brigade. Having such a regimental commander come over is truly a bit of a waste. While listening to Lin Yu's eager words, Chief of Staff Luo laughed out loud over the phone. As for Lin Yu, after hearing Chief of Staff Luo's laughter, he also reacted, and then he asked in surprise, Senator, is this the surprise you wanted to give me? Sort of. After a slight pause, Chief of Staff Luo then continued, your brigade is the old man's hand-picked front line for the counterattack on western Yunnan, and with military commander Du's care, weapons-wise, it's the least of your worries. Put it this way, can you understand? This Lin Yu where there is nothing he does not understand, and immediately agreed, yes, humble servant understands. Well, the military aid from our American allies is about to land over here, and I'm going to handle it for the military seat. You there, make your own arrangements. After slightly nodding, Chief of Staff Luo continued to instruct, report all the lists within today, about the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, I'll bring the deputy brigade commanders and battalion commanders you want, as well as the officers over. Yes, thank you Senator. Lin Yu also immediately stood upright. Immediately, they both hung up the phone with a tacit understanding. Although the phone had been hung up, Lin Yu's heart could not be calmed for a long time. He knew that he still seemed to have somewhat underestimated the positioning of this so-called police brigade of his own in Du, or even in the entire national army. If he can fully utilize his resources, the small police brigade of his may not be unable to completely stir up the storm clouds in Burma. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Nowadays, what Lin Yu had to do was still to do everything possible to grow his strength. Immediately, Lin Yu also returned to his position. Looking at the several people still sitting straight, Lin Yu's heart was greatly relieved at the same time, but also opened his mouth and said, Comrade Zhao Buotao. If you don't mind, are you willing to serve as my Baoshan Police Brigade, Brigade Chief of Staff? Brigade Chief of Staff? Zhao Buotao said in slight surprise, but I'm only the Chief of Staff. There was no wonder that Zhao Buotao was not surprised, knowing that his previous Chief of Staff of the Operations Section, although a regimental officer, was in fact of a lower status than the regimental commander, and was even almost at the same level as the deputy regimental commander. Therefore, he came to the police brigade prepared for a flat transfer, or even demoted use. There is no way, the provisional 55th Division in the battle in Burma, the fight is really too bad, a lot of people who have the door, transferred out of the Provisional 55th Division, have been subject to varying degrees of demotion, not to mention Zhao Buotao. The grandma does not love, uncle does not love the person. But he didn't expect that Lin Yu's side actually gave a brigade chief of staff position. The brigade chief of staff, that's a proper superior to the regimental commander. In other words, Zhao Buotao came to the police brigade and not only was he not demoted, but instead he was promoted at least 2 levels in a row. How could Zhao Buotao not be surprised by this? Lin Yu also seemed to have seen the surprise in Zhao Buotao's eyes, and then he also laughed. What? Director Zhao is unwilling to do this, chief of staff? Willing. Zhao Buotao immediately said eagerly. Immediately, a little calmer Zhao Buotao also slightly frowned and said, only, my position of the defeated general, not demoted to use, is already lucky. How can I be promoted again? If the brigade commander does not give up, I would like to be the head of a regiment, and I will live up to the brigade commander's expectations. Yes, it was never the head of the regiment that Zhao Buotao wanted to come and apply for the job. It's understandable that his plans are clearly all perfect, but the execution is pulling crutches over and over again. Naturally, Zhao Buotao also wanted to be a military chief officer so that he could personally realize his tactical vision. Lin Yu had obviously thought about what was going on in Zhao Buotao's mind as well. After a slight contemplation, Lin Yu then spoke again. The Battle of Burma, the failure of the Provisional 55th Division has nothing to do with you. Here is the battle report of the Provisional 55th Division that I asked Chief of Staff Luo to check. It can be said that your planning arrangements in it are perfect. It's just a pity that there was a mistake in the execution. Therefore, you are not responsible for the failure of the Provisional 55th Division. And it's not much of a promotion to go from the Chief of Staff for Division Operations in the Central Army to the Chief of Staff of our little police brigade seat. Looking at that thick book of information, Zhao Buotao's heart was also flooded with endless emotion. It wasn't just because Lin Yu had affirmed it, but also because Lin Yu had actually used so many resources to certify himself. With this point alone, Zhao Buotao knew that the Lin Yu in front of him genuinely wanted to keep himself. However, despite this, Zhao Buotao still does not want to continue to work as chief of staff. Without him, that feeling of powerlessness of watching the troops enter the trap of the ghosts, Zhao Buotao really did not want to experience it anymore. Immediately, Zhao Buotao also stood up and said, thank you for the brigade seat's favor, however, I still want to be a military chief officer, so I asked the brigade seat to make it happen. I understand your thoughts. Lin Yu immediately affirmed, but judging from your resume and past experiences, you do have a higher talent in staffing, and compared to a First Army commander, you are more suited to the staff position of checking and filling in the gaps. But Zhao Buotao immediately spoke again. But before Zhao Buotao could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lin Yu waving his hand slightly. I know your concerns. But what I want to say is that my Baoshan Police Brigade is not the Provisional 55th Division. Every one of your plans, every bit of your setup, even if it's just the setting up of machine gun positions, will be carried out to the letter. In a word, what happened to you in Burma will never happen again in my Baoshan Police Brigade. Saying that, Lin Yu also gave a wink to the remaining 3 people present. Liao Sheng is the first to understand, immediately got up as to state, Senator assured, but there is a hint of not in accordance with your orders to implement, you directly shoot me. Don't worry, Senator. The ministry is resolute in carrying out the order. Li Ting and Sun Tao, who were on the side, also rose to agree in turn. Chapter 126, A Scholar Dies for a Friend Who Knows Him. Ha! Hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Buotao also opened his mouth wide. Needless to say, Zhao Buotao also thought of some not-so-good possibilities, not even regiment-level establishment, this brigade, how much it should pull crotch ah. However, even though Zhao Buotao's heart faintly lamented, it didn't waver in the slightest as long as he could fight the ghosts, a smaller force was fine. Perhaps seeing the change in Zhao Buotao's psyche, Lin Yu also opened his mouth and teased, Chief of Staff Zhao wouldn't be disliking my department's establishment for being too small, right? As soon as these words came out, Liao Sheng and Li Ting, both of whom knew the inside story, also stifled their laughter. They seemed to have been able to see the jaw-dropping face of the Chief of Staff Zhao in front of them after he learned of the true establishment of the police brigade. And in the face of Lin Yu's question, Zhao Buotao immediately said frankly, the number of soldiers is irrelevant, as long as we can fight the ghosts, in my humble opinion, it's already enough. Very good, ha ha ha. Hearing Zhao Buotao's reply, Lin Yu also laughed out loud. Not only Lin Yu, the Liao Sheng and Li Ting duo on the side also laughed along with him. This caused Zhao Buotao and Sun Tao to look at each other, somewhat at a loss for words. Brigadier, you should stop teasing our senator. After laughing for a while, Liao Sheng finally stopped laughing and then also reminded. Lin Yu slightly collected his laughter, then looked at Zhao Buotao and Sun Tao and asked, "Guess how many troops our police brigade has?" Listening to Lin Yu's question and looking at the hopeful expressions of Liao Shang and Li Ting at the side, Zhao Buotao then spoke somewhat unconfidently, Four battalions? Lin Yu shook his head calmly, "Keep guessing." Sun Tao, who was on the side, then replied, 5 battalions. It wasn't that Zhao Buotao and Sun Tao were petty, it was really that the conditions Lin Yu had just given didn't allow them to guess more. If there were really 6 battalions, how could there not be a regimental establishment? Seeing that both of them didn't dare to guess upwards, Lin Yu didn't hold back, and at that moment, he slightly teased and said, "Small family." Then, meeting the two men's puzzled gazes, Lin Yu finally revealed the answer, "To tell you the truth, our police brigade has a full 8 battalions. 8 battalions. Zhao Buotao and Sun Tao instantly sat up a bit. This doesn't even count the artillery battalion, engineer company, guard company, heavy fire company, supply company, and communication platoon directly under the brigade. Li Ting, who was on the sidelines, also couldn't help but explain, the total strength adds up to an establishment of 5,700 men. Gun battalion. 5,700. When Zhao Buotao and Sun Tao both heard Li Ting's words, they immediately exclaimed once again. However, the focus of the two men's attention was different. What Sun Tao was more concerned about was still the number of people, whereas Zhao Buotao was the one who spotted the biggest flashy point at a glance: the gun battalion. Although more than 5,000 men was outrageous, it was not without precedent. After all, the German armored divisions of those years, such as the 87th and 88th divisions, also had 5,000 or 6,000 men in a brigade. But not the artillery battalions, which were only available at divisional level in the days of the German Ordnance Division. Even today, in an ordinary centralized army, the division level may not be equipped with artillery battalions. Zhao Buotao no, once the police brigade has such a big killing weapon, means that the immediate police brigade is by no means the appearance of the police brigade, but also means that the brats, to suffer a great disaster. Thinking of this, Zhao Buotao's heart was a burst of excitement. "Brigade commander, our brigade has an artillery battalion?" Zhao Buotao, who was very excited, then couldn't help but inquire, "I wonder how the configuration of the artillery battalion is?" As he spoke, Zhao Buotao also looked at Lin Yu with a hopeful expression. Needless to say, Zhao Buotao definitely wants to get a positive answer, and more importantly, he wants to hear the answer of mountain guns and wild guns. Lin Yu certainly wouldn't fail Zhao Buotao's hopes. Calmly pulling out the establishment order issued by the Ministry of Military Affairs from the drawer, he was handing it to Zhao Buotao, saying, "Read it yourself." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Buotao also took the order from Lin Yu's hand. Looking up, the establishment of 12 75mm mountain guns and 12 82mm mortars stood out. Mountain cannon. Zhao Buotao could hardly believe his eyes. "You know, in the provisional 55th Division, there are only about 10 mortars, there is no mountain artillery. You're telling me that something like this could come out of a small police brigade?" Just as Zhao Buotao was horrified, Sun Tao on the side also came over. And after seeing the establishment of the police brigade, Sun Tao was completely numb. Is this still the kind of firepower a police brigade should have? The same thought rose in the minds of both men almost simultaneously. Looking at the two people's dumbfounded appearance, Lin Yu and the other three also burst out laughing. Slightly knocking on the table, waking the two up slightly, Lin Yu then continued to speak, "To tell you the truth, our brigade is directly under the Kunming Battalion. And the positioning of our brigade is to be the front runner in the counterattack on western Yunnan and Burma. As for the number of the police brigade, it's just to confuse the brats across the street." Looking at the several people in front of him and listening to Lin Yu's assurance, Zhao Buotao's eyes instantly turned red. It's not easy to find an OC who will listen to one's counsel, and it's even harder to find one who understands one's grievances. And as Lin Yu had already said his words to this point, where would Zhao Buotao still have any opinions, he immediately also stood up and said, "Thank you, Brigade Commander, and thank you, fellow officers. I am willing to obey the arrangement and take up the position of Brigade Chief of Staff, for my new Jiang River defense, to make a small contribution." That's right. Lin Yu immediately laughed, "If you don't agree to this, I'll be in trouble. I won't hide it from Chief of Staff Zhao, my brigade doesn't even have a regimental serialization. If you really want to be this regimental commander, I'll still have to look for the military administration before I can do so." Hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Zhao Buotao and the two of them also finally slowed down from their shock. Then, swallowing hard, Zhao Buotao also slightly shook his head and sighed, "Brigade Commander, you're not only confusing the opposite side of the brats, but you're also pitting quite a few of your own people. If you had taken out this establishment list earlier, I'm afraid that the threshold would have been stepped over. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu but laughed out once again and said, if my threshold is trodden down, how else am I going to find the two of you? Without waiting for the two to speak, Lin Yu once again added, only those who sincerely want to fight the devils will be able to enter our police brigade. As the words fell, Zhao Buotao and Sun Tao were both in tears. Brigadier! Brigadier! Although there are 1,000 words in their hearts, the two of them do not know how to talk about it for a while. A kind of soldier for a friend to die impulse, but then lingered in the hearts of the two. Chapter 127, Youth Army in Place. Alright, enough with the small talk. Waving his hand slightly towards the two of them, Lin Yu also continued, if there are no comments, I will report your names to the line camp office later. It shouldn't take 2 days for us to be a family. Yes, thank you, Brigadier. The two immediately agreed in unison. Immediately, after thanking Lin Yu once again, Zhao Buotao also proposed to take his leave. After all, the transfer order had not yet been given, and without the permission of his superiors like Sun Tao, Zhao Buotao, as the chief of staff of the Provisional 55th Division, was not free to spend the night outside. Well, with a military order like that, it's actually only Zhao Buotao who would follow it. Of course, Lin Yu was obviously not going to stir up Zhao Buotao's behavior. However, in order to declare his sovereignty over Zhao Buotao, Lin Yu also sent his own jeep to send Zhao Buotao back to the division headquarters of the Provisional 55th. Without any other reason, through the information and conversation of the new recruits, Lin Yu knew that this group of new recruits were surprisingly all valuable youth armies. As we all know, in order to respond to the call of an inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood, 100,000 young people, 100,000 troops, the National Army in 44 years around the time of the formation of intellectual young people, mainly nearly 100,000 people of the Youth Army. But in reality, the formation of the Youth Army, or rather, the mass commitment of intellectual youth to the battlefield, was much earlier than that. Either they joined the battle as a supplementary regiment as Liao Shang did, or they were airlifted to India and participated in the battle in the form of the Indian National Army INA. It wasn't until 44 that it was installed as just the YMCA. However, Lin Yu hadn't expected that Chief of Staff Luo would actually give such treasures to himself. Although it was merely less than 2,000 people, it was really a considerable amount of wealth for Lin Yu. What? What's so valuable about a new recruit who hasn't been to war? You can't really tell the difference between a newbie and a newbie. 1 point alone, the literacy rate of the youth army is almost 100%, which means that when it comes to the battlefield, if they come across a new weapon that they don't know how to use, the youth army will be able to operate it just by glancing at the instruction manual, while the other big-headed soldiers will just have to watch. Not to mention, when it comes to training, the YMCA tends to understand the instructor's intentions better as well, which leads to better training. A very simple example, a backslope, a parabola, this is the most basic knowledge of anti-gun operations, but to explain it clearly to the ordinary soldiers, without a few days, it is simply impossible. The same congratulations are given to these young soldiers, but it is knowledge that can be easily picked up without even using a single class period. And in addition to the lead in understanding weapons at the intellectual level, the intellectual youth generally valued collective honor and were far more obedient than traditional troops. Of course, all this is secondary to the fact that the most important thing is that these young intellectuals have joined the army on their own initiative and know better why they are here and why they are fighting. With ideals and beliefs in mind, both morale and cohesion are also a cut above ordinary troops when fighting. All in all, this 2,000-strong youth army can almost be called the best source of soldiers. As a matter of fact, this was the case with the two units, the future new 1st Army and new 6th Army far away in India. They even eliminated a group of veterans who came down from the battlefield in Burma and replaced them with this group of intellectual young soldiers who had no combat experience at all. If he could, Lin Yu would even be willing to not have the veterans and just have this group of young troops. After all, battlefield experience can be learned, but subjective initiative is something that can't be learned. However, Lin Yu also knew that at this moment, the youth army was still mainly supplied to the Indian side, and to be able to leave 2,000 men for this police brigade of his own, he thought that it was already the result of the efforts of Army Commander Du and Chief of Staff Luo in many ways. You really don't have to say, the truth is also really like what Lin Yu had guessed. Stillwell didn't curse in India because of these 2,000 youths. Unfortunately, Chang, who had already received the first batch of military aid, didn't want to pay any attention to him, and naturally, Army Commander Du would be even less likely to spoil him. However, in the way of Chenault's face, Army Commander Du and Chief of Staff Luo could not go too far. In short, these 2,000 men were almost the bottom line for the Indian side, and the limit for Army Commander Du. Understanding this, Lin Yu no longer hesitated, and without saying a word, he began to organize these 2,000 people. And in order to form a combat force as quickly as possible, Lin Yu had even unceremoniously pulled over Zhao Buotao, who was waiting for orders for this formation. To say that Zhao Buotao also did have two skills, after clarifying Lin Yu's intentions, he also immediately began to organize his group. The first thing to screen for is exceptional talent. Those who know how to handle artillery, those who know Japanese, those who know Morse code, those who know medicine and can bandage, those who know construction. And so on. People with special abilities other than military skills were all screened out by him, and then immediately organized into the appropriate positions. Secondly, young people with high school education or above were also selected by Zhao Buotao. And this group of men, depending on their abilities, were made options for trainee staff officers and artillery battalion personnel. For no other reason than that these are the two positions that require the most knowledge base. After some screening, not only the framework of the artillery battalion, communications platoon, and engineer company was put up, but even the staff department including the staff officers at the battalion level was also built up by Zhao Buotao. Immediately, among the remaining 1,700 to 800 people, Zhao Buotao was again selected more than 300 strong, plus the old battalion warriors under Lin Yu, respectively, to form the brigade directly under the guard company and heavy firepower company. As for the remaining 1,400 or 1,500 men, they were divided equally into two, forming the main body of the two reinforced battalions under Liao Shang and Li Ting respectively. The principal officers of the battalion were still those of the original 1st Battalion. Yes, according to Lin Yu's request, under Zhao Buotao's arrangement, the full 2,000 youth army, after all, did not leave a single one for the ordinary infantry battalion. It couldn't be helped, the lessons of the battlefield had taught Lin Yu more than once that it was not a good idea to strike a balance in the army, especially when he was still weak. Only by centralizing one's strongest battle force was there a possibility of hitting the enemy hard. However, it is bitter to follow in Lin Yu beside the Sun Tao, in the face of such a good soldier, but only the drooling part. Chapter 128, Training Outline Out. Dryly watching, but no share, for Sun Tao, is indeed a bit cruel. But there's no way around it. There's never anything in this world that's absolutely fair. The good thing was that Sun Tao didn't have a problem with it. The reason was simple, to know that the battalion commanders of these two reinforced battalions were Li Ting and Liao Shang, who had been born and died together with Lin Yu from the Savage Mountain. Sun Tao is very clear, if it were not for the fact that these two people are still seniority, and do not have enough experience, with their two merits, completely can be in the police brigade commander. In this way, the two men also became their direct reports. Now, two peers who are supposed to be direct leaders are just asking for some good soldiers, and that's a thing? Moreover, Sun Tao also believed that Brigadier Lin would not treat him poorly, and that the subsequent supply of soldiers would not be as bad, if not as good. So not only did Sun Tao not have any opinions, he even took the initiative to participate in it, adding to the formation of the battalions. After all, it wouldn't be long before Sun Tao needed to form his own troops as well. Looking at the harmony of the crowd, Lin Yu's heart was quite happy. As for Zhao Buotao's grouping, Lin Yu was more than satisfied. As a matter of fact, Lin Yu really didn't expect that in just a day or so, Zhao Buotao had actually stayed up all night to complete the construction of his brigade headquarters, and that it was also running in such a well-organized manner. After this, Lin Yu also completely confirmed that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. Of course, while the crowd was busy, Lin Yu was naturally not idle. In addition to authorizing and providing timely guidance to the formations, Lin Yu had also rewritten a training syllabus for the Paoshan Police Brigade based on the jungle combat method he had previously submitted to Du Yuming. There was no doubt that Lin Yu had also incorporated modern military training concepts into the syllabus. Specifically, this syllabus consists of 4 major modules: basic training, tactical innovation, officer training, and logistical support. There is no doubt that basic training and tactical innovation are among the top priorities. In terms of basic training, in addition to conventional weapons training and combat training, what Lin Yu emphasized, however, was the training of physical fitness. Lin Yu from the later life is even more very clear in his heart that only a strong body is the foundation of everything. And the battles that the future police brigade will have to face are bound to be even more grueling and under even worse conditions than this battle in Burma. This also reinforces the requirement that all warriors must have a stronger physique. So, in order to enhance the physical fitness of the warriors, Lin Yu not only added such a simple program as mountain weight marching 20 kilograms, 10 kilometers day, at the same time, it is the latter day's 400-meter obstacle crossing over. Of course, while traversing the 400-meter obstacle, Lin Yu was also ready to spice things up for the fighters. But that's all an afterthought. And besides basic training, what Lin Yu wanted to do was revolutionize the tactical thinking of the warriors. Simply put, it is to break the traditional sea of men tactics and promote flexible combat at the squad level, that is, flexible tactics centered on the 3-3 system team. It was not expected that the fighters would be able to achieve the same level of skill and tactics as the Dongyi fighters, but at the very least, Lin Yu hoped that his troops would be able to get rid of the idea of intensive charging and learn to alternate cover in order to minimize casualties. In addition to the basic 3-3 system tactics, according to the special circumstances of the future battle in western Yunnan and Burma, Lin Yu will also focus on strengthening the infantry and artillery synergy, as well as the jungle and night combat capabilities of the soldiers through actual combat. Obviously, both skills are vital, whether it's a counteroffensive in western Yunnan or a campaign in Burma. While accomplishing the improvement of the combat quality of the warriors, Lin Yu also formulated a training program for the officers. Specifically, it is necessary to carry out tasks such as sand tray exercises and mission-oriented command through rotational training to enhance the ability of officers to engage in actual combat. At the end of the day, because he had suffered the loss of Savage Mountain, Lin Yu was also determined to update the entire way of logistical supply. That is, through the establishment of a field logistics system to ensure that clean water and food are readily available to fighters. Adoption of a weapons maintenance regime, daily checks of firearms after training and weekly centralized maintenance of heavy weapons machine guns, mortars to ensure that all weapons are in serviceable condition at all times. Necessary supplies were obtained by training soldiers to utilize captured weapons, e.g., Japanese bomb throwers, and to dismantle unexploded ordnance for gunpowder. As well as reducing attrition due to injuries through the addition of hygienists and training in the identification of herbs. In order to achieve the above results, Lin Yu had even formulated a strict grading assessment and reward and punishment system. Graduated assessment aspects. Soldiers, monthly live fire accuracy tests, 5-kilometer weighted march to standard within 45 minutes. Officers, sandboxing scores and subordinate unit casualty rates are tied to mission accomplishment. See the system of rewards and penalties. Troops that meet the standards are prioritized for ammunition replenishment and are awarded the title of Elite Company. Consecutively failing to meet the standard, officers are demoted or transferred from their command positions, while enlisted men are returned to their original units. Obviously, Lin Yu had also gone to great lengths for the examination in half a year's time that Du Yuming was talking about. Even so, Lin Yu still felt that it wasn't enough. With that, Lin Yu also handed over this training outline of his own to Zhao Buotao for supplementation. And after seeing this detailed training outline of Lin Yu, Zhao Buotao was also deeply shocked. Especially the 400 obstacle crossing that was sketched out in a sketch also instantly caught Zhao Buotao's eye. Although Zhao Buotao had always been in charge of the combat side of things, that didn't mean he didn't know anything about the training side of things. In fact, in the Provisional 55th Division, because there was no Deputy Chief of Staff, Zhao Buotao, as Director of the Combat Staff, often performed the duties of Deputy Chief of Staff, and one of them was to test the results of operational training. After carefully reading the outline again, Zhao Buotao also raised the biggest worry in his mind: how to ensure the ammunition, how to ensure the nutrition. Yes, many National Army units, not that they don't want to train, but the ammunition consumed by training, they can't afford it, and under the huge physical exertion, the nutrition that the soldiers need, they simply can't keep up. You don't need to worry about this. And Lin Yu immediately gave an answer. In terms of ammunition, the hump route has been opened, and the problem of insufficient ammunition will gradually ease in the future. As for nutrition, we are backed by the Kunming camp. I can't guarantee that we can eat well, but it's still not a problem for the soldiers to get enough to eat. You just need to see if there are any problems with training. Upon hearing this, Zhao Buotao also settled down, and then he read it for the third time. There's no problem by and large. After reading it 3 times, Zhao Buotao finally gave his answer. Chapter 129, Greed for More, Not to Be. However, in terms of details, I feel that there is still room for further improvement. Zhao Buotao then also spoke bluntly. Oh? Tell me about it. Lin Yu sniffed and immediately came to be interested and said. Although this training program was summarized by Lin Yu based on the practice method of the later generations, combined with the upcoming battles, in the end, the existing conditions simply could not be compared to the later generations. Not to mention other things, just say this food aspect, the latter days the pursuit of a nutritional balance, but nowadays, can eat enough, all need Lin Yu to self-face. Not to mention, the latter-day training methods dealt with modern warfare, whereas now, especially against Japan and Burma, it was actually closer to World War I era combat patterns. The gap between the two can only be described as a world of difference. Therefore, to be able to receive additions or even corrections from Zhao Buotao, Lin Yu was happy to accept them. Seeing that Lin Yu was so concerned, Zhao Buotao naturally didn't dare to hide anything, and immediately after a little thought, he spoke. Firstly, I know that you want to build a truly strong army, and the standards listed are those of the National Army's Ace of Aces. Of course, I believe that under the leadership of the brigade commander, it won't take more than half a year for us to reach such standards. However, using this set of standards to measure and assess from the beginning, although it allows the fighters to find the gap, it also tends to cause fear among the fighters. Therefore, my humble suggestion is whether it is possible to assign a few more grades to these standards and then set out a timetable as the basis for assessment. For example, for this weighted run, start without weights and stretch the time a bit, then shorten the time and add weights step by step. In this way, the warriors will be able to clearly understand the objective without becoming intimidated or fearful. Very good. Lin Yu immediately patted himself on the head and said, "You're right, it's easier to break down your goals. How did I even forget this basic truth?" Immediately, Lin Yu was looking at Zhao Buotao and said, "Just do as you said, refine all the goals and arrange them into each month and week." "Is there anything else?" Lin Yu then proceeded to ask. Receiving Lin Yu's approval, Zhao Buotao also became more and more confident, and immediately also continued, "The second small problem is that, Brigadier General, you seem to be a bit greedy." "How?" Lin Yu said with a slight frown. "You see, in the warrior's piece of training, in addition to physical training, weapons training, there are squad coordination tactics, infantry and artillery coordination tactics, and so on. As for the officers, it's even more. Attacking battles, street battles, and jungle battles need to be mastered, and they even need to be able to command artillery and provide bombing targets to the artillery." While pointing at the outline in his hand, Zhao Buotao shook his head. "This is obviously not very realistic." But upon hearing these words from Zhao Buotao, Lin Yu did not concur. Instead, he frowned and said, "These are all situations that can be foreseen in the future when we counterattack Myanmar. If we don't practice at this time, do we have to go to the battlefield to practice?" Complaining, Lin Yu however looked at Zhao Buotao with incomparable seriousness and said, "I'd rather let the warriors sweat more than let them bleed more on the battlefield." Obviously, Lin Yu's heart of loving his soldiers like sons is also overflowing in this statement as well. Zhao Buotao knew that there was absolutely no need for Lin Yu to lie about this issue at this point. And with that, a warm current called moving flowed slowly in Zhao Buotao's heart. There is no way, looking at the national army up and down, like Lin Yu this genuinely treat the subordinate generals, not to say it is absolutely unique, but also at least is a phoenix feather. Even the 5th Army's army commander Du might not be without the idea of using the 5th Army's generals as his own bargaining chips. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his army return home over the entire Savage Mountain. However, even so, Zhao Buotao was not convinced by Lin Yu on this. "Brigade Commander." Zhao Buotao then continued, "The price to be paid must still be paid. Just like the state government needs to trade space for time, we also need to trade our lives for precious time." "Time?" Lin Yu quickly grasped the point of it and said, "That's right, time." Zhao Buotao nodded and said, "If we could have 1 or 2 years, or even 2 or 3 years, of course, I would be willing to train my men to be all-around elite soldiers before driving into the battlefield. But in today's form, the Japanese will not give us that much time. The military commander only gave me half a year." Lin Yu then also added, "Half a year." Zhao Buotao silently engraved this time in his mind. And then, Zhao Buotao but then said, "Because of the urgency of time, want to let the brethren door excellent, is not impossible. As long as the brigade seat can ask for another 3,000 of the youth army to come, I am sure that I can do. But it is evident that this is almost impossible, and therefore, instead of making the brethren door-to-door and door-to-door thin, one of them should be strengthened in a targeted way, according to the different circumstances of each battalion and company. It's better to hurt 10 fingers than to break one?" Lin Yu seemed to understand somewhat. "Yes, that's right." Zhao Buotao continued to explain, "For example, the warriors who returned from Savage Mountain with you, brigade commander, are experienced in the jungle, so they can be made to specialize in jungle combat, while battalion commander Sun Tao is skilled in the use of explosives, and also excelled in Tonggu combat, so his unit can specialize in offensive warfare. Indeed, we have a bigger plate now, and we need to fine-tune our efforts in order to have more revenue. It's never going to work to cut across the board again like before." Lin Yu then also said thoughtfully. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also bowed slightly towards Zhao Buotao and said, "Many thanks to Buotao. If not for Buotao's words, I almost made a big mistake." "Brigade Commander, this is a discount." Zhao Buotao immediately also got up and said, "You can afford it." Lin Yu nodded, but didn't dwell on this small matter. After a little thought, Lin Yu opened his mouth and said, "In this way, in the early stage, we will focus on physical training, and the rest of the training targets, such as weapon firing, will be slightly reduced, so that each battalion can reach the ordinary level of the Central Army. Afterwards, according to the results of each battalion and company, they will arrange different goals in training." What do you think? Good idea. Zhao Buotao finally nodded in agreement as well. Good. Lin Yu immediately nodded and said, "In that case, from now on, Bo Tao will be fully responsible for the training of the police brigade." "Ha? Me?" The astonished Zhao Buotao even forgot to salute to receive orders and instead asked directly. "You're my chief of staff, if it's not you, is it still me?" Lin Yu immediately laughed as well. Chapter 130, Training begins. Being responsible for the training of the entire brigade would certainly be a hard job, but at the same time, there was no doubt that through such training, it would also allow Zhao Buotao to have a deeper grasp of the entire brigade, thus further enhancing his own prestige in the police brigade. Obviously, Lin Yu was paving the way for Zhao Buotao, the chief of staff. Zhao Buotao naturally understood Lin Yu's good intentions and immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, Brigadier General, I will definitely do my best to make the police brigade a truly strong army as fast as possible." Hearing Zhao Buotao's assurance, Lin Yu immediately nodded in relief as well. As soon as it was said and done, with the brigade headquarters and the two reinforced battalions already divided, Zhao Buotao immediately perfected the first part, the physical training part, and sent it to all the battalion and company commanders overnight. At the same time, Lin Yu's order was given at the same time, starting tomorrow, start training in accordance with the training syllabus. All the battalion and company commanders obviously did not expect that the brigade commander's training would actually come so quickly and hastily, and that the training would start even before the men arrived at Baoshan. However, despite some surprise in their hearts, none of them dared to say a word. Without him, among the battalion company commanders today, except for one Sun Tao, almost all of them were brought out from the savage mountains by Lin Yu single-handedly. To them, Lin Yu's words were heaven. Even if there was a mountain of swords in front of them, as long as Lin Yu gave the order, they would all charge up without hesitation, not to mention that it was just a district training. Immediately afterward, the battalion company commanders also spread the news that training would begin tomorrow to the ears of every ordinary soldier. Thus, in the mood of all the warriors who were either looking forward to it or surprised, the time also quietly came to the next day. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the large city of Kunming is still wandering between half asleep and half awake. The sky has just turned white, the weak light, like a rice paper dyed in ink, slowly spread in the haze, gently sprinkled on this southwest land. On the street, the stone road and the bleak sky with a cold light, the two-story commercial and residential buildings on the street, in the haze of shadows, like a row of quiet sleeping beasts. The signboards of the stores downstairs are hidden in the darkness, and only some outlines can be faintly seen. Horse-drawn carts and rickshaws were sparsely packed under the eaves on either side. The carriage drivers sat on their carts, while the rickshaw drivers leaned against the side of their carts, smoking dry cigarettes or talking in low voices, refreshing themselves for the busy day that was about to begin. Roadside food stalls, stallholders are building a fire, the faint light of the fire jumping in the darkness, the pot on the fire gradually bubbling hot, burning bait block, small pots of rice noodle aroma began to diffuse in the air, for the cold morning added a few points of pyrotechnics. Everything is so peaceful and harmonious, only the ruins piled up in the corners and the blackened walls ruffled by the flames quietly remind that this is the Kunming of the Republic, the Kunming of the war. Woo! A roar of engines came from above people's heads, the last of the day's hustle and bustle on the hump route after a busy night. And as the airplane fell, a sharp bugle call was sounded in the barracks, the bugle call for the National Army to get up. It's just that the wake-up call hasn't sounded this early in the city of Quincy in a long time. Come on, come on! Assemble, assemble! Get up, now! In the middle of the camp, one by one, the squad leaders were pulling on their pants while urging the soldiers beside them. Fortunately, last night the battalion commander had already set up today's drill, and the soldiers woke up immediately when they heard the voice of urging. After a bit of rustling, the soldiers followed their respective squad leaders and quickly came to the schoolyard to gather. Unfortunately, because of the lack of formal training, even though the warriors didn't have any delays, it took several minutes for them to arrive at the schoolyard. Faithfully, their brigade commander, Lin Yu, was early and already fully dressed standing on top of the high platform. Looking at the warriors who sparsely entered the venue, having a look at his watch which had already traveled more than 5 minutes, Lin Yu's face was also gradually gloomy. And by the time all the fighters were ready, and the battalion commanders of each battalion and the company commanders of the direct units reported the actual number of people present to Lin Yu, it was already 11 minutes later. Looking at the queue in front of him, which was still a bit crooked, Lin Yu also let out a long breath, trying to calm himself down. After a slight reprieve, Lin Yu finally spoke, saying, 11 minutes. From the sound of the wake-up call, to the completion of the field assembly, it took us exactly 11 minutes. Still with no weapons, no equipment, and completely light armor. Lin Yu continued to shout, does this know what these 11 minutes mean? Without waiting for the soldiers to answer, Lin Yu answered for them, it means that the little devils will not only be able to storm our position, but will even be able to build a solid defense line. It also means that most of you will die under the machine guns of the brats and in front of the position. More than that, it means that the position will be lost, and the front will be shaken. When these words came out, the hearts of all the warriors also instantly became heavy. There were even quite a few warriors who were directly shamed into lowering their heads. Of course, I know that you guys have only received simple training before being sent here. Looking at the crowd who already knew their mistakes, Lin Yu still didn't let them off the hook. That's right, you guys are new recruits, it's excusable. But the problem is, on the battlefield, bullets, shells, they don't recognize if you're new recruits or not. And the officers of each squad, platoon, company, and battalion. Lin Yu continued to roar, you're all dead men who followed me out of the savage mountains to kill. What? It's only been a few days and your bones are loose. Softened? Collapsed? If it was said that just now, when he scolded the warriors, Lin Yu was still collecting a few points of force, then now, Lin Yu's angry rebuke to the warriors of the old battalion was considered to be a full-blown fire. It couldn't be helped, Lin Yu was really a bit unable to accept this grade that everyone had handed him today. And upon hearing Lin Yu's angry rebuke, a group of soldiers from the old battalion had also reddened their faces and their hearts were even more clogged. Want to save the country, want to kill the devils, want to live. Seeing that the hammering was already basically in place, Lin Yu then finally charted his way out and said, just practice for me. As long as you don't die, practice to the death. After a week, if you still have this result, you will go back to wherever you came from, including the people from the old battalion. Do you understand me? Understood. As Lin Yu's obviously threatening words fell, the warriors under the stage agreed in unison. At the same time as the sound of shouting, a must be practiced out of the people below thought, but also into the minds of a group of officers. The other warriors, too, were secretly determined to practice to the death, and never to be discharged. Needless to say, this was exactly the result Lin Yu wanted. Chapter 131 Arrival of the Officer Corps. Immediately afterward, on the outskirts of Kunming, but a different yellow color appeared. It was the scene of the Baoshan Police Brigade running against the sunrise. For physical training, running is obviously the easiest and most affordable way. And at the same time that the fighters were taken out for a run, above the playground of the police brigade, Zhao Butao was also leading the engineering company and started the construction of a temporary training ground. As each obstacle was erected, the Baoshan Police Brigade was also officially entering the phase of full training. This side of the police brigade was in full swing, but half a day later, Chief of Staff Luo also came to the police brigade's camp in a jeep as promised. It was followed by an officer wearing the rank of colonel. It didn't take any guessing to know that this was inevitably the deputy brigade commander that Chief of Staff Luo had brought to Lin Yu, the former deputy commander of the armored regiment Wu Rui. And behind them were several more trucks. As the vehicle stabilized, a bunch of officers wearing the rank of major and lieutenant came down from the vehicle. Yes, these were the very officers that Lin Yu wanted for his report. Just by looking at the dark complexion of each one of them, one could tell that these officers were definitely all battle-hardened beings. No, just after jumping off the truck, a group of officers were quickly lined up at the entrance of the camp, hardly letting Chief of Staff Luo wait for any time. This execution alone has killed an unknown number of people. Immediately, Chief of Staff Luo led this group of people to kill Lin Yu's camp with great vigor. Before people entered, a burst of kill and kill sounds had already reached the ears of the crowd. All of them were leading the troops, so they naturally knew that this was a drill going on inside. However, listening to the voice, it was obviously not small, and it was feared that there were thousands of people. Chief of Staff Luo was also surprised. He had clearly allocated 2,000 recruits to the police brigade only the day before. Could it be that this Lin Yu fellow had drilled so quickly? With doubts in their hearts, Chief of Staff Luo and the others also quickly arrived on top of the playground. As far as the eye could see, it was a bustling scene. Only thousands of National Army soldiers were seen plunging into intense and rigorous training. The hot sunlight poured down unobstructed, the entire playground baked hot, like a huge steamer, and the soldiers are the perseverance of the steamer. Around the playground, on the towering flagpole, the blue sky and white sun flag fluttered feebly in the breeze, and seemed to have lost its spirit by the hot sun. Attention! At ease. A loud and majestic command sound, like a thunderbolt, echoed continuously over the playground. It was a battalion's company training in formation, with hundreds of soldiers acting as one, carrying out instructions neatly. Sweat had long soaked through their shirts and clung to their backs, outlining the contours of every muscle. Kill! Kill! On the other side of the playground, a company of the 2nd Battalion was training for assassination. The fighters stood in groups of 2, facing each other, holding their lances tightly in their hands, the bayonets on the tips of their lances glinting coldly in the sunlight. With the command given, they shouted in unison, and the roar shook the leaves of the trees along the playground slightly. The warriors leaned forward and violently thrust their lances out, their movements swift and powerful, as if the real enemy was in front of them. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, a neat running sound came from far and near. That's the team that's training for the weight run. The warriors were all carrying a bulging backpack, and it didn't take much thought to realize how heavy it had to be. With heavy footsteps, the soldiers ran lap after lap on the playground, letting the sweat run down their foreheads and necks, constantly flowing and soaking their collars and backs. And as the running warriors moved away, the crowd was finally able to look deeper into the playground, which was also the most lively part of the entire playground. Though there were only a few simple instruments, they fascinated the officers present. Those present were all elites who had been carefully selected by Lin Yu, so naturally they could see the doorway at a glance. Especially see those warriors one by one lively climbing these instruments, the officers one by one is more than a little eager to try it up. The joy in the hearts of the group of officers increased at the thought that they were about to serve in such a unit. As a matter of fact, at the moment of receiving the order from the line, a group of officers had already guessed that this police brigade was not a bad one. When they saw the Chief of Staff Luo personally leading the group, the hearts of the people were even more excited. And all of that was nothing compared to the shock of seeing this police brigade with my own eyes today. This vigorous vigor alone is an extremely difficult thing to see in the National Army, not to mention, there is such a novel training method. In fact, not only these lower-level officers, but Chief of Staff Luo was also both surprised and relieved beyond belief when he saw the scene before him. Compared to the others, Chief of Staff Luo clearly had more information. He knew very well that just 2 or 3 days ago, there was nothing here, and this group of young soldiers were all new recruits. In just 2 days, this huge playground was not only utilized by Lin Yu, even this group of youth army also gradually had a transformed look. How could the Chief of Staff Luo not be pleasantly surprised by this? At the same time, Chief of Staff Luo knew even more that Lin Yu clearly didn't need to do this. Because within a few days, they would have to leave for Baoshan County in full force. Anyone else, I'm afraid, would have waited for the troops to drive to Baoshan before refreshing their training. But by the way, Lin Yu didn't do that. Needless to say, in doing so, Lin Yu was of course doing everything possible to quickly build this unit out. For this reason, Lin Yu refused to let go of even his last few days in Kunming. This was truly a relief to Chief of Staff Luo, who had always helped and looked favorably on Lin Yu. Just as the crowd was having mixed feelings, another burst of footsteps came from far and near. However, compared to the footsteps just now, the footsteps at this moment were obviously quite a bit more disorganized. Raising his eyes, he saw that it was indeed Lin Yu leading his subordinates to Chief of Staff Luo. Senator. Lin Yu was the first to salute. Looking at Lin Yu in front of him, who was wearing his training uniform and sweating, Chief of Staff Luo also smiled and said, "Very good. Seize all the time you can to improve your combat effectiveness. Lin Yu, you've done well. The military commander and senator have provided such good conditions. If my humble servant still doesn't make some achievements, it would be too sorry for the military commander and senator." Lin Yu immediately laughed as well. Good. Chief of Staff Luo immediately nodded in affirmation again. This is Wu Rue, Deputy Brigadier Wu. Luo Canhao then introduced. Brigadier. Wu Rue beside him was the first to salute. Deputy Brigadier Wu, welcome to the Baoshan Police Brigade. Lin Yu immediately returned a polite military salute as well and said. As the two men exchanged greetings, Chief of Staff Luo also pointed to the group of officers behind him, saying, Chapter 132, System Upgrade? I've brought you all the people you wanted, let's go to the conference room. Chief of Staff Luo then said. Yes. Lin Yu immediately agreed as well. Turning his head, Lin Yu also said to Zhao Buotao beside him, notify all officers above company level to meet in the conference room. Yes. Zhao Buotao also immediately nodded in agreement. Soon, under Lin Yu's leadership, the crowd also quickly arrived inside the conference room. An oval table was placed in the center of the room, and Chief of Staff Luo then sat on top of the main seat, while Lin Yu, who had quickly changed into his regular clothes, made it to the right-hand side of Chief of Staff Luo, and Wu Rui, who had just exchanged greetings with Lin Yu, sat on the right-hand side of Chief of Staff Luo. As for Lin Yu's right-hand side, naturally, it was Chief of Staff Jia Buotao who had just notified the battalion and company commanders of the meeting. Immediately afterward, Liao Shang, Li Ting, and the others, including the group of officers brought by Luo's Chief of Staff, also took their seats in accordance with their respective ranks. However, those who were able to sit at the oval table were all officers of school rank or above. As for the company-level lieutenants, they could only sit at the back. Brigade Commander, the personnel have all arrived. After slightly counting the number of people, Chief of Staff Zhao also reported to Lin Yu in a low voice. Lin Yu then also looked at Chief of Staff Luo and said, "Counselor, the personnel have all arrived." "Good." Nodding, Chief of Staff Luo then spoke, "Then let's begin." As the words fell, all of them also made a brush sound and immediately straightened up their sitting posture. Luo Chief of Staff also no nonsense, after a brief explanation, is to take out a side of the guards handed over the document, National Revolutionary Army Supreme Military Council, Order, between the Nujiang River along the war needs, special formation of the National Revolutionary Army Baoshan Police Brigade, directly under the Kunming camp. This order. Thereupon, after gently putting down this order, Chief of Staff Luo also proceeded to pick up another document and continued to read, the Ministry of Military Administration of the National Revolutionary Army, Order, appoint, the former Deputy Commander of the 598th Regiment of the 200th Division of the 5th Army, Lin Yu, to be the Baoshan Police Brigade, Colonel Brigade Commander. Yes. Lin Yu immediately got up and stood at attention and agreed. Just as Lin Yu's word yes left his mouth, a mechanical voice once again sounded in his mind. Detected host completing upgrade mission. Is it upgraded? Listening to the mechanical sounds in his head, Lin Yu's heart was about to jump out of his chest. The importance of the system to Lin Yu was self-evident. It could be said that the system took almost 80% of the credit for Lin Yu being able to walk out of the Savage Mountain and obtain such a battle result. Lin Yu, who had been using the system all along, had never thought that the system could actually evolve. With that, Lin Yu finally remembered in a daze, the first time the system came out it carried the upgradable logo. It was just that the system hadn't rattled it all along the way, and Lin Yu had gradually forgotten about it. And now that Chief of Staff Luo announced his promotion in public, this system only popped up the dialogue box of the promotion, feelings, this promotion, is to be promoted to promote their own Unable to help it, in order to get the system upgraded, Lin Yu always had a few more expectations for his future promotion. Of course, Lin Yu was even more eager to know what goodies the system upgrade would bring him. However, now is clearly not the time to figure this out. In case the upgrade requires brain hibernation or something, this is a big deal. Immediately, Lin Yu also directly hid the dialogue box, preparing to wait for the dead of night before upgrading. Thus, in a flash of lightning, Lin Yu also collected himself. And everyone, including Chief of Staff Luo, apparently didn't notice Lin Yu's abnormality. Appointment. Nodding slightly towards Lin Yu, Staff Officer Luo was the one who then read out, appoint the former Deputy Commander of the 5th Army's Direct Armored Regiment, Wu Rui, as the Colonel Deputy Brigade Commander of the Baoshan Police Brigade. Yes. Wu Rui immediately rose to agree as well. Appointment. Nodding once more, Chief of Staff Luo also continued to read, appoint the former Chief of Operations Staff of the Provisional 55th Division of the 6th Army, Zhao Buotao, as the Colonel Chief of Staff of the Baoshan Police Brigade. Yes. Zhao Buotao also immediately got up and agreed. Appoint Li Ting, former Commander of Company 1, 3rd Battalion, 598th Regiment, 200th Division, 5th Army, as Major Battalion Commander of the Baoshan Police Brigade. Appointment. Soon, the appointments of the officers above the battalion of the Police Brigade were all read out by Chief of Staff Luo. However, for these battalion-level cadres, Chief of Staff Luo had not overstepped his bounds in arranging for specific battalions, but had given Lin Yu enough room to play on his own. As for company-grade officers, it was not necessary for Chief of Staff Law to read them out personally. Even these battalion-level officers shouldn't be read by a military-level cadre like Chief of Staff Luo. It was only for the sake of Lin Yu being able to take control of the whole situation as soon as possible that Chief of Staff Luo had condescended to come and read out this extraordinarily long appointment document. And while Chief of Staff Luo read the names one by one, Lin Yu also burned each and every face into his mind. Li Ting recommended trespassing to make the sword of Han Yong, big waist, at first glance as the strength of the man. And Gao Lin, the commander of the artillery battalion, recommended by Liao Shang, as the only one wearing glasses, is obviously a man of culture. In addition, the 2 battalion commanders brought by Chief of Staff Luo Chu Yunliang and Meng Xian also had glittering eyes, and ended up being 2 tough generals. Of course, while Lin Yu was observing the crowd, why wouldn't the officers present be observing Lin Yu? After all, Lin Yu was their future direct superior. However, it was a pity that the unsmiling Lin Yu didn't let them see something. Along with the Luo Chief of Staff's reading, many of the officers present, but also suddenly realized that they are about to join, is what a huge police brigade. Unable to help it, a group of officers were also secretly alarmed in their hearts. Finally, a long list of orders was read. Alright, the order will be read out here. Handing the order in his hand to Lin Yu, Chief of Staff Luo then continued, the specific job arrangements are in your hands. Report it as soon as possible. Needless to say, this phrase was also deliberately added by Chief of Staff Luo. There was no way, in the end, Lin Yu's plucking was too fast, and his roots, in the end, were not deep. If there wasn't enough support, Chief of Staff Luo was truly afraid that he wouldn't be able to suppress this group of arrogant soldiers. After all, not everyone could understand things, and the group of people that Lin Yu himself had chosen, although that none of them were elites, there were quite a few pricks, otherwise they wouldn't have been suppressed. Luo Chief of Staff bluntly said, job arrangements are all decided by Lin Yu alone. It is clear that the car horse, in order to give Lin Yu stand, at the same time is also telling everyone present, in the police brigade, must unconditionally obey Lin Yu's orders. It had to be said that Chief of Staff Luo's great love for Lin Yu was truly beyond words. Chapter 133, A Late Surprise. Lin Yu naturally understood Chief of Staff Luo's good intentions, and immediately also stood at attention, saluted, and promised, yes, thank you, Senator. When Lin Yu received the appointment letter, Chief of Staff Luo also summarized once again. The general idea was nothing more than to ask all the people to quickly complete the whole training under the leadership of Lin Yu, and to repay Deputy Director Du Yuming as well as all the people in the Line Battalion for their love for the police brigade with an excellent answer. After Luo Chief of Staff's summary, this meeting is also considered in a peaceful and perfect end. In the future, the brigade of Baoshan Police, which made the brats scared, is also considered to have been established. With that, amidst a burst of applause, Chief of Staff Luo also got up and headed out of the conference room toward the camp gate. Naturally, Lin Yu also led the officers of the police brigade to see off Chief of Staff Luo. However, as the camp entrance got closer and closer, Lin Yu was suddenly reminded that in the phone call that day, the Chief of Staff had clearly said that he wanted to give himself a surprise. With doubt, the crowd also arrived at the camp entrance. And as the jeep that had sent Chief of Staff Luo to arrive stopped in front of the crowd, Lin Yu had no intention of saying goodbye to Chief of Staff Luo, but instead looked towards the back of the jeep, seemingly searching for something. Of course, Chief of Staff Luo hadn't forgotten his promise, and looking at Lin Yu's probing appearance, Chief of Staff Luo naturally saw through Lin Yu's thoughts immediately, and then asked with a smile, Lin Yu, what are you looking at? Senator, didn't you say that there are still surprises for humble servant? Lin Yu was not ambiguous and immediately replied, I have been waiting for it. What, bringing you so many elite soldiers isn't enough of a surprise for you? Chief of Staff Luo shook his head helplessly and said. Joy is joyful, but surprise, it's always a little less. Lin Yu also said with a hefty smile. Brat, you have a good memory. Chief of Staff Luo laughed helplessly, I thought I had missed something somewhere and let you find out. With that, Chief of Staff Luo also whispered to the communications soldier beside him, let them come over. The communications soldier understood and immediately ran to the center of the street, then he took out a red flag from his pocket and waved it on the street. Before the officers, including Lin Yu, could react, the roar of a car engine resounded above the street. Immediately after that, a dozen trucks drove into the crowd's sight. This is? Although Lin Yu's heart had made some guesses, he was still a little unsure after seeing this scale. Yes, Lin Yu had actually guessed what the surprise that Chief of Staff Luo was talking about was. Man, Lin Yu had gotten what he wanted, and the youth army had been the best source of soldiers that Chief of Staff Luo could give. So naturally, the surprise would not be in terms of personnel. Money, Lin Yu is obviously not a lover of money either, and the military seat and Senate seat are also quite clean, even if they want to give, they can't give. Naturally, the surprise would not be monetary. It was clear, then, that there was only one thing left for the Chief of Staff to give as a surprise: supplies. Unusual supplies, obviously, could not be called a surprise by Chief of Staff law. The only thing that was possible was the American ordnance that Lin Yu had demanded from Army Commander Du but had yet to honor. And it was a platoon's worth of American ordnance over and above what he had asked for that would be called a surprise by Chief of Staff Luo. Only, looking at this steady stream of trucks, Lin Yu was really doubting his judgment a bit. It couldn't be helped that the surprise Lin Yu had guessed it was, at best, a company of American instruments. But looking at the dozen or so trucks in front of us, this if they are all loaded with US ordnance, I'm afraid to equip a battalion with affluence. Lin Yu naturally couldn't believe that such a thing could actually happen. It's not that Lin Yu is too petty, it's just that, as a latter-day traveler, although Lin Yu doesn't blindly believe in and obsess over American equipment like other National Army generals, he knows better that these American equipment are not easy to come by. But don't say it's the US free aid to China, you see the Yankees free aid, Irmao? All things that come with a price. Especially in a country of capital like the US, profit is what they are always chasing. The fact is that the American armaments and equipment, as well as other so-called China aid materials, were exchanged by the Chinese government for tungsten ore, tung oil, pig bristles, and so on, and even for the output of Chinese laborers. Not to mention, after the Yunnan-Burma highway was cut off by the brats, all supplies needed to be transported from the hump route, which is known as the route of death. It can be said that every bullet here was given by the SDU members at the risk of their lives. You can imagine how valuable this American equipment is. Especially this first batch of American equipment, that's how many people are eyeing the good stuff. Even Army Commander Du, as the Supreme Commander of Kunming, is afraid that he can't share the American ordnance of an entire division. For a brigade in his district, if he could have a battalion of American armament equipment, this was something that Lin Yu really did not even dare to think about. However, Chief of Staff Luo's next words directly turned what Lin Yu had not dared to think into reality. Come on. Chief of Staff Luo casually just pulled out a list from his pocket and said, sign the list as it is. With a slightly trembling hand, he received the list in Chief of Staff Luo's hands, but Lin Yu still asked with some incredulity, this is? Nodding, Chief of Staff Luo continued to speak, that's right, these are for you, American equipment. As if he was afraid that Lin Yu wouldn't know the weight of this surprise, Chief of Staff Luo continued, a whole battalion of American equipment. As the words fell, Lin Yu unconsciously gulped. How? Lin Yu was surprised and asked, I just want a platoon's equipment. The military seat made special arrangements before the trip. The military commander said that since he's giving it, he'll give it more. American ordnance is supposed to be for frontline combat troops. As long as you can form combat power to kill the brats as soon as possible, what's a battalion of American ordnance in the district? Chief of Staff Luo then explained slightly. Listening to Chief of Staff Luo's explanation, Lin Yu's heart undoubtedly became even more shocked. For no other reason, it was easy to hear from Du's words that this battalion of troops was nothing more than an appetizer meal. As long as Lin Yu was able to pass acceptance, more American instruments were not out of the question. The thought that his police brigade could be fully equipped with American equipment to kill in the battlefield of Western Yunnan, Lin Yu's heart was also unconsciously excited. Even Lin Yu had guessed that this might not necessarily not be a pie in the sky for Junjing Du. Looking at Lin Yu's stupefied face, Luo's chief of staff's heart was unprecedentedly satisfied, and immediately laughed and said, how to faint, this surprise, enough to be surprised and happy, right? Chapter 134, Entry of United States Armaments and Equipment. This. Lin Yu looked at the convoy that was almost out of sight, and then looked at Chief of Staff Luo who was at the side, and then was not without worry, it's enough of a surprise. However, Senator, you this directly give me such a big surprise, this is not to put me on the fire roast it. Moreover, the military seat there. This is, after all, a battalion's equipment. People's words can be fearful. For Lin Yu to think of the military seat situation in the face of such great benefits, Chief of Staff Luo was naturally satisfied. At that moment, Chief of Staff Luo also smiled and pacified, don't worry. Externally, this is drawn from our share of the 5th Army, no one can say anything as for internally, you are at least from my 5th Army. In ancient times, when you married someone, you had to compensate for the dowry, and this is considered to be the dowry given to you by the military commander. Although Chief of Staff Luo's words were easy to say, how could Lin Yu not realize the internal and external pressures that the military commander and the senator would need to face for the sake of this one battalion of U.S. ordnance equipment? Touching the truck loaded with equipment, a warm current also surged up from Lin Yu's heart. Clenching his palm into a fist, Lin Yu then faced the Chief of Staff Luo as a standing salute, Army Commander, Senator Love. Lin Yu was not proud to repay, only wished to train the team as soon as possible, and then go to the battlefield, for my 5th Army, but also for the Army Commander and the Senator, to kill the Japanese invaders, and fight for glory. Looking at the touched Lin Yu, a smile also appeared on Chief of Staff Luo's face. To be able to have this kind of heart, it's not a waste of this painstaking effort on the part of the military seat. Chief of Staff Luo patted Lin Yu's shoulder with emotion as well. Still the same, becoming an army as soon as possible is the best way to repay the military seat. Chief of Staff Luo then continued to instruct as well. Yes, Senator, don't worry. Lin Yu also immediately agreed. What are you waiting for? Arrange for someone to move it. Chief of Staff Luo then commanded as well. Yes. Lin Yu immediately agreed as well. Immediately, at Lin Yu's command, Zhao Buotao also quickly returned to the playground, and then he mobilized a company of warriors to prepare to carry these weapons and equipment. As for Chief of Staff Luo, he was the first to get into a jeep and leave the police brigade in the sight of the crowd. As important as the American equipment was, it wasn't quite enough to keep Chief of Staff Luo waiting here. And with the departure of Luo's Chief of Staff, the warriors transferred by Zhao Buotao from the back hadn't even arrived yet, and the officers who were already stunned in the room couldn't wait to replace the warriors to start the work of carrying. There's no way around it. It's American equipment. Most of the men present had experienced the Battle of Burma, and had more or less dealt with the British Army, while the Burmese battalion used mostly American arms, except for a few British weapons. Therefore, the officers present were considered to be people who had seen American equipment, and naturally they had been salivating over it for a long time. Now that a battalion of equipment had actually been sent to their unit, how could it not drive them crazy? And eyeing the officers who were scrambling yet carefully carrying their weapons, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Soon, under the joint efforts of the officers and the warriors who arrived afterward, boxes of weapons and ammunition were also carried off the trucks and appeared in everyone's eyes. The first thing that caught my eye was a batch of Springfield M1903 bolt-action rifles. Its body exudes an antique and cool metallic luster, and the wooden stock is finely textured and polished to fit the palm of your hand and feel great. You can tell just by touching it that it's a good gun. In fact, this Springfield M1903 bolt-action rifle does make a nice bolt-action rifle. Compared to the National Army's Chinese version, it not only has a better texture, but also better ergonomics, longer range, faster rate of fire, greater power, and better accuracy. I'm not sure I can say I'm ahead of the game, but I'm actually close. The National Army soldiers, who had already seen its accuracy in the hands of the British, were naturally excited at the sight of the boxes of Springfield rifles. With that, the Browning M1919 heavy machine gun, which was even more of a mouthful for the fighters, was carried off the drive one after the other. Compared to the common Type 24 and M1910 Maxim heavy machine guns in the National Army, the M1919 heavy machine gun, which removed the water cylinder covering the barrel and replaced the water-cooled type with the air-cooled type, was almost half the weight of the former. This, coupled with the removable kickstand and barrel design, makes it very flexible and easy to deploy. The warriors in charge of carrying it also realized with a jolt that the heavy machine gun, which originally required a full 5 or 6 people to deploy, could be deployed with almost only 3 people. Before the fighters could rejoice over the performance of the heavy machine guns, several 75mm M1 mountain guns also quickly caught everyone's attention. There's no way, on the battlefield, what the National Army lacks the most is guns. In front of this 75mm mountain gun, just look at the black shiny huge barrel. The soldiers know that this is absolutely extraordinary. While someone like Gao Lin, who knew how to fire a gun, couldn't just hold it in his arms and kiss it twice. There is no way that the seemingly small caliber 75mm mountain guns compared with the common mortars in the National Army such as the Republic of China 31 Type 82mm mortar, its performance can only be described by the word crush. Whether it's range, power, or accuracy, the two are not in the same dimension. In terms of range, the 75mm M1 mountain gun has a maximum range of 9 kilometers, which is almost more than 3 times that of a mortar. In terms of power, the shell charge of the mountain gun is 6.5 kilograms, which is enough to overturn strong fortifications and blow enemy bunkers and pillboxes to smithereens. At the same time, the flying shrapnel splashes at high speed, causing extensive killing to the enemy's living forces. On the contrary, the mortar, only 3.5 kilograms charge, coupled with the limitations of the firing principle, its power in the face of solid defenses, often have the heart. On accuracy, the M1 Type 75mm mountain gun is equipped with advanced aiming device. The gunner, after professional training, can be based on the target's distance, orientation, and other factors. Precise adjustment of firing parameters in actual combat often can accurately hit the intended target. The accuracy of mortars, on the other hand, is affected by a variety of factors such as the firing angle, terrain relief, etc., and is relatively low when firing at long distances or striking moving targets. Even as far as mobility is concerned, the M1 75mm mountain gun allows for more efficient long-range maneuvering thanks to its detachable nature. In short, this thing, for the National Army artillerymen who hadn't seen anything good, was a white moonlight existence. It was no wonder that Gao Lin held onto the cannons and refused to let go of them, and would not give up until he personally delivered them to the warehouse. Obviously, all the generals of the police brigade present, whether officers or ordinary soldiers, were deeply and completely fascinated by this American equipment, and one and all were also excited. Well, except for Lin Yu. Even Lin Yu's heart, not only did he not have much excitement, but instead, he vaguely sighed a little. Yes, Lin Yu was not satisfied with these American equipment. Chapter 135 Building the Skeleton of the Police Brigade. There was no way, if the others didn't know, could Lin Yu, who was a traveler, not know? These seemingly advanced US weapons are nothing more than obsolete US military weapons. In terms of rifles, even though the Springfield is as close to a perfect bolt-action rifle as you can get, a bolt-action rifle is a bolt-action rifle, and no matter how perfect it is, it's not going to be able to compete with semi-automatic and full-automatic rifles. The US Army, at this time, had long ago replaced the M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle, commonly known as the Big 8 grains, whose rate of fire and firepower far exceeded that of all bolt-action rifles. In machine guns, the new American weapons were not as overwhelming as rifles, but their tactical thinking remained advanced as well. Simply put, instead of being equipped with just one type of heavy machine gun, the US Army created a system of firepower based on a system that included the M1919, the M2 heavy machine gun, and the Browning automatic rifle bar. Where the bar automatic rifle offers a lighter weight than the M1919 heavy machine gun, the M2 heavy machine gun has a power and range that the M1919 does not. In this way, the US military is able to select the most favorable weaponry for different mission and battle situation requirements. As for artillery, that American firepower is just utterly crushing. The 75mm mountain guns have long since been phased out in the US Army, and the smallest caliber artillery in the US Army is 105mm. Even the 155 howitzer, which is not uncommon among the US military. In addition to this basic infantry equipment, the US Army's infantry divisions had a large armored force, e.g., the M4 Sherman medium tank, the M3-M5 Stuart light tank, and the later M26 Pershing heavy tank. Also, among the US Army, it will be accompanied by a large number of self-propelled artillery and armored vehicles. And these, then, hardly ever show up in aid to China. Obviously, to the United States to deal with their unwanted garbage, China not only have to pay a huge price, and even have to keep saying thank you to the United States, which makes the Lin Yu from the latter part of the world is really a bit unacceptable. However, Lin Yu's heart also understands very well that the country is weak to such an extent that even if the hypocrisy of the US military is demolished, it does not make any sense at all. Even among the state government, there are quite a number of elites who have stayed in the United States, Britain and Germany, and they may not necessarily be unaware of the practice of the United States. And without exception, they all chose to shut up. The reason is simple: the country is so weak that they have no choice but to bow their heads and say thank you. However, Chinese people understand one thing since childhood: it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. In China, the phrase "to savor the gall" has never been a positive one. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the crowd, Lin Yu, however, did not interrupt the beauty of the crowd, but only said calmly, "Weapons will be placed in the storehouse first. All officers above company level, return to the conference room." Upon hearing this, although the crowd was puzzled, they reluctantly bid farewell to these tantalizingly beautiful equipment and returned to the conference room with Lin Yu. "I won't say any more nonsense." Seeing that the crowd had resumed their seats, Lin Yu then also spoke: "Two things. First, arrange for the personnel of the battalions as well as the brigade's direct unit commanders." Lin Yu scanned over the crowd, then also took out a long prepared list from his pocket and started naming them. Li Ting. Here. Li Ting, who was the first to be named, immediately stood up excitedly and agreed. "1st Battalion, Reinforcement Battalion, Battalion Commander." Lin Yu then ordered. Although in terms of overall ability, Liao Shang was indeed slightly stronger than Li Ting. However, Lin Yu still gave this highly symbolic commander of the 1st Battalion to Li Ting. To say that there isn't a little bit of selfishness in this, that would certainly be a lie, but, more than that, it's for the sake of future war considerations. The 1st Battalion, the very title predetermined that it must be the most tested unit in the future. Countless difficult levels, Lin Yu was bound to rely on it to break through as well. This battalion, therefore, had to be able to fight in charge, while maintaining absolute loyalty and absolute obedience to Lin Yu. From these 3 points, Li Ting is clearly more suitable than Liao Shang. Yes. Li Ting instantly and dryly agreed. Liao Shang. Lin Yu continued naming names: for the 4th Battalion, the Reinforced Battalion, the Battalion Commander. Yes. Liao Shang was not surprised, and immediately he was rising to agree. Kong Tao. Lin Yu nodded slightly and also continued to read, for Infantry Battalion, 2nd Battalion, Battalion Commander. Yes. Kong Tao, who had been personally scouted by Lin Yu, also immediately agreed. Shu Yunliang. Lin Yu continued to read, for the 3rd Battalion of Infantry, Battalion Commander. Yes. Shu Yunliang, who was brought by Chief of Staff Luo, also immediately agreed. As Lin Yu continued to read out, the officers at the battalion level of the entire Baoshan Police Brigade as well as the officers of the brigade's directly subordinate units were all finalized. In addition to the above list, the commander of the 5th Battalion was Han Yong, who was sponsored by Li Ting, and the commander of the 6th Battalion was Meng Xian, who was brought in by Chief of Staff Luo. The commander of the brigade's direct artillery battalion was naturally Gao Lin, while the supply company commander was Zhang Riding, the guard company commander was Zhao Dali, the fire company commander was Wang Chao, and the engineer company commander was Zhao Xiaohu. These three, all three, were the three who had followed and performed the best by Lin Yu's side during the escape from the Savage Mountain. At this point, the skeleton of the entire police brigade is considered to be completely built up. Looking at the crowd of officers below, Lin Yu also spoke again. I know that amongst you, there are quite a few of you who are wondering why our brigade, which clearly has nearly 6,000 men, doesn't have a regimental establishment? Let me tell you all. After a slight pause, Lin Yu also continued, the reason is very simple, my department is not simply a police brigade, but rather, it is to become a sharp arrow stabbing into the west bank of the New River. The brigade establishment was for the brats, and likewise the lack of regimental establishment was to paralyze the Japanese. And what I'm telling you is that there will be a regimental establishment, and it's highly likely that the head of the regiment will be in your midst. The following training in combat will be your examination for promotion to battalion commander, regimental commander, and even higher positions. I expect all of you to do well on this exam. If anyone dares to hand me a failing exam paper, I will kick him out of my troop without mercy, even if he is one of the brothers with me. As a sharp arrow shot at the Japanese army, I will not allow any shoddy work or indiscriminate existence. Do you understand all that? With some simple words, Lin Yu not only gave everyone a wonderful blueprint, but also inspired the crowd to train and fight with determination, while also giving everyone on the scene a great deal of pressure. After all, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. The group of officers on the scene, however, were handpicked by Lin Yu, and their self-esteem and sense of entitlement were also naturally several times stronger than the average soldier or officer. And so, as Lin Yu expected, under the stimulation of some chicken blood from Lin Yu, the people present also agreed in unison, yes. Chapter 136, If you want a beautiful weapon, you can get it by your grades. Although it was only a simple and neat reply, Lin Yu was already hearing the flavor of gunpowder from it. Competition was exactly what Lin Yu wanted. And what Lin Yu was going to do next was to pour another bucket of oil into this fire. Very well. Nodding his head slightly, Lin Yu also continued, the second matter is the issue of the belonging of that one battalion of American armored equipment. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the crowd instantly gathered on Lin Yu's body in unison. That's American equipment. All of them obviously valued the visible and tangible benefits more than the future regimental and battalion commanders. And, really, to get this first battalion of American equipment, to the goal of the head of the regiment, it is also closer not. And among the crowd of officers, Li Ting and Liao Shang were undoubtedly the two most eager. Of course, the two reinforced battalions of which they were a part were also the units that had the best hope of obtaining this one battalion's armored equipment. As a matter of fact, at first Lin Yu was really prepared to place these American equipment in one of the two reinforced battalions. But that was based on the fact that the American armament was only a company or even a platoon. Now that Army Commander Du had actually given Lin Yu a full battalion's worth of equipment with a wave of his hand, the situation was naturally different. The reasoning is simple, a company or a platoon, it's more just symbolism. But a battalion of US ordnance equipment has so much more at stake. If Lin Yu didn't do something with this one battalion of American armored equipment, he would be somewhat letting down the good intentions of Army Commander Du and Chief of Staff Luo. Yes, this barrel of oil, that's the equipment for this one battalion. Seeing that the officers under his command were all going red in the eyes, Lin Yu immediately said with a smile as well, all want this batch of equipment, right? Anyone who doesn't want it can raise their hands. Saying that, Lin Yu also scanned over the crowd present once again. Thinking about it, I can see how this could have been a hand raised. The reason why Lin Yu asked this question was certainly not for the obvious answer, but to tell everyone in no uncertain terms how fierce their competition was. It's simple. Making everyone realize the sense of crisis, Lin Yu finally charted, take the results and speak. With that, Lin Yu also gave a look to the Chief of Staff, Zhao Buotao. The Chief of Staff Zhao understood and immediately took out several pamphlets from the accompanying document bag and distributed them to the people present. Yes, it was Zhao Buotao who had refined the physical training outline based on Lin Yu's training outline. Seeing that the crowd had gotten the booklet, Lin Yu immediately continued, what you have in your hands is the first stage of the police brigade's training syllabus. As Lin Yu's words fell, Zhao Buotao also immediately rose to introduce this physical training outline to the crowd. There is no doubt that for the vast majority of battalion and company commanders, many of these training methods have never been heard of, let alone seen. However, the crowd was not in a position to make any judgment until they had tested it. Therefore, when Chief of Staff Zhao asked for opinions on the outline, the people did not say much. Immediately, Lin Yu also went on to speak, in this booklet, not only is there a training program, there are also clear evaluation and reward and punishment standards. After a month, let's talk about the results. The troops with the best results, this batch of American ordnance will be theirs. The moment these words came out, a group of battalion and company commanders also instantly exploded. Unable to help themselves, the crowd also flipped to the end and began to check out the evaluation criteria. Before the other battalion commanders could say anything, Li Dali, who was on the sidelines, quit. At that moment, Li Dali stood up and asked, Brigade Commander, what should we do then? Hearing Li Dali's question, Lin Yu was also slightly stunned. There is no way, Lin Yu has not really thought about his brigade direct unit also staring at the American equipment. However, it was normal to think about it, what big greedy girl could resist the temptation of red meat? Naturally, no one in this military can resist the temptation of a good weapon. However, it is not difficult to solve this problem. After a little thought, Lin Yu also made a decision and said, the troops directly under the brigade headquarters, with the exception of the artillery battalion, the rest of the troops are also temporarily regarded as a battalion, participating in the competition just like the other battalions. Yes. Li Dali immediately stood upright and saluted, thank you, Brigade Commander. And as Li Dali sat down, Zhao Xiaohu and Wang Chao on the side, and even Zhang Qi, who had just joined the police brigade, quietly gave Li Dali a thumbs. Hearing Gao Lin's request, Lin Yu also immediately spoke, that's right, artillery battalions are indeed technical soldiers. There is an inherent weakness in terms of physical ability. Not waiting for Gao Lin to be happy, Lin Yu then said, however, you are an artillery battalion, why do you need this American equipment? This sentence directly numbed Gao Lin. Still not waiting for Gao Lin to reply, Lin Yu continued, you can completely withdraw from the competition. And since you want to compete for this batch of American ordnance equipment, then you must go through the same test as the infantry fighters. I have to make sure that this rare piece of American ordnance equipment can be sent to the hands of people who can truly use them well. Understand? Yes, humble servant understands. Gao Lin pushed up his own glasses, and then he responded with a slight nod. Seeing Gao Lin nod his head in agreement, Lin Yu then also looked at the rest of the crowd and said, does anyone else have any comments? Upon hearing this, Sun Tao, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, also stood up and said, Brigade Commander, at present only the 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion, and the brigade's directly subordinate units have arrived, and I'd like to ask when the number of our follow-on personnel will arrive? Chapter 137 Concept of Special Operations. Hearing Sun Tao's question, the several battalion commanders also looked at Lin Yu once again. Needless to say, the crowd was in quite an eager mood after all, they didn't want to lag behind their competitors for too long. Without any hesitation, Lin Yu immediately replied, the senator said that tomorrow, or at the latest the day after tomorrow, the subsequent supply of soldiers will all arrive. Seemingly anticipating the others' worries about time, Lin Yu then also said, don't worry, although I don't think that a few more days of training will make a qualitative difference. However, I will also advance the assessment of the 1st and 4th battalions as well as the troops directly under them during the assessment. In addition, our army is also responsible for the defense of the New River, and I will also put the above units on duty for a few more days. Bottom line, I will be as fair and impartial as possible. This reply, is it still satisfactory? Looking at Sun Tao, Lin Yu once again asked. Thank you, Brigade Commander, I have no more comments. Sun Tao immediately replied. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu's gaze but once again swept through the crowd, seeing that no one had any further comments, before he spoke, in that case, the matter of the American armored equipment will be carried out accordingly. I hope that all of you will be able to deliver a satisfactory answer to me. Yes. The crowd also agreed in unison once again. In the future, if there is still American armored equipment, we will distribute it in the same way. Lin Yu then continued as well. The moment Lin Yu said this, the eyes of the crowd instantly lit up. The people understood in their hearts that the Brigadier General would not be aiming at nothing, and since they had already said that there might still be more, it was basically a matter of 8 or 9. And the thought that there will be more US equipment, the people in the heart of the energy is also more sufficient, cannot get the first batch, cannot get the second batch of it. Lin Yu really wasn't being presumptuous when he said that. As the capacity of the hump route continued to expand, so would the American equipment. Historically, the few armies that entered Burma were almost exclusively equipped with semi-American equipment. Naturally, Lin Yu had this confidence that his own police brigade could also be treated like this. Not to say that it can be fully armored with the garrison in general, but at least half armored, Lin Yu is still sure. What? You're not afraid that if you have more American weapons, the people below you will lose their motivation? Don't worry, before completing this semi-Americanization, Lin Yu will naturally find new excitement for the battalion company commanders below. Seeing that everyone was already wailing and ready to train up for the whole thing, Lin Yu knew that his meeting this time had already achieved its effect. With a slight wave of his hand, Lin Yu then also adjourned the meeting. And with the departure of the crowd, the large conference room was finally slightly quieter. However, Deputy Brigade Commander Wu Rui and Chief of Staff Zhao Buotao were left behind by Lin Yu. As a three-man team of the highest military officer of the police brigade, Lin Yu was bound to make some division of duties among the three for some time afterward. They are all soldiers. Lin Yu also has nothing to be polite, directly is to enter the subject. Chief of Staff Zhao. Lin Yu then commanded, I'll leave the whole training matter to you. Yes. Zhao Buotao immediately agreed. Brigadier Wu. Turning his head, Lin Yu also took out the plan that Zhao Buotao had made that day, and then instructed, the defense along the New River, I want to leave it to you. This is a program that Chief of Staff Zhao made earlier. However, at least in the early stages, I would like to hold the defense line with the least amount of troops in order to give the troops more time to train. This program, therefore, requires you to refine it a bit further. Yes. Wu Rui immediately agreed. However, I hope that I can travel along the New River to investigate. Hearing Wu Rui's words, Lin Yu not only had no opinion, but was instead somewhat surprised. After all, there are not many people who can understand the truth of paper is not as light as it seems. Immediately, Lin Yu was nodding his head in agreement, completely fine. However, you should note that the time Chief of Staff Luo gave us to hand over is within 10 days. Yes, humble servant has made a note of it. Wu Rui once again nodded his head in agreement. 10 days is more than enough time. Good. Lin Yu then nodded, and was once again saying, in addition to these two things, I'm also going to form a special operations squad from within the entire brigade, directly under the brigade headquarters. Special operations squad? Deputy Brigade Commander Wu and Chief of Staff Zhao were obviously somewhat unfamiliar with the term. To put it simply, it's an elite force, an absolute elite capable of going deep behind enemy lines and performing searches for information, capturing key points, or even beheading important figures. Lin Yu briefly introduced. It should be said that Lin Yu's explanation was already very grounded, but it was just a pity that the two were still in the clouds regarding this special operations team. Actually, it's not really the fault of the two. As a matter of fact, there are very few people in the National Army who have any concept of special operations. Even those who have heard of it, they mostly think of special operations as guerrilla warfare. And more of today's National Army officers are obsessed with dull positional and fortress warfare. However, Lin Yu, who had traveled a bit from the savage mountains, knew very well that in the jungles of Burma, a dozens of well-trained special operations team was even more useful than a battalion of ordinary troops. Of course, this wasn't the fundamental reason Lin Yu wanted to form a special operations team. After all, while the counter-offensive against Burma was unavoidable, jungle warfare was not the whole story of the counter-offensive against Burma, and even its share of the fighting did not amount to even 1/5. And, in these jungle battles, the special forces don't have to be present, it's just a matter of committing more troops. There was only one battle, but it was the one that forced Lin Yu to form a special operations team. That's right, it's the Battle of Songshan, the prototype for the final battle of Nanshanmen in my regiment's leader. You know, in history, this small pine mountain, hard to jam the expeditionary force for 3 months, but also make tens of thousands of soldiers buried here. And as the vanguard of the counterattack on western Yunnan, Lin Yu could almost foresee that the hardcore of Songshan, he was bound to run into. Lin Yu didn't want to be like the National Army in history and have his front teeth chipped by this Songshan. The good news is that the way to attack Songshan has already been well demonstrated to Lin Yu and my regiment's leader, my regiment. What Lin Yu currently lacked was an elite force that viewed death like a cannon fodder regiment, or what Lin Yu referred to as a special force. Unfortunately, Lin Yu couldn't tell anyone about this good intention. Even in the face of Wu and Zhao's bewilderment, Lin Yu simply couldn't explain more. Solely, Lin Yu wasn't going to explain anymore. After all, any more explanations were not as good as a single battle on the battlefield. Immediately, Lin Yu simply opened his mouth and said, "The Special Warfare Team has an important role to play in the counterattack on Western Yunnan. This matter is for me to personally grasp." Chapter 138, a mixed system upgrade. Lin Yu's implication was already obvious. This matter was just to inform the two of you, there was no need for you to care. Upon hearing this, the two naturally agreed with a sense of humor, yes. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu also crossed his arms and placed them on the table, then spoke, "If there's nothing else, each of you go get ready." Yes. Wu and Zhao also immediately got up and agreed. With the departure of the two men, Lin Yu was finally the only one left in the conference room. Having looked around the circle once more, Lin Yu was also impatient to open the system that he had hidden away. The button, whether to upgrade or not, is still lit. This time, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and immediately agreed to the system upgrade request. Immediately afterward, the pieces of words in his mind began to crumble and turn into tiny black dots that danced around in his mind. Soon, this single black dot again pieced together in his mind a few simple words: upgrade in progress. Looking at the ellipses that were constantly flashing, the anticipation in Lin Yu's heart was stretched to its fullest. Even, Lin Yu had already speculated in his mind about the functions of the upgraded system. What features will the upgraded system have? It would be nice to have a military-industrial system. When we get to Burma, we'll be self-sufficient. Or, it's not bad to have an exchange system where you can exchange weapons just by killing enemies. It is said that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This was the case with Lin Yu at the moment. According to the formula of the novels in his previous life, Lin Yu had envisioned countless functions in his mind after the system was upgraded. Only, Lin Yu hadn't thought that the system would give him such a surprise. There was no surprise. Yes, the upgraded system didn't bring any new features to Lin Yu, it only expanded the original 10-mile scouting range to 40 miles. Well, how can I put it, it's rather in line with the combat radius of a brigade. It seemed that this probing range followed Lin Yu's position just as much as the conditions of the system's upgrade. Obviously, this function of probing, even if it is 1,000 miles, is ultimately just an aid. In the final analysis, the iron must ultimately be hard. And after accepting the system's settings, Lin Yu's heart was a little sad, but it wasn't unacceptable. After all, being able to anticipate the enemy is already an ability that many people can only dream of. You have to realize that the intelligence network constructed by various countries at great expense in terms of manpower and material resources is only for the purpose of anticipating the enemy. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu, who couldn't hold it down, also opened the map in his mind once again. However, he saw that the edges of the map had indeed expanded several times, and even half of Kunming City was in his mind. And in the midst of this huge map, a bewildering number of them were white and blue dots. Apparently, in Kunming, Chiang also really gathered a considerable amount of troops. There was no way around it. As China's only major external route, Chiang Kai-shek had to do everything in his power to keep Kunming safe, as if he were defending Chongqing. However, what was even more surprising to Lin Yu was that amongst the vast number of blue dots, there were quite a few red dots visible. It's all scattered, but it adds up to a pretty good number. Without asking, Lin Yu guessed that these were spies for the Japanese army. For a moment's impulse, Lin Yu almost wanted to lead his men to dig out these spies. But reason still talked Lin Yu down. There was no other reason. In the savage mountains, Lin Yu would still use the scout's intelligence to cover up the existence of his own system. Now how could he risk exposing his own system and rashly track down spies? Of course, if there was a big fish, like Kenji Takiazuma or something like that, Lin Yu wouldn't mind taking a gamble. But according to later memories, it seems that the Japanese spies in Kunming did not achieve much. Naturally, there was no need for Lin Yu to lose out on a small amount of money. Even if you want to catch spies, wouldn't it be better to go to Bashan to catch them? There being the front line of the war, the spies of the brats are bound to be plentiful and fat. While thinking about this, Lin Yu also shut down the system. With that, packing up his belongings, Lin Yu also left the conference room. As far as the eye could see, above the playground, the warriors had already resumed their training. Even, Lin Yu vaguely felt that the warriors had trained a few points harder than an hour ago. As for those battalion and company commanders who had not yet been assigned to the troops, they were not idle either squatting at the edge of the training ground watching the training of the soldiers, or in groups of 3 or 2, discussing the outline of the whole training under the shade of the trees. It can only be said that the entire police brigade has completely entered the compare and learn to catch up alert that Lin Yu wanted. Just as the police brigade was in the process of hotly refreshing its training, busloads of new recruits were being sent to the camp. Lin Yu's side naturally came to the rescue, sending in a batch to integrate a batch, and integrating a batch to start training a batch. Effortlessly, the police brigade is also in a positive cycle. 2 days passed in a flash, and with the last carload of soldiers arriving in the camp in the blazing sun, the 5,700 or so men of the police brigade were all in place. Immediately, after organizing these last 200 men into the 6th Battalion, Lin Yu also decided to immediately drive to Baoshan with all his men. Although Kunming was great, it was Baoshan, which was even closer to the front line of the Nujiang River and could smell the blood in the air, that would make Lin Yu's mood more settled. Soon, with Lin Yu's order, the soldiers of the police brigade also quickly completed their assembly and began to turn towards Baoshan City. But before Lin Yu could even get into his jeep, a high honking horn interrupted Lin Yu's actions. Turning his head, he saw that it was the familiar seat of Chief of Staff Luo. Wait! Lin Yu immediately patted the driver who was about to start the car. It was also at this moment that a sharp sound of brakes sounded in Lin Yu's ears. Unable to help it, Lin Yu also frowned slightly. Even if he was coming to give himself a ride, there was no need to be in such a hurry. Although Lin Yu thought this in his heart, he quickly jumped down from the jeep, and then with quick steps, he arrived in front of Chief of Staff Luo's car. Son! Lin Yu had just raised his right hand, and before the word seat could be uttered, he was interrupted by Chief of Staff Luo waving his hand. Quickly, get in! Chief of Staff Luo didn't even have time to get out of the car, and straight away he stood on the jeep and said to Lin Yu. Ha! Lin Yu was instantly a bit surprised and asked, Senator, what's going on? The commissioner wants to see you, the airplane is waiting, quickly take my car and go. Chief of Staff Luo quickly explained. This. Lin Yu was instantly a little numbclawed, he really hadn't thought that he would have to go and meet Chiang Kai-shen. How is it that for good reason, Chiang Kai-shen wants to receive himself at this point in time? If there are any problems, say it on the way. Looking at the frowning Lin Yu, Chief of Staff Luo immediately urged, the airplane can't wait too long. Yes. Hearing Chief of Staff Luo's urging, Lin Yu also reacted immediately. Chapter 139 Boarding the plane to Chongqing. However, Lin Yu didn't directly sit on the jeep, instead, he turned his head to look at Wu Rui and Zhao Buotao who were rushing behind him. The commissioner wants to receive me, the airplane is already waiting. Lin Yu simply said the reason, then is quickly ordered, this go and do not know when to come back. The troops continue to drive to Baoshan, I'm not in the period, the troops of the matter by the two of you to discuss the decision. Still according to the previous division of labor, Deputy Brigade Commander Wu is in charge of the new river defense line layout, and Chief of Staff Zhao is in charge of the whole training matters. If anything is undecided, then look for Chief of Staff Luo. Hearing Lin Yu say the words the committee chairman wants to receive himself, the two men were also slightly stunned. There is no way, not to mention that Lin Yu is just a small brigade commander, even division commanders and army commanders, unless it is the absolute main force like the Du army commander, or else it is easy to not see the commission. Now that the committee chairman actually took the initiative to receive Lin Yu, how could the two not be surprised? However, after a short period of surprise, the two were in ecstasy. Needless to say, to be received by the committee chairman, or to be transported by airplane, gradually the committee chairman attached importance to Lin Yu. And the importance placed on Lin Yu was naturally the importance placed on the police brigade. The two had even seen their bright and brilliant future. Therefore, in the face of Lin Yu's later orders, the two immediately and decisively agreed in unison, yes, don't worry, brigade commander. Patting the shoulders of the two men, Lin Yu turned around and also nodded to Chief of Staff Luo, then he grabbed the guardrail of the jeep with his right hand and slightly exerted force with his left leg, and in a single leap, Lin Yu landed on top of the empty space of the jeep. Watching Lin Yu finish arranging things within the brigade in an orderly manner, Chief of Staff Luo also nodded secretly in his mind. Of course, there's not much to this simple two-sentence setup. What was truly difficult was that in the midst of the great surprise of being received by the commissioner, Lin Yu was able to remain calm and always put the troops under his command first. Seeing that Lin Yu had already gotten into the car, Chief of Staff Luo didn't dare to delay and immediately said to the driver beside him, "Drive." As the words fell, the driver's foot on the gas was pressed hard. In the blink of an eye, the jeep was already a dozen meters away. As the police brigade compound faded away, Lin Yu could not help but ask, "Senator, what's the situation? Why did the committee chairman suddenly summon me? I'm not very clear about the specifics." Turning his head, Chief of Staff Luo also replied, "It's the military commander himself who called back, asking you to rush to Chongqing immediately. I think." With that, Chief of Staff Law also lowered his voice and continued, "It may have something to do with your conclusions about the battle for Burma." Ah? Lin Yu was instantly somewhat speechless. Is this bit of insight of mine worthy of being received by the committee chairman? You said what many people want to say, but are afraid to conclude. Chief of Staff Luo also nodded again. This. Hearing Chief of Staff Luo's nudging, Lin Yu was however even more numbly clawed. Even if he offended the British, once he was received by the commission, I am afraid that those speculators, I am afraid that they will also be blamed for his head. After all, in the midst of the darkness, the only white, that is the greatest fault. Senator, what do you think? What should I do? Lin Yu immediately continued to curry questions as well. And the Chief of Staff Luo, who had heard the words, also sighed slightly in his heart. For Lin Yu, being pushed to the front of the stage too early might not really be a good thing. After a little reflection, Senator Luo also said in a serious tone, "I can only send you 16 words. Internally, humble and low profile, don't fight and don't want to the principal, answer all questions and tell the truth. Be humble and low-key, don't fight and don't want answer questions when asked, tell the truth." Lin Yu chewed on these 16 words while also agreeing, "Yes, counselor, humble servant has memorized it." With Luo Chief of Staff's face finished, the jeep is also finally driving as the airport road. Without much time to think about it, Chief of Staff Luo immediately jumped out of the jeep, while Lin Yu also followed closely behind. There was no way around it. The airplane in front of us had its propellers on and could taxi and start taking off at any moment. As soon as he pulled Lin Yu, Chief of Staff Luo also tucked him into the airplane against the gusts of wind blowing out from the plane's propellers. Having only just boarded this World War II-era airplane, I was tightly coerced by an overwhelming sense of urgency. The space inside the fuselage was already pitifully small, with a bunch of stuff piled on top of it, and the few chairs were close together. It was hard to get over the hill to the only empty chair, and before I could sit down, the plane had already begun to accelerate. Having no choice, Lin Yu also hurriedly sat down, and then quickly fastened his seatbelt. With a snap sound, the seatbelt locked at the same time. A huge pressure also came to Lin Yu. It was good that Lin Yu was used to flying in the latter part of his life, and Lin Yu didn't feel too much about it. Turning his head to look out the string window, sure enough, the rows of buildings were already at his feet. And as the airplane gradually lifted off into the air, Lin Yu also let go of his heart a little. Only, Lin Yu didn't know that this journey, which could be called an ordeal, had just begun. As the airplane gradually entered its cruising attitude, Lin Yu tried to adjust his sitting position for a more comfortable one. But every time he moved his body, his elbow bumped against the cold, hard bulkhead with a dull thud. Even the attempt to stretch his curled-up legs was nowhere to be found, with his knees almost vertically against the cold seat in front of him. Damn, even if it's spring and autumn airlines, it's not like this. Lin Yu helplessly cursed in his heart. The difficulty of the sitting position was only secondary, and soon Lin Yu stopped dwelling on it. The reason was simple: as the enclosed space festered, the smell of motor oil, sweat, and rust that filled the air intertwined to form an indescribable odor that bore hard into his nostrils, irritating him with bouts of nausea. Even though Lin Yu had been breathing heavily in an attempt to get even a hint of fresh air, every breath he inhaled felt like a sticky liquid, making his lungs heavier and heavier. Before Lin Yu could think of a way to salvage his lungs, the plane lurched uncontrollably. Like the scene of the air crash in the movie, the whole plane was like a lonely boat drifting in the raging waves. And Lin Yu also felt that his body as if out of control, internal organs as if by a big invisible hand wantonly stirred. Instead, the only thing he could do was hold on to the seat armrests. Just when Lin Yu couldn't help but want to go and see if there was a problem in the cockpit, a voice was suddenly ringing in Lin Yu's ears. "Kid, first time on an airplane? Bumps are normal, just bear with it and it'll pass." At those words, Lin Yu's head exploded. Chapter 140, A Tortured Journey. What do you mean, just put up with it? How the can you call that normal? If this were modern times, the old man would have complained hard. But then, Lin Yu also reacted. Yes, this is only World War II. The airplanes were all propeller type, not to mention encountering turbulence. Even a slightly stronger gust of wind could make the airplanes flip up and down. Left and right bumps were of course more than normal. But that's not right either. In Armageddon, the airplane that Chang and Gu Zhuton were on wasn't that bad. Subconsciously, Lin Yu also looked towards the person beside him who reminded him. But then he saw that the man was also in military uniform, and even had only the rank of colonel like himself. Looking at a few others, they were either school officers or simply not even in uniform. In thinking about the overflowing cargo piled up in the back and my own cramped seat, this looks like a couple of temporary additions to a cargo plane anyhow. Yes, what level are they? What level are they? This plane and airplane, can it be the same? To understand this, Lin Yu is also some chagrin, their level. Why to take this laborious airplane, peacefully sit on the ING train is not good. Thinking about this, Lin Yu was also once again engaged in the confrontation with the airplane. Soon, Lin Yu's knuckles were also whitened from excessive force. Strong body but involuntarily swayed with the rise and fall of the airplane. His head was even more shaken, the scene in front of him became blurred, and the strong sense of vertigo made him almost unable to distinguish between east and west. His stomach also turned over, and he forced himself to hold back the acid that was about to gush out of his stomach, closing his eyes tightly and trying to get through this difficult moment by sheer force of will. However, the bumps of the plane seemed to be never-ending, one wave after another. Lin Yu can only be in this small, suffocating and turbulent plane, struggling with physical discomfort and inner fear, not knowing when this nightmare will actually end. And the more Lin Yu wished to end this nightmare quickly, the more this nightmare seemed to stick to Lin Yu. Until Lin Yu tossed exhausted, in a rumbling sound, the plane finally began to drop altitude. In the end, it was a military airplane, and it didn't give the people in the cabin any chance to react. That's a drop that's almost as fast as a free fall. The officer who had just laughed at Lin Yu also involuntarily gripped the armrest. There is even that careless, directly ahead on the front row of the cold seat back, forehead is instantly a large red. As the horizon appeared, the plane was finally landing shakily, and the violent bumps were finally subsiding as the wheels rubbed against the runway. He couldn't wait to undo the safety belt, and Lin Yu headed for the hatch as if he had fled. Not waiting for Lin Yu's hand to pull to the hatchet, only to hear white-blah sound, the hatch was outside was ruthlessly slammed open, blinding sunlight like a sword into the dim cabin, really let in the darkness tormented for a long time of Lin Yu, a moment difficult to adapt to. Subconsciously, Lin Yu wanted to raise his hand to cover himself, but this action caused him to almost lose his balance, and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Under the warm sunlight, the Lin Yu at this moment, his appearance could be described as wretched. Her hair was soaked with sweat and stuck in strands to her tired-looking face, messy as a bird's nest. His otherwise neat shirt was wrinkled and stained with dust and dirt from the inside of the plane, and the corner of his shirt was torn in a large gash that wobbled with his movements. A handsome cheeks, also due to the long period of oxygen deprivation and discomfort, is flooded with abnormal redness, lips dry and cracked skin, the corner of the mouth and even still left traces of stomach acid that just forced not to vomit out. Strongly enduring his dizziness, Lin Yu also walked down the gangway with weak steps. Only, due to the legs curled up for a long time, has long been numb and disobedient, just stepped on the ground, as if stepping on cotton, soft and feeble. And his body was uncontrollably swaying from side to side, and in order to keep his balance, he waved his hands around wildly, with the appearance of a drunken mangaka. This comical and wretched appearance instantly caused a burst of laughter to erupt from those still on the plane as well as the surrounding pickup crowd. Lin Yu, however, could not care less. Walking down the gangway, he immediately sat down, so that he could calm his mind as soon as possible. After all, he was here to meet with the commission. And looking at Lin Yu's seated appearance, the crowd's laughter grew even louder. Just as the crowd laughed, several black sedans came quickly from the distance. As the roar of the engines got closer, the crowd was realizing that the vehicles seemed to be headed right for them. Immediately, the people who sensed that something was wrong also shut their mouths. Sure enough, in a burst of sharp braking, the convoy also quickly braked to a halt in front of the airplane. A middle-aged man dressed in a black Chinese mountain suit then got down from the passenger seat of the lead car. A good man saw at a glance that it was the staff of the squire's office. Before the crowd could secretly exclaim, the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit asked aloud, "Which one is Lin Yu, Brigadier Lin?" As the words fell, the crowd at the airport looked at each other. Needless to say, no one knew or saw the so-called Brigadier Lin. "Sir, isn't it a mistake? There is no brigade commander here." An officer on the side then also smiled and said to that attendant staff officer, "That's not right. It should be this flight, that's right." The squire staff officer who heard this immediately frowned. With that, the Chinese suit also turned around and tried to check the situation with the officers behind him. But at this moment, a voice was ringing from the ground not far away, "I'm here." Looking at the sound, it was Lin Yu, who had just suppressed the flipping river in his belly, who slowly stood up. "You? Stop it, people are looking for the Brigadier General." "General!" The officer on the side, who was also a colonel, immediately pulled Lin Yu's sleeve and said. Lin Yu, on the other hand, smiled slightly and said, "Who says that a brigadier is necessarily a general?" Saying that, Lin Yu also took a few steps forward, and pulled out from his jacket pocket the document he had just made 2 days ago, handing it over to that attendant staff officer, saying, "I am Lin Yu." Although he recognized his identity, Lin Yu did not reveal his specific unit. After all, if someone heard that the commander of the Bushan Police Brigade was received by the committee chairman, I'm afraid it would be a problem. What? How is it okay to expose the name Lin Yu? Quite simply, a brigade commander called Lin Yu being received does not cause any ripples, but for a brigade commander of a district's Bushan Police Brigade to be received is very wrong. And this attendant staff officer obviously knew that Lin Yu was not a general, and immediately took Lin Yu's documents with both hands. After checking carefully, the staff officer immediately stood up and saluted. "Brigadier Lin, the department has been ordered to come to pick up the airplane. Brigadier Lin, please follow me." Chapter 141, Meeting Kaishin at the residence for the first time. Attendant staff officers obviously also know the rules, and immediately also concealed the matter of the commissioner's reception, only said that it was ordered to meet the plane. As for whose orders, let them guess it. Immediately afterward, the attendant staff officer was leading Lin Yu towards the car. To appear in such a high-profile convoy under such public scrutiny, Lin Yu of course had no doubts, and immediately followed the attendant staff officers into the sedan, heading towards the city. As the convoy disappeared into the thick twilight, the crowd at the airport finally reacted, and then they also did their own thing in 2s and 3s. Only the colonel, who had just sat beside Lin Yu, pounding his chest, regretted not asking for one of Lin Yu's contact information. This look is worse than meeting Louis Fei but not looking for her to take a picture with. Only, Lin Yu, who was already sitting in the car, obviously didn't know about this situation. Otherwise, based on that reminder on the airplane alone, Lin Yu would have said anything to leave a contact information. At this moment, Lin Yu was rearranging his clothes and hair. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on his first face-to-face meeting with the commissioner. The backseat of the car, which is covered by curtains all around, has become Lin Yu's best washroom. As he watched Lin Yu organize his attire, the attendant staff officer in the front row also handed over a mirror and a comb at the right time. Needless to say, this was prepared for. I think the staff sergeant has picked up a lot of people from airplanes as well. Lin Yu had to admit that at the sight of the big leader, even if it was just a small staff officer, it really should not be underestimated. This meticulous thoughtfulness alone has surpassed an unknown number of people. Lin Yu did not make any pretense, and immediately gave a thank you, and was quick to accept the mirror and comb in the hands of the attendant staff officer. After simple organization, a valiant soldier also came out again. Of course, all of this, naturally, was seen clearly by the attendant staff officer in the rearview mirror. Lin Yu, who had quickly organized himself, then also returned the mirror and comb, and then he was faking sleep in the back seat. Seeing that Lin Yu was so sensible, it saved the front row's valet staff a burst of instructions. Soon, as the car slowly decelerated, Lin Yu also woke up from his fake sleep. "Brigadier Lin, we're here." The attendant staff officer in the front row then also reminded Lin Yu in a low voice. "Can I get off now?" Lin Yu then asked. "Of course." The squire staff officer also replied immediately. After receiving an affirmative reply, Lin Yu didn't wait for the staff officer to open the door for himself, so he opened the car door along with the staff officer and stepped down. The attendant staff officer was obviously used to Lin Yu's caution. After all, the people who really waited for themselves to open the door were still a minority in the end, especially since the Lin Yu in front of him was still just a school official. And Lin Yu, who had gotten out of the car, quickly swept over the official residence in front of him. Sure enough, as Lin Yu thought, this official residence was far from being opulent, and even, it was much worse than the villas built by the tycoons of the latter days. Only the thick concrete structure and the machine gun barrels on the roof and around the perimeter, if any, speak silently of the importance of this place. After merely looking at it curiously for a couple of moments, Lin Yu immediately withdrew his gaze. It couldn't be helped, with just these 2 glances, Lin Yu had already felt more than one stream of eyes already focused on his body. Fortunately, the attendant staff officer also made a timely gesture of invitation to Lin Yu, saying, "Brigadier Lin, this way please." With a slight nod, Lin Yu followed the staff officer into the residence. Of course, at Lin Yu's level, it was naturally impossible for him to see Chiang Kai-shen at all times. After waiting in the antechamber for more than half an hour, another attendant then brought Lin Yu outside the study. Ta-da-da-da-da. After gently snapping the door and receiving an answer, the attendant then pushed the door open for Lin Yu. Raising his feet and stepping into the study, he saw a hale and hearty little old man, who was wearing a straight military uniform, standing in front of the desk, and a pair of falcon-like eyes were also sharply sizing up Lin Yu, who had come in. From his bland eyes, Lin Yu clearly felt a majesty from a higher power that made people shiver. Needless to say, this is the supreme leader of the Republic of China, Chiang Kai-shek. And standing next to Chiang Kai-shek was no one else but Lin Yu's top boss, Du Yumingdu's deputy director. Without much time to think, Lin Yu immediately took a few steps forward, coming 3 steps away from Chiang Kai-shek, then he stood upright and saluted, saying, "Greetings, Principal." Seeing Lin Yu, who was standing straight in a straight military uniform, Chiang Kai-shek was obviously quite satisfied. Immediately, Chiang Kai-shek also nodded slightly, then simply returned a military salute, and was affirming Lin Yu. However, there is an air of a Whampoa soldier. "It's been a hard journey." Lowering his saluting hand, Chiang Kai-shek also exchanged pleasantries. "Tough is tough." Lin Yu then also opened his mouth. "I am not hiding from the principal, the student has really been tossed around by this airplane and is in quite a mess. I would also like to ask the principal for permission to allow my humble servant to take the train back when he goes back." The reason why he said straight out, instead of going along with Chiang Kai-shek's words and saying that he wasn't having a hard time, Lin Yu's idea was also very simple. His wretched appearance had long been seen by Chiang Kai-shek's retainer, so instead of hiding it, it was better to say it straight out. Moreover, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yu could also establish an outspoken persona here at Chiang Kai-shek again, so why not? As expected, upon hearing Lin Yu's straightforward words, Chiang Kai-shek was also slightly stunned. For one thing, Chiang Kai-shek really didn't know what Lin Yu had gone through in the air. For another, Chiang Kai-shek really hadn't heard anyone else talk about hard work in front of him either. And hearing Lin Yu pouring out his grievances, Du Yuming, who was on the side, was also alarmed. After fiercely glaring at Lin Yu, he was also careful to stick to Chiang Kai-shek's ear and whispered, because it was rather urgent, it was too late for Kunming's side to arrange an airplane, Lin Yu should have come on a cargo plane. Therefore, when in the air, it's inevitable. Before Du Yuming finished his words, Chiang Kai-shek had already understood, and then he laughed out loud. "You brat!" Chiang Kai-shek then also laughed. "There are quite a few people who came to Chongqing on cargo planes, but you're still the first one who dares to complain about cargo planes in front of me." "No, student." Lin Yu was a bit flustered for a moment and hurriedly tried to explain something. On the contrary, it was Du who heard the old man's laughter and then put his heart back into his stomach. With that, Chiang Kai-shek also waved his hand towards Lin Yu, who was busy explaining, and said, "That's good, hard work is hard work. How can coming by cargo plane not be hard work? I'm willing to hear this truth. It's also been a long time since I've heard such truth." Chapter 142, The Darkest 1942. With that, Chiang Kai-shek also changed into a serious face and looked at Lin Yu, saying, "Lin Yu, I hope you can always tell me the truth and the truth." If this were a different person, hearing such heartfelt words from Chiang Kai-shek, he would have to be touched, and even swear allegiance to Chiang Kai-shek from now on. However, as a traveler, Lin Yu only wanted to laugh when he heard this. It can't be helped. What kind of morality is Chiang Kai-shek, doesn't Lin Yu know? What to hear the truth, the truth. That is in the insignificant small things, really in the big things, this state government supreme officer, but not a bit of truth, the truth cannot be heard. Even those who really dare to tell the truth, in the whole of the State House, were either tied up or disposed of in secret. Lin Yu knew very well that there was never just one kind of person. Chiang Kai-shek wanted someone who listened. Of course, what Lin Yu thinks in his heart is not important. In the face of Chiang Kai-shek's so obvious and sincere solicitation, on the surface, Lin Yu naturally also has to act. Immediately, Lin Yu was once again standing at attention and promised quite seriously, "Yes, the principal's teachings are something that the student will remember for the rest of his life. I will always only tell the truth and the truth to the principal." Seeing that Lin Yu was so on board, the smile on Chiang Kai-shek's face grew even wider. "This way." Chiang Kai-shek then also waved his hand and said, "Go back to Kunming, you and Guang Ting together, I'll have the Mei Ling send you back." "How can this work?" Not waiting for Lin Yu to speak, Du Yuming, who was on the side, hastily refused. "The Mei Ling, it's your special airplane, principal, how can we?" "Ah." Lin Yu, who heard Du's explanation, also pretended to be flattered and hurriedly said, "Principal, this is never acceptable." It's fine. Chiang Kai-shek then also laughed. "This trip, it's even the principal's reward for the students for telling the truth." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also looked at Du Yuming on the side with a difficult face. "Don't look at him." Chiang Kai-shek then waved his hand to interrupt Lin Yu's pleas for help and said, "The light pavilion is sitting only because of your light." This. Lin Yu scratched his head with even more difficulty. It wasn't until it saw "Do nod his head without a trace" that Lin Yu said with difficulty, "Everything will be arranged by the principal." Well, that's right. The senior should be respected, but it's always better to listen to the principal. Immediately afterward, Chiang Kai-shek again knocked on the door without moving. "Yes, student understands." Lin Yu immediately also stood upright and agreed. Looking at the understanding 7th period student in front of him, Chiang Kai-shek liked him more and more. Needless to say, to be favored by Chiang Kai-shek, in addition to Lin Yu's own excellent performance, it was also due to Du Yuming's intentional or unintentional help. At that moment, Chiang Kai-shek also beckoned to Du and Lin Yu, saying, "Come, let's sit down and talk." Yes. Du Yuming and Lin Yu also agreed in succession. With that, the three of them were also divided into their respective places before they sat down in the sofa of the study. Of course, except for Chiang Kai-shek, who casually sat on top of the couch, both Du and Lin Yu only had 1/3 of their asses sitting on the couch. And when the two were seated, Chiang Kai-shek also spoke immediately. "Your piece, an analysis of the failure of the first expedition to Burma, Guang Ting and I have both carefully read and discussed it. Guang Ting told me that as long as there is an equal number of troops, the same weaponry and firepower, our army is fully capable of holding off the Japanese attack on its own and retaining the Yunnan-Burma highway, and there is no need for the assistance of the British army at all." Chiang Kai-shek then looked at Lin Yu also then asked, "For Guang Ting's judgment, I am more convinced. However, I would also like to hear your, as a first-line grassroots officer's opinion." Upon hearing Chiang Kai-shek's question, Lin Yu, however, did not answer immediately. Of course, he knew that Chiang Kai-shek's question, although it seemed to ask about Burma, but in fact, it was also asked about the country. It is important to realize that this was in the summer of 1942, which could almost be considered the darkest moment of the entire war against Japan. What China has to face today can almost be described as internal and external problems and storms. In terms of war, last year, that is, in 1941, the National Army suffered a crushing defeat at Zhongqiao Mountain, a battle that the old man called the greatest shame in the history of the War of Resistance. The good thing is that at the end of the year, Shuiyu in Changsha City, applying the heavenly furnace warfare to the National Army back to a ride. But then, in 1942, not only the expeditionary force failed miserably in Burma, the domestic side, the National Army more in the Battle of Zhujianggan is also a defeat, not only lost important cities such as Suzhou, Zhejiang, Yushan and Jiangxi Shangrao, and even Shuiyu sent over to support the four armies were also all routed. In addition, the Japanese plundered large quantities of lead, copper, tung oil, petroleum and other strategic materials as well as food. Although this Battle of Zhujianggan interrupted the Japanese plan to attack Sichuan Shanxi, the losses were huge, both for the 3rd and 9th war zones. On the economic front, the Japanese army imposed a total blockade and military high pressure on the national government. In addition to the interruption of the Yunnan-Burma highway, the coastal blockade was intensified, resulting in shortages of materials, serious obstruction of industrial production and military supplies in the nationalist region. In addition, in North China and other places, the Japanese army carried out the security reinforcement campaign, carried out large-scale sweeps of anti-Japanese bases, and burned, killed and looted the Three Alls policy, and the survival environment of the soldiers and civilians behind enemy lines was extremely harsh. The living environment was extremely harsh. At the same time, Hunan suffered from drought, locust plague and war scourge superimposed. About 3 million people died of starvation, the national government's ineffective relief and even forced the military to collect rations, resulting in public grievances. The society is on the verge of collapse. On the international front, in 1942, the aggressive flames of Germany, Japan and other fascist forces reached their peak. Germany launched a massive attack on the Soviet Union after invading several European countries. Japan provoked the Pacific War after stealing Pearl Harbor, a U.S. naval base. The expansion of fascist forces made the situation of the world's anti-fascist war more severe and brought greater pressure on China's anti-Japanese war. Under such an international situation, although 26 countries, including China, the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union, signed the Declaration of the United Nations on January 1, 1942, which formally formed a united front against fascism, in practice, Britain and the United States invested their major resources in the battlefields of Europe, and the priority of their assistance to China declined. Although China became one of the four great powers, it was actually marginalized. Therefore, in such an environment of internal and external difficulties, perhaps only the one in Yenin can see the dawn from a cloud. Everyone else, even Chiang Kai-shek, needs someone to constantly give him the confidence to keep on keeping on. Undoubtedly, due in the analysis of the failure of the first expedition to Burma that he brought with him were the beams of light that shot into Chiang Kai-shek's heart. The answer Chiang Kai-shek desperately wanted was not only that the National Army could hold off the Japanese alone in Burma, but also that it could be deduced that the National Army could hold off the Japanese at home as well. This, perhaps, is the fundamental reason why Chiang Kai-shek couldn't wait to pick up Lin Yu to Chongqing to report his duties. Chapter 143 Reasons for the Defeat of the National Army. Having figured this out, Lin Yu naturally knew what he should say next. His words had to give Chiang Kai-shek enough confidence. Therefore, the National Army must be no worse than the Japanese army. Of course, this is true in itself, and it is still the cause of the defeat that counts. The reason why Burma was lost was because the British army was dragging its feet, and the reason why the Japanese could not be held back at home had to be, and could only be, because of the weapons. It is only these two reasons that today's Chiang Kai-shek is willing to face and can address. It was only for these two reasons that Chiang Kai-shek's determination to counterattack Burma and hold on to the country was strengthened. Thus, after a little thought, Lin Yu spoke. Headmaster, the student thought that military commander Du's judgment was both right and wrong. When these words came out, Chiang Kai-shek hadn't said anything yet, but Du Yuming, who was on the side, directly raised his heart to his throat. Naturally, Chiang Kai-shek's heart was surprised by Lin Yu's contradictory words, and then he asked Lin Yu, how is it right and wrong? Needless to say, this was exactly the result Lin Yu wanted. Only by sufficiently arousing the old man's interest could he himself be better persuaded. Very simple. Lin Yu immediately spoke. According to our army's troop configuration in Burma, if it wasn't for the British army pulling back, our army would not only be able to block the Japanese army, but it is even more likely that we would directly defeat the Japanese army, or even drive the Japanese army out of Burma, which is not impossible. Drive the Japanese out of Burma? Chiang Kai-shek said with a slight frown. Aha! Lin Yu nodded and said, at least, our army has 3 chances to get infinitely closer to this goal. Expand on that. Hearing Lin Yu's well-organized words, Chiang Kai-shek was still intrigued by Lin Yu even though he didn't fully trust them. For the first time, it was the Battle of Tonggu. Lin Yu immediately also seized the opportunity to say, my 200th Division has already firmly attracted the Japanese 2 divisions on the front, and is only waiting for reinforcements to arrive to form a siege posture against the Japanese. Had it not been for the delay of the British, the new 22nd Division would have arrived at the battlefield in time to launch a flanking attack on the Japanese, and even at the end of the day, as long as the British were not AWOL, or as long as it was any of our units that were stationed on our flanks, we could have launched a siege of the Japanese at Tonggu. Once a siege is formed, it will not be a problem to eat all the Japanese troops of the 2 divisions, not to say, but at least to hit them hard and push the front forward. The second time, it was after the SWA blockade. Seeing that Chiang Kai-shek had already been captivated by his own words, Lin Yu also went on to tell, at that time, the new 22nd Division, with the strength of 1 division, had already blocked the Japanese army for most of a month, greatly depleting the Japanese army's vigor. As long as our army was able to finish assembling in Mandalay, it was very possible to deal a heavy blow to this tired division of the Japanese army. Unfortunately, still because of the British army, our Army's 6th Army's headquarters, delayed to arrive at the battlefield, resulting in the Mandalay battle has been aborted before it even started. The last one, on the other hand, was the Battle of Tongji. Slightly swallowed his saliva, Lin Yu also continued, if it was not for the British Army's false intelligence that Chokpadang found the Japanese army, and forcefully transferred my 200th Division to reinforce it. My 200 divisions could have met the Japanese 18th Division in Tongji with a lone army. With the battle strength of my 200th Division, it is not a problem at all to hold back the 18th Division. And as long as we hold out for a day or two, the new 22nd and 96th Divisions around us will be able to break the back of the Japanese 18th Division, and then completely eat this Japanese army. The above are the at least 3 chances to turn defeat into victory that the student came up with during the battlefield inversion. Lin Yu then also summarized, of course, limited by the intelligence known to the student, only these 3 chances could be discovered. Obviously, Lin Yu still had half a sentence left to say. In fact, there were many more opportunities to turn defeat into victory in this battle. However, if he had said more, Lin Yu would have been accusing the vice commanding officer, Army Commander Du. 3 chances, all still missed because of the British Army, would have been reasonable and appropriate. As expected, upon hearing Lin Yu's analysis, the old man also nodded frequently and said, Churchill and Stilwell mistake my expeditionary army. Sighing softly, Chiang Kai-shek then also went on to ask, then according to you, if we had the same weaponry and firepower, our army's combat power would even be above that of the Japanese army? Yes. Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. But, Chiang Kai-shek said with some annoyance, the Burma battlefield may still be able to blame the British army, but my domestic war, but why is it also difficult? Obviously, our army's weaponry has been greatly improved. After talking about the war in Burma, Chiang Kai-shek really changed the topic to the war at home. However, even though Lin Yu was already prepared for this, when he really heard the old man's doubts, Lin Yu was also a little numb. It couldn't be helped, this problem, in fact, Chiang Kai-shek himself should know it best. Although there were many reasons for the domestic warrior's decadence, there was no doubt that the old man's eccentricity was definitely the most important reason. What good things are all given to the full-fledged troops? Even the ordinary Central Army may not be able to drink some soup. Those miscellaneous army is even more. Even the guns, ammunition, food, and pay are not enough. Also, because of the different treatment of guns, ammunition and rations, it is even more centrifugalization of these so-called miscellaneous armies from the Central Army. Let's say the Battle of Zhongqiao Mountain, the various forces Central Army, Jinsui Army, Sichuan Army factions, do not cooperate with each other, and even the phenomenon of friendly forces in trouble, not moving like a mountain. It would be strange to fight the good fight in such a situation. Unfortunately, this was something that Lin Yu obviously couldn't say. Even for questions on command, Lin Yu couldn't say anything. God knows if there were ears next to this house. But whenever Lin Yu said something unfavorable to the other bigwigs, the small arm of the Baoshan police brigade could immediately be dug up and broken. And it seems to have sensed the difficulty of this problem. Du Yuming on the side was a bit sweaty for Lin Yu, and was even about to speak out to relieve Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu was at least a traveler, so how could this problem be difficult for him? Still, the initial thought, Lin Yu still want to clearly tell the old man, we Chinese soldiers have no problem, is the problem of firepower. Well, that's not exactly fooling Chiang Kai-shek. After all, what's not to like about the miscellaneous army's lack of firepower? Immediately, Lin Yu also spoke up, Principal, with all due respect to the student, the weaponry of our army at home may not be as adequate as that of my expeditionary force. On the contrary, on the part of the Japanese army, its firepower configuration is also higher than that of the Japanese army in Burma. Oh? Chiang Kai-shek then also said without moving, tell me specifically. Chapter 144 gives you a brigade of U.S. ordnance. Let's start with the side of our army. As far as the student knows, except for the 74th Army and the 10th Army, a few units that have received Soviet ordnance, which can be compared to my 200th Division, the firepower of the other units is far inferior to my 200th Division. Lin Yu then continued. After briefly pointing out the problem between the Central Army and the miscellaneous army, Lin Yu immediately turned to the Japanese side and said, on the contrary, on the Japanese side, according to my humble servant's feelings during the battle, it's no matter whether it's firepower or combat power, it's quite a bit worse than the Japanese army in the country. Moreover, Division Commander Dai once said that this group of Japanese troops in Burma was not the Japanese Ace Division, but a third-rate C Division. With Master Dai as his endorsement, Chiang Kai-shek finally nodded his head thoughtfully as well. Guang Ting. Chiang Kai-shek then also spoke up and asked, what do you think? Du knew, of course, that the old man was asking him about the war at home. Actually, he didn't really want to answer that question. But his own subordinate Lin Yu has already said it, and he, who is a military commander, cannot avoid it. At that moment, after a little reflection, Du Yuming also spoke up, the battles in the country, the student did not personally experience, dare not speculate. But there are 2 points. Firstly, what Lin Yu said about equipment and combat power is true. Secondly, regardless of other reasons, weaponry, especially heavy firepower, definitely plays a decisive role in modern warfare. Listening to Du Yuming's words, Lin Yu could not help but admire this army commander Du. It was a beautiful thing to say. It seemed to say nothing, but then it seemed to say everything. What it actually said depended entirely on what Chiang Kai-shek wanted to hear. The old man wanted to hear that it was because of the weaponry, then he was supporting Lin Yu's point of view. The old man wanted to know about the command or other reasons, then Du just didn't dare to speculate. A simple question, yet so watertight, no wonder it was appreciated by the old man. And naturally, what the old man wanted to hear today was still the question of weaponry. However, Chiang Kai-shek is also an old politician in the end. How could he not hear the ambiguity in Du's words? Slightly pondering, Chiang Kai-shek, however, asked Du Yuming, given the same number of troops, plus American equipment, could you beat the same number of Japanese troops? Obviously, what Chiang Kai-shek wanted was a clear statement from Du. Seeing that the old man moved to the real thing, Du Yuming did not dare to be careless, think carefully, and only then affirmatively state, can defend the A Division, can fight the B Division, can defeat the C Division and Brigade. That's not really bragging, Du. The Battle of Kunlun Pass has already shown the combat power of his 5th Army. And after the change of American armament, Du Yuming was sure that he could make his troops' combat power even higher. Therefore, it is not really a boast to draw the Japanese B Division. And Chiang Kai-shek was apparently satisfied with Du's answer. Naturally, with this statement from Du, Chiang Kai-shek's confidence was sufficient. Since he could fight, Chiang Kai-shek naturally wanted to win a nice battle. Naturally, Chiang Kai-shek's gaze was also locked onto Lin Yu's body. Since you claim to have many opportunities, since you say that it is because of the British Army and weaponry that the National Army has been dragged down, then this time, I will give you enough weaponry and equipment, and I will give you all the stage, so that you can perform to your heart's content. Immediately afterward, Chiang Kai-shek also looked at Lin Yu and said, if you are given a brigade of American ordnance equipment, can you be sure of attacking the new river and retaking Tingchong? Hearing the old man's words, Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but thump. Of course, it was not because of the mission that should have been carried out to attack the new river and recapture Tingchong, but because of the one brigade's American armament. That's a whole brigade of American equipment. Even if the equipment, which is still some way off from the really good stuff in the US, that's still several notches better than what the National Army has today. Although Lin Yu thought that his troops will sooner or later receive more US ordnance, but he really did not want to come over a trip to Chongqing, directly bring back a whole brigade of US ordnance equipment. Immediately, the always bold Lin Yu stuttered a bit. A brigade of US ordnance? Your army commander do squeezed a battalion of American ordnance out of the 5th Army's share for you. You should know the power of American equipment. Chiang Kai-shek then continued. The meaning of that couldn't be more obvious. I'm offering you such a good deal, you're not going to tell me you can't do it. And upon hearing Chiang Kai-shek say this, Lin Yu immediately just nodded his head and responded, yes, Principal, I know the power of American ordnance. As long as the principal can agree to a few conditions from the student will have the certainty of crossing the new river and retaking Tingchong in the shortest possible time. You brat, even if it's fine to talk about conditions with Guang Ting, you've even come to me to talk about conditions. Hearing Lin Yu's assured words, Chiang Kai-shek also smiled and said, alright, go ahead. Although they were words of reproach, Chiang Kai-shek's tone did not have the slightest hint of reproach in it. Lin Yu naturally understood the favor in the old man's words, and immediately agreed. First of all, I would also like to ask the principal to give the student at least half a year. After all, the student's troops have only just been formed, and have not yet formed a fighting force. Of course. Chiang Kai-shek agreed without hesitation. Secondly, Lin Yu continued, I asked the principal not to give me the American equipment so quickly. For now, 1 battalion is already enough, and after going to war, my humble servant would also like to be able to retain at least 1/3 of the domestically produced equipment. Ha! When these words came out, not only Chiang Kai-shek, but even Du Yuming, who was on the sidelines, had his mouth wide open. There was no way, used to seeing the equipment grabbers, and suddenly seeing the ones who didn't want American equipment, the two men were naturally shocked. Why? It was Chiang Kai-shek who was the first to react, and then he also asked. I'm not hiding from the principal and military seat, that 1 battalion's American armament equipment was set as a reward by my humble servant. Whichever battalion performs the best in the next whole training, the battalion's American armament equipment will go to whichever battalion. Lin Yu immediately also explained, if the principal were to give me a brigade's worth of troops right now, I'm afraid that the lower battalions of warriors would be without a goal, and their motivation to train would be quite a bit worse. Using American equipment as bait, that's a good idea. Chiang Kai-shek then nodded as well. Immediately afterward, Chiang Kai-shek also looked at Du Yuming, who was on the side, and said, Kunming's troop refresher training may also be able to use such a method to motivate and incentivize the various troops. Yes, the student will make arrangements when he returns. Du also immediately understood and agreed. Even if you don't have to go one step at a time during training, why would you want to keep domestically produced equipment after the start of the war? Nodding slightly, Chiang Kai-shek also looked at Lin Yu once again and said. Chapter 145, Planning for Southeast Asia. The reason is simple. Lin Yu also immediately nodded his head and responded, the student thought that while the American armored equipment was certainly good, it was not that good. Don't play dumb, hurry up and speak. Chiang Kai-shek again saw the two available words, and also helplessly urged. In fact, compared to our army's weapons, the American ordnance that has been shipped to Kunming today is certainly better. Seeing Chiang Kai-shek's urging, Lin Yu naturally did not dare to delay, and immediately explained, but in reality, this is not the current equipment of the US Army, or rather, this is not the best US ordnance equipment. What's the matter, are you kids still going to ask for the US Army's active equipment? Chiang Kai-shek frowned slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also hurriedly explained, Principal, what I mean is that although Kunming's American ordnance is good, it doesn't have the same generational difference in output as the weapons used by the US Army itself, as opposed to the weapons produced by the Japanese Army, or our homemade weapons. To put it more simply, it means that based on weaponry alone, our army was not able to completely overwhelm the Japanese Army, and thus was unable to complete the breakthrough in a short period of time. This, in turn, leads to another serious problem. Supply problem. Not waiting for Chiang Kai-shek to continue asking questions, Lin Yu directly stated the answer, saying, because the battle cannot be resolved in a short period of time, it will inevitably lead to a war of attrition, and as a result, our army will need a large amount of logistical supplies. However, the American army's supplies have to be transported by air, and once the supplies are not timely, the consequences are unimaginable. This American equipment is no better than a burning stick without ammunition supplies. Therefore, unless the problem can be solved, the student would rather take 2 battalions or even more of the homemade equipment with him. Is there a solution? Chiang Kai-shek then asked. There is. Lin Yu immediately nodded. Not only is there, it's also very simple. Tell me about it. Chiang Kai-shek immediately commanded. Method 1, the most direct, let the United States strengthen its assistance to our country and ship over their really good stuff, thus creating an absolute generation difference with the Japanese equipment, and thus accomplishing the crushing. Lin Yu immediately replied, however, this method can only treat the symptoms. This is almost impossible. Chiang Kai-shek immediately dismissed it. The US Army is still short on its own weaponry, and for a while, it's unlikely to give us its active equipment. Then there's only the second method. Lin Yu then revealed a wry smile and said, have the US move its production line to Kunming. In this way, our army will be able to produce the required ammunition supplies on its own. Needless to say, Lin Yu pressed for the latest equipment from the US Army. The old US production lines are what Lin Yu seeks to benefit China. If this can really be fought over, for the situation of China's anti-Japanese war, but has too much benefit. And listening to Lin Yu's method, Chiang Kai-shek and Du Yuming naturally understood it immediately, and a glint flashed across their eyes coincidentally. Unfortunately, this was followed by a sigh. It's also almost impossible. We sought this at the beginning of the agreement on military aid, and the United States said nothing. Lin Yu of course knew that it was impossible that the negotiating team headed by Song Ziwen had not made a request to relocate the production line. And Lin Yu had expected the refusal of the United States. After all, although China is very weak, it is still one of the 4 great powers. Extremely large landmass, and extremely resilient nationals, these 2 things alone make it impossible for the US to be comfortable with China. And since Lin Yu knew that the Yankees couldn't possibly be at ease, yet he still made the request for a production line, he naturally had a countermeasure in mind. The United States refuses to place the production line in our China, that's because it's afraid that China, will use it to rise up and thus get rid of its dependence on the United States. Lin Yu then looked at Chiang Kai-shek rather seriously and said, but in fact, the fact that this production line is in the United States is actually taking up its materials and labor for producing new weapons. It can be said that in terms of the United States, this production line is a negative asset. But even if it's a negative asset, the US can't give it to us. Chiang Kai-shek said somewhat helplessly, as you said, the US just wants us to be dependent on them. That's right. Lin Yu nodded and said, but if we can have a way that allows the United States to dispose of this negative asset without affecting our army's dependence on the United States. Principal, do you think that the United States will agree? HM? How is this possible? It's simply contradictory. Du on the side couldn't help but interject. It's possible. Lin Yu, however, said without hesitation. Burma. Without waiting for the 2 to ask, Lin Yu blurted out the answer, saying, building the production line in Burma, I should say Burma after our army and the British army jointly counterattacked. Even the nominal supervisor and manager of this production line can be the British. In this way. Without waiting for Lin Yu to continue, Chiang Kai-shek couldn't help but take over, saying, the Americans think that this production line is under the control of the British army, and can rest assured while we can actually control this production line through our garrison. Thus, we can achieve conditions that are satisfactory to both sides. But, provided that the British are willing to cover up for us. It's something that shouldn't be difficult. Du Yuming, who was on the side, also spoke up, based on dealing with the British this time, I've also found out that this group of people almost have milk in their hands. When the time comes, we just need to put a set of war credits on them, and after giving enough gold to their commanders, it's possible that they'll build us another production line. That is. The words came out of his mouth, but Du's voice was small, and he said, Stillwell, we can't let him appear on the battlefield. Hearing the name, Chiang Kai-shek also nodded fiercely. However, although this can trick the Americans into moving their production lines over, it's still unlikely that they'll be able to operate for long. Chiang Kai-shek then continued without worry. It's simple, give the US another step. Lin Yu then also picked up the conversation. What steps? Chiang Kai-shek continued to ask. After the Expeditionary Army occupies Burma, it will continue to swing to the southeast, replacing the US Army and driving the Japanese Army out of Southeast Asia completely. Lin Yu replied without hesitation, even if possible. Join the US Army's Pacific Theater and land in Japan. At these words, both Chiang Kai-shek and Du were doubly silent. Obviously, both of them understood that Lin Yu was trying to use the lives of 100,000 soldiers of the Expeditionary Army in exchange for this production line. Unable to help themselves, the two were also asking themselves in their minds, is it worth it? Soon, the two were receiving the answer from the heart: it was worth it. With this entire production line, the troops in the country no longer need to worry about ammunition, and this alone can reduce their losses by more than 100,000. Not to mention Chapter 146: The possibility of establishing production lines. What's more, the old man or Du, who could withstand the temptation of a horse in Tokyo? If they could obtain a set of military production lines, plus the opportunity to stampede on Tokyo without even having to think about it, just with the lives of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the two men would agree to it without even having to think about it. The best part is that when the two men think about it, such a scenario is a real possibility. Keep in mind that the United States at this moment in time is not a latter-day America, and still has at least a fair amount of human rights. As far as the United States is concerned, their soldiers are not cannon fodder that can be consumed at will, but a solid sheet of votes, and once the loss is too heavy, even its President Roosevelt could not help but eat the melon fall. If the people within the United States could be made to realize that they could get back the lives of thousands of American GIs by paying for a production line that would otherwise be obsolete, it doesn't take much thought to realize that they would go crazy for it. It is not unlikely that a march will be held for this purpose, thus putting pressure on the government. Of course, it was the capitalists behind Roosevelt who ultimately got to decide whether this program could be implemented. However, even capitalists who attach the greatest importance to profits will not hesitate to agree to such a deal. After all, thousands of quality laborers can be worth a lot more than an outdated production line. Thinking that he would have a complete production line to produce arms, Chiang Kai-shek's heart was more than excited. Yes, the head of a country is so excited about a mere production line. It's not really Chiang Kai-shek's fault. On the one hand, the domestic industrial base is simply too weak. It is no longer a question of whether it is advanced or not, but a question of having and not having. The only military production lines, almost all of which are remnants of the former Qing dynasty, were also temporarily snatched out in front of the station. Jinling and Hankow arsenals. Producing medium-format rifles is almost the full capacity of the domestic production line. That's all, medium-format rifles are still in short supply, so you can see how much the state government's industry sucks. On the other hand, although Lin Yu's mouth was only talking about a regional military production line, its upstream and downstream support added up can almost be said to be half a complete industrial system. If the state government can eat these things, the boost to the country's power will properly be huge, even unprecedented. Taking a step back, even if the US refuses to give upstream and downstream support, the production and assembly of firearms and ammunition alone is enough to bring the state government's military industry to a new level. Figuring this out, Chiang Kai-shek had already made up his mind that no matter what price he paid, he had to exchange for this military production line from the United States. Perhaps, it's time for Madam to make another trip to the United States. With that, Chiang Kai-shek was also secretly thinking in his mind. What, Southeast Asia is jumping the gun in the 21st century, and although it's not a great country, it still doesn't take a certain Eastern powers seriously from time to time. Now, Lin Yu, who is a traveler, knows the backbone of Southeast Asia, but still proposes to put such an industry in Burma. Is it not just focusing on the immediate interests and disregarding the livelihood for 100 years? Well, all I can say is, narrow brother, you're a little narrow. Think about it, if this production line was really placed in Southeast Asia, not to mention, would Lin Yu let it out of his control? Let's just say that when Chiang was defeated and had the option of Southeast Asia, would he have chosen that whole of an island? You have to realize that Alimi, who came out of nowhere, was able to beat all the forces in Burma. Guess what it will be like when hundreds of thousands of our army's main force enters Southeast Asia? Once Chiang really gained a foothold in Southeast Asia, then in the 21st century, it would not be a 9-dash line or something like that, but a proper since time immemorial. Isn't it still a little exciting to think about? It is with the idea that there is only one China in Asia that Lin Yu came up with the idea of setting up a factory in Myanmar. There is no doubt that this idea has been deeply implanted in the minds of Chiang Kai-shek and Du. However, after all, Chiang Kai-shek is a senior veteran politician. Joy and anger are just base manipulation. After a little excitement, Chiang Kai-shek is back to the usual calm, and then even more serious to look at the two said, "This matter I know, in the absence of results before, will never be allowed to leak." Yes. Lin Yu and Du Yuming, who heard the words, immediately stood up in unison and agreed. Nodding his head, Chiang Kai-shun also went on to say, today's meeting really made me gain a lot. Lin Yu, you are very good. Guanting, also very good. I have high hopes with the two of you. Thank you, Principal. The two immediately also spoke in unison once again. Guanting. Chiang Kai-shun then looked at Du and said. 2. Du immediately stood at attention again and said. I will entrust you to stay in Kunming for the time being, to hold the great rear of the southwest for me, and to hold the lifeline of supplies. Chiang Kai-shun then began his instructions. Don't worry, you and your 5th Army are still the attacking army of the National Revolutionary Army. It won't be long before I have to transfer the 5th Army to the front battlefield, and even more so, I will have to give you a bigger and heavier burden. It must be said that Chiang Kai-shun is quite good at pulling people together. Obviously, Chiang Kai-shun was aware that Du had been committed to the battlefield and was not accustomed to being the director of this laborious camp in Kunming, even if this director was highly placed and powerful. Therefore, in pointing out the importance of Du Yuming's position today, and drawing closer to each other, Chiang Kai-shun also gave Du Yuming a promise. As long as he can defend Kunming well, sooner or later he will be transferred to the battlefield again, and will also be promoted to the next level. Du, who had already been the deputy commander of the expeditionary force, could be a proper corps level further up. When these words came out, even as sophisticated as Du Yuming, he couldn't help but feel his heart pounding, saying, Thank you, Principal, the student will definitely bow and die with all his might. Don't drop, don't drop. Chiang Kai-shun then laughed again. I don't want a dead Zhuge, but a living Wumu Yufei, a living Wumu who can drive the Japanese out of China completely. Hearing that Chiang Kai-shun actually really compared himself to Yufei, Du Yuming's heart was even more born with the thought of a soldier dying for a friend. At that moment, Du Yuming also once again took a stand and said, Student, liver and brain? In the face of Du's sincere statement, Chiang Kai-shun, although he shook his head helplessly in the open, was happy in his heart. A loyal Du is what he wants most. With that, Chiang Kai-shun also looked at Ling Yu, who was on the side. To be honest, today's conversation was really greatly out of Chiang Kai-shun's expectations. Originally, he just wanted to know the true situation of the battle at the bottom, but he didn't want this Lin Yu to actually give himself such a good idea. Unable to help it, Lin Yu was also becoming more and more important in Chiang Kai-shun's mind. With that, the originally prepared words of motivation were swallowed by Chiang Kai-shun. Chapter 147 Kai-shun Bran Cake. Turning to him, Chiang Kai-shun also spoke. You, Army Commander Du, will be in charge of the frontal battlefield, and as for the Western Yunnan battlefield, whether or not you can give face back to the 5th Army and to my expeditionary army will depend on you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately stood at attention and replied, Yes, don't worry, Principal. The Baoshan Police Brigade will definitely not forget its original heart and keep its mission in mind, and will seek to avenge the shame of the 5th Army and all of my colleagues in the Expeditionary Army. Very well. Chiang Kai-shun nodded slightly, and then he was asking, I heard that you made a bet with your army, Commander? To create a strong army within half a year? Lin Yu, who had heard the words, was slightly stunned, and then after glancing at Du Yuming, he immediately replied, There is such a thing. Confident? Chiang Kai-shun continued to ask. Of course. Lin Yu replied almost without hesitation. Hearing Lin Yu's nonchalant response, Du Yuming beside him couldn't help but sweat for him. On the contrary, it was Chiang Kai-shun who looked at the confident Lin Yu and also revealed a smile once again. Ha ha. Chiang Kai-shun then continued, Young man, having confidence is a good thing. Like this. Looking at Lin Yu, Chiang Kai-shun was also momentarily playful and said, I'll make a bet with you as well. Principal, this. Du Yuming, who was on the side, hurriedly tried to stop it. After all, a head of state, betting with a small brigade commander, what would it look like if it got out? However, Chiang Kai-shun was not amused, and then also waved his hand and said, No harm done. However, I don't look at your training results, I only look at your battle results. Chiang Kai-shun continued to look at Lin Yu, but continued, Take Western Yunnan, I'll promote you to division commander. Take Myitkyina, open up the Yunnan-Burma highway, and connect the Indo-Burma highway, I'll promote you to army commander. At these words, Du's heart also relaxed slightly, but then suddenly contracted. Relaxed, it turned out that the so-called bet was like this, it was clearly no longer considered a bet, it was more like an incentive for Lin Yu. And the reason for the contraction is that the speed of this promotion, at first glance, sounds really too fast as well. From brigade commander to division commander, and then from division commander to army commander, I'm afraid it won't even take a year if all goes well. However, when you think about it, it doesn't seem unreasonable. 100,000 elites have not been able to win the Burma expedition. If Lin Yu can lead the army to break through the Japanese Nujung River defense line, from the brigade commander to promote the division commander is also considered reasonable. And if you can open up the Yunnan-Burma Highway and Burma-India Highway, it looks simple, but if you really want to be able to realize its significance to the whole of China, simply don't be too big. It is important to realize that the only remaining passage between China and the world today is the hump route. Once this highway from India to Burma to China is opened, it will immediately transfuse a large share of blood to a weakened China. Thus, not to mention Lin Yu, but anyone else who could excel in this battle, it was only natural that they would be plucked up. It's just that something like this can go on but not be said outright. Simply put, if you want to achieve the above, it is inevitable that Lin Yu's troops will be the main force and vanguard of the counterattack. However, the stage of Western Yunnan in Burma has a lot of eyes staring at it. Not to mention the rest, don't the two armies far away in India have any idea of counterattacking Burma? Don't they have the ability to counterattack? With so many troops, why should Lin Yu, a tiny police brigade, be the spearhead? But on the contrary, Chiang Kai-shek just put this matter on the table. This is not only Chiang Kai-shek's test and incentive to Lin Yu, but also a promise to Lin Yu, or rather, this is the old man's reward for Lin Yu's proposal to relocate the military production line. Needless to say, after the conversation he had just had, the old man had thoroughly categorized Lin Yu as the first of the first line. This was what built such a stage for Lin Yu. Whether or not he can really take off on this stage depends on Lin Yu himself. While facing this big pie from Chiang Kai-shek, Lin Yu was acting calmly. After all, Lin Yu, who was a traveler, had never taken this principal's promise to heart. The reason why he still wore this layer of skin was just to fight the little brats. Division commander or army commander, they are just props to fight the little devils. It would be nice to have it, but if he didn't have it, he'd kill ghosts just the same. Therefore, the excitement that the onlookers should have, Lin Yu was completely absent. Thereupon, between slight smiles, Lin Yu was the one who spoke. "Headmaster, then what if the students brought down the entire Burma?" Hearing Lin Yu's words, Chiang Kai-shek and Du Yuming were instantly petrified in place as well. Obviously, neither of them had ever thought that Lin Yu would actually reply in such a way. According to the two men's thoughts, Lin Yu should have immediately stood at attention and agreed, yes, promised to complete the mission. But what had to be recognized was that Lin Yu's reply was indeed very clever. Obviously, compared to the answer relative to what the two expected, this answer from Lin Yu was both very comfortable to listen to, and even more so, it allowed the two to feel fully confident. However, whether it was Chiang Kai-shek or Du Yuming, it obviously did not occur to them that Lin Yu's words were not false. On the contrary, from the very beginning, Lin Yu had intended to occupy all of Burma. Even if conditions permit, Lin Yu's ambitions go beyond just with Burma. It's just a pity that those who know me know that I'm worried, and those who don't know me don't know what I'm looking for. Apparently, Chiang Kai-shek and Du Yuming didn't know the unassuming student junior in front of them very well. Immediately afterward, Chiang Kai-shek also laughed cheerfully once again and said, "Then you roll me out of here before it's too late. I don't have a student like you who just talks big and doesn't work." "How could I?" Lin Yu immediately stood upright and said, "Headmaster, just watch." "Good, then we will wait and see." Chiang Kai-shek then nodded in response. In this way, Lin Yu also relied on his flexibility to thoroughly root his image of being loyal, resourceful, and rich in big-picture thinking in the old. Chapter 148 Chongqing at night. After reclosing the door to his room, Lin Yu also exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and a beating heart was finally settling down gradually. Don't look at the Lin Yu just now who was answering questions and even dared to joke with Chiang Kai-shek, but in reality, Lin Yu's heart was in a state of trepidation. Although Lin Yu is a little less desirous and a little more calm compared to other people who have requests, in the end, Chiang Kai-shek is also the chairman of the Republic of China. Just the aura of a superior person was the only thing Lin Yu had ever seen in his life. How could Lin Yu not be terrified and excited? Luckily, Lin Yu had still coped well, and now, everything had come to an end. Slowly walking out of the corridor, a staff officer also immediately greeted him, the very same valet staff officer who had picked Lin Yu up from the airport. "Brigadier Lin." The staff officer who greeted him also immediately saluted Lin Yu. "I've come to see you off." "Many thanks." Lin Yu immediately returned a military salute as well. For some reason, Lin Yu always felt that after seeing this staff officer again, he was also more polite to himself. In fact, Lin Yu really didn't feel wrong. No way, a small brigade commander can actually be in the commissioner's study for nearly an hour time. No need to think also no, this brigade commander must have been Jane in the heart of the emperor. Naturally, these attendants and staff officers became even more attached to Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu didn't really care about this. After all, the battlefield was his basic disc. Getting back into the limousine, as the engine started, the attendant staff officer in the front was turning back to ask, "Brigadier Lin, it's still early, do you think we should go to the Nanshan Mountain? I know of a good hot pot restaurant that also overlooks the night view of Chongqing." This. Lin Yu subconsciously licked his mouth. Chongqing's hot pot, that was Lin Yu's favorite food in his last life. That numb and spicy feeling, even now, Lin Yu still couldn't forget it. The tripe, the goose intestines cooked in 3 seconds, the beef, the phoenix claws, the fresh fish, and the watery pea shoots. Without realizing it, saliva had flooded Lin Yu's mouth. Only, after looking at the already darkening sky and thinking about the soldiers still fighting at the front line, Lin Yu also dismissed the idea in his mind. In this Chongqing where generals were like clouds, Lin Yu decided it was better to keep a low profile. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also shook his head and said, "Forget it, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's hard to go from extravagance to simplicity. It's better to take me to a place to stay." "All right." Seeing that Lin Yu had rejected his proposal and lost a close end with Lin Yu, the staff officer was still slightly disappointed. Turning around, the car had been started. "Officers' quarters," the squire staff officer then ordered. With a low roar of the engine, the car also slowly drove out of the residence. This time, the window beside Lin Yu was not pulled shut. As the car moved, the appearance of the mountain town gradually emerged in front of Lin Yu. It was a slight pity that it was nighttime at the moment, and the mountain towns of today were not at all as bright and colorful as they would have been in the latter days. Even, because of the Japanese bombing, light controls were imposed in most areas. But just based on this street alleyway, if there is no light, as well as the ups and downs of the car, Lin Yu still fully feel the enthusiasm of the mountain city. Outside the window of the car, the mountain city unfolded under the crushing of rubber tires. Lin Yu slightly loosened the tightly closed windshield buckle, greedily breathing in the clear air of the mountain city after the rain. It was a pity that the clear air Lin Yu didn't feel it. On the contrary, in this air after the rain, Lin Yu clearly smelled the smell of smoke from the battlefield. Yes, this is the third year of indiscriminate bombing of Chongqing. The smell of smoke has long since infiltrated every nook and cranny of Greater Chongqing. As the Dodge sedan turned the cratered-off ramp of Capitol Street, Lin Yu was rubbing the burnt suede patches of the door lining hickeys from incendiary fragments that had flown in during last year's May 3rd bombing. But at this moment, the driver in front of the car suddenly jerked the steering wheel to avoid the stragglers coming out of the ruins of the dilapidated Sichuan salt bank, and the yellow headlights of the car swept over the slogan, "The more you bomb, the stronger you get," which was still inked on the broken wall. Without realizing it, Lin Yu's hand had clenched into a fist. The wheels continued to move forward, soon crushed through the Zhorong Road, not cleaned up the pile of rubble. The original tall and majestic Mayphone building has been left with only debris and broken arms. But who knows, just 4 years from now, it will again become a landmark for the whole of Greater Chongqing. A 27-meter-high spiritual fortress will rise up here, and along with it, the name of the place will change. Jifangbai, that was the place where he and she held hands together across the New Year on New Year's Day in '09. The surging crowd nearly tore the two clasped hands apart. Unfortunately, at this moment, the people were no longer there, and even the familiar steel tower was just a wasteland. Only, the wild dogs roaming the wasteland, transformed into heavy shadows in the headlights, as if they were overlapping with the figure of the future teenager who would lay flowers here. The car passed the steep slope of Songping Street, and the air defense searchlight suddenly illuminated the north bank. In the beam of light, Lin Yu distinctly saw countless giant strips of stone, while countless stonemasons were popping ink lines on the stone right on their horse lamps. Despite the continued destruction by the Japanese, the Chinese never gave in and continued to build their homeland even in the most difficult times. Even if, tomorrow, homes will be destroyed again in that bombardment. Building in destruction, strong in construction, perhaps, this is the so-called Chongqing spirit of the connotation of it. Continuing on, the limousine is in front of the remaining rose window of the Church of the Seven Stars, and in the distance, a cluster of searchlights from the arsenal on the south bank suddenly lights up, and floating in the web of light are not only the livelihood ships evacuated this evening, but also the night cruise ships of Kaohsiunmun, which will be sailing from the same pier in 40 years' time. Those radiant lights and shadows that had yet to be born were currently trembling slightly in the river mist in their quantum state. The luminous needle on the dashboard had just crossed 8 o'clock when the headlights pierced the steaming night fog of Linjiangmen Pier. The brass air vents overflowed with the phonographs. Night comes around, mingled with the camphorized smell of the driver's leather gloves, and condensed in fine droplets on the windows. I rolled down half an inch of glass, and immediately the river breeze swooped in, swirling with shouts of fried rice and sugar-boiled water, and was sheared to pieces by the rapidly receding hammocks. The car in the 18 stairs steep slope changed second gear, glimpsed the side window swept over the strange scene, above the neon signs of Xinhua Road, West Restaurant, and below the Shangxi Road coal stacks lanterns flashing in parallel. The tires rolled over a recessed slab of green stone somewhere, and the splash scattered the newspaper boys under the eaves of the street, and the headline of the Central Daily News under their tarpaulin umbrellas flashed in the headlights. The words Changsha's great victory were still stained with mist. Despite the months that have passed, it seems that the people of Chungking are still talking about that great victory. This is the sorrow of the National Army, but also the shame of Lin Yu. Unconsciously, Lin Yu's nails have been deeply embedded in the palm of his hand. Chapter 149, Reviving the Nation, Vowing to be a Vanguard. Unfortunately, the staff officer and driver in front of them had obviously long been oblivious to the scene in front of them, not to mention seeing Lin Yu's gradually scarlet eyes. The wheels rolled, and the scenery around them quickly receded backward, while Lin Yu's mood finally calmed down a little with the gradual descent of the night. Wait! Suddenly, Lin Yu, who had been looking at the scenery outside the window and never said anything, called a halt to the car. When the driver in front heard Lin Yu's words, he also immediately slammed on the brakes, and with that, the staff officer at the side also immediately turned his head to look at Lin Yu and asked, "Brigadier Lin, is there a problem?" "Just past, is it Chongqing University?" Lin Yu asked with some excitement and some apprehension. Yes, just now, Lin Yu was also from the side window, saw the familiar 16 big words, enduring labor and hardship, still simple, diligent study, love the country. That was exactly the school motto of Lin Yu's alma mater before he crossed over. Although even before crossing over, Lin Yu had left his alma mater a long time ago, but in this dark night, seeing this familiar word so violently, Lin Yu's heart still could not be calmed. Almost subconsciously, Lin Yu wanted to go in again. To see, firsthand, the stories that had been recorded in the school's history. Oh yes, the National Chungking University. The attendant staff officer glanced back at the iconic four-pillar school gate, and was immediately replied, "It is now also the site of the National Central University." Yes. Lin Yu once again asked apprehensively, "Go in and take a look?" Of course. The attendant staff officer was first stunned, and although he didn't know why Lin Yu was suddenly interested in a university, he still agreed very painfully. After all, the matter was hardly worth mentioning to the squire's staff. Patting the driver on the shoulder, the staff officer also ordered, "Turn around and go to Chongqing University." Silently nodded, and then there were two horn sounds, and the car turned around and drove toward the major not far away. Soon, the Dodge was parked firmly in front of the major gate. Without waiting for Lin Yu to open the door, a soldier in order to protect the intellectuals, major doorkeepers and guards were all military personnel had already come to the window of the counselor. The staff sergeant then took his credentials out of his pocket and handed them over with one hand. After seeing clearly the position of the squire's room staff officer, the soldier also immediately and respectfully handed back his credentials and saluted the staff officer, "Sir." The staff officer was not polite, and immediately said, "The sir would like to visit the school on a temporary basis." Hearing the word "sir" in the mouth of the attendant staff, the soldier also became more respectful, and then also asked, "Yes, sir, is it necessary to inform the principal?" "No need to be so troublesome, I'll just walk around." Without waiting for the staff officer to reply, Lin Yu at the back had already taken off his uniform, then pushed open the car door and walked straight down. Seeing this, the attendant staff officer also followed immediately, while not forgetting to instruct the driver to wait on the spot. After dismissing the soldiers who were watching the gate, Lin Yu was also eager to step into the school gate made of 4 pillars with his attendant staff. Straight away, Lin Yu was walking towards the familiar engineering building. A familiar feeling instantly spread out, a collision of souls from 80 years later. Reach out and touch those crawling cracked masonry, fingertips from the coolness. Then the memory of the temperature is a little more moist. Modern campus wrapped in insulation of the school building, never seeped out of such a refreshing chill. Picking up the steps, a huge bell appeared in front of Lin Yu's eyes. He had seen a black and white photo of the bell in the school's history museum and the converted bomb shelter, but at the moment the rusted bronze tones were wrapped in the smell of smoke, so clear and deep. Stroke the timbre of history, Lin Yu continued forward. The winding stone road swept past clutching books of schoolgirls, blue cloth cheongsam ham swept over the yellowing ginkgo leaves, those who had faded to brown in the old albums of the figure, at the moment as vividly whisked up the fine autumn sun. "Sister Lan?" Lin Yu nearly shouted out some familiar name, but the girl with the double braid in front of her disappeared into the night, clutching her calculus lecture notes. Just the brooch engraved with the words Chongqing University that fell on the ground, just like the one Lin Yu picked up in the library 80 years later, the same with the wetness of the night dew. It was a pity that when he looked up, he ended up missing the familiar face. Silently placing the school emblem brooch into his hand, Lin Yu also continued forward from memory. Rounding the mottled western wall of the College of Engineering, Lin Yu's leather shoes also sank into 2 deep ruts. One rainy night in the spring of 1943, this is where trucks carrying precision instruments skidded, and those parts that were about to be assembled into China's first geomagnetometer would wait silently for dawn in the same mud. Too late to feel the stickiness of the soles of his feet, after walking through the familiar engineering college, Lin Yu quickly arrived at yet another old place, the air raid shelter. At the moment, the monument at the entrance to the air raid shelter is still intact as new, and the bullet-shaped dent in the lower right corner has not yet formed. Lin Yu knew full well that one late night 3 years later, stray bullets would carve permanent scars here, becoming the most silent evidence in the glass case of the future school history center. Just as Lin Yu was rubbing the stone tablet, from that air raid shelter, the sound of the formula derivation floating out of the air raid shelter was getting clearer and clearer, and listening to it, Lin Yu actually had a familiar feeling. Subconsciously, Lin Yu also followed the sound and walked into it. By the light of the kerosene lamp, Lin Yu could clearly see a professor wearing round-framed glasses explaining the frequency domain response in principles of electric circuits. And in front of him, the shadows of 23 students swayed on the rock face like a never-ending candle flame. Looking at the students' one-by-one frowning appearance, Lin Yu knew this in the later life to make himself and his roommates scared of the Yellow Springs Road, at the moment also still difficult for his predecessors. It was just that, compared to Lin Yu, who was in his 60th year of life, the group of seniors in front of him clearly had a higher pursuit. Immediately, the corner of Lin Yu's mouth also revealed a smile. Learn, there is a more horrible crematorium behind. Here, there won't be our master teacher, right? Lin Yu couldn't help but speculate in his mind again. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. When he thought of the serious to terrifying face above the classroom, even Lin Yu, who had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, was terrified. At that moment, Lin Yu also lightened his steps and quietly retreated from the cave entrance. While walking, Lin Yu even more silently said to these seniors in his heart, "Cheer up, seniors. We all have to cheer. Just calling the Electric 5 Tigers is not enough." Looking back again, Lin Yu seemed to see the old man from his memories, merging with the old professor under that oil lamp. With infinite reverie, Lin Yu also exited the air defense shelter. Bypassing the air raid shelter, Lin Yu then finally came to the old acacia tree by the Jialing River. It was here, in the same spot 80 years later, that he tossed his baccalaureate hat, and at this moment the nesting sparrows were shaking the fine branches off his shoulders. As the last streetlight sliced through the 1942 night, Lin Yu saw his shadow split into 2 silhouettes on the ground, a shadow adorned with a military uniform, and a silhouette in a baccalaureate uniform, clinging to each other on the mossy flagstones. Claptrap. Only the water of the Jialing River, which is vast and never stops. The river and the Han dynasty think of Yugong, and the education and culture go back to Wenwang. The schoolhouse is open, and the GG rumbles. The heavenly province of Chizi is a place of accumulation of health and strength. To revive the nation, I vow to be the vanguard. To revive the nation, I vow to be the vanguard. Chapter 150, On the Return Journey, Japanese Aircraft Over the Sky. Returning from the Jialing River, he hurriedly ate some food that was sent from the staff, and Lin Yu soon fell asleep in his dormitory. Perhaps it is the reason for the boat, or the reason for getting what you want. The most important thing is that the brats did not come to look for things tonight. Lin Yu, this sleep is also considered to be a very peaceful sleep. However, it was only just after 6 o'clock when Lin Yu mechanically woke up from his dream. Pull open the curtains, Chongqing at the moment, but still in a white fog. The name of the fog capital is indeed true to its name. Looking at the white foggy city in front of him, for some reason, Lin Yu was somewhat wanting to go back to Bashan and return to his own troops. It was a pity that things in the world often didn't work out as expected. At the moment, Lin Yu couldn't really move around easily, and he couldn't go anywhere before he got the order. Instead, in the following days, Lin Yu was taken by Du Yuming to visit various Wanpoa seniors. Even Lin Yu was taken to a grand banquet, where he mingled, and his name was remembered by the circle of Wanpoa officers in Chongqing. In the beginning, Lin Yu was still a bit confused, but as he met more and more people, especially at the banquet, Du Yuming took the initiative to bring Lin Yu to meet General Wei Li Huang. Lin Yu also gradually reacted. The Wanpoa schoolmasters whom I have seen in these days are almost the chiefs of the raw troops of the historic second expedition to Burma. And General Wei Li Huang, the future commander of the expeditionary force. In this way, Du's purpose was already obvious, precisely to pave the way in Lin Yu's future. With this meeting, everyone understands that Lin Yu's back is Du Yuming, and more or less will help and take into account in the battle. This little bit of face may seem unimportant, but it can make a big difference when it counts. Although Lin Yu knew that Du Yuming was doing this more because he wished to see that he could finish off his unfinished mission for him, thus washing away the shame on the Fifth Army and him. Lin Yu still felt warm in his heart. It was just that this Chongqing with all its drinking and lights was really not suitable for Lin Yu. Therefore, after finishing the banquet, Lin Yu also took the initiative to take his leave. As for the reason, with Lin Yu words, is the military seat can do have done, the sea also see, and on the battlefield, ultimately rely on their own strong enough. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Du of course knew that Lin Yu had already understood the intent of these days' visits. Quite relieved, Du also readily agreed to Lin Yu's departure. Only, what no one knew was that with Lin Yu's departure, it was another person who almost broke his defenses. It turned out that just above this banquet, Su Qingyun, the director of the Expeditionary Army's secret telegraph department, also participated in it. Coincidentally, just as Su Qingyun was surprised to discover Lin Yu wearing the rank of colonel from a group of officers, Lin Yu was taken by Du Yuming to meet General Wei Lihuang. When he saw Lin Yu again, he was already on the return bus with Du Yuming. While waiting for the next day, when Su Qingyun mobilized her forces to look for Lin Yu had already headed to the airport to return to Kunming. For this reason, Su Qingyun also threw a big tantrum in her boudoir. But it was clear that Lin Yu obviously knew nothing about these things. At the moment, all he could think about was returning to Kunming as soon as possible, to Baoshan, to his own army. It was a slight pity that because Du Yuming had to continue to stay in Chongqing for some time, Lin Yu was not able to sit on the miling that Chiang Kai-shek had promised after all. In response, Lin Yu only secretly spat in his heart. But it had to be said that, in reality, at Lin Yu's level, to be able to arrange a plane for him was already special care from the old man. And so with a feeling of apprehension, Lin Yu also got on the airplane again. Luckily, compared to the cargo plane on the way here, the passenger plane this time was really much more spacious and bright. The width of one position is also almost the same as the width of the business class in the latter days. Slightly unfortunate, the seat, but still a little hard, far less than the general feeling of the sofa in the latter days. However, Lin Yu was already satisfied with such a condition. Looking around, most of them were not soldiers, but ordinary people dressed in fancy clothes. And, looking at their demeanor, how they don't look like soldiers. For a moment, Lin Yu wondered whether he was sitting on a military or airliner. Fortunately, the subsequent arrival of a few people who were all bright stars had slightly dispelled Lin Yu's doubts. Only, looking at other people's shoulder patches, Lin Yu couldn't help but be a little ashamed of himself as well. Obviously, all the people who can get on this plane are rich and famous. Fortunately, at the suggestion of Du Yuming's entourage, Lin Yu also just wore a casual dress, which avoided the embarrassment of being surrounded as a monkey. Even so, Lin Yu still chose the most inconspicuous position to sit down. Soon, as the personnel arrived, the airplane began to slide up the runway. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the blue sky appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It has to be admitted that the stability of even slightly better conditioned airliners is still qualitatively different compared to later generations of airplanes. Vibrations, almost every moment. Fortunately, this bit of vibration was still acceptable to the half-lying Lin Yu. Think of it as a massage. And so, amidst the vibrations along the way, the hours passed slowly. Just when everyone thought that this flight would end without a hitch, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the cabin, and immediately afterward, the red lights at the front and rear of the cabin were instantly lit up. No way. So backward? Lin Yu, who often watched small videos of air crashes, naturally knew what it meant for the alarm to sound and the red light to light up in this cabin, and immediately also spat in his heart. Unable to help it, Lin Yu also looked out towards the string window. However, as far as Lin Yu's eyes could see, it was still an unbelievably clear sky. While Lin Yu was wondering, the familiar sound of din machine guns seemed to pull him back to the battlefield in Burma. Subconsciously, Lin Yu was touching his waist. And that empty feeling was what woke Lin Yu up. He was still on the plane. Where did the little kid come from? Unless it's a kid's airplane. At that moment, slightly raising his head, Lin Yu also looked in the direction of the sound, and sure enough, several thumb-thin holes had already appeared above the cabin, and golden sunlight was pouring into the cabin from these individual holes. And below that hole, several well-dressed passengers had collapsed on top of their seats, and gurgling blood was dripping from those seats to the floor. Chapter 151. Damn, what the hell? Cursing, Lin Yu also quickly squatted down. This isn't the miling ship either. What's the point of the kid's airplane staring at itself? Considering that I saw the passengers before boarding the plane, it didn't seem like there were any big names present. Lin Yu had seen quite a few big names in his time, but apparently, none of the ones in the cabin were right. Even the kind of temperament that was unique to big people, Lin Yu had never seen. But how is it that this Japanese plane has set its sights on its own plane, which is more like an airliner? What followed was a sharp cry, and Lin Yu knew that this round of firing must have killed several more people in the Ghost's machine guns. What, why no wailing? The reason is very simple. Even with the cabin to absorb kinetic energy, hit by this large caliber machine gun, even if it is an Iron Man, simply cannot hum out. Thanks to the fact that Lin Yu had sat in the far corner in order not to attract attention. Otherwise, with the two pikes just now, Lin Yu could have recrossed. Without much time to think, Lin Yu also immediately opened the map in his mind, and sure enough, what was introduced to his eyes were two large piles of red dots. Instantly, Lin Yu's head felt like it had been blown apart. This isn't on, it's in the air, and, I'm afraid, on this plane, there aren't even any weapons for. However, Lin Yu was once again awake amidst the pain of the bump. Lin Yu knew that the pilots in the front cabin had not yet resigned themselves to their fate. The pilots hadn't resigned themselves to their fate, so how could he, a colonel and brigadier general of the National Army, resign himself to his fate? Moreover, at this time, it has already been several hours since the takeoff, it should already be approaching Kunming, and as long as it reaches the territory of Kunming, these people of their own still have a ray of hope. At the very least, one must never give up before the plane completely crashes. Lin Yu immediately told himself in his mind as well. The danger continued, and Lin Yu couldn't care less. Quick! Lin Yu wiped the blood from his own forehead, then shouted, "All get down, it's a kid's airplane. Grab the handles around you and don't get up." While saying that, Lin Yu had taken the lead in lying down. Although the plane was not small in size, because of its speed, the best thing for the Japanese to aim at was the belly area of the plane. The impact point in the middle of the nacelle in front of us is the best proof of this. If Lin Yu had been a Japanese pilot, he would have continued to shoot at this area as well. Therefore, all Lin Yu had to do was to get himself and his passengers out of the belly of the plane as far as possible, dodging away from the Japanese machine gun bullets. Thanks to the airplane seat spacing is wide enough, if replaced by the later generations of airplanes, even if Lin Yu wants to get down, I'm afraid that simply cannot do. And just as Lin Yu was talking, the airplane rolled over again. Accompanying this, of course, was the sound of Japanese machine gun bullets colliding with the fuselage. Unfortunately, this time, Lady Luck did not descend on the airliner again, and machine gun bullets the thickness of a finger pierced the cabin without mercy. However, unlike the previous situation, this time, only one passenger was killed by a bullet. Those passengers who had heeded Lin Yu's call had miraculously dodged the flying bullets because they had already slumped their bodies low. Looking at the bodies of their companions close at hand, the passengers who had recovered their lives also screamed loudly with their hearts in their mouths. Crawl as far as possible towards the ends of the cabin, don't stay in the center. Amidst the screams, Lin Yu's voice was once again resounding throughout the cabin. The passenger who was still screaming, heard this familiar voice, as if hearing the call of the gods, immediately stopped howling, and turned toward the tail end of the airplane where Lin Yu was, and climbed up. Perhaps influenced by this passenger, or perhaps seeing that Lin Yu's words did have an effect, the rest of the passengers also followed Lin Yu's request and climbed towards the two ends of the airplane. The passengers in the cabin were trying to save themselves, but the Japanese outside were not idle. With a roar, the Japanese planes opened fire again. Although the pilot of the airliner immediately took evasive action, the plane was hit again in the midsection by a barrage of Japanese fire. The good news is that because the personnel had crawled toward the two sections of the plane, no one was injured in this fire dump. The bad news was that the plane's shell, however, had been lifted off by the air as a result of the successive strikes. The howling winds instantly poured into the cabin, and several bodies without seatbelts were instantly sucked into the blue sky. The good thing was that the people who were still alive had followed Lin Yu's request to hold on to the legs of the chairs beside them or other fixtures, so they hadn't been sucked out of the cabin. However, the crowd became oxygen deprived from the turbulence. If it had happened in modern times and there had been a cabin tear, the pilot would have been the first to drop in altitude to ensure that the passengers could get enough oxygen. Unfortunately, the two Japanese beside them would not give the airliner a chance to drop in altitude. Through the torn gap in the cabin, looking out of the cabin at the brightly spraying plastered flag of the Japanese planes, Lin Yu really hated that he could not have a machine gun at hand to be able to mutilate them all. It was a pity that, not to mention the machine gun, even the pistol, Lin Yu didn't have it with him. Chapter 152 SDU Kills. Damn, next time I don't bring a weapon on the road, I am. Lin Yu looked at the Japanese anointed pattern that whistled past the brake, and his heart also cursed again. Cursing after cursing, Lin Yu knew in his heart that the only thing he could do now, right now, was to hide. Slow down your breathing. Lin Yu immediately also hissed again and gave the crowd beside him a reminder, take the hand of the person beside you and don't get thrown out. Saying that, Lin Yu also immediately took the hand of the person beside him. Before anyone else could react, the airliner then flipped over again at breakneck speed. Coincidentally, the hand of the person beside Lin Yu holding the chair's legs was loosened due to the breathlessness, and with that, his entire body instantly flew up. Thanks to the fact that Lin Yu had already taken his hand, this didn't allow anyone to fly right out of the cabin. It was just that the weight of these dozens of pounds, coupled with the enormous centrifugal force, almost pulled Lin Yu's arm out of its socket. Luckily, it was the airplane that flipped over again in time, which allowed Lin Yu to pull the man back up with the help of gravity. Although that passenger had only been in mid-air for less than 10 seconds, he, who had been pulled back into the cabin again, was already pale, and his eyes were even emptier, almost lifeless. Needless to say, the thrilling scene just now had left him completely confused. That wouldn't do, Lin Yu wasn't sure about pulling him back again. Immediately, Lin Yu also roared, "Quick, grab the chair." With an angry roar, the passenger with a face bristling with white also instantly came to his senses in a state of confusion. In his haste, the man was grabbing the legs of the chair. As if afraid of missing again, the man's knuckles were white from his grip. And the crowds who saw the scene they just witnessed took each other's hands in unison. It was also at this time that the airliner also descended rapidly again, trying to avoid further Japanese fire. Immediately, someone else took off and levitated, but thanks to the person next to him, he was able to pull back in time, so that the tragedy of being sucked out of the airport did not occur. Just the cabin passengers dodged the acceleration of a robbery, but through the bullet lifted the big hole, Lin Yu clearly see, painted with the red plaster flag of the Japanese aircraft, but it is getting closer and closer to their own. Killing so straight over, Lin Yu seemed to have seen the scene of his own airplane being cut off by the Japanese's heavy firepower. And in the face of this death, Lin Yu's mood was suddenly there was openness. Nothing more, nothing less than a death. To be able to take so many elite warriors and escape from the savage mountains, to be able to give the Expeditionary Army's secret telegraph department back, to be able to form a strong national army unit to counterattack Western Yunnan, Lin Yu's trip across the border is not in vain. Regrets, of course. How can you not be sorry? After all, Lin Yu has not yet been able to train this national army into a division and has not yet been able to take this lion what will be Burma, to avenge his comrades, and even more so, he has not been able to fulfill the promise he made to the warriors in the savage mountain Fuji head to raise the flag of Han. Unfortunately, in front of fate, Lin Yu's personal power was still too small. What was even more unfortunate was that Lin Yu hadn't been able to tell his brethren about his future intentions. However, Lin Yu believed that this group of elite soldiers that he had selected would be able to carry his will to kill back to Burma and slaughter the little devils. It was just that Lin Yu seemed to be unable to see this scene. Sighing slightly and suppressing the regret in his heart, Lin Yu also slowly closed his eyes and quietly waited for the fate that belonged to him to come. After letting go of everything, the sound of his heartbeat slowly lingered in Lin Yu's ears. However, as time passed by, not to mention the sound of explosions, even the sound of Japanese machine guns never sounded. Surprised, Lin Yu opened his eyes and looked through the gap, but he realized with a jolt that the Japanese planes had already turned and were heading away from him in the direction of the sun. What's going on? Lin Yu instantly realized something as well, and immediately opened the map in his mind. Sure enough, several blue points of light were almost about to surround his troops. That's a friendly sign. And can in this Kunming territory, airspace, intercept the Japanese army, only the Flying Tigers stationed in Kunming only. Immediately, Lin Yu blurted out in joy, "SDU, it's here. We are saved." When these words came out, the rest of the crowd suddenly looked at each other in disbelief. There was no way, the hump route had only just been opened, and although these nobles knew of its existence, the crowd knew very little about the Flying Tigers who had carried out this death route. Lin Yu naturally wasn't prepared to explain anything. After all, the name of the Flying Tigers hadn't been thoroughly called out in the folklore. And the next scene instantly let these nobles know what is called Flying Tigers. However, a sharp eagle's whistle pierced the clouds, and 4 P-40 fighters painted with shark's beak descended into the sky like divine soldiers, and the blue sky and white sun insignia on their wings glowed coldly under the sunlight. Yes, these P-40 fighters have painted on the nose, not the tiger's head, but a shark's head image. It was only because the people of Kunming mistook the sharks for tigers that the name Flying Tigers spread. However, as the highest commander of the Flying Squadron, General Chenault, was very fond of the name Flying Tigers, and then also the Flying Squadron's military standard for the Flying Tigers pattern. From this, the code name of the Flying Tigers was established. As the airplane painted with the emblem of the white sky appeared in the air, the passengers in the cabin shouted, "The plane, it's our plane. A tiger that flies. It's the Flying Tiger. Look, look, the kid's plane got away. In the midst of the vocal cries, several bold passengers, including Lin Yu, also moved to the edge of the gap and began to watch the Sino-Japanese air battle from a close distance through the gap in the cabin. Thanks to the fact that the altitude had dropped, the crowd had no problem breathing. With that, all eyes were also focused on the Chinese and Japanese airplanes that were still entangled in the fight. In the sunlight, 4 National Army planes had formed a pursuit package against the Japanese. Although the Japanese Zeros were still trying to make evasive maneuvers and firing back now and then, even a layman could see that the National Army planes had taken the initiative. After all, whether it was the model or the number, the National Army had an absolute advantage. And judging from the attitude of the planes, the pilots who had been trained by Chenault were not in the least inferior to the pilots of the comparative Japanese. Therefore, without surprise, the only suspense in this air battle is just how long it will take for the National Army's fighters to shoot down these 2 Japanese planes. Chapter 153. In the blink of an eye, one of the National Army fighters in the group in the distance suddenly made a Harrier turn and drilled into the right rear side of the Japanese plane, followed by a long tongue of fire from the 7.62mm machine gun in front of it. Bomb! Bomb! Lin Yu and the few passengers near the gap also prayed in unison. As if hearing the prayers of Lin Yu and the others, the tracer bullets trailed an orange-red trajectory and cut through the belly of a Japanese fighter. Behead 0 violently lost its balance, the propeller let out a dying wail, and then it crashed into the Longsong River below with black smoke. Beautiful! The SDU is awesome! Lin Yu and a group of passengers immediately shouted in excitement as well. It was also at this moment that another Japanese Zero fighter was making a big sloping turn in the sky, surprisingly coming towards Lin Yu and the others. Obviously, this pile of ghosts saw that the struggle was hopeless. This is wanting to pull Lin Yu where the airliner together with the funeral. Lin Yu cursed, but remained helpless. However, the pilot in the cockpit apparently realized what the Japanese planes were thinking, and immediately dropped his altitude again in an attempt to gain a higher speed to get away from the Japanese planes. At the same time, the 4 P-40 fighters in the air also immediately reacted, respectively, from different directions to kill the Japanese aircraft. Several long tongues of fire traced graceful curves in the air, and then finished crossing in the air again. And with such intense firepower, the little kid's Zero was ultimately powerless. With a loud bang, the Zero exploded completely in the air. The debris generated by the explosion almost grazed the tail wing of the airliner, and immediately aroused a series of cries of alarm in the cabin. And after a brief gasp of surprise, the captain's slightly choked and somewhat raspy voice rang out from the cabin, "Passengers, we're safe." With the captain's announcement, a burst of applause also instantly came to mind in the passenger cabin. The applause was both for the pilot in the cockpit, but also for the 4 Flying Tigers crews escorting the left and right, and, of course, for Lin Yu, who was unafraid in the face of danger. Applause, and even some people cried tears of joy. The rest of the people have also been seated on the floor, not that they prefer the hard floor. Just after the robbery, their legs are weak, they really cannot stand up, but also more to sit back on top of their respective seats. Even Lin Yu was sitting rather exhaustedly on top of the floor of the airplane. This tossing and turning, Lin Yu could only say that it was simply more strenuous than his solo fight against the Japanese squad in the Savage Mountains. It was only after a while that the crowd was able to slow down a bit. The man in the suit who had been staying beside Lin Yu also immediately opened his mouth and said, "Thanks to this brother, if it wasn't for brother, this time, I really would have been killed by the brats." Lin Yu, who heard the words, did not doubt him, and immediately smiled faintly as well, saying, "They are all on the same airplane, and should help each other. I wonder where the brother is now." The man in the suit then continued to ask as well. "Oh, my humble self Lin Yu, currently under Director Du of Kunming Camp." Lin Yu immediately replied with a smile as well. The Baoshan Police Brigade was directly under the Kunming Battalion, so there was no problem at all with Lin Yu claiming to be Du Yuming's subordinate. Of course, addressing Du as Director Du instead of Military Commander Du could easily give rise to ambiguity, leading people to believe that Lin Yu was a civilian rather than a military officer under Director Du. This was exactly the effect Lin Yu wanted to achieve. After all, Lin Yu didn't want his Baoshan Police Brigade to get too much attention at this stage. However, when the man in the suit heard this, he nodded slightly, and his eyes even revealed a thoughtful look, saying, "So that's how it is." And before the man in the suit could continue to speak, multiple people came from the side and thanked Lin Yu. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Yu, I'm afraid that there would have to be at least a few more bodies in this cabin. As such, the crowd was also quite favorable towards Lin Yu, who was not afraid in the face of danger. Moreover, although Lin Yu's clothes are not gorgeous, but to be able to sit on this airplane, the crowd has already defaulted to Lin Yu or their own people. Immediately, the people also handed Lin Yu their business cards. Lin Yu, of course, continued to present himself as one of Du's men. You don't say. Director Du's name may not count for much in Chongqing, but it's still very prestigious in Kunming. Once they heard that Lin Yu was Director Du's subordinate, the crowd of people were even more enthusiastic. The reason is simple: these people, 7 or 8 out of 10, are here to speculate. And nowadays, Du Yuming in Kunming can almost be said to be the word of the day. And Lin Yu can take an airplane to and from Chongqing and Kunming, and obviously is also a competent general under Du Yuming. Therefore, in the thoughts of the people, if they could get acquainted with Lin Yu, it would also be beneficial to their future business. Thanks to the airplane's horn blaring again, the plane was about to enter the descent process. This was what saved Lin Yu from being surrounded by the crowd. With that, the crowd, including Lin Yu, returned to their original positions. Coincidentally, the man in the suit followed and sat next to Lin Yu. Without waiting for the person sitting next to Lin Yu to say anything, the man in the suit took out his ID and handed it over. With just one glance, that person didn't dare to say anything more, and soon found another seat in fear. And Lin Yu was just in time to see this scene. Just as Lin Yu was curious about what the identity of the man in the suit in front of him was and what his intentions were for sitting beside him, the man in the suit was the first to lower his voice and opened his mouth, saying, "Brigadier Lin, don't mind, do you?" Although the roar of the airplane engine was still rumbling in his ears, Lin Yu could hear the words Brigadier Lin clearly. Immediately, Lin Yu also looked at the man in the suit next to him with a horrified expression. To know, 1 did not wear a military uniform, 2 did not introduce himself, the person in front of him not only said his military identity, even his own position is clear. How can this not call Lin Yu shocked? Unable to help it, Lin Yu also quickly searched his mind for the face of the person in front of him. And the person in front of him seemed to have read Lin Yu's mentality, and immediately also revealed a smile, and continued in a low voice, "Brigadier Lin need not be surprised, my humble self has more interactions with the military world. I have also heard of Brigadier Lin's feat of rescuing the secret telegraph department from the savage mountains. Coupled with Brigadier Lin's appearance just now in the face of danger, this is how my humble servant was able to ascertain your identity." After making clear the process of his judgment, without waiting for Lin Yu to ask, the man extended his right hand and said, "To reacquaint myself, my humble self is the head of the Yunnan station of the military intelligence, Shindrunk." Chapter 154: Big Brother's Active Approach. Hearing the name Shindrunk, Lin Yu's head also worked quickly. Historically, wasn't Shindrunk the junta's Yunnan station that came on board in 43? How come it's only 42 years now and Shindrunk is taking over in Kunming? Lin Yu was a bit confused for a moment, but the person in front of him didn't seem to be lying. Moreover, there was no one who dared to take Shindrunk's name and lie about it. What's more, this person spoke in detail about his experiences. These were things that not just anyone could access. For a while, Lin Yu's head was also a bit down. In fact, it really wasn't the fault of the bystanders, this was actually Lin Yu's own trouble. Because Lin Yu's performance in front of the old man gave the old man too much confidence, especially the suggestion of setting up an arms factory in Burma. Although the army couldn't fight for a while, the old man was already a little impatient. Therefore, the old man also immediately instructed Dai's military intelligence to strengthen its intelligence work in the southwest, especially in western Yunnan and Burma. Thus, this has Shindrunken, who is the heart of Daiesa, to take office in Yunnan in advance. Coincidentally, Shindrunk was on the same flight as Lin Yu. Of course, with the capabilities of the military junta, it's a toss-up whether this is a coincidence or not. However, Lin Yu was obviously unaware of this. Moreover, even beating Lin Yu to death did not expect that on top of this inconspicuous airliner, he could actually run into such a big brother. Well, the reason. Therefore, calling it a bigot is no exaggeration. And such a great man was actually beside himself, how could this not shock Lin Yu? In an instant, Lin Yu seems to have thought of something: those 2 Japanese planes could not be rushing to this Daiasa's shadow, right? The more he thought about it, the more Lin Yu felt that this possibility was greater. After all, there were quite a few people who had just given their business cards, but most of them were out-of-touch businessmen. It may be true that they were non-rich, but they were not rich enough for the Japanese to send out planes to take care of them. Come to think of it, it was this military general in front of him, slightly worth the Japanese army to use airplanes to remove. After all, the Japanese officers and traders who died under Shindrunk's plan could be not a few. When he thought about this, Lin Yu's heart was also a bit teary-eyed. On the one hand, it was undoubtedly a good thing for him to be able to get to know such a big shot. On the other hand, because of this big shot, he had nearly buried himself in the sky, which really made Lin Yu a bit chagrined. But, in any case, the Japanese planes had been knocked out, the danger was over, and all that remained, naturally, was the harvest. Immediately, Lin Yu also set his mind right, and then stretched out his right hand, which was shaken with Shindrunk, saying, "Station Chief Shin, I've heard a lot about you." Yes, although Lin Yu was also quite impressed with this Station Chief Shin's ability and skill, it was obvious that Lin Yu didn't want to have too many encounters with this big brother. The reason is very simple. On the one hand, Lin Yu is Du Yuming's man, while Shindrunk is Dai's man. Although there is no contradiction between Du Yuming and Dai, it is not an alliance. Therefore, it is natural that the interactions between the subordinates of both parties should be discreet. On the other hand, although the junta side provided the army with military intelligence, the more important duties of the junta were anti-communist and anti-communist. As a traveler, Lin Yu, although he was currently only thinking about fighting the devils, he did not want to have too many interactions with the anti-communist military junta. It was a pity that while Lin Yu's performance was muted, Shindrunk on the other side was even more interested in Lin Yu. There was no way around it, Shindrunk had seen too many people in the army. After hearing his name, Shindrunk had seen those who flattered, those who despised, and even those who despised in their hearts while flattering in their mouths. The only one who had not seen Lin Yu like this, although he was slightly surprised, he was soon left high and dry. Shindrunk knew that only those who truly had no desire for themselves could have such a state of mind. However, how can such a lack of desire be permitted? Immediately, Shindrunk also spoke. "I know that Brigadier Lin's department will be the main force for the counterattack on Western Yunnan, and the most important task for me to go to Kunming is to provide military intelligence for the counterattack on Western Yunnan and Burma." Shindrunk's intentions are obvious. Don't you like to fight? Don't you want to get the credit? I have the most detailed information on the Japanese army here. Do you want it or not? If not? Saying that, Shindrunk also took out a business card from his own clothes pocket and then handed it to Lin Yu. You don't say. Shindrunk really poked at Lin Yu's soft underbelly. For information on the Japanese army, Lin Yu was of course begging for it. It was a pity that Shindrunk still somewhat underestimated Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu wanted information, he had no intention of relying on other channels at all. Defense or not, troop arrangement or not, Lin Yu has long been prepared to personally cross the river to scout. Not to mention, Lin Yu also has the support of the system. Therefore, the bait thrown out by Shindrunk appeared to be sweet-smelling, but for Lin Yu, it was not half as tempting. But well, Lin Yu obviously didn't want to cross paths with this big brother of the military junta either. Besides, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy in Kunming. If he could really get along with Shindrunk, Lin Yu would still be able to use Shindrunk's military intelligence to cover up the information he had obtained through the system. Why not? Thinking about this, Lin Yu immediately also took Shindrunk's business card with slight joy and then said, "Really? On the battlefield, intelligence is never a first-class important thing. In the future, I would also like to ask Station Chief Shin for more support in the future." Chapter 155 Accidentally Making Friends with a Big Brother of the Military Command. Upon hearing this, Shindrunk's heart also secretly said, "Sure enough." From this, for Lin Yu, Shindrunken's heart also had a judgment. This was a true and pure soldier, with his heart set on the military or war. Everything that has nothing to do with the military is irrelevant to him. On the contrary, he would give anything to win the war. You also don't say that Shindrunk is worthy of being a man of the military junta, and his vision of people is also first-class accurate. Although he had only had a short conversation with Lin Yu, his judgment of Lin Yu was even more than many of his fellow soldiers. And after having this overall judgment of Lin Yu, Shindrunk naturally knew where to direct his strength next. This is natural. Immediately, Shindrunken also spoke again. "Don't worry, elder brother Lin, Director Dai had explained before his departure that he must cooperate with the war on the Kunming side. Moreover, you and I are friends for life. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I'd be in pieces right now. But whenever old brother Lin has any needs, feel free to come to my brother." In a simple sentence, Shindrunk not only pointed out the fact that he had been authorized to come, but also successfully brought the relationship between the two closer again. And most importantly, Shindrunk had given Lin Yu a promise. This promise was just a casual remark for Shindrunk, but for an officer who longed for victory, it was a fatal temptation. As Lin Yu himself had said, intelligence work was never the most important work of war. The promise of a chief intelligence officer in Yunnan carries a great deal of weight. Of course, that's for the other regular officers. For Lin Yu, the intelligence of the military junta was not necessarily as good as his own. However, no matter what, Shindrunk was already folding his knuckles when he could say such words. Naturally, Lin Yu's heart was also clear that the reason why Drunk would fold his arms to himself was not only because he had just saved his life, but also because of Du Yuming who stood behind him. Even for Drunken's excessive enthusiasm, Lin Yu was a bit skeptical as to whether it was a coincidence or intentional that he was on the same plane as this station chief Shin. But, no matter what, Drunk, as a major general station commander, was able to take such initiative, so naturally Lin Yu could no longer be ambiguous. In that case, Lin Yu is also here to thank old brother first. Lin Yu immediately also climbed up the pole, saying, if there is an opportunity, brother will also convey old brother's goodwill to army seat Du. Lin Yu's words were also very uptight, seemingly thanking Drunk, but in reality, it was also a statement conveying goodwill to military commander Du was a statement. Of course, when and how to convey it would depend on Drunk's sincerity next, and as to whether or not they could befriend, or even cooperate, it was not for Lin Yu to decide. Seeing that Lin Yu was so receptive, Drunk was naturally quite satisfied. Immediately, the two also tried to compliment each other once again. A friendly conversation was exchanged, and the plane gradually descended, and after a slight bump plus friction, the scarred airliner finally landed smoothly. The moment the cabin door slowly opened, a group of passengers did not care about many, they are towards the exit. On the contrary, it was the two of them, Lin Yu and Drunk, who were still sitting steadily. It wasn't until everyone had basically finished going out that Lin Yu and Drunk slowly got up with a few military personnel and walked towards the exit gangway. And with the hot wind with the smell of nitrous smoke, wrapped in the smell of mud, Lin Yu, who was standing at the exit, couldn't help but shiver. I thought that after such a long time, my feelings had calmed down, but until I really stood at this exit and looked at the huge sun, a feeling of aftermath came out from the bottom of my heart. Tightly grasping the gangway, Lin Yu's legs were as heavy as lead, and every step seemed to be a final gain with the god of death. When the boots, stained with the blood of his fellow passengers, finally touched solid ground, Lin Yu's entire body almost sat down. This is of course the fear of death, which even true handsomes are still in awe of. Or rather, the more warriors they are, the more they understand that life is not easy, and the more they are in awe of death. Therefore, dizziness or weakness in the feet is perfectly normal. However, Drunk beside him was still there, and Lin Yu couldn't stop admonishing himself in his mind that he mustn't fall down, so he didn't sit down on his butt. Only, what Lin Yu didn't know was that in fact, the Drunk on the side wasn't any better, and at the moment, his legs and stomach were also turning straight up. Fortunately, after Drunk came down, a group of military intelligence personnel dressed in Black Mountain uniforms greeted him and surrounded him, which aptly blocked part of Lin Yu's line of sight and avoided embarrassment. Brigadier Lin, why don't we go together? In the crowd, Drunk, who had taken a slight reprieve, also turned back and pointed at his convoy, trying to invite. Thank you, Station Commander Shin, but there are already arrangements on Army Commander Du's side, so I'll come back and bother you next time, old brother. Lin Yu immediately also shook his head and refused. Although on the airplane, Lin Yu and Drunk had already called themselves brothers, the two of them maintained a considerable distance in public. And as a person of Army Commander Du, Lin Yu naturally couldn't get into someone else's car at will. It was never because Lin Yu didn't even have the energy to walk around right now. Of course, Drunk was only slightly polite. Seeing Lin Yu refused, Drunk naturally also understand his meaning, immediately did not force, then said, see you in the future, is in the side of the heart of the support of the car into the car. Looking at the fleet of cars that were heading away, Lin Yu also sat down on the edge of the runway immediately, his hands touching the hot gravel. The rough touch came from his fingertips, and only at this moment did Lin Yu truly believe that he had survived. The noisy chatter of the ground crew was heard in the distance, the roar of the propellers subsided, and only the ringing in his ears remained buzzing in his head. Lin Yu tilted his head up and looked at the still slightly trembling fighter, the bullet hole-riddled metal skin of the fuselage glowing coldly in the sunlight, and strips of cloth torn by the air currents still lingering on the wings. The memories of the 9 deaths in the air just now came like a tidal wave, pieces of the hull torn apart by the machine gun grazing the cheeks, several bodies lifted by the air currents into the azure sky, and that damned dog-eared Japanese flag. Letting out a long breath, it was as if Lin Yu could hear his own violent heartbeat gradually overlapping with the pulse of the land. Kid, what are you waiting for? A mechanic wearing goggles pushed a tool cart past, raising dust in Lin Yu's face. Hearing the mechanic's angry shout, Lin Yu, however, suddenly laughed out, with a few moments of madness after the robbery. Chapter 156, Airport Review in Progress. This choking dust, hot asphalt, and pungent smell of aviation fuel all became the best things in the world in Lin Yu's eyes. Greedily, he took a deep breath, his chest filling with air mixed with smoke. Stimulated by the pungent breath, Lin Yu also finally got back on his feet. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu used his feet, which were still slightly soft, to fiercely crush the ground, as if he wanted to carve this sense of solidity into his bone marrow. Just after Lin Yu got up, an engine roar sounded from the runway behind him. Looking back, 2 military jeeps were rapidly approaching. Since all the other passengers had already left, Lin Yu certainly knew that the 2 cars must have come to pick him up. Sure enough, before the jeep stopped, a familiar figure jumped down from the jeep. Who else would it be if it wasn't Chief of Staff Luo of the 5th Army? Before Lin Yu could go forward to greet him, Chief of Staff Luo had already rushed to Lin Yu. Immediately afterward, Chief of Staff Luo even patted Lin Yu's body up and down, saying, "How is it? Are you alright? Where are you hurt?" "Don't worry, Senator, it's all good. Not even a scratch on the skin. The little brats want to kill me. Go in your next life." Lin Yu immediately said with a smile as well. "It's good that it's okay, it's good that it's okay." Chief of Staff Luo also said with palpitations, "I only realized that you encountered Japanese planes on this flight when the military commander called." "The military commander knows about it too?" Lin Yu said with some surprise. "Of course." Chief of Staff Luo immediately nodded as well. The military seat is the deputy director of the Kunming camp, and the fighters are deployed, and even though they are under Chenault's command, they all have to be reported to the military seat. "So?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "It's a good thing our fighters came quickly, otherwise." Listening to Lin Yu's words, Chief of Staff Luo also subconsciously looked at the airliner that was being towed by the tractor. And when Chief of Staff Luo saw the large hole in the center of the cabin that had been torn apart as well as the densely packed bullet holes, his heart was not immune to some heart palpitations. What's going on? Why are there Japanese planes? After Kunming strengthened its air defense, Japanese planes rarely come. Chief of Staff Luo then also asked with a slight frown. "Not sure." Lin Yu also shook his head and said, "However, on the airplane, I met Shin Drunkenshin, the head of the Yunnan station of the military junta." Lin Yu knew very well that he definitely couldn't hide the fact that he knew Shin Drunk. In that case, it would have been better to inform Chief of Staff Law from the beginning. However, even when he was told, Lin Yu had taken a euphemistic approach, not to mention directly saying that he had saved Shin Drunk's life to give it away. For no other reason, Lin Yu knew that as a soldier, most of them were somewhat resistant to the existence of the military junta. After all, apart from collecting military intelligence, the military intelligence also had the duty of supervising military officers and purging internal traitors. There were even quite a few officers who had been invited to tea by the military intelligence. Even at the position of Luo's chief of staff, he wasn't actually afraid of the military junta or anything anymore. However, as a subordinate, Lin Yu could not bet on whether or not Chief of Staff Luo had a view of the military junta. In any case, Lin Yu always remembered that his basic disc was still in the 5th Army. But Chief of Staff Luo, who heard the name Shin Drunk, didn't have so many thoughts, and after a slight surprise, he said, "That's right." "Huh? Senator, are you saying that this group of Japanese planes are rushing towards Station Chief Shin Drunkenshin?" Lin Yu slightly lowered his voice and said, "It's highly likely that it is." Chief of Staff Luo also nodded and said, "The gossip is that the military junta has just launched a large-scale assassination in Nanjing targeting the traitor Wang Jingwei and his men, and although Wang Jingwei was lucky enough to escape, he killed and wounded more than a dozen people. And the planning of this operation is said to be this Shin Drunkenshin war chief." "This person, so powerful?" Lin Yu asked somewhat knowingly. It couldn't be helped that at Lin Yu's level, it was logical that he shouldn't know about Shin Drunk's deeds. "Aha!" Listening to Lin Yu's question, Chief of Staff Luo also nodded, and then continued, "He is one of Dai's right-hand men, his abilities are indeed quite outstanding, and he can be called a think tank in general. In addition, this station Chief Shen has come here to reorganize the intelligence network in the southwest. As such, the military commander also sent a special telegram asking me to cooperate well with this station Chief Shen. I think, no matter if it is out of revenge or out of a relationship to stop it from establishing an intelligence network, the sudden appearance of the Japanese plane should have nothing to do with this station Commander Shin." Chief of Staff Luo then also made a judgment. "Damn it, I've suffered an undeserved disaster," Lin Yu said in a timely rage. However, upon hearing Lin Yu's complaint, Chief of Staff Luo was puzzled and looked at Lin Yu, asking, logically speaking, Shin Drunk. Including the name and position should be top secret. Chief of Staff Luo's meaning couldn't be more obvious. "Lin Yu, how did you know the name and position of this big brother?" "It's not my fault, it was him who took the initiative to tell me." Lin Yu immediately explained as well, he didn't want to be misunderstood by Chief of Staff Luo. "Took the initiative to say that?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Chief of Staff Luo was even more puzzled as he looked at Lin Yu. The look was as if to say, "You, a small colonel brigadier general, can make a major general of the junta take the initiative to introduce himself?" Lin Yu naturally read the doubt in Chief of Staff Luo's eyes, and considering that Chief of Staff Luo didn't seem to have much of a problem with the military junta in his previous words, Lin Yu immediately gave an honest account as well. It might have something to do with the fact that I saved his life on the plane." Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also informed Chief of Staff Luo of the scenes that had occurred on the airplane, including how he had pulled Shin drunk and thus saved him. After listening to Lin Yu's description, Chief of Staff Luo couldn't help but look Lin Yu up and down again, and then even sighed, "You kid, you're really the tip of the people everywhere." Without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, Chief of Staff Luo spoke again. "It seems that this station commander Shin is also quite cognizant of you. It doesn't matter if he recognizes it or not, it's only important that the military commander and senator recognize it." Lin Yu then also hemmed and hawed. Obviously, Lin Yu's words were both an expression of loyalty, but also more of a pat on the back for Chief of Staff Luo. You don't have to say, this as kissing went down, and even Chief of Staff Luo was quite flattered. Immediately, the joy on Chief of Staff Luo's face increased, saying, "You kid. This is also considered a blessing in disguise for you kid." Chief of Staff Luo then also continued, "To have the regard of such a junta station chief is also a good thing for you. It's only right to seize it well." "Senator, what do you mean?" Lin Yu then asked, also following Chief of Staff Luo's words. Chapter 157 Befriending the Military Intelligence? It's okay. In the future, when we counterattack Burma, we will also need less support from the military intelligence side. Chief of Staff Luo then also went on to say, "Since we have this encounter, keep your contact with this station commander Shin, which is also for the sake of the war effort afterward." "Understand?" "Yes." Lin Yu immediately agreed as well, "I understand." "Good." Nodding his head, Chief of Staff Luo also waved his hand and said, "Go, get on the car, I'll give you a pick-me-up and pressure." At these words, Lin Yu was looking at the sun that was still in the middle of the sky, but did not take action. Instead, he opened his mouth to Chief of Staff Luo, "Senator, let's forget about the pressure, I want to go back to Bashan as soon as possible. If we leave now, we'll be there by evening. If I have dinner, I'll have to stay another day." Seemingly afraid that Chief of Staff Luo would be unhappy, Lin Yu immediately explained once again, "I haven't seen the troops for almost 10 days, and my heart is really a little." Although the words are not finished, but Luo Chief of Staff has already understood, an officer after leaving their own troops after the feeling, like a mother left the child is still nursing, that really is not good to eat, sleep is not good to sleep. Therefore, in the face of Lin Yu's request, Chief of Staff Luo didn't refuse, but instead agreed painfully, "Good. Li." Turning his head, Chief of Staff Luo also called out to the driver of the jeep. "Arrived." The driver immediately stood up from the driver's seat and replied, "Send Brigadier Lin to Baoshan." Chief of Staff Luo then instructed, "Be sure to pay attention to safety on the road." "Yes." Driver Little Li also immediately agreed. The Lin Yu in front of him also immediately stood upright and saluted, "Many thanks, Senator. You're welcome for being a member of your own family. Bringing the troops well is the greatest thanks." Chief of Staff Luo saw this but gently waved his hand and said. Chief of Staff Luo could do as he pleased, but Lin Yu knew he couldn't. Immediately, Lin Yu once again stood upright again and said, "Yes, Senator, don't worry." Nodding slightly, Chief of Staff Luo also gave a big wave of his hand and then instructed, "Go. Get to Bashan early and try not to take the night route." "Yes." Lin Yu also agreed once again. And before stepping onto the jeep, Lin Yu turned back and added, "Senator, what happened on the airplane, do I need to report it to the military seat?" Of course, Chief of Staff Luo knew that Lin Yu was not only talking about its safe landing, but more importantly, about that station chief Shin of the junta. After a little thought, Chief of Staff Luo spoke up, "Just go without fear, I'll be there for the military commander." "Yes, thank you, Senator." Lin Yu sniffed and said no more, just stood up on the jeep and saluted. With a wave of his hand, the jeep had started. With the sound of the engine rumbling, the jeep was already carrying Lin Yu to Baoshan. And with Lin Yu's departure, Chief of Staff Luo also got into another jeep, and then he was back in the line office. After a little preparation, Chief of Staff Luo picked up the phone and said, "This is Luo Yueluan, picking up Chongqing, Deputy Director Du Yumingdu." After 2 busy beeps, the call was quickly answered. "How about? Is Lin Yu alright?" Without even identifying himself, Du Yuming's urgent voice had already sounded in the microphone. "Don't worry, military seat, this brat Lin Yu didn't hurt half a hair. Chief of Staff Luo also replied immediately. That's good, that's good. Hearing Chief of Staff Luo's words, Du Yuming on the other end of the phone was obviously greatly relieved. However, this brat is also a monkey, and has to cause some trouble everywhere he goes. Before Du Yuming could completely relax, Chief of Staff Luo spoke again. This kid can cause trouble even in the sky? Du asked suspiciously, this Japanese airplane, it couldn't be Lin Yu causing trouble, could it? That's not true. Chief of Staff Luo then went on to explain, it can't be said that this brat is causing trouble, on the contrary, he really got lucky and saved a big shot. And that big shot is perhaps the target of the Japanese army this time. Oh? What's going on here? Du continued to ask. That's right. Chief of Staff Luo then proceeded to repeat the reports Lin Yu had given himself one by one to Du Yuming. Hey, this brat, he's still as bright as ever. Du Yuming immediately gave the same conclusion as Chief of Staff Luo, it seems that within a few years, I'm afraid he'll have to surpass you and me. However, no matter what, being able to save Shin drunk is a good thing. After a slight sigh, Du also regained his composure, and then also analyzed, whether it's for the country, or for him personally, it's a good thing. Well, he, Daesa, will have to treat me to a good meal as well. Du then joked as well. It just so happens that you are in Chungking, this is really a good opportunity. Chief of Staff Luo instantly laughed as well, this expedition, besides the British army dragging their feet, the failures in intelligence are also visible to the naked eye. And the junta does have a knack for intelligence. I heard that last year's great victory in Changsha was related to the intelligence provided by Dai's junta. Immediately, Luo Chief of Staff is also a slight pause, looked around to determine that there is no one, only then lowered his voice and said, military seat, I think, is not it also can take this opportunity to talk to the side of the Daijia military junta. After all, regardless of the future counterattack in western Yunnan, or in the domestic combat, the intelligence war we can no longer suffer losses. I understand what you mean. Du Yuming on the other end also nodded his head and agreed, over here, while I'm still in Chongqing, I'll find time to try to communicate with Dai. As for the Kunming side, you can let Lin Yu keep in touch with the junta. Aha! After a slight tear, Du also asked, where's that brat man, next to you? Needless to say, in response to the matter of military integration, Du Yuming was also prepared to personally explain with Lin Yu. But unfortunately, Lin Yu wasn't at Chief of Staff Luo's side. Already gone, just picked him up from the airport, then directly took the car to Baoshan, I was unable to stop it. Luo Chief of Staff immediately said rather helplessly. This is indeed this brat's style. Du on the opposite side also cried and laughed. Never mind, it's up to you to convey it to him. Du then also continued, tell him that there's no need to be burdened, and that the junta is also our friendly army. Right. Du continued, just treat the junta's people as if they were ordinary friendly soldiers and get along. Tell Lin Yu, as long as you train your soldiers well and fight the battle well, I'm there for everything, I can't cover it, there's still the principle behind you. Yes, I understand. Chief of Staff Luo immediately responded as well. Alright, that's all for now then. After arranging everything, Du then hung up the phone as well. With that, the Chief of Staff Luo on this end also hung up the phone. Chapter 158 Miscellaneous Soldiers Blocking the Doorway. This side Du Yuming and Luo Chief of Staff are discussing, but the hero of this call, Lin Yu, is still struggling to advance on the 9 winding roads of Yunnan. Because he had gotten an order from Chief of Staff Luo to get to Baoshan before nightfall, this driver, Little Li, also went out on a limb. It was obviously a military jeep, but he drove it hard like an AE-86. One might even say that, aside from the tawdry maneuvering of the aqueduct cornering, this is an AE-86. Such a fast speed, coupled with the winding highway in Yunnan, that is, Lin Yu this iron body, to change an ordinary person, must be vomited to death. Sparing Lin Yu, as time passed, his stomach gradually flipped a bit. Luckily, today Lin Yu's stomach was still empty, so even if he wanted to vomit, he couldn't vomit anything. Of course, such a drastic racing is not without effect. Almost stepping on the last meaningful afterglow of the sun, driver Little Li also sent Lin Yu to Baoshan County. However, just after entering the county, Lin Yu felt that the atmosphere seemed a little off. Though the people coming and going in the city had become much less, there was an air of tension in the air. What's the situation? Lin Yu, sitting in the jeep, frowned slightly. Not waiting for Lin Yu to find the source of the nervousness, the jeep had already driven to the entrance of the brigade department of the police brigade. The scene in front of him, however, almost made Lin Yu's nose go askew. But C should be empty. Brigade department entrance is now sandbags piled up, improvised fortifications, fortification periphery, and even barricades, barbed wire, all used, just one minefield. His brigade headquarters can be directly transformed into a real position. Moreover, looking at the dark and shiny light machine guns and yellow bullets placed in the middle of that fortification, it didn't look like a maneuver or anything else. Even worse, just a dozen meters in front of the fortifications, a group of dozens of people in various colors of uniforms just stood there, making a lot of noise, as if they were protesting and as if they would attack at any moment. As the jeep's brakes sounded, everyone's eyes gathered in Lin Yu's direction. Immediately, Zhao Buotao, who was wearing a colonel's uniform, and Liao Shang, who was wearing a major's uniform, were hurriedly running over from that entrance position. Before Lin Yu could ask, Zhao Buotao immediately took the initiative to introduce the general situation. Originally, the well-equipped police brigade arrived in Baoshan City. It is a violation of the public anger, a neatly dressed, plus excellent equipment, and from Kunming to transfer a car and a car of supplies, soon let the troops stranded in Baoshan City red. Especially when they learned that the soldiers of the police brigade were paid double pay, their jealousy was completely out of control. It is no wonder that a small police brigade has so much oil, which called the other so-called Central Army direct line troops how to see, how to think. At first, this was only the behavior of a small number of individuals, and it was only an altercation at first, but it soon escalated into a brawl. Immediately afterward, almost hordes of warriors joined in, and eventually the situation even expanded to include all the garrison troops in the city of Baoshan. There were even scenes of armed fighting at one point, and although no one has died yet, the development and spread of the situation has really exceeded the expectations of the police brigade. As a last resort, Zhao Buotao could only strengthen the garrison of the brigade headquarters to strictly prevent uncontrollable situations. Listening to Zhao Buotao's words, Lin Yu was really scared out of his wits. This is Baoshan. It's not too much to say that it's the front core of the entire Nujiang defense line. Once there is civil unrest here, and the brats take the opportunity to attack, it is not impossible for the entire New River defense line to have a collapse. Once the New River is lost, Kunming will be almost undefended. Kunming is now the main artery of China's resistance to Japan. If it is cut off, the anti-Japanese situation in the country is bound to take a sharp turn for the worse. I'm afraid this matter, not to mention Lin Yu, even if its army commander do, I'm afraid he can't afford it. Unable to help it, Lin Yu also smelled a hint of intrigue from it. He didn't believe that this group of yet-to-be-collected troops within Baoshan City would dare to confront his own regular troops, and even if they did, how could they possibly work together to develop a brawl on such a scale, and, moreover, spread so rapidly? It is obvious that there is bound to be an invisible hand behind all this. Even more, there is more than just one hand driving behind this. According to Lin Yu's analysis, there should be someone within the National Army who was jealous of himself and the police brigade, and therefore wanted to make some karma towards himself in this way, but then, it was the little brats who took advantage of it. This is what caused the incident to escalate and even get out of hand, so to speak. I guess the black hand within the National Army is shaking in its boots at this point. Thinking about this, Lin Yu's eyes also looked towards the group of stragglers. His eyes even more quickly flashed a smear of murderous intent. Brat, I have not yet found your trouble, you were sent to open the door. Then don't blame your grandpa. Lin's knife is fast. However, before dealing with this black hand behind the scenes, Lin Yu had something more important. No matter what happened inside Baoshan City, the New River defense line must not have problems. Where's Wu Rui? Lin Yu then asked as well. Deputy Brigade Commander Wu led 2 battalions, 1 and 2, forward out of the New River front and took over the New River defense line. Zhao Buotao immediately replied as well. Hearing Zhao Buotao's reply, Lin Yu also nodded in satisfaction and said, very good. One had to admit that these 2 deputies under Lin Yu had really given Lin Yu a surprise. Although their lack of vigor in handling the armed fights has made the situation bad, at least they have grasped the main conflicts clearly and have not allowed the situation to become completely rotten. Even the reason why the brats have not been launched until now is not unrelated to Wu Rui's timely reinforcement of the Nujiang River defense line. As for Lin Yu at this moment, as long as the Nujiang River defense line was unhindered, he would be able to completely let go of dealing with things within Baoshan City. What to do with it? Of course it's an example to be made and taken down completely. Lin Yu wasn't interested in wasting his time on reasoning with these people, and furthermore, Lin Yu believed that even if he reasoned, no one would listen. As for the name in which to take down this group of people, Lin Yu also immediately thought of it. You have to know that Lin Yu is not only the brigade commander of the Baoshan Police Brigade, but he is also the commander of the Baoshan Police. Counterinsurgency in the name of the commander of the Baoshan Police Force, which is hardly more than a name. Thinking of this point, Lin Yu immediately also turned his head and looked at the group of scattered soldiers. At the same time, the system map in his mind was also opened. Chapter 159, Thunderous Measures, Controlling the Field. As far as the eye could see, among the vast number of gray dots, several red dots representing the enemy were also particularly conspicuous. There really are little devils, Lin Yu said in secret surprise in his heart. And when Lin Yu put his sight on the entire Bashan city, what he saw was also even more shocking to Lin Yu. It turned out that within this small Bashan city, there were actually hundreds of red dots hidden. This was simply penetrating through Bashan city. Good thing too. More, Grandpa's sword has long been hungry and thirsty, Lin Yu once again said secretly in his heart. After a little thought, Lin Yu's mind already had a whole plan. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also opened his mouth to think about Liao Shang, who was at the side, and asked, "What about your 4th Battalion?" "It's on standby at brigade headquarters." Liao Shang immediately replied, "Ready for battle." Obviously, Liao Shang, who had followed Lin Yu out from the Savage Mountain, had sensed the strong killing intent in Lin Yu's heart. And after hearing that there were enough troops, Lin Yu's heart was also greatly relieved and he said, "Good." Nodding slightly, Lin Yu then ordered Zhao Buotao, have the guard company first control all of the group of people in front of them. "Brigade commander, this." Zhao Buotao looked at Lin Yu with some difficulty and said, "It's not appropriate, right? They are from a friendly army after all." Of course Lin Yu knew what he was worried about. These troops weren't their team. Zhao Buotao naturally didn't dare to dispose of them arbitrarily. However, Zhao Buotao, who was born in the provisional 55th Division, did not dare to do anything, but Lin Yu, who is the heart of the deputy director of the Kunming camp, does not need to have any scruples at all. Not to mention, according to the system, Lin Yu is pretty sure of the Japanese involvement. Immediately, Lin Yu also calmly said too, "Don't forget, besides being the brigade commander of our police brigade, I am also the commander of the Baoshan Police Command. I have the right to supervise all the troops stationed in Baoshan City." As the words fell, Lin Yu immediately also waved his hand and said, "I suspect that there are Japanese spies present in this group. Now, in the name of the commander of the Baoshan Police Command, I order to take down this group of rebels, and if there is any resistance, suppress them on the spot. Especially the ones leading the group, pull them out for me." Hearing Lin Yu's murderous order, Zhao Buotao knew that this brigade commander of his was not joking, and immediately also stood upright and agreed, "Yes." With that, Zhao Buotao also quickly walked towards the middle of the position. And a group of stifled for a long time the police brigade fighters, after getting the order, are also one after another with rifles from the fortification jumped out, and rushed straight to the protest and the scattered soldiers. Where did the group of stragglers think that the people of the police brigade would actually dare to make a move on themselves? They were all dumbfounded at once. The few who still wanted to arch the fire, but also immediately ushered in a head-on attack from the soldiers of the police brigade. For a while, the wailing also resounded through the mouth of the brigade department of the police brigade. Turning his head, Lin Yu did not look at the scene of 13 sticks in 1 second, but continued to order Liao Shang, in the name of the commander of the Baoshan Police Command, 1 hour from now, Baoshan City will be put on first-degree alert, and the whole city will be put under martial law, with all roads and airports shut down, and all transportation facilities closed. All brigade troops, with the exception of the 1st and 2nd battalions along the New River and the Guard Company, Fire Company and Artillery Battalion stationed at the brigade headquarters, immediately took to the streets on duty and blocked off the streets. After the beginning of martial law, all activities were illegal, and those who openly violated the law were directly suppressed and arrested after warnings were ineffective. You take your men and occupy the 4 gates first, and from this moment on, Baoshan City will allow no one to enter or leave. Yes, brigade commander, you'll see. Liao Shang immediately agreed. As the words fell, Liao Shang also immediately ran towards the inside of the brigade headquarters. It was no wonder why Liao Shang was so agitated. It was really because he and the soldiers of the police brigade had been suffocated during these days of Lin Yu's absence. Now that he had Lin Yu's backing after a long time, Liao Shang naturally galloped like a wild horse out of control. While looking at the agitated Liao Shang who went away, Lin Yu remained very calm, and then he also said to the driver, Shaoli, who was beside him, Shaoli, it's also late today, so you can go to the brigade headquarters and stay there temporarily, and you can go back after I've taken care of Baoshan City. Yes. The driver who had sent Lin Yu back didn't have any second thoughts and immediately agreed. Immediately, Lin Yu also stepped over the stragglers who were being beaten, and straight away, he stepped into the brigade headquarters. For Lin Yu, dealing with things within Baoshan City was simple, the hard part was how to deal with the aftermath. After all, Lin Yu, as the commander of the police, did have the right, though, to dispose of these soldiers who had snapped. But after all, These soldiers were of a complex composition, and it would certainly be best if they had a stronger endorsement. At the same time, Lin Yu was also considering how to maximize the benefits of this event. Suppressing the unrest in the city and controlling the situation was only the most basic goal. Hanging the spies of the little devils in the city, digging out the black hand behind the scenes to make an example of them, and then establishing his absolute prestige in the Bashan area, is Lin Yu's ultimate goal for this big move. Since they dared to lay hands on their own police brigade, whether they were in the National Army or in the Japanese Army, they were bound to be prepared to be uprooted. And since Lin Yu had done it, he was bound to make things worse. Lin Yu would never allow, under his own nose, on the line of Bashan, any more unsettling factors to appear. With this thought, the hesitant Lin Yu also came to the telephone. At this moment, Lin Yu wanted to broadcast 2 phone calls. One, naturally, was to report to Chief of Staff Luo and Kunming. After all, his movements in Baoshan were not insignificant, and instead of explaining them afterward, it would be better to report them beforehand. The second, on the other hand, was to give a big gift to the big junta man he had just met. It was not that Lin Yu wanted to climb up to this station chieftain, only that the brat spies could only be maximized in the hands of the military junta. Of course, while giving a big gift to the military junta, the black hand behind the scenes in the National Army, Lin Yu was also prepared to use the military junta's wrist to pull out. Slightly organizing his words, Lin Yu was then about to pick up the phone. It was also at this moment that this phone in front of Lin Yu was suddenly ringing. Quickly picking up the phone, a familiar voice also came from the microphone. "This is Luo Yueluan. Has your brigade commander returned?" "Senator, I'm Lin Yu." Lin Yu immediately also spoke and replied, "Just arrived at the brigade headquarters." "Hee, this is a coincidence." Chief of Staff Luo also laughed. "How was it? Was the journey still smooth?" "Thanks to the senator's blessing, this journey back was still very smooth." Lin Yu then replied as well. Obviously, Lin Yu still had half a sentence left unsaid, and that was, "But back in Bashan, things didn't go too well." And the opposite side of the Luo chief of staff apparently did not realize Lin Yu words in the wit, and then also continued to say. Chapter 160, 2 phone calls to leave behind. Chief of Staff Luo then continued, "It's good that it went well. In addition, I've already contacted the military seat, and the military seat said that it's a good thing to be able to save Shin drunk, no matter if it's for the country or for you personally. The military commander specially instructed that there's no need to have any burden. The junta is also our friendly army. Just treat the people in the military organization as if they were ordinary friends. As long as you train your soldiers well, fight the war well, everything has the military seat can't cover, there is still the principle behind it." Hearing Chief of Staff Luo's words, Lin Yu simply laughed out loud. This was simply a case of whatever he wanted. Immediately, Lin Yu also stood upright and replied, "Yes, thank you, military commander, thank you, counselor." Not waiting for the opposite side of the Luo chief of staff to hang up the phone, Lin Yu was the first to speak. "Senator, there is really something that needs to be reported to you at this moment." When these words came out, the heart of Chief of Staff Luo on the other end instantly thumped as well. Lin Yu, I've kind of realized that I just can't get in touch with you. Every time, you manage to fix me up with something." Chief of Staff Luo also said rather helplessly. Hearing Chief of Staff Luo's tirade, Lin Yu also scratched his head helplessly, but defended, "Senator, I don't want to this thing it just found me one after another, I can't help it." "Alright, you tell me, what kind of good thing have you gotten me into again?" Chief of Staff Luo didn't dwell on it, and immediately asked as well. "Yes." Lin Yu immediately reported everything he had seen at the mouth of the brigade sector, including his own analysis and the actions he had taken, to Chief of Staff Luo in a brainwave. "It's against them, daring to block the door of the brigade headquarters." Chief of Staff Luo was then furious as well. But then, Chief of Staff Luo went on to ask, "Can you be sure that there are little devils meddling behind this?" 99%. Lin Yu immediately nodded his head and responded. If it wasn't for the sake of maintaining modesty, it wouldn't have been impossible for Lin Yu to report at 10%. After all, the system's map was a bright red dot. Then what else is there to say? Just do it. Capture the ghosts, even if it's to the old man, we're not afraid. Luo Chief of Staff immediately also expressed his position. Yes. Lin Yu immediately agreed. However, I'm thinking if it's possible to pull the Generalissimo in, for one thing, so we can have an ally, and for another, for the brat spies, they're the ones who are specialized. You're the commander of the Baoshan City Police, just aside. Chief of Staff Luo immediately waved his hand and said, "Don't come to me for everything, I'm busy too, okay?" "Yes, humble servant understands what to do." Lin Yu immediately also stood upright and agreed. Hearing, although Luo chief of staff said on the mouth regardless of, but again instructed, a word, kill the ghosts, the sky collapsed, there is a taller top, you let go to do it on the line. It had to be said that chief of staff Luo really had no words for Lin Yu. With that, the two also exchanged goodbyes and both hung up the phone. While waiting slightly, Lin Yu picked up the phone again and said, "This is Brigadier General Lin Yu of the Baoshan Police Brigade, please connect me to Director Shin Drunkenshin of the Junta Yunnan Station." There were 2 more beeps, and the call was soon answered. "Lin Yu, old brother." A cheerful voice then rang in the phone, "Not Shin Drunkshin Station Chief is Morhu, how so soon you want to old brother me?" "Elder brother Shin is joking." Lin Yu immediately laughed as well. Thereupon, with a light cough, Lin Yu also spoke again, "Elder brother Shin, I have a congratulatory gift here that I would like to offer to elder brother, to congratulate elder brother on his new endeavors. I don't know if you'll accept it?" "Congratulatory gift?" Shin Drunk was a bit baffled for a moment. Although he didn't know what it meant, Shin Drunk still replied painfully, "Since it's old brother Lin's, I'll naturally accept it, old brother. But this gift is a bit heavy, and we still need old brother to send someone to Baoshan City to personally pick it up." Lin Yu then also proceeded to sell his words. "Elder brother Lin, don't sell yourself short." Shin Drunk then also said helplessly, "What exactly is the gift that makes old brother's heart itch?" "Ha ha." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also laughed out once again, and then also continued, "Nothing, it's just dozens of Japanese army spies." This word, the opposite side of the Shin Drunk immediately also stood up, followed by a sharp voice also erupted from the phone, said, "Japanese army spies, and dozens of them?" After calming down a bit, Shin Drunk also changed his tone to a serious one and said, "Elder brother Lin, this can't be a joke. Don't worry, old brother Shin, the quantity is only a little more." Lin Yu immediately also spoke calmly, "Although there are only a few small fish in my brother's hand right now, the number in the back is definitely quite a lot. However, whether there are any big fish among them, or whether they are all small fish and shrimps, this I don't know." "What?" Although Lin Yu saw from the system map that there were dozens of ghosts in the city, but now that Lin Yu didn't have a head of brats on his hands, he was directly certain that there were dozens of ghosts. Wouldn't he be exposing the system? To be honest, it really wouldn't. It's a simple matter of deductive arithmetic. There are several heads of ghosts among the dozens at the door, and this group of stragglers isn't the only group blocking the door. That makes all the brats hiding in the soldiers at least a dozen or so. Add to that the fact that so many people are eating, drinking, and living in the center, and you're bound to need someone. Therefore, it was naturally logical for Lin Yu to judge that there were dozens of Japanese troops in this regard. However, Lin Yu, who was a soldier, obviously didn't know what that number meant to the military junta. Unceremoniously, this credit can easily let an unheard of minion into the eyes of Daesa, not to say that directly as the station commander at least go to a B station as an action team leader, that is still easy. Likewise, this credit was equally valuable to Shin Drunk, who was new to the city. After all, to open up the situation, what Shin Drunken lacked the most was real credit. Although he didn't know where Lin Yu had found dozens of Japanese spies in just half a day's absence, but hearing Lin Yu's words with such confidence, Shin Drunk naturally didn't have any reason not to believe it. After a little hesitation, Shin Drunk spoke, "Older brother, your gift is really a little too heavy. In this way, I'll let the station chief of Baoshan Station go over to cooperate with you, and I'll leave overnight and arrive at Baoshan tomorrow morning. Do you think it's okay?" "No problem." Lin Yu immediately agreed with alacrity. "Old brother, you must be careful, don't let the brats go ah." This can be related to the old brother. I cannot sit firmly in this station chief position, even if it is a small fish and shrimp, really dozens of them. For the old brother, it is also a great merit ah. Shin Drunk then also instructed. Chapter 161, The Spy is Exposed. "Don't worry, old brother, I've already ordered the entire city to be under martial law, even a mosquito won't be able to fly out of Baoshan City." Lin Yu immediately reassured again. "Good. Elder brother Lin, I'll see you in Baoshan City. See you in Baoshan." After saying that, the two of them also hung up the phone in silence. Also during Lin Yu's call to Kunming, Liao Shang had already transmitted Lin Yu's order to all battalions, and the 4th Battalion, which was a reinforced battalion, immediately occupied the ancient city wall of Baoshan with arms, completely blocking the major transportation routes in and out of Baoshan. The remaining 3 battalions and the troops directly under the brigade headquarters also began blocking off the streets as Lin Yu had requested. As for the dozens of people in front of the brigade department, they were even more obediently softened by the education of the rifle butt, and all of them squatted in a corner of the playground with their hands on their heads. "Brigadier! Not waiting for Lin Yu to go out to check the situation, Zhao Buotao burst in with great fury. Really, there really are little devils. Zhao Buotao, who couldn't catch his breath, opened his mouth and broke out the great news. Speak slowly, there's no need to rush. Lin Yu, however, remained very calm and said. Yes. Gulping, Zhao Buotao also continued, in the group of people outside the door, the little devils were really found. Although this result Lin Yu is not surprised, but I have not even interrogated it, how can you already found the little kid? Oh. Immediately, Lin Yu was curious and asked, how did you find out? It's like this. Zhao Buotao immediately described, in the process of arresting the person, perhaps the fight was hard, the ghost even blurted out a baka, just by our soldiers heard. Several people then pulled the man out, peeled off his pants and took a look, and it was really his mother's crotchcloth. Hearing Zhao Buotao's description, Lin Yu also cried and laughed a little. These brats are really bad, so easily exposed. However, this saved Lin Yu a lot of things. Are the people under control? Lin Yu asked immediately. Of course. Zhao Buotao immediately nodded his head and said, it's as firm as tying up a small chicken. Aha! Lin Yu nodded, then continued to set up 3 things. First, this may not be the only brat in these people. First, strip everyone's pants off, anyone wearing a bib, arrest them for me. Second, these brats, they're to be held in solitary confinement. The people from the Baoshan station of the military junta will arrive soon. They'll be transferred to them in one piece. Third, when the junta men arrive, arrange for a battalion to assist them in digging out the other devils in Baoshan City. Yes. Zhao Buotao immediately just agreed. With Zhao Buotao's departure, Liao Shang and the other troops in charge of martial law sent people back one after another to report on the situation of martial law. Not bad, although martial law has only just begun, and already several small fish and shrimp have crashed into the net. They will be escorted back soon. At this point, it could be said that Lin Yu had also completely completed his layout. The next step is to wait for the harvest. Not long after, a sharp break also sounded again at the entrance of the police brigade headquarters. A black sedan plus 2 trucks also stopped in unison. Instead, it was the clear black midriff-suited personnel who stepped out of the car. Not waiting for the people on the truck at the back to come down, the person who came down from the limousine jogged all the way to the guard at the door, and then handed over his ID with both hands, and said, my humble position as the head of the Baoshan station of the military unification, Lu Chang, has been ordered to arrive, and please inform Brigadier Lin. The guard took the documents and checked them slightly before saluting and saying, Station Chief Lu, wait a moment. After saying that, the guards then hurriedly headed towards the brigade headquarters to inform them. Soon, Lin Yu personally came to the door to greet this Station Chief Lu. And upon seeing Lin Yu in his colonel's uniform, Station Commander Lu immediately went forward and respectfully saluted, saying, my humble position as Lu Chang, Station Commander of the Baoshan Station of the Junta, has been ordered to arrive, so please show me what to do, Brigadier Lin. Station Chief Lu came quite quickly. Lin Yu then spoke. Station Commander Shen personally instructed, how dare my humble servant be negligent? Lu Chang immediately continued to respectfully reply as well. Looking at Lu Chang's behavior, Lin Yu naturally understood that before he came, Shin Drunk had already explained something to him. And Lin Yu also understands, Shin Drunk can let this person come to himself one step ahead, this person must be Shin Drunk's beloved person. At that moment, Lin Yu was not in the mood for pleasantries, and then he said, a few spies of the little devils have been captured inside, and there are a few more little devils that are being escorted back on the way, so whether or not we can ask for more from the mouths of these little devils will depend on Station Commander Lu. Hearing that Lin Yu's side had already taken down several spies of the little devils, a tinge of excitement also instantly crept onto this Station Chief Lu's face. Immediately, Lu Chang also said excitedly, Brigadier Lin, just watch. Good. Looking at the aspiring this Station Chief Lu, Lin Yu was also quite happy. Obviously, just by looking at this face of Lu Chang, I know that the brats are bound to be no good if they fall into his hands. And being able to make the little brats suffer was Lin Yu's greatest pleasure. Martial law has begun on the streets. To avoid any misunderstandings, you guys shouldn't move around, just interrogate me directly in my brigade headquarters, choose any room you want, whatever you need, whether it's a person or an object, speak directly to my chief of staff. While saying this, Lin Yu pointed at Zhao Buotao beside himself and said, Chief of Staff Zhao, trouble. Lu Chang then also nodded slightly in greeting to Zhao Buotao. A part of the job. Zhao Buotao also nodded slightly to Lu Chang and said, I don't care what method you use. Lin Yu then instructed, in a word, I want there to be no more brat spies in Baoshan City after today. I believe that this is also what your station chief Shin requested. Yes, humble servant accepts the order. Lu Chang immediately agreed without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, a group of good soldiers of the military intelligence also followed Zhao Buotao into the brigade headquarters. Looking at the black-clothed officers behind him, one by one with all sorts of gadgets, Lin Yu knew that this station chief Lu had also come prepared. Of course, it would certainly be best if this station chief Lu could be tried out, and even if he couldn't, Lin Yu would utilize his own systems maps to wipe out the brats in the city. As a wail came out of the brigade headquarters, more violators of martial law orders were sent to the brigade headquarters. As soon as this huge screening work began, the people led by this station chief Lu were also thoroughly busy. The night was also thoroughly dark. And Lin Yu expected no too, although it is already late at night, Baoshan City's various troops of the chiefs are flocking to, and even have to with Lin Yu to rise to the occasion. Of course, the ultimate goal of these officers, in addition to claiming the men detained by the police brigade, is to use the issue as a pretext so as to cut a piece of meat from the police brigade.